In ninja school, I was so sleepy in class that I was on the verge of nodding off. Listen up, everyone. Use your chakra to stick a leaf onto your forehead and walk a lap around the classroom. The leaf can't fall off. If it does, that means you still need practice. The Chunin instructor on the podium was explaining with infectious enthusiasm, as if revealing some profound secret technique. Inwardly, I couldn't help but groan. Isn't this just a chakra version of the old static electricity trick? What's so difficult about that? Pay attention, all of you. This exercise requires extremely refined control of your chakra. No sooner had the teacher's words landed than a chorus of complaints erupted throughout the classroom. Clearly, everyone found this assignment a real headache. Arg, it fell off again. This is impossible, cried Obito Uchiha, the self-declared hot-blooded idiot class, as he ruffled his messy hair and waged war against a tenacious little leaf. Every time it dropped, he started over, refusing to admit defeat. More or less, the whole class was in the same boat, and the room descended into cheerful chaos. Asuma Sarutobi had it even worse, whether from poor chakra control or pure force. His leaf shattered against his forehead in a spray of green confetti, setting off gales of laughter all around. Then it was my turn. I heard the hush buzzing in the background. Look, it's Kagura. Keeping calm, I strode out from the line. I couldn't help it. Decent looks, black hair, and delicate features always drew attention. Like it or not, I'd become the heartthrob among the girls in class, the campus prince by default. I pressed the leaf onto my forehead with a casual practice motion, then set off around the classroom. My steps were steady, my demeanor composed and effortless, carrying just a shade of self-assurance and poise. Before long, I completed the loop, the leaf still firmly in place, as if it had belonged there all along. 94 points. Very good. The Chunin instructor nodded approvingly as he marked the score. Then he gave me a thoughtful look and added, "But Kagura, you're being too deliberate with your chakra control. Remember, chakra should be guided as a friend, not forced by your will." "Understood, Sensei. I'll keep that in mind," I replied with a classic honor, student smile. "Teacher, you really do get me." Secretly, I admired his feedback. Outstanding, but not a genius. That's exactly the image I wanted to project. That's right, in truth, the body known as Kagura now hosts a soul from another world. 3 years ago, I had just escaped the grind of working shifts from 9 to 9, with barely any freedom to live my own life, when in the blink of an eye, I was reborn as a war orphan here. No parents, no powerful backers, no rare bloodline. In this world, the only way to survive is to keep your head down and grow, little by little, cautiously and quietly. So I've always thought it was utterly foolish for a white-haired genius like Kakashi Hatake to choose to graduate early. Right now, the Ninja Academy is, to me, the safest beginner's area there could be. You have to understand, it's year 37 of the Hidden Leaf, and the entire village is thick with the tension of impending war. The third great ninja war is about to erupt. In these times of high casualty rates, tossing a junior ninja onto battlefield is essentially sending them to their deaths, turning them into nothing more than targets for the enemy. Though Kakashi is known as a prodigious youth and seems to bask in his own spotlight, from my perspective as someone who knows where the story leads, he's actually thrown himself straight onto the most dangerous front lines. If I had the power of the Sage of Six Paths, I'd march right up to the Hokage's office and demand to graduate. I mock myself inwardly, but the reality is, I have nothing, even though my soul is carrying a secret power strong enough to destroy the entire Hidden Leaf. At this 8-year-old body of mine could never withstand it, whether it's that so-called haki or the power of the mythical Zoan type thunder dragon fruit inside me. But it's all like shoving a supercharged engine into a children's tricycle. Apply just a hint of force, and I could blow myself to bits. And as for chakra, don't make me laugh. What's really coursing through my veins isn't chakra at all, but a thunder dragon, that hungry for destruction at any moment. Every time I try to refine chakra, what I'm actually doing is using every fiber of my mind to hold back that beast, clawing out slivers of energy from between its fangs, just enough to pass off as chakra. To me, my teacher's suggestions sound about as reasonable as, "Why don't you stick your hand into a nuclear reactor?" Wishful thinking, at best. The shrill ring of the dismissal bell cut through like a saving grace, rescuing everyone and flooding the classroom with cheerful noise. Right then, a classic schoolyard scene unfolded. The most popular girl in class, Rin Noera, was packing up her things when a scroll slipped from her grasp and rolled right to my feet. Rin, let me help you. Abito Uchiha, who's had a long, standing crush on her, rushed over, but in his haste, slammed his knee into the corner of a desk. He let out a loud yelp, his face twisted in pain, so comically over the top that even the most stoic onlooker would be hard pressed not to shake their head at the sight. But I let out a quiet sigh in my heart, bent down to pick up the scroll that had fallen to the ground, and handed it back to Rin Noera, whose cheeks were flushed. And at the same time, I offered her the gentle smile I had practiced so many times. Here you go. Be more careful next time. Thank you, Kagura, she stammered. Everything unfolded just as I had expected. The girls around us looked at me with admiration, while the boys glared with resentment and jealousy. But it didn't faze me in the slightest. Tisich, he's showing off again. That guy is such a faker. Come on, weren't you the one who got taken down easily by him in taijutsu class? That I chose to ignore these grumbles. After all, Abito at this age was just a mischievous, noisy boy, hardly worth my attention. The real headache would come from the future, from that mass figure who would one day plunge the world into chaos. As for the scene of being approached by all these girls, this was no accident. I had set it up long ago. Compared to a cold and distant genius, a kind-hearted, popular, and diligent model student was much more reassuring to the higher-ups of the village. This was my disguise, a survival strategy tailored for those who started from weakness. Kagura, would you like to join us for some 3-colored dango later? A few girls invited me, their voices tinted with embarrassment. Sorry, I've got something to take care of today. I switched effortlessly to my customer service smile and politely turned them down. Honestly, keeping up the charade day after day was draining in its own way. As I greeted my classmates along the path and made my way out of the school alone, I couldn't help but poke fun at myself inwardly. The streets were busy with people coming and going, life on the surface peaceful and secure. But I knew better. That calm was only skin deep. You could still sense the metallic tang of blood clinging to the ninjas just returned from their missions. And beneath the shopkeeper's genial smile lay a hidden fear for what was to come. Every detail whispered the same warning. War was drawing ever closer. I had to become stronger, fast. Back in my little apartment, I locked the door behind me, double-checked the alarm by the entrance, and only relaxed once I was certain no one could come in unnoticed. The mask of warmth and harmlessness slid from my face, revealing a composure and depth that seemed far too old for my years. I dragged a heavy iron box out from underneath the bed and opened it, revealing iron ingots of various sizes nestled inside. Sitting cross-legged before them, I placed the smallest ingot in front of me and closed my eyes. That at last it was time for real training to begin. Dropping all pretense, I carefully summoned a sliver of consciousness to brush against the wild energy lurking within. Hey, wake up. Time to pay your rent. A sudden voice jolted me. Boom. A faint but powerful surge began to flow through my body. Blue-violet arcs of electricity skittered across my skin. I clenched my teeth, forcing that raw energy to gather at the tip of my right index finger. Instantly, sweat darkened the fringe of my hair, and every muscle in my body trembled and ached under the strain. Now is the moment. That I snapped my eyes open and pressed my faintly glowing index finger gently against the iron ingot, and sound broke the silence. That at the spot my fingertip touched, a clear indentation appeared on the iron surface. The mark slowly but inexorably deepened beneath the pressure. And in the next instant, all strength seemed to drain from my body. I collapsed onto the floor like a lifeless fish, my chest heaving as I gasped for air. This state, this exhaustion, was my true life. The model student persona I wore at school was nothing but a disguise. Only this power, which could melt gold and shape iron, was my sole refuge for surviving in this harsh world of ninjas. The aftershock of striking the iron ingot finally hit me now. Bone! Deep fatigue seeped through every fiber, a dull ache radiating from each muscle. This inner weakness was far harsher than any of the school's physical training. Flat on my back, I let the coolness of the wooden floor seep into me as I tried to steady my breath, suppressing the nausea that came from drained energy. Then, an intense hunger surged up from within. That I didn't get up right away. Instead, I lay quietly in the darkness, running through and analyzing the details of my training in my mind. The speed at which I gathered my power had improved by a fraction of a second compared to yesterday. A small step forward, though it came at the cost of 3% more energy consumed. The reason was clear. Impatience still lingered in my heart. That power buried deep within my soul was wild and untamed. Even the slightest ripple of emotion could send it spiraling out of control. Not to master it, I would need to be as calm and precise as a machine. IT took half an hour before my body finally responded to my will again. With a blank expression, I sat up, used the moonlight spilling through the window to fetch rations and water from the cupboard, and ate mechanically, replenishing my spent energy. The silence of this apartment was something I had earned through countless acts of caution. After eating, I quietly put away the iron ingot in the box, making sure to erase all traces of my training from the floor. Only then did I return to bed. Just before sleep claimed me, I let myself relax. The cold mask slipped away from my face, revealing the softness and innocence a child of 8 ought to possess. The next morning, as dawn broke, I awoke right on schedule. Standing in front of the mirror, I regarded my delicate features in silence that a new day, a new expression would be required. I adjusted my facial muscles, coaxing warmth into my eyes and shaping a faint smile at the corners of my lips. Within seconds, the cheerful, friendly honor student Kagura had appeared in the mirror. Once dressed, I stepped out of the apartment. The clamor of the street rushed over me. But I didn't head straight for school. Instead, I detoured toward the Konoha orphanage. As a war orphan, he had spent a long period of time there, although he now lived independently, relying on the stipend from the Ninja Academy. He still visited the orphanage once or twice every week. This habit suited his gentle, nostalgic nature, and it also gave him the chance to observe some intriguing occurrences. The orphanage was like a small-scale version of the outside world, that condensed into something more direct and straightforward. The facilities in the yard were somewhat worn, and the air carried a blend of disinfectant and the distinctive scent of children. When the elderly headmistress responsible for the orphanage saw him, a genuine smile lit up her otherwise weary face. "Kagura, you've come." "Grandma," Kagura said, handing her a few ration tickets. "I brought some that are about to expire. Please see if you can still make use of them." He had chosen these tickets with care, enough to show his concern, yet not so much as to appear forced or draw attention. "You're always so considerate." The headmistress accepted the tickets with satisfaction. Kagura nodded with a quiet smile and walked into the yard. It was just the right time for breakfast. The children were lining up joyously to receive their food. Today's breakfast was rice porridge served with steamed cakes. By orphanage standards, quite a treat. Just then, a scene in the corner of the yard caught his attention. A boy named Kenji, who was noticeably taller than his peers, was at that moment using his body to shield a frail girl from view. As the woman serving the food turned away, Kenji swiftly transferred the girl's only steamed cake from her bowl into his own. His movements were deft and practiced, and when he was finished, he turned his back to everyone, masking any evidence of his actions. Though anger flashed on the little girl's face, she didn't dare to resist. She only clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Kagura stood quietly, watching it all, his heart unruffled. He felt neither anger nor any particular sympathy. To Kagura, this was simply a reflection of the most basic rules. The stronger party secures more food. Kenji, in this dynamic, played the role of the food snatcher. The little girl was the one who was taken from, and the rest of the children, pretending not to notice, were merely passive spectators. Was he supposed to step forward now and seek justice for the girl? He thought that would be foolish, only inviting trouble and likely betraying his own intentions. Still, he could choose to nudge the situation in a subtler way, exerting a gentle influence behind the scenes. Quietly, he released his mental energy, silently tracking and analyzing everything happening around him. This wasn't a special power, nor was it chakra. It was simply his knack for sensing and manipulating mental force. In an instant, the entire scene of the yard became vivid in his mind's eye. Kenji's smug expression. The little girl tried to suppress her grievance, the headmistress making her way to the water basin, and a mischievous boy chasing after another, about to slip on a puddle. He had the whole picture in his grasp. Kagura picked up his bowl of porridge and slowly walked toward an empty seat. As he passed behind the boy who was about to slip, his step faltered ever so slightly, barely noticeable. The timing was just right. Sure enough, the boy slipped, lost his balance, and tumbled over with a shrill cry. He toppled directly toward Kenji's spot. There was a heavy thud as the two boys collided forcefully. The bowl in Kenji's hand flew through the air, scattering porridge all over the floor. The two pieces of steam cake that were in his bowl also dropped, getting smeared with dust. "What do you think you're doing?" Kenji shoved the boy who had landed on him, his voice brimming with anger. Sorry, I slipped. I didn't mean to," the boy stammered. The commotion instantly drew everyone's attention. The old director turned around at once. Her eyes fell immediately on the empty bowl in Kenji's hand, and the two bright pieces of steamed cake now lying on the ground. Her brow furrowed at once, since every child's food was strictly rationed. "Kenji," her voice dropped to a stern tone, "did you steal someone else's food again?" "I didn't. He knocked my bowl over." Kenji's face flushed a deep red as he scrambled to defend himself. "Then how do you explain the two pieces of steamed cake on the ground?" Kenji was left speechless. He had no way of explaining why there were two pieces of steamed cake in his bowl. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this chaos, Kagura had quietly settled into the farthest corner, sipping his porridge in small, unhurried mouthfuls. He was just like everyone else, a simple observer whose attention had briefly been caught by the commotion. No one noticed his almost imperceptible hesitation in the midst of the chaos. In the end, Kenji was punished and missed breakfast, while the little girl got back her share of steamed cake. And so the small disturbance came to an end. Kagura finished his last spoonful of porridge and put away his bowl. In his heart, he graded his performance. Awareness of information, perfect score. Grasp of timing, perfect score. Control of outcome, perfect score. Physical effort expended, almost none. Risk of exposure, virtually nil. It was a flawless plan. It was the summer of Konoha's 37th year, and the heat was relentless. On the training grounds, under the blazing sun, the very air seemed to shimmer with the heat. The cicadas in the trees screeched at the top of their lungs. Today was taijutsu class. The Chunin instructor, arms folded, swept a sharp gaze over each youthful face in the lineup. Pair up in twos and begin live sparring. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to every ear. "Remember, this is a practice match. Don't go all out. Remember to pull your punches. The goal is for you to recognize your own abilities and discover where you're lacking." First group, Kakashi Ataki versus Haichi Yamanaka. No sooner had he finished speaking than every gaze turned toward the white-haired boy. With a blank expression, Kakashi stepped out of line. He looked as if he were heading for a casual stroll, showing no sign of nerves. The start and end of the match happened nearly in the same breath. Haichi had just assumed his family's signature opening stance when a flash of white came streaking toward him. There was no wasted motion, only a single swift chop, executed with razor precision, landing right on the back of Haichi's neck. Haichi's body instantly went limp and crumpled to the ground. The entire match lasted scarcely 3 seconds. A deep hush fell over the training grounds. This was genius. The boy who graduated at age 5 and become a Chunin at 6. Kakashi was displaying combat prowess far beyond that of his peers. Standing in the lineup, Kagura quietly watched the scene unfold. His focus wasn't on Kakashi's victory, but on analyzing every detail. The way Kakashi moved, how he struck, and the chilling calm, even coldness, he displayed as he attacked. It went beyond mere skill. It looked like something etched into his very bones. A killer's instinct. Next group, Obito Uchiha against Asuma Saratobi. Obito's match left no room for suspense. With a fierce bellow, Obito charged forward, brash, wild, and riddled with vulnerabilities. In the blink of an eye, his opponent swept his legs out from under him, sending him sprawling clumsily across the ground. Kagura kept observing. He noticed Obito's defiant eagerness, Rin Ohara's worried glances, and the fact that Kakashi never once looked in their direction, his face offering nothing away. To Kagura, all these seemingly unconnected fragments would someday piece themselves together. Next up, Kagura versus some Inuzuka. At last, his turn had come. The Inuzuka clan was infamous for their ferocity in battle. The boy from that clan, grinned wide, baring sharp canine teeth, and dropped to all fours, taking on the bearing of a wild animal. "Kagura, let's see if you're really as weak as people say you are. Or are you just a pretty face who knows how to win the girls over?" Some growled under his breath, before lunging in with sudden ferocity. He was fast, charging with reckless abandon. But Kagura chose not to meet force with force. He simply angled his body slightly, using his right foot as a pivot to guide himself through a subtle arc, narrowly and skillfully evading Inuzuka Claw's attack. As Inuzuka Claw missed, he twisted around and swung his leg with a force that cut through the air. Kagura stepped back half a pace, just enough to avoid the blow, letting his opponent's toes sweep past, brushing the tip of his nose. To anyone else, these would seem like nothing more than 2 strokes of good luck. But Kagura alone understood. This had never been about luck. Focused as he was, he picked up on Inuzuka Claw's intent to strike, the tension in his muscles, even the rhythm of his breathing, all half a second before they happened. This was a result of his intensely honed senses, allowing him to analyze every change in his surroundings, something he called his mind web, though still rough around the edges, and nowhere near the legendary level of insight he'd heard of. It was more than enough for a battle of this intensity. Inuzuka Claw's flurry of attacks struck only empty air, his breathing growing ragged and unsteady. Ultimately, his real combat experience was limited. Once his rhythm faltered, his vulnerabilities inevitably showed. Now was the perfect moment, just as Inuzuka Claw lunged forward again, caught between exhausting his old strength and not yet summoning new force. Kagura chose not to dodge any longer. He stepped in, lowering his body smoothly, and, using a textbook grappling move, locked both of his opponent's wrists and shoulder with precise hands. Inuzuka Claw suddenly felt a subtle force redirecting his charge. His momentum was guided sharply aside, leaving him utterly unable to regain control. His balance broken, he staggered and crashed to the ground. Kagura moved in immediately, gently pinning his knee to Inuzuka's back. The outcome was decided. Kagura is the winner, announced the Chunin instructor. Only then did Kagura release his hold and take a step back, making a deliberate show of heavy breaths and allowing a few beads of sweat to trickle down his brow. It was a flawless performance, relying on technique and perfect timing. He had managed to defeat a physically stronger opponent by the skin of his teeth. Good combat intuition and excellent timing, the Chunin instructor commented. But your raw strength and speed still need improvement. Real enemies won't give you endless chances to dodge. Yes, I understand, Sensei, Kagura replied humbly. This was exactly the kind of feedback he'd hoped for. Clever, but physically average. Enough to avoid attracting excess attention, yet not so unremarkable as to fade into background. With sparring concluded, the day's lessons were drawing to a close. Kagura politely declined his classmates' invitations to walk home together, choosing instead to make his way back alone. His mind still replayed that daytime bout. Inuzuka Claw's brute force, Kakashi's surgical precision. His peers had become living yardsticks against which he measured his own abilities. With his current physical condition, if he refrained from resorting to his trump card, he did, as the instructor had said, have obvious weaknesses in hand-to-hand combat. But that trump card, armament haki, was a blade too blunt and straightforward. Its energetic nature utterly unlike chakra. Should he ever reveal it before others, he might as well proclaim his secret to the world. What he needed was a form of transitional power, something that could boost his real combat prowess, yet draw no suspicion. A new idea was forming in his mind. Armament haki, at its core, was indomitable hardness. Chakra, in theory, flowed with water-like fluidity and adaptability. What if he wrapped his hardened haki in a sheath of softened chakra? He didn't expect to truly blend the two forces. For now, he only hoped to achieve the most basic layer of adhesion. It would allow him to mask haki's energy signature with chakra, while using the haki's natural hardness to ramp up the impact of his strikes. A bold notion, almost reckless, even verging on madness. After all, these are two entirely different systems of power. If not handled with extreme care, any conflict between them could easily backfire. Yet in Kagura's eyes, there was not a trace of fear, only a glacial, unyielding thirst for knowledge. Returning to his own apartment, he locked the door tight, and the gentle smile he wore vanished instantly. This time, instead of reaching for an iron ingot as usual, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Kagura's face took on a look of focused calm, a seriousness and scrutiny that seemed far beyond his years. Akin to the rigor of a scholar lost in research, he made no move to act right away. Recklessness brings danger. For someone like him, living on the edge, any attempt made without meticulous calculation could end in fatal consequences. From his backpack, he didn't take out a weapon or some special tool, but the most basic textbook of the Ninja Academy. Introduction to Chakra Theory. He flipped open the book, revealing pages covered with detailed diagrams of human meridian pathways. For most students, these foundational theories were nothing more than tedious facts to memorize for exams. Few ever truly grasped their meaning. But to Kagura, these academic principles were the only map and compass he could rely on amid the risks that lay ahead. In his mind, he carefully reviewed every last word about the flow of chakra in the book, missing not a single detail. Chakra is a gentle, malleable force created by the union of spiritual and physical energies, the bedrock of the world's entire power system. It flows through the network of meridians, much like water traveling inside a network of pipes. But as for the other power within his body, Kagura closed his eyes, keenly aware of the thunder dragon slumbering deep within his soul. It was a force made of nothing but destruction and raw intimidation, with no trace of guidance, only sheer power that demanded to be conquered by force. It needed no channels. It was itself a raging thunderstorm, wild and uncontained. To let such a storm surge into his meridians would be inviting disaster, far beyond imagining. Yet he had no other choice. He must devise a method, even if that path was strewn with danger and pain. Straightening his posture, Kagura sank his awareness deep within. With utmost caution, he gathered and shaped the faintest trickle of chakra inside his body. This energy was gentle and obedient, like a well-tended lamb, slowly flowing along his meridians, bringing with a sense of reassuring comfort. He had been practicing the art of disguising his power as ordinary chakra for 3 years now, until it had become second nature. Kagura worked to keep this chakra steady, then gently turned a portion of his focus toward the slumbering thunder dragon. The sensation was as if a single drop of water had fallen into a pot of boiling oil, a thread of power, faint yet violently turbulent, abruptly awakened. This power had no particular attribute. It was simply pure, refined energy. Kagura called it armament haki. The moment this energy emerged, the chakra within his body reacted instantly, rejecting it with intense hostility, like a mouse instinctively fleeing from a cat. Clenching his teeth, Kagura summoned his formidable willpower, forcing these two implacably opposed energies into the meridian of his right hand. What followed was searing agony. The pain erupted from deep within his arm, almost beyond the pale of language. It was as if countless red, hot steel needles rampaged through his meridians, the agony far surpassing mere flesh and muscle, a violent collision between the very essences of two rival forces. Chakra thrashed and wailed through his channels, desperate to escape, while the armament haki surged like a raging torrent, intent on obliterating anything in its path. The faint pop, a weak spark arced across his skin. Kagura stifled a groan as sudden numbness shot through his right hand. In an instant, the chakra dissipated, and the armament haki vanished as well. He had failed. He slumped to the floor, cold sweat soaking his back. His right arm burned with lingering pain. For now, he could no longer call upon his chakra. Even so, he wasn't discouraged. Rather, he calmly began to analyze the reason for his failure to head on clash clearly wasn't the answer. It was like forcing two wild beasts into a cramped cage. Inevitably, it would end in a fight to the death. At the root was the essential conflict between the two powers. One was gentle and yielding, while the other was fierce and untamable. He recalled something his Chunin instructor had said earlier that day. The words suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chakra needs to be guided, not commanded. He had always taken this as a reminder for his cover, but now he realized it held a far deeper meaning to guide, not to command. A spark of clarity lit up his eyes. Perhaps his entire approach had been wrong from the very start. He shouldn't be a controlling overseer, but rather a flexible mediator. Half an hour later, the pain in his arm finally began to ebb. Kagura sat cross-legged once more. His mindset transformed. He gathered a thread of chakra again, but this time did not rush to let it collide with the armament haki. Patiently, he guided the chakra, letting it flow smoothly through the meridians of his right arm. Now, it was no longer like a stagnant stream, but had become a vibrant, endlessly circulating ring of water. Once the chakra flow had stabilized, he finally diverted his attention and with unprecedented precision drew forth an even fainter strand of armament haki from the power of the thunder dragon than he had last time. But this time he didn't suppress the armament haki with chakra. Instead, as soon as the haki emerged, he gently wrapped it in the circulating chakra, soothing and steady. The sensation was like enveloping a blazing hot piece of iron with a slow, steady current of water. A faint sizzle echoed within his body. He could still feel intense pain, but it was already much less severe than before. The once aggressive armament Haki was now being scoured and softened by the current of chakra, as if its razor, sharp ferocity, was being worn smooth. With each moment of contact, the chakra would steadily evaporate and deplete, only to be continuously replenished by the flowing circuit. This approach demanded an enormous amount of energy, but it worked. With all his focus, Kagura continued to guide the process. He could clearly sense that the strand of Haki was no longer recklessly clashing against him. Instead, like a heavy hunk of iron, it was being slowly encased, pushed forward by the gentle yet insistent current of chakra. He had done it. He struggled to maintain that delicate balance, painstakingly guiding the mixed energy ever so slowly to the tip of his right index finger. The process nearly depleted all his mental strength. By the time the energy reached his fingertip, his face was already pale. He opened his eyes, and what he saw was a wooden table. A spare chopstick lay atop it, with his index finger trembling. He lightly touched the midpoint of the chopstick with his fingertip. There was no sound, no light, not even the slightest trace left as had been on that ingot of iron before. At the instant Kagura's fingertip met the chopstick, the point of contact silently and instantly turned to an exquisitely fine black powder, which settled quietly onto the tabletop. That portion of matter seemed to have been utterly erased from existence. As soon as it was done, Kagura could no longer support himself. He collapsed backward, gasping for breath. He stared at his fingertip, then glanced down at the black powder on the table. His eyes shone with a mix of exhaustion, pain, and overwhelming excitement. This was not the product of any simple combination of energies. This was a fundamental transformation. IT was a force of annihilation. The surge of exhilaration brought by success lasted for less than a second, swiftly overtaken by crushing fatigue and a sobering clarity. Kagura refused to let himself revel in joy. He struggled to his feet immediately, carefully swept the black powder on the table into his palm with his sleeve, then walked to the corner drain, twisted open the faucet, and with a thin stream of water, washed all traces away, leaving nothing behind. After finishing everything, he finally slid down against the wall, utterly spent. A searing pain still lingered along the meridians of his right arm, and the exhaustion from overusing his mental energy made him feel waves of dizziness. He closed his eyes to examine his body and discovered several minor injuries to his meridians. It would take a whole night for them to heal. This was a heavy price to pay. He recalled the moment his fingertips touched the wooden chopsticks just now. It wasn't a transformation of chakra's form, nor of its nature. The Shadow Shuriken clone jutsu relied on shaping. The Rasengan demanded ultimate control over form. Chidori strove for the limit of nature transformation. The essence of these ninja arts was to use chakra within established rules to produce different effects. But what he had done was to introduce a force that did not belong in this world. Armament Haki was a power that originated from the soul, intrinsically superior to chakra. Such power was free from local rules, unbound by the energy systems here. IT was pure, self-contained, and possessed an overwhelming dominance. Under normal circumstances, this force would have torn his meridians apart, but he had managed to exploit the flow of chakra to temporarily build a dynamic channel, a cage, to contain this wild power, sealing it for a moment and successfully guiding it outside his body. The instant this cage touched something external, the beast cage within was unleashed, bombarding the world with its most primal, destructive energy. Chakra served as a conductor, but armament Haki was the heart of the entire construct. This was no longer ninjutsu. This was something utterly new. He felt compelled to give it a name. The power came from the Thunder Dragon, and its unleashed effect was devastating annihilation. Thunder annihilation. The words surfaced in his mind without warning. Direct, precise. He knew clearly that Thunder annihilation was, for now, only a fledgling prototype, its duration less than a second, consuming enormous energy and dangerously unstable. Had his focus slipped for a moment earlier, the cage would have broken loose. The thing destroyed wouldn't be just the chopsticks. His own fingers could have been the price. But for him, there was no doubt this was the right path, a path solely his own, leading toward true power. This would be the foundation of all the strength he would wield in the future, the cornerstone he was laying for himself. The night passed without incident. The next day, as usual, Kagura reported to the Ninja Academy. He looked somewhat pale, but he easily brushed it off with the excuse that he'd had a bad night's sleep. No one noticed anything unusual. His act remained flawless as always. The morning class was on ninja tool theory. The Chunin instructor stood at the podium, repeatedly explaining methods of kunai throwing, grip techniques, angle selection, and how to care for one's weapons. The kunai is the most fundamental ally of a ninja. Its reliability can mean the difference between life and death. Channeling chakra into your weapons is a skill every genin must master. Beneath the podium, most students were gradually dozing off. On the surface, Kagura appeared to be listening closely, even giving the impression of intense focus. In reality, his thoughts had already drifted far away. Imbuing a kunai with chakra enhances its sharpness and destructive power. So, what would happen if he could channel lightning's end into it? Once this idea took root, he could no longer ignore it. His gaze swept nonchalantly across the front row of the classroom. Kakashi Ataki sat there, resting his chin on one hand, eyes calmly gazing out the window, as if the lesson held no interest for him at all. In the eyes of everyone in the classroom, including the teacher, Kakashi was an untouchable genius to be admired from afar. But Kagura knew that what they saw was only the surface. They saw Kakashi's brilliance and talent, both laid bare for all to see. Yet he himself was a true mystery, a depth impossible for others to fathom. While Kakashi basked in the spotlight, shouldering the weight of everyone's expectations, he, on the other hand, was quietly nurturing a force hidden in shadow, one strong enough to overturn everything. The dismissal bell echoed through the corridors. Kagura didn't go home right away, nor did he head to the orphanage. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and slipped into a quiet side path, heading toward the edge of the village. Behind the Leaf Village lay the vast area known as the Forest of Death, where the Chunin exams were held. A forbidden zone few dared enter, infested with poisonous snakes and fierce beasts. But to Kagura, this place was the perfect natural laboratory. He skillfully avoided the regular patrol routes, weaving through the trees with practiced agility, until he vanished into the dense forest. Along the way, he checked several simple traps he'd made from animal fur and tree sap, confirming that none had been triggered. After traveling about 3 kilometers, he reached a secluded clearing, surrounded by massive boulders. This was his secret base, a place he had spent half a year discovering. He set down his backpack, pulled out a brand new kunai, fresh from today's class. Clutching the ordinary iron blade, Kagura strode to the center of the clearing, stopping before a granite slab as tall as a man. He took a deep breath, forcing every stray thought from his mind. The searing pain of the night before remained vivid in his memory, yet he wavered not at all. Sharpening his focus to its utmost, he quietly spread out his mental net, extending his senses 100 meters in every direction, alert to any possible intruder. Next, he began to construct a chakra circulation within his body. A gentle and steady current of energy quickly took shape, flowing smoothly throughout him. Afterward, he began to draw out the first energy nexus that would act as the cornerstone. A faint trace of armament chakra was summoned from deep within, awakened from its dormant slumber. He guided the stream of chakra, deliberately enveloping it with this special energy. With the emergence of this combative energy, a familiar stinging sensation spread along his meridians. Kagura's body trembled slightly, yet he resolutely maintained an intense focus, making certain that the unstable chakra barrier would not collapse. At last he succeeded. A force heavier and denser than ordinary chakra was guided down into his right hand, which tightly gripped the kunai. He could sense an enormous, silent pressure building within the metal in his palm. As a fundamental exercise for any shinobi, Kagura slowly raised his hand and aimed the tip of the kunai at the granite before him. "Let you be the witness to this transformation," he thought. The kunai's tip touched the surface of the granite. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely in that moment. Kagura poured every ounce of concentration into maintaining the delicate balance of energy at his fingertip. He could feel the chakra barrier threatening to collapse at any instant, its inner armament energy like a furious beast, straining against its bonds, desperate for release. When the two forces met, there was no explosion, no sound, only an invisible, awe-inspiring ripple quietly radiated from the kunai's tip. On the hard granite, waves like those on water appeared, and then without a sound, a black hole about the width of a thumb and polished smooth as glass inside manifested on the stone surface. The hole deepened in an instant, boring straight through the entire block of granite. The whole process passed in utter silence, yet carried a staggering psychological impact. The stone touched by the kunai's tip did not shatter or crumble away. Instead, it simply vanished on the spot. It was as if both the stone and all its constituent matter had been utterly erased from the world in the blink of an eye. Kagura could only maintain this state for 2 seconds. At the end of those 2 seconds, the chakra circulation inside him suddenly collapsed, and the special energy that had coated the kunai vanished without a trace. An overwhelming exhaustion surged over him like a rising tide. He staggered, managing to support himself on the ground with his free hand, barely preventing himself from collapsing outright. He was gasping for breath, sweat streaming in large drops down his forehead and splattering onto the rocky ground. On the granite before him stood a perfectly round hole, its edge smooth and clean, going straight through from one side to the other. Through this opening, he could clearly see the trees swaying in the breeze beyond. Staring at his own masterpiece, Kagura's eyes held no trace of joy, only a deep apprehension. This feeling was utterly different from when he had previously used armament haki to create dents in blocks of iron. Making a dent was merely a matter of applying physical pressure, but this hole represented something deeper, a form of erasure that seemed to reach into the very essence of existence. Rai Metsu, the power of annihilation. The name itself was so precise, Kagura felt a chill run down his spine. He rested for over 10 minutes, waiting for the dizziness to subside before standing up again to continue his experiments, this time with greater care and attention to detail. He knew he had to approach this force as meticulously as the strictest of scholars, analyzing every parameter and mechanism of its operation, and finding a standard by which to accurately measure its power. Once again, he gripped the kunai, this time deliberately reducing the amount of armament haki he infused, channeling only about a third of the energy he'd used earlier. The chakra expenditure was much lower as well, and the sharp, rending pain from before had lessened considerably, now within the limits of what he could endure. He tapped another spot on the rock with the tip of his kunai. Once more, the stone vanished in utter silence, but this time, only a hole narrow as a pinky and only halfway through the rock remained. The realization struck him immediately. The destructive power of Rai Metsu was directly proportional to the total amount of armament haki he infused, while chakra dictated how much haki he could control. His current, limited chakra reserves were his greatest weakness. Next came the test for how long he could maintain it. He focused a moderate amount of Rai Metsu and, rather than releasing it outward, struggled to keep the energy clinging to the surface of kunai. 1 second passed. 2 seconds slipped by. He could feel the kunai vibrate subtly in his grip, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. At the 3rd second, the vibration intensified, the kunai threatening to disintegrate at any moment. The instant the 4th second began, the energy balance at his fingertips finally shattered. A faint, deadly surge of annihilation surged back up through kunai toward him. Alarm bells blared in his mind, and acting on sheer instinct, he instantly severed the flow of energy and let go, flinging the kunai away. The very moment it left his grasp, the tip of the kunai crumbled into black ash, carried away on the wind. Kagura gazed at his unharmed fingers, still shaken by close call. He now understood clearly. His limit was 3 seconds. Any longer, and even the weapon itself would be consumed from the inside out, utterly erased by this force. This discovery was extremely dangerous, revealing that Thunderbane was, by nature, a double-edged sword. It could cut down enemies, but would just as mercilessly destroy the weapon in his hand. Had he reacted even a moment slower, it might have been half his hand vanishing instead. He realized he needed weapons made of much tougher, higher quality materials as vessels. Ordinary steel simply couldn't survive the corrosion of such power for long. After a long afternoon of tests and experimentation, Kagura gained a preliminary grasp on this trump card called Thunderbane. First, the power of Thunderbane was controllable, but its cost was directly proportional to his chakra reserves. If he used it twice at full power with his current chakra, he would be completely spent. Second, the safe window for Thunderbane was terrifyingly short, only 3 seconds. Past that, the recoil would destroy the weapon and could even harm the user himself. Third, activating Thunderbane demanded intense mental focus, and preparing it took far too long to be deployed flexibly in real combat. Thus, Thunderbane was not yet a regular weapon. It was his hidden ace, something to be used only at the most critical moment. Its strength was unquestionable, allowing him to shatter any defense when most needed, serving as the ultimate trump card. Kagura sat beside the battered, cratered rock, lost in contemplation. The destructive power of Thunderbane was already more than sufficient, even exceeding his expectations. At this point, what mattered most was not increasing its might, but refining his control over it. He recalled the classroom exercise with the leaf, an essential training in chakra control, which required total concentration and delicate balance. Could Thunderbane, too, be controlled with such finesse? He pondered. What if he didn't focus all that wild force into a single instant, but instead let it flow like water, forming a thin, persistent layer along the weapon's surface? If he could manage that, both duration and flexibility would improve dramatically. The thought made his heart race. He knew this was an almost impossibly difficult challenge, akin to teaching a wild tiger to embroider. Still, he had to try. He picked up the last intact kunai, closed his eyes, and entered a state of intense focus once again. Kagura began to circulate his chakra, activating armament, merging the two powers together. This time, he did not seek a single piercing strike. Instead, he focused on spreading the force evenly across the weapon's surface. He tried to guide the already formed Thunderbane energy, drawing it from the kunai's tip and letting it flow outward over the entire blade. A sudden, thunderous crack burst forth. An energy more violent than ever before erupted fiercely in his hands. The power of thunder annihilation lost control in an instant, and the chakra cage shattered along with it. The kunai he held lasted less than a second. From tip to guard, it turned to black ash, dissolving into the air. A surge of paralyzing agony shot through his right arm, like a jolt of electricity, and the entire limb went numb in an instant. Kagura crashed heavily to the ground, his vision swallowed by darkness. This time, he lay there for a long while before slowly regaining his senses. He looked at his now empty right hand, then lowered his gaze to the pile of ash on the ground. Everything he had worked for vanished in that moment. Yet, not a hint of discouragement showed on his face. He merely reaffirmed to himself that this path was even more difficult than he had imagined. Dusk had already crept in. Today's training was over. Both his body and spirit had reached their limits. After gathering his belongings and carefully erasing every trace from the scene, he left the training ground behind. Even after returning to his apartment, he didn't rest right away. He picked up a dry leaf that had somehow drifted in, gently placed it atop the back of his hand. Closing his eyes, he summoned neither chakra nor the power of armament haki. He simply stilled his mind, focusing all his attention on the leaf, its weight, its texture, every subtle touch where it met his skin. To truly command lightning, one must first steady even the faintest thing. Just as a meal is eaten one bite at a time, the journey must be taken step by step. With his eyes shut, Kagura immersed his entire being in the tiny quiver of that leaf resting on his hand. He used no chakra at all, relying only on his willpower, attempting to still the trembling of the leaf, to guide it gently to rest. Yet the leaf once more sprang out of control, fluttering lightly to the floor. He failed. Still, he showed no sign of wavering. He bent down, picked the leaf up again, and placed it back on his hand. He understood perfectly. The force he called thunder annihilation was destructive enough. What he now needed most was a level of control, as refined as could be. If he couldn't steady a single leaf, how could he ever hope to master such a powerful and tempestuous force? So he endured the solitude and repetition without complaint. Day after day, outside, the cicada's song gradually faded, giving way to the winds of autumn. Winter passed. Spring returned, and tender green leaves replaced the bare branches. Within the apartment, the boy who practiced in silence never missed a single day. Year 39 of the Hidden Leaf, springtime, in the Ninja Academy, 5th grade. Kagura had turned 10. He had grown noticeably taller, the childish roundness of his face slowly giving way to a more refined and delicate look. At school, he remained a calm-tempered, high-achieving role model that everyone admired. The chakra control class had long since moved beyond the basic leaf, sticking exercise, progressing to the far more difficult art of walking on water. Most students could still be found awkwardly practicing on the lake behind the school, where startled shouts and shrieks rang out every time someone fell in. Meanwhile, Kagura sat quietly in the classroom, absorbed in a book on the fundamental theory of sealing techniques. A leaf was casually affixed to his forehead. Whether he was turning pages deep in thought or frowning in concentration, The leaf stayed perfectly still, as if fused to his skin. Over the past 2 years, he had relentlessly trained his ability to control his spiritual energy. Now, it had reached a level far beyond the ordinary and become a natural instinct. Night fell, and in the secret base within the Forest of Death, the granite boulder, once as tall as a person, had been worn down to a third of its original height. Its surface was pocked with countless round, smooth holes of all sizes, making it resemble a bizarre beehive. In Kagura's hand was a short blade forged for him alone custom, ordered from the ninja tool shop using his hard, earned savings. Crafted from refined, fold-hardened steel with a hardness surpassing anything found in a typical kunai. Drawing a deep breath, he guided the energy within him. Though the process remained arduous, it no longer inflicted that searing pain he had first experienced. His chakra now flowed confidently, wrapped in a precise current of armament-colored energy, then encased, gently yet firmly, by his chakra's steady embrace. Lightning banishment, a foreboding darkness, as if capable of swallowing the very light, began to coalesce on the blade. Unlike his rampage 2 years ago, this time the energy cloaked the knife's edge in a controlled layer. Sweat trickled down from the corner of Kagura's brow. He maneuvered this cloak of energy with utmost care, covering the entire blade. His goal for the past 2 years, the challenge that had repeatedly ended in failure, was now within reach. With a focused thought, the shadowy energy oozed over the steel like viscous midnight. It crept from the tip, spread to the guard, then slid back to the tip again. The process lasted 5 seconds. Then, slowly, the energy receded. Kagura gazed down at his short steel blade, its surface utterly undamaged. He had done it. He had finally crossed a crucial threshold, from a single point to a unified surface. Although for now, he could only sustain for 5 seconds. That brief moment marked a milestone. It signified that lightning banishment was evolving. From a single direction burst, it was becoming a weapon he could wield with complete freedom. 2 years of monotonous, relentless practice had yielded these precious 5 seconds. He was deeply satisfied. The steady step-by-step progress gave him a greater sense of security than any meteoric leap forward ever could. However, this peaceful life of training was soon disrupted by the growing tension that swept through the village. The third great ninja war had entered its most violent phase. The 3 great hidden villages of Wagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure were fiercely battling Konoha on multiple fronts, and the situation had turned grim. The shadow of war blanketed the entire village, making former illusions of peace vanish completely before the coming storm. The number of patrolling ninjas on the streets had tripled, each one wearing a look of tension and solemnity. The hospital was overflowing with wounded. The lingering mix of blood and medicine in the air became impossible to ignore. As Kagura walked through the streets, he often encountered children his own age who had lost their parents. Dressed in black mourning clothes, their eyes were empty and lifeless. For Kagura, war was no longer a cold word in a textbook. It had appeared right before him, a monstrous entity devouring lives. In the end, the war's influence reached even these children who had yet to mature. One day, their homeroom teacher, a chunin, entered the classroom, his expression grimmer than ever. Everyone quiet down. He scanned the room, his voice low and heavy. With the situation at the front lines becoming ever more urgent, the village is in desperate need of new reinforcements. The Hokage and the Council of Elders have decided all students from this graduation year will graduate a year early. The classroom erupted in startled commotion. Graduate a year early? Does that mean we'll be sent to the battlefield next year? Fear, anxiety, and even a hint of unspoken excitement rippled among the students. Obito Uchiha's eyes gleamed, as if already seeing himself as a hero. Rin Nora looked at him with worry. Kakashi Ataki remained expressionless and detached. For someone already accustomed to battle, this news hardly made a ripple. Kagura sat among his classmates, outwardly calm, but beneath the desk, his fingers tightened unconsciously. His plans were now in disarray. He had intended to spend 6 years hidden away and growing stronger, using the Ninja Academy as the safest haven, while honing his abilities for whatever twist the future might hold. Now, all of that was to end a year sooner than expected. After school, Kagura didn't go to train, nor did he return home. He wandered alone to the streets of Konoha, lost among the ebb and flow of people. War, like an immense machine, had begun to sweep everyone indiscriminately into its mechanism. Whether gifted or ordinary, person who could do nothing against the crushing tide. Kagura stopped and looked up at the Hokage rock. The giant stone faces, bathed in the light of the setting sun, stood watch over the village in silent vigil. After returning to his apartment, Kagura locked the door behind him and took out his notebook from the drawer. The notebook was densely filled with the cultivation plans and life goals he had set for himself over the past 3 years. He turned to the last page, which contained detailed arrangements stretching all the way to the 42nd year of Konoha. Lifting his pen, with a calmness verging on ruthless determination, he drew a heavy line to the final year of his plan. The plan had to be updated. Now, only 1 year remained for preparation. This change forced Kagura to accelerate the pace of his life completely. In the final year at the Ninja Academy, everything was moving forward at breakneck speed. By day, the training grew increasingly intense. By night, he practiced in secret, alone. He resembled a tireless machine, allocating every minute with precision. The atmosphere of the entire academy had transformed. The relaxed laughter had vanished, replaced by the labored breathing from the training grounds and the occasional groan, low and unable to be stifled. Theoretical lessons were all but squeezed out. The Chunin instructors wore no trace of gentleness. Only severity and indifference remained. On the battlefield, "You're already dead." This warning had become their new catchphrase. Everyone understood now. The school was no longer a greenhouse, but an efficient armory, churning out fresh recruits for the relentless machine named war. Today's class was a team flag, capturing exercise in Training Field 3. The class was divided into 4 groups, pitted against each other. The rules were simple. Seize the flag at the center of the field and return it to your team's starting point. Kagura glanced at the team list. Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, and himself. Immediately, he lost faith in their group. A reckless hothead who charged him blindly at the bottom of the class. A medic ninja whose skills lay in healing rather than direct combat. And himself, average in taijutsu, and considered purely theoretical by everyone else. With these 3, it seemed they were destined to serve as cannon fodder. Their opponents, meanwhile, formed an elite squad led by Kakashi Ataki, the strongest students in the class, clustered on one side. "Hey, Kagura!" Obito, as oblivious as ever, bounced over with excitement. "This time, we're definitely beating that arrogant Kakashi. You make the plan, I'll be the first to charge in." Rin looked worried, her voice barely above a whisper. "Kakashi's really strong. There's no way we can win if we take him head on." Kagura ignored Obito's confident outburst, his gaze drifting past the crowd to rest on the white-haired boy in the distance, carefully polishing his kunai. His mind began racing, swiftly analyzing the skills and personalities of everyone involved. In his head, a living, shifting map of tactics sprang to life. He knew very well that Kakashi was a sort of genius who was efficient, deadly, and supremely, almost arrogantly confident. To Kakashi, teammates were often nothing more than burdens. In a drill like this, he would likely choose to operate alone, ending the fight as quickly as possible. In contrast, Obito was impulsive and passionate, a bit reckless in his movements, but he had remarkable endurance and a booming voice. One was icy calm, the other fiercely proactive. One aimed to solve problems at lightning speed. The other excelled at throwing things into chaos. The whole strategy hinged on exploiting this stark contrast between the two. "Obito," Kagura began, her tone steady and controlled, "I need you to draw their attention." "Huh? Draw their attention?" Obito's face immediately fell. "That's right." Kagura stared straight at him, not the least bit of levity in her eyes. "You'll attack head on, and make sure your moves are loud enough to force Kakashi into the open. Your one and only mission is to keep him occupied, no matter what it takes, even if you can only last 10 seconds. Isn't that just throwing me into the lion's den?" Obito replied, clearly disgruntled. "Haven't you always wanted to prove that you're stronger than he is?" Kagura's voice didn't rise in volume, but she struck right at Obito's soft spot. "Stand up to him face to face. Now, if you can hold him off with your willpower alone, you win. I'll have Rin back you up from the rear, so you won't get knocked out right away. Take on Kakashi?" Obito's breathing quickened at the thought. Vivid images of battling Kakashi flashed instantly through his mind. All his earlier complaints vanished. He nodded vigorously. "All right, I've got this. Rin, Your job is to provide Obito with timely medical support from a safe distance, and to use your kunai to keep the other two teammates at bay, making sure they don't reach the watchtower. Understood. Rin replied seriously. What about you? Obito asked, puzzled. I'll be moving in from the other side. Kagura answered calmly, to secure the final victory. Remember, everything you do is to give me a chance. Suddenly, the whistle for the drill rang out, sharp and piercing. Leaf-style taijutsu whirlwind. Obito shouted, unleashing his signature move, that he launched himself out of the eastern woods like a cannonball gone wild, charging ahead with unstoppable momentum. Almost at the same time, Kagura's figure slipped quietly from the shadows of the western forest. She controlled her breathing, concealing her presence so thoroughly that she made barely a sound. Her sensory ability spread out silently, like an invisible radar sweeping across the entire battlefield, mapping every movement with perfect clarity in her mind. Out on the eastern side, the fierce clash erupted almost instantly. Dead last, you're making too much noise. Kakashi's voice called out from afar. Cut the crap. Obito shot back with a roar. Kagura didn't bother to look back. With his heightened senses, the situation on the battlefield was utterly clear to him. Obito was attacking recklessly, leaving openings everywhere. His moves were big but lacked precision, allowing Kakashi to deflect them effortlessly with the simplest of defenses. Kakashi hardly moved his feet. Each response was carried out with an unshakable calm. At the same time, Rin's interference from a distance proved effective, successfully stalling the enemy's other two team members. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Obito's chakra was being rapidly drained, but his willpower burned with unwavering intensity. Time and again, he was knocked down, only to crawl back up with the help of Rin's long range healing, forcing himself onward as if his determination would never run dry. 0.9 seconds, 10 seconds. Obito had already exceeded Kagura's expectations with the time he'd managed to buy. The guy's resilience in the face of adversity was clearly valuable information. And at last, Kakashi seemed to lose his patience, abandoning the pretense that this was all a game. He had seen through Obito's intentions and decided it was time to stop wasting effort. He must deliver a lightning, quick blow to eliminate this obstacle once and for all. His body lowered ever so slightly. Then, in a sudden burst, he accelerated in a flash, closing in at Obito's side, ready to bring him down with decisive chop. This was a pivotal moment. At the very instant, Kakashi's focus was wholly absorbed by Obito. Kagura, who had been lurking in the shadows on the western side of the watchtower, finally sprang into action like a nimble wildcat. He moved on all fours, scaling the rough wall of the tower without making a sound. To the east, Obito gave a muffled groan, a heavy thud, sent flying by Kakashi's kick, hitting the ground hard and dropping into unconsciousness. It's over. Kakashi pulled back, preparing to handle the others. But then, a sharp whistle ripped through the air. A red flare soared from the top of the watchtower, bursting open against the sky in a brilliant display. Kakashi whirled around to see Kagura standing atop the tower. Kagura's hand was raised high, holding the flag of his team, his gaze calm, even cold, as he looked down at Kakashi. For the first time, there was a clear, razor-sharp focus in those usually lazy eyes of Kakashi. The drill was declared finished, and Kagura's team emerged victorious. When Rin revived Obito and told him of their win, he leapt up, shouting with excitement, completely forgetting that he had been defeated in a single strike. Standing among his teammates, Kagura listened as their teacher sang their praises without holding back, heard the mixture of surprise and envy in his classmates' conversations. And though his face remained gentle, his mind was utterly composed and clear. An impulsive yet resilient teammate, a reliable support crew member. If used wisely, they can defeat opponents far more powerful, yet lacking in a sense of teamwork. This is what's known as team strategy. In her mind, Kagura drew her final conclusions from the exercise. After the clamor faded, calm gradually returned to the training grounds. Uchiha Obito was still bursting with excitement over their victory, animatedly boasting about how he'd faced off against Kakashi. Rin Noera stood nearby with a gentle smile, quietly listening to his stories as she treated his scrapes and bruises. Kagura bid them farewell and set off for home alone. A gentle smile, by now second nature, remained on his face as he walked, responding politely to classmates who greeted him along the way. Yet beneath that flawless mask, his mind was coolly recalling every detail of what had just happened. The plan had indeed succeeded, but he found little satisfaction in this kind of victory. The heart of the entire strategy lay in reading and leveraging Kakashi and Obito's personalities. Kakashi's confidence, Obito's impulsive nature. If even one of these key traits had played out differently, if Kakashi had chosen a more cautious approach as a team, or if Obito had managed to hold the line for those critical seconds, the outcome would have changed completely. Basing the win on someone else's personality always carries uncertainty. In the end, it still comes down to him not being strong enough. If he possessed Kakashi's speed and strength, there'd be no need for intricate schemes. He could win simply through his own ability. He needed greater strength, faster speed, and hidden trump cards that could decide the outcome in a heartbeat. Wait a moment. A calm voice called from the alleyway behind him. Kagura came to a halt and turned to look. The last rays of sunset split the alley in two, one half bathed in light, the other steeped in shadow. Kakashi Hatake stood in the gloom, only his shock of silver hair catching the fading light. In his hand, he still held a kunai polished to a shining gleam. Kakashi, is there something you need? Kagura's tone was even, his expression so natural, he could have simply been greeting an ordinary classmate. Kakashi stepped out from the shadow. He didn't look at Kagura right away, but instead gazed at his own kunai. Your plan was impressive. I just got lucky, Kagura replied modestly, giving all the credit to chance. Obito and Rin did great as well. Lucky, Kakashi finally lifted his gaze, meeting Kagura's eyes. Those were not the eyes of a child, calm and steady, their emotions inscrutable, holding nothing but a focused curiosity. You predicted my route of attack, gauged how much time Obito could buy, and even took into account the optimal distance for Rin's support. That's not luck. That's intelligence work and analytical skill. A faint tension flickered in Kagura's heart. He realized that the future copy ninja before him was far more perceptive than he appeared on the surface. I only did what a leader is supposed to do. Kagura's smile remained perfectly composed. Formulating plans is my responsibility. After all, victory is a result of everyone's combined effort. Once again, he credited the team for their success, leaving no room for self-aggrandizement. Kakashi fell silent. He stared at Kagura for a straight 10 seconds, as if trying to pierce through to his core, searching that gentle, harmless face for a flicker of concealed pride or calculation. But Kakashi found nothing. Kagura's eyes were open and clear, like a tranquil mirror, reflecting only Kakashi's own cool composure. I see. Kakashi finally looked away. During the graduation exam, I won't give you another chance to win by strategy alone. With that, he wasted no more words. He turned sharply, leaping up to the rooftops, his figure swiftly vanishing along the horizon's edge. Kagura stood where he was, the smile on his face slowly fading. He realized that, despite his best efforts, a fragment of his sharpness had slipped through. Though he deftly disguised his abnormality as tactical acumen, it was more than enough for someone as keen as Kakashi to sense something amiss. This was a warning. He needed to speed up. Before graduation, he had to make Raime a truly battle-ready weapon. Back in his apartment, Kagura didn't follow his usual regimen of mental exercises. Instead, he spread out his notebook, the pages dense with plans, and on the page concerning Raimai's training, he circled one word in red: activation time. This was his greatest weakness at the moment, from establishing his chakra circuit, to channeling the armament energy, to fusing the two. The entire process demanded 4 seconds of utter focus. But on the battlefield, for seconds could cost him his life 100 times over. He had to cut that down to less than a second. That meant skirting the edge of his physical limits, dancing with danger. Shortening the process would make his energy control much rougher, intensify the clash between the two forces, and multiply the strain on his chakra networks. But he had no choice. In the secret base deep within the forest of death, Kagura stood before a shattered boulder, clutching his steel short blade. He closed his eyes and didn't begin training right away. Instead, he replayed the entire process of energy guidance over and over in his mind, carefully breaking down each step and every detail, searching persistently for any room to improve. The chakra circulation could be accelerated. There was no need to cover his whole body. He only needed to construct a temporary, focused, explosive loop within specific meridians in his right arm. Extracting armament haki also had to be more decisive. He must suppress his own fear of this violent power and, with even greater willpower, extract it in an instant. But the most crucial part was the fusion of the two forces. He could no longer rely on gently wrapping one with the other. That method was far too slow. Now, He needed to drive the chakra loop to crash directly into the other force, forcing their integration at the very moment of impact. It was a dangerous path, like trying to reinforce a shell the moment an explosion erupts. Kagura opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering, not a trace of hesitation on his face. He began his first attempt. Within his right arm's meridians, the compact chakra loop formed in a split second. Its speed doubled. Immediately after, he summoned his formidable mental strength and tore off a... Kagura stood rooted in place, the smile on his face slowly fading. A sharper edge now gleamed in his gaze. Today, he had once again failed to hide himself completely, though he'd used his tactical mind as a cover. Keen observers like Kakashi had already sensed something awry. It was a warning. He had to pick up the pace. Before graduation, he needed to forge Raimei into a weapon truly fit for battle. When he returned to his apartment, Kagura didn't start his usual mental training routine. Instead, he opened his notebook crowded with plans, and on the Raimei training page, he circled one word with a bold stroke of red pen: activation time. This was the greatest weakness for now. From building the chakra loop, to channeling the armament haki, to merging the two, this entire process demanded nearly 4 seconds of absolute focus. On a battlefield where even a heartbeat could change everything, for seconds could mean death, over and over again, he needed to cut that time down to less than a second. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade and testing the very limits of what his body could withstand. Shorten the activation time meant the energy channeling would be even more intense, and the clash between the two forces would become fiercer still. His meridians would suffer increased pressure several times over, but he had no other choice. Deep within the forest of death, at a hidden base, Kagura gripped his fine steel dagger. Standing before a fractured rock, he closed his eyes first, not rushing into action. In his mind, he rehearsed the entire process of energy guidance again and again, breaking down every step and every detail, searching for any way to refine it. The chakra circulation could be faster. There was no need to cover his whole body. He only needed to construct a small, temporary, high-impact loop within the specific meridians of his right arm. The extraction of armament haki could also become more decisive. He had to suppress his instinctive fear of this wild power and, with even stronger willpower, complete the extraction in an instant. Most crucial of all was the integration of the two. He could no longer afford to use slow, gentle methods. It was far too time-consuming. Now, he needed to make the chakras circulate actively and forcibly bond the armament haki to it the very moment they collided. It was a perilous endeavor, like trying to wrap a layer of armor around dynamite right as it's about to explode. With that thought, Kagura opened his eyes, every trace of hesitation gone. He began his first attempt. A miniature chakra circuit formed instantly in the meridians of his right arm, its speed now twice what it had been before. Then, by force of sheer will, he tore a strand of armament haki from the power of the Thunder Dragon. And then collision. A shattering wave of pain erupted inside his right arm, more intense than anything he'd ever felt. He didn't even have time to guide the energy into his short sword before the chakra circuit shattered then and there. The run. Away armament haki rampaged through his meridians like a wild beast unchained. Splur. Kagura spat out a small mouthful of blood. Dropping to one knee as cold sweat quickly soaked his back. A burning pain surged along the nerves of his right arm, which was now completely numb. Failure. Utter failure. He collapsed to the ground, racked by violent coughs, darkness clouding his vision. But Kagura did not allow himself to rest. Propping himself up with his left hand, he fought through the agony and began to analyze the reasons for his defeat. The force of the impact was too great. His chakra circulation wasn't strong enough to withstand such a shock. He needed to reinforce his body's resilience as a vessel. In the months that followed, the same scene played out almost daily in that clearing. Again and again, he failed. Again and again, he coughed up blood. Again and again, his meridians suffered damage. Kagura was like a stubborn craftsman, using his own body as the anvil, pain as a hammer, forging the weapon called Thunderbane countless times. Fine traces of blood frequently crisscrossed his right arm, tiny internal bleeds where his meridians could not bear the strain. He carefully concealed these wounds beneath long sleeves. At school, he maintained his gentle and cheerful demeanor. No one suspected what torments he endured each night, until 1 month before graduation exams. Late at night, in that same clearing, Kagura stood calmly before a boulder, gripping a short blade. His presence was steadier than it had been months ago. He closed his eyes once more. In an instant, the chakra flow completed its cycle. Armament hockey was unleashed, tearing through with steadfast resolve. Impact. This time, the chakra circuit held, refusing to shatter. It trembled fiercely, but the resilience forged through months of relentless training allowed it to withstand the blast. A condensed, shadowy energy appeared along the edge of his short blade. In an instant, from closing his eyes to the full coating of his blade, the whole process took only 1.5 seconds. Kagura opened his eyes and swung the short blade. A slash of pure black flickered in the air. The battered boulder before him was sliced cleanly in two, its cut as smooth as glass. He gazed at his handiwork, slowly releasing a heavy breath. At last, this was true sharpness. The Ninja Academy's graduation exams arrived right on schedule. A mix of anxiety and anticipation thickened the air. Unlike previous years, several experienced jonin lingered outside the exam hall this year. Some leaned against trees. Others stood in the shadows with arms crossed. Outwardly indifferent, but their watchful eyes imposed a silent pressure on every graduating student. They were scouting for new talent ahead of time. In times of war, every promising recruit was a precious asset. The first test was a written exam. It covered tactics, codes, geography, and more, a formidable challenge. But for Kagura, this was hardly a challenge. He didn't push himself for speed. Instead, he completed the exam with a high, though not the highest level of efficiency. His handwriting was neat and orderly, but he intentionally preserved a touch of childlike innocence in the strokes, to avoid appearing too mature. He always paid close attention to such details. Kakashi was the first one to turn in his paper. It almost looked as though he was simply copying the answers from memory, finishing at a speed that amazed everyone. The second part of the exam was a ninjutsu assessment, focusing on the basics of the three-body technique. Obito Uchiha nearly failed the clone technique portion. His clones were unstable, which set off a round of laughter among his classmates. But with sheer determination, refusing to admit defeat, he managed to scrape by at the very last moment, ending the test drenched in sweat. Kagura, on the other hand, delivered exactly what was needed to meet the excellent standard, nothing more, nothing less, clone technique. With a soft, focused call, 3 well-formed clones appear around him, not too many nor too few, the perfect number to earn top marks. He was fully capable of producing even more clones, but there was no need for that. Overreaching would only draw unnecessary attention. Very good, acknowledged the lead examiner, a chunin, nodding in approval. Your chakra control is very steady. Kagura offered a slight bow, then promptly dispelled the clones. He noticed several jonin outside the arena pausing to watch him before moving their gaze elsewhere. This was precisely the reaction he aimed for: solid fundamentals and reliability, but nothing that stood out excessively. The final stage was actual combat sparring. This was the true turning point, the decisive factor for graduation, and the path that lay ahead. Students skilled in battle always attracted more interest from jonin than those who simply excelled at written tests. Standing in the center of the training field, Kagura faced his last crossroads before graduation. He could choose to continue hiding his strength, graduate with an unremarkable score, be assigned to an ordinary team, and take on the safest D-rank missions, all far removed from the dangers of war. Or he could reveal a hint of his true ability, capture the attention of an elite jonin, and thus gain access to better resources, advanced jutsu, and a faster route to growth. The first path promised peace and stability, but the price was slow progress and drifting ever farther from the heart of this world. The second offered swift improvement in power, but also meant that danger would come calling that much sooner. He let his gaze roam over the jonin gathered at the edge of the field. One in particular caught the eye, a man whose golden hair gleamed and whose gentle smile stood out starkly among the otherwise stern expressions. That was Minato Namikaze. Kagura's mind was instantly set. He needed a protector strong enough to rely on, and ideally, one who wouldn't pry too deeply into his secrets. Minato Namikaze, the future fourth Hokage, was unquestionably the perfect choice. Therefore, in the imminent sparring match, he needed to display qualities that would catch the interest of the Golden Flash. Not just raw strength or speed, but intellect and strategy. Next pair, Kagura versus Takuma Hyuga. His opponent was a youth from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, a boy of few words but sharp eyes, clearly not someone to be underestimated. Please take care of me, Takuma said quietly, assuming the stance of the gentle fist, bluish veins bulging around his eyes. Kagura immediately understood that this would be a difficult confrontation. With the Byakugan's insight, no subtle movement could go unnoticed. Even a flow of chakra within one's body became visible. For someone like him, adept at stealth and scheming, such an ability was an inborn countermeasure. The bout began. Takuma didn't rush in. Instead, he circled Kagura, keeping a deliberate, shifting footwork, constantly adjusting his direction in search of the perfect angle to strike. Kagura, too, remained absolutely still. He deliberately chose not to use his mental web to read his opponent's thoughts. Against the Byakugan, any probe of mental energy could be detected, revealing his greatest secret. For now, he could rely only on his own eyes and the sharp combat instincts honed over the past 2 years. It was Takuma who struck first, his figure blurred. He closed the distance in an instant. No elaborate technique, just a perfectly precise palm thrust aimed straight for Kagura's left shoulder. Kagura twisted aside, drawing a kunai to defend himself. Clang! Takuma's fingers tapped lightly against the kunai, and a wave of subtle force flowed along the weapon, sending a numb sensation shooting through Kagura's wrist. Immediately, Takuma's other hand slipped past his guard, pressing precisely against Kagura's arm. A faint, sharp pain followed, and the flow of chakra in Kagura's left arm faltered for just a moment. With that single exchange, Kagura was already at a disadvantage. The battle that followed was almost one-sided. Kagura kept retreating, dodging, blocking, barely able to catch his breath as Takuma's gentle fist barrage allowed him no time to counter. In short order, Kagura had taken several blows to key points that, though not fatal, disrupted his chakra flow, leaving him clumsy and sluggish. On the surface, it seemed he had no hope of victory. At the edge of the field, Minato Namikaze observed the match, his expression thoughtful. "Looks like that boy, Kagura, is going to lose," one of the jounin beside him whispered. "Not necessarily." Minato replied with a gentle shake of his head. "Watch closely, see his defense." Only now did the others truly notice that, despite how disheveled Kagura looked, every retreat and block he made was executed with immaculate precision. He consistently avoided those vital points where a single blow would immediately put him out of commission. The places where he was struck were all spots that, while impeding his chakra flow, wouldn't stop him from continuing to fight. Kagura was gathering data on his opponent's offense and defense, paying the smallest possible price for each move. On the field, Kagura's breathing remained steady and even. His mind raced as he processed information at lightning speed. With each clash, he had completely grasped Tokima's pattern of attack, his habits in striking, and even the subtle changes in his facial expression before every move. These details were more than enough. When Kagura was backed into the corner once again, his foot suddenly slipped, as if he'd finally been caught off guard in his attempt to evade. A sharp light flashed in Hyuga Tokima's eyes. He would never let a decisive moment slip by. He surged forward, thrusting a powerful 8 trigrams vacuum palm straight at Kagura's chest, the sheer force overwhelming. But just as Tokima's palm was about to connect, Kagura's seemingly stumbling body twisted at an uncanny angle, swerving half an inch out of the way. At that precise instant, he deftly flicked a small stone with his foot, a movement executed with almost uncanny accuracy. Tokima's attention remained wholly fixed on the vulnerable spot at Kagura's chest. He didn't notice the stone at all. The pebble struck him right on the ankle of his supporting foot, a minuscule impact, but in the midst of such high-speed combat, it was enough to make Tokima lose his balance in an instant. At this level, a single misstep separates victory from defeat. That brief loss of balance proved utterly fatal for Tokima. Kagura didn't use any ninjutsu at all. He simply seized the opening he'd created, leaned forward, and before Tokima could react, pressed the tip of his kunai soundlessly against Tokima's throat. The whole arena fell into a deathly silence. Hyuga Tokima was frozen in his attacking stance, his body tense, shock and disbelief filling the pale opalescence of his eyes. The winner, Kagura. The examiner's voice finally broke the silence. Kagura lowered his kunai and stepped back. Suddenly, he was gasping for breath, sweat breaking out across his forehead, presenting the vivid image of a victor who had spent every last ounce of his strength. He looked toward the seats where the jonin sat. His gaze met Minato Namikaze's for a fleeting moment in the air, and in that look, there was unabashed admiration and a burning curiosity shining back at him. This was enough. Step 1. His plan was right on track.
The clamor of the graduation exams finally faded away, and newly minted ninja headbands were handed to each of the successful graduates. Kagura traced the cold leaf emblem with his fingertips. This simple object marked the absolute end of his childhood and signaled his official entry into the grinding machine known as the ninja world. When the team assignments were announced, a wave of excitement, joy, and regret swept through the classroom in a tidal chorus of mixed cries. Team 7. Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, Hatake Kakashi. Supervising Jonin. Hearing this grouping, Obito froze for a moment before letting out a gut-wrenching wail. His dismay at being teamed up with his sworn rival was impossible to hide. On Rin's face was written sheer bewilderment. Stuck between two teammates at perpetual odds, her future suddenly seemed cast in gray shadows. Only Kakashi, as always, leaned against the window, unfazed, as if hearing his name called was something that had nothing to do with him, a mere stranger to the proceedings. Kagura listened quietly. It was exactly how he remembered the story unfolding. The gears of fate kept turning on their predetermined track. He had neither intervened nor possessed the power to intervene. For now, he was nothing more than an insignificant observer, far from the moment when he might change the fate of anyone. Team 11, Kagura, Hyuga Takuma, Kurama Yakumo. Supervising Jonin, Namikaze Minato. When his name was called, Kagura slowly looked up. Hyuga Takuma, a proud opponent whom he had outwitted in their graduation sparring match. Kurama Yakumo, a name he'd only ever read on the registry. The Kurama clan was famous for their genjutsu prowess, but it was said that in this generation, their Kekkei Genkai was diluted and most were physically frail. It was a fascinating lineup. One Hyuga ninja adept at insight and close combat, a teammate who might wield impressive illusions but bore a clear physical weakness, and himself, disguised as the team's tactical mastermind and secret weapon. But most important of all was that name, Namikaze Minato. He had done it. Through a meticulous, well-timed victory, Kagura had secured for himself the best possible outcome in the current landscape. Once the announcements ended, Namikaze Minato appeared at the classroom door. He wore the same gentle smile as always. His sun-bright blonde hair radiated warmth, standing out starkly against the tense, formal air in the room and inviting a subtle sense of relief. Members of Team 11, please follow me. The three followed Minato up to the school rooftop. With its sweeping view of much of Konoha, the breeze of the afternoon brushing against their faces felt soothing and free. Well, now we've officially met, Minato said, resting lightly against the railing, his smile unwavering. According to tradition, let's start with some self-introductions. Tell us your name, what you like, what you dislike, and your dream for the future. I'll go first, Minato offered, breaking the silence as he stepped forward to demonstrate. My name is Minato Namikaze. What I love most is my wife's cooking. As for what I dislike, well, nothing comes to mind at the moment. My dream is to become a Hokage greater than any before me, to earn the recognition of everyone. His words radiated confidence and warmth, easing the tension that had hung heavy in the air. Next to speak was Tokima Hyuga, his introduction as concise as his personality. Tokima Hyuga, I enjoy training. I dislike sweets. My dream is to earn the recognition of the main family. It was a typical wish for a member of a branch family, simple on the surface, but heavy with unspoken burdens. Then came a timid voice, and my name is Yakumo Kurama. The speaker was a girl who looked far frilier than her peers, with long black hair and a pallor that hinted at poor health. She seemed painfully out of place in this setting, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt with both hands. I like drawing. I don't like sports. My dream, I want to be someone who is useful to the village. Her words were almost a whisper, full of self-doubt. Finally, it was Kagura's turn. He stepped forward, wearing the gentle smile he had practiced countless times, the one most likely to win goodwill. My name is Kagura. I enjoy reading in quiet places. I dislike war. My dream is to protect everything I hold dear in my own way. It was a flawless answer. It spoke to his longing for peace, fitting for someone orphaned by war. It showed a sense of responsibility, without appearing weak. Those words, in my own way, left room for imagination, showing both clear ambition and humble restraint. Minato looked at his three students, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. A Hyuga with solid fundamentals and unyielding will. A Kurama whose potential was still a mystery and in need of guidance. And a clear-headed, purposeful Kagura who had displayed surprising strategic insight in the graduation exams, a natural commander in the making. This team was far more promising than he had expected. Very good. Minato clapped his hands. Starting tomorrow, we'll be teammates. But before that, we have a little test. He reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out 2 silver bells that glinted in the light. The test is simple, Minato said, a playful note in his smile. Before noon tomorrow, you must try to take these 2 bells from me. Anyone who fails won't get lunch and will be tied to a stake. Oh, and by the way, he shook the bells gently, the crisp sound freezing the group in an instant. There are only 2 bells, but there are 3 of you, which means at least one of you will be eliminated and sent back to the academy. As soon as the words were spoken, Durjian's brow knitted tightly, while Yakumo's face grew even paler. This was the cruel rule with an elimination rate as high as 1/3. Only Kagura remained completely calm inside. He understood the true purpose behind this test. This was never a test of individual strength, but one of teamwork. Minato Namikaze, a man who valued companions above all else, would never acknowledge someone who only fought alone, someone who thought only of themselves. The crucial point was not in snatching the bells. It was in how to help these 2 teammates, so different in temperament and even distrustful of him, grasp the real meaning of cooperation. Early the next morning, at Training Ground 11, Minato lounged against a large tree, leisurely absorbed in a novel, as if entirely unconcerned about the test that was about to begin. Durjian and Yakumo, meanwhile, hid in the distant shrubbery, eyes grave and focused as they kept watch. "What should we do?" Yakumo whispered softly. Her endurance was poor, and merely getting here had left her short of breath. Minato-sensei is a jonin, and he's renowned as the Yellow Flash for his incredible speed. Durjian's Byakugan had already activated, but he couldn't track Minato's movements at all. There was only a hazy, formidable mass of chakra. If we act alone, we don't stand a chance. I doubt we could even touch the hem of his robe. So, should we work together? Yakumo ventured, uncertainty in her voice. Durjian fell silent. He glanced toward another patch of woods, not far away, where Kagura was concealed. During the graduation exam, it was Kagura's strategy that had led to his own defeat. The prospect of following the command of someone who had bested him before left him feeling resistant and somewhat resentful. Just as they hesitated, Kagura stepped out from the trees. Without bothering to hide, he walked straight toward their thicket. "We need a plan," Kagura said, getting right to the point. Durjian frowned. "What kind of scheme are you plotting this time?" "This isn't a scheme. It's our only choice," Kagura replied, his tone calm. "Minato-sensei's test isn't about whether we can snatch the bells. It's about whether we've learned to function as a team. There are only 2 bells. That's a trap, meant to lure us into competing against each other for a spot." Yakumo considered this and gave a thoughtful nod. She felt there was truth in what he said. Durjian, however, was still skeptical. "How do you know that?" "Because of the teacher's words and actions." Kagura's analysis was clear and composed. Yesterday, he emphasized that we are comrades, yet he offered only 2 bells. That's a contradiction in itself. And, haven't you noticed? From start to finish, the teacher never once looked at us. He was always focused on his book. He's waiting for us to make a choice on our own. Will we act as 3 suspicious individuals, each fending for themselves? Or will we come together as a unified team? His words cut straight to the heart of the matter, identifying the crux of the issue with pinpoint accuracy. Takuma fell silent. He had to admit, Kagura made perfect sense. Thinking back to the teacher Minato's smile and word from yesterday, there truly was a constant emphasis on the importance of comrades. "All right," at last, Takuma spoke, putting aside his inner misgivings. "Tell us, what should we do?" Kagura looked at the 2 before him. One excelled at scouting and close combat. The other possessed mysterious abilities in genjutsu. His team, his foundation, was right here. "The plan is simple." Kagura's voice rose from the thicket, steady and resolute, carrying a force that made one instinctively want to believe him. Minato-sensei's strength lies in his unparalleled speed. To try and match him in speed would be foolish. We can't chase him. We have to create a situation that forces him to stop on his own. Hyuga Takuma and Kurama Yakumo listened quietly. Kagura's words were like a stone cast into the swirling waters of their minds, sending out ripples of hope in their once chaotic thoughts. "Takuma, you are our eyes and our spear." Kagura turned his gaze to the Hyuga boy, his tone full of affirmation. "I need you to activate your Byakugan and lock onto the teacher's exact position. Then, launch a frontal assault. Not just to harass him, go all out with everything you have." "A frontal assault?" Takuma frowned. "I'm no match for him. I'll be defeated instantly." "I know," Kagura nodded, not denying in the least. "Your task isn't to defeat him, but to keep him occupied. Use your strongest gentle fist techniques to keep up relentless close-range pressure. Don't give him a single opening to use his high-speed jutsu. You need to draw his full attention, making him believe you're the squad's main attacker." Takuma understood. This was still bait, but unlike Obito Uchiha's reckless decoy tactics, this was a calculated, primary offensive feint, one that demanded real skill. The task was a true test of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist and a test of his personal resolve. Yakumo. Kagura turned to the slender girl, his tone softening. You're our trump card. The Kurama clan's Jinjutsu is our only real chance at victory. Yakumo clenched her fists nervously, feeling sweat pooling in her palms. For her to take on the Golden Flash, it felt like an impossible task. When Takuma is locked in combat with Sensei, and his attention is at its sharpest, I'll give you the signal, Kagura said, her tone resolute and brimming with steady confidence that seemed to put others at ease. At that moment, I need you to unleash your strongest illusion. Hold nothing back. But, my body, Yakumo hesitated. The inherited power of the Kurama clan came at a cost. The stronger her illusion, the greater the toll on her body. She knew there was a real chance she might collapse the instant she cast it. It won't have to last long. Kagura met her gaze, eyes clear and unwavering. I only need a single instant. Just one heartbeat where his mind stalls. If you can create that one moment, we win. Trust me. From Kagura's eyes, Yakumo saw a calm and steadiness far beyond her years, a sense of reliability impossible to fake. She nodded firmly, and the doubts clouding her heart dissipated a great deal. What about me? Takuma put forth the final question. I'll be the one to seize that fleeting opening, Kagura answered. The split-second chance only you two can create together, one that cannot be replaced. The plan was set. Among the three, a fragile thread named trust quietly began to weave itself. They were no longer three isolated individuals, but a single unit with one clear purpose. Takuma drew a deep breath, then was the first to step out from the bushes. Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged, allowing him a 360-degree panoramic vision in an instant. Through the clarity of his Byakugan, beneath a distant great tree, Minato Namake's immense and surging chakra was as plain as day, like a miniature sun. There, Takuma murmured, banishing all stray thoughts. Focusing his will, he shot forward, swift and straight as an arrow loose from a bow. Beneath the tree, Minato set down the novel in his hands, a faint smile playing across his lips. Watching his student charge straight at him, there was a hint of approval in his gaze. Such courage. All right then, show me what you're made of. Takuma was upon him in a heartbeat, settling instantly into the stance of gentle fist. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust a palm toward Minato's chest. But just before his hand could connect, Minato's figure vanished. Takuma's pulse quickened, but trusting the all-seeing Byakugan, he instantly spotted Minato reappearing right behind him. Without turning, Takuma twisted his body at an improbable angle, countering with a backward strike aimed at Minato's open side. Quick reflexes, Minato said with a light chuckle, vanishing once again. What followed was no longer a true fight, but a relentless, one-sided game of pursuit. Relying on the acute perception of his Byakugan, Tokima could always pinpoint Minato's position at the very first moment, launching swift attacks. But Minato was simply too fast. Every strike Tokima unleashed would miss by just a hair's breadth, never quite managing to make contact. On the training field, all one could see was Tokima of the Hyuga clan constantly shifting his position, unleashing a flurry of blows at empty spots where no one could be seen. Yet, in his senses, that golden figure kept gliding along the edge of his assaults, moving with effortless grace, as if strolling through a tranquil garden. Beads of sweat began to form on Tokima's forehead, the draining of both chakra and stamina immense. Still, he refused to give up. He remembered his mission, to keep the opponent entangled. His attacks grew faster and more relentless, attempting to form a net of gentle fist strikes that could confine that shimmering golden flash. Hidden in the shadows, Kagura observed it all with calm detachment. Tokima was performing admirably, even beyond Kagura's expectations. With resolute will, he had succeeded in locking Minato's attention firmly within this game of cat and mouse. Minato, in order to test his student's taijutsu, deliberately refrained from using the famed flying thunder god technique, relying solely on the body flicker to dodge. This was their one and only chance. Kagura saw the subtle shift in Minato's expression, a trace of intent to counterattack appearing as he once again danced away from Tokima's blow. He seemed to have had his fill of this game. Now was the time. Kagura gave a barely perceptible nod to Yakumo beside him. Kurama Yakumo's hands formed a peculiar sign before her chest. In that instant, the timidity faded from her eyes, replaced by a fathomless depth, as if they could draw in a person's very soul. Jinjutsu, deprivation of the five senses. A ripple, invisible but potent, swept out at once, precisely striking Minato. Just as Minato prepared to finish Tokima off with a single move, his body suddenly froze. In his perception, The view before his eyes remained unchanged, the sounds around him undisturbed. Everything seemed as it had been the moment before. Yet suddenly, he could no longer feel the breeze, nor smell the scent of grass, and the earth beneath his feet grew strangely insubstantial. His five senses were being wrenched away from reality by a force unseen. This was a near-flawless genjutsu. Rather than conjure false visions to beguile its target, it struck directly at the ninja's sensory system, the lifeline of their survival, turning you into a sighted blind man, a deaf person with perfect ears. Even an elite jonin as battle-hardened as Minato couldn't help but freeze for a brief 0.8 of a second. He needed time to discern the nature of the genjutsu and gather the chakra required to break free. 0.8 of a second. For Kagura, that was more than enough. At the very same moment Yakumo unleashed her genjutsu, Kagura burst forth from his hiding place in a sudden rush. He didn't charge straight for Minato, but instead dashed toward the open space between Minato and Takuma. At that instant, his speed burst forth to its absolute peak, far beyond what would be expected from a genin. When Minato finally broke free from the genjutsu, Kagura's figure had already brushed past him. A crisp jingle rang out. Instinctively, Minato glanced down. Both bells that had been hanging at his waist were gone. He whipped around in surprise. Kagura now stood 5 meters behind him, holding the 2 silver bells aloft for all to see. Hyuga Takuma and Kurama Yakumo stepped forward from their positions, joining Kagura at his side. The 3 genin formed a triangular formation, standing quietly as they faced their instructor. For the first time, the smile faded from Minato Namake's face. In its place flickered a complex mix of surprise, amazement, and unmistakable approval. Kagura looked into his teacher's face, his heart calm as still water. The window for the genjutsu, precisely 0.8 seconds. The plan had succeeded. Team data had been collected, at least for the first stage. On the training field, following that clear, ringing sound of the bells, the air shifted from taut tension to a peculiar silence. Staring at his 3 students, Minato's astonishment slowly ebbed away, letting his familiar, gentle smile return. "You've passed," he announced. "All 3 of you have passed." Relief blossomed across Takuma and Yakumo's faces. Yakumo especially seemed to almost collapse in sheer release, her body relaxing so suddenly she nearly sank to the ground. "Sensei, didn't you say at least one of us would be eliminated?" Yakumo asked softly, still a bit bewildered. "That was just a test," Minato answered, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. "In the ninja world, missions come first. But even above missions, there's something even more important: your companions. Anyone who fights alone, who refuses to work with their team, is nothing but a liability, as far as I'm concerned." His eyes lingered on Kagura for an extra heartbeat, filled with unmistakable praise. "Takuma, though you knew you couldn't win, you still chose to face me head-on, carving out an opportunity for your teammates. That courage is worthy of recognition. Yakumo, at the crucial moment, you deployed your strongest ability with precision, proof of your trust in your friends. And Kagura," Minato fixed him with a searching gaze. "You crafted a flawless plan and made the best use of everyone's strengths. Your mind is this team's greatest asset." He made no mention of how Kagura had achieved that astonishing speed, nor did he ask how he had seized such a fleeting opportunity so precisely. An excellent jonin knows how to respect the secrets of their disciples. Kagura understood then that this time, she had made the right choice. "From today onward, you are now Team 11 of the Hidden Leaf." Minato's tone turned solemn. "Welcome, my students." The 3 bowed in unison, this time out of genuine respect. "Yes, Sensei Minato." And so began the ninja journey of Team 11. Contrary to their expectations of whirling steel and perilous life-or-death battles, the early days looked nothing like that. What awaited them instead was an endless stream of D-rank missions. They searched for the noblewoman's lost pet cat, Tora, weeded villagers' fields, played the role of temporary couriers around the village, delivering documents. They even watched over merchants' warehouses to guard against thieves. These chores were trivial and tedious, offering no real challenge. Takuma Hyuga complained more than once that his gentle fist wasn't meant to loosen clumps of earth in the fields. Yakumo Kurama, lacking stamina, was left utterly exhausted after one lengthy cargo escort. Kagura, however, handled each task with meticulous care. With his coordination, Team 11 soon became the most efficient squad among the Leafs genin at completing D-rank missions. When it came to capturing the pet cat, Tora, Takuma would use his Byakugan to pinpoint the elusive feline amid the labyrinth of buildings. Yakumo deployed a basic hypnotic genjutsu, sending the bad-tempered, scratch-happy animal into slumber. Kagura mapped out the quickest route, letting them complete the mission in 15 minutes. a task that took most teams half a day. During weeding tasks, Kagura had Takuma practice using gentle fist to snip unwanted roots with pinpoint precision, refining his chakra control, while Yakumo used her mental abilities to sense underground pests. Boring as these missions seemed, under Kagura's arrangement, they became intriguing forms of training. Amidst these seemingly monotonous tasks, the three grew closer as a team, their synergy strengthening before their own eyes. Takuma ceased questioning every one of Kagura's decisions, realizing that this person's mind truly worked better than his own. Yakumo became noticeably more cheerful. She found that as long as her teammates were there, even her frail body could summon unexpected energy, and she could be someone useful to the team. And Kagura remained the gentle, steadfast heart of the team. He never spoke more than necessary, yet every word he uttered hit the mark and solved problems as they arose. After a month of D-rank missions, Minato called a halt. The initial stage of teamwork is complete, he announced when they gathered. You have learned how to function well as a team and handle simple missions together. From today, we will begin focused individual training. Minato crafted personalized training plans for each of them. For Takuma Hyuga, Minato would personally step in, engaging him in intense taijutsu sparring sessions. He refrained from using the body flicker technique, relying solely on pure martial skills and battle experience far beyond Takuma's own. Through this, he helped Takuma refine his gentle fist and shore up his weaknesses when facing speed-based ninja. For Yakumo Kurama, Minato's approach focused on the basics. He didn't let Yakumo further develop her formidable but perilous genjutsu. Instead, he oversaw her through rigorous physical conditioning and chakra control exercises. He understood clearly that a strong soul required a resilient body to support it. Otherwise, that power would become nothing but a harbinger of doom. Yet for Kagura, Minato's method was the most unorthodox. He handed Kagura a key. This is the key to the second archive of the Konoha Library, Minato said. That room holds nearly all the strategic scrolls and records of legendary battles since our village's founding. Your greatest asset lies in your mind, so fortify it with the wisdom of those who came before us. Minato didn't teach Kagura any specific ninjutsu or taijutsu techniques. Instead, he chose a method best suited to Kagura, and one that gave him genuine satisfaction: the privilege of free access to the vast treasury of knowledge. For Kagura, this was worth far more than learning any A-rank jutsu. From that day forward, Kagura's daily routine gained a new entry. After completing team training, he would spend hours alone in the library until closing time. He devoured those scrolls, each line bearing witness to past strife and sacrifice. He read of the fateful battle at the Valley of the End between the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha, the forbidden techniques pioneered by the second Hokage, and even the latest intelligence analyses on the ongoing Third Great Ninja War. Layer by layer, the true face of this world was unveiling itself before his eyes. He was no longer just a traveler who happened to know the plot. He was beginning to truly understand how this world worked. Beyond the assignments Minato set, Kagura began to seek out knowledge for himself. One day, tucked away in a neglected corner of the archive, he discovered a dust-caked scroll. Though the label was partially worn away, the title could still be made out: a research report on ninja tool materials and their chakra conductivity. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Kagura's eyes. He slowly unfurled the scroll. Inside, meticulous notes detailed the various reactions of different metals, minerals, and even some rare woods when infused with chakra, all described with strikingly technical precision. His attention caught on a particular entry: chakra metal, a rare or found only in the land of iron. It possesses exceptional chakra conductivity and an astounding level of resilience, making it the ideal material for crafting the finest ninja blades. The report noted that this metal could even withstand the most intense lightning release chakra transformations without fracturing. Kagura's fingers glided softly over the scroll's description of chakra metal. His own steel short sword could no longer bear the high-intensity lightning annihilation technique. After prolonged experimentation, hairline cracks had begun to form along the blade's surface, so fine they were barely visible to the naked eye. A standard-issue blade simply couldn't contain his power. He needed a more suitable vessel. The archives of the Konoha Library opened a new door for Kagura. He devoured the blood and fire-soaked wisdom within like a ravenous sponge, but he knew knowledge alone could not be forged into a weapon. He had found a theory, but lacked the materials and the opportunity to bring it to life. Opportunity arrived quietly, a month and a half after he became a genin. Minato Namikaze summoned Team 11 for a meeting, wearing a more serious look than ever before. The trial period for D-rank missions is over, he began, getting straight to the point. Your teamwork and efficiency have surpassed even my expectations. Starting today, we'll be taking on C-rank missions. Determination blazed instantly in Hyuga Tokima's eyes. Kurama Yakumo, on the other hand, gripped her hands nervously. The leap from hunting stray cats and pulling weeds to true ninja work made her uneasy. For our first C-rank mission, Minato produced a scroll from his robes. We'll be escorting a weaponsmith. Mr. Furukawa needs to travel to the Land of Iron to procure a batch of special ore. At that moment, Kagura's heart quickened, just barely. The Land of Iron. Chakra metal. This is Mr. Furukawa. Minato introduced a stocky, middle-aged man whose hands were rough and callous from years at the forge. Don't let me down, kids, Furukawa said, his tone more brusque than polite, his stubbornness a mark of his trade. My cargo's important, so no slip-ups on the road. Rest assured, Mr. Furukawa, Minato replied with a gentle smile. They're my top students. The mission briefing ended quickly. Their goal, ensure the client's safe arrival in the Land of Iron. The mission was expected to last 10 days. For Team 11, this was their first true journey beyond the village, stepping into a wider and far more dangerous world. Early the next morning, at Konoha's main gate, Kagura and his teammates slung their packs over their shoulders and, alongside Furukawa and under Minato's lead, completed their departure procedures. As they walked beyond those familiar gates and looked back, the Hokage rock loomed in the dawn, solemn and majestic. A completely different feeling welled up inside. The village had been a sanctuary, but beyond its bounds lay the true world of shinobi. Their journey was monotonous and swift. Minato kept a precise pace for the team, ensuring progress while keeping Yakumo within the limits of her stamina. Takuma's Byakugan had been active since their departure, never closing for a moment. He served as the squad's radar. No hidden watchful gaze in the shadows could escape his perception. Kagura walked in the center of the group. He appeared relaxed, but in truth, his mind-net technique already enveloped everything within a 200-meter radius, attuned to every faint movement in the grass or sway of the wind. On the third day, they encountered their first trouble. 300 meters ahead, in the woods to the right, 7 chakra signatures, Takuma whispered his report. They aren't strong. Most likely bandits. Minato didn't speak. He simply glanced at Kagura. This was a test, Kagura's test, to see how the team's brain would direct them in real combat. Kagura acted immediately. Takuma, circle from the left, and neutralize their archers first. Yakumo, prepare your jinjutsu. Wait for my signal. Mr. Furukawa, please remain where you are and don't move. What about you? Takuma asked. I'll go straight in and draw their attention. Kagura strode out from the group, all alone. The bandits ahead spotted what appeared to be just an inexperienced kid and immediately burst out in raucous, nasty laughter. Leave your money and your goods, brat. Kagura said nothing. He waited for Takuma to get in position, waited for the bandits' full attention to focus entirely on him. Now he commanded inwardly, time to act. Almost simultaneously, 2 sharp, cut-off cries echoed from the woods to their left. Takuma moved like a phantom, his gentle fist technique precisely knocking out their ranged attackers. The bandits wavered, thrown into confusion. Jinjutsu, veil of mist technique. Yakumo's voice rang out from behind. An invisible ripple of chakra swept through. To the bandits, Kagura's figure blurred and multiplied, his form splitting, overlapping, impossible to tell which was real. Kagura seized the moment, darting forward in a sudden burst. He didn't waste chakra on advanced jutsu, only the most basic body flicker technique. The kunai in his hand struck like a snake's fangs, its hilt landing with pinpoint accuracy and efficiency on the napes of the remaining 5 bandits, dropping them instantly. His movements were crisp and sharp, not the slightest bit wasted. By the time the jinjutsu faded, the fight was already over. 7 bandits lay prone, all rendered helpless. Furukawa looked on, utterly stunned. He hadn't expected these kids, who looked as though they hardly knew the smell of battle, to move with such practiced skill and work together in seamless harmony, nothing like rookies. Minato nodded in quiet approval from the side. The team pressed onward. The closer they drew to the border of the Land of Fire, the heavier the air seemed to become. Even here, the scent of war lingered faintly, impossible to ignore. As they passed through a narrow canyon, a thick, metallic tang of blood wafted toward them on the breeze. Minato's expression turned instantly grave. Everyone stay alert. They navigated the bend in the canyon with utmost caution. The scene that met their eyes made Tokima and Yakumo's faces pale. Yakumo, unable to bear it, doubled over in a fit of dry heaving. In the clearing ahead lay more than a dozen corpses. Judging by their forehead protectors and attire, they belonged to no known shinobi village. Perhaps they were a wandering band of mercenaries. The fatal wounds were all clean and decisive, throats or hearts pierced, each felled with a single, lethal blow. There's no sign a struggle took place. Tokima activated his Byakugan, swiftly scanning the area. These people were killed in an instant. They didn't even have time to react, let alone defend themselves. Minato leapt to kneel beside one of the bodies, examining the wound with care. His brow knit with concern. The cut is fine, the edge is smooth. This was done using an extremely thin wire, or some kind of special weapon. His tone grew grave. And look here. He pointed to the corpse's neck, revealing a minuscule puncture mark, barely visible unless one looked very closely. Kagura's pupils contracted ever so slightly. He recognized this signature immediately. Precision. Efficiency. Not a single trace left behind. Assassination, carried out with ruthless economy. This was the trademark method of Danzo's subordinates, the covert faction known as Root. Sensei, is this? Tokima couldn't help but begin. Don't ask. Minato cut him off, rising briskly to his feet. This isn't our concern. This place is dangerous. We need to leave now. A palpable tension descended upon the group. For the first time, Tokima and Yakumo experienced firsthand the deeper darkness lurking beneath the surface of wartime. Kagura followed silently at the rear, knowing full well that this was but the tip of the iceberg. Root, the shadow cast by Konoha at its darkest, already had its tendrils woven deeply throughout the shinobi world. At last, on the 7th day of their journey, they arrived at their destination. The land of iron. The biting cold replaced the land of fire's familiar warmth and humidity. Distant mountains loomed, mantled in dazzling white snow. The architecture here was a world apart from Konoha's, marked by simple, rugged lines, unyielding and austere. At the border, samurai in heavy armor and long swords at their hips stood sentinel everywhere. Their gazes, sharp as drawn blades, swept over every passerby with cool scrutiny and an ever-watchful wariness. Furukawa let out a long breath, a smile of relief flickering across his face. Kagura, meanwhile, let his gaze slip past the armored warriors, settling on a city nestled deep in the valley beyond. He could make out the silhouettes of countless forges, their chimneys spewing thick black smoke toward the leaden sky. Chakra metal, the very material he needed for the vessel, was right here. The air in a land of iron smelled nothing like Konoha. It was thick with coal, smoke, and the tang of rust, a harshness that seemed to catch in the throat. All around, his ears were bombarded by the ceaseless clang of hammer striking anvil. From dawn until dusk, without pause, a clamor that frayed the nerves. On these streets, smiles were a rare sight. Those who passed by were stoic warriors clad in heavy armor, swords at their sides, their faces as cold and unyielding as the steel they carried. Yet their employer, Furukawa, seemed right at home. He even drew in a deep breath of that acrid air, a look of satisfaction flickering across his face. Now this is a real place, he murmured. Led by Master Minato, they headed straight for the largest keep at the city center. This fortress belonged to Mifune, the land of iron's general. Any deal Furukawa hoped to make would need his approval first. As genin, they naturally weren't qualified to take part in such high-level talks. They were shown into a side chamber to wait for news, 2 upright warriors standing guard at the door, their gazes sharp as blades. This place is suffocating, Takuma whispered. He was clearly out of his element in this place. The way the locals looked at them bristled with open suspicion, and just a trace of barely hidden contempt. Well, this is the country of the samurai, Kagura replied calmly, settling into a corner and closing his eyes in quiet meditation. He could sense that, 8 times out of 10, those guards' eyes were fixed on him. Word of his victory over Hyuga Takuma in their graduation exam had likely arrived here, along with their assignment papers. Just then, a young warrior entered, carrying a tea tray with stiff, uncertain movements. After setting down the teacups, he began to leave, then paused, eyes lingering on Takuma. So you're the Hyuga clan's ninja? Takuma frowned and gave a curt nod. I've heard that your gentle fist technique is impressive, the young warrior said with a hint of pride. But in the face of a samurai's sword, it's nothing more than a cheap trick. Takuma's hand clenched into a fist, the honor of the Hyuga not something he would allow anyone to insult. He started to rise, but a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Kagura, our mission is to keep Mr. Furukawa safe. Kagura's voice was calm and emotionless. Not to argue whether fist or sword is superior. If you've got energy to spare, save it for the battlefield, where it matters. The young warrior flushed deep red, as if he wished to retort. But Kagura had already turned away, addressing Takuma instead. Sit down. Don't forget who you're representing here. We're speaking for Konoha now. Takuma glanced at Kagura, then at the swaggering samurai, but in the end, chose silence and returned to his seat. Kagura's words were like a bucket of cold water, quenching the anger that had almost flared up in him. The young samurai, sensing the awkwardness, let out a dismissive snort and turned on his heel to leave. Yo, Tokima wanted to say something. He did it on purpose. Kagura cut him off. He's testing us. If we lose our tempers here, it'll only make Master Minato's negotiations more difficult. Don't let your emotions get the better of you, Tokima. That's the one mistake a ninja should never make. Tokima was stunned. As he looked at Kagura's calm face, he realized for the first time that this peer of his had inner depths far beyond what he'd imagined. The talk dragged on for a long time. By the time Furukawa and Minato emerged, dusk was falling. Furukawa looked elated. Clearly, the negotiations had gone smoothly. All right, that's it for today, Minato announced. Accommodations have been arranged for us in town. Tomorrow, Mr. Furukawa will inspect the ore and will be in charge of security. You're free to spend your time as you like now, but remember, don't cause trouble. After they were dismissed, Tokima and Yakumo headed back to their rooms to rest. But Kagura didn't even stop for a drink of water. He walked straight out of the inn, not to wander the bustling streets, but directly toward the district thick with smokestacks, the forging quarter. Here was the only place that might have the vessel he needed. He visited more than a dozen sizable weapon shops, asking at each one if they sold raw chakra metal or... Every answer was the same, a resolute shake of the head. You must be joking, kid. One shop owner eyed him as if he were crazy. That's a strategic material. General Mifune himself keeps it under lock and key. There's no way it's for sale. Kagura's heart sank. The worst had happened. There was simply no way he could obtain what he wanted through official channels. Steal it? Take it by force? Not only was he nowhere near strong enough. If he tried, it would be an open declaration of war on both the Land of Iron and the Hidden Leaf. The road ahead was cut off. Kagura didn't return to the inn. Instead, like a ghost, he slipped through the forging district's tangled web of alleys. The steady ringing of hammers on anvils became the backdrop to his thoughts. If he couldn't buy the material, he needed a new approach. What he truly needed wasn't a lump of ore. It was a vessel forged from chakra metal. So what he really needed was a craftsman he could trust, someone skilled enough to work with this supreme material. His attention shifted away from storefronts cluttered with mass-produced weapons to the unremarkable, even run-down, little workshops tucked out of sight. One by one, he took in each shop, listening to the symphony of work within. Some shops rang with hurried, staccato beats. Others thudded with slow, heavy blows. What he searched for was a unique rhythm, the perfect fusion of man and metal, hammer and flame. He had no idea how much time had passed before he finally stopped at the end of the most secluded alleyway. At the very end, there was only a tiny blacksmith shop, so modest that it didn't even have a proper signboard. Inside the dim-lit workshop, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow stood bare-chested, swinging a heavy iron hammer in his hands. He wasn't forging a sword, nor shaping a kunai. All he was doing was hammering a glowing, red-hot billet of iron, again and again. With every rise and fall of his hammer, the strength, the angle, the rhythm, each was flawless without the slightest error. This wasn't just smithing, it looked far more like a form of meditation. Kagura stood at the doorway, waiting a full hour without moving. Only when the old man struck for the last time and sent the iron billet back into the blazing forge did he finally raise his head. His clouded eyes turned toward Kagura. Do you need something, little brat from Konoha? Kagura stepped inside and placed on the workbench a steel short blade, one that he himself had tainted with lightning destruction in the Forest of Death, its surface now covered in countless tiny fractures. The old man picked up the blade and glanced at it, frowning. This blade is finished. Its soul has been erased by a power far more ruthless than steel can bear. Kagura's heart thudded sharply in his chest. The old man had seen the essence of lightning destruction with just a single look. He offered no explanation. Instead, Kagura bowed deeply before the old man. I would like to ask you to forge something for me. His voice was earnest beyond words. I'll take care of the materials myself. The old man's cloudy gaze swept up and down Kagura multiple times. The way he looked wasn't that of someone sizing up a mere 10-year-old child. It was more like he was evaluating a hunk of untested or measuring its worth, searching for its flaws. You want me to make something for you? The old man snorted, his voice rasping like iron grinding against iron. Kid, do you take this place for a market stall? If you want me, Tizai, to forge your weapon, you'd better prove you're worthy. He pointed at a few blades hanging from the wall. Each one was crafted with simple grace, yet the glint of cold steel along their edges seemed to cool the entire room. My name is Tizai, the old man declared, picking up his hammer again. It sounded more like a statement of fact than an introduction. In my whole life of smithing, I have only ever forged for 3 kinds of clients. First, those who can afford prices that scrape the heavens. Second, those who bring materials that are truly worthy of my skill. And third, heroes who are worth the swing of my hammer. He glanced at Kagura's empty hands, and his eyes carried undisguised scorn. So, which are you? Kagura knew such a test was inevitable. A master who could see through the flaws of his short blade at a glance was never going to grant the request of a stranger child so easily. I don't have any money, Kagura admitted openly. As for the materials, like I said, I'll find my own way. And as for whether or not I'm worthy. He paused, meeting Tetsusai's gaze with calm confidence. You have to give me a chance to prove it. Tetsusai hadn't expected this kid to be so composed, not intimidated at all by his presence. That piqued his curiosity. Prove it? How do you plan to do that? You are the master of the forge, Kagura offered a subtle compliment. No one understands fire, iron, or control better than you. I think anyone who can't even manage the basics of fire isn't worthy of your skill. Tetsusai set down his hammer and narrowed his eyes. Oh, are you saying you understand fire? I know a thing or two. Tetsusai burst out laughing, his booming voice making the dust rain down from the rafters. A ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, daring to talk fire in front of an old smith like me? Fine, let's see just what you've got. He pointed to the massive forge beside them. The fire was blazing, glowing a vivid red. See that bellows over there? Said Tetsusai. Go and pull it. I want you to keep that furnace burning at exactly this temperature for the next 3 hours. Not hotter, not cooler. If the charcoal runs low, add more yourself. Can you manage that? It sounded simple, but in truth, it was a merciless test. The forge's temperature relied entirely on the strength and rhythm used to work the bellows. If you pumped too fast, the flames would surge out of control. Too slowly, and the heat would drop. To maintain the fire at an unwavering level for 3 hours straight demanded absolute precision and extraordinary endurance. An impossible feat for a 10-year-old. I accept, Kagura replied without a moment's hesitation, shrugging off his jacket. He stepped up to the forge. The heat struck him like a wave, so intense it made him catch his breath. He grasped the rough handle of the bellows, feeling its weight settle in his hands. Yet he didn't begin right away. Instead, he stood silently for a full 5 minutes. He watched the hue of the flames, listened to the fire's roar, sensed the fluctuation of heat. In his own way, he studied the temperament of the blaze, committing every detail to memory. Tetsusai folded his arms and watched, saying nothing, as if settling in for a good show. Then Kagura moved. He worked the bellows. His motion was steady, neither fast nor slow, with a rhythm uniquely his own. Each push and pull, the force was uncannily consistent. He didn't rely on brute strength. Instead, he applied his most refined chakra control technique, investing every ounce of force, no more, no less, precisely into operating the bellows. The furnace fire, under his careful command, burned steadily, unwavering, not flickering for a single moment. Time slipped by, second after second. Hot. Incredibly, unbearably hot. Sweat soaked through Kagura's underclothes in no time, streaming down his cheeks and dripping to the floor, where it vanished the instant it touched the stone, swallowed by the heat. The temperature in the room was staggering, almost suffocating. Kagura felt as though his lungs would ignite at any moment. The wooden handle of the bellows grew steadily heavier to his grasp. Yet the rhythm of his movements never once faltered, not by the slightest beat. His mind was utterly focused, every strand of concentration taut as a bowstring. He wasn't just pulling the bellows, he was cultivating himself. This was a training far duller and more testing of the soul than controlling a falling leaf or taming the force of lightning. An hour passed. The look of amusement on Tetsusai's face faded, replaced by a somber seriousness. After 2 hours, Tetsusai's brow had knotted in a deep frown. He realized this kid's focus was almost superhuman. Kagura was like a statue, except for the constant motion of his arms at the bellows. The rest of his body may as well have been carved from stone. 2.5 hours in, the coal in the furnace began to fail, the flames weakening just a hint. Kagura, who had kept his eyes closed until now, suddenly opened them wide. He didn't cease moving the bellows. With his free hand, he deftly grabbed a nearby shovel, scooping exactly 3 pieces of charcoal, no more no less. With a practiced twist to the wrist, he tossed them into the heart of the furnace, all in one seamless motion, without missing a beat at the bellows. The fire dimmed for the blink of an eye, then flared back, regaining its full intensity. 3 hours, at long last, were up. When Kagura finally let go of the handle, his whole body wavered, nearly sending him tumbling to the floor. His lips were cracked and dry, his complexion ghostly pale. Every inch of him was drenched, as if he had just been pulled from a river. He looked at Tetsusai, his voice hoarse. I did it. For a long time, Tetsusai was silent. He stepped up to the forge, feeling the heat of the flames himself. No different than when he'd left 3 hours before. Turning back, he studied the boy before him anew, taking in the pools of sweat and the steadiness in those eyes. His gaze had changed entirely. "You're a monster," he said at last, after a long pause. "Now, am I worthy?" Kagura asked. "You are," Tetsusai nodded. "However, the question of materials remains. How do you propose to solve that? I'll tell you now, even if you sold the entire hidden leaf, you wouldn't get much chakra metal in trade." "I'll find a way," Kagura replied. Tetsusai stared at him a moment longer. Then, suddenly, his lips split into a grin, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "No need to bother." He made his way to the farthest corner of the forge, straining as he dragged out a heavy wooden chest locked tight, hidden behind a pile of scrap metal. He unlocked it, and inside lay several ingots of metal, glowing faintly with an uncanny blue shimmer. These were the chakra metals that Kagura had dreamed about owning. "This is a private stash I came across when I was a young man traveling the world," Tizai said, his gaze complicated as he looked over the metal. "I'd planned to use it for my own magnum opus, a final blade to seal my legacy. But alas, I never found a subject worthy of such a masterpiece." He looked up at Kagura. "Now I have." He didn't say a word about money. At his level, wealth had long since become a trivial concern. What he wanted now was a chance to pour the last of his soul into a work of perfection. In 3 hours of relentless focus, Kagura had earned that precious chance. "Kid, what's your name?" Tizai asked. "Kagura." "All right, Kagura." Tizai closed the chest. "Tell me, what kind of blade do you want to forge from these treasures?" Kagura gazed at the chakra metal ingots, slowly releasing a deep, heavy breath. A sword that can channel thunder." In the dim confines of the forge, Tizai's old eyes shone with an intensity that was almost intimidating. "A sword that can channel thunder?" he echoed, tossing his hammer to the ground with a booming clang. "Kid, I've spent my whole life at the forge, and I've never heard such nonsense. What do you expect me to make? A lightning rod for you?" Kagura wasn't fazed by his attitude. He knew that craftsmen of real skill grew more eccentric with age. One had to stroke their pride and convince them your request was sincere, not some flight of fancy. "Master Tizai, I'm not speaking in metaphors," Kagura explained, absolutely serious. "My chakra is unusual. It's overbearing, fiercely corrosive to metal. Ordinary steel barely lasts a few uses before my chakra wears it out." He pushed his already ruined short sword forward and pointed at the fine cracks on its blade. "See these? That's what my chakra does." The claim was a white lie, though it sat close enough to the truth. The power of lightning's end was far more destructive than even chakra's corrosion. Saying it ate through metal wasn't much of an exaggeration. Tizai narrowed his eyes, bending closer to study the cracks. With rough, calloused fingers, he ran his hand along the blade. "No, that's not corrosion," he muttered, shaking his head. "This is more like something's been erased from the very core. The power at work here isn't damaging the metal. It makes the iron itself vanish." Kagura's heart skipped a beat. This old man's eyes were frighteningly sharp. "That's why I need chakra metal." Kagura decided not to explain further and went straight to his point. "I need a vessel that's both tough enough and good at conducting energy to keep this unruly power of mine contained." Tetsusai didn't pursue the matter any further. He fell silent for a long while, leaving only the crackle and pop of the forge's fire to fill the room. "There are many kinds of blades," he suddenly spoke. "Long ones, short ones, broad, narrow. What kind do you want?" "Short," Kagura replied without hesitation. "About 1.5 feet in length, with a straight blade, no curve. Easy for stabbing and equally good for slashing. The hilt must be sturdy and wrapped with the best sharkskin for grip. No ornate decorations, just a simple, reliable round guard will do. A blade in the style of a wakizashi, but used as a shinobi's tool." Tetsusai nodded in understanding. "You know what you want. You're not after some work of art. You want the purest tool for killing. On the battlefield, only tools survive," Kagura answered calmly. "Well said." Tetsusai slapped his leg in approval. "Just for that, I'm taking this job." The old man seemed invigorated, energized. He dragged out a blueprint from the corner, stained with oil and soot. "Don't just stand there, boy," he shouted at Kagura. "From now on, you're my apprentice. You had all these requirements for your blade. It's only fair you help out too. When the sword's finished, that's when you can leave." And so, in the days that followed, Kagura took up residence in that blisteringly hot, noisy forge. Each day, his task was to follow Tetsusai, learning the craft from the very basics. Pumping the bellows, hammering the iron billet, sharpening on the whetstone. Dirty and exhausting work, but Kagura endured it all in silence, accepting everything without complaint. Tetsusai might have grumbled and cursed, but inwardly, he grew more and more impressed. This kid worked with a focus that was hard to describe. Where most people hammered steel using sheer arm strength, Kagura put his whole body into every swing, each strike of the hammer precise, as if measured by a ruler. Then came the test. Tetsusai had Kagura control the water temperature for quenching. Without a word, Kagura plunged his hand into the icy pool, using his chakra to keep the massive basin of water exactly at the temperature Tetsusai had specified, maintaining it flawlessly for 2 solid hours. By the end, Tetsusai could no longer be bothered to scold. The way he looked at Kagura was as if he were staring at a monster disguised in human skin. While Kagura labored as a helper, Tetsusai finally began working with those rare chakra metals. He didn't forge them right away. Instead, he employed an ancient method completely foreign to Kagura, soaking the metal in an alchemical bath for 3 days and 3 nights. When the 3 days passed, the ingot's strange blue glow had grown deeper, more subdued, and more mysterious. This is to awaken its spirit. For once, Iron Master Taisai offered an explanation. No matter how fine the material, it comes with a temperament of its own. You need to learn its character before you can make it obey your will. The forging had officially begun. TSI's whole presence shifted. He was no longer the grumbling, irascible old man. Now, he resembled a devout believer, offering reverence to his craft. Every swing of his hammer resonated with strength and a rhythmic beauty. Sparks burst in all directions. Under his relentless blows, the chakra-infused metal was drawn out, shaped and refined, inch by inch. Kagura stood by, watching and learning. He studied how Taisai coaxed the flames, how he folded and struck the metal, how he turned simple tools into the means to create a flawless weapon. Meanwhile, in the courier's inn, Takuma Hyuga was diligently practicing gentle fist forms in the courtyard. He repeated the most basic moves again and again, sweat soaking his bangs. Where in the world has that guy gone? He stopped, unable to suppress his complaint. Kagura had been missing for 3 days. Teacher Minato had simply told them he was busy and that they should train on their own, nothing more. Maybe he's doing some kind of secret training. Yakumo Kurama speculated softly from beneath the corridor. She was painting as she spoke, her sketch depicting a shadowy figure swinging a hammer before the flames. Secret training? Takuma scoffed. I bet he just doesn't want to train with us. Who could ever guess what that guy is thinking? Despite his words, Takuma actually admired Kagura quite a bit. During the last bell-stealing exercise, if not for Kagura's plan, the 3 of them would definitely have been sent back to the academy. I don't think Kagura is like that, Yakumo retorted quietly. When he's with us, I just feel safe. Takuma fell silent. He had to admit Yakumo was right. There was something about Kagura, a quiet, inscrutable strength that drew trust from those around him. Just then, Minato Namikaze appeared at the entrance to the courtyard. How's the training going? He asked with a smile. Teacher Minato. The 2 quickly straightened and bowed. Minato approached, examined Takuma's stance, then glanced at Yakumo's painting. Very good, you've both stayed committed. He nodded. I know you're thinking about Kagura. In a team, the most important thing is trust. Trust your captain, just as he trusts all of you. Is he really training? Takuma's curiosity finally got the better of him. Minato looked toward the forge, his eyes taking on a deeper meaning. He's forging something sharper for himself and for the team. He's making us a new Fong. 7 days later, in the forge, the final step began. Quenching. Taisai pulled the glowing red blade blank from the raging furnace. His eyes, fixed on Kagura, were graver than ever before. Kid, it's your turn now. He pointed to the pool of quenching liquid prepared nearby. This blade was conceived by your will. Now breathe your soul into it. Wrap it with your chakra. Let every part of it remember your essence. Success or failure hangs on this very moment. Kagura nodded. He moved to the quenching pool and pressed his hands into the water. Pure chakra streamed from him, pouring into the liquid without restraint. Now, Taisai bellowed. With a forceful motion, the incandescent blade blank was plunged into the water. A fierce hiss exploded forth. A thick cloud of white steam surged and filled the entire room in an instant. Kagura felt an icy, razor-sharp aura rush from the pool, pouring directly into his own body. Within him, the power of the Thunder Dragon stirred. As if sensing something, it began to roil gently in response. When a mist finally cleared, Taisai was holding a brand new sword. Its blade was pitch black, absorbing light rather than reflecting it, like a shard of obsidian that swallowed the sun. The straight, flawless edge exuded a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. He handed the blade to Kagura. Take it. Kagura received the sword. The sensation was strange in his grasp, neither heavy nor light, but as natural an extension of his arm as if it belonged there. He sensed the blade hungered, almost yearning for something. Tentatively, he channeled a thin stream of his armament haki into the sword. The fierce energy met no resistance. It flowed effortlessly into the blade, as smoothly as a brook spilling into the sea. On that dark, lightless surface, an even deeper shadow seemed to flicker and pass. It was done. This was his vessel. Taisai bundled the new sword together with a plain black wooden scabbard, shoving it into Kagura's grasp. "Now get out of here," the old man grumbled impatiently, waving him off. "Don't embarrass me." The blade was cool in Kagura's grip. He could feel a faint, dangerous aura leaking from the sheathed weapon. With great respect, he bowed deeply to Taisai. "Thank you, master." "Save your thanks," Taisai replied, already swinging his hammer, metal ringing sharply as he worked a plain billet of iron. "I just got itchy hands and wanted to see what the best materials could create. If nothing else, that sword won't be wasted in your hands." Without glancing up, he added, "This blade has a wild streak, like thunder. Its bite is this keen edge. From now on, call it Raiga, the Fong of Thunder." "Raiga," Kagura repeated, the name lingering softly on his lips. It fit perfectly. He said nothing more, quietly turning to leave the forge, a place reeking of coal and iron, but also the very place that had given him new life. When Kagura returned to the post station with a new blade, both Tokima and Yakumo were left in shock. "Ew, you've been missing these past few days just to get a sword?" Tokima circled Kagura, his face practically pressed up against the weapon in wonder. "Wow, that's so cool." Yakumo, meanwhile, was captivated by something else entirely. Though the scabbard and hilt of Raiga were decidedly unadorned, the sheer simplicity of the design lent the weapon a unique sense of elegance. Kagura only smiled, offering no explanation. Minato Namikaze stepped out from his room. When he spotted Raiga hanging at Kagura's waist, a knowing look flashed in his eyes. He asked nothing, simply clapping his hands together. "All right, Mr. Furukawa's business has been taken care of. Gather your things. Let's get ready to head back to the village." The journey home felt lighter than before. With Tokima's Byakugan and Kagura's uncanny sensory ability, they were always able to avoid unnecessary trouble well in advance. Yakumo, too, had grown stronger under Minato's diligent supervision, no longer needing frequent breaks along the way. Their group made swift progress, and in just 2 days, they were nearing the edge of the Iron Country's mountain ranges. The turning point came just as they entered the thick woods at the border of the Land of Fire. "Stop!" For the first time, Minato's voice rang out with stern authority. Almost the instant he spoke, 3 shadowy figures burst from the forest, fanning out like arrow points in a triangular assault. "Ambush!" Tokima shouted, activating his Byakugan as he rushed to shield Furukawa and Yakumo. 3 enemies, all with chakra levels above Chunin. 2 of the attackers lunged straight for Minato at the front. The last curved with cunning precision, aiming for the weakest point in their formation, the client, Furukawa. Minato's expression hardened. In a blur, he vanished from where he stood. A heartbeat later, 2 anguished cries echoed from the depths of the forest. It took him only a second to dispatch those 2 foes. But the enemy targeting Furukawa was now dangerously close. He was a man with a scar running down his face, eyes full of malice, kunai glinting with a poisonous, sickly green. With a furious roar, Tokima rushed in to confront him. "Not on my watch." "Gentle fist." "Out of the way, brat," the scar-faced man snarled, twisting his body at an uncanny angle to evade Tokima's palm strike. The poison kunai still darted unerringly toward Furukawa. From the start, the client had been his target. Tokima tried to recover, but he was already too late. Just then, a figure even faster than the assailant moved to block the strike, placing herself in front of Furukawa. It was Kagura, another lamb to the slaughter. The scar-faced man's eyes flashed with cruelty. But Kagura neither looked at him nor at his kunai. All his focus was fixed on the blade at his waist, Raiga, and then he drew his sword. He had rehearsed this move in his mind countless times. The chakra within him surged instantly along a small, well-tempered circuit he had refined over and over again. A faint surge of armament haki was decisively torn free and then collided fiercely with his chakra. The whole process was smooth and seamless. A mere 1.5 seconds of preparation was flawlessly hidden within the act of drawing his blade. When the blade of Thunderfong was fully unsheathed, that devastating power happened to settle onto the pitch-black blade. There were no crackling flashes of lightning like Chidori, nor any swirling currents like wind release. It simply became even darker, so dark it seemed to draw in the light around it. The poison-rigged kunai, wielded by the scar-faced man, was already thrust toward Kagura's face. Kagura responded simply, angling Thunderfong upward with an effortless parry. The 2 weapons were about to meet. A savage grin stretched across the scarred man's face. He could already imagine Kagura's sword being knocked aside by his poison kunai, followed by an easy finish, dispatching both the boy and the client behind him. But the expected metallic clang never came. Thunderfong's blade slid into the steel of the poison kunai in absolute silence. It was like a hot knife gliding through butter, unimpeded, effortless. The poison kunai split neatly in two. The grin froze on the scarred man's face. Thunderfong's arc continued, leaving a faint black trace across his astonished features. Kagura passed by him, resheathing his sword. The scar-faced man maintained his forward lunge, standing dazed at the spot. He looked down at the broken kunai in his hands, then reached up and touched his own face. Then, a straight black line appeared from the center of his brow down to his chin. No blood flowed. His body followed that black seam, sliding apart to both sides and collapsing to the ground. The wound's surface was smooth as glass, as if scorched instantly by an intense heat, every bit of flesh and sinew reduced to charred remains. He hadn't even managed to scream. The entire sequence had unfolded in the blink of an eye. When Minato dispatched the other two enemies and returned, this was the scene that greeted him. Tokima and Yakumo looked at Kagura as if they were seeing a monster. Kagura stood quietly, his expression calm, as if he had done nothing more than wave away a trivial nuisance. He slowly let out a long, quiet breath. Only he knew that in that fleeting moment, nearly a third of his chakra had been drained. He glanced down at Thunderfong in his hand. The blade remained as black as ink, spotless, and without a single scratch. Lightning annihilation, field test confirmed. The power exceeded expectations, but the energy expenditure remained within the calculated limits. Excellent. The forest was eerily silent. Even the rustling of wind through the leaves now sounded harsh and grating. Takuma Hyuga was still holding his gentle fist stance, his whole body frozen in place. Yakumo Kurama's face had gone deathly pale. Instinctively, she covered her mouth with her hand, struggling not to make a sound. Both of their eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the body lying on the ground, cleanly sliced in two. That sight utterly surpassed anything their understanding of the word combat could encompass. The client, Furukawa, a gruff, foul-mouthed blacksmith throughout the journey, was now slumped on the ground, legs trembling so fiercely that a dark stain had spread across the front of his trousers. His gaze toward Kagura was that of a man seeing a demon claw its way out of hell. Silently, Minato Namikaze appeared at the scene. He glanced at the corpse, then at Kagura, who was standing quietly, wiping non-existent dust from his sword sheath. For the first time, Minato's eyes became unreadable, giving away nothing of what he was thinking. Takuma, Yakumo, secure the perimeter. Minato's voice shattered the heavy stillness. He didn't raise his voice, yet it held a compelling force that instantly snapped the two shaken youngsters out of their stupor. Yes, sir. Takuma responded quickly, forcing himself to look away from the body and immediately activating his Byakugan to scan the surroundings, alert and vigilant. Yakumo steadied herself, retrieved a few explosive tags from her tool's pouch, and began swiftly placing makeshift traps around Furukawa. Minato strode over to the corpse and crouched down. He paid no attention to the gruesome wound, focusing instead on carefully searching the dead man's ninja gear and clothing. A missing nin from Kusagakure, he concluded quickly. A bounty hunter, most likely after the transaction ledger in Mr. Furukawa's possession. Rising, he now held two scrolls in his hand. He tossed one to Kagura. You've all done exceptionally well. This mission has long surpassed C rank. It qualifies as B rank now. Even as he spoke, Minato worked efficiently to erase all traces from the scene. Kagura, dispose of that body. Takuma, handle your side as well. We need to be gone before the umbu from the leaf arrive. His tone was calm, as if discussing something as routine as breakfast. That aura of professionalism and composure spread quickly to everyone present. Takuma and Yakumo stopped trembling, launching into their tasks with efficiency and order. Kagura nodded and approached the body. Without the slightest hesitation, he formed a quick series of hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A surge of searing flame burst from his mouth, engulfing the corpse and every trace of blood nearby. The heat was intense. In less than a minute, all that remained was a patch of blackened ash on the ground. After he finished all this, he glanced at his own hands, still a little youthful. This was the first time he had killed someone with his own hands. He felt nothing inside. No excitement, no disgust. It was as though he had simply stepped on an ant blocking his path. Even he himself wondered if something was wrong with him. The road back became heavy with silence. No one spoke again. Takuma stopped complaining about the journey's boredom, and Yakumo put her drawing board away. Within the group, only the sounds of the wind and their footsteps accompanied their march. Kagura could feel it, two gazes falling upon him now and then. One came from Takuma, walking beside him. That look was complex, a mix of awe, confusion, and even a trace of fear. The other gaze came from Minato-sensei at the front of the group. His look was veiled, hard to read, but Kagura knew the teacher was watching him. The Raiga sword at his waist now felt like a brand, a constant reminder to everyone of what had happened a few days before. That night, they'd camped by a little stream. After Minato-sensei announced they'd rest, Takuma and Yakumo both kept their distance from Kagura, each settling apart and quietly chewing on their rations. Kagura didn't mind. He went alone to the edge of the stream and washed his face in the cool water. Kagura. Minato's voice came from behind. Kagura turned. Minato-sensei was standing there, the usual smile gone, his expression replaced with gentle seriousness that was impossible to refuse. "Let's talk," he said. Together, they walked to a large boulder away from camp and sat. Minato got straight to the point. That day, what you used wasn't an ordinary blade technique. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. Yes, Kagura admitted. He knew, before that golden flash, any lie would be laughable. That power, it's strong, but dangerous. Minato met his eyes. And it must take a heavy toll on you, doesn't it? Here it comes. Kagura knew this was a threshold he couldn't avoid crossing. It does, he nodded, letting just the right touch of weariness and helplessness show on his face. It's a secret technique I figured out myself. By compressing chakra to an extremely high density and changing its properties, I can unleash devastating power for an instant. But, just as you said, it's a huge strain on my chakra pathways. Every use feels like I'm gambling with my own body. He painted a vivid, perhaps slightly exaggerated, picture of the pain he'd endured while developing the lightning annihilation. Of course, the real secret, armament haki, he disguised as extremely high-density chakra compression. It was a half-truth. It explained the source and might of that power, while also justifying its fearsome side effects. Minato listened quietly. As a genius, he could pick out a few inconsistencies in Kagura's story, but he chose not to point them out. Every shinobi has secrets of their own. Forcing the truth out of someone only breeds distance between teacher and student. I understand. He nodded thoughtfully. This is a powerful technique, but it's a double-edged sword. I won't forbid you from using it, Kagura, but remember, don't become overly reliant on this kind of power. His tone became grave, weighted with earnestness. The true strength of a ninja isn't just about how many powerful jutsu he's mastered. What matters more is his will, his comrades, and the resolve to protect what's important. Your mind is your greatest weapon. Don't ever forget that. Yes, I understand, sensei. Kagura bowed his head. With that, the conversation came to an end. Kagura knew that, for now, he'd managed to get through. Minato-sensei accepted his explanation, but the seed of doubt had already taken root. From now on, he would have to be even more cautious. The next day, a subtle shift was noticeable in the atmosphere of the team. At breakfast, Takuma hesitated for a long time before finally sitting beside Kagura. "Hey," he said, handing over a rice ball. "Thanks for taking the night watch yesterday." Kagura took the rice ball. Then, the two of them ate in silence, neither saying another word. Yet the invisible barrier between them seemed to have faded slightly. Yakumo still didn't dare get too close to Kagura. But the look in her eyes had changed. There was less fear now, and more curiosity. It was almost as if she wanted to capture this mysterious team captain in one of her drawings. A day later, the familiar gates of the Leaf Village finally came into view. Their mission was over. Walking into the village and seeing the peaceful streets again, both Takuma and Yakumo let out long sighs of relief. The feeling of coming home, there was nothing like it. Kagura also relaxed a bit, but it wasn't his body that loosened. It was the tension that had wound tight through his mind. Almost unconsciously, his hand went to the hilt of Raiga at his waist. The cold steel grounded him, keeping his mind razor-sharp. In the Hokage's office, the smoke from the old pipe curled in the air. Hiruzan Sarutobi sat behind his desk, listening to Minato Namikaze's mission report. His expression barely changed, only nodding from time to time. "We encountered 3 rogue, hidden grass ninja during the mission. All have been dealt with. Mr. Furukawa, our client, was safely delivered, and the transaction was carried out without a hitch." Minato's voice was calm, and his report was succinct. There was nothing in his tone to suggest anything amiss. Yet Sarutobi's gaze shifted past Minato, settling on the 3 young shinobi standing behind him. Takuma Hyuga's expression was grave and rigid, as if the weight of something still lingered behind his eyes. Yakumo Kurama stared at the floor, her small hand anxiously clutching the hem of her shirt. For all the world, she seemed uneasy. As for the child named Kagura, he was the most peculiar of them all. From beginning to end, He wore a gentle smile on his face. He looked the most at ease, but for someone as shrewd as Sarutobi, who'd lived half his life in this world, it was clear with a single glance. That gentleness was only a mask. This boy, he was hiding something deep inside. You all did well, Sarutobi said as he set down his pipe, his tone warm and encouraging. For your very first mission outside the village, to complete it so swiftly and cleanly, truly worthy of being Minato's team. That's the praise they deserve, Minato replied with a smile. You may go now, Sarutobi waved a hand. I'm granting you 3 days off to rest up. The path of a ninja is a long one. Yes, Lord Hokage. The three answered in unison, and followed Minato as they left the office. After the door shut quietly behind them, Sarutobi picked up a file from the desk. It was the dossier of all 3 members of Team 11. His fingers paused lightly over Kagura's delicate portrait, tapping it softly. When they stepped out of the Hokage building, the sunlight outside was so dazzling it made it hard to keep one's eyes open. All right, you're dismissed, said Minato-sensei. 3 days from now, we meet at Training Ground 11 at 9 a.m. Not a second late. With those words, he ruffled Yakumo's hair, gave Takuma a friendly slap on the shoulder, nodded to Kagura, and disappeared in a flash technique. That left only the 3 adolescents standing there, exchanging awkward glances, the silence thick and impossible to break. I'll head home first, Yakumo blurted out, unable to stand the quiet any longer, and dashed off like she was escaping. Takuma felt just as awkward. He glanced at Kagura, whose face remained calm as ever, opened his mouth as if to say something, then thought better of it and simply turned toward the Hyuga compound. Kagura stood alone, watching the backs of his 2 teammates. He knew things wouldn't be brushed aside so easily. What had happened in the woods that day was like a hot iron, branding a deep mark in each of their hearts. When he returned to his small apartment, he locked the door behind him. Everything looked the same as always, almost unnaturally spotless. But today he didn't go straight into his usual training routine. He undid Raiga from his waist and laid the sword flat on the table. He sat, quietly gazing at the blade. The pitch-black metal didn't reflect his face, only an abyss of unfathomable darkness. He reached out, fingers trembling just above the edge, but stopped short of touching it. He remembered that rogue ninja with the scarred face. The moment his body was struck, there was no blood, only a blackened char burnt right through. In that moment, he had felt nothing at all. It was as if he'd crushed a bug, just that simple, that numb. He wondered to himself, was there something wrong with him? When a normal person kills for the first time, this isn't how they should feel. He sat at the table, just looking at the sword, Rhea, like that for an entire afternoon. The next day, Kagura got up at the crack of dawn. He didn't go to the training grounds, nor did he visit the library. Instead, he made his way to the commercial street of Konoha. At a sweet shop, he bought a beautifully packaged box of red bean dumplings. After that, he walked to the entrance of the Kurama clan's estate. He didn't go inside. He simply handed the box to the guard at the gate. Please give this to Yakumo Kurama, he said with a gentle smile. Just say it's from a friend. The guard looked a bit puzzled, but he accepted the box nonetheless. With that done, Kagura turned and left without a hint of hesitation. He knew that Yakumo might not eat the treats. She might even throw them away without a second thought. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had to do something. Something that a normal squad leader would do at a time like this. In the afternoon, he appeared outside the Hyuga clan's training ground. He didn't go inside. He watched quietly from a distance. Takuma was sparring with an elder from the main family. He was utterly outmatched, knocked to the ground again and again. Yet every single time, Takuma scrambled back to his feet, eyes full of stubborn determination. Kagura observed for a while before he quietly turned and left. He knew Takuma didn't need comfort. What that guy needed was a target to chase. And Kagura sensed that now he might just be that target. On the 3rd day, the last of the holiday, Kagura went nowhere, staying in his apartment and spending the entire day polishing Rhea. He didn't channel any power into it, simply wiped the inky blade over and over again with the softest cloth. He was getting to know the sword, its weight, its balance, its sharpness. He was telling himself, and telling that blade as well, you are nothing but a tool. And so am I. The 3-day holiday came to an end. At 9 in the morning, Training Ground 11. Kagura was the first to arrive. Not long after, Takuma came as well. There were dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept well, but his energy was unflagging. The 2 of them stood side by side, saying nothing. Yakumo was the last to arrive. She still seemed a little afraid of Kagura, keeping a careful distance between them. But in her arms, she clutched an empty snack box. Minato-sensei showed up right on time. He glanced at the unusual distance between his 3 students and smiled. All right, the break is over, he said, clapping his hands. Starting today, we begin new training. He didn't mention their previous mission, not a single word. Today's lesson is all about teamwork. Minato took out 3 weighted vests from his ninja tool bag. Put them on, he instructed. Then run 100 laps around the training ground. No one falls behind. If even a single person lags, we all start over. Takuma and Yayun's faces fell instantly. Kagura, on the other hand, didn't show much reaction. She quietly picked up a weighted vest and put it on. It felt so heavy. Let's begin, said Teacher Minato, as he leaned against a tree and pulled out his novel once again. Takuma gritted his teeth and put on the vest. Yayun stared at the vest, her face turning pale. With her physical strength, running even 10 laps, let alone 100, seemed impossible. Almost instinctively, she glanced at Kagura. At that moment, Kagura was looking back at her. His gaze was calm and steady. He didn't say a word, just reached out his hand. Yayun froze for a moment. Then, she seemed to understand something. After a brief hesitation, she reached out her small hand and took Kagura's. Watching from the side, Takuma snorted, walked over, and grabbed Yayun's other hand. So the 3 of them stood in a row, holding hands. Very good, Teacher Minato remarked without lifting his head. Now start running. A cool breeze swept across the training grounds. 3 young hands clasped tightly together. Takuma's hand was rough and calloused, evidence of countless hours spent on the training floor. Yayun's hand was tiny, soft, and just a bit chilly. Kagura's hand was neither cold nor warm, steady enough to reassure anyone. Ready, came Teacher Minato's lazy voice from beneath the tree. Go! Takuma was the first to move. Biting his lip, he took off running. Kagura and Yayun were pulled along with him, starting to run as well. The weighted vest was intensely heavy. With each step, it felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on their backs. Not even halfway through the first lap, Yayun's breathing was already a mess. She had the weakest endurance of the 3. Hey, are you sure you can handle this? Takuma snapped, glancing over with a furrowed brow. His tone was a bit harsh, but he only gripped Yayun's hand tighter. He was helping her bear some of the weight. I'm all right. Yayun bit her lip, her little face flushed with effort. Kagura didn't say a word. He simply adjusted his pace to match the rhythm of the other 2. His breathing was so steady, it was as if the heavy vest on his back didn't exist. The first lap was done. The 5th lap was done. By the 10th lap, Yayun had slowed to a near crawl. She was practically being dragged forward by Takuma and Kagura. Sweat streamed down her hair, and she could barely keep her eyes open. Damn it, Takuma cursed under his breath. He wasn't cursing Yayun. He was upset with himself. He was already giving it his all, yet it still felt like an uphill battle. Their team was getting slower and slower. Resting beneath the tree, Teacher Minato turned a page of his book. He didn't even look their way. It was as if he didn't care a bit about the fate of his students. Kagura's mind was racing at full speed. This couldn't go on. Yakumo's stamina was a major weakness. She would reach her limit soon. The strain on Takuma was also intense. He was shouldering most of Yakumo's weight. A change of strategy was necessary. This was far too inefficient. The 20th lap, Yakumo's legs suddenly gave way beneath her, and she collapsed to her knees. She couldn't run another step. I'm sorry. Her voice trembled with the hint of tears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You don't have to worry about me. Takuma stopped, breath coming in heavy bursts. He glanced at Yakumo, kneeling on the ground, then looked off toward their teacher beneath the distant tree. Frustration welled up inside him, but he didn't know who it was meant for. Are we giving up? Kagura suddenly spoke. His voice was calm, revealing nothing of what he felt. Takuma and Yakumo stared at him, surprised, both lifting their heads. I don't want to give up, Takuma said through gritted teeth. I don't want to either, Yakumo sobbed. Good. Kagura released Yakumo's hand. He stepped over until he stood before Takuma. Takuma. What? You carry her. Takuma blinked in surprise. Me? Yes, Kagura nodded. Your physical skills are the best, and your endurance is the strongest. If you carry her, it'll be faster than the 3 of us dragging forward together. Takuma fell silent. He looked at Yakumo, her face streaked with tears. Then, without a word, he moved to her side and crouched down. Get on. His tone was a little gruff. Yakumo climbed onto his back, burying her face in his shoulder, too ashamed to speak. Takuma stood, her weight making him grunt from the effort. All right, let's. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Kagura cut in. Wait. Kagura stepped up, and without another word, stripped off the weighted vest Takuma wore. Then he walked over to the one Yakumo had left on the ground, picking it up as well. He slung both vests across his own shoulders. Adding them to his own vest, he now wore 3 in total. Over 200 pounds bearing down on him. Takuma and Yakumo stared in disbelief. You're out of your mind, Takuma stammered. Kagura didn't reply. He simply felt the heaviness, testing the new burden. It was crushing, like carrying a small mountain. This way, it's fair, he said, meeting Takoma's gaze. You carry her, and I carry the weight. Together, we'll finish this run. Takoma stared at Kagura for a moment. Kagura's face was calm, as if those 3 weighted vests were nothing at all. All at once, the jealousy and resentment Takoma had felt toward this guy seemed laughable. All right, he shouted, swinging Yakumo more firmly onto his back and breaking into a resolute stride once more. Kagura followed closely beside him. Each of his steps landed firmly, leaving deep, clear footprints in the ground. He was moving even faster than before. From afar, Teacher Minato finally lifted his head from his book. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. The 50th lap. Takuma's steps began to falter, sweat blurring his vision. The 60th lap. Kagura's breathing was growing heavy and labored. The 70th lap. By now, the 2 of them were running forward purely on instinct. Yakumo clung to Takuma's back, too exhausted even to cry. Over and over, she wiped the sweat from Takuma's face with her sleeve. The 80th lap. Kagura felt as though her bones might shatter with every step. The 90th lap. Takuma's eyes were so weary, they shut of their own accord. The final lap. The 2 of them, nearly supporting each other, shuffled forward step by painstaking step to the finish line. The instant they crossed it, all 3 collapsed onto the ground like a pile of rags. No one could say a word. Only ragged, gasping breaths broke the silence. The entire training ground was still, save for the sound of the wind. Teacher Minato closed his novel and walked over to them. He looked down at his 3 bedraggled students, who were huddled close together. Well done. Today's training is over. Everyone passes. On the training ground, the 3 of them lay there motionless, sprawled on the earth. Above them, clouds drifted slowly across the sky. No one knew how much time went by. A dry, hoarse laugh finally broke the hush. Ha. Hinata Takuma suddenly started laughing. There was no strength behind his laughter, and his voice was raspy, like the wheeze of a broken bellows. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, tears began to flow down his cheeks. We actually finished, we made it through. He murmured softly to himself. Kurama Yakumo, still draped on his back, whispered so faintly it was almost lost on the breeze. Thank you, Tokomakon. Takuma couldn't bring himself to laugh anymore. He just felt that the slump girl on his back didn't seem so heavy after all. Kagura lay at the edge, furthest from the others. He felt as if every bone in his body had been taken apart and put back together again. It hurt, but there was a strange sensation, too. Not unpleasant. At some point, Teacher Minato had come to stand beside them. He wasn't smiling now. He simply gazed down at them quietly. How are you feeling? He asked. Like, I'm about to die, Takuma muttered feebly. Good, Minato nodded. That's a good thing. A ninja, above all, must learn the limits of their own body. Today you've touched those limits. He extended a hand toward them. Come on, get up. Ramen at Ichiraku, it's on me. Half an hour later, at Ichiraku Ramen, 3 steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were set down in front of the 3 kids. The rich aroma instantly awakened their appetites. Tokima and Yakumo both glanced, almost instinctively, at Kagura, who was sitting beside them. Kagura had already picked up his chopsticks. Dig in, he said. Sensei's treating us. No reason not to eat. That wasn't something he'd usually say. It felt a bit too casual. Tokima and Yakumo were both taken aback for a moment. Then Tokima grabbed his own chopsticks and shouted, All right, I'm digging in. He dove into his food, eating without restraint, sweat quickly beading on his forehead. Yakumo ate too, taking small, precise bites. She was slow, but every bite was deliberate. The atmosphere had changed. It wasn't the same as before. That tense, awkward feeling seemed to have vanished, evaporating along with the sweat from those 100 laps. Kagura, Tokima mumbled, cheeks bulging with noodles. Honestly, what kind of monster are you? He wasn't joking. He was talking about those 3 weighted vests. I just have better endurance than most, Kagura replied calmly. Yeah, right, Tokima snorted. You expect me to believe that? Not even our taijutsu teacher could handle that weight. He didn't push for more answers. He knew it'd be pointless. Once Kagura set his mind on not talking, there was no prying anything out of him. But Tokima found he didn't really mind it anymore. Everyone has their own secrets. All that mattered was knowing that this guy was a teammate. That was enough. Keikakuken. Yakumo spoke up softly. Your hands. Are they okay? She'd noticed the base of Kagura's thumbs, red and swollen from gripping those vests so tightly for so long. I'm fine. Kagura tucked his hands away, almost shyly. Here. Yakumo rummaged in her ninja tool pouch and produced a tiny tin of ointment. My family makes this balm. It really helps with muscle pain. If you don't mind giving it a try. She gently slid the tin over towards Kagura. Kagura looked at the ointment for a long moment, then nodded. Thank you. After finishing their ramen, all three felt a little overstuffed. Minato-sensei paid the bill, then led them out to training ground 11. Now that you've eaten and rested, he said with a smile, it's time for our afternoon session. More training? Tokima groaned in dismay. Don't worry, said Minato. No more running. Starting today, you'll be learning this. He produced a chart, spreading it out before them. The triangular assault formation. It's the most basic, and also the most practical, formation for a three-person squad. Dikian, your Byakugan, and Gentle Fist are the spearhead of the team, responsible for direct assaults and reconnaissance. Yakumo, your illusions are the team's control core, supporting and disrupting the enemy. Kagura, your mind, and that blade, make you the team's finisher, striking the decisive blow at critical moments. From this moment on, you must forget that you are individuals. Every movement, every breath, must be perfectly in sync with your teammates. This is what it means to form a bond. A new phase of training began. The process turned out to be even tougher than they'd imagined. Dikian, you're rushing in too fast. Yakumo's illusions can't keep up. Yakumo, stay focused. Kagura just created an opening for you. Kagura, stop holding back. You have to trust your teammates to protect you. Minato-sensei's voice rang out across the training field again and again. The three of them fell countless times. Failed their coordination countless times. Dikian collected a few more bruises. Yakumo ran out of chakra several times. Kagura's clothes were slashed open in several places. But none of them complained, and none of them gave up. When Dikian made a reckless charge and faltered, Kagura's blade always appeared right beside him, perfectly blocking the fatal attack. When Yakumo's chakra waned and she was on the verge of collapse, Dikian would shield her with his own body. When Kagura got surrounded, seeking the perfect angle of attack, Yakumo's inexperienced but timely illusion would always carve out a sliver of space for him. They were like three stones, each with a different shape. Under Minato-sensei's steady hands, grinding and molding, they slowly began to wear down one another's rough edges. As the sun sank low in the west. All right, that's enough. Minato-sensei called a halt. The three of them were so exhausted, they could barely stand. One last time, Minato said, show me everything you've learned today. The three looked at one another. In each other's eyes, they saw the same thing. Trust. Disperse. Kagura barked, low and sharp. In an instant, the three broke apart and took their positions. Dikian in front, Yakumo at the rear, Kagura on the flank. Their formation was rough, but it was there, a diamond shape, solidifying before their eyes. Back to back, they stood alert, wary of their enemy, Minato-sensei. Kagura felt the presence of the other two pressing warmly against his back. Troublesome teammates. But somehow, not so bad after all. Day by day, life went on. So did Team 11's training, getting tougher every single day. Weighted runs? That was just a warm-up. After that came the intense chakra control training, the endless taijutsu sparring, and the relentless practice of their three-man formation. Tokima's fists grew ever swifter. Yakumo's illusionary techniques became steadily more reliable. As for Kagura's sword, it remained sheathed at all times. But everyone knew that blade, named Raiga, was the sharpest Fong of their team. The three of them were like a raw, unpolished lump of iron. Under the hammer of Minato Namikaze, a master among masters, they were forged in fire, folded, and quenched. Impurities were stripped away, little by little, until, through 100 trials, steel was born. A month later, Sensei Minato gathered them once more. His expression was graver than ever before. There's a mission, he stated directly. C rank, but it could be upgraded to B rank. Tokima and Yakumo both caught their breath for an instant. A B rank mission. That meant they might face enemy ninjas from rival lands head-on. A mission where people could die. The mission site is a small town on the eastern border of the Land of Fire. It's called Tanzaku Street. Minato spread a map out on the floor. It's a critical crossroads, and for the past month, several merchant convoys have vanished there. The local guard investigated but found nothing. Our task, uncover the truth. Any questions? Minato asked. None. Tokima replied loudly, eyes alive with excitement. He could barely wait to see the fruit of a month's hard training. Yakumo felt nervous, but nodded firmly. Kagura, meanwhile, kept his eyes on the map. Tanzaku Street. He remembered this place. That was where Tsunade's favorite gambling den was rumored to be. Good. Minato stood up. Get ready. Meet at the village gate in half an hour. This was Team 11's second time leaving the village on a mission. Unlike before, this time, none of their faces bore that fresh, curious look from just after graduation. Only determination weighed in their expressions. Their journey was smooth. With the last mission's experience, Their pace was quicker, their trail better hidden. 2 days later, they reached Tenzaku Street. The town was far livelier than any of them had imagined. Crowds flowed through streets lined with inns, taverns, and gambling houses. The air hung heavy with the mingled scents of alcohol and powder. "All right, let's get to work," Minato announced. "Tokima, Yakumo, you two meet with the local lord. Gather detailed intelligence. Kagura, you're with me." Minato led Kagura into the largest tavern in town. Inside, the place was in loud, chaotic disarray, filled with drunken ronin and merchants. "Sensei, what are we doing here?" Kagura asked. "Sometimes, the information you get here is more genuine than anything in the lord's office." Minato smiled as he found a seat in the corner. He ordered a glass of juice for Kagura. For himself, he ordered a drink. Kagura, Minato, gazed at him. "Do you think those caravans really ran into bandits?" "Doesn't seem likely." Kagura shook his head. "Oh, why not? We're not far from Konoha, and the town has its own guard. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare make trouble here. If several caravans have vanished without a trace, it can't be the work of common outlaws." "Good point." Minato nodded, clearly pleased with his student's analytical skills. "So, who do you think is behind this?" Kagura fell silent for a moment. He recalled the dozen or so corpses he'd seen last time in the canyon. "No idea," he replied. Minato smiled, not pressing him further. And so, the two sat together in the tavern for the rest of the afternoon. They didn't do anything, just listened to the drunken banter and tall tales of the people around them. By dusk, Tokima and Yakumo returned. "Sensei, we found out." Tokima handed over a scroll. There were 5 caravans in total that disappeared. All of them vanished in a forest about 30 miles east of town. "The locals call it the Enchanted Forest," Yakumo added, her face a little pale. "They say very few make it out alive once they go in." The Enchanted Forest. Minato gazed at the map, immersed in thought. "Get a good rest tonight," he instructed. "Tomorrow morning, we'll pay a visit to that forest." The next day, before dawn broke, Team 11 set out. The so-called Enchanted Forest, in truth, looked like any other patch of ancient woodland. But as soon as they entered, something felt off. It was too quiet. Not a single bird called, nor did any insect stir. Byakugan. Tokima activated his Byakugan. "Sensei, the chakra flow in the forest, it's strange. Almost as if something's interfering with it." "It's a barrier," said Minato. "A sophisticated illusion barrier, at that. To cover such a wide area, the caster must be highly skilled." "Yakumo," he called to her. "Yes." Yakumo immediately understood, forming hand seals. Jinjutsu release. A ripple of unseen energy swept out from her. In an instant, the world around them shifted. What had seemed like ordinary trees warped into grotesque, unnatural shapes. A sickly, faint stench of decay drifted through the air, nauseating them. They had broken through the first layer of the barrier. "Let's go." With Minato in the lead, the 4 of them moved cautiously, making their way deeper into the woods. The farther they went, the thicker that fetid stench grew. Finally, they stopped at the base of a rocky cliff. On the mountainside, there was a cave obscured by thick vines. That strange odor was coming from deep within the cave. Minato made a quick hand gesture. Takuma and Kagura immediately understood, moving to take positions on either side of the cave entrance. Minato formed a series of hand seals, sending an invisible pulse gently probing inside the cave. After a moment, he nodded. "No one's inside. Let's go in and take a look." The cave was pitch dark and damp. When they lit a torch, the sight that greeted them made both Yakumo and Takuma gag uncontrollably. Cages lined every inch of the cave. Inside those cages, people were being held. No, perhaps people was no longer the right word. Their bodies had undergone various horrific, grotesque transformations. Some had scales sprouting from their skin. Others had arms twisted into something like beastly claws. Deeper in the cave, a stone bed stood out. On the bed, all manner of surgical tools lay scattered, each stained with blood. This was no bandit's lair. This was a laboratory for human experimentation. What is this?" Takuma's lips trembled. Kagura's expression, on the other hand, was eerily calm, his gaze fixed on a trash bin by the stone bed. Inside, several discarded porcelain masks, painted with white, ghostly faces, had been tossed aside. There were no markings linking them to any shinobi village. "Root, everyone leave here now." Minato's voice snapped, suddenly harsh and commanding. But it was too late. 3 shadows slipped soundlessly into the cave entrance, blocking any chance of retreat. Dressed in tight black uniforms, each wore a white mask identical to those in the trash bin. "Leaf Ninja," the leader spoke, voice flat and cold as a blade. "You've seen what you shouldn't have seen. You won't be leaving." The air within the cave turned as cold as a winter night. Those three masked figures exuded no warmth, not a trace of life about them. They stood motionless, as if three emotionless statues carved from stone. Yet the murderous aura leaking from behind their masks was so thick you could almost see it swirling in the torchlight. Even Minato's golden hair seemed to lose its brightness in the flickering glow. He stepped forward, shielding his three still-reeling students squarely behind him. "We are Team 11 from the Hidden Leaf." Minato's tone was calm, but every word carried immense weight. "By order of the third Hokage, we are here to investigate the missing caravans. Everything we've seen here will be reported to the Hokage without alteration." His message was unambiguous. "We serve the Hokage. We've seen too much, but we'll carry this all the way to the top. If you dare attack us here, you'll have the Hokage himself to answer to." The masked man at the front tilted his head slightly. It seemed as though he was deep in thought. Inside the cave, all that remained was silence, broken only by the suppressed, rough breathing of the monsters trapped in iron cages. "The order from Lord Hokage." The masked man finally spoke, his voice dry and rasping, as if he hadn't spoken in ages. "In this place, it means nothing." His hand slowly reached for the short sword strapped to his back. "The rules of root outweigh everything. Eliminate all witnesses." The instant those words fell, three silhouettes shrouded in black moved as one. They moved swiftly, impossibly fast. The leader lunged straight at Minato. The other two, cunning as wolves, curved around in an arc, aiming directly for the three children behind Minato. Catch the king by the throat to control the bandits. And if the king cannot be slain, then butcher his cubs first. At that moment, Minato's gaze turned cold, cold as the winter steel of a land of iron. He didn't retreat. Meeting the charging leader head-on, Minato dashed forward. A golden flash collided with a shadow cloaked in black. The clash of metal reverberated through the narrow cave, rolling like a torrential downpour. But the two other masked men had already slipped past him, closing in on the three genin. "Scatter!" Kagura barked out the command. Though not loud, his voice carried the weight of absolute authority, snapping Tokima and Yakumo out of their shock. The month-long training had not been in vain. Tokima's body reacted almost on instinct. He didn't charge forward, but stepped back instead, spreading his arms wide like a shield, barricading Yakumo and the caged monsters behind him. Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged with chakra. Before him, the masked assailant became a blur of rapidly moving chakra, a seething mass of energy. "You'll go no further!" Tokima roared, taking up his gentle fist stance. The attacker paid him no mind, his short blade carving a deadly arc directly at Tokima's throat. Fast and ruthless, not a single wasted motion. This was how Root fought. To kill, not to perform. Tokima's heart clenched, but he did not evade. Instead, he braced his shoulder and thrust himself directly into the blade's path. The blade pierced flesh with a sickening sound. Blood blossomed, instantly staining his clothes crimson. But in the same instant, he seized the attacker's wrist in a vice-like grip. "Yakumo!" he roared through gritted teeth, agony radiating through him. He barely needed to call. The moment Tokima had rushed forward, Yakumo had already begun weaving hand signs. Her face was pale, her body trembling. Yet her eyes were focused, razor-sharp with determination. Genjutsu, Nariku's descent. An invisible wave of power washed silently over the two masked men. It was not what you'd call an advanced genjutsu. For a ninja from Root who's undergone counterinterrogation training, the impact was almost negligible. But Kumiko only needed that briefest, almost negligible instant. The masked man whose hand was seized by Takuma hesitated for the tiniest fraction of a second. The other masked man's vision blurred for just a heartbeat. That was enough. Kumiko sprang into action. She didn't rush to help Takuma. Her target was the second masked man, the one whose mind was briefly clouded by the genjutsu. She moved like a weightless leaf, gliding silently along the wall of the cave. The raiga at her waist was already drawn, gripped securely in her hand. The masked man quickly shrugged off the illusion. He saw Kumiko lunging toward him, a mocking smirk flickering across his face. "A mere genin dares to attack me directly?" He swung his blade, aiming for Kumiko's throat. He expected to see a panicked, frightened child. Instead, he met eyes that were uncannily calm, so calm they sent a chill down his spine. Kumiko didn't flinch. She waited until the very last instant, just before his blade would have struck her neck. Then, she drew her own sword. Raiga. Its pitch-black blade absorbed the gloom of the cave, reflecting not a single glimmer of light. She didn't bother to parry. Instead, with a movement that appeared almost sluggish, but was in truth blindingly swift, she thrust her blade forward at an odd, unexpected angle. There was no clash of steel. Raiga's edge passed silently through the enemy's fine steel short sword, cleaving it as easily as soft tofu, and then passed through the man's wrist. There was no resistance, no jarring sensation of cutting through bone. Only a sensation, smooth, almost unnaturally so. The masked man froze in disbelief. He stared as his right hand, with the broken blade still clutched in its grasp, tumbled soundlessly to the ground. The wound at his wrist was charred black. A raw, guttural scream finally forced its way from his throat. It was the first time an enemy's voice had pierced the silence of the cave. With that scream, the fragile balance of the battlefield shattered completely. Takuma seized the opening, driving a heavy, gentle fist strike into his opponent's chest. Meanwhile, Minato and the squad leader had broken apart, landing on opposite sides. A shallow cut now marked Minato's body. The masked squad leader bore a spiral-shaped wound, caved deeply into his chest. The Rasengan. The leader glanced at his comrade, now handless, then at another, reeling from Takuma's blow and coughing blood. He knew the mission had failed. The yellow flash was proving even more formidable than the reports had warned. And those three nondescript disciples of his were nothing like ordinary genin. Especially that kid with the black blade. What in the world was that thing? Retreat, he ordered, spitting out the word. The other two masked men didn't hesitate. They instantly pulled out smoke bombs and slammed them to the ground. Thick smoke filled the entire cave in an instant. Minato didn't give chase. He knew pursuing Root's ninjas when his vision was blocked would be a death sentence. When the smoke finally cleared, the three masked men had vanished without a trace. Even the severed hand was nowhere to be seen. Silence gradually reclaimed the cave. All that was left were three cold corpses and chaos strewn across the ground. Takuma clutched his bleeding shoulder, gasping for breath. Yakumo, her chakra completely spent, sat collapsed upon the ground. Kagura silently sheathed Raiga, his dark blade. Minato stepped forward to stand before them. He quickly tended to Takuma's wound first, then turned to Kagura. Minato looked him in the eye, then lowered his gaze to the jet-black sword at Kagura's waist. Kagura, he said, this blade, and the technique you used with it. From now on, unless it's absolutely necessary, never use them in front of others. His tone was grave and uncompromising. Especially, never use them before your comrades in the village. Kagura raised his head and met his teacher's gaze. In those eyes, he saw a hint of deep-seated wariness. And something else, worry. Understand? He nodded. The mingled sense of blood and decay in the cave made one's head swim. Minato-sensei quickly finished bandaging Takuma's injury and checked on Yakumo's condition. After making sure neither was in any serious danger, only exhausted, his gaze drifted toward the iron cages. The people, if they could still be called that, inside those cages stared back at them with numb, hollow eyes. What do we do now, sensei? Takuma asked hoarsely, still pressing his shoulder. There was no saving these people. Their bodies and minds had been irreversibly altered. I'll report to the Hokage, Minato replied, his voice low and heavy. AMBU will handle things here. Our mission now is to return to the village immediately. He made the only choice he could, clear-eyed, but merciless. No one voiced any objection. Everyone knew they had no way to take these people with them. Leaving behind that stifling forest, catching the sunlight again, Yakumo was the first to lose composure. She ran to the side of the road and threw up. Takuma's face was bone white. He couldn't utter even a single word. Kagura lingered at the rear of the team, watching everything in silence. Somehow, Raiga at his waist felt heavier. They didn't reach Konoha until twilight, 2 days later. Minato-sensei didn't let them disperse. Instead, he led them directly to the Hokage's office. Waiting for them inside was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The debriefing went more simply than Kagura had imagined. Teacher Minato placed the scroll seized from the Root ninja on the Hokage's desk. He made no mention of Root, nor did he bring up those blank-faced masks. His account of the events was flawless. At the mission location, we discovered a secret laboratory established by rogue ninja. They were conducting inhumane, forbidden experiments on live subjects. We encountered 3 enemies, all at least of Chunin strength. After the battle, 2 were killed, 1 was wounded and managed to escape. These are the intelligence documents recovered from the enemy. Considering the gravity of the situation, I decided to abort the mission and return to the village immediately to report. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the scroll and studied it closely. His face betrayed no emotion. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the office. Understand. It was only after a long pause that Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice slow and steady. You handled this matter well. Minato, stay. The rest of you may leave. Remember, Hiruzen's gaze swept across Kagura and his 2 teammates. Everything you saw and heard here today is now classified as an S-rank secret. Not a word is to be repeated to anyone, understood? Yes, sir. The three of them answered in unison. When they stepped out of the Hokage building, night had already fallen. Takuma and Yakumo looked as though their spirits had left them, making their way home in silence. Kagura followed behind. He knew that Teacher Minato was protecting them. He had erased all mention of Root from the mission report. It was both a shield against Danzo's deadly retribution and a silent compromise. Even the yellow flash had to bow to the village's shadows. That realization left a chill deep in Kagura's heart. He returned to his own apartment, locking the door behind him. The room was pitch black. He didn't bother turning on the lights. He took off Raiga and set it gently on the table. Then he sat down on the floor and began to reflect on the battle. He had defeated Root, yes, but it was a victory stolen by luck. If that masked man hadn't been distracted by Yakumo's Jinjutsu, if the enemy's sword had been just a fraction of a second faster, he might have been the one to fall. Raiga was powerful. Its strikes killed in a single blow, but its flaws were equally fatal. 1.5 seconds to prepare, still too long, and it relied on having a blade as a medium. What if he didn't have a sword in hand? He'd be like a tiger stripped of its fangs. Unacceptable. He couldn't let all his hopes ride on this single weapon. After all, he possessed far more than just a blade. Deep within his soul, 2 other powers stirred, perhaps even stronger. The 3 types of Haki. The mythical Zoan, Raryu fruit. Until now, he'd never dared to touch these abilities lightly. Because his body was still too weak, he couldn't endure it. And besides, he never felt such a sense of crisis before. But now, things were different. The emergence of Root was like a needle that pierced mercilessly through the safety bubble he had always pretended existed. He needed greater strength. Strength that would allow him to stand firmly on his own, relying on nothing but himself. Kagura closed his eyes. He let his mind sink to the very depths of his body. He began to try, really try, to sense that energy completely distinct from chakra. Observation Haki. His former heartnet was just a highly focused application of mental power. It was all about seeing, but true observation Haki was about hearing. It was about listening to the voice of all things. He consciously stopped looking outward with his spirit and instead began to gather it inward. He blocked out his sight, his hearing, and his sense of smell. He let himself become as still and unyielding as a stone. And then he started to listen to the world around him. He listened to the wind brushing against the window's edge, to the deep, rhythmic snoring of the uncle in the next room, to the distant footsteps of patrolling shinobi on the street below. He'd always been able to pick up on these sounds before, but now, what he heard was completely different. He sensed the emotion in the wind, the exhaustion radiating from the uncle next door, the vigilance of the patrolling ninja. It was a wonderfully strange sensation, as if the world had suddenly unfolded a new dimension before him. He realized this was the very first sign of awakening observation Haki. He was on the right path. Kagura then shifted his focus to armament Haki. In the past, he had always guided it through chakra like a conduit, an indirect use at best. Now, he would try to wield it directly. He extended his right index finger. He recalled the feeling from the blacksmith's workshop, the absolute focus and control needed to command the forge's fire. Utter concentration, absolute mastery. He summoned the domineering power within, not letting it surge unchecked, but forcing it with all his mental might to gather at his fingertip. The process was even more painful than developing the Thunder Destroyer technique. Without the buffer of chakra, the power cut through his meridians, brutal and unrestrained, opening a new path through force alone. His fingertip began to burn with heat. He felt something dark swirling just beneath his skin. A drop of blood welled out of his finger. His meridians had reached their limit and torn. Kagura stopped immediately, gazing down at his faintly blackened, bleeding fingertip. But there was no look of disappointment on his face. Instead, a small smile appeared. He had done it. Even if it was only a thin layer of armament Haki barely covering the skin on his fingertip. And even though he injured himself in the process, it proved something. This path could also be taken. At last, he faced the most dangerous, yet also the most powerful force. The mythical Zoan, the Thunder Dragon fruit. He had always hesitated to touch its power. The abilities of Zoan-type devil fruits, once they spiral out of control, can lead to disastrous consequences. He might lose himself entirely, turning into nothing more than a mindless beast. But the moment had come. He had to begin trying. He made no attempt to transform his entire body or even half of it. That would have been reckless. Instead, he fixed his attention on the back of his left hand. He pictured a dragon, its scales hard and shimmering with sparks of lightning. With great caution, he reached with his will, calling forth that slumbering power within his blood a power belonging to the mythical beast. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing happened, just as he was about to consider it a failure. An odd, tingling sensation crept across the back of his left hand. Slowly, from beneath his skin, a tiny dragon scale, no bigger than a thumbnail, veined with faint purple arcs of electricity, began to grow. Kagura stared at that lone dragon scale. He could feel it, a connection in his very blood. He could even make the faint spark upon the scale dance with the barest thought. He had done it. He had found a way to safely unlock his devil fruit's power. Observation haki, armament haki, and the devil fruit. 3 new paths, each leading toward true strength, slowly unfolding before him. The Thunderfong was only his beginning. It was never meant to be the end. Life settled back into its tightly knit, peaceful rhythm once more. For Team 11, that battle in the bewildering forest was like a blazing fever. And when the fever broke, they were changed. Their training became even more earnest and intense. Under Sensei Minato's instruction, the 3-man rhombus assault formation was polished to near perfection in barely a month. Takuma's gentle fist strikes grew sharper and more unyielding. Yakumo found her niche, weaving allusions into the team's strategies for support. And Kagura, he remained the inscrutable, enigmatic captain. Rarely did he ever draw that blade known as Thunderfong anymore. Most of the time, he simply stood at the rear of the formation, issuing precise commands in the fewest words. Their missions gradually shifted from mere D-rank tasks to the more demanding C-rank assignments. They escorted merchants, pursued bandits, gathered intelligence. They were like a freshly fitted gear in the great war machine of Konoha, turning in perfect, seamless rhythm. Everything seemed to be just as it should. But no one knew. When night fell and the whole village of Konoha was wrapped in sleep, another kind of training for Kagura was only just beginning. Deep within the forest of death, in a secret base, Kagura stood in the center of the open field, eyes closed. He didn't move, nor did he form any hand seals. All he did was listen. In his perception, the whole world had become a clamor of a wild symphony. The wind rustling through the leaves. The faint sound of a small bug buried in the earth turning in its sleep. 30 meters away, an owl was poised to dive onto a field mouse. He could even hear the trembling fear of the mouse in its final moments. This was the fruit of his past half-year, tirelessly honing his observation haki. At the beginning, he could only vaguely sense emotions. Now, he could clearly distinguish every voice of the creatures residing in this forest. Suddenly, his body leaned ever so slightly to one side. A stone, slicing through the air, whistled past his ear. Kagura opened his eyes, looking toward where the stone had flown from. There was nothing there now. But he knew, just 0.3 of a second ago, a mischievous monkey had been standing in that spot. The corner of his lips lifted in the hint of a smile. Anticipation. He had taken his first steps into the second stage of observation haki. He moved on to his next training focus, armament haki. Stretching out his right hand, he splayed his 5 fingers open. He drew in a deep breath. A powerful, domineering force surged through the channels of his arm. He felt that old, piercing pain, as if steel needles were threading through his skin. By now, it was a familiar companion. Beneath his skin, an inky black substance began to seep out, slow but unstoppable. It began at the tip of one finger, then the entire finger, then his whole hand. Now, Kagura let out a low shout. His entire right hand, from fingertips to wrist, was suddenly encased in a pitch-black, metal-sheen shell. Armament hardening. It had taken him half a year to master this step. Each time his energy channels ruptured and healed, his body had grown at least 10 times tougher. He walked over to the battered block of granite he'd used for training. Clenching his blackened fist, he didn't bother with any fancy moves, just let it strike, plain and simple. A muffled thud rang out. The solid granite split beneath his force, a clear imprint of his fist left behind. Fragments of stone scattered everywhere. Kagura withdrew his fist. That black shell slowly receded. His hand was completely unharmed. Defense and attack. He now possessed both in equal measure. Aside from his Thunderfong, this was the second trump card he could truly rely on. Finally came the development of his mythical Zoan Devil Fruit power, the one he approached with the greatest caution and the slowest pace. He sat down cross-legged, gathering his focus upon his back. He pictured a dragon in his mind, the hard, invincible scales of a dragon that could repel any attack. He began to summon that power, the force buried deep within his very bloodline. The skin on his back started to itch and burn with heat. He could sense something hard and unyielding growing out from within his flesh. The process was agonizing, yet he uttered not a single sound. 10 minutes later, A palm-sized patch of fine dragon scales, shimmering with purple arcs of electricity, now covered his back. He tried flexing his body. The scales opened and closed seamlessly with his movements, offering no hindrance whatsoever. He picked up a kunai and, bracing himself, slashed hard at the scales on his back. A crisp, metallic ring echoed in the air. The tip of the kunai curled and bent from the strike. Yet not even a pale scratch marked the dragon scales. Kagura finally let out a slow, relieved breath. Observation haki, armament haki, dragon scales. He was now firmly on the path of 3 entirely new abilities. Time, day after day, flowed swiftly by in this monotonous and often painful training. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. With leaf year 40, winter, Kagura, now 11 years old, Team 11 was carrying out a C-rank mission to hunt down a rogue ninja. The target is just ahead in the canyon. Dijian activated his Byakugan, taking the lead at the front of the group. Careful, there are 3 of them. The trio fanned out in a delta formation, charging into the canyon. Combat erupted in an instant. Earth-style, earth flow wall. One of the rogue ninjas formed hand signs, and a wall of earth shot up, blocking their path. Dijian left side. Kagura's voice sounded clear and calm, though he didn't need the warning. Dijian's body, lithe as a leopard, sprang up the left cliffside and shot forward with astonishing speed. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams palm. In the next heartbeat, he was already engaged in a fierce tussle with an enemy. Yanan, disrupt the one on the right. Yes. Yakumo's Jinjutsu slipped out, silent and unseen. The rogue ninja on the right, who was just about to weave hand signs, suddenly froze, his eyes momentarily losing focus. The final foe, by far the most formidable, circled around the earth wall, brandishing a massive blade, and charged straight for Kagura. Brat, your life is mine. Kagura stared at the blade, shearing down at his head. He didn't even draw his sword. Instead, in the instant before impact, he shifted just slightly to the left. The huge blade whistled downward, missing by a hair's breadth, so close its edge nearly grazed the tip of his nose. The rogue ninja's heart skipped a beat. Was this just luck? No time to dwell. He swung his blade in a fierce horizontal arc. Kagura didn't even look, simply leaning back. The blade sliced through the air, this time nearly scraping his chest, a powerful gust whistling past. 2 attacks. 2 deadly strikes, both dodged effortlessly with the barest motion. At last, the rogue ninja realized something was very wrong. The look in this kid's eyes was far too calm, as if he were staring at a corpse. My turn now, Kagura spoke up. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, driving his fist straight into the rogue ninja's abdomen. The rogue sneered, blocking with the back of his blade. How strong could a kid's punch possibly be? Fist and blunt steel collided. A sharp, brittle crack echoed, the sound of bones snapping. But it wasn't Kagura's hand that broke. It was the rogue ninja's sword arm, the one holding the blade. A surge of unimaginable force traveled up the back of the sword. Every bone in his arm shattered under the blow. He let out a scream so twisted it hardly sounded human and was hurled backward through the air. Kagura drew his fist back. For a fleeting instant, a nearly invisible, jet-black shell shimmered atop his knuckles, then vanished. Even Takuma and Yakumo glanced over, caught off guard. They were stunned. Since when did Kagura's taijutsu become so fearsome? But Kagura paid no mind to their astonishment. He strode over to the fallen rogue, whose arm was shattered. Now, you can tell me. Who sent you? His voice was calm, almost gentle. The rogue ninja, arm broken, lay sprawled on the ground, staring up at Kagura's slow, steady approach, eyes wide with terror. Don't come any closer. He tried to scramble away, but the agony locked him in place. Kagura crouched in front of him, saying nothing. He simply raised his left hand for the ninja to see. Before the terrified man's eyes, Kagura's hand, from the fingertips to the wrist, darkened inch by inch to a pitch black. Armament hardening. It was a power that had no place in this world, a force that radiated absolute oppression. In that instant, the rogue ninja's breath caught in his throat. Terror in his eyes gave way to utter despair. I'll talk. His will broke entirely. I'll tell you everything. Kagura's expression did not waver in the slightest. Who sent you? He asked. I really don't know who's behind it, the rogue blurted out, voice trembling. Lowlifes like us. We've got no right to meet the big shots. We get our jobs through a middleman. A middleman? Yes. In the next town over, Sukamachi. There's an informant there known as Black Crow. Every job we get comes from him. Kagura's eyes flickered with thought. Sukamachi, a notorious lawless zone. What were the orders? To harass the patrol squads at Konoha's borders, especially those fresh genin teams. See how strong they are, test their reactions. Testing the genin. Something about this, Kagura could tell, wasn't right. Hiring rogue ninja, risking being wiped out by Konoha, all just to test a few genin? That kind of investment, compared to the reward, makes absolutely no sense. Are there any other requirements for the mission? Kagura pressed further. Other requirements. The rogue ninja tried to recall, then suddenly shuddered as something seemed to come to mind. Well, the middleman specifically instructed us. He said we could attack any team we wanted. But under no circumstances, never, were we to lay a finger on any brats wearing the Uchiha clan crest. Uchiha. Kagura's heart sank abruptly. Now things made even less sense. If the enemies were foreign ninja, like from a Wabikure or Kyumobikure, wouldn't their first priority be to target the Uchiha, the ones with the Sharingan? Why go out of their way to avoid them? It doesn't make any sense. Unless a cold, chilling thought surfaced in Kagura's mind, one that unsettled even him. Unless the person who gave that order isn't someone from another village. But rather, that's all I know. Really, the rogue ninja pleaded, his voice shaking with desperation. Please, let me go. I swear I won't do this again. Kagura rose to his feet. He drew Raiga from its sheath. A flash, a streak of darkness swept through the air. The rogue ninja's pleas ended in an instant, cut short. Kagura silently wiped the blade and slid it back into its sheath. He never liked leaving anyone alive, especially those who could possibly reveal his sources of intel. By the time Minato returned with Tokima and Yakumo, Kagura had already cleaned up the entire battlefield. He reported everything he'd learned from the rogue ninja to Minato, word for word, without leaving anything out. When Minato heard the bizarre order about avoiding the Uchiha, that gentle face of his for the first time went utterly cold. He fell silent for a long moment. Sensei, Tokima couldn't help but ask. It's more complicated than we thought, Minato replied, his voice low and grim. Tokima, Yakumo, he ordered. You two must return to the village at once. Deliver the captive, and our mission report straight to Lord Hokage. Tell him it's done. Yes, sir. What about you and Kagura? Tokima asked. Minato glanced at Kagura, who was standing beside him, lost in thought as well. He noticed that when Kagura heard this piece of intel, he hadn't shown the slightest bit of surprise. There was only that quiet calm, as if to say, so it really was like this. Kagura and I are heading to the post town, Minato said. Our mission isn't finished yet. The post town. This place was even more chaotic in reality than it appeared on the map. The streets were crowded with surly ronin, drunken gamblers, and all sorts of suspicious characters looming in the shadows. There were no laws here, only the rule of strength. What do we do now, Sensei? Tokima whispered anxiously. The four of them had shed their usual attire, and now wore the clothes of ordinary travelers, blending into the bustling crowd. We'll split up, Minato said. Kagura and I will track down a certain information broker they call Black Crow. Tekama, Yakumo, you two head to one of the inns in town and quietly gather any public rumors about the missing caravans. Remember, listen and observe only. Don't ask questions. We'll meet back here in 2 hours. With that, Minato led Kagura away, disappearing into a dimmer side alley. Sensei, why are we splitting up? Kagura asked. Because the place we're heading isn't right for them, Minato replied. And besides, your mind net is much handier than Tekama's Byakugan in places like these. Kagura nodded in understanding. Byakugan could see chakra, but he could hear murderous intent. The Black Crow's den of secrets lay tucked away in the deepest corner of an underground tavern. 2 hulking men, all muscle, guarded the entrance. Minato didn't try to force his way in. He simply stepped forward and flashed a forehead protector disguised to mark him as one of Jiraiya's informants. The 2 guards exchanged a glance before making way without a word. Apparently, in a place like this, Jiraiya-sensei's name opened more doors than even the Hokage's. Inside, the tavern was thick with smoke and shadows. A provocatively dressed woman swayed her hips as she guided them into a private booth. There, a rail-thin man sat waiting. He wore a long black coat fashioned from feathers, and his face was hidden behind a crow's mask. This was Black Crow. So, what are you here to buy? Black Crow's voice scratched the air, hoarse and grating like a crow's cry. Minato just smiled and took a seat. We're not here to buy, he said. We're here to sell. He drew a scroll from his cloak. Interested in the latest movements of the wreckage from the hidden cloud? A flash of intrigue lit up the eyes behind the crow mask. I'm listening. Pay up first, Minato replied coolly. That's not how we do things here, Black Crow sneered. Then let's try my way. Minato set the scroll on the table in front of him, keeping his hand firmly atop it. He wore his usual gentle smile, but Black Crow suddenly felt a chill in the air. A cold intuition crept over him. If he dared say no, his head might just part ways with his body in next breath. All right, he caved without hesitation. What do you want? I don't want your money, Minato said. I need some information. Not long ago, did you send a group of rogue ninja to harass the borders of the Leaf? Black Crow fell silent. Yes, he finally admitted. Who ordered you to do it? That, I can't say. Black Crow shook his head. That's the code. If I talk, there'll be nowhere for me to go. Is that so? The smile on Minato's face grew even brighter. Then, what if I trade you the cause of the third Raikage's death for this information? Black Crow's body suddenly trembled. He stared hard at Minato. You know, I know much more than you think. Black Crow fell into inner turmoil, torn between conflicting thoughts. At last, it seemed he reached a decision. All right, he said, I can't tell you, but I don't know that person's name or identity. All I know is he's a terrifying person. His chakra smells of musty old scrolls and antiseptic, cold, aged. And one of his arms is always wrapped in heavy bandages. Whenever he came to see me, there were always 2 bodyguards with him wearing white masks. Kagura stood behind Minato. As he listened to these descriptions, his heart sank straight to the bottom. Testing Genin. Avoiding the Uchiha. Bodyguards in white masks. A bandaged arm. So was him. Stepping out of the underground tavern, the night wind in Tsukamachi felt exceptionally cold. Minato and Kagura walked out, one after the other, along the dark, damp alley. Neither of them spoke. The air was so tense, it felt suffocating. The information they'd just learned from the information broker Black Crow weighed on them like a heavy stone. Minato stopped walking. He didn't turn around. He just gazed at the sky at the end of the alley, tinted yellow by lantern light. Kagura. He finally spoke. What do you make of all this? It was a question, but also a test. Kagura knew his answer would determine forever how Minato-sensei would look at him from now on. He, too, stared out at that yellow-stained sky. Sensei, don't you think the instructions for this mission are strange? To test Genin, yet to deliberately avoid the Uchiha. Minato said nothing, signaling for him to go on. Usually, the Genin of a village represent its future potential. For any enemy village, trying to gather intelligence on Konoha and assess the next generation's strength is a perfectly normal tactical move. But the Uchiha are different. The Sharingan is one of Konoha's most powerful bloodline abilities, and at the heart of its fighting strength. Any enemy wanting to weaken Konoha should put the Uchiha at the very top of their watch list, even as prime targets for assassination. To avoid them just doesn't make sense. This tells us that in the eyes of whoever issued this mission, the Uchiha clan isn't considered a potential asset worth evaluating. Instead, I was treated as something entirely different. A unique variable that had been completely excluded. Kagura's analysis was as cool and methodical as solving a math problem. Minato's gaze grew sharper by the second. Go on. To be able to issue this kind of mission and acquire such precise intelligence on a Konoha Genin squad, it means this person holds a very high position within the village. He wields both authority and his own intelligence network. The details described by the Black Crow, the masked bodyguard, the bandaged arm, and that cold, ancient chakra, all these point to a place that rarely comes to mind, but undoubtedly exists. The village's dark side. Kagura stopped speaking. He didn't say the name out loud, but he knew Minato-sensei understood perfectly. Silence returned to the alleyway. Only after a long moment did Minato finally release a quiet sigh. In the chill air, his breath turned into a pale mist. You're referring to Elder Danzo Shimura. Minato's voice had lost its usual warmth. Only an icy calm remained. He turned to face Kagura. His eyes were full of conflicting emotions. There was surprise and a sense of admiration, but, above all, a deep-seated concern. This 11-year-old student of his already demonstrated political acuity and analytical skill that went far beyond what could be explained by simple genius. It was as if an old, worldly spirit lived within him. Kagura kept his head down, avoiding Minato's gaze. His thoughts were elsewhere. His mind wasn't occupied with analysis. He was sifting through memories. Danzo Shimura. That name was anything but unfamiliar to him. Founder of Root. Konoha's darkest schemer. One of the masterminds behind the Uchiha massacre. The man who stood by and watched during Pain's assault on the village, all for a chance to seize the Hokage's seat. He knew just how many appalling things this man would go on to do. He even knew what horrific secret hid beneath those bandages on his arm. The information the Black Crow provided was, to him, merely confirmation of what he'd already known. He looked at the man before him, Namake's Minato, famed as Konoha's Yellow Flash, the future fourth Hokage, a man who, a few years from now, would give his life to seal away the Nine Tails, all to protect the village. He also knew that Minato-sensei's death was inseparable from Danzo's machinations. If it hadn't been for Danzo's interference, the Uchiha might have been able to prevent that tragedy. Yet despite everything, no anger stirred in Kagura's heart. There was only one feeling, a cold, helpless powerlessness. He knew all the tragedies that awaited in the future. But right now, there was nothing he could do. He was far too weak. In this world, where people could casually unleash destruction upon heaven and earth, his current strength was barely enough to protect himself. This is already beyond what we can handle. Minato spoke, interrupting Kagura's troubled thoughts. We must return to the village at once and deliver this information to the third Hokage personally. Until the Hokage himself gives the order, everything we heard and saw tonight must stay with us and never be spoken aloud. That includes Takuma and Yakumo. They can't know any of this, either. Is that clear? Yes, I understand. Kagura nodded. Let's go, Minato said. We need to regroup with the others. The two of them returned to the agreed meeting spot. Takuma and Yakumo were already waiting there. Sensei, Kagura, you're back. So did you find anything? Minato donned his usual warm smile. Yes, it's all sorted out. Just a few bands of wandering ninja trying to stir up trouble. Nothing serious. With a light-hearted lie, he covered up the earth-shattering secret they had just uncovered. All right, it's getting late. We'll leave the city and head back to Konoha tonight. The team set out on the road home once again. Kagura trailed at the rear. He looked at his teacher Minato's broad and steady back. Then his gaze shifted to the middle, where Takuma and Yakumo were quietly chatting, voices low. He knew that his path was different from theirs. What they saw was the Konoha bathed in sunlight. But because of those extra memories from the very beginning, Kagura had stood in the shadows. What he saw was the deeper, darker darkness that lurked behind the sunlight. Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha Massacre, the Nine Tails Attack, the death of Minato Namikaze. These names, cold and unfeeling, turned like gears in his mind, slowly, implacably. The gears had begun to turn, and he was still too weak. The road back to Konoha was even more silent than before. Sensei Minato hardly spoke a word the entire way. Even his golden hair seemed to lose its luster under the gloomy sky. Kagura walked just behind him. He could feel the weight of Minato's dismay, a complicated mix of anger, helplessness, and disappointment emanating from his teacher. Kagura understood that feeling all too well. When you realize that the thing you've sworn your life to protect has already begun to rot from within, this is what it must feel like. Takuma and Yakumo, too, noticed that something was wrong. Sensing the tension, they wisely kept silent for the rest of the journey. By the time they returned to the village, it was already deep into the night. Minato did not dismiss them. He walked straight ahead with Kagura, making his way toward the Hokage Tower. Takuma, Yakumo, you two go back and get some rest, he said, stopping in front of the building. Remember, every detail about this mission must remain a secret. Bury it deep within you. Yes, sir. The two of them replied, casting a worried glance at Minato and Kagura before finally turning to leave. Let's go. With Kagura in tow, Minato stepped into the towering building that symbolized the highest authority in Konoha. The corridor inside was deserted. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed monotonously through the empty hallways. Wait here for me. Minato stopped at the door of the Hokage's office. He looked at Kagura. No matter what happens next, don't act recklessly. Understand? Kagura nodded. Minato pushed open the door and went inside. The door closed behind him with a quiet click. But Kagura didn't actually wait where he'd been told. He slipped over to the corner of the corridor where there was a window. Easing it open, he flickered through the gap and slipped out silently, vanishing like a shadow at the base of the Hokage Tower's outer wall. He moved like a gecko, pressing himself close to the wall, inching along until he was directly beneath the Hokage office's window. He couldn't hear anything from within. The wall was thick and the windows tightly sealed. But he didn't need his ears to listen. Closing his eyes, he pushed his observation haki awareness to its limit. He began to sense the voices of the two people inside the room. Inside the office, Hiruzen Sarutobi drew leisurely from his pipe. Tendrils of smoke curled around his deeply lined face. He finished listening to Minato's report. He hadn't interrupted once from beginning to end. When Minato mentioned the name Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen's eyelids gave only the faintest twitch. And then, nothing more. I understand, Hiruzen said, taking another slow breath from his pipe, letting the smoke trail idly from his lips. His tone was calm, unhurried. It was as if he were listening to a passing comment about the pleasant weather, something trivial and inconsequential. Minato's hand, hidden inside his sleeve, clenched into a fist. Lord Thur, for the first time, rage bled unmistakably into his voice. Elder Danzo set up a secret lab for human experimentation without your permission. He sent people to test, even tried to erase leaf ninjas like us. That is nothing short of betrayal. Minato. Hiruzen cut him off. You're getting too emotional. He tapped his pipe lightly against the ashtray. These are times of war. Konoha needs unity. Danzo may have gone too far, I know. But his actions, at the root, were meant for the good of the village. Disbelief flickered across Minato's face. For the sake of the village? He retorted, were those innocent civilians treated as test subjects also sacrificed for the village? And our comrades, discarded like rubbish by the roots, was that too for the village? Minato, Sarutobi's voice grew heavy. Your view of the world is still too idealistic. Konoha is a great tree. For its leaves to bask in the sunlight, there must also exist roots buried deep underground, roots that are filthy. If I, as Hokage, am to stand in the light, then there must be someone willing to dispose of all the refuse for me in the shadows. Danzo and I, we are like opposite ends of scale. Only with both of us present can Konoha remain balanced. So you mean, Minato's voice turned hoarse. We're just going to let this matter drop? I never said that. Sarutobi shook his head. I'll speak with Danzo. I'll warn him. Tell him to rein himself in from now on. Speak with him. Warn him. And that would be all. Minato's heart sank little by little. He understood now. The Hokage had known all along what Danzo was doing. He hadn't been ignorant. He simply allowed it to happen. I understand. Minato got to his feet. Then, if you'll excuse me. His voice was once again calm and steady. But beneath that calm, a volcano was waiting to erupt. Go. Sarutobi waved a dismissive hand. And remember, this matter ends here. Minato said nothing more. He turned and walked out of the office. Outside the window, Kagura slowly opened his eyes. He had not heard their conversation, but he heard all the same. He heard Minato-sensei's voice, blazing like the sun, burning with righteous anger. And then he heard how that voice was gradually stifled by another, older, wearier, steeped in compromise and resignation, until finally it was snuffed out. He didn't need to know the details. He already knew the outcome. Sliding down the wall, he returned to the corner before Minato stepped out of the building. He pretended he'd been waiting there the entire time. Minato passed by. His face had slipped back into its usual gentle expression. But the feeling radiating from him told Kagura that inside, Minato was a storm. Let's go, Kagura, he said. I'll walk you home. Silently, Kagura followed. He watched the teacher's solitary, somewhat desolate figure up ahead. And suddenly, he felt that this renowned prodigy, the one called the Yellow Flash, the future fourth Hokage, was actually a little pitiable. He wanted to use his own light to illuminate the whole village. What he didn't know was that the darkness surrounding this village was bottomless. Even the man who sat at the very top had already been half consumed by that darkness. Kagura walked along the streets of Konoha. He watched the patrolling shinobi, the shops closing up for the night, and the villagers still brimming with hope for the future. He used to believe that as long as he became strong enough to handle all the plot lines he knew were coming, he could live in peace. Now he understood. He had been wrong. The true danger in this world had never been those enemies out in the open. It wasn't the Akatsuki, nor was it Madara Uchiha. The real peril was this system, rotten to its very core, already decaying from its roots. Even the Hokage was just an old man too willing to compromise. This village was not to be relied on. If you want to survive, you can't just hide in the shadows. You have to take power into your own hands. The road back to Kagura's home, with Minato-sensei beside him, felt long. It was also very quiet. The two of them, one behind the other, walked down the deserted Konoha streets in the late hours of the night. Streetlights stretched their shadows far behind them. Kagura. Minato stopped beneath the apartment building. He didn't look back. Forget about tonight. His voice sounded tired. Forget it, Kagura asked. Yes, Minato replied. Let's just say we went to the red light district and had a forgettable bowl of ramen. And nothing else happened. Kagura stared at his teacher's back. He could almost hear it. Within that tall, once reassuring frame, a heart that had once shone warm as the sun was slowly turning cold. I understand, Kagura answered. Get some rest. With those words, Minato's figure flickered and vanished into the night. Kagura stood beneath the building for a long time alone. He raised his head and gazed up at the waning moon hanging in the night sky. Forget it? How could he? Some things, once seen, can never be unseen. He went back to his room and locked the door behind him. He left the lights off. The darkness helped him to think. From beneath his bed, he dragged out that box filled with iron ingots. He didn't start training. Instead, he took out a new blank notebook. On the very first page, he wrote a single word. Strength. Then, he turned to the second page. He wrote down another word. Power. Staring at those two words, he fell into deep thought. In the past, he had only ever thought about gaining enough strength to protect himself. With strength, he believed he could survive all those chaotic storylines that the future would bring. But now he realized strength alone would never be enough. In a system that has rotted through from top to bottom, a strong person without power is nothing more than a sharper blade in someone else's hand. Today, that blade is Minato Namikaze. Tomorrow, it could be himself. He does not wish to become the blade. He wants to be the one who wields it. He closed his notebook and placed it alongside his old one, the one that had contained nothing but training schedules. From today forward, he had two goals. The next day, at training ground 11, Sensei Minato smiled as warmly as ever, as if nothing had happened, and announced their new training plan. From today on, our number of missions will be reduced. Most of our time will be devoted to more intense team training. Takuma and Yakumo were both a bit puzzled. They had assumed that, since they just completed a B-rank mission successfully, bigger and tougher missions would follow. Only Kagura understood what their teacher meant. Sensei Minato had lost faith in the village. He no longer believed in those missions issued from above, missions full of unknown perils and hidden schemes. He had chosen to train his students in his own way. He wanted to build a team solely loyal to him, one that would obey only his orders, a team he could trust absolutely. The new training began. It was harsher than before and demanded even tighter coordination. Minato no longer had them practice only formation drills. He began teaching them how to survive in extreme conditions, how to endure 3 days without food or water, how to fight side by side with comrades in complete darkness, relying only on hearing and touch. He even started to teach them ciphers and anti-tracking techniques. These skills were well beyond the scope of what a normal genin squad was expected to learn. This seemed more like Umbu training methods. Takuma's complaints became fewer. He simply gritted his teeth and forced himself again and again to complete tasks that seemed impossible. Yakumo's tears became rarer, too. She learned that, in moments when she felt she could go no further, she could trust her back to her teammates. Kagura, meanwhile, was quietly up to other things. During a break in their taijutsu training, he walked over to Takuma, who was wiping sweat from his brow. "Takuma," he called. "What?" Takuma replied warily. "I've heard the branch family has been a little restless lately," Kagura remarked, sounding almost casual. Takuma's body went suddenly rigid. "You have no idea what you're talking about," he shot back instinctively. 2 days ago, a branch ninja was caught by the main clan's patrol stealing a scroll from the warehouse on the east side, Kagura replied, his voice calm. The main clan kept it quiet, but there are already some in the village who know. Takuma fell silent. His face shifted, now blue with shock, now pale with worry. This matter was a secret of the branch family. Even he himself had only heard of it from his father last night. How did Kagura know about it? "I don't mean anything else by this," Kagura said. "I just want to remind you, we are in the midst of war. Any trace of unrest within our ranks could be magnified beyond measure. Be careful not to let yourself get caught up in it." With those words, Kagura turned and walked away, leaving Tokima standing there alone, his expression torn between doubt and alarm. Kagura knew that he had already planted a seed of suspicion in Tokima's heart. Tokima was a man who valued the honor of his family above all. Precisely because of that, he could not tolerate the unfair treatment handed down to the branch family. He needed a catalyst, something to make him see the truth. And now Kagura had given him that opportunity. On the other side of the training field, Yakumo was sketching on her drawing board. Recently, she had been haunted by terrible nightmares. Her lines had grown ever more chaotic, the images on her paper sinking into darkness. Kagura approached, glanced at her drawing. "It's well done," he said. "Thank you," Yakumo answered in a whisper. "But your mind is troubled," Kagura remarked. Yakumo's hand, clutching the brush, trembled. I'm Ufine. "Your illusions stem from your spirit," Kagura continued. "The stronger and steadier your mind, the greater your power. But if fear and darkness take hold of your heart, then your power will turn against you and consume you instead." Yakumo's face went chalk white. Kagura's words had struck the deepest chord of fear within her. "I have a book here," Kagura said, taking an old volume from his ninja pouch. "It was given to me by a wandering monk. It isn't about ninjutsu, but about meditation and ways to quiet the turmoil within. Perhaps it could help you." He placed the book gently on Yakumo's lap, then quietly walked away. Yakumo stared down at it. The cover bore no title. She hesitated, then opened to the first page. From afar, Master Minato had observed the whole exchange. He said nothing. He simply felt that, more and more, his student resembled a spider spinning its web, using methods even he could not comprehend, without a word or gesture to betray himself. Kagura was drawing both Tokima and Yakumo, companions in name only, bit by bit into the delicate strands of his own design, weaving them into bonds that belonged to him alone. That year, spring came to Konohagakure earlier than ever. On the training field, the grass had just begun to shoot forth its first emerald blades. The daily life of Class 11 was more severe, more chilling than the heart of winter. Scatter. With a low command from Kagura, three figures instantly burst apart from where they stood. They were no longer in a simple diamond formation. Tokima moved like a prowling leopard, coiled and ready to spring. He vanished into the shrubbery to the left. Yakumo pressed herself against the shadow of a large tree, her hands flashing through a sequence of signs, her form melting into darkness until she was almost indistinguishable from it. Kagura stood in the most exposed, open spot. He had become their lone bait. Their opponent? Only one man, Minato Namikaze. Found you. Minato-sensei's voice seemed to echo from every direction at once. The next instant, a streak of golden light flared, appearing behind Yakumo without a single sign or warning. Too fast. Tokima's Byakugan managed to catch only a faint afterimage, just a wisp of the movement. But Yakumo didn't turn. Not a flicker of panic crossed her face. Jinjutsu. Tree binding death. Suddenly, the tree behind her roared to life. A flurry of thick, gnarled branches erupted, coiling toward Minato like a nest of serpents. This was a technique Yakumo had only recently mastered, a jinjutsu that drew power from her surroundings. Yet, just as the branches were about to entangle him, Minato's form vanished again. He reappeared at Tokima's hiding spot. Your reaction was 0.3 of a second too slow. With a swift chop, he aimed a knife-hand strike at the back of Tokima's neck. Tokima didn't attempt to meet the blow head-on. Instead, his entire body suddenly twisted downward, boneless and flexible as a snake, sliding along the ground at a bizarre angle. Barely, just barely, he evaded the strike. That, too, was something Kagura had taught him. A survival technique, less like the elegant moves of the gentle fist, more akin to a desperate brawl in the streets. Interesting, Minato said with a soft, amused laugh. He didn't press the attack further. He could see that these two students were merely stalling for time. The real threat lay with the one playing bait. His gaze fixed on Kagura, who stood in the center of the clearing. Kagura hadn't moved from the beginning. He hadn't even opened his eyes. Minato's form vanished. He employed the flying thunder god technique. He wanted to show his student, when one possesses absolute speed, no tactic, no matter how clever, could ever prevail. A kunai, encased in golden light, appeared in a flash behind Kagura. The blade shot straight for the center of Kagura's back. Kagura remained utterly still. Then, at the very instant the kunai's point was about to pierce his clothing, he moved. His body shifted left by no more than half an inch. Just that slight movement. The edge of the kunai brushed along his spine, missing its mark completely. Minato's pupils contracted sharply in disbelief. How could this be? It was no surprise Kagura could evade a body flicker. But the flying thunder god? How could anyone avoid that? Kagura opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm and as bottomless as the depths of a still, black lake. Teacher, he said, your bloodlust is too intense. He used observation haki to hear it. At the very instant Minato activated the flying thunder god, the refined and concentrated killing intent shone out like a lighthouse in the dark, making it clear exactly where the attack was coming from. My turn now. Kagura drew the Thunderfong. He didn't use Thunderbreak. He simply relied on the most basic swordsmanship to face Minato head-on. The sound of blades clashing rang out brightly across the training ground. Kagura's swordsmanship was peculiar. It followed neither school nor form. Yet every strike landed precisely where it caused Minato the most trouble. He was forced, time after time, to use the flying thunder god to pull away and regain his distance. Takuma and Yakumo were stunned, unable to look away. Kagura was actually holding his own against Teacher Minato. Even if the teacher was going easy on him, it was still unbelievable. Only Minato himself knew the truth. He hadn't gone easy at all. In fact, he felt utterly constrained. Kagura's observation haki completely countered the speed-based style he relied on as a ninja. Every attack he conceived was predicted before it began. He felt as though he wasn't fighting a mere genin at all. It was more like battling a spider that could foresee the future, waiting within its invisible web. Every move he made was already caught in Kagura's net. Stop! Minato called a halt himself. He looked at the student before him, still breathing calmly and steadily. That's enough training for today. You all have made remarkable progress. He meant every word. These 3 kids in just over a year have become a team with the strength to rival any elite Chunin squad. Dismissed. With that, Minato vanished. He needed a moment alone to collect himself. After training ended, Takuma didn't head home right away. He wandered off by himself to the hills behind the Hyuga compound. There, he found a quiet stone and sat down. From his ninja pouch, he pulled out a scroll. Kagura had given this to him the day before. The scroll bore no name. Inside, it contained no jutsu. Instead, it was a detailed report about the personnel changes and patrol routes of the Konoha police force over the past 6 months. At the end of the report, several names were circled in red ink. They were all members of the Hyuga branch family, and all had, for various reasons, lately been moved away from key posts, sent off to guard warehouses, or posted at the gates. Takuma's heart felt a swirl of turmoil. He hadn't believed Kagura's earlier warning, but this scroll struck him like a stinging slap across the face. Something really had happened to the branch family. What's more, it was the main house, acting from the shadows, systematically pushing them aside. But why? He couldn't understand it. Isn't the Hyuga clan supposed to be the one that values unity and tradition above all else? A sudden sound of footsteps broke his train of thought. It was his father, a man who always seemed honest and earnest, a branch family ninja who had spent his whole life working without complaint. Tokima. His father's voice sounded weary. Father. Tokima quickly stood up, hiding the scroll behind his back. There's no point hiding it. His father sighed. I already know everything. He walked over and sat down next to Tokima. That boy named Kagura. He's no ordinary child, his father said. He's just my squad leader. Tokima stammered, unsure of what to say. Squad leader? His father gave a rueful smile. Someone who can get his hands on this kind of thing. Do you really think he's just an ordinary tuning captain? Tokima. Yes. From now on, stay by his side. His father's words left Tokima utterly stunned. Father, our generation, we don't have any hope left, his father said, gazing down the mountain at the imposing Hyuga compound. Caged birds, they can never fly free. But you're different. You've met someone who just might be able to open your cage. Hold on to him. Don't let go. For those of us in the branch house, this is our only chance. At that same moment, inside the Kurama clan's residence, Yakumo's room was tightly locked. There were no lights on in the room. Only a large canvas stood in the center. On the canvas was a twisted, tormented black monster, seething with pain and resentment. Yakumo sat before her canvas. Her face was paler than ever. Her body shivered uncontrollably. That monster was screaming inside her mind. Let me out. Let me out. I want to kill them all. Kill everyone who looks down on us. This was her inner demon. The curse of the Kurama clan's bloodline limit, Ito. No. Yakumo clutched her head, moaning in agony. She could feel her skull threatening to split open, just as the darkness was about to swallow her whole. She remembered the book Kagura had given her. She recalled what it said about something called meditation, visualization. Visualize the anchor in your heart, the one you trust most and feel safest with. Pour all of your mental strength into that anchor. Yakumo closed her eyes. Gradually, a memory surfaced in her mind. It was at the training grounds. She had collapsed to her knees, exhausted. A pair of hands, not warm, not cold, but steady, reached out to her. It was Kagura. He hadn't said a word. Instead, he'd shouldered 3 weighted vests. With his actions, he told her everything. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yakumo's spirit slowly, gently, calmed down. In her mind, the shrieking monster gradually quieted down. She hadn't vanquished it. She had only managed, within herself, to find a temporary harbor for both the creature and herself, where they could rest for a while. She opened her eyes. Moonlight spilled through the crack in the window, illuminating the room. It didn't seem quite so dark anymore. Inside Kagura's apartment, all was pitch black. He sat cross-legged on the floor, unmoving. On his back, that patch of purple dragon scales had spread from the size of a palm to cover his entire shoulder blade. He was in the midst of his most perilous training. He was trying to merge the power of Thunder's End with armament haki hardening. A surge of wild energy flickered around his right fist, appearing and fading like a phantom. Suddenly, he stopped. He opened his eyes and glanced toward the window. His haki of perception had picked up a sound, a noise that didn't belong here. That voice was cold, tinged with the musty scent of ancient scrolls and the sting of antiseptic. He had arrived. The door to Kagura's apartment was knocked upon. Thud, thud, thud. 3 knocks, neither hurried nor slow, each carrying the weight of an absolute command. Kagura slowly withdrew the newly grown dragon scales, hiding them back within himself. The armament haki hardening faded soundlessly from his body. He stood up, stretching limbs stiff from sitting. He approached the door. He didn't have to ask who it was. He already knew. He opened the door. An old man stood outside. Only one eye was visible. The other, along with half his face, was swathed in thick bandages. His right arm was hidden as well, tightly wrapped in bandages and shrouded by a billowing sleeve. He leaned on a wooden staff, standing silently, like a tree on the verge of withering away. Yet the aura he exuded was anything but gentle. There was a chill about him, a deadly silence, steeped in rot and ambition. Shimura Danzo, the dark shadow of the leaf. Kagura, is it? Danzo spoke, his voice rasping and harsh. I am Shimura Danzo, one of the village's humble advisors. It's late. Won't you invite me in for seat? Kagura's face shifted to just the right blend of surprise and respect. Elder Danzo. He quickly stepped aside. Please come in. I didn't recognize you. What an honor to have you visit. His act was flawless, as if he were nothing more than an ordinary genin, caught off guard by an unexpected visit from the village's elite. Danzo stepped inside. His lone eye swept through the tiny apartment like a hunting hawk, quickly, thoroughly, missing nothing. It was spotless, simple, without the slightest excess. Just like the impression this boy tried so hard to give. There's no need to be so formal. Danzo sat down on the only chair in the room. I simply heard that there's a rather interesting young shinobi in the village, so I came especially to take a look. You're too kind, Elder. Kagura replied respectfully as he poured a glass of water for Danzo. I'm just a regular genin, doing nothing more than my duty. Your duty? Danzo let out a dry chuckle, a smile that looked more painful than a grimace. In Yato Town, when faced with when confronted by those ruthless rogue ninjas, you still manage to stay calm under pressure, even turning the tables and taking one down yourself. That kind of courage and skill isn't quite what I would expect from an ordinary genin. He had let the word slip on purpose. He was probing. Kagura's face remained utterly calm. It was as if he hadn't heard that forbidden word at all. That was just luck, he said quietly, lowering his head, looking as if he was still shaken by the memory. It was all thanks to Minato-sensei's leadership, and Takuma and Yakumo risking their lives to shield me. I barely escaped with my life. He credited everything to his teacher and comrades, kept himself completely out of it. Oh, Danzo drew out the syllable, his tone slow and drawn. But the version I heard is rather different. I heard it was you who came up with the plan, you who spotted the enemy's weakness, and you who, with a very unusual blade, delivered the decisive blow. That technique, what is it called? The truth was out. Inside, Kagura felt a chill settle in his heart. He knew that his explanation about chakra compression might have fooled Minato, someone who lived in the daylight. But there was no deceiving this old fox, who had spent a lifetime immersed in shadows. In answer to your question, Elder, Kagura lifted his gaze, his eyes clear and open. That technique has no name. It was something I scrambled together, desperate at the edge of life and death. It's powerful, yes, but using it almost ruined all the meridians in my arm. If it weren't for Minato-sensei's treatment afterwards, I might be crippled by now. His answer was half true, half false. He admitted the technique existed, yet stressed its uncontrollable, dire side effects. The message to Danzo was clear. It was a one-time thing. Best not to covet it. Danzo studied him intently. You're very shrewd. He didn't pursue the matter any further. A clever child like you should understand just how hard-won the great tree of Konoha is. It needs sunshine. It needs rain and dew. But it also needs roots that delve deep into the dark earth, that absorb the foul nutrients below, and defend against the unseen pests that threaten it. I am the one who tends to those roots. At last, he revealed his true intentions. Kagura, you're an orphan, with no family background and no special kekiai, jinkai to rely on. The path you've chosen will be far more arduous than most. Minato Namikaze is truly gifted, but he shines a bit too brightly. Sunshine at times can scorch, and it is only in the shadows that one finds the best shelter. Join me. In Danzo's single eye, an uncanny light flickered. Join Root. I can give you everything you desire. Power, status, and a place where you can truly take root. To work for me is to work for the very foundation of Konoha. This, and only this, is the true will of fire. Kagura fell silent. He could hear it. Each word from Danzo's lips was like a silken thread laced with poison, trying to pull him into that bottomless, sunless abyss called root. He knew that, with a single nod, he might truly gain a great many things. But in doing so, he would lose even more. For example, his freedom, and perhaps even himself. Thank you for your trust, Elder. Kagura lifted his head and bowed deeply to Danzo. But I cannot accept. Danzo's loan I narrowed sharply. He had not expected such generous terms to be rejected by an 11-year-old child, right before his eyes. Why? His voice now grew cold. Because I'm a member of Team 11 of Konoha. Kagura straightened, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. My captain is Minato Namikaze. My teammates are Takuma Hyuga and Yakumo Kurama. On graduation day, Minato-sensei told us, those who can't cherish their comrades are worthless. I don't want to be worthless. He held Minato up as a shield. He shaped himself into a passionate youth, loyal and devoted, thoroughly admiring his teacher. Comrades, Danzo let out a cold snort. Such naive thinking. When you truly face the darkness, comrades are nothing but your weakness, your dead weight. So tell me, boy, when your comrades need you to risk your life to protect them, when your village asks you to sacrifice those so-called comrades for a greater gain, what will you choose? This was a question that aimed for the heart. Kagura looked at him. With his haki of perception, he could hear. Within that aged heart of Danzo's, there was nothing but cold calculation and disdain. He did not believe in any so-called will of fire. He simply wanted a useful tool. Suddenly, Kagura smiled. I would become stronger. So strong that I could protect my comrades without fail, and still fulfill the village's mission. So powerful that there's no need to make such meaningless choices anymore. Danzo froze. His single eye locked onto Kagura, staring intently. For the first time, as he gazed at this child, he felt something that made him deeply uncomfortable. It was a sense of absolute confidence, a kind that should never belong to someone this young. Or perhaps, it was arrogance. Very well. Danzo stood up. I'll remember your answer. Leaning on his wooden cane, he made his way toward the door. I hope that in the future, you won't regret the choice you made today. When he reached the door, his hand resting on the handle, he suddenly paused. Oh, by the way, as if something had just come to mind, he turned back and added, this apartment of yours is too small and far too unsafe. Tomorrow, someone will come to help you move somewhere else. With that, he opened the door and left. His figure soon melted away into the darkness. Kagura stood where he was, unmoving. His expression gradually cooled, little by little. A new place? How nicely put. But in truth, it just meant a place more convenient for surveillance. He walked over to the door and shut it. His fingers brushed lightly along the inner edge of the doorframe. There, barely detectable, was the faintest, lingering trace of chakra, virtually imperceptible. It was a tracking seal. He'd been marked. Kagura let his finger rest for a moment on that nearly invisible sigil. Then, calmly, he withdrew his hand. He closed the door as though nothing unusual had happened. He knew exactly what this was. A highly advanced tracking technique, the unique handiwork of the Foundation. As long as the seal remained, his every move would be under someone else's watchful eyes. He didn't erase it right away. That would be foolish. Doing so would be like broadcasting a statement directly to Danzo. I know who you are. I know what you're up to. I see your tricks. That wouldn't be resistance. It would be a declaration of war. And he wasn't ready for that. Not yet. Kagura returned to his room and laid down on the bed. He stared at the ceiling, eyes wide open. Thoughts raced furiously through his mind. Danzo, that crafty old fox, had made his move. Now, it was Kagura's turn. The next morning, just at dawn, someone knocked on Kagura's apartment door again. This time, it was two ordinary men dressed like movers. They looked utterly unremarkable, faces blank, eyes empty. But to Kagura's senses, two chilling clusters of malice flickered behind their facades, cold and serpentine. Mr. Kagura, is that right? The man in front spoke in a flat, utterly expressionless tone. We're here on behalf of the village to help you move. Elder Danzo said you are the village's future, so you should live somewhere better. Kagura's face instantly showed a look of pleasant surprise, as if unable to believe his fortune. This is too much, really. I couldn't possibly accept. It's an order. The man cut him off firmly. Kagura simply nodded and didn't say anything more. Obediently, he packed up his meager belongings, which could barely fill a single bag. Then, following the two movers, he left the tiny apartment he had called home for so many years. The new place was in another section of the village. Here was quieter, much more secluded too. The house itself was truly far bigger than before. It even came with a small backyard, a touch of luxury he'd never had. Mr. Kagura, this is your new home. We'll help you move your things in. Please, take your time getting familiar with the place. The two men, their expressions unreadable, wasted no words before starting to haul his belongings inside. Kagura circled the house, taking his time. 2 bedrooms, a living room, fully furnished. The view from the window was wide and clear. In fact, it was so open that anyone on the nearby or opposite rooftops could see everything in his rooms. This was a larger, more comfortable cage. Inside, Kagura felt utterly calm. He waited until the 2 root shinobi had left. The first thing he did wasn't to unpack his luggage. Instead, he began a meticulous inspection of the house. He moved every piece of furniture from its original spot. He tapped every piece of the floor, every inch of wall. Soon enough, beneath the bed, behind a table leg, and even on the inside of a lampshade, he found 3 tiny chakra-written surveillance seals. He didn't destroy them. He merely memorized their chakra frequency and structure. Then he put everything exactly back where it belonged. With all this done, he stepped outside. He didn't go home, but made his way to Training Ground 11. There, Minato-sensei was coaching Takoma and Yakumo. "Sensei." Kagura walked up calmly. "Kagura, weren't you moving today? That was quick." Minato looked surprised. "Yes." Kagura nodded, his face showing just the right amount of lingering unease and anxiety. "Sensei, last night." He nervously recounted Danzo's visit to Minato. Of course, he omitted everything about Root and their recruitment. He only said that Elder Danzo cared for him as a promising junior and very kindly arranged for him to move to a bigger, safer house. At once, a frown creased Minato's brow. He clearly understood it couldn't be that simple. Danzo, showing such generosity to a mere genin? That was a fairy tale for fools. "Sensei." Kagura looked at Minato, concern written on his face. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, you didn't," Minato replied at once. "You haven't done anything wrong." A flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "Don't worry." He gave Kagura's shoulder a reassuring pat. "This is a sign that the village elders value you. It's a good thing." Even as he said it, he didn't quite believe it himself. "But I just can't seem to shake off this uneasiness," Kagura murmured, his head lowered. "I'm afraid I'm not strong enough, that I'll let the elders down." So, he lifted his head, eyes shining with longing. "Sensei, could you give me a key to the training grounds as well? I want to spend extra hours training by myself at night. I want to get stronger." His performance was flawless, an earnest, passionate young man, feeling pressure from being noticed by powerful figures and striving to become stronger. Minato looked at him. He understood what Kagura truly wanted. This clever pupil was reaching out for help. He didn't want to live in that caged, watched apartment. He needed a safe refuge, a place where he could finally breathe. And with a nighttime training permit sanctioned by the Yellow Flash himself, he'd have the perfect shield. "All right." Minato didn't hesitate. He reached into his ninja pouch and drew out a spare key. "This is for training ground number 7. It's out of the way. At night, almost no one goes there. But remember, be careful. Stay safe." "Thank you, teacher." Kagura accepted the key with apparent excitement. But just having a shield wasn't enough. There was still the eye left on the old apartment's doorframe. That night, Kagura didn't go to the new, closely monitored apartment. Silently, he slipped back to his own, now empty old apartment. He paused in front of that door, one he had already marked. He reached out, his fingers grazing the tracking seal once more. Closing his eyes, he sent out the barest thread of his chakra, meticulously analyzing the structure and frequency of the jutsu. It was difficult, harder than developing the Thunder Reaper. It demanded an exquisite, granular control over chakra. But this happened to be Kagura's biggest strength. An hour later, he opened his eyes. From the pouch at his waist, he took a blank talisman slip. He bit his finger and, moving swiftly, began sketching on it with his blood. This was not any ordinary offensive seal. Instead, it was an exact replica, a meticulously crafted fake of the original tracking seal on the doorframe. He channeled a wisp of his own chakra into the slip. Then, ever so carefully, he pressed the talisman against the inner side of the doorframe, perfectly aligning it with the genuine jutsu. When all this was finished, he left immediately. For the next 2 days, he came back here every night. Each time, it was only to use his own chakra to feed the forge tag, so that its chakra signature would become more and more like the real one. On the 3rd night, Kagura knew the time had come. He returned once more to the old apartment. With the unique seal-breaking technique he had painstakingly deciphered over the past days, he delicately and carefully removed the genuine tracking seal, Danzo's own work, from the doorframe. The entire process was executed without alerting a soul. He held the seal in his palm. Then, in an instant, he vanished from the spot. He arrived at the farthest edge of the village at a waste disposal site. Casually, he tossed the seal onto the corpse of a stray cat, which was about to be shipped out of the village for burial. When it was done, he slipped away quietly. Almost invisible in the night, he slipped into the forest of death. He found his way back to that long-abandoned, truly secret base of his. Standing before a battered, scarred boulder, he drew a deep breath of the crisp, free air. He looked back in the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. In his perception, the invisible threads that had once clung to him were now gone, replaced by a few strands of cold malice, vainly monitoring the empty apartment that once housed him. You thought you'd spun a web, but you never realized. I am a spider. Kagura's life had been expertly divided into 2 perfect halves. One half lived beneath sunlight. One half belonged to the night. By day, he was Kagura, captain of Konoha's 11 squad. Dependable, trustworthy, a sharp-minded companion. He would train rigorously with Minato-sensei, honing his skills as part of the team. He'd lead Takuma and Yakumo, swiftly completing whatever missions the village assigned. He'd dwell in that well-monitored, spotless apartment bathed in sunlight. He'd make regular visits to the library, perusing scrolls of strategy and history like an eager student. His role was flawless, every detail in place. Those root operatives, lurking in the shadows, saw nothing out of the ordinary. All they observed was a promising good seed of the hidden leaf, thriving under the golden care of the yellow flash. But as night fell, the truth of his other life would begin. With the key he'd obtained from Minato-sensei, Kagura would unlock the gate to Training Ground 7. Dutifully, he would spend half an hour there, practicing his kunai throws with convincing effort. Then, with his subtle earth-style jutsu, he would conjure a lingering clone, infused with his chakra, that would last till dawn and leave behind the necessary traces. And once all was in place, he would slip away as silently as a cat melting into the night, leaving without a sound. He'd cross almost the entire village and slip into the forest of death, back to where he truly belonged, his real home. Here, he was no longer the promising talent in anyone's eyes. He was just himself, a monster, relentlessly squeezing out every ounce of potential simply to survive. This was where he began, in the truest sense, systematic training. Armament hockey became his highest priority. For now, it was his most reliable means of offense and defense. He was no longer content with simply hardening his fists. What he wanted was full-body mastery. He sat cross-legged on the ground and extended his right arm. Closing his eyes, he summoned that dominating force. Black hardening crept from his fingertips, climbing steadily upward. To his palm, his wrist, his forearm. Every inch it advanced felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones. Pain, a searing, bone-deep agony. When the hardening reached his elbow, he stopped. That was his limit. He could feel the meridians in his arm already straining beneath the pressure. He didn't force it. He slowly released the hardening. Then he looked at his arm, now laced with fine red lines from the intense internal struggle of power. Calmly, he took out the box of ointment Yakumo had given him and applied it. He waited for the pain to subside a bit, then began again, over and over, in an endless cycle. Training observation hockey, on the other hand, was much gentler, but it required far more talent and a steady heart. He was no longer satisfied with just passively sensing. He started trying to predict. Around his base, he rigged dozens of simple interconnected traps using ninja wire and explosive tags. One wrong step would set off every trap. Next, he covered his eyes with a strip of black cloth. He began pacing through his self-made minefield. He blocked out his sense of hearing. He relied solely on his heart to sense the taut ninja wire, invisible to naked eyes, to sense the explosive tags lying hidden beneath dead leaves, ready to detonate at the slightest touch, to sense the cold intent to kill lingering on them. The first time, he barely took 3 steps before almost being blasted sky-high. The second time, 5 steps. By the 10th attempt, 12 steps. A month later, he could now move freely in that deadly minefield. His body would always react a split second, 2/10, before danger struck, making the perfect evasive move. And then, there was the mythical Zoan devil fruit, Thunder Dragon, his greatest and most dangerous trump card. Most of his time was devoted here. He had already mastered the ability to partially cover his back or arms with dragon scales. But he knew it was not enough. The dragon's greatest weapon is not its scales. It is thunder. He began to try to summon that force, hidden deep within his bloodline, the true power that belonged to the Thunder Dragon. He spread the dragon's scales across his entire back. Then, using his spiritual energy, he tried to stimulate them. This process was extremely draining and exhausting. He tried again and again. He failed countless times, until one night, deep into the dark hours. Once more, just as he was about to faint from exhaustion, the dragon scales on his back suddenly flared with light. A faint, thin strand of purple electricity arced out from between scales. With a crisp snap, that arc of lightning struck a nearby sapling. The small tree was instantly reduced to a charred stump. Kagura stared at the little tree, now wreathed in curling black smoke. He felt the tingling, numbing sensation running across his back. He had done it. At last, he had grasped the dragon's lightning, though the power was still weak. This was a true leap, from nothing to something, a fundamental breakthrough. And so time passed, flying swiftly by, as he endured through the tedium and fulfillment of training. Winter of the 41st year in the hidden leaf village crept in quietly. The scent of war grew heavier by the day. Each day, The village grew more tense than the last. More and more ninja were being sent to the front lines. The number of wounded only increased. Kagura even saw, several times in the streets, members of the Umbu in white masks, hurrying past with stretchers draped in white sheets. There was less and less of that familiar smile on Master Minato's face. The time he spent in the village kept shrinking. Again and again, the Hokage sent him to different battlefronts to carry out the most urgent, most dangerous tasks. Whenever he returned, he always brought with him the smell of blood, so strong it couldn't be washed away. Kagura understood. The story was about to begin. The Third Great Ninja War, its most brutal chapter, was drawing near, and he himself would soon be 12 years old. That fateful day, the Battle of Canopy Bridge, was not far off. He had to become faster, stronger. That night, in the Forest of Death, Kagura stood at the center of the clearing. He slowly raised his right hand. Armament haki. He spoke in a low, focused voice. Instantly, his entire right arm, from fingertip to shoulder, was coated in a sheen of inky, armored power. He had succeeded. Then, he lifted his left hand. Lightning. The dragon scales on his back erupted in sudden brightness. A torrent of violent, purple electricity, 10 times stronger than before, burst forth in an instant. It did not scatter wildly. Instead, like an obedient beast, the lightning coiled around his left hand, the one untouched by armament haki. Purple lightning crackled at his fingertips in a dramatic display. Lightning in his left hand, armament in his right. Kagura looked at his hands, each exuding a different yet equally terrifying aura. Slowly, he exhaled a white breath into the chilly air. The explosion release of the hidden stone village. He wondered how it measured up against the true power of lightning. The 42nd summer of Konoha. Rain, falling without end. The entire village was shrouded in a damp, stifling chill that seemed to choke the very air. Battle reports from the front poured back into the Hokage's office like an unending blizzard. And then, they turned into death notices, each stamped with a red seal, delivered to one broken family after another. The war had reached its most grueling phase. It had been 3 months since Team 11 received any mission at all. Each day for them was now filled to the brim with relentless training. Their teacher, Minato, had become the busiest person in the village. He spun through duties like a tireless top. One moment on the battlefield in the land of grass, and the next, standing at the tense border facing Cloud Village. The moniker, Yellow Flash, now resounded across the entire shinobi world. But with such fame, he'd also become the #1 target every enemy village wanted to eliminate. On this day, Minato returned from the front lines, the scent of smoke still clinging to him, and urgently called Team 11 together. There was none of his usual warmth on his face. Instead, his expression carried the heavy gravity of a storm about to break. "There's an emergency mission," he announced. Right there on the training ground, he unfurled a map stained with fresh blood. A rank. Takuma and Yakumo both held their breath for a heartbeat. An A-rank mission. This was their first encounter with a mission of this level. It meant what lay ahead was perilous, almost certain death. The location, MT Kikyo. Minato's fingertip pressed down on the map, marking a key strategic site at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. 2 days ago, the hidden sand village abruptly tore up the ceasefire agreement. They've gathered over 1,000 shinobi and launched a full assault on our fortress at MT Kikyo. Our defending troops have suffered heavy casualties and are barely holding on. The Hokage has ordered every available force in the village to head to the front lines immediately. Our Team 11 has been included in the second wave of support. His words were few, but the weight they carried was immense and terrifying. Sensei, Kagura spoke. "What exactly is our mission?" "Escort," Minato replied. "Our task is to safely deliver these medical supplies and replenishment scrolls to the MT Kikyo fortress." He gestured to the mountains of crates stacked beside the training ground. "Along the way, we're very likely to run into advance units from the sand. So, this is far from a simple transport mission. This is a war on the move. Does everybody understand?" "Yes." The three responded in unison. Their voices held no trace of fear. There was only the tense, long-suppressed fighting spirit, now on the verge of breaking free. Half an hour later, at the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, 23-man squads, each just like Team 11, stood assembled. They were all elite graduates, drawn from both the current and previous year. The famed Team 7, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara, was among them. For once, Obito's face was free from its usual playful grin. His fists were clenched tight, his eyes shining with a burning desire to become a hero. Kakashi, alone in a corner, was quietly polishing the glowing short blade slung across his back. That was the keepsake left by his father, the legendary White Fang of the Leaf. Kagura's gaze met Kakashi's for a brief moment in the air. In each other's eyes, they saw the same thing. Calm, a serene composure, utterly unfazed by the bloodshed looming ahead. Move out. With a single command from the leading jonin, the support force, 60 young ninjas strong, surged forth from the village gates like a tidal wave, rushing toward that patch of land known as Kikyo Mountain, the mortal meat grinder. The journey was tense and stifling. Everyone was coiled tight with nerves. Teruma's Byakugan almost never stopped scanning. Kagura pushed his observation haki to its limits as well, sensing countless hostile presences lurking in the air, as if a pack of starving wolves hid in the shadows, watching these plump sheep with hungry anticipation. On the third day, when they crossed into a broad expanse of desert, trouble struck. Hold! Kagura and Kakashi spoke up, almost at the same instant, a warning slicing through the tense silence. The squad halted at once. What is it? The leading jonin asked, brow furrowed. Underground, answered Kagura. Something's there, Kakashi added. No sooner had they spoken than the sands at their feet erupted, bursting open. Dozens of figures erupted from beneath the yellow dunes, each clad in the distinctive vests of the hidden sand village. Ferocious, bloodthirsty grins spread across their faces. It was an ambush team from the sand. Enemy attack. Form up. Though the Leaf's young ninja were thrown into momentary chaos, they rallied quickly, training and instinct taking hold, falling into defensive formation in a flash. Battle broke out in an instant. Kunai and shurikens sliced through the air like a barrage of rain. The explosions of paper bombs sounded one after another, explosive and fierce. Teruma, front left, 30-degree angle, 5 meters underground. Kagura's voice rang out, clear and steady. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Teruma wove his signs. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams, air palm. An invisible shockwave of chakra slammed heavily onto the sandy ground. A dull thud. A muffled sound echoed. A sand shinobi, who had been preparing to launch a surprise attack from underground, was forced out into the open, spitting blood from his mouth. Yagumo, right rear. Interfere with him. Yes. Yagumo's Jinjutsu quietly took effect, undetectable by those around. A sand chunin who was about to unleash a wind-style jutsu suddenly stiffened. His hands fumbled and wove the wrong seals. The wind release turned into nothing more than a harmless breeze. Kagura moved like a phantom. He didn't draw his blade. He simply weaved through the chaos of battle, drifting silently among friend and foe. With every step he took, he managed, almost effortlessly, to dodge every single attack aimed his way. His observation haki was pushed to its absolute limit on this killing field. He seemed like a player with a map-wide cheat, seeing every move his enemies would make before they even acted. A sand shinobi, grinning viciously, lunged at Kagura's back. Without turning, Kagura casually sent a punch over his shoulder. His fist was cloaked in an impenetrable darkness, armament haki. A sickening crack. The sand shinobi's arm, along with the kunai he held, shattered into fragments under the blow. Monster! He managed to choke out this single word, only to be kicked away by Kagura the next instant. On the other side of the battlefield, Kakashi's fighting style was an outright contrast. Fast, ruthless. Every time his short white fang blade flashed from its sheath, it claimed another life. He was like the most efficient killing machine imaginable. Uchiha Obito was no longer the deadweight he once had been. He still couldn't use the great fireball technique, but his reckless, almost suicidal fighting style was enough to tie down a sand chunin on his own. Noera Rin stayed at the rear, constantly using her medical ninjutsu to treat wounded comrades. The battle was locked in stalemate. The Konoha Genin, though not individually strong, had flawless teamwork. The Sand's ambush squad, though seasoned and cunning, was outnumbered. This won't do, Kagura thought, scanning the battlefield. They'd already been stalled for too long. If the main sand force caught up, they would all die here. It had to end quickly. His eyes fixed on the enemy commander. He was a tough-looking jonin, one who hadn't moved at all, instead coordinating his squad from behind the front lines. Catch the leader, and the rest will follow. Kagura's figure vanished from sight. He ignored the foot soldiers entirely. His target was set. The sand jonin had spotted him too. Little brat, you've got a death wish, he sneered, forming hand seals with swift, practiced movements. Wind style, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind howled toward Kagura. But Kagura stood his ground, refusing to step aside. He simply extended his left hand. Lightning, he intoned, voice low and commanding. A surge of wild, violet electricity burst forth from his palm in an instant. Like a thunder dragon roaring against the wind, it tore upward with fierce momentum. A deafening crash exploded through the air as the wind and lightning collided head-on. The blast wave sent sand swirling into the air, rising more than 3 meters high. For the first time, an expression of utter shock appeared on the sand-hidden Jonin's face. What kind of jutsu was that? When did the Leaf Village acquire such a technique? In that brief moment when his attention wavered, Kagura was already standing before him. He didn't even draw his sword. He simply pressed his fist, coated in the deep black sheen of armament hardening, straight into the Jonin's chest. There was a heavy, muffled thud. The sand-hidden Jonin's chest caved in completely. His body was flung backward like an empty sack, tumbling through the air. All eyes swung toward Kagura, as irresistibly as iron filings to a magnet. That Jonin from the sand village landed in a heap dozens of meters away, limp and lifeless, like a discarded rag doll. A hollow depression was carved deep into his chest. Dead. So dead, there was no hope of return. On the battlefield, the tumultuous, frenzied killing intent seemed to pause, as if someone had hit the mute button. The expressions on the faces of the remaining sand ninja were a wild swirl of emotions. From bloodlust to disbelief and finally to terror, in less than 3 seconds. Our leader is dead, a sand chunin stammered, barely able to force out the words. His question hit the crowd like a stone tossed into a still pond. Every sand ninja, still standing, simply broke, overwhelmed by despair. Their backbone was gone. Run, someone shouted, voice cracking from panic. Then chaos erupted into a full-blown rout. They threw away their weapons and fled without a backward glance, wishing for extra legs to carry them faster. Chase them. The Jonin leading the Leaf Village forces finally snapped out of his shock and bellowed the order. Don't let a single one escape. He hardly needed to give the command. The Leaf Genin, who just moments ago were locked in desperate struggle, were now bursting with newfound morale. Fire style, Phoenix Flower, Jutsu. Uchiha Obito leaped onto a rock and spat forth a rapid volley of small fireballs. His aim was wild, but the ferocity was undeniable. Let's move, Takuma, someone called. Right, came the reply. Kagura did not move. He merely stood, quietly watching his teammates, and all those once familiar classmates, transform into a pack of tigers unleashed on the battlefield, hunting down the fleeing enemy. Slowly, he drew back that fist still shrouded in hardened black. The dark carapace faded away. He glanced at his left hand. The violet arcs of electricity that had danced around it were gone as well. He had wielded both powers at once. The drain on his chakra was even greater than he had imagined. Right now, he felt a little hollow inside. Hey! A voice sounded beside him. It was Kakashi Hitaki. He didn't know when Kakashi had come to stand by his side. Kakashi didn't look at him. His gaze stayed fixed on the distant, chaotic battlefield. That technique you just used, Kakashi's voice was calm and measured, isn't from Konoha. Kagura admitted it. In your lightning style, doesn't work that way. Either, Kakashi continued. Kagura responded again. Who exactly are you? Kakashi finally turned his head, looking straight at him. In that single revealed eye, there was equal parts curiosity and wariness. Kagura turned to meet his gaze. My name is Kagura, a genin from Konoha. Squad 11, Captain. Disciple of Minato Namikaze. He answered. Every word was true. Yet, strung together, they explained nothing at all. Kakashi stared at him. Kagura stared right back. There, upon a battlefield thick with a metallic tang of blood, 2 12-year-old boys locked eyes. One was a lone wolf, bearing the burden of genius and the shadow of his father. The other, a stranger among strangers, haunted by memories of a past life and the weight of otherworldly power. Whatever, Kakashi said at last, breaking eye contact. Boring. With a flash, his figure vanished as he bounded off to rejoin the pursuit. Kagura allowed himself a small smile. He knew the seed of suspicion had already been sown, but that hardly mattered. Surviving on a battlefield was all that counted now. The battle ended quickly. The Sand's ambush force was wiped out to the last. Konoha paid dearly, too. 3 dead. 5 gravely wounded. Most everyone bore some injury. A heavy atmosphere pressed down on them. No one cheered for victory. They simply, quietly, began clearing the field and tending to the wounded. Rin Nohara's healing jutsu became the most precious resource on the battlefield. She worked herself to exhaustion, sweat streaming down her brow. Obito Uchiha kept guard by her side, eyes flickering warily at every shadow. Gone was his usual goofy grin. All that remained was a clumsy, earnest determination to protect what he treasured. Kagura's squad had fared better than most. Tokima was merely drained. Yakumo still had half her chakra left. Captain. Tokima walked over hesitantly, gathering his thoughts before speaking. You were incredible back there. He couldn't think of another word. Just lucky, Kagura used his favorite excuse. That was no luck. Tokima shook his head. I saw what you did. That punch. The Sand Jonin didn't even have time to react. Kagura. Yakumo walked over as well, her little face glowing with admiration. That lightning of yours was beautiful. Kagura gazed at his two teammates, who had developed a blind trust in him by now. He understood that the web he had woven was tightening with each passing moment. All right, that's enough, he said, giving Tokima a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Go help the others. The war isn't over yet. After a 30-minute rest, the team set out once more. This time, no one dared underestimate this band of genin. Above all, no one would ever again look down on the quiet captain of Team 11. They drew ever closer to Mount Kikyo. The air was heavy with that familiar tang of war, that mix of iron and blood growing ever more intense. They could even make out, from beyond the horizon, the faint rumble of explosions in the distance. 2 days later, dusk. At last, the fortress of Mount Kikyo appeared before their eyes. The sight made everyone gasp sharply in horror. This was no longer a fortress. It was a ruin. The fortress walls had crumbled away, half in rubble. Fires raged everywhere, sending columns of thick smoke surging into the sky. Countless tiny figures, dotting the wasteland like a swarm of ants, fought with a desperate frenzy amid the ruins. The clash of battle cries, the screams of the wounded, the roar of explosions, all fused together into a hellish symphony. Move! The Jonin leading the squad was as pale as a sheet. We're too late. Full speed ahead. Get these supplies to headquarters. Everyone pushed themselves to the limit, charging straight into that hell on earth. As they stormed inside the fortress, a Chunin from the Leaf, blood covering his entire body, caught sight of them. Reinforcements! He shouted like a man possessed. Our reinforcements are here. That cry was like a shot of adrenaline. The Leaf shinobi who had been barely hanging on erupted into triumphant cheers. But Kagura and his team had no time to savor the welcome. They weaved their way through a field of corpses and wounded. At last, at the center of the fortress, hidden in a partially intact underground shelter, they found the highest-ranking commander here, Narashikaku. He looked as if he'd aged 10 years beyond his real age. Dark circles ringed his eyes, his stubble unkempt, and exhaustion radiated from every pore. Minato's students? He spared a glance at Kagura and his team at the front, then at the supplies behind them. Good, he said, nodding. The supplies are here. That's what matters. Your mission is accomplished. Just as the leading Jonin opened his mouth to ask what they should do next, Narashikaku cut him off at once. Your new orders are to hold the number 3 outpost on the western flank. He pointed at the map on the wall, a large portion of it stained crimson with fresh blood. There, he said, the puppet corps from Sunagakure just tore open a breach. I don't care whose disciples you are, nor do I care what prodigies you might have been in the past. From this moment on, you are soldiers. Your task is to seal that breach. If you can't hold it, then every one of you will die there. Narashikaku's words were cold as steel, bereft of any warmth. Yet no one spoke up in protest. No one even had the time to object. Move out. The Jonin leading them, Kimura, was a seasoned veteran. He wasted no words, turning sharply as he bolted from the command post. 60 young ninja followed in his wake, 60 arrows let loose from atop bow. They surged westward, toward what was known as Position 3, the Breach of Death. The closer they drew, the louder the din of battle, the shouts and screams drowning everything else. The air was thick with the stench of blood, so heavy it was almost suffocating, interlaced with a strange scent of tung oil and old wood. When they finally charged onto the battlefield, the scene before their eyes churned the stomachs of every rookie who was stepping into war for the very first time. It was a landscape fashioned by corpses and splintered wood, a vision of hell itself. Dozens of fallen Konoha and ninja littered the ground, their bodies pitched at grotesque angles. Their deaths were as varied as they were gruesome. Some had been hacked to pieces by blades, their bodies scattered in several chunks. Some, their skin darkened, had clearly died from deadly poison. Others looked hollowed out, gnawed clean by something unspeakable. The architects of this massacre were the puppets. Legions of puppets, grotesquely fashioned in strange and bizarre shapes. Some were humanoid, others fashioned after beasts, and a few bore the revolting resemblance of turtles or scorpions. Their bodies bristled with all manner of poison blades and hidden projectiles. Razor edges glinted from within their joints. Toxic vapors hissed from their jaws, ready to suffocate or slay. These things had no life, no sense of pain, no understanding of fear. Their sole purpose was to kill. Behind the horde at a distance, dozens of Sunagakure puppet masters stayed hidden behind makeshift barricades, fingers controlling invisible threads of chakra, like sinister puppeteers at a macabre show, cruel smiles twisting their lips as they orchestrated the slaughter. "Hold the line." A Chunin from Konoha, his arms severed, roared the words in a hoarse, desperate voice. "We can't let them take another step forward. Behind us is the medical camp." But everyone knew they couldn't hold much longer. Fewer than 20 Konoha ninja still stood to defend the position. And yet, the lifeless wooden monstrosities kept pouring through the ragged opening in the line. Reinforcements. Kimura Kamijinen let out a thunderous shout, snapping everyone out of their stupor. 7th Squad, 11th Squad, follow me. The rest of you, attack freely in your respective squads. Our targets aren't the puppets themselves. It's those damned scum behind them, the ones controlling the puppets. Kill them. The arrival of fresh blood was like a shot of adrenaline. The faltering defensive line was instantly reinforced and held firm. "Abito Rin, cover me." Kakashi's voice was cold and emotionless, carrying no warmth at all. The white Fong's short sword on his back was already drawn, wreathed in dazzling, crackling white lightning. "I'm going in." Like a bolt of white lightning himself, he was the first to charge into the deathly forest formed by the puppets. "Damn, don't think you can hog all the glory to yourself." Abito, not to be outdone, dashed after him. Fire style, great fireball technique. He expelled a massive fireball from his mouth, which forced back several puppets blocking their path. "Kagura." Takuma's voice trembled, not out of fear, but excitement. "I'll leave command to you." Kagura gave no reply. His observation haki had already expanded to its fullest. In his mind, the entire battlefield had become a three-dimensional map, woven from countless lines and points. The whirling projectiles, the hidden blades, the invisible chakra threads. Everything stood out, perfectly clear. Takuma, 45 degrees to your left, the scorpion puppet. Its tail conceals a poison needle. Kagura's voice was eerily calm. Yakumo, ahead and to the right, those three humanoid puppets. Use Jinjutsu to disrupt their movements. Yes. Without hesitation, the two sprang into action. Takuma's body, swift as the wind, closed in on the scorpion puppet in an instant. Instead of striking at its body, he moved like a leaf blowing across the ground, gliding along the puppet's carapace. His fingers, precise as a surgeon's, jabbed at a tiny, well-hidden joint at the base of the puppet's tail. With a sharp snap, the deadly poison tail drooped, limp and powerless. Meanwhile, Yakumo's Jinjutsu struck its mark. The trio of human-shaped puppets suddenly jerked to a halt. Uncontrollably, they turned on each other, attacking in a chaotic frenzy. Excellent. Kagura's figure darted between the two. He didn't bother to draw his sword. Instead, his hands were swathed in jet-black armament haki. His target, the hidden sand Chunin directing the scorpion puppet. That Chunin, caught off guard at how quickly his puppet was disabled, managed a twisted grin when he saw Kagura charging toward him. He gave a sharp tug with both hands. Another puppet, shaped like a spider and always hidden at his side, suddenly sprang open its 8 legs, spreading them wide like a vast web, and swooped down at Kagura. Kagura didn't even look. In midair, his body twisted with a movement that defied all laws of physics, forcing itself into an impossible angle. He slipped cleanly through the gap between two of the spider puppet's legs. The Chunin controlling it was utterly stunned. He didn't have time to react again. A jet-black fist, as if reaching out from the depths of hell, smashed straight into his chest. A deep, dull thud echoed through the air. The Chunin's chest armor, and the ribs beneath it, were shattered to pieces in a single blow. He flew backward like a torn sack, limp and helpless. One down, Kagura did not stop. Once more, his figure disappeared from sight. He moved like the most efficient predator the world had ever seen. Here in this chaotic, death-filled hunting ground, he stalked with cold precision, dispatching, one by one, those puppet masters who hid in the shadows mistakenly believing themselves safe. 1, 2, 3. With every strike he took, another Suna shinobi fell. Yet throughout it all, he never drew the jet-black blade hanging at his waist. Gradually, the other Konoha shinobi on the battlefield began to sense something amiss. They realized that the puppets, which moments before had given them so much trouble, now moved with a sluggishness. Some even stopped right where they stood, motionless. "It's that brat." A Chunin, his arms severed, stared in disbelief at Kagura's back. He's hunting down the puppet masters. All eyes, almost instinctively, were drawn to the black-haired youth striding through the battlefield, collecting lives at a calm and unhurried pace as if out for a stroll in a sunlit garden. He looked so young, younger even than many of them. But the way he fought, the skill, the cold calculation, was that of a battle-hardened veteran, someone who had lived their whole life in war. Kakashi saw it too. He had just severed a puppet master's neck with a chidori. Looking back over his shoulder, he caught sight of Kagura driving his fist clean through another puppet master's heart. Clean. Efficient. Not a single extraneous motion. Kakashi's gaze grew complicated. This boy, how many lives has he taken? To make killing as effortless as breathing? Kagura was fast, blindingly so. Yet even his speed, alone, could not change the tide of the whole battlefield. He had just eliminated a handful of puppet masters, easing the pressure on the defensive lines for a moment. But already, new forces from Sunagakure were surging onto the field. This time it wasn't slow-moving puppets. It was real, living, breathing shinobi, full of murderous intent. Their eyes were as venomous and fierce as scorpions in the desert. Hold the line. The team leader, Jonin Kimura, let out a furious roar. His long blade arced through the air, sending up a spray of blood as he cleaved the sand ninja at the very front in two. But in that same instant, another enemy slashed his thigh open with a gash so deep the bone was visible. The battle, already brutal, instantly became even more savage. These sand ninja weren't green recruits. They were hardened veterans who had clawed their way out of piles of corpses. Their fighting experience was far greater than these Leaf rookies, who had only recently graduated. The first clash. Several of the Leaf's genin fell to the ground. Blood seeped across the charred earth beneath their feet, painting it crimson. This was no training ground. This was war. And in war, people die. Damn it. Obito Uchiha's goggles were so splattered with blood, he could barely see. Back to back with Kakashi, he struggled to fend off 3 sand ninja attacking in unison. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. He forced out a fireball, but the enemy easily blocked it with a simple earth style, earth flow wall. Dead last, Kakashi panted, "Your fire style is way too weak." None of your business. Obito roared back. But deep down, he knew Kakashi was right. On a real battlefield, his strength wasn't nearly enough. If it weren't for Kakashi, again and again, intercepting lethal strikes with his terrifyingly quick white-fanged short blade, Obito probably would have been a corpse by now. Elsewhere, things weren't looking good for Kagura's group either. Takuma's gentle fist worked well against puppets. But up against seasoned warriors, his attacks were always turned aside, the enemy countering at angles sharp and unexpected. Yakumo's Jinjutsu was all but useless here. The Sand Ninja had all undergone rigorous anti-Jinjutsu training. At best, her Genin-level illusions could briefly distract an opponent, and often not even for a heartbeat. "Kagura," Takuma shouted, "we can't hold on much longer." Kagura gave no answer. His sensory prowess had already mapped the entire battlefield in his mind. It was bad. Terribly bad. They were like a flock of sheep, trapped in a swamp. Slowly, bit by bit, being devoured by a pack of wolves. Jonin Kimura was locked in fierce combat with the opposing commander, Jonin himself, utterly unable to break away or direct the field. The rest of the Genin squads fought their own desperate battles, everything dissolving into chaos. If this kept up, in less than 10 minutes, these 60 people would be completely wiped out. Something had to be done. In that instant, a cold, almost chilling light flashed in Kagura's eyes. He was no longer just a captain trying to protect his own squad. He began to view the entire battlefield with a near-absolute, godlike rationality. The position of each person, the amount of chakra each held, the unique combat style of every individual, even the subtle fluctuations of emotion in each fighter. All of it was carefully calculated in his mind. Squad 7. Suddenly, he spoke. His voice was not loud, but it rang out clearly, reaching the embattled ears of Obito and Kakashi. Fall back 3 steps and form a defensive formation. Obito, use a fire-style technique to block off the passage on your left. Obito hesitated for a moment. He didn't know why Kagura was giving him orders, but his body, almost by reflex, obeyed. He grabbed Kakashi and pulled him 3 steps back. Then, turning toward the left passage, where only a single enemy was charging, he summoned the largest, roundest great fireball he had ever created in his life. Flames burst forth, instantly sealing off the path for that sand ninja. The Akimichi clan. Kagura's voice rang out again. Use the human bullet tank to smash through the 3 enemies before you. Not far away, a rotund Akimichi youth, struggling alongside his teammates, heard the command. He did not hesitate for a second. Partial expansion jutsu. Human bullet tank. He transformed into a massive ball of flesh and barreled forward with tremendous force. Those 3 sand ninja never expected someone would attack with such reckless abandon. Their formation instantly fell to pieces under the impact. The Nara clan. Shadow imitation. Hold back the one with the chains. The Yamanaka clan. Use your mind transfer jutsu to control the one on the far right, the one forming hand seals. The Inuzuka clan. Use Fong over Fong to tear open a weak spot from the flank. Command after command, concise and precise, fell steadily from Kagura's lips. Squads of young ninja, teetering on the brink of collapse, suddenly found a pillar of strength. No longer were they fighting alone. They began to cooperate, following Kagura's instructions. The Akimikis led the charge. The Naras provided control. The Yamanakas executed precise, surgical strikes. The Inuzukas launched sudden ambushes. Each clan's secret techniques were deployed at the perfect moment, in the most effective way, all orchestrated by Kagura. What was once a scattered and crumbling defense line, unbelievably, began to reform under his command. It was as if they were a rusted, disjointed machine, and Kagura's invisible hand forcefully tightened every bolt, flooding every joint with oil, bringing it back to roaring life. Then, everything began to move again. The tide of the battlefield started to shift in a subtle, unexpected way. The Sand Shinobi, who only moments ago held an overwhelming advantage, suddenly realized something startling. The Leaf Village kids standing before them seemed different. Their attacks had gained rhythm and order. Their defenses now were airtight, leaving no gaps at all. It no longer felt as if they were fighting a band of inexperienced genin. It was more as though they were matching wits with a seasoned old master at chess. And they themselves, step by step, became nothing more than helpless pawns, each move predicted and completely controlled. That kid, even the Sand Commander's face twisted with unease as he fought tooth and nail against Jonin Kimura. He saw him, that black-haired boy, standing at the heart of the battlefield, issuing orders one after another. Kill him. Maddened, he unleashed a frenzied command to his subordinates. At all costs, bring down the one directing them. He had seen through it. That boy, he was the real core of this battle. As long as he was eliminated, the rookies of the Leaf would fall into chaos, scattering like sand in the wind. Jonin Kimura heard it too. A jolt ran through his heart. He turned back, casting a glance at the genin who, almost without anyone noticing, had seized the reins of command from him. His eyes swirled with emotions too complex to unravel. But there was no time to dwell on them. All genin. He poured every ounce of strength into a furious shout. Follow the orders of that black-haired boy. Everyone, protect him at all costs. Kimura's shout thundered across outpost number 3, the small, blood-soaked mire of the battlefield. Everyone, protect him. Those genin who had still been fighting their own battles paused, startled for a split second. They turned, almost instinctively, to look at the black-haired youth in the center of the field who now commanded with steady conviction. Protect him? A genin? The thought flashed briefly through each of their minds. But then, reality, the cruel, urgent reality before their eyes, crushed those doubts to dust. Do what he says. A burly young man from the Akimichi clan, just after sending 2 enemies flying with his human boulder, wiped the blood from his face and bellowed. If it weren't for him just now, we'd all be dead already. That's right, a Yamanaka girl shouted after him. Do as he says. Trust something that in peacetime could take ages to build. Here on the battlefield, sometimes it only took a moment. One single, right command, the one that allowed you to keep breathing. That was enough. Without hesitation, the genin closest to Kagura moved as one. No longer did they fight alone. In that instant, they gathered, instinctively closing ranks around Kagura's position. Using their own bodies, they formed a human barricade around Kagura, a wall still young and inexperienced, but unwavering in its resolve. On the outermost ring stood the shinobi of the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans. Their tough skin and sturdy physiques made them the perfect vanguard, acting as living shields. Within that circle were the Nara and Yamanaka clans. Their secret arts enabled them to control and support the battle from this middle tier. At the very heart were members of Team 7 and Team 11. They had become Kagura's last, and by far, strongest line of defense. Kakashi's short white blade flashed like lightning, ceaseless and sharp. Obito's great fireball technique roared forth, even larger and fiercer than before. Takuma's gentle fist protected Kagura's left flank. On the right, Yakumo's genjutsu, as quiet as a breath, spun an invisible web in the air. Kagura stood in this improvised command center, safeguarded by 60 comrades, their lives woven tightly together. His expression did not change at all. He knew, now, he was no longer alone. Every decision he made would determine the fate of everyone present. His observation haki unfurled like a vast web across the battlefield, every tremor and hint of killing intent caught within its threads. Nothing escaped his senses, not the subtlest movement, not a single shred of murderous will. "They're coming," he murmured quietly. The ninja of the hidden sand charged forward in a frenzy, their intent singular and wild. Their aim was no longer to break through the defenses. Their single goal was clear: to kill Kagura. "Akimichi!" Kagura's voice rang out to the outermost ring. 10 o'clock left. Use your expansion jutsu. Hold them for me. Inuzuka clan. Follow him. Hit their flank with your fangs. "Yes," came the reply. "Nara clan. Do you see the one weaving signs fastest? Pin him down with your shadow imitation jutsu." "Understood." Yamanaka clan. Ignore the one pinned. Control the one directly across from him. Make them turn on each other. On it. Kagura's commands grew faster and more urgent. Each order issued more quickly, more densely, and, above all, more ruthlessly. He now resembled a master strategist, the ultimate tactician whose every move determined the lives of living, breathing pieces on this deadly board. And with every move, he traded the lives of his pieces for direct, brutal exchanges with the enemy. "Abiram clan," he called. "Don't scatter your bugs so wide. Focus them. Target the one using poison." "Hyuga, from the branch family," he shouted again. "Never mind the front. Use your Byakugan. Keep watch on the tunnels below. The Sand's Earth-style techniques are a real threat." "Kakashi." Came Kakashi's answer, his voice cutting through the clash of steel. "Right in front of you. See the one with 2 swords? He's yours. I need you to take him down within 10 seconds, Kagura commanded. Kakashi gave no reply, but the blinding, thunderous light on the white-fanged short blade in his hand only grew brighter. "Chidori." A piercing cry, sharp and clear, like the screech of 1,000 birds. In an instant, a bolt of white lightning tore straight through the chest of the two-blade ninja. No more, no less. Exactly 10 seconds had passed. "Well done," Kagura remarked in an even, unruffled voice. "Shut up." Kakashi's reply came out ragged, a little breathless. He detested being ordered around. Yet, for all his pride, he couldn't deny it. This guy's leadership was ruthlessly effective. "Obito, here. How many great fireballs can you still manage with your remaining chakra?" 2. "No, wait, 3. Obito shouted back. "Use them sparingly," Kagura ordered. "Soon, when I give the signal, aim for the sky." "For the sky." Obito blinked in confusion. "What's the point of that?" "Less talk, just do as I say." By now, the battle had reached its fever pitch. Post 3 had become a grinding, merciless machine, a place where flesh and wool were chewed up together. Konoha's own fell one after another, but the Sand Shinobi lay in greater numbers. And through it all, Kagura's direction was cold and calculating, like that of an emotionless machine, always wringing the greatest results from the smallest sacrifices. He even began to direct those genin and chunin already wounded, those who could barely stand. "You, with a broken arm, drag that badly wounded one back here. You there with the injured leg, don't just stand around. Pick up every kunai you can find and pass them to whoever can still fight." He squeezed every last ounce from every soul present, pushing them all right to the edge. To onlookers, his methods might have seemed heartless, yet not one uttered a word of complaint, because everyone understood. Everything he did was for one purpose: to give them all a better shot at making it out alive. That brat. The Sands Field commander stared at the bodies of his own men, falling in swathes like wheat beneath the sickle. His eyes burned red with anger. Bastard. He broke away from the Konoha Jonin who had been keeping him busy, turning straight towards Kagura. He was going to wring that kid's neck with his own hands. "Your opponent is me." The Konoha Jonin roared, dragging his wounded leg but refusing to let go, locking the man in place with grim determination. "Out of my way." Within the scope of Kagura's observation haki, he sensed it all. He knew the Jonin was reaching his limit, and so was everyone on his own side. Something had to give, and soon. "Obito!" His sudden shout rang out. "Now, aim for the sky." Obito still didn't understand why, but he didn't hesitate, marshaling the last reserves of his chakra. Fire style, great fireball technique. A blazing orb of fire soared upward, rising into the smoke-stained, dim sky like a fleeting sun. "All of you," Kagura's voice, in that moment, rang out across the entire battlefield. "Close your eyes." Every Konoha ninja, still locked in combat, instinctively obeyed, squeezing their eyes shut. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja, caught off guard by the sudden fireball in the sky, looked up for just an instant. It was in that fleeting moment Yakumo unleashed her Jinjutsu. She didn't target any particular enemy. She poured every ounce of her mental strength into a single, simple Jinjutsu, an intense flash that, through that blazing sun, overhead, swept across the entire field. A chorus of anguished screams tore out from the Sand Shinobi. It was as if needles had stabbed straight into their eyes, the pain blinding and overwhelming. For an instant, their vision plunged into absolute, utter darkness. Now's the time. Go! Kagura's voice came down like a death sentence, a proclamation of doom. Konoha's ninjas, who had just shut their eyes, snapped them open in unison. And what they saw their enemies, flailing in blindness, panic-stricken and helpless, like insects scattering after their heads had been cut off. Kill! All the anger and bloodlust, pent up for so long, erupted in a single, explosive wave. A massacre, one-sided and merciless, had begun. Kagura did not join the slaughter. The very moment the others sprang into action, he vanished from sight. He slipped through the chaos of the battlefield. His target, the Sand Commander, who too had been blinded by the searing light. The Jonin's combat experience ran deep. Even blinded, he lashed out wildly in all directions, swinging his weapons on sheer instinct. But all of it was meaningless before Kagura's observation haki. Kagura didn't even draw his sword. He simply walked up behind the man, calm and unhurried, and pressed his fist, coated in pitch-black armament haki, firmly onto the Jonin's back. The Sand Commander collapsed, crumpling softly to the ground. The sound was barely more than a whisper. Yet it was enough. It was the final straw, the weight that broke the camel's back. All across Fortress 3, the frenzied cries of battle, rage, and hysteria slowly ebbed away. The last of the Sand Shinobi, those still putting up a desperate fight, came to a halt. They looked at their fallen commander, sprawled like a rag doll at the feet of a dark-haired boy. Then they looked around. Bodies of their comrades, everywhere. Faces streaked with blood and filled with cold, killing intent. The Konoha Genin they'd hunted moments before. Their morale, their fighting spirit, their courage. In this instant, all of it was utterly, irrevocably crushed. We surrender. A sand ninja let his blade clatter from his hand. We surrender. His voice trembled on the edge of tears. That desperate cry spread, almost contagious. Clatter, metallic sounds rang out. Weapons scattered all across the ground. And just like that, the battle was over. No one cheered. On position 3, there was a deathly silence. Every Konoha Genin, still standing, looked as hollow as statues abandoned by their souls. They stared at the bodies sprawled everywhere. Some were the enemy. Some were their own comrades. The thick smell of blood, mingled with burned flesh, pressed into their noses, sickening and relentless. A girl from the Yamanaka clan was the first to break. She bent double and vomited. Then came a second and a third. Joy of victory? Nowhere to be found. Only the enormous emptiness and exhaustion that follows surviving calamity. And a fear that cut straight to the bone. They had killed. And not by much. They could have been the ones killed. This was war. In the center of that mountain of corpses and pool of blood stood Kagura. He did not vomit. His face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. He simply, slowly, lowered his jet-black fist. Then he turned around. He looked at his comrades, swaying and crumbling from exhaustion or terror. Everyone instinctively averted their gaze from his. None dared to meet his eyes. They were afraid. But it wasn't the Kagura who killed a Sunagakure Jonin with a single punch they feared. They feared the one who, just moments ago, in the midst of battle, had gambled with all their lives like chess pieces, the cold, calculating commander. Clear the battlefield. Kagura spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but in that dead silence, every ear heard him clearly. Count the casualties. Tend to the wounded. Retrieve any still usable ninja tools and scrolls. Bind all prisoners, gag them. His orders came sharp and emotionless, as if he were simply discussing another ordinary chore. No one moved. They were all still trapped by the shock of the bloodbath. Move. Now. Suddenly, Kagura's voice thundered, commanding and sharp as a lightning strike. Do you honestly think the war is over? This is MT Kikyo. This is the front line. Do you want to die here? It was like a bucket of icy water dumped over every head. Everyone jolted in place. They looked at Kagura, looked into those eerily calm, unnerving eyes. And then they got moving. They began, almost like emotionless machines, to carry out his orders in silence. Gathering the bodies of their comrades. Bandaging the wounded. Binding the prisoners. No one spoke anymore. Across the entire battlefield, nothing remained but the heavy, stifled sounds of metal clashing with lifeless bodies. Kakashi stood not far away. He did not move. He simply watched Kagura quietly. Watched as that black-haired boy, just 12 years old, wielded a kind of almost ruthless, absolute authority. He watched as Kagura brought together this group of rookies, who had just been teetering on the edge of collapse, and drew them tightly together as one. Suddenly, Kakashi found himself feeling a little ridiculous. All this time, he'd regarded Kagura as someone to be wary of, a rival hiding his true strength. Only now did he realize how wrong he'd been. This guy, Kakashi, and he were not even on the same level. While Kakashi was still preoccupied with killing more enemies in the heat of battle, Kagura had already turned his mind to commanding an entire war. Hey, Obito walked over. One side of his goggles was shattered, and a savage wound now marked his face. We won, right? He asked Kakashi. Gone from his voice was the usual confident swagger, replaced instead by a deep and bewildered uncertainty. Kakashi did not answer. He cast a glance at Kagura, who was busy directing the others as they gathered what supplies remained. Then his gaze fell on Rin Noera, crouched on the ground, using her medical ninjutsu to save a gravely wounded comrade. Without a word, Kakashi slid his blood-stained white fang short sword back into its sheath. Yeah, he replied softly. We won. Takuma and Yakumo remained close behind Kagura. They alone, in the entire group, held not a shred of fear toward Kagura. In their eyes shone a blind and absolute trust. Captain, Takuma began, the casualty report is ready. We lost 12 people. 21 are seriously wounded. The rest, more or less, everyone's injured. Kagura nodded. The numbers were a little better than he'd expected. What about supplies? 3 crates of explosive tags left. Yakumo answered in a low voice. A few soldier pills remain. The medical scrolls are all used up. Understood. Kagura glanced toward the western sky. The sun was almost set. Before dark, he said, the sand will definitely launch their next attack. And next time, it won't just be this many. Takuma and Yakumo's hearts sank. Could they really hold on? Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind. It was Jonin Kimura, dragging one injured leg, hobbling as he made his way over. Behind him, several more Chunin, just as bloodied, followed closely. He walked up to Kagura. He looked at this black-haired boy, several years younger even than his own son. His eyes were filled with complexity. There was shock, there was gratitude, but above all, there was something deeper, an awe he himself could not quite name. He said nothing. Instead, he bowed solemnly to Kagura, laying his hand over his chest, a gesture that signified the highest respect among ninja. The Chunin behind him did the same, echoing the gesture in perfect unison. The surrounding genin, still busy with their work, caught sight of this moment. They all paused, setting aside whatever task was in their hands. And then, one after another, they turned to the black-haired boy standing atop the heap of corpses. They offered him the same salute, palm over heart. Perhaps they were still afraid of him, but their respect for him was even greater, because it was this boy who allowed them to survive. Kagura stood there. He did not return their salute, nor did his face show a trace of pride or satisfaction. He simply accepted it all, calm and composed, because he understood. From this moment forward, he and the others would never be the same. He was no longer just an ordinary genin. He had become, by blood and by death, in the heart of this brutal war, the uncrowned king. Kagura stood there, receiving everyone's gesture of respect. Then, he began to issue his first order of victory. Takuma Yakumo. Yes, the two snapped to attention instinctively. You two, take a squad and immediately reinforce the defenses on the western side. Gather up all usable puppet remnants and pile them up as makeshift barricades. Yes. With that, Takuma led a few of the still-standing Hyuga branch family ninja and rushed off. Kakashi. Kagura looked at the white-haired boy standing not far away. Here, Kakashi replied, his voice calm. Your team is on guard duty, Kagura said. I need your eyes to keep watch for any new movements from the main force of the sand. Kakashi gave him a look. Without protest, he nodded, then led Obito and Rin to the highest broken wall on the perimeter. Jounin Kimura. Kagura finally turned to the man who, at least in name, was still their highest commanding officer. Blood still trickled down Kimura's leg, but he stood perfectly straight. Please, immediately take stock of casualties and supplies, and request reinforcements from headquarters. My judgment is that Sand's next full assault will come before dawn. We need more medical ninja and more explosive tags. Kimura looked at the boy before him, calmly and methodically taking command of everything. His eyes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. But in the end, he simply nodded. All right, he uttered just a single word. Then, dragging his injured leg, he turned and walked away. He no longer tried to reclaim his position as commander, because he knew this outpost no longer belonged to him. It belonged to that black-haired, 12-year-old kid. Under Kagura's command, the entire Outpost 3 began to operate once more, running as smoothly as a finely tuned machine. Treating the wounded, reinforcing the fortifications, gathering ninja tools, setting traps. Every surviving genin moved like silent worker ants, quietly performing the tasks entrusted to them. No one spoke a word. No one complained. A strange atmosphere, a subtle blend of awe and trust, began to spread over this ground, still stained with blood from the massacre just past. Half an hour later, a messenger came rushing from the direction of headquarters. He paused, staring in surprise at the orderly outpost before him, still littered with bodies. "Where is Jonin Kimura?" he asked. "I'm here." Kimura was having his wounds treated by Rin. He gestured towards Kagura. "That kid over there is in charge now." The messenger was even more baffled. "A genin?" "That's right." Kimura nodded. "A genin who just saved all our lives." The messenger hurried over to Kagura. "So, is the commander here?" he asked uncertainly. "What do you need?" Kagura didn't even look up, busy marking possible enemy attack routes on a rough map. "Lord Shikaku wants you at headquarters. Immediately. He wants to hear a first-hand account of the battle at Outpost 3. Kagura paused, pen hovering above the map. Shikaku Nara, team leader of the Leaf Jonin, the brains of the battlefield. Kagura understood. The real test had arrived. "Understand." He got his feet. "Jonin Kimura, I leave things here to you for now." "Go on. I'll take care of it," Kimura replied. Inside the command tent, the air was so heavy it felt suffocating like a tomb. A dozen Jonin and Shunin from the Leaf surrounded a massive sand table, each face carved with exhaustion and grim concern. Shikaku Nara sat among them. He looked even older than the last time Kagura had seen him. "You're Kagura?" Shikaku raised his head, those seemingly easygoing eyes glinting with a sharpness that could see through anyone. "Yes, sir. I've read Kimura's report," Shikaku said. "He claims it was you who led the genin in defending Outpost 3. He called you a genius." Kagura remained silent. "I don't believe it." Look-you shook his head. "I only trust what I see with my own eyes." He stood up and walked over to the massive sand table that nearly recreated the entire battlefield of Mount Kikyo. He pointed at the sand table. "You held position at Outpost 3. Very good. Now, if you were me, what would you do next?" The gazes of everyone in the command center turned immediately to Kagura. It was a question made to test him, perhaps even impossible to answer. A genin asked to command a battle where thousands of lives hung in the balance? What a ridiculous idea. Kagura stepped in front of the sand table. He didn't even glance at the dense clusters of pieces representing troops from both sides. Instead, his gaze fell onto the landscape recreated on the sand table. Within his mind, a map of the future, born of knowledge from the world of Naruto, slowly overlaid itself onto the display before him. He knew how this war would ultimately end. He also understood precisely where Tsunagekyu's weakness lay. Yet he could not simply reveal this. He could only lead everyone toward the right answer in the most logical way he could. "Reporting, Lord Lookyu." He spoke at last. "In my opinion, we shouldn't continue defending to the last man." "What?" A Jonin frowned, disbelief clear on his face. "The Kikyo Mountain stronghold is already an empty shell." Kagura's fingers swept across the sand table. "Our forces are less than a third of theirs, and our supply lines could be cut at any moment. If we go on like this, all we'll be doing is waiting for death." "So what? You're saying we should surrender?" Another Jonin let out a cold, scoffing laugh. "No." Kagura shook his head. "I am suggesting counterattack." "Counterattack?" "That's right." Kagura's finger tapped on an area of the sand table that no one had expected. It was behind Tsunagekyu's main camp. A tangle of wind-eroded canyons, complex and treacherous in terrain. Tsunagekyu's puppet brigade. They're not just their trump card, but also their greatest weakness. Maintaining and repairing their puppets burns through a huge amount of specialized parts and chakra threads. They can't possibly carry all their supplies with them. My judgment is their logistics and supply base must be hidden right here, in these canyons. Easy to defend, easy to overlook. If we can send a small elite squad through the no-man's land and hit their supply base, those terrifying puppets on the battlefield will become nothing more than useless heaps of wood. By then, we won't even need to counterattack. Tsunagekyo will withdraw of their own accord. When he finished speaking, the whole command center fell silent, so quiet you could hear the tension humming in the air. Every eye was fixed on him, as if he were some kind of strange creature. They weren't looking at his plan. They were looking at him. What struck them was his composure, utterly unlike anything a 12-year-old should possess, a cold, almost ruthless perspective on war and strategy. Shikaku Nara fell silent as well. He stared at the wind-eroded canyon that Kagura had indicated. For the first time, a chill crept down his back. And all because Kagura's plan was exactly the same as the top-secret counterattack strategy he, the commanding officer, had painstakingly crafted with his team just half an hour ago. Every detail matched. "Kimura." A long pause passed before Shikaku finally spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "I believe your report." He turned his head, looking at Kagura once more. But his gaze had changed. He was no longer seeing a mere genin. In Kagura, he now beheld the sharpest blade on the battlefield, razor-edged, potent enough to determine victory or defeat in this war. He pointed at that stretch of canyon on the sand table. Good. We'll go with your suggestion. The raiding squad, you'll take command. Shikaku's words were softly spoken, yet each one landed like a boulder dropped into the taut, near-breaking stillness of the command center. What? You're putting a genin in charge of the special assault squad? Lord Shikaku, you can't be serious. Askar Jonin was the first to leap to his feet. This operation could decide the entire war. How can you entrust it to a kid who hasn't even finished growing? I object, chimed in a Chunin. Sure, he held position at Outpost 3, but that was just luck. Missions deep behind enemy lines aren't about luck. The command center erupted, voices of dissent surging like a wave. Kagura stood silent amid the clamor, simply watching Shikaka Nara in quiet patience. He understood. This man would not have spoken lightly. He had his reasons. Enough. All of you, silence. Shikaku's words weren't loud, but the commanding weight behind them instantly quelled every protest in the room. Luck, you say? He cast a glance at the Chunin who'd made that claim. Is there anyone here with luck so great they can annihilate a squad of elite Sand Shinobi, fresh out of the academy, and, on top of that, take out the enemy's commander? The Chunin's face flushed crimson. He was left speechless. I'll admit it, Shikaku said slowly. Putting a genin in command goes against all regulation. But his eyes sharpened to a piercing intensity. This is a battlefield, and here, the only rule is that which leads to victory. His plan is sound. Right now, it's our one and only chance to turn the tide. So let him execute it. I'm the one who makes the decisions here. If anyone has any more objections, get out of this command center and go defend Post 3 on your own. No one dare to utter another word. Shikaku ignored the others. He turned to look at Kagura. Kid, I'm staking the fate of all of Kikyo Mountain on your shoulders. Tell me, who do you need? As long as they can still stand, you can pick anyone you want. Kagura didn't stand on ceremony. He knew this wasn't a moment for humility. I need 4 people. He held out his hand, fingers extended. First, my teammate Hyuga Takuma. I need his Byakugan. Shikaka nodded. Second, from Team 7, Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi? The command center stirred in hushed whispers once again. Everyone knew that white-haired kid was a genius to rival his own father. But he was also infamous for being a lone wolf, never fitting in with others. To have him answer to someone his own age? Impossible. Reason? Shikaka demanded. I need the fastest blade I can get, Kagura replied. A blade that can cut through an enemy's throat in utter silence. A surgeon's scalpel. Again, Shikaka nodded. And your third and fourth choices? Kagura's gaze swept over the map, taking in the markers representing the genin teams. From Team 7, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin. With that list, everyone wondered if they'd misheard. Uchiha Obito, the class underachiever, the guy who can't do anything but yell slogans? Bringing him on a mission with almost no chance of returning alive? Wouldn't he just hold everyone back? Even Shikaku furrowed his brow. Give me a reason, he said, his voice serious. I need a decoy. Someone loud enough to draw all the enemy's attention, Kagura answered coolly. Someone foolish enough to burn his own life without hesitation, just to protect his comrades. Obito Uchiha is the perfect candidate. And as for Noara Rin, she's the best medical ninja of her generation in the Leaf. We're heading right into the jaws of death. A skilled medic might save us from dying too quickly. Shikaku fell silent. He looked at Kagura. He looked at this 12-year-old boy who, without flinching, weighed the lives of his companions as tools and bargaining chips. For a moment, Shikaku realized he could no longer see through him. All right. At last, he nodded. We'll do it your way. You have full authority. Go. Half an hour later, in a makeshift war room, the 4 people Kagura had chosen were all assembled. Between them, Dijin stood right behind Kagura, like the most loyal of bodyguards. Rin, clearly nervous, busied herself arranging her medical kit. Obito, on the other hand, wore an expression brimming with excitement and defiance. Hey, Kagura, I heard you're in charge this time. Don't mess this up. I'm going to be Hokage someday, you know, he called out. Kakashi leaned against the wall in a corner by himself, arms folded and eyes closed, tuning everyone out. Kagura ignored the commotion. He simply traced a bold, winding line with a red pen across the map spread on the table, marking a cunning route that plunged deep behind enemy lines. This is our infiltration route, he announced. Every eye in the room turned to him. In half an hour, Lord Shikaku will give the order to launch a full-scale assault on Sunegaku's main stronghold. That's a feint. It'll cause a massive diversion. And while everyone's attention is fixed on the front lines, will slip through this gap. His fingertip tapped the map, right on the section marked as Wind-Eroded Gorge. Our objective is here, he said, circling another spot. Sunegaku's logistics supply base. Dijian, you'll be our eyes. I need your Byakugan activated at all times. Spot every trap, every hidden lookout along our path. Rin, you're our safeguard. The moment anyone is injured, you'll tend to their wounds right away. Obito. Here. Obito replied, eager as ever. When you see me launch a red flare, Kagura instructed, looking Obito dead in the eye, I need you to create as much chaos as possible on the eastern side of the base. Fire style, explosive tags, whatever it takes, the bigger the commotion, the better. You need to make the enemy believe our main force is sneaking in from that side. Can you handle that? Of course. Obito thumped his chest, promising loudly. Kakashi. Finally, Kagura turned his gaze to the white-haired boy who hadn't said a word until now. Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. When you see a purple flare, Kagura said, that means Obito's diversion has worked. At that point, I need you to go with me. We'll infiltrate their main warehouse from the west. Your job is to take out every guard. Mine is to plant the explosive tags. Any questions? I do, Kakashi replied, his voice icy. My question is, what gives you the right to command me? The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly plunged to freezing. Obito almost snapped back, but a single look from Kagura stopped him. Kagura fixed his gaze on Kakashi. This plan gives me that right, because it's the way to make sure everyone gets out alive, he answered, voice calm and steady. You don't have to listen if you don't want to. You can. Walk out that door right now. Then head to the front lines with that blade you take such pride in, and all alone, cut through the entire Sand Village encampment by yourself. I won't stop you. Kakashi fixed Kamura with a steely gaze. Kamura, in turn, met his eyes, calm and unflinching. The two stared at each other like this, unyielding, for a full 30 seconds. At last, Kakashi closed his eyes once more. Understood. He spoke these 3 words, quietly. It was, in a sense, silent assent. Very well. Kamura gave a short nod. Now, everyone, synchronize your watches. We move out in 10 minutes. Night had already deepened. On the main battlefield of MT Kikyo, suddenly, the cries of battle and slaughter shook the air. Countless Leaf Village shinobi, surging like a relentless tide, launched a desperate assault against the Sand Village fortifications. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, in the deathly silence of the wind-carved ravine's shadows, 5 dark figures, swift as the fiercest panthers, slipped in without a sound. The 5 black-clad forms pressed themselves to the canyon's deepest shadows, moving forward swiftly and in utter silence. At the front of their formation was Takuma Hyuga. His Byakugan was already active, offering him a near-perfect 360-degree field of vision, revealing every detail of their surroundings. 30 meters ahead, to our left, beneath the rocks, there's an explosive note trap. He relayed this information with a series of barely perceptible hand signals, a secret code known only to their team. Kamura moved in second place. After receiving Takuma's signal, he immediately passed the command along to the 3 behind with a precise gesture of his own. Veer away. His observation haki spread across the gorge like a seamless, invisible web. For Takuma, a trap was just a point of danger, but under Kamura's perception, he could sense the entire flow of chakra around that explosive seal. He could even read the mood of the shinobi who set the trap. Full of confidence, even a touch of pride, that suggested this trap was merely Sand Village's first, crudest line of defense. The real threat lay deeper in. The team pressed on. Kakashi moved like a shadow, a weightless cat stepping onto the sand, leaving not the slightest trace. Obito Uchiha, on the other hand, was a bit clumsy. Every step he took was measured and cautious. He even held his breath, for fear that the slightest mistake on his part would doom the mission. He wanted to prove he wasn't a burden. Rin Noera brought up the rear, gripping 2 Sanban needles tipped with tranquilizer, ready to leap to anyone's aid at a moment's notice. This was a team hastily assembled, patched together, and riddled with its own contradictions. But at this moment, they moved as one, a precise machine that had completed thousands of flawless operations before. Silent but efficient. Stop. Takuma's hand sign came once again. Ahead, around the corner, 2 sentries. In Kagura's aura, those 2 figures clearly emerged, both radiating an intense vigilance and murderous intent. They were hiding in a blind spot. There was no way around them. They had to be dealt with. Kagura glanced at Kakashi. He made a hand gesture. 2. They're yours. No noise. Kakashi didn't even blink. He nodded once. His body dipped low, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he slipped from the group, vanishing into the shadows cast by the rocks. Obito and Rin each held their breath, tense. Kagura, however, remained calm as ever. With his observation haki, he tracked Kakashi's every movement in crisp detail. Kakashi circled to the far side of the corner. He crept upward, pressing himself against the sheer face like a silent gecko. In moments, he was directly above the two sand shinobi sentries. Those sentries noticed nothing out of the ordinary. They remained alert, eyes fixed on the canyon's entrance. Kakashi struck. He dropped down in total silence from the cliff wall. The white fang dagger in his hand glimmered in the moonlight, fluid as quicksilver. A soft, wet sound. Another just as quiet. Barely audible, two blades met flesh. The two sand sentries only stiffened for an instant. Then, slackening, they crumpled to the ground without a single cry. Kakashi landed soundlessly. He dragged the bodies into the crevice between rocks. Then, facing the other's hiding place, he signaled, "All clear." The entire operation had taken less than 5 seconds. "Move," Kagura ordered. The squad pressed on. The deeper they went, the more traps and hidden sentries they encountered, and the more expertly concealed these became. Yet this little team was all but designed for such an infiltration. Takuma's Byakugan scanned the physical terrain for threats. Kagura's observation haki provided a mental early warning. Kakashi's talent for silent assassination cleared whatever obstacles remained. The three of them moved together, a perfect, unstoppable spearhead. Half an hour later, they finally reached the heart of the canyon. A vast basin surrounded by encircling mountains unfolded before them. Within the basin, lights burned everywhere. Dozens of huge tents dotted the landscape like stars. Countless sand shinobi moved busily about, some repairing broken puppets, some coating throwing weapons with poison. There were others as well, busily sealing large amounts of explosive tags into scrolls, one after another. This was the very heart of the Sand's puppet forces, their logistics and supply base. 5 people crouched behind a hillside, quietly observing the scene. There were just too many of them. Takuma's face had gone slightly pale. At least 200, and 3 jonin with them. "Our mission is only to destroy their supplies," Kagura replied coolly. He pulled out a freshly drawn, simple map from his ninja tool pouch. "Takuma, I need you to double-check the locations of their parts warehouse, the chakra thread warehouse, and the explosive tag storage. Where exactly are they?" "Yes, sir." Takuma nodded and activated his Byakugan once again. A few minutes later, Takuma pointed out 3 spots on the map with his finger. The parts warehouse is on the far left, the most heavily guarded. The chakra thread warehouse sits in the middle, near the water source. The explosive tags warehouse is way over on the right, the farthest from their barracks. "Excellent." Kagura folded the map back up. He turned to look at his 3 teammates. "Does everyone remember the plan?" All 3 nodded. Finally, Kagura's gaze landed on Obito. "Obito, here. Your role is the most crucial and the most dangerous," Kagura said. "I need you on the east side of the base over there." He pointed to the direction that seemed the weakest in defense, though in truth it was the farthest from a main camp. Create the biggest distraction you possibly can, one that you'll remember for the rest of your life. Make every one of them believe that the main Konoha Corps forces are storming through that flank. Draw as much of their attention there as you can. "Understood." Obito met Kagura's eyes. This time, he didn't thump his chest and smile like he usually did. His gaze was steady, earnest. "Understand." He knew that, most likely, this was a mission akin to throwing one's life away. But he wasn't afraid, because he knew he wasn't alone. "Kakashi." Kagura turned to the white-haired boy in the shadows. "You and I will handle the explosive tags warehouse on the west side. I'll give you a window, 10 seconds when the coast is clear. In those 10 seconds, I need you to take out the 4 guards at the warehouse door." Kakashi shot him a cool glance. 5 seconds will do." "Perfect." Kagura raised his hand and glanced at the simple timer strapped to his wrist. The start of the feint on the main battlefield was only moments away. He drew in a deep breath. There are no rehearsals in war. "Let's begin. Move out." Kagura's voice was barely more than a whisper, for figures vanished in an instant, melting into the shadows of the hillside. Uchiha Obito charged alone towards the east. His heart was pounding rapidly, not from fear, but from excitement. At last, he had a chance to prove himself. He was no longer that straggler, trailing in Kakashi's wake, breathing in the dust left behind. This time, he was the bait. He was the most critical piece in the entire plan. Quietly, he slipped into the corner that Kagura had picked out, the spot with the weakest defenses. From his ninja pouch, he pulled out everything he had, a dozen explosivitegs, and a few smoke bombs secretly altered by his own hands. He glanced at the distant sand base, ablaze with bright lights. Then he looked back over his shoulder into the pitch-black darkness to the west. He knew Kagura and Kakashi were waiting there, waiting for him to ignite the very first spark. "Keep your eyes on this. You idiots," he growled under his breath, forming hand seals with both hands. "Fire style, grand fireball jutsu." From his mouth erupted a fireball, larger and brighter than any he'd ever conjured before. Like a small meteor, it streaked through the air, crashing down on the barracks at the sand base. With a thunderous roar, the explosion shattered the canyon's calm, spilling chaos into the night. Enemy attack. To the east. Intruders. The entire sand base erupted like a hornet's nest struck by a stick, instantly boiling over in confusion. Countless sand shinobi burst from their tents, scrambling frantically towards the east. But Obito didn't stop. He hurled explosive tags, one after another, as if he had an endless supply to spend. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions shook the night, one after another. Flames cast the flush of excitement across Obito's face, rosy and fierce. "I'm going to be Hokage, you hear me," he roared, tossing explosives with wild energy. Meanwhile, at the other end of the canyon, to the west, Kagura and Kakashi moved along the rock wall like two emotionless shadows, gliding in silence toward the warehouse where the explosive tags were stored. The chaos on the eastern side had exceeded even Kagura's expectations. Over 80% of the base's forces had been drawn away by that idiot Obito. At the warehouse entrance, only 4 elite-looking guards remained, tense and alert, their necks craned eastward, eyes fixed on the commotion. Kagura halted. He extended a hand toward Kakashi. 5, 4, 3. He counted down silently on his fingers. With his keen observation haki, he could sense every subtle shift in the guard's attention. The moment his countdown reached 1, another tremendous explosion rumbled from the east. In that instant, the 4 guards' attention was completely drawn away. Now, Kagura's fingers clenched tightly in an instant. Kakashi sprang into action. His figure, light as smoke that leaves no trace, slipped silently out from the shadows. Swift beyond compare. The 4 guards didn't even register the rush of wind. All they sensed was a faint, cool prick at the nape of their necks like the bite of a mosquito. A slight chill crept in. Then, suddenly, their vision spun wildly. They saw their own bodies, saw their own heads tumbling slowly to the ground. With a dull thud, all 4 headless bodies collapsed almost simultaneously, limp and lifeless. Kakashi now stood behind them. The white Fong's short blade in his hand was still pristine, not a drop of blood marring its edge. He glanced at the timer, strapped to his wrist. For seconds, more than twice as fast as Kagura had asked for. "Let's go," he murmured toward the shadows. Kagura emerged, with Rin and Takuma close behind. Takuma's Byakugan remained active, scanning every detail. "No one inside the warehouse," he reported quietly. "Good." Kagura nodded. He and Kakashi slipped inside, one after the other. Rin and Takuma stayed by the entrance, eyes sharp, vigilantly watching all directions. Inside, the warehouse was stacked high with box upon box of explosive tags. The air was thick with the acrid tang of saltpeter and gunpowder. From his ninja tool pouch, Kagura took out a coil of specially made, ultra-slow-burning fuse, and over a dozen compact explosive devices he'd modified with chakra. He didn't disturb any of the crates. He placed each of these little devices unhurriedly at key structural points throughout the warehouse. Every movement was calm and deliberate, like a surgeon performing a delicate operation. Kakashi stood silently at his side. He offered no help. He simply watched quietly. He watched as Kagura, using only the simplest materials, set up a chain of explosives, a trap that could send the whole warehouse sky high. Kakashi's eyes grew more grave with every step. This guy, just how much is he still hiding? Kagura secured the last device. He checked the timer with a glance. Timing was perfect. From his pocket, he produced a purple flare. He walked to the warehouse door and fired it into the sky. Whoosh! A streak of violet shot upward, piercing the night reddened by distant fires. On the eastern flank, Obito was barely hanging on. He'd used up every last explosive tag. His chakra reserves were all but exhausted. A dozen sand shinobi, now fully alert, had trapped him tightly in a corner. "Seize him! Don't let him get away!" Obito pressed his back to the rocks, gasping for breath, desperation in his eyes. He watched as those enemies, faces twisted with murderous intent, closed in step by step. He knew his end had come, but it didn't feel like such a loss, because he saw it. He saw that streak of purple light. Thank goodness. A smile broke across his face. Kagura pulled it off. "Now it's up to me." He reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out his last weapon. A single kunai, wrapped with an explosive tag. He was prepared to take these enemies down with him. Just as he was about to hurl the kunai, two figures dropped down from above. One of them landed like a solid wall, blocking the path in front of him. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Dejian spun like a whirlwind, deflecting every shuriken and blade that flew toward Obito. The other figure landed softly, like a gentle angel clad in green. Healing palm. Rin's hands glowed with a gentle, emerald light as she pressed them against Obito's back. Warm chakra flooded his whole body in an instant. His wounds began to heal rapidly. Even his nearly depleted chakra reserves began to recover. You guys. Obito froze. Idiot. Dejian stopped spinning and shouted. Did you really think we'd leave you here all alone? We're teammates, Rin said, her smile warm. Obito's eyes immediately reddened with emotion. Move out. Kagura and Kakashi's figures appear behind them. The mission's complete. All 5 reunited at last. They didn't pause for even a second. Turning as one, they charged headlong into the dark canyon they'd come from. Behind them, deep inside the Sand-Hidden logistics base, the storage warehouse packed with explosive tags suddenly blazed with light. And then, boom! An explosion rocked the land, louder and more terrifying than anything that had come before. The sound echoed across the entire Kurosaki Mountain. A vast fireball surged up from the Hidden Sands logistics base. And then came the light, so blinding it turned night into day. The roar followed, a deafening blast that threatened to shred every eardrum within miles. Finally, the wind came, a howling shockwave, searing with heat, packed with flying sand, pebbles, and countless shards of metal. All 5, crouched behind the hillside, were flung violently by the blast. They tumbled and rolled across the ground before finally coming to an uneasy stop. The whole earth seemed to tremble. Obito Uchiha was the first to get to his feet. He spat out a mouthful of sand, staring blankly at the inferno that had swallowed what was once the enemy's stronghold. We really did it. His voice trembled a little, with excitement, and with lingering fear. We did it. Kagura's voice was calm and steady. He was already back on his feet, covered in dust, yet appeared unscathed. Takuma, give me a report. Yes, sir. Hinata Takuma activated his Byakugan and glanced toward the blazing inferno. The warehouse district is completely destroyed. The enemy's in chaos. There are people scrambling everywhere, some fighting the fire, others just running wild. Their command system seems to have collapsed. Good, Kagura nodded in approval. Everything was unfolding according to plan. Don't just stand around, Kakashi said, getting up from the ground and brushing dirt off himself. Time to pull out. Rin, Kagura turned to the team's only medical ninja, check Obito's injuries. Yes. Rin rushed over to Obito's side without delay. Obito had taken heavy damage earlier, deliberately drawing enemy fire. We're moving out, Kagura ordered. Withdraw along the second prearranged route. We can't go back through the canyon. No doubt it's crawling with hounds eager to catch us alive right now. No one voiced any objections. 5 shadows melted once more into the darkness. They didn't look back at the dazzling fireworks they'd ignited with their own hands. On the main battlefield of Mount Kikyo, Narashikaku stood atop a makeshift command platform, his eyes fixed on the tower of flames rising in the distance. For the first time, a faint smile broke across his perpetually weary face. The moment has come. He seized the command flag at his side and brought it down in a decisive sweep. Let everyone know. The all-out assault begins now. The Konoha shinobi, who'd been holding back with feints, instantly switched tactics at the command. Their defense transformed into an aggressive attack. Like a flood finally breaking loose after ages of restraint, they surged forward, launching their fiercest counteroffensive against the already demoralized sand-hidden positions. The scales of war began to tip in that instant. Kagura and his teammates had no idea what was happening on the main front. They had only one mission left now: to survive, then to return home. The road to withdrawal was 10 times harder than the infiltration. All of Sunegaku's rear lines had been thrown into total chaos by the massive explosion. Patrols were everywhere, searching frantically through the darkness, desperate and disorganized. Left side, 30 meters. 5 enemies. Takuma's Byakugan had become their only reliable radar. We'll circle around, Kagura decided at once. They slipped through the nighttime desert with cunning, like 5 foxes at their most cautious, always shifting their route. Wave after wave of pursuers was narrowly avoided, but trouble inevitably found them. At a crucial mountain pass, they came face to face with a San elite squad, returning to reinforce their lines. That squad numbered a full 10 shinobi. Leading the team was still a jonin. It's the brats from the Leaf. Get them. They're the ones who blew up the base. A fight broke out, inevitable as fate. Formation. Kagura gave a low command. In an instant, the 5 of them fell into position, a formation they had rehearsed countless times, perfectly balancing offense and defense. Takuma and Kakashi took the very front. One neutralized enemy attacks with a gentle fist, while the other became a deadly edge, striking back with his blade. Obito and Rin guarded the flanks. Obito's fire jutsu, though not particularly powerful, was more than enough for harassment and cover. Rin's medical ninjutsu became the backbone of their ongoing endurance in battle. And Kagura, he stood at the very center of the formation, never making a move. He simply watched the battle unfold, the image of a cold and detached observer. His keen perception enveloped everyone. Kakashi, your left rear, take the one using wind jutsu. Obito, stop relying just on fire. Use your Uchiha Taijutsu, and tie up the guy with the twin blades. Takuma, watch out for their puppet master. Their chakra threads are hidden underground. His guidance rang out again and again, each time precise, steering his teammates away from danger, or pointing out the enemy's vital weaknesses. Under his command, the 5 of them withstood the assault of a 10-man elite squad, and, incredibly, started to gain the upper hand. The Sand Jonin leading the enemy grew more and more uneasy with every exchange. Were these really just 5 genin? Since when had Konoha's genin become so terrifying? Especially the dark-haired boy at the center, who hadn't even moved yet. He was the most dangerous of all. The Sand Jonin could feel it. It was as if every move they made was already accounted for by the black-haired youth. They were caught in his web. Struggling only made them sink deeper. No, I have to take out the one calling the shots first. The Sand Jonin made the same choice the previous commander had. He forced Kakashi back with a fierce strike, then shot towards Kagura like a cannonball. Not so fast. Kakashi and Takuma tried to intercept him, but they were already too late. The Jonin was simply too fast. Kagura watched the incoming figure grow larger, filling his pupils. His face remained utterly impassive. Silently, he drew the twin blades at his waist. In that moment, he charged straight at the Jonin. Thunder Annihilation. He softly uttered the name known only to himself. A blade of darkness, deeper than the night, flashed through the air. The Sand Jonin remained frozen mid-charge, still thrusting forward. His body froze in mid-air. He lowered his head. He saw a smooth, round hole piercing cleanly through his chest from front to back. He couldn't even feel any pain. What is this? He struggled to utter the last few words of his life. Then, his body collapsed limply, like a log that had been stripped of its bones. Kagura sheathed his blade. He didn't spare the corpse so much as another glance. The fighting around them came to a sudden halt, stunned into silence by that earth-shattering blow. The remaining sand-hidden ninja stared at Kagura, as if they were looking at a monster. Move! Kagura wasted no time. He barked a low order to his stunned teammates. The 4 of them snapped back to their senses at once. Without a backward glance, they followed Kagura and dashed out of the narrow pass. By the time the sand ninjas recovered from their shock, the 5 had already vanished into the vast, shadowy night. At dawn, they finally escaped the encirclement of Sand Hidden. They stood atop a dune, looking back. In the direction of Mount Kikyo, that plume of smoke that once pierced the heavens was slowly fading. They could see it clearly now. The main forces of the Sand Hidden village were in disarray, fleeing for their lives. Countless sand ninjas, like defeated, stray dogs, were scrambling wildly towards the land of Wind's border in utter humiliation. And behind them, the Leaf ninjas were pressing the attack, hunting down every last foe. Victory! Mount Kikyo had been held. Uchiha Obito collapsed first, sinking into the sand. We did it. Exhaustion filled his voice. But even more than that, a profound, heartfelt pride. Kagura just stood there, gazing toward the distant battlefield where victory and defeat were already sealed. A single pivot point, tipping the scale of an entire war. So this is what power feels like. Uchiha Obito was the first to cheer. We won. He leaped up from the sand, summoning the last of his strength to punch the air toward the sky. We did it. We won. His voice was ragged, hoarse, a harsh sound, but it rang with the purest, most unfiltered joy of having survived certain death. Noera Rin sat on the ground, face buried in her hands, sobbing in silence. Tears streamed out between her fingers, unstoppable. Hyuga Takuma leaned against Kakashi, gasping for breath. His Byakugan, overtaxed, had drawn blood to the corners of his eyes. Yet still he was smiling. Kakashi did not smile. He simply gazed silently at the distant battlefield, where their Leaf comrades were chasing the routed enemy further and further away. Then his eyes flickered to the black-haired boy standing on the highest point, whose expression hadn't changed in the slightest from beginning to end. Kagura was also gazing at that battlefield. His expression was calm. Heroes? In his heart, there was only a cold, scornful sneer. No, they weren't heroes. They were just a handful of lucky survivors, murderers who happened to make it through. Let's go, Kagura spoke. It's time for us to head back. His voice cut short Obito's cheering and brought Rin's weeping to an abrupt halt. All four of them turned to look at him. Then, in silent agreement, they each rose to their feet. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they made their way back toward the Kikyo Mountain stronghold. When they once again set foot on the number 3 outpost, where, not long ago, a brutal melee had raged, the battle was already all but over. A nauseating stench of blood and viscera hung heavy in the air. All around them, dismembered bodies lay strewn across the ground. The Konoha ninja were busy clearing the field. Their faces were blank, numb. No one glanced at the corpses of the sand shinobi. They simply and carefully gathered the bodies of their own fallen comrades, one after another. With white cloth, they covered those lifeless, still young faces. And so, the 5 of them made their way through this hell on earth, shrouded in silence. When they entered the main area of the fortress, their surviving peers from the same intake of genin spotted them. It's them. A teenage boy from the Akimichi clan was the first to call out. It's the members of Squad 11 and Squad 7. They made it back. All eyes turned toward them. Gone was the previous panic and fear. In those eyes was only the purest form of respect and gratitude, springing from the depths of the heart. The crowd seemed to part of its own accord, as if the sea itself made way for them. Kagura walked in front, his stride unwavering. Kakashi followed close behind. Obito straightened his back with pride. Rin and Takuma kept their heads lowered, hurrying their steps. Under everyone's gaze, they headed into the cold, underground command center. Shikaka Nara was still there. It seemed he'd never left his place at the sand table. Cigarette butts were strewn at his feet. He looked even more haggard than he had yesterday. But his eyes shone with a ferocity that was almost frightening. "You're back?" he asked, taking a long drag from his cigarette as he looked at the 5 of them. "Yeah." Kagura gave a nod. "Well done," said Shikaku. "Your actions have directly altered the course of the entire battle. The Sans Puppet Brigade is finished. Their commander has been forced to order a full retreat. Kikyo Mountain is secure." With that, he delivered his verdict. This was the highest praise for the life-or-death mission they'd just completed. "The village will remember your deeds." Shikaku stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. "As for the mission's rank, after my assessment, I hereby confirm it. S rank. S rank." The moment the words were spoken, Obito and Rin both sucked in a sharp breath. That was the kind of mission reserved only for powerful shinobi like the legendary Sannin or Minato-sensei, in accordance with wartime regulations. Shikaku's voice continued, steady and clear. "All members who participated in this special assault operation, given your remarkable performance, upon my joint recommendation, and that of the Jonin of the village, as the supreme commander of the Kikyo Mountain battlefield, I hereby declare, all 5 of you are, from this day forth, promoted to Konoha's special Chunin." Chunin. Obito's eyes lit up instantly. He'd done it. At last, he was no longer the one dragging everyone down. He'd finally caught up to Kakashi. Rin's face blossomed with a joyful smile. Takuma clenched his fist tightly, holding back emotion. Only Kagura and Kakashi showed no expression. To them, it seemed like nothing more than what was expected. "All right," Shikaku said with a wave of his hand. "You're dismissed. The medical corps will arrange the best rooms for your rest. You are heroes of Konoha." The 5 of them saluted, then quietly left the command center. When they surfaced once more, dawn had broken. A crimson sun was slowly rising at the edge of the horizon, coating this blood-soaked earth in a golden glow. It looked warm, but also painfully ironic. They were assigned to a quiet barracks behind the fortress lines. Obito collapsed onto his bed, falling instantly into a deep sleep, mumbling to himself in his dreams. In those dreams, he seemed to have already become Hokage. Rin, meanwhile, headed to the medical camp to help out. There, more than anywhere, needed her strength. Takuma sat alone in the corner, quietly polishing his Byakugan. Kakashi leaned against the wall, short blade in hand, eyes closed, resting. Kagura claimed a spot by the window. He watched the Konoha shinobi passing by outside, faces tinged with grief and numbness. "Hey," Kakashi suddenly spoke up. "Yeah. Your plan," Kakashi said, eyes still shut, "was a gamble." "War is a gamble," Kagura replied. "You just have to make sure you're the one dealing the cards." Kakashi fell silent. A long pause. "You're strong," he finally said. "You're not so bad yourself," Kagura responded. No more words passed between them. Yet they both knew, from this day on, something fundamental had changed between them. They were no longer just simple rivals. Now, they were something more complex, recognizing each other as kindred spirits. Kagura walked out of the camp alone. He made his way to the highest, still mostly intact section of the fortress wall. Gazing out, he looked toward the vast, boundless desert in the distance. The battle was over. For now, he had won. Everything he had planned for was now within his grasp. The admiration reserved for heroes. The rank of Chunin. But none of this allowed him a moment's relaxation. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless expanse. Seeing that organization called Akatsuki quietly gathering strength in the Hidden Rain village. Seeing Uchiha Madara lurking in the shadows. Watching everything unfold through borrowed eyes. And Danzo Shimura, seated deep within Konoha's root headquarters, absently caressing his bandaged arm. The victory at Kikyo Hill, for people like them, was nothing more than a childish game of make-believe. Chunin? It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. The battle at Kikyo Hill had concluded, ending with Konoha's costly victory. The surviving genin received their orders the next day. They were to return to the village. No longer just reinforcements. Now they were heroes. At least, that's how it was written in Konoha's official war bulletin. The journey home traced the same path as their arrival. But every heart had changed completely. There was none of the earlier, naive enchantment about war, nor any sense of relief at having survived. Only a strange, numb calm remained. Along the way, they saw many wounded evacuated from the front lines. Some missing an arm, others a leg. There were even a few with eyes heavily bandaged. They also saw many stretchers draped in white cloth, one after another, being carried past them toward the village. Uchiha Obito never cheered again. He walked in silence by Rin Nohara's side, as if he had grown up overnight. When the familiar gates of Konoha finally reappeared, no one showed the joy of coming home. They simply and quietly walked into the village, the place they had risked their lives to protect. And then they saw it. The villagers standing on both sides of the street, waiting to welcome them home. On every face, genuine smiles of gratitude and admiration. Our heroes have returned. No one knew who cried out first. Then, like a tidal wave, the cheers followed. Hero, hero, hero. Most of the surviving genin just bowed their heads. They dared not meet the gazes of the villagers. Burning with such fierce enthusiasm, it seemed they might burst into flames at any moment. They felt unworthy of this name. They were not heroes. They were merely a group of killers, who by sheer luck survived atop the corpses of their comrades. Only Kagura was different. He walked at the very front of the group, head held high. A gentle, humble smile played across his face. He calmly accepted the cheers and adoration of everyone, because he understood. These things, too, were a form of strength. An invisible power, one he could make use of. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi received them personally. He regarded these young faces before him, still youthful, yet their eyes no longer held uncertainty, but only determination. He was deeply gratified. "You are all the pride of Konoha," he said, his voice full of warmth. "Your achievements will never be forgotten by the village." Nominated by Shikakanara, Commander-in-Chief of the Mount Kikyo battlefield, and approved by myself. He picked up a stack of documents from the desk. Kakashi Hitaki, genin of the Leaf. Obito Uchiha. Rin Nohara. Takuma Hyuga. Yakumo Kurama. And Kagura. In recognition of your outstanding contributions during the Third Great Ninja War, in the Battle of Kikyo Pass. From today onward, you are officially promoted to Special Chunin of Konoha. Behind him, an ANBU operative stepped forward, holding a tray. On the tray rested 6 brand-new, green Chunin flak jackets. "Go," Hiruzen said, rising to his feet. "Put on the honor that now belongs to you. And then, to protect that honor, keep fighting. The will of fire will be with you always." Kagura slipped into that green jacket, the symbol of his new standing. Not too big, not too small. It fit just right. He looked at his own reflection in the mirror. A Konoha Chunin who looked dependable, worthy of trust. He knew, from this day forward, at last, he had gained the privilege to move freely upon this vast chessboard. That evening, Minato-sensei invited Team 11 out to Ichiraku Ramen once again. "Congratulations!" He beamed at his 3 students, adding an extra egg to each of their bowls. "You are now ninja, capable of standing on your own." "Sensei," Takuma asked, "does that mean we can accept harder missions from now on?" "No," Minato shook his head. "Quite the opposite. For the next 6 months, you have only one mission, and that is training. The war isn't over yet. On the real battlefield, Chunin are no different from genin. They are all just cannon fodder. You're still too weak. I need you all to push your abilities up another level in these next 6 months. 6 months from now. His gaze grew intense, a seriousness in his eyes. I'll take you somewhere myself then. A place where you can truly become stronger. Kagura quietly ate his noodles. He knew exactly where Minato-sensei was talking about. Mount Myaboku. He was about to learn Sage Mode. This, too, marked another pivotal moment as the story began to unfold. After finishing his ramen, Kagura didn't go home. Instead, he walked alone to the Konoha library. With his newly acquired rank of Chunin, he was now able to access the second archive, somewhere he was once unqualified to enter. Here, they no longer kept only the open, foundational knowledge. Contained within were the top-secret records of every mission ranked A and above since the founding of the village, as well as the personnel files for every officially registered ninja of Jounin level or above. This was the real treasure he sought. He didn't bother with the scrolls of ninjutsu. He headed straight to the deepest part of the archives. There, one by one, he began to browse through the dusty, age-old scrolls. He was searching for something. He was searching for a thread, a connection that could tie together the fragmented memories of the future in his mind with the reality before him. His fingers moved swiftly across the scrolls. The Second Shinobi World War. Amage Cure. Hanzo. Akatsuki. Name after name flashed before his eyes, all at once familiar and yet distant. At last, his fingers came to rest on an unremarkable-looking mission report. Mission level B. The task was to escort a batch of supplies to the land of whirlpools. The date was half a year before the land of whirlpools fell. At first glance, the report seemed completely routine. But Kagura's eyes stayed fixed on the last line of the document. The name of the commanding officer responsible for this escort. Shimura Danzo. A cold, thin smile curled on Kagura's lips. He understood. He had found it. If he wanted to uncover the deadliest serpent lurking in the shadows, he had to start by finding the first shed skin it left behind. Root. This is where the trail began. The second archive of the Konoha library was silent, save for the soft rustle of parchment as scrolls were turned. Kagura had already spent 3 days here. He buried himself amidst the piles of old, dust-laden papers. Spread before him was that B-rank mission report about the land of whirlpools. The content was simple. Date, year 34 of Konoha, autumn. That was half a year before the destruction of the land of whirlpools. Mission, escort medical supplies and daily necessities to Yuzushio village. Commander of the team, Danzo Shimura. Accompagning personnel, 12 route en but opérative. Mission process, everything went smoothly. Mission rating, perfect. This report was so spotless. It was as if it had been scrubbed inside and out a dozen times with detergent. Too spotless. So spotless, it was practically telling a lie. Kagura knew what really happened to the land of whirlpools. This nation, home to the Uzumaki clan who had been close allies of the Leaf Village for generations, was razed to the ground in a single night by a joint force from the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud. Despite their alliance, the Leaf sent no aid. The official explanation was that the attack happened suddenly and the distance was too great. By the time the Leaf got the news, it was all over. It was a clumsy lie. Kagura didn't believe it. He read through that report one more time. Then, from the bookshelf at his side, he pulled out a few more mission reports from the same time period. Patrol reports from the Leaf's border. Analysis reports on the movements of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist. He began to cross-reference the information. An hour later, he uncovered something very odd. In the month before and after Danzo's escort mission, all the long-range surveillance barriers around the land of whirlpools, set up by the Leaf, had malfunctions of varying degrees. The group responsible for maintaining those barriers, the barrier squad of the Leaf, and the acting leader of the squad at that time, coincidentally, it was also Danzo Shimura, because the original captain had died unexpectedly in the line of duty a month earlier. Clues, like invisible threads, began to weave themselves together in Kagura's mind. But he was still missing one vital piece of evidence. Or rather, a witness. He closed the scroll. He knew he couldn't keep digging here any longer. If he kept going, he'd alert some people who ought never be alerted. He needed to change his approach. He left the records room. He made his way to the library's administrative office. Inside, there was only a single, elderly man with snowy white hair, who looked to be on the verge of dozing off. Pinned to his chest was an old name badge, Kosaka. Senior Kosaka. Kagura bowed respectfully. The old man blinked open his sleepy eyes and glanced at him. What is it, kid? Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about sealing techniques. Kagura offered the story he had prepared in advance. I've been practicing sealing jutsu lately, and I've hit a bottleneck. I heard our allies, the Uzumaki clan, were masters of sealing techniques. So I wanted to look up some materials relating to that and learn a little. It was a perfect, unassailable reason. a newly promoted, eager to learn Chunin. The Uzumaki clan. A complicated emotion flickered in Elder Kosaka's clouded eyes, a blend of nostalgia and regret. There was also a faint trace of sorrow, almost too subtle to notice. Their sealing techniques are truly the finest in the ninja world. What a pity. He stood up, reached for the bookshelf behind him, and took down a thick tome. Take a look at this, he said. Inside are some of the basic sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, ones our village has kept in its archives. The more advanced techniques are all classified as forbidden jutsu. You're not authorized to see those yet. Thank you, Elder. Kagura accepted the book gratefully. He didn't leave right away. Seemingly offhand, the Elder remarked, now that I think of it, it really is a shame. I just came across a mission report from back when we sent people to aid the land of whirlpools. In the end, though, it made no difference. We weren't able to help them. Old Kosaka, who had been tidying the shelves, froze suddenly mid-motion. Turning his head, he looked at Kagura. His gaze had shifted. Gone was the look of an elder watching a diligent junior. Now his eyes were sharp, scrutinizing, penetrating. In Kagura's perception, he caught it. The chakra inside this seemingly ordinary old man grew razor-sharp in that instant, like a blade. He wasn't an ordinary person. You say? Kosaka let out a cold, mirthless chuckle. Kid, sometimes so-called aid is worse than none at all. It can be nothing more than robbery under the guise of assistance. Kagura's heart gave a sudden jolt. Elder, what do you mean by that? It's nothing, Kosaka replied, already reverting to his sleepy, indifferent demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't go poking your nose where it doesn't belong. Curiosity killed the cat, and it does the same to ninjas. Kagura fell silent. He knew there was no prying anything further from the old man, but he had already gotten the answer he wanted. Robbery. That single word said it all. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Kagura bowed deeply to old Kosaka once again. Then, book in hand, he turned and left. After he was gone, Kosaka watched his retreating figure, and in his cloudy eyes, a glimmer of meaning flickered. Namake's Minato's disciple. What an interesting kid. Kagura exited the library. His mind felt clear as day. All the clues now connected. Under the pretense of escorting supplies, Danzo had entered the land of whirlpools. He took the chance to steal the Uzumaki clan's most treasured sealing scrolls. Then, to cover his tracks and eliminate any obstacles, he used his authority over the barrier core at the time to sabotage Konoha surveillance barriers around the land of whirlpools. That provided the combined forces of the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud the perfect opening to invade. In the end, he'd used others as his blade. Let the entire land of whirlpools, along with those Uzumaki clan members who might have spilled its secrets, be buried and forgotten beneath the dust of history. How eerily similar this was to what would one day become the Uchiha Massacre. Just the same, a murder carried out by another's hand. Just the same, a ruthless ploy to seize power by any means necessary. Just the same, a noble banner waved, all for the supposed good of the village. This man, he had been this way for decades. He had never changed. Kagura walked along the road home. Suddenly, he found himself questioning if there was something wrong with the path he had chosen all this while. He had always schemed, always searched for ways to become stronger. Armament hockey, observation hockey, the Thunder Dragon fruit. He believed that with these powers, he could protect himself. Now he understood. These alone were not enough. Danzo's most terrifying weapon was never his own strength. It was the power he stole, the power he plundered from others, held tightly in his grasp. The Sharingan, Hashirama's cells. And then there was the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Kagura stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked in the direction of a certain house in the village. That was the home of his teacher, Minato Namake's. In his mind appeared a woman with fiery red hair that seemed to blaze like flames. Kushina Uzumaki, the previous Jinchuriki of Kurama, the Nine Tails. And among all still living in this world, the one whose Uzumaki blood was purest. Danzo had stolen the secrets of their techniques from the ruins of the land of whirlpools. But there was one thing he could never steal, the true, core bloodline of that family. A bold, and even more dangerous, plan slowly took shape in Kagura's heart. He gazed at the house in the distance, warm light glowing from its windows. He could sense two powerful energies within, one like the sun, the other like the sea, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. It was his secret card, his answer to Danzo. He must get his hands on them. Kagura left the Konoha library. He returned the thin scroll about the land of whirlpools to its original place, exactly where it belonged, as though he had never set foot there at all. Outside, darkness had settled in. He walked the path toward home, yet in his heart, he felt lighter and clearer than ever before. His goal was now stark and unmistakable. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Powers worthy enough to challenge and contend with Danzo's dirty arsenal. And perhaps the key to one day sealing the Nine Tails, protecting the village, or dare he think it, even controlling the tailed beasts. But how to obtain them? What was he supposed to do? Walk up to Kushina Uzumaki and say, "Hello, ma'am. I noticed you have an extraordinary aura. Could you possibly teach me the secret sealing jutsu of your clan? The ones not meant for outsiders." That wouldn't be learning. That would be signing his own death warrant. He needed a reason. A reason logical, flawless, and utterly convincing for Minato Namikaze to take the initiative and invite Kushina to meet him face to face. He needed bait, and he himself was the best bait there could be. The next day, training ground number 7. This was the space that Sensei Minato had specifically requested for Kagura's nighttime training. But now, it had become Class 11's secret base during the day. Sensei Minato was guiding their training in person. "Takuma, your gentle fist is forceful enough, but it's lacking finesse." Minato's figure moved in ghost-like silence, circling Takuma with effortless speed. "The essence of gentle fist isn't about overpowering your foe," he explained. "It's about control. Control his chakra, his movements, even his very breath." As he spoke, he casually neutralized Takuma's powerful palm strike with just a single finger, as if it cost him no effort at all. "Yakumo." His gaze shifted to Yakumo, who was practicing her illusions. "Your mental strength is formidable, but your body remains your weak point. Genjutsu isn't all about what you see. Sound, scent, temperature, even your own heartbeats. All of these can become vessels for your illusions. Focus on sensing, not just creating." At last, his eyes settled on Kagura. Kagura wasn't practicing swordplay at the moment. Instead, he was dedicating himself to the most fundamental training, attuning his chakra's nature. Electric violet lightning flickered and snapped around his left hand. His right hand, in contrast, was coated in an almost invisible sheath of hardened chakra, armament so thin it was almost imperceptible. "Kagura." Minato stepped toward him. "Your problem is the most serious." "Yes, sensei." "Your power is far too scattered," Minato said. "Taijutsu, swordsmanship, and this lightning technique I've never witnessed before. Each is strong on its own," he continued, "but they're like 3 wild beasts trapped in a single cage. For now, you can just about rein them in. But sooner or later, you'll lose control. And when that day comes, you'll be the first to be torn apart." Minato's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. That was exactly what Kagura had been waiting to hear. "Sensei." He looked up, letting just the right shade of vexation and confusion show on his face. "I can feel it too, especially this lightning technique." He raised his left hand. "It's growing stronger and harder to control. I feel like my body can barely contain it anymore." "Oh." Minato's interest was piqued. "Show me what you mean." "Yes." Kagura nodded. Taking a deep breath, he focused. Beneath his clothes, the dragon scales on his back began to quietly emerge. A surge of lightning, wilder and more chaotic than ever before, burst forth from the palm of his hand. Arcs of violet electricity whipped and writhed crazily over his arm, like a frenzy of serpents that had lost their minds. The very air around them began to take on a burning, acrid stench. Both Takuma and Yakumo instinctively took several steps back. They could feel it clearly. The power radiating from him was brimming with a sense of destruction and barely contained chaos. "Krah!" Kagura let out a guttural cry and, with a sudden punch, drove his fist into the side of a massive training boulder nearby. A deafening thunderclap exploded through the space. In an instant, the lightning engulfed the rock completely. When the blinding light faded, the boulder had vanished without a trace. All that was left in its place was a charred, smoldering crater, from which thin wisps of smoke still curled into the air. Kagura now knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his face drained of color. His left hand was trembling faintly. On his arm, the flickering marks of tiny electrical burns had begun to show where the lightning arcs had scorched his skin. He had lost control. A loss of control, perfectly staged and precisely calculated. In the blink of an eye, Minato appeared by his side. He seized Kagura's wrist, channeling a flow of pure chakra into him to probe deeper. "How is it?" he asked quietly. Kagura's chakra network was in utter disarray. It was as though it had just weathered a pitched battle within. "Sensei, Kagura's face was shockingly pale. "I can't control it. This power, it keeps trying to break free on its own." Minato said nothing. A deep frown furrowed his brow, knit with concern. He knew Kagura wasn't lying. What had just happened was truly dangerous. Any worse, and Kagura could have lost that arm. "Stop training for now," he said at last. "There's a problem with your technique. We have to find a way to fix it." Kagura bowed his head. Sensei. His voice was quiet, but each word clear. I read something in the library about the Uzumaki clan. It said their sealing techniques are incredibly powerful. So powerful they could even seal tailed beasts. I was wondering. He looked up, meeting Minato's gaze. His eyes now shone with the pure, earnest hunger for knowledge that only a true student possessed. I was wondering if it might be possible to use sealing techniques to solve my problem. For example, what if we used a seal to lock away this unruly power inside me? Place it into a vessel that's more stable. Then release it only when I really need it. If we did that, wouldn't it solve this problem with losing control? Minato was taken aback. He stared at Kagura, at this 12-year-old disciple who was always coming up with astonishing ideas. His eyes were filled with a swirl of complex emotions. There was surprise. There was praise. And there was also a trace of something he couldn't even name himself, gratification. This child had encountered a problem, but instead of trying to run away, he chose to seek out his own way to solve it. And what's more, the solution he found, damn it, was actually completely feasible. In fact, one could even call it a stroke of genius. It took Minato a while to finally speak. How did you come up with this? I just took a wild guess, Kagura replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Minato laughed. For the first time, a brilliant, genuine smile broke out on his war-worn, perpetually grave face. Kagura, he said, you are a genius. A real genius. He stood up. This is a wonderful idea you've had. Really, truly wonderful. However, sealing techniques are extremely complex and dangerous. While I know a bit about them, it's still not enough to solve your problem. But as luck would have it, I know someone. She's the greatest sealing master in this world. Kagura lowered his head. He knew. The fish had taken a bait. Minato looked at Kagura, his smile bright as a child reveling in a successful scheme. Come on, he said. I'll take you to meet her right now. Kagura was caught off guard. He hadn't expected his teacher to act so quickly. Right now? Yes, Minato nodded. Strike while the iron is hot. He grabbed Kagura and led him out of the training grounds. Takuma and Yakumo were still recovering from the chaos of the earlier demonstration. They could only stare blankly as their teacher dragged their captain away. All along the way, Minato seemed to be in excellent spirits. He recounted to Kagura some funny stories from his own days of training. Kagura listened in silence. Half his attention was fixed on his unexpectedly generous teacher. He was using observation haki to sense. He could feel that within Minato's heart, radiant as the sun itself. The shadows that war had long pressed upon him seemed to have finally lifted a little. In their place was a pure, heartfelt joy at having helped his student find a solution to his problem. Kagura felt conflicted. He knew all too well. He was taking advantage of this purest goodwill to pursue his own secret agenda. It didn't feel right, but he would not regret it, nor would he stop. The two of them traversed most of the village, until at last they stopped before a quiet, two-story house tucked away in a peaceful corner. This was the home of Minato Namikaze. I'm back. Minato pushed open the door and called out in a loud, cheerful voice. Welcome home. A bright, energetic woman's voice chimed from inside the house. Minato, what took you so long? Dinner's about to get cold, you know. Her hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway, full of life and urgency. A woman appeared before them, her long hair the vivid red of fire. Her skin was fair, her eyes wide and shining with spirit. She wore comfortable home clothes, an apron still tied around her waist. She looked every bit the image of an ordinary, beautiful young wife, waiting for her husband to return home. But Kagura's senses told him otherwise. Standing there, he could feel that this woman was far from ordinary. To him, Kushina Uzumaki was a bundle of contradictions. On the surface, her energy radiated warmth and brightness, like the sun itself. Yet deep within that aura, chained and suppressed, lurked a monstrous presence, wild, vengeful, and unbearably lonely, the Nine Tails. Kagura felt his heart sink. Every step he took this evening, he realized, needed to be more cautious than ever before. Kushina, Minato smiled, reaching behind him to bring Kagura forward. Let me introduce you. This is my student, Kagura. Kagura, this is my wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Good evening, ma'am. Kagura bowed politely, his manner impeccable. Oh, Kushina's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inspected Kagura from head to toe. So you're the capable kid Minato's always talking about, huh? Her signature catchphrase colored her speech. And you're quite the handsome one, too. She nudged her husband with her elbow, mischief in her eyes. So, why'd you bring him here? We don't exactly have food to spare for all your perpetually hungry students, you know. Minato could only laugh awkwardly. He's not here to freeload. There's something I wanted your help with. He explained Kagura's problem, his chakra growing dangerously intense, threatening to spiral out of control, and Kagura's own ingenious suggestion, using sealing techniques to contain it. The lightness slipped from Kushina's face. She turned serious, looking back at Kagura. This time, her gaze had changed. She was no longer simply a wife, meeting her husband's adorable protege. There was a newfound scrutiny, a searching look, the recognition of one equal by another. Using sealing arts to seal away your own chakra. She gave an incredulous little laugh. You really do come up with some wild ideas. The idea isn't bad at all. But then her tone shifted. Still, the sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan isn't something you just find on any street corner. It's not something anyone can learn just because they want to. You need to let me see whether you have the talent to learn sealing techniques. Kagura understood. The test had arrived. Please, Shirmu, give me a question, he replied with calm composure. Kushina smiled. She was fond of Kagura's unruffled and poised demeanor. Follow me, she said. She led Kagura into the study within the house. Inside, the study was crowded with all kinds of scrolls. From a pile of scrolls, Kushina pulled out a single blank charm paper. She also brought out a brush and an ink dish. She placed these items in front of Kagura. Do you see this charm paper? Yes. The foundation of sealing techniques lies in drawing a perfect circle. A flawless, unbroken, absolutely perfect circle, without a single gap or imperfection. Now, I want you to take this brush, dip it in ink, and in one continuous motion, draw a perfect circle on the paper. No stopping for breath. No interruptions allowed along the way. Can you do it? At first glance, the challenge seemed simple. But in truth, it was exceedingly difficult. It tested not only control over one's strength, but demanded, above all, mastery over the state of one's mind. Kagura said nothing. He picked up the brush. He closed his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath. Then he opened his eyes and lowered the brush to the paper. His hand was steady, so steady it resembled an unmoving stone. The tip of his brush moved across the charm paper at a constant, measured pace, neither hurried nor slow. A single, smooth, jet-black arc began to form on the paper. When the tip of the brush precisely met its starting point, his lungs released the very last of his breath, perfectly in sync. A flawless circle, impeccable, unmarred by even the faintest blemish. It was complete. Kushina's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She took the charm paper, turning it over and over, inspecting it several times. She even ran her finger gently along the trace of ink, examining it with utmost care. She couldn't find a single fault. She could hardly believe it. Have you learned this before? No, Kagura shook his head. I've only tried it randomly, in the course of practicing my control. Randomly? He reached this level with random attempts? Was this boy a prodigy? For the first time, Kushina felt a genuine surge of interest toward this quiet, well-behaved youth. Very well. You've passed the first test. Next comes the second challenge. She brought out another sheet, this one inscribed with a complex sealing formula. This is a basic, partial diagram of the four-symbol seal. But I deliberately made 3 mistakes in it. You have 10 minutes. Find those 3 errors, and explain to me why each one is wrong. This was the true test. A test not only of theoretical knowledge, but of analytical reasoning and logic. Kagura took the talisman in his hand. He glanced at it just once. Then he sat back down on the table. It won't even take 10 minutes. He spoke calmly. I can tell you right now. Kushina was stunned. What? There are 4 mistakes in this technique. Kagura extended his fingers. The first is here. He pointed to a corner of the sigil. The last stroke of this rune is about 1 millimeter too long. This means the chakra flow of the entire seal loses about 3% here. Completely unnecessary. The second, right here. These 2 runes are in the wrong order. The sealing effect is cut in half by this. The third mistake is here. This connecting line should be solid, not dashed. A dashed line indicates a guide, not a block. He had finished listing the 3 deliberate mistakes Kushina had left in the technique. Then, his finger tapped the very center of the entire sigil. The 4th error, and the most critical one of all. Here, the core formation itself has a structural flaw. If you swap this line with that one, and simplify this rune a bit more, the overall strength of the sealing jutsu could go up by at least 20%. At the same time, chakra consumption could be reduced by another 10%. Kagura finished speaking. An absolute, heavy silence filled the study. Minato's jaw had dropped in stunned amazement. And as for Kushina, her eyes on Kagura were like a person staring at some strange visitor from another planet. The 3 mistakes she'd drawn were ones she frequently made herself, back when she first began learning sealing techniques. But the 4th, the so-called structural flaw Kagura found. That was an improvement she herself had only discovered after more than a decade studying the art of seals. She had stumbled on it little by little, and here was a 12-year-old who'd spotted it. With just a single glance. Could he really see through everything just like that? Minato. Kushina's voice was stiff and dazed, like someone sleepwalking, as she turned to her husband. Where on earth did you find this? This prodigy, for goodness sake. She no longer doubted. Now, beyond any doubt, she was certain the young man before her was a once-in-a-millennium genius, born for the art of sealing. So what do you think? Minato asked with a smile. What do I think? With a sudden bang, Kushina slammed the table, excitement lighting her whole face. Her eyes on Kagura gleamed like a hunter who's just spotted rare prey. This disciple, I'm taking him. She strode over to Kagura and clapped a firm hand on his shoulder. Good kid, I like you. Don't worry. As long as I, Kushina Uzumaki, am here, that whole problem of your chakra going crazy is my responsibility. All right, kid, starting tomorrow, you'll get a taste of what hellish training really means for the Uzumaki clan. Better not start bawling. Kushina Uzumaki's hellish training arrived sooner and hit harder than Kagura could have ever imagined. The very next morning, before the sun had even risen, the door to Kagura's closely monitored apartment was pounded on with thunderous force. He opened the door. Kushina stood there, her long crimson hair ablaze, bright-eyed and full of energy. She wore a practical outfit, ready for action, with a giant scroll strapped to her back. Boy, still in bed. She glanced inside at his bed, the covers folded neatly, and eyed him suspiciously. You didn't come home last night, did you? I did, Kagura replied, his expression unchanging. I just woke up early for some morning training in the backyard. He had already sensed Kushina's arrival in advance, thanks to his perceptive abilities, and had sneaked back from his secret base in the Forest of Death half an hour before. Oh, Kushina raised an eyebrow. Quite the diligent one, aren't you? All right, enough chatter. She grabbed Kagura's arm with the swiftness of an eagle snatching up its prey, dragging him outside. Let's go. Time for class. Ma'am, where are we having class today? Somewhere absolutely no one will interrupt us, Kushina replied, flashing a mysterious smile. She led Kagura through a maze of twists and turns. At last, they arrived at a place Kagura knew all too well. The southern bank of the Naka River in the Hidden Leaf Village, right beside the territory of the Uchiha clan. It was one of the most secret, high-level training grounds in the village, protected on all sides by seals set up by the Umbu themselves, blocking any outside surveillance. Here we are, Kushina announced, clapping her hands together. From today on, this will be our secret base. She tossed the giant scroll, taller than she was, down onto the ground. Kid, she said, fixing Kagura with a level gaze. Before you learn how to seal away your power, you have to understand what it means to unleash it. Unleash, Kagura repeated, puzzled. That's right, Kushina nodded, and a faintly dangerous smile flickered across her face. Let me see that reckless lightning release of yours. Give me everything you've got. Hit me with your full power. What? Kagura froze in shock. What do you mean, what? You going deaf on me? Kushina shot back, hands on her hips and impatience in her voice. I said hit me, so hit me. But, ma'am, that technique of mine, if I lose control, Kagura hesitated, uncertainty clouding his voice. Out of control. Kushina laughed even more gleefully. That just makes things even more fun. Don't worry. With me here, you'll have a hard time blowing yourself up, even if you try. She patted her chest with self-assurance. Don't forget, I'm the red-hot habanero. Kagura looked at the confident red-haired woman before him. He understood. She was absolutely serious. And this was a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A moment where he could test the limits of his power without a shred of worry, cocooned in absolute safety. In that case, ma'am, please be careful. Kagura took a deep breath. He let go of restraint. He unleashed the force within him, the power belonging to the Thunder Dragon, without holding anything back. A crackle, electric fury exploded. Wild, violet lightning flooded his entire left arm in a heartbeat. It wasn't chakra. It was something far more ancient, far more primal, a raw energy of destruction. Even the surrounding air began to wail in protest, a sharp and piercing sound. For the first time, Kushina's smile froze on her lips. She could sense it, that power radiating from the boy before her. Its essence was eerily similar to the chakra sealed within her, the nine-tailed beast chakra that she'd carried for decades. How fascinating. Her gaze sharpened, transformed. This just keeps getting better, doesn't it? Come on, show me what you've got, wild cub. She threw out her arms in welcome. Let's see just how much strength you can unleash. Kagura no longer held back. The ground beneath his feet caved in with a sudden, sharp thud. He shot forward like a blast of violet lightning, a cannonball screaming through the air. Thunder Fist. His fist, wreathed in savage lightning, drove straight at Kushina with all his might. Kushina stood her ground, unwavering, rooted to the spot. And as Kagura's punch was about to crash into her face, from massive chains, woven from pure, radiant golden chakra, burst from behind her. Adamantine, sealing chains. Those 4 chains writhed like living golden pythons. Moving even faster than Kagura's lightning, they seized his arms and legs in an instant. Then, with a mighty pull, they yanked him back. Kagura's fist halted just a hair's breadth from Kushina's nose. He was frozen, 1 centimeter short. He couldn't move at all. The golden chains seemed to have a life of their own, binding him motionless, suspending him in midair. The furious lightning racing across his arms sizzled against the golden chains, only to fizzle and vanish on contact, snuffed out as if meeting their natural nemesis. Well, how does it feel? Kushina strolled up to him and, with a finger, poked his stunned and stiffened face. Convinced yet, Kagura said nothing. He simply stared at the golden chains imprisoning him. He could feel it. Within those chains, there surged a kind of chakra he had never encountered before, overflowing with vitality and sealing power, overwhelmingly strong. So this is the ultimate sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. So powerful, it defied all reason. All right, let him go. Minato-sensei's voice came from the side. He hadn't even noticed when he arrived. Kushina pouted slightly and withdrew the chains. Kagura landed gently back on the ground. He looked at Kushina, and in his gaze, all trace of testing or probing had faded away. There was only the purest awe and respect for true strength. Sensei's wife. He bowed deeply to Kushina with utmost solemnity. Please, teach me the art of sealing. Kushina was quite pleased. She savored that feeling, using unquestionable might to conquer a prodigy. Very well, she cleared her throat, since you're this sincere. Then, from this moment on, our hellish training officially begins. She unfurled the enormous scroll. It was densely covered from end to end with an array of complicated runes. Sealing techniques are a discipline of utmost rigor. It's like building a house out of chakra. Each rune is a brick. Every connecting line is a beam or a rafter. If you make the slightest mistake, the whole structure will collapse. Your task today is to memorize, without a single error, the 365 most basic runes on this scroll. And you must understand the unique meaning behind each and every one. If you can't, there's no dinner for you. Kagura focused on the scroll. His mind was already spinning at lightning speed. These runes were not unfamiliar to him. To him, they were a kind of special programming language. And as it happened, he possessed a superhuman memory and a mind like a sponge. Understand? He nodded firmly. Then he sat down cross-legged and began soaking up the mysterious knowledge of this ancient clan like a sponge thrown into the sea. Minato and Kushina stood by and watched. Watching this youth, the one who in half an hour managed to memorize what would take most half a year to learn. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same thought. We've stumbled upon a true treasure. Kagura's talent for learning exceeded all of Kushina's wildest expectations. At first, she thought she'd found a once-in-a-century genius. But after a week, she realized she'd been wrong. This boy wasn't just a genius. He was a monster. Those 365 basic runes, which might take an ordinary person half a year, or even a whole year, to truly master. Kagura memorized them all in just one day. And it wasn't just rote memorization. He could even explain, by drawing connections, how several runes could be combined in different ways to create new effects. By the third day, he was already able to independently draw, on a blank talisman, the basic pattern of the item sealing technique. Granted, it was still rather unstable. The very first time he tried to seal a stone into a scroll, he triggered a small explosion. The blast left his entire face and hair smudged with soot. Yet his eyes were positively radiant. They gleamed with the pure excitement unique to a true researcher confronting the thrill of a failed experiment. Kushina watched this kid, hair frizzed out in all directions from the explosion, still seriously analyzing the cause of his failure. For the first time, she felt something she could only call defeat. She realized, as a teacher, she was perhaps becoming a little superfluous. Idiot, you have to infuse your chakra evenly. Evenly, do you understand what I'm saying? She scolded, landing a playful smack on the back of Kagura's head. But inside, her heart was brimming with delight. It was a wonderful, peculiar feeling, like a lonely, wealthy lord who'd spent years guarding his treasures, and suddenly found the perfect heir to inherit all. Over the next 6 months, Kagura's routine became exceptionally disciplined. By day, he followed Sensei Minato, training with Team 11. At night, he would slip away to this secret base by the Nanha River, where Kushina gave him one-on-one lessons in the art of sealing. He was like a giant, parched sponge, desperately soaking up the profound, centuries-old wisdom of the Uzumaki clan. His progress was astonishing, leaps and bounds every single day. From elementary item seals to more intricate barrier seals. From painting patterns on scrolls to forming temporary spell patterns midair, using only chakra in his bare hands. And he reached all this in just half a year, mastering, in 6 short months, every sub-advanced sealing technique, methods that would typically take an Uzumaki clan member 10 years to learn. His bond with Kushina also grew ever closer. Truth be told, Kushina was not much of a traditional teacher. She taught entirely at whim. At times, she'd lose her temper over Kagura's smallest mistakes, chasing him all over the training grounds. Other times, she became almost motherly, bringing him homemade lunches, whose flavors always seemed a little surprising. She'd tell him story after story about the land of whirlpools, about the smiles of its people, about the scent of the ocean breeze. By the end of her stories, she would always find herself alone, gazing at the setting sun, quietly letting her tears fall. Most of the time, Kagura was simply a silent listener. With his own keen observation, he could clearly perceive it. This woman, who seemed so carefree and radiant, like the sun itself. Deep within her heart, how much loneliness must she hide, and how many wounds still throb with pain. He never tried to console her. All he would do was offer her a clean handkerchief each time she wept. Whenever there were no missions, Master Minato would come here as well. With a smile, he'd watch his wife and his student engage in this rather peculiar kind of lesson. Sometimes, he'd even join in himself, serving as Kagura's sparring partner. Kagura would launch a sneak attack with the golden binding seal he'd just barely learned, still fumbling through its motions. And Minato, swift as lightning, would effortlessly evade with his flying thunder god technique. Then Kushina would step in, giving Kagura a thorough scolding and a playful beating, all for daring to ambush his teacher. The training field was always filled with Kushina's loud shouts, and, whenever Dijin and the others dropped by to train, the occasional pained cries that echoed across the grounds. Those days were exhausting, but they were also full of warmth. It was like a home that had never really existed. On this particular day, Kushina was preparing to teach Kagura a more advanced technique, the 4-symbol seal. Her expression grew solemn. This is one of the most powerful sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. It's also the foundation for the very technique used to seal the creature inside me. She patted her stomach as she spoke. Kagura nodded. He knew the real challenge was about to begin. This jutsu is extremely dangerous, said Kushina. It demands an absolute, intricate control over your chakra. What I'm showing you today is only a simplified version. For now, try sealing this rabbit inside this water sphere. Somehow, she found a lively, wriggling little rabbit. Kagura looked at the rabbit and drew a deep breath. His hands began forming seals. The hand signs were complicated, more intricate than any jutsu he'd ever been taught. He focused every ounce of his concentration, guiding the chakra within his body along an incredibly delicate pathway. And just at that moment, Kushina seemed to recall some unhappy memory. A flicker of anger and sorrow, too strong to suppress, crossed her face. Her feelings surged, just for an instant, but with violent force. Suddenly, a rush of blood-red chakra, immense and filled with hatred and the urge to destroy, erupted violently from her. It lasted only a moment, but that fierce, inhuman, malevolent energy instantly swept over the entire training ground. Kagura's body went rigid, seized by a jolt of dread. The intricate flow of chakra he was controlling suddenly spun out of control. The poor rabbit was instantly crushed into a mess of flesh by an invisible force. Kagura had no time to look at the rabbit. His entire focus was drawn to that sudden surge of blood-red chakra. The Nine Tails. So this is the power of the Nine Tails. It was even more sinister than he had imagined. Even more terrifying. Kushina. Minato's figure appeared beside Kushina in a flash. He placed his hand on her shoulder. A warm, powerful chakra surged into her. The blood-red aura surrounding Kushina quickly settled down. It was as if she had just realized what she had done. Her face instantly went pale. I'm so sorry. She looked at Kagura, her eyes brimming with guilt. I didn't mean to. I'm all right. Sensei's wife. Kagura shook his head, signaling that he was fine. But inside, a storm was raging. When that blood-red chakra had exploded, he'd sensed it. He sensed on Kushina's abdomen the 8-trigram seal that held back the Nine Tails. In that moment, it had wavered ever so slightly, though it quickly recovered. He knew it was no illusion. Training was brought to an early end. Minato walked Kagura home. "Don't let what happened today trouble you," Minato said. "All right, Kushina. Sometimes her emotions can be a bit unstable. Understand." Kagura certainly understood. He understood better than anyone in this world. No perfect Jinchuriki would ever lose control like that. There was something wrong with Kushina Uzumaki's seal. In fact, it was slowly weakening with time. Kagura returned to his monitored apartment. He stood by the window, looking into the distance at the carved faces of the Hokage on the mountain. His gaze was cold. The Nine-Tails' power was even more troublesome than he'd thought. Kushina Uzumaki's seal was far from perfect. He must speed up his plans. After that day, Kushina was despondent for several days. She didn't return to the training ground at Nanha River. The smile on Minato's face became much rarer too. Kagura knew that this unexpected loss of control had planted a seed of worry in both their hearts about the future. He didn't disturb them. He simply locked himself away in his secret base in the Forest of Death. There, he threw himself into relentless training. He spread out the partial scroll he'd copied from Kushina, the one about the four-symbol seal, across the ground. He repeated the process over and over again, using chakra to trace those dizzyingly complex sigils in the air. Failure. He tried again, and failed once more. He kept going. His mental energy seemed to pour out endlessly, burned away like it cost nothing. When hunger struck, he would gnaw on a ration pill. If thirsty, he took a sip of mountain spring water. When exhaustion came, he'd lean against that cold stone and steal 2 hours of uneasy sleep. He pushed himself to the very limits of endurance. Because he knew he was running out of time. Before that storyline began, he had to master at least enough strength to protect himself. And among all his options, the art of sealing was the fastest shortcut he could find right now. A week passed. Minato-sensei finally found him. But it wasn't at his new apartment, nor was it at training ground number 7. Instead, Minato appeared directly at this secret base, somewhere no one was supposed to know about. Kagura was practicing a barrier technique at the time. He sensed a familiar presence approaching from behind. He halted his movements but did not look back. "Sensei, how did you find me here?" Minato stood just behind him, surveying the perfectly placed warning traps Kagura had set up around the area. Even he had almost been caught by one of them. "You're marked," Minato said. "Kushina left a flying thunder god seal on you." Kagura blinked in surprise. He looked down at his own wrist and remembered. It must have been when Kushina grabbed his arm that day. She'd left it then. So, that woman had made her preparations all along. "Sensei, did you need me for something?" "Kushina wants to see you," said Minato. Kagura fell silent. "She asked me to give you this." Minato handed him a very small scroll. Kagura took it. He unrolled the scroll. Inside was no longer a fragmented snippet, but instead a complete diagram of a four-symbol seal. Beside the seal, a haphazard line of small handwriting was squeezed in. "Brat, don't think that means you've mastered it. If you can't draw it next time I see you, just see what I'll do to you. Got it?" Kagura stared at that line, and suddenly, a warm and unfamiliar current welled up in his chest. He tucked the scroll safely away. "Let's go," he said. The two of them returned to Minato-sensei's home. Kushina was already seated in the living room, waiting for them. Her face still carried a trace of pallor, but her eyes had regained their former vibrance. "There you are, brat." She looked at Kagura and huffed. "So, did you get through your homework?" "I did," Kagura nodded. "Good." Kushina stood up. "Starting today, we'll continue with our lessons. But before we begin class," she glanced at Kagura, her eyes growing unusually serious. "There are things I must tell you first. Some things about myself, about the Nine-Tails, and about the secrets of the Uzumaki clan." Minato quietly walked to the doorway. He formed a hand sign. An invisible, soundproof barrier instantly enveloped the entire house. Kagura pulled up a chair and sat down. He understood. The real conversation was about to begin. "You've probably already guessed," Kushina said. "I'm the host of the Nine-Tails." "Yes," Kagura nodded. "A Jinchuriki is the village's ultimate weapon. But it's also an unstable one, a bomb that could explode at any moment. To keep this bomb under control, you need a lock that's strong enough. And we, the Uzumaki clan, because we're born with immense and unique chakra, ended up becoming the best material to create that lock. My mother was the host before me. When I was very young, I was taken from the land of whirlpools to Konoha, all for the purpose that, after her death, I would inherit the Nine-Tails from her and become the new vessel." Kushina spoke calmly, but Kagura could sense the enormous sorrow restrained beneath that calm tone. The seal that locks away the Nine-Tails is called the 8-trigram seal. It's a complex sealing technique created by overlaying 2 four-symbol seals. It's very powerful. but it's not perfect. Its strength is affected by the host's emotional state. If my emotions fluctuate too intensely, or if I'm at my weakest, like during childbirth, the seal will weaken. Then the chakra of the nine tails will leak out, just like you saw last time. Kagura listened quietly. He knew all of this. He even understood it more clearly than Kushina herself. He knew that in the future, a masked man would exploit the moment when her seal was at its weakest during childbirth, undo the seal, and release the nine tails, unleashing the disaster that would destroy everything. Kagura. Kushina looked at him. I'm sharing all of this with you today, not to seek your pity, but so you'll understand one thing. Sealing techniques are a double-edged sword. They can lock away your enemies, but they can also lock away yourself. I hope you'll always remember this as you learn these arts. Never let your heart be imprisoned by your own power. I understand, Kagura said, nodding gravely. Good. Kushina took a deep breath. Now I will give you the other half of the key to open this lock. I'm entrusting it to you. She reached in her ninja tool pouch and took out a much larger scroll. Unrolling it, she revealed not just ordinary sealing techniques, but an entire set of secret arts on how to harness a Jinchuriki's chakra to guide and even suppress the power of a tailed beast. These teachings are only for those who, in every generation, have borne the title of Jinchuriki, a way to control the chakra of a tailed beast. Kagura stared at the scroll. His breath nearly stopped. He understood what this meant. Kushina was putting her very life in his hands. She was teaching him how to control the most dangerous beast sealed within her. To her, he was the only one after Minato that she could entrust with her life. Sensei's wife, Kagura's voice was hoarse. Why me? Because Minato said so. Kushina smiled. He said your heart is purer than anyone else in this village, and stronger than anyone else's too. He said if anyone could do it, it would be you. You'll find a way to truly master this power, without letting it consume you. Kagura was silent. Slowly, he reached out his hand. He touched the cold surface of the scroll that contained forbidden knowledge. The key was now in his grasp. His hand settled on the scroll, inscribed with the techniques for controlling tailed beast chakra. It felt cold to the touch, but what it conveyed to his heart was a burning, weighty trust. Uzumaki Kushina had placed before him her greatest secret, her greatest vulnerability. All right, enough with that world on your shoulders look. Kushina suddenly returned to her boisterous self. She slapped Kagura on the back, knocking him a little off balance. It's just a bit of Nine Tails chakra. There's nothing to fuss over. Back in the day, when I first became a Jinchuriki, I'd argue with it in my dreams, every single night. Now it's as docile as a lamb. With that, she gave her belly a proud little pat. Kagura watched her. He understood. This was her way of easing the burden. I understand, Sensei's wife. He carefully put the scroll away, treating it with great respect. I won't let down the trust that you and Sensei have placed in me. That's more like it. Kushina nodded with satisfaction. Starting today, our lessons are about to level up. Watergate, she called out toward the door. From this moment on, you're our dedicated sparring partner and bodyguard. No problem. Watergate grinned and stepped inside. A new phase of training began quietly, here in this secret hideout by the Nanha River. Kushina stopped teaching Kagura the basics, the elementary runes and techniques. Now, she began to show him things far more essential. Sealing techniques, when you get down to it, are a matter of rules, she explained, sitting cross-legged on the floor, expounding to Kagura with practiced ease. We use our own chakra to draw a barrier, to lay down a law. And then we lock unruly things inside that boundary, forcing them to obey the rules we've set. That's what sealing is all about. And the tailed beasts are the most unruly beings in this world. Their chakra is steeped in hatred and an overwhelming urge for destruction. You can't hope to suppress that with ordinary sealing methods. It's like trying to plug a volcano about to erupt using nothing but a wooden cork. The only solution is to channel it. She produced a blank scroll and began to inscribe on it a highly intricate, swirling pattern. This is the core of the 8 trigram seal, she said. See, it isn't a closed circle. There are plenty of these tiny outlets, just like this one. They allow a minute amount of the Nine Tails chakra to seep out. Not enough to break the seal, but enough to blend with my own chakra. In this way, not only do I maintain my own life, but it also strengthens the stability of the seal. This is the principle behind a Jinchuriki. Kagura listened intently. These were secrets he'd never found in any book before. This was forbidden knowledge, reserved for Jinchuriki alone. All right, that's enough theory for now. Kushina rolled up the scroll. Next, it's time to put it into practice. She glanced at Kagura, her expression turning a little dangerous. Kid, are you ready? Ready to find out what real heart-pounding thrills feel like? Kagura took a deep breath. I'm ready. Good. Kushina closed her eyes. From her body, a faint veil of golden chakra began to shimmer to the surface. And within that golden chakra, a single thread of chakra, finer than a strand of hair and blood red as fresh ink, slowly seeped out. The moment that blood red strand appeared, it felt as though the entire training ground dropped several degrees colder. The air around them grew thick with a savage, almost maddening energy. Through Kagura's heightened senses, that thread of chakra was no longer just a force. It had presence and intention. It was like a blood-red eye, brimming with malice. It was fixed on him with an unrelenting stare. This is the chakra of the nine tails. Kushina's voice struggled. I've drawn just a small trace of it out from a seal. Your task isn't to attack it, nor to fear it. Rather, you're to sense it with your own chakra. Feel its anger, its hatred. Then, use the method I taught you to create a small sealing formula, one tuned to its frequency, resonating in harmony. And then, with that formula, gently invite it back into my body. Do you understand? Understand. Kagura closed his eyes. He roused the power within him, the force belonging to the Thunder Dragon. A surge of violet lightning chakra, just as forceful but bursting with life, flickered at his fingertips. He didn't rush to construct the formula. Instead, with utmost caution, he let that strand of purple lightning gently brush against the blood-red, ominous presence. In the air, two distinct and formidable powers met. There was no explosion, no clash, either. The sensation Kagura felt was peculiar. It was as if he were reaching out to touch a scorching iron, laced with venom. A flood of overwhelming negative emotions, hatred, loneliness, anger, poured instantly into his mind. He saw it. He saw a boundless, icy prison of darkness. He saw an enormous orange-red fox, shackled tightly by countless thick, golden chains. The fox bore nine tails. There was no reason left in its eyes, only the unending blaze of hatred, raging for 1,000 years and never quenched. Kagura's entire body gave a violent shudder. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Kagura, Minato's voice called out, tense with worry. I am okay. Kagura waved his hand dismissively. He forced his mind to steady. He'd been far too careless just now. At the instant his observation haki touched the nine tails chakra, it had passively struck a faint resonance with that enormous spiritual presence. What he glimpsed was the heart of the nine tails. At last he understood. This was no mere weapon. It was an anguished, tormented creature, alive and filled with pain and hatred. So this is how it is, he murmured to himself. He opened his eyes. There was a change in his gaze. No longer simply analysis and exploitation. Now there was something else, a hint of indescribable compassion. He reached out his hand once again. This time, the power at his fingertips was no longer just simple lightning. Within that violet lightning, there was now a trace of inky black armament haki as well. And along with it, an unyielding will, a will as indestructible as dragon scales. He began to draw symbols in the air. But what he traced this time was not any technique Kushina had taught him. It was a brand new sigil he had just invented, inspired solely by the sensation he'd had moments before. The symbol looked like a small, swirling vortex, its colors shifting between deep purple and black. It did not possess any power to seal. It had only a single purpose: resonance. The purple-black vortex gently floated toward the wisp of blood-red chakra. With a delicate touch, it wrapped itself around it. The blood-red chakra struggled for a moment, but soon after it grew still. It was as if, within that swirling vortex, it felt a kindred spirit, a loneliness no one else in this world could truly understand, a resonance from the same source. The resistance faded. The chakra even seemed to take the initiative, merging into the vortex willingly. Kagura let out a breath of relief. He nodded to Kushina. Kushina got his message and opened the entrance of the 8 trigram seal once more. Using his own chakra, Kagura nudged the blood-red chakra, now safely sealed in the vortex, and gently guided it back through the opening. Obediently, it flowed back inside. In the next moment, peace was restored. Both Kushina and Minato looked at Kagura, eyes wide, as if they were seeing something otherworldly. Kushina stammered, "What was that just now?" "I don't really know," Kagura answered, shaking his head. "I just thought it seemed pitiful. So I decided to try to comfort it." Kushina fell silent, simply gazing at Kagura, then unconsciously touching her own flat belly. For the first time, she seemed to genuinely ponder. The being sealed inside her body. Was it really only a monster? Kushina looked at Kagura, her expression a complex mix of emotions, almost as if she were watching a curious little creature she'd hatched from a stone with her own hands. She had taught him how to understand chakra. Yet, in turn, he had taught her how to better understand herself. She had always believed that being locked away inside her was the pure embodiment of hatred. It had never occurred to her that the other side of hatred might simply be endless loneliness. You? She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only let out a long, weary sigh. You little rascal, you really... She stepped forward and ruffled Kagura's hair, rough but full of affection. Never mind then. Let's just pretend I saw nothing at all today. Minato, standing to the side, also let out a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and patted Kushina gently on the shoulder. All right, that's it for today's training, he said. Kagura's mental energy is nearly spent. Kagura nodded in agreement. He truly felt tired. That brief moment of contact with the vast consciousness of the Nine Tails had drained him more than winning any battle on Mount Kikyo. This was not physical exhaustion, but the weariness of the soul. In the days that followed, Kagura's training in sealing techniques entered an entirely new phase. Kushina no longer taught him merely the theory. She began to share with him the true, secret arts unique to the Uzumaki clan, those that had never been passed on. She showed him, for instance, how to inscribe temporary sealing markings onto his own body, to strengthen himself, or to hasten his chakra recovery. She taught him how to use the simplest of materials to construct interconnected barriers that could trap even a jonin. Kagura picked it up at an astonishing pace, so fast that Kushina, his teacher, sometimes started to doubt her own place. Now and then, she'd even wonder if, inside Kagura's body, there lived an ancient Uzumaki spirit several centuries old. Time slipped quietly by amid this whirlwind of learning and progress. Half a year passed. Winter, in the 42nd year of the Hidden Leaf Village. At the training ground by the southern Naka River. All right, Kushina said, gazing at the young man before her, who now stood half a head taller than herself. With a touch of resignation, she spread her hands. There's nothing more I can teach you. She was telling the truth. In these 6 months, Kagura had drawn out 90% of all she could offer. The remaining 10%, those were true forbidden arts that demanded the Uzumaki bloodline to awaken. The adamantine sealing chains, for example. Have I graduated? Kagura asked. Yes, you've graduated, Kushina nodded. From her ninja tools pouch, she produced a red scroll, its edges worn with age. This is yours. She tossed the scroll to Kagura. Consider it your graduation gift. Kagura unfurled the scroll. His pupils shrank sharply as he saw the list of names. Names he'd only ever heard of in the chronicles of what was yet to come. Contract seal. Inner four-symbol seal. Dead demon consuming seal. Every one of them a legendary forbidden jutsu, capable of deciding the course of a war. Sensei this. Enough chatter. Kushina cut him off fiercely, hands on her hips, her tone strict. I'm only entrusting these to you for safekeeping, for now. With your current strength, you can barely scratch the surface of these techniques. If you dare use them carelessly, don't blame me if you end up dead. I understand. Kagura carefully tucked the scroll away, his actions solemn. He knew just how heavy this responsibility was. At that very moment, a masked member of the Umbu, wearing a white mask, appeared in the training ground without the slightest warning. He dropped to one knee, bowing respectfully to Minato. Lord Minato. There was urgency in the Umbu's voice. The Hokage has called an emergency meeting. There's been an incident on the Canopy Bridge front line. Canopy Bridge. When those 4 words reached Kagura's ears, his heart clenched, as if an invisible giant hand squeezed it tight. It's here. At last it has come. Minato-sensei's face instantly became incredibly grave. I understand, he replied, nodding. Kushina, Kagura. He turned, looking at his wife and his student. I may have to head to the front lines for a while. Take good care of yourselves. Kushina's face lost all color in an instant. But she didn't cry. She didn't protest. She simply stepped forward to straighten the slightly crooked collar of Minato's uniform. She replied softly. You too. Promise me you'll come back alive, no matter what. I will, said Minato, with a gentle smile. His eyes moved to Kagura. Kagura, I'll have to ask you to look after Kushina for me. And Team 11 will be assigned a different jonin temporarily. For now, take on some simple missions around the village. Yes, sensei, Kagura answered. Minato didn't say anything more. He gave his wife a long, deep look. Then, in a blink, he and the Umbu member vanished from sight. Only Kushina and Kagura remained on the training field. At last, Kushina could no longer hold back. She crouched down, burying her face in her knees. Her shoulders trembled ever so slightly. Kagura could feel it, clear as day. From her, waves of overwhelming anxiety and fear radiated, almost spilling over. He understood what she was truly afraid of. It wasn't the war itself. It was the prophecy. That damned prophecy, foretold by the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Kagura stepped forward. Imitating Minato-sensei, he gently placed a hand on her back, patting it softly. He didn't say a word. He knew that, before the weight of fate, any words of comfort would be hollow. So he used this awkward gesture to let her know. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Leaving Minato-sensei's home, Kagura walked home alone. His mind was in turmoil. The Battle of Canopy Bridge. The death of Uchiha Obito. Kakashi's Sharingan. The rise of the fourth Hokage. And, finally, the chaos of the Nine-Tails rampage. The calamity that led to all the tragedies to come. Everything began today. He used to think that he still had plenty of time. He believed he could cultivate his own pace, unhurried and steady. Step by step, he would grow stronger. But now he understood. He didn't have any time left. Death had already arrived at his doorstep, knocking insistently. He returned to his hidden base in the Forest of Death. He took out the red scroll Kushina had given him. He skipped past all the forbidden jutsu recorded there. Instead, he turned to the very end of the scroll. There, something was written that was not classified as forbidden jutsu, yet was even more valuable. It contained some of the Uzumaki clan's wildest theories about artificial-tailed beasts. Among them was one theory. It explained how, using sealing techniques, one might construct within their own body a temporary system, an imitation Jinchuriki, capable of storing and unleashing vast amounts of chakra in an instant. Kagura's eyes lit up. He glanced at his left hand, the one that could channel lightning. Then at his right, the one coated in armament hockey. An even bolder, more reckless idea began to take shape in his mind. He pulled out blank talisman paper and ink from his ninja pouch. He started to draw on the ground. He was going to combine the Uzumaki clan sealing arts with his own mastery of Thunder's destruction. Canopy Bridge. Uchiha Obito. That was the beginning of everything. And now, his time was running out. Kagura stood alone in the hidden base within the Forest of Death. Beneath his feet, the ground was covered with a sprawl of failed sealing patterns. The air was thick with the scorched smell that lingered after excessive chakra exertion. His complexion was deathly pale. Every ounce of his mental energy had been utterly depleted. Yet his eyes blazed with an intensity that was almost frightening, like twin stars burning in the heart of a moonless night. It's still not enough. He muttered to himself. I'm just a bit short. What he was attempting now was without a doubt the boldest, most reckless thing he had ever done in his life. He would bind together the Uzumaki sealing arts and his own Thunder Dragon power, forging them into a single technique. He would craft within himself a personal mock Jinchuriki system, a human-shaped calamity capable of storing, condensing, and unleashing a torrent of thunder chakra in a single breathtaking instant. The notion was pure madness. If Kushina and Minato ever learned of this, they would surely think he had lost his mind. Because this was the same as playing with fire that would burn him alive if things went slightly wrong. If his control slipped just a little, that condensed, raging thunder dragon force would explode within him. When that happened, there wouldn't even be a body left. Not a trace would remain. But Kagura had no other choice. He knew that the battle at Canopy Bridge would reach its conclusion soon. Minato Namikaze would return to the village, haloed in the light of a hero. And then, as if it were only natural, he became the fourth Hokage. After that, came the chaos unleashed by a man in a mask, the catastrophe of the Nine-Tails, all manipulated from the shadows by a single hand. The time left to him was running out. He had to gain, before disaster struck, enough power not only to protect himself, but perhaps even to turn the tide of fate. Once more he whispered. Kagura drew in a deep, steadying breath. He bit his finger, letting his blood flow, and began sketching symbols down his left arm. What he drew was unlike any technique Kushina had ever taught him. Instead, it was a completely new sealing technique, one he had theorized himself, after countless iterations inspired by ideas about artificial-tailed beasts and honed to complement the unique nature of his Thunder Dragon power. He called it the Thunder Pool. The heart of this technique was not the seal, but storage. It was as if he was digging a reservoir inside his own body, a place to store all the wild, raging lightning chakra he had no use for in his everyday life. Then, when a moment demanded it, he could unleash it all in a single, thunderous surge. In theory, it sounded simple, but in practice, it was nearly impossible. After all, his body was not some lifeless vessel. His chakra network was never meant to endure such violent compression of energy. That was why he needed another force to safeguard this inner reservoir. Armament hockey, as he traced the seal onto his skin with his blood. He also focused the armored aura of hockey along the walls of his chakra network, coating them with a thin, nearly unbreakable layer of protection. It was a feat that required his mind to split 3 ways at once, a coordination so fine it bordered on the impossible. The toll on his mental strength multiplied with each passing second. Kagura felt a splitting pain inside his head, as if his skull might break open. But he pressed on. Stroke by stroke, the technique took shape, centered on his heart and sprawling down his left arm. A webwork of dense, violet-black runes emerged, forming a complex network over his skin. The final step. His lips were bloodless. He summoned every last shred of his Thunder Dragon power, holding nothing back. A torrent of purple lightning, mightier than anything he had ever called forth, roared awake like a dragon from within his heart. It surged along his arm, following the lines of his chakra network, straight into the newly formed seal of the Thunder Pool. A deafening blast shook his mind. It felt as if something inside his head had exploded. A pain beyond words tore through his left arm and shot across his entire body in an instant. It felt like he was being cut apart by 1,000 blades. His skin began to split open, fissure by fissure. Blood oozed from every crack. His left arm was now utterly unrecognizable. Violet lightning mingled with jet-black armament, intertwined and unstable. It looked like a bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Still not enough. Kagura gritted his teeth, letting out a feral roar, almost inhuman in its intensity. Get in there now. Summoning the last reserves of his strength, his most formidable willpower, he forcefully shoved the wild, nearly uncontrollable energy into the sealing technique that was teetering on the brink of collapse. Had he succeeded, or had he failed? He couldn't tell. Darkness engulfed his vision, and his consciousness faded away completely. When he woke next, it was already dusk the following day. He was lying flat on the ground, unable to move an inch. Every part of his body throbbed with pain. It felt as if a dozen trucks had driven back and forth over him repeatedly. Slowly, very slowly, he raised his left hand. Gone were the terrifying cracks that had marred his arm. In their place, a strange purple-black tattoo, now fused seamlessly with his skin. The markings wrapped around him like a coiled dragon of thunder, snaking from his wrist all the way to his heart. And deep inside that thunder dragon, he could sense a tremendous power, one that felt remarkably calm and obedient. He had done it. He had installed in himself an external, auxiliary chakra battery. Kagura rose from the ground with great effort. He looked at his left arm, now outwardly unchanged from before, and he smiled. It was a true, joyful smile. He had come perilously close to destroying himself in the process. But in the end, it was all worth it. He took stock of his body, utterly drained, hollowed out. It would be a long road to full recovery. He needed plenty of time to recharge this new battery as well. Just then, a faint whisper of wind rustled through the treetops overhead. Kagura's smile vanished in an instant. He jerked his head up sharply. With his heightened perception, he detected the silent arrival of an unexpected guest, someone who shouldn't be here at all. "Who's there?" he called out in a low, guarded voice. At that moment, an ANBU operative, face hidden behind a white mask, landed soundlessly on the branch opposite him. The mask was strikingly familiar, Root. "Kagura." The ANBU's voice was devoid of emotion. "Lord Danzo summons you." Kagura's heart sank. The thing he'd feared most had happened at last. He had just finished the Thunder Pool at the absolute nadir of his strength. And now, Danzo had come calling. Was it coincidence? Impossible. "Sorry," said Kagura quietly. "I'm not in any condition right now. This isn't a request." The Umbu's voice grew colder. "It is an order." A short dagger, glinting with cold light, appeared in his hand. Kagura looked at him. Then his gaze shifted to the dark corners nearby, where subtle fluctuations of chakra were beginning to stir. He knew, without a doubt, that he was surrounded. Kagura fixed his eyes on the root Umbu blocking his path. He reached out with observation haki, sensing at least 5 more malicious auras lurking in the surrounding darkness. This was serious trouble. At this point, fighting was out of the question. Even remaining standing felt like a struggle. His chakra reserves were completely drained. His mental strength was also depleted. Even his armament haki, battered by damage to his body's meridians, was now difficult to call forth. This was the weakest he had been since arriving in this world. And it was at this most vulnerable moment that Danzo chose to send his men. This was no coincidence. That old fox had been watching him all along. Earlier, all those tricks he'd used to throw off pursuers, he might have fooled the ordinary root operatives tasked with surveillance. But he could never fool Danzo himself. Today, Kagura was here to carry out the final transformation of the Thunder Pool. Of course Danzo would know about it. He was just waiting for Kagura to push himself to the brink of collapse, then sending in the net to close around him. Gatorakun. The lead root, Umbu, spoke again. Please come with us. Don't make things difficult for us. Kagura looked at him. Despite his pale face, weakened by exhaustion, a strange smile suddenly appeared. He said. I'm really tired. I don't have the strength to meet with Elder Danzo right now. The root Umbu paused, momentarily stunned. A hint of unrest flickered among the men waiting in the darkness behind him. It was clear they hadn't anticipated that a 12-year-old, cornered with no way out, would dare say such a thing. This isn't a request. The Umbu's voice turned icy once more. It's an order. Understand, Kagura nodded. But I refuse. You must have a death wish. The Umbu's hand closed tightly around his blade's hilt. A death wish. Kagura gave a slight, tired laugh. You're welcome to try. Let's see whose weapons are faster. Yours or the things beneath my feet. As he spoke, he gently tapped his foot against the ground. Do you really think I would attempt such a dangerous training in a place like this, without keeping a single trick up my sleeve? His voice was even and calm, yet beneath that calm was a chilling streak of madness. Since the very first time I entered this forest, I set 72 linked ceiling barriers throughout this place. With just a thought, he fixed his eyes on the lead Umbu. We'll all stay right here, together. No one is leaving. Not a single one. But he was lying. He hadn't placed any kind of binding barrier at all. He had neither the time nor the energy for that. Right now, he was gambling. He was betting that his opponent wouldn't dare risk mutual destruction with a crazy person like him. This was the classic empty fort strategy, bluffing with nothing at all. The leader of the covert operatives fell into silence. Behind that white mask, his eyes were fixed on Kagura, searching desperately for the slightest trace that might betray a lie. But he found nothing. Kagura's expression was perfectly calm. So calm, in fact, that it didn't look like someone bluffing or making threats. He sensed it then. His opponent's aura wavered. Uncertainty began to seep in. The gamble had worked. Ninjas from the Foundation were nothing but tools. Tools follow orders, no more. Their orders had been to politely ask Kagura to return with them, not to be blown sky high along with some unpredictable child, even if you're telling the truth. The masked man said coldly, You can only trigger it once. If we catch you before you can act, then you lose. That's so. Kagura's smile only widened, pure delight in his eyes. So what are you waiting for? Go on, make your move. He even spread out his arms in welcome, as if inviting them to do whatever they pleased. And the more at ease he appeared, the more they hesitated, paralyzed by the bizarre standoff, frozen in a tension so dense, it was almost unreal. Just then, a voice rang out, catching everyone by surprise, a third party, unexpected and uninvited. So here you are, Kagura. A golden flash. In the blink of an eye, without warning, someone appeared at Kagura's side. Namake's Minato. One hand rested lightly on Kagura's shoulder. He still wore his Jonin vest, fresh from the front lines, smelling faintly of wind and dust. A gentle, familiar smile played upon his lips, yet his sky-blue eyes showed no warmth at all. They were icy, piercing. His gaze settled on the leader of the Foundation. It seems my student has caused you some trouble. He spoke with an easy smile. The Foundation leader froze instantly, and behind his white mask, his face surely twisted in dismay. The yellow flash. He forced out the name, a name that struck dread throughout the entire ninja world. Elder Shimura's reach is far too long. Minato's smile lingered, but the air around them had turned almost solid with tension. Since when did my students become yours to summon? The Foundation leader fell silent, and one after another, the shadowy presences behind him faded away. They were retreating. Of course they were. No one would dare push their luck now. Going up against the Golden Flash? Unless Lord Danzo himself were here in person. Otherwise, it would be nothing but suicide. We're only following orders. The lead ANBU gave a curt explanation, his voice dry and guarded. Leave. Minato uttered just one word. It was as if a great amnesty had been granted. In an instant, the ANBU's figure vanished from sight. The forest soon returned to its usual tranquility. Only then did Minato release his hand from Kagura's shoulder. He lowered his head, gazing at his disciple, battered from head to toe, his face as pale as a ghost, and yet still managing to grin at him foolishly. Then Minato looked down at Kagura's left arm, its skin now covered with unfamiliar and peculiar purple-black markings. His eyes reflected a tangle of emotions. Come back with me. He did not ask any questions. He simply scooped Kagura onto his back. And then, once again, his figure became a flash of golden light. He was gone. Kagura lay face down across his teacher Minato's broad, warm back. He could smell the faint traces of blood and earth clinging to his teacher. He knew. His gamble had paid off. He had bet that the root ninja wouldn't dare take the risk, and he'd also bet that teacher Minato would come save him. But as he stared at his now exposed left arm, he thought back to that complicated look in Minato's eyes just moments ago. He'd won the bet, but he owed an even heavier debt because of it. And now, part of his trump card had been revealed. Minato did not take Kagura back to the apartment under surveillance, nor did he take him to his own home. Instead, he brought him to a place no one would ever expect. Hokage Rock. The wind was fierce up here, stinging their eyes and making it hard to see. Below, the entire Leaf Village sparkled with light, peaceful and prosperous. Minato set Kagura down from his back. The two of them sat side by side, looking out across the vibrant, peaceful scenery below their feet. Neither spoke first. Kagura understood his teacher was waiting for him to explain on his own. Sensei. In the end, it was Kagura who broke the silence first. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Minato asked, not looking at him, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Because I kept a lot from you, Kagura admitted. Minato nodded. I know. That arm of yours. Minato's gaze finally turned to him, and that so-called secret base of yours, as well as whatever's going on between you and Elder Danzo. What's really happening? Kagura fell silent. He could never tell the whole truth. The Thunder Dragon Fruit, the 3 Haki powers, his transmigration. These were the secrets upon which his very life depended. All he could do was weave a plausible story, half truth and half lie, to explain himself. Teacher, he looked up at Minato. Do you believe in mutations of bloodline limits? Mutations? Minato was taken aback for a moment. Yes. Kagura nodded. I don't know who my parents are. I don't know what clan they were from, either. But for as long as I can remember, I've always known that there's a power inside my body that doesn't truly belong to me. A power coursing with thunder and lightning, wild and untamable. I always thought it was some sort of illness. It wasn't until I entered the Ninja Academy and learned to refine chakra that I realized this power could merge with my own chakra. That's how it became what you saw before, the violet lightning release. After what happened at MT Kikyo, I found it harder and harder to control. So, I remembered the sealing techniques Lady Kushina once taught me. I thought I could make a vessel for myself, to lock this power away. He stretched out his left arm. That arm, covered in strange purple-black markings, looked almost unnatural. This is the lock I made for myself. I call it the Thunder Prison. I thought it worked, thought it was enough. But unexpectedly, Elder Danzo discovered it anyway. Fear and lingering dread flickered briefly and perfectly across Kagura's face. He seemed very interested in this power of mine. He wanted me to join Root. I refused. That's what led to what happened tonight. His story had come to an end. It was a strange tale, almost unbelievable. Yet, it just barely made sense. An orphan of the war, parents unknown. Some unknown recessive or mutated bloodline limit awakening inside him. Then caught in the sights of one of the village's schemers. Stories like this were hardly rare in the history of the ninja world. Minato listened quietly the whole time. He didn't interrupt. Only after Kagura finished speaking did he finally ask, his voice calm. What about your other abilities? The one where you can sense danger before it happens? He asked. And your taijutsu, the one that makes your fists harder than steel? Are those also mutations? Kagura's heart clenched suddenly. He knew it. This was the most difficult hurdle to clear. Lightning release could be explained by a mutated bloodline limit. But how could he explain the armament haki and observation haki? Those two powers were pure manifestations of will and spirit. They had nothing to do with one's blood. I don't know. Kagura decided to use the simplest, yet often most effective method. He played dumb. Sensei, I really don't know. He looked at Minato, eyes clear and sincere. That feeling is very strange. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can see everything around me. Sometimes, when I'm angry enough, or when I just want to protect someone badly enough, my fists become incredibly hard. I don't know what that is. I only know that it's something that's always been inside me. It's as natural as breathing. He was telling the truth. In a sense, that was indeed the truth. The power of will, his aura, really was something innate to his very soul. Minato looked at him. He watched him for a long time. For so long that Kagura began to worry that his clumsy lie was about to be seen through on the spot. Is that so? Suddenly, Minato smiled. He reached out and, just like he used to, tousled Kagura's hair, firmly, almost playfully. Understand, he said. He did not ask any further. Everyone has their own secrets. I do too. Kushina as well. And of course, so can you. There's only one thing I need to know. He looked into Kagura's eyes. Kagura, are you a ninja of the hidden leaf? Kagura met his gaze. He knew that this was the real core of their entire conversation tonight. Yes. He nodded. I was before. I am now. And I suppose I will be, as long as the leaf is worth defending. That's enough, Minato said as he stood up. He stretched, easing the tension from his back. Let's go, he said. It'll be dawn soon. I'll walk you back. Sensei, Kagura called out to him. Yes. About Elder Danzo. Don't worry. Minato smiled. I'll take care of it. He won't come bothering you again. At least not before I become Hokage. The way he said this was utterly calm. But in that calm voice, Kagura could sense a quiet, boundless confidence. The confidence that belonged only to the Golden Flash. Kagura stood up as well. He understood. Tonight, the probing and honest conversation between teacher and student had finally run its course. He made it through, though he was sure there were still many questions lingering in his teacher's heart. Minato had chosen to trust him. To trust this strange pupil shrouded in secrecy. And that was enough. Sensei, thank you. Kagura bowed deeply, sincerely, to Minato's retreating back. Silly kid. Minato didn't even turn around. I'm your teacher, after all. The next day, dawn broke. Minato Namikaze had not slept the entire night. He sat atop the Hokage rock, gazing at his village as it slowly awakened from the darkness. He mulled over many things in his mind. About Kagura, about Danzo, and about the teacher who sat at the highest seat, someone he had always respected and feared. By the time the sun had fully risen, he got his feet. The confusion that once clouded his face had vanished. In its place was an unprecedented resolve. He knew what he had to do. He leapt down from Hokage Rock. He did not go home, nor did he head to the training grounds. Instead, he walked straight toward that red building, the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had also been awake all night. The ashtray in front of him was already overflowing with cigarette butts. He was waiting. He knew that Minato would come today, no matter what. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Minato pushed open the door. He was not wearing his usual jonin vest. Instead, he was clad in the standard uniform of the Umbu, signifying the highest combat strength of the Land of Fire. A fox mask still rested on his face. Yet he made no effort to hide his identity. This was his chosen way to make his stance clear. Lord Third. His voice was steady. I'm not here today as your student, nor as the leader of Team 11. I'm here as the captain of the Konoha Umbu Special Squad, to bring the most serious accusation before you. Hiruzen silently regarded him. My subordinate, Konoha Special Chunin Kagura, Minato began, was ambushed and pursued by unknown ninja in the Forest of Death last night. I suspect that certain high-ranking members of the village are abusing their authority to persecute their own comrades. I hereby request a thorough investigation. His words were grave. They were, in effect, a direct impeachment of a village elder. Hiruzen took a drag from his cigarette. Understand? He said. Call Danzo here. Half an hour later, Shimura Danzo, leaning heavily on his wooden staff, slowly entered the Hokage's office. He glanced at Minato, who was dressed in Umbu attire. In his lone eye, there was not a trace of surprise, as though he had foreseen this moment all along. Hiruzen, his greeting was offhand. Why have you called for me? Danzo, Hiruzen's voice remained even. Minato says you sent someone to fetch his student last night. Is that true? It is. Danzo admitted readily. He didn't even try to offer an excuse. Why? Hiruzen asked. That boy, Kagura. There's something wrong with him, Danzo replied. His origins are murky, unclear. The power he commands already far exceeds what a mere genin should possess. In the battle at Kikyo Mountain, the ominous lightning jutsu he displayed, along with that uncanny taijutsu technique. And, above all, that terrifying command ability that's entirely out of step with his age. All of these show, beyond a doubt, that he's an extremely dangerous and volatile element. As an elder charged with guarding the village's shadow realm, it is both my responsibility and my duty to find out exactly what he is. That's why I simply sent someone to invite him back to the Foundation to assist with an investigation, nothing more. His words sounded entirely grand and righteous. He managed to dress up what was, in truth, an illegal act of using strength to bully the weak, a kidnapping, into nothing but a routine security inquiry for the sake of the village's safety. Assist with an investigation? Minato couldn't bear it anymore. He stepped forward, and in an instant, the powerful presence belonging to the yellow flash erupted from him. You sent a team of Foundation Umbu to ambush my student the moment he'd finished a perilous training, when he was at his weakest. Elder Danzo, this is what you call assisting with an investigation. Enough, Minato. Hiruzen spoke up. He put a stop to Minato's fury. Then he looked at Danzo. Danzo, no matter what, Kagura is Minato's student and the hero of Kikyo Mountain. You acted against him without my knowledge. That goes against protocol. His tone sounded like a rebuke, but in truth, it was more like smoothing things over. Protocol? Danzo let out a cold laugh. Hiruzen, have you grown too comfortable these days? This is war. In times of war, efficiency is everything. For the sake of the village's victory and safety, it's only natural to shed a few unnecessary rules and a few unnecessary people. This is what you yourself taught me years ago. Hiruzen fell silent. He had no counter-argument, because what Danzo said was true. Minato watched this exchange before him. He watched as his own teacher, silenced with a few words by an old friend like Danzo, could say nothing in reply. A chill crept through his heart. Lord Third, he spoke again, now with a trace of pleading in his voice. I ask you, in the name of the Hokage, to order Elder Danzo to immediately cease all surveillance and harassment of my student, and to explain himself for this overstepping of his authority. This was his final line in the sand. The office fell deathly silent once more. Hiruzen puffed on his pipe. Danzo leaned on his cane. Minato stood tall and straight. The three of them, representing the three greatest powers of Konoha, at that moment locked in a silent struggle. A long time passed. At last, Hiruzen set down his pipe. Danzo, he spoke. Call back everyone who's been watching Kagura. As for that child, I trust Minato. He won't misjudge people's character. Danzo's single eye narrowed for a moment. Fine. He nodded. If the Hokage himself insists, I have no objections. He agreed, but he did not apologize, nor did he offer any explanation. Hiruzen no longer pressed the matter. With that, he forcibly put an end to it, drawing a full stop where it stood. Minato looked at his teacher. For the first time, a deep disappointment flickered in those blue eyes typically as clear as the sky. And he understood. His teacher would not truly punish Danzo on his behalf, because, as the old man himself had said, they two were the real balance, the weights on opposite sides of the scale, while he, Minato Namikaze, was nothing more than a heavier counterweight laid atop it. Just then, the office doors burst open with a crash. An ANBU in a monkey mask tumbled inside. Hokage-sama. His voice was filled with unprecedented urgency, barely containing his panic. Urgent report from the front. The Wagakure has torn up every agreement. They've gathered tens of thousands of troops and launched a full-scale assault on the border of the Land of Grass. The Canopy Bridge defense line is at the verge of collapse. In an instant, the chilling, sticky air of office intrigues was swept away, dispelled by the brimstone-scented urgency brought by the ANBU. On Hiruzen Sarutobi's face, the fatigue of a politician vanished. In its place shone the iron authority of the third Hokage. He rose from his seat. Bring me the map. He barked the order. A few ANBU at once unfurled a huge map covering all the shinobi world's territories. Sarutobi's eyes locked on a red point on the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, Canopy Bridge. Who's commanding a Wagakure this time? He asked. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, the ANBU reported. He's overseeing the rear personally. The front line is commanded by his son, Kuratsuchi. The room seemed to grow colder. Anoki, that ancient monster, wielder of dust release, survivor of 2 shinobi wars, was personally taking the field. That meant a Wagakure had come for real this time. They were ready to see this through to the bitter end. Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned. His gaze fell on the silent young man with golden hair. I need you, he said. I need your speed. I need you to be my sharpest blade. Take it and thrust it straight into a Wagakure's defenses. Hold back their advance for me, at least for now. Minato looked at his teacher. He gazed at this old man, who only moments before had allowed his comrades to persecute his student. The disappointment in his heart hadn't faded just yet, but in his eyes, there was not a hint of doubt. Yes, sir. He nodded. I promise I'll get it done. Because he was a ninja of the leaf. The village's safety must come before all else, even before his own feelings. Very well. Hiruzen turned to Danzo. Danzo, I'm here. Recall everyone from the Foundation currently on missions outside the village. From this moment, your unit has only one mission. Root out every possible Wagakure spy hiding in the village. I need the rear guard to be absolutely secure. Understood. Danzo nodded, leaning on his cane as he turned to leave. When he reached the door, he brushed past Minato. In that solitary eye, a fleeting hint of cold amusement flickered by. Minato didn't look at him. Between the two, this was only a temporary ceasefire in their ongoing war. Go, Minato. Sarutobi's voice sounded weary. I'm leaving the village in your hands. Minato said nothing more. He simply bowed, saluting the back of the Hokage. Then, he turned and walked away. He didn't go home. He went straight to Training Ground 11. Kagura and his team were there, practicing as usual, when Minato-sensei appeared so suddenly. The three of them instantly stopped what they were doing. "Do we have a mission?" Tokima asked. "Yes." Minato nodded. His eyes passed over these three, who had all grown into reliable chunin. "A very important mission. We're heading to Canopy Bridge." He then made his way to Team 7's training ground. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin all received the same orders. Half an hour later, in front of the Hokage's office in the Hidden Leaf Village, two elite teams of the new generation were now assembled and ready. Minato looked at these 6 young faces, still innocent, but already with determined eyes, no longer lost. He took a deep breath. "This mission is extremely dangerous," he said. "We'll be facing tens of thousands from a Wagakura's army. Some of us may not come back. That's why I'm giving you all a choice. If anyone wants to back out now, I won't stop you." The first to speak was Uchiha Obito. He stepped forward, thumping his chest with conviction. "There's no way I'd ever quit. I'm going to be Hokage one day. How could I possibly run away when it counts the most?" "Idiot." Kakashi glanced at him coldly, his voice icy. "Don't treat war as your stage to show off." With that, he stepped forward too. "I'm in." His reason was simple. Because this was the mission. Rin looked first at Obito, then at Kakashi. She also stepped forward. "Me too." Takuma and Yakumo both turned to look at the one who had been silent all along, their captain. Kagura stood there. His mind was a tangled mess. Canopy Bridge. That name echoed in his mind like a spell, over and over. He knew better than anyone in this world what was about to happen here. Uchiha Obito was going to die here. He would give his Sharingan to Kakashi. Then he would be dragged back from the brink of death by an ancient monster called Uchiha Madara. He would witness Kakashi using that eye kill Rin. That would shatter him completely. He would don a mask, name himself Madara. He would join the Akatsuki. And one day, he would set off the 4th Great Ninja War. He would become one of the greatest masterminds lurking in the shadows of this world. And the beginning of it all was right now, right here, with this foolish Obito, eager to play the hero. Kagura found himself at a crossroads. Should he stand by and watch? Let the story unfold on its original path? That would be the safest choice. He'd only need to look after himself. But he glanced at Takuma and Yakumo, standing behind him. Glanced at Noera Rin, her face clouded with worry for Obito. At last, his gaze landed on the white-haired boy, the one about to carry the weight of his best friend's eye, and the pain of a lifetime walking in darkness and sorrow. If Obito didn't die, would none of this have to happen? Would there be no 4th Great Ninja War? Would so many people be spared? It was an idea full of temptation, but also an unbelievably dangerous gamble. To change the story meant facing a future filled with uncertainty and chaos. He could die, maybe even sooner, and in worse ways than in the original tale. "Kagura?" Minato's voice broke through his thoughts. "Have you made up your mind?" Kagura lifted his head. He looked at his teacher, the man who, too, would fall victim to this great conspiracy in the future. Suddenly, his resolve was clear. To hell with the script. To hell with unknown dangers. He had lived 2 lives. It wasn't to stand by and watch tragedy repeat itself before his eyes. "I'm in," he said. His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable authority. He turned his head, looking at Takuma and Yakumo. "This is an order." "Yes, sir." The two of them responded in unison. Minato gazed at the 7 young men and women standing before him, each face brimming with resolve. He smiled. "Excellent. In that case, the Konoha Special Task Force is hereby officially established. Target, Canopy Bridge. Move out." 7 figures, swift as arrows released from a top bow, shot out from the gates of Konoha. Kagura ran in the middle of the group. He kept his eyes on the back of the boisterous Obito Uchiha, who was leading at the front. His expression was tangled with complex emotions. "Obito Uchiha, this time, I won't let you die." 7 shadows burst through the gates of Konoha. They sprinted toward a battlefield destined to change all their fates. Minato was the fastest. He blazed ahead, a streak of golden light cutting a path at the front of the formation. Kakashi kept close behind, his stamina unwavering, keeping perfect pace. Kagura held the 3rd position. He didn't appear hurried nor sluggish, but always maintained an exact distance from the 2 running ahead. Takuma, Rin, Obito, and Yakumo lagged behind. They were pushing themselves to their limits. Yet, little by little, the gap was growing. This wasn't a leisurely outing. They were going to war. Speed meant survival. The formation must never fall apart. Kagura slowed his pace. He dropped back from 3rd to the rear of the group. "Takuma Yakumo, you 2, keep to my left." His voice remained level. "Obito, Rin, take the right. Everyone, form up around me and maintain a diamond formation. Don't pay attention to Sensei's speed. Listen for my signals. Move with my rhythm. His words were few, yet they were like a steady anchor in stormy seas. For the young soldiers at the back, now teetering on the edge of panic, his instructions restored their sense of direction in an instant. They no longer chased the golden flash far ahead, forever out of reach. Instead, they regrouped around Kagura, reforming the formation. Kagura's tempo was peculiar, almost uncanny. Whenever Yakumo was nearly at her limit, he would subtly slow down. If Obito, driven by competitive zeal, started to surge ahead, Kagura would gently quicken the pace. He was the perfect metronome at work. Calmly, unhurried, he set the rhythm for the whole team's advance. Gradually, the gap between them and Minato at the front stopped widening. Instead, they reached a delicate balance, close enough to follow, far enough not to be overwhelmed. Running at the very front, Minato noticed the change. He glanced back, taking in the scene. He saw the formation, centered around Kagura, which, while not particularly fast, was remarkably steady. A faint smile flickered at the corner of his lips. He understood. With Kagura in this team, chaos simply wasn't an option. 2 days later, they had already penetrated deep into the territory of the Land of Grass. In the air, the scent of war grew ever heavier. Along the way, they had managed to avoid at least 5 patrol squads from Wagakure. Every single time, it was Kagura who, a full half-hour in advance, sensed the presence of the enemy. He then led the team, steering them away from the most dangerous paths. His observation haki had grown sharper than ever as they traversed this land seething with hostility. That evening at dusk, they halted at a fork in the road. "We need to pick up the pace." Minato spread out the map, his expression grave. "The latest reports from the front aren't encouraging. We have less than a day left." His finger traced along the map. "There are 2 routes ahead of us. One is to circle around the valley ahead and cross the plain. It'll add at least 50 kilometers, but it's relatively safe. The other is to go straight through the valley. It's the shortest route, but intelligence suggests it's the most active area for a Wagakure's ninja. We could be walking into an ambush." He looked at his 6 disciples standing before him. "What do you think? How should we choose?" "Through the valley." Obito spoke up first. "We're here to fight a war, not to sightsee. What's there to fear in an ambush?" "I agree," Kakashi chimed in, for once taking the same side as Obito. "Time is everything." Takuma, Rin, and Yakumo fell silent. All their eyes turned toward Kagura. Without realizing it, Kagura's opinion had become the most important one in the team, second only to Minato's. "Kagura." Minato also turned to him. "What do you think?" Kagura didn't look at the map. He lifted his head and glanced at the distant valley, which, in the evening sun, looked dark and foreboding. "Sensei," he said, "we can't take the valley." "Why?" Minato asked. "It's too clean in there," Kagura replied. "Clean?" "Yes." Kagura nodded. "I can't sense any signs of life in that valley. There are no birds, no animals, not even a single insect. That's not normal. It's like someone swept the slaughterhouse clean beforehand, as if waiting for the prey, us, to walk right into the trap." Minato's expression changed. He, too, was a seasoned sensory-type ninja. Yet this time, he hadn't sensed anything at all. "You mean, there's an ambush ahead," Kagura said, "and it's a big one. At least a unit of over 30 Earth-style ninja. They're all hiding underground." The entire group went silent. Everyone's eyes were on Kagura. Kakashi's gaze was full of skepticism. "What are you basing this judgment on?" he asked. "Intuition," Kagura replied. "Intuition." Kakashi let out a cold laugh. "On the battlefield, intuition is the least reliable thing you can trust. Then what has your sensory skill picked up?" Kagura shot back. Kakashi fell silent. He hadn't sensed a thing, either. "Sensei," Kagura turned away from him, looking at Minato instead. "Please trust me." Minato looked at Kagura. He looked at his disciple, at the calm, unruffled eyes that gave nothing away. He knew that Kagura wouldn't make a joke out of something like this. "All right." He made his decision. "I believe you." But Minato added, "I need proof. I need proof that will convince not just me, but everyone here." "Understand." Kagura nodded. He walked up to Kakashi. "Let me borrow your blade." Kakashi hesitated for a moment. In the end, he handed over the white fanged short sword from his back. Kagura took the blade, the edge still tinged with leftover lightning-style chakra. He didn't unsheath it. Instead, he drove the whole sword, scabbard and all, into the earth at his feet. He crouched down, one hand pressed against the hilt. He closed his eyes. Lightning-style. Ground flow. A faint but far-reaching white current flowed from the blade into the ground, a nearly invisible web of lightning, silently spreading through the earth toward the valley ahead. At the same time, Kagura's advanced sensory ability was pushed to its absolute limit. In his perception, In that seemingly empty valley, beneath the ground, suddenly, the distinct outlines of humans appeared, one after another. Those shapes blocked the current's passage, each of them showing up as a glaring black void on his three-dimensional mental map. 1, 2, 10, 30. A total of 36. Like a pack of crocodiles waiting to pounce, they lay perfectly still under less than 5 meters of earth, ready for their prey. Kagura opened his eyes. "Sensei," he said, "I've found the proof." He stood, pulling the blade from the ground. With the tip, he quickly sketched a rough map on the earth. Then, with absolute precision, he marked 36 exact points on the map. Center our position as the point of reference. Directly ahead, 38 meters out, 5 meters underground, one person. Front left, 45 meters away, 7 meters below, 3 people in a group. Front right, one by one, he reported every enemy location he sensed. Not a single mistake. When he finished, everyone stared at him as if they'd just seen a ghost. Minato was stunned as well. He stepped up to the map, his eyes falling on the 36 ambush points that almost formed an inescapable web. For the first time, a chill crept down his spine. If just now he hadn't chosen to trust Kagura, if the 7 of them had simply charged headlong into that valley, then what would have awaited them was nothing less than total slaughter. Minato looked at the map on the ground. His mind raced. 36 Earth-style ninja. It was a lineup straight from a textbook, designed for ambush, perfectly arranged. Charging in headfirst would be the worst move. Underground, that was the enemy's home turf. Even elite Jonin leading 6 Chunin would hardly make it back alive. Take a detour? The map showed that would cost them at least 6 more hours. But the latest battlefield report from the front line, updated just an hour ago, said that the situation at Canopy Bridge had already taken a drastic turn for the worse. They didn't have 6 hours to spare. This is trouble. Minato felt his heart sink. It was the first time he truly sensed how dire things were. "Sensei," Kagura's voice suddenly broke the silence. May I borrow a few of your flying thunder god kunai?" Kagura's face was perfectly calm as he spoke. Minato hesitated for a second. "What are you planning?" "Sensei," Kagura met his gaze. "Please wait here with Kakashi and the rest. Give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes," he said softly, "we'll be able to walk straight through." His words were quiet, but to everyone else, they struck like thunder on a clear day. "Hey, Kagura!" Obito was the first to shout. "Are you crazy? That's 36 of a Wagakure's elite. You plan to go alone? That's suicide." "Don't be reckless, Kagura," Rin pleaded, worry in her voice. Kakashi said nothing. He looked at Kagura as though he'd lost his mind. Only Takuma and Yakumo seemed unfazed. In their eyes, there was nothing but the same unwavering trust as always. Minato watched Kagura. He looked at his student, at those eyes dark as midnight. Within them, he found neither boastful bravado, nor any hint of heroic sacrifice. Only absolute confidence, the kind that comes from overwhelming strength. All right. Minato made a decision so reckless that even he thought it was a little insane. From his pack of ninja tools, he took out 3 specially crafted trident kunai. "I trust you," he said. He handed the kunai over to Kagura. 5 minutes, he added. "I'll wait for you." Kagura took the kunai without another word. Alone, Minato turned and walked towards that silent, death-laden valley. His figure seemed almost slight as he walked away. Yet there was an inexplicable sense of reliability in his back as he disappeared into the gloom. Kagura moved to the mouth of the valley and stopped. He could sense it, 36 sinister presences beneath the earth, already locked onto him. They were waiting for him to take one more step forward, waiting for him to walk into the true jaws of death. Kagura drew a long breath. He raised his left hand, the one wreathed in deep purple dragon-shaped markings. "Thunder Pool," he muttered. "Release." With a low, commanding cry, the dormant dragon tattoo suddenly flared to life. A wild surge of purple lightning chakra erupted from the pool on his arm, like a flood released from a broken dam, roaring and raging as it coursed through his whole body in an instant. His body began to change. Scales, each no bigger than a fingernail, and crackling with purple arcs of electricity, sprang forth from beneath his skin at a startling speed. In the blink of an eye, his arms, his legs, and half his face were sheathed in dragon scales. Twin horns, small yet fierce, jutted from his brow. His eyes transformed into a pair of golden vertical pupils, blazing with a terrifying electric light. Beast form. This was the first time he had ever used this incomplete transformation in real battle. A chilling pressure, utterly unhuman and born from some ancient mythical beast, pulsated from him in waves. At the mouth of the valley, the wind itself seemed to fall silent. Clutching one of the flying thunder god kunai, Kagura hurled it with all his strength. It landed perfectly in the very center of the enemy's ambush. Then, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a roar more beast than man. Thunderclap. A monstrous peal of thunder cracked the sky. In that instant, the world was consumed by a violet ocean. Tens of thousands of savage, purple thunder serpents surged outwards from Kagura, sweeping in all directions with unstoppable fury. They slithered into the parched ground beneath his feet, turning the earth itself into a deadly, electrified mire. Those Awagakure ninja, still lurking below, poised for a deadly strike, never even knew what hit them. Without warning, the wild currents tore through their bodies from all sides, roasting them alive from the inside out. Their earth-style jutsu, their vaunted defenses. In the face of this pure, relentless force of nature that brooked no reason, fragility was exposed like a sheet of thin paper. There was no scream, nor was there any desperate struggle. All that rose from the earth below were curling wisps of burnt, seared flesh, like the scent of roasted meat escaping from deep underground. Atop the mountain peak, Minato, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Takuma, and Yakumo, 6 of them, stood utterly still, staring down at the valley below. The land now wholly transformed into a hell of thunder and lightning. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit an egg, and their minds were blank, as though emptied all at once. What was that? A natural disaster? Was that truly the power a 12-year-old Chunin could wield? The violet lightning raged on for a full 30 seconds, then slowly faded away. The valley gradually returned to its former tranquility. No, even quieter than before. For now, nothing remained alive here. The ground was scorched pitch black, and the air hung heavy with the pungent scent of ozone. Standing in the center of the charred land was Kagura. The dragon scales and horns on his body slowly receded. His face was as white as paper, his chest heaving violently. The energy stored within the thunder pool was completely spent. He turned around, making his way back toward the mountaintop step by step. He stopped before Minato-sensei, who now seemed utterly petrified. Kagura returned the handful of flying thunder god kunai, their tips still crackling with lingering sparks. He glanced at the timer on his wrist. For minutes and 50 seconds. Sensei. His voice was rough and hoarse. The path is clear now. We can go. But no one could move. It was as if their legs had been nailed to the ground. Their eyes stayed riveted on the boy slowly approaching from the center of the scorched earth, as if they were beholding a god wearing human skin, or perhaps a demon. Kagura looked back at them. He knew just how deeply his actions must have shaken his comrades, still steeped as they were in the ways of the ninja world. But he did not regret it. This was war, and in war, the only truth that matters is to eliminate as many enemies as possible, as swiftly as possible. Let's go, he said once more. If we don't leave now, the sun will rise soon. Our mission isn't finished. Those words were like a key, finally unlocking the spellbound figures standing before him. Minato was the first to regain his senses. He cast Kagura a deep look, taking in the boy's pallor but still steady breath. He didn't ask any questions. He knew this was not the time or place. Move out. He said simply, only 2 words. He turned and was the first to walk into the valley below, where the air still clung with ozone and scorched remains. The others silently fell in behind him. Once more, the team set off on their journey. But the atmosphere grew even stranger than before. No one spoke a word. You couldn't even hear the sound of their breathing. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin instinctively edged a short distance away from Kagura. It wasn't hostility that drove them. It was a living being's primal instinct to shrink back and revere in the presence of something higher and incomprehensible. Yet Takuma and Yakumo responded in a way that was the complete opposite. Takuma walked on Kagura's left side. Yakumo took his right. Like 2 unwavering sentinels, they flanked their captain, guarding him at the center of their small formation. They didn't care whether Kagura was a man, a god, or something else entirely. They only knew one thing. Time and again, this man had pulled them back from the brink of death. That was enough for them. Kagura walked in the middle of the group. He could clearly sense all of this. He could feel the guarded stares coming from Kakashi and the others. And he could also feel the absolute, unshakable trust from Takuma and Yakumo. His heart remained calm. He had known for a long time that things would be this way. When you choose to walk a path unlike any other, you are destined to drift farther and farther away from most people. Loneliness is the badge of the strong. That night, during the allotted time for rest, the atmosphere was as stifling as it could get. Kakashi's group sat together on one side. Kagura's group sat quietly on the other. An invisible chasm, vast and deep, separated these 2 squads who once should have fought side by side. Kagura, however, paid it no mind. He sat alone by the fire, eyes closed, doing his best to recover what little mental strength he had left. Kagura. The voice belonged to Minato-sensei, who came to sit beside him. May we talk for a moment? Of course, Kagura answered, opening his eyes. Minato gestured, and together they walked far from the camp, seeking privacy. Kagura. Minato looked straight at him. That wasn't ninjutsu, was it? What exactly was it? His tone was serious, almost grave. Kagura knew that the excuse about his mutated bloodline limit would no longer suffice. There was no Kekkei Genkai in existence that could bring about the sort of disaster he had just unleashed. A newer, more convincing lie was needed. Sensei, he said quietly, have you ever heard of atavism? Atavism? Yes, Kagura nodded. In a library, I once came across some forbidden scrolls that contained records from ancient times. Long before the Sage of Six Paths, in an even more distant age of myth, there existed beings in this world who could command wind, rain, thunder, and lightning by their very nature. They were known as phantom beasts, and some of their descendants still carry traces of that bloodline. Of course, over the countless years, those bloodlines have grown thinner and weaker. But there will always be some exceptions, like me. Perhaps in my veins flows the blood of some ancient mythical beast, something even I cannot name. I call it dragon's blood. The uncontrollable power I spoke of before, all of it comes from this. In the sealing technique that Lady Kushina taught me, it gave me a whole new perspective. I made a key for myself. He pointed to the dark purple markings on his left arm. The thunder pool is that key. It's not there to seal my power away. It's there to awaken it. The technique you saw just now, that was the result of my first attempt to fully awaken it. This explanation was outlandish. But in a world full of bloodline limits and summoning beasts, where the laws of reality hardly apply, it was, in fact, the most reasonable explanation. It accounted for dragon scales, dragon horns, and that unimaginable lightning. And the cost? Minato asked. Keenly, he had seized upon the crucial detail. The cost is tremendous, Kagura replied. That attack just now completely drained every bit of energy from the thunder pool. I estimate it'll take at least 3 to 5 days to replenish it, and my body nearly shattered under the strain. It's a one-time trump card, a last resort, all-or-nothing kind of power. He presented his greatest weapon as if it were a gambit with a long cooldown and dangerous side effects. He was showing weakness and offering reassurance. Minato looked at him. He could not decide whether or not to believe this. The explanation was too incredible to accept without doubt. But he knew Kagura wasn't lying. At least, not about the price he had paid. He could sense just how frail Kagura was now. Understand. In the end, he chose to accept the explanation, for now. He walked up to Kagura, resting a hand firmly on his shoulder. His expression had never been this serious before. Kagura, from this moment forward, as your teacher, and as the captain of this squad, I command you, without my explicit permission, you are absolutely forbidden to use that technique again. Yes, Kagura nodded. This ability of yours is now classified as S-rank secret. Apart from me, you are never to mention it to anyone else, including the third Hokage. Yes. Good. Minato withdrew his hand. Go back and rest. We still have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. Kagura looked at Minato. He understood. His teacher was protecting him in his own way, sealing away this secret, one that could shake the entire ninja village under the bond between master and student. Kagura. Minato spoke one final sentence. From now on, your power will no longer be just your own secret. It is my responsibility too. Minato's hand was warm. Kagura nodded. He didn't say anything more. Some things don't need to be spelled out. He knew his teacher trusted him. That was enough. Let's move out. Minato gave the order to keep moving. The team set out once more. But the mood was completely different from before. No one spoke. Even Obito, the one who was usually the loudest, was for once silent. A heavy weight seemed to press down on everyone's hearts. Kagura walked in the very center of the group. Takuma and Yakumo flanked him on either side, sticking close. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin trailed far behind. An invisible line divided the 7-person squad neatly down the middle. Kagura was that dividing line. He could sense the complicated gazes coming from behind him. There was fear. There was bewilderment. There was confusion. And from those at his sides, he could feel 2 unwavering gazes. There was trust. There was reliance. There was absolute loyalty. He said nothing. He walked in silence. His observation haki unfurled quietly, like an invisible map, guiding this now fractured team toward the only correct path ahead. Stop. Suddenly, he raised a hand. The whole group instantly froze in place. 2 kilometers ahead, slightly to the left, there's an Iwagakure reconnaissance squad. He spoke. 5 people. We'll go around them. No one objected. Not even Minato. He nodded. We'll do as you say. The team changed direction. Under Kagura's guidance, they moved like a herd of wary antelope, circling past the predators, who remained completely unaware. On their way, they encountered several more Iwagakure patrols. But each time, Kagura sensed them in advance. And each time, they slipped by perfectly unnoticed. In this land riddled with danger, his sensory abilities were put to full use. He was like a third eye for the team, an eye that could see through everything, glimpse the future, a divine eye. Kakashi watched Kagura's back. His gaze grew ever more grave. He realized, the more he observed, the less he understood this boy his own age. How many more secrets was this guy keeping? After a day had passed, they finally arrived on the outskirts of Canopy Bridge. They hit upon a high ridge. Looking down, they could see a massive bridge, now cut off and broken. Below the bridge, a river rushed and roared. And by the ruins of that broken bridge, the ninja of the Hidden Stone Village were working in a frenzy, building a new temporary supply line sculpted from Earth-style jutsu. Countless stone ninja flowed back and forth along the route, moving in steady lines like tireless worker ants. They carried box after box of weapons and supplies, hauling them tirelessly along the supply path. At several key points along this vital line, heavy troops stood guard. This is trouble. Minato lowered his binoculars. His expression was grim and clouded. Their defenses are even tighter than we imagined. There are at least 3 Jonin and more than 10 Chunin squads. With just a few of us, breaking through head-on is simply impossible. A heavy silence settled over everyone. They'd struggled so hard to make it this far. Would all their efforts end in vain? Kagura. Minato turned to the young boy who had remained eerily calm throughout. What do you think? Once again, he placed the command in the hands of his 12-year-old student. Kagura hadn't even looked down at the enemy camp. His eyes remained closed the whole time. He was seeing things in his own way, through his advanced sensory skills. He was sensing the barrier formed from dozens of killing intents, searching for its one weak point. He was finding the thinnest strand among the countless waves of hostility that formed the enemy line. After a long pause, he finally opened his eyes. "Sensei," he said quietly, "we have a chance." He reached into his ninja gear pouch and pulled out a map. It was a precise sketch of the area he'd drawn from memory and sensory perception on their way here. The enemy defenses seemed tight. His finger traced along the map. But they've made a mistake. They've put all their forces at the front of the supply line. And at their rear, right here, he tapped an unremarkable spot marked as a cave on the map. Because of the tricky terrain, there's only a small squad watching over this spot. That cave, as I see it, is the true core of the supply line. If we can destroy that cave, then the whole Earth-style supply route will crumble, collapsing from imbalance. That's our opening. Minato studied the map, his eyes growing brighter by the second. Kagura's plan was bold. It was reckless, too, but the chances of success were real. All right. Minato nodded. We'll do it your way. I'll assign the roles now. Kagura continued. Sensei, your task is the most important. I need you to use the Flying Thunder God to stage a diversion and attack their main camp. Make it as dramatic as possible. Draw the attention of those 3 Jonin and most of their forces. No problem, Minato replied. DG and Yakumo. Yes, you 2 are in charge of supporting us from the rear and covering our withdrawal. Rin, here, your medical ninjutsu is the cornerstone of this operation. You'll move together with Dijian and Yakumo. Yes. Kagura's gaze finally landed on Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi, you and I will take the main assault. We'll infiltrate that cave and plant the explosive tags. Kakashi nodded. What about me? Obito asked anxiously. Kagura looked at him, his eyes calm and steady. Obito, your task is to protect Rin. When Rin is treating the wounded, you must not leave her side for a single step. Her safety is in your hands. Obito was stunned. He hadn't expected Kagura to assign him a task that seemed, at first glance, so unheroic. But he couldn't argue, because protecting his comrades was what he had always wanted most. Remember, Kagura said finally, his voice firm. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Everyone must come back alive. He looked at Obito. You too. 10 minutes later, the operation began. A streak of golden light shot down like thunder, splitting straight into the heart of the Sand Village's main camp. In a dazzling flash, the golden light erupted across the headquarters. That was the sign to launch their diversion. Let's go. Kagura's voice was barely above a whisper. He and Kakashi slid down from the shadows along the ridge. Their target, a nondescript cave hidden along the western edge of the canyon. Moving with barely a sound, The two wound their way through the tangled rocks, one in front, one behind. Kakashi led. Every movement he made was precise, measured as if by ruler, efficient and sharp. Kagura followed. His observation haki spread in all directions, enfolding everything within its reach. He could sense, far off on the main battlefield, dramatic chakra surges raged like crashing waves. Teacher Minato had already engaged the 3 enemy jonin. Behind them, Kagura also sensed Dijin, Yakumo, Obito, and Rin moving in formation towards their designated rendezvous point, exactly as planned. Everything unfolded, just as Kagura had intended. But then, Kagura abruptly stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? Kakashi, a few steps ahead, also stopped and glanced back, a trace of caution in his voice. Something's off, Kagura said. Something's happened behind us. Through his senses, the 4 groups behind, which had been moving steadily. Suddenly, their once steady presences became muddled and chaotic. Among them, 2 unfamiliar presences, brimming with vigilance and murderous intent, suddenly appeared right by their side without any warning. It was an ambush. They're enemies. Kagura's voice cooled, taking on a steely edge. There are 2 of them, both at Shunin level. They circled around Takuma's Byakugan. They must have used some special concealment technique. Kakashi's expression changed as well. What about Obito and the others? Kagura didn't answer. He closed his eyes, pushing his sensory perception to its absolute limit. He could see it all clearly. Roughly a kilometer away, amidst a jumble of rocks, a battle had already erupted. Takuma and Obito were locked in combat with the 2 Wagakure ninja who had appeared out of nowhere. Yakumo hung behind them, weaving illusions to disrupt the enemy. Rin hid at the very back, looking safe enough. But, within Kagura's perception, another chilling, serpent-like presence slowly emerged. It was ice-cold, lurking beneath the surface. Utterly still. It was waiting for that one fatal opportunity. Its target was not Takuma or Obito, who were locked in battle, but the medic at the rear, who seemed to pose the least threat of all. Nowhere are Rin. No. Kagura's eyes flew open. Rin is in danger. There's another enemy, hiding underground. Kakashi froze, stunned. What? He was about to insist. It was impossible. But Kagura was already gone, shooting from his side like a cannonball. He hadn't paused for a second. He chose to trust Kagura. The 2 of them raced back toward the scene at top speed, amidst the jumble of rocks. Damn, these guys are slippery. Obito panted, narrowly dodging a cunningly thrown kunai. His clothes were already slashed in several places. Takuma wasn't faring much better. His opponent specialized in earth style, constantly using the rocks around them to neutralize the blows from Takuma's gentle fist. The 2 of them were thoroughly held at bay. Now's my chance. Below the surface, the 3rd Iwagakure ninja, who'd been lying in wait, finally spotted his opening. Like a silent eel, his body slithered up from beneath Rin's shadow. A short blade glittered in his hand as he drove it straight for Rin's back. Rin, watch out! Obito's eyes widened in horror. He tried to help, but he was already too late. Rin sensed the killing intent behind her. She turned around, gripped by terror. All she could see was a monstrous mask growing larger and larger in her wide, frightened eyes. She couldn't even manage a scream. And just when disaster seemed inevitable, a figure appeared in front of her without warning. It was Kagura. No one knew when he'd arrived. He didn't look at Rin, nor did he look at the enemy who had tried to ambush him. He simply raised his right hand. Then he curled it into a fist. In an instant, a layer of pitch-black armor, gleaming with a metallic luster, covered his entire fist. Clang! There was a sharp, clear sound like steel striking steel. The Iwagakure ninja's short blade landed squarely on Kagura's fist. It was as if the knife had struck the world's hardest diamond. The tip of the blade bent sharply. The Iwagakure ninja was stunned. Beneath his mask, his mouth gaped open in disbelief. What on earth is this? Is his body really made of iron? Kagura gave him no chance to ponder. His dark fist shot forward in a swift, seamless motion. Thud! A deep, muffled impact echoed out. The Iwagakure ninja's chest caved in completely. He flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing into a distant rock with a dull thump, and lay motionless. As Kagura, Rin stared at the familiar back, the one that had just saved her life, fumbling over the words. Get behind me. Kagura's voice was icy cold. Kakashi arrived a moment later. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. Then he looked at Rin, utterly unscathed. He said nothing. Silently, he drew his own blade. The 2 remaining Iwagakure ninja witnessed their companion get obliterated with a single punch. They realized they were hopelessly outmatched. Sharing a quick look, they didn't hesitate. They turned and bolted. Trying to run? Kakashi's gaze turned steely. Chidori. A streak of white lightning shot out, closing the distance in a flash. It's done. Kakashi withdrew his hand, still crackling with electricity. The two fleeing Iwagakure ninja now bore twin, gaping holes straight through their chests. The battle was over. It had ended so swiftly, it scarcely seemed real. Are you okay, Rin? Obito rushed over to Rin, anxiously inspecting her from head to toe. I'm fine, Rin replied, shaking her head, though her face was still pale. Yet her gaze was fixed instead on Kagura, who was slowly lowering his jet-black fist. Kagura. Kakashi walked up. He looked Kagura in the eyes. Thank you. It was the first time he'd ever spoken those words to Kagura. Kagura ignored him. His observation haki still enveloped the entire area. Something's wrong. Suddenly, he spoke up. There's someone else. Someone else? Kakashi instantly tensed, falling into a defensive stance as his eyes swept their surroundings with heightened caution. Obito quickly pulled Rin behind him, shielding her. Takuma and Yakumo jumped back to Kagura's side in an instant as well. Where? Kakashi asked. Kagura didn't answer. He closed his eyes. He unleashed his observation haki, sweeping through the jumble of rocks again and again. There was nothing. That cold, snake-like presence from before had completely vanished, as if it had never existed at all. But Kagura knew it hadn't been a hallucination. Just moments earlier, when he had used armament haki to harden himself and block the Iwagakure ninja sneak attack, he had sensed it clearly. Farther away, roughly 300 meters off, hidden in the shadow of a rock, there had been a fourth presence. That presence was extremely faint. So faint, in fact, that it had nearly melded into the surrounding stone itself. Moreover, the owner of that presence possessed remarkable composure. When he saw his companion get instantly taken out by Kagura's punch, his emotions did not shift in the slightest. No surprise. No fear. Only an utterly frigid logic. At the very first instant, he had judged their mission a failure. Then he vanished, silent as a droplet of water disappearing into the ocean, erasing his presence entirely. And then he withdrew. This was a top-tier assassin, or perhaps a scout. He's gone. Kagura slowly opened his eyes. Gone. Obito was startled. When did he leave? Right as I took down a third man, Kagura replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's chase after him. Obito urged, anxious. We won't catch him. Kagura shook his head. A guy like that, once he's blended back into his environment, no matter if the whole Hyuga clan came searching, they still wouldn't find him. He spoke the truth. Such absolute control over one's own presence had surpassed the realm of ordinary shinobi. That was a kind of innate talent. Damn it. Obito slammed his fist into a rock nearby, frustrated. So what do we do now? Rin asked, worried. He's definitely going to tell the enemy everything about us. I know. Kagura glanced eastward. Sensei Minato was still there, drawing the enemy's main force. And he looked west. Their original target, the Sunagakure supply depot. Now, their location was exposed. Sticking to the original plan of ambushing that cave was no longer possible. The enemy would have surely prepared an inescapable trap there by now. It was a dead end. Kakashi. Kagura suddenly spoke up. You're the captain now. You decide. With that, he tossed this red-hot potato to Kakashi. He wanted to see what choice this future 6 Hokage would make when faced with a hopeless situation like this. Kakashi fell silent. He looked at Kagura. He understood that Kagura was testing him. It was also a form of pressure, pushing him to truly assume the responsibility a captain ought to bear at this most critical moment. He drew a deep breath. The mission must go on, he said. His voice was steady and calm. But the plan needs to change. How will it change? Kagura asked. Since they already know we're heading west. In that instant, Kakashi's eyes became dangerously sharp. Then we do the unexpected. We go east. East? Obito was stunned. Isn't that where I just... He cut himself off, realizing what Kakashi meant. Kagura understood as well. Kakashi's new plan was reckless. Yet, right now, it was the only way forward. They would turn the enemy's own expectations against them. Thinking in reverse. Since the enemy believed they would attack the warehouse in the west, most of the guards would undoubtedly be moved there. And as for the east, the place Obito had just thrown into chaos. It would now be the weakest point in their defenses. Are you sure? Kagura asked. I'm sure, Kakashi replied. All right. Kagura nodded. Then we'll do as you say. With a decisive motion, he handed over command. Rin, Kakashi ordered, take the rock ninja vest off that corpse. Obito, you put it on. Me? Obito froze in surprise. You want me? Yes, Kakashi confirmed. You caused enough commotion over there that the enemy has definitely memorized your chakra signature. Next, you'll use transformation jutsu to look exactly like that dead ninja. and then walk right up in front, bold as can be. Just claim you've captured prisoners from a leaf. The rest of us will follow behind you. It was an audacious deception. Its chance of success was less than 30%. But for them, there was no other option. I understand. Obito nodded forcefully. He didn't complain. He wasn't afraid anymore. His eyes showed only a fierce resolve to see this through, no matter the cost. 5 minutes later, a very strange team set out once again. A rock village ninja swaggered at the front. Behind him trailed 4 Konoha prisoners, hands tied with chakra threads. They headed toward the sand village base, slowly approaching the heavily guarded eastern gate. At the very rear walked Kagura. His mind's eye haki still enveloped everyone. His heart was pounding in his chest. He knew every step to come was like dancing on the edge of a blade. That 4th enemy, the one who escaped, was like an invisible, poisonous stinger. No one could tell when or from which shadow he might suddenly emerge, ready to strike them down with a lethal blow. Stop right there. The guards at the east gate barred their way. Who goes there? Obito halted. He imitated the swaggering, arrogant demeanor of the Iwagakure ninja, strolling over with exaggerated boldness. Open your eyes and take a good look. Who do you think I am? As he spoke, he shoved his own face, made unrecognizable by the transformation technique, close to the guard. I'm the one in charge of perimeter scouting. I just caught a few Konoha brats. I'm here to report to the captain. The guard eyed him suspiciously, then glanced over at the despondent captives behind Obito. The passphrase the guard demanded. Obito's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. He had no idea what the passphrase was supposed to be. Just as he was about to blow their cover, Kagura made his move. He merely tapped his heel gently against the ground. There was a muffled sound, soft as a distant heartbeat, barely audible. It came from a patch of grass about 200 meters behind them, where Kagura had stashed an explosive tag in advance. There was a blast. What's happening? Over there. Did you hear that? Every guard was instantly distracted, their focus snagged by the sudden tumult. Damn it. Must be reinforcements from Konoha. Obito seized the moment, cursing loudly. What are you standing around for? Go check it out already. I still have to go back and report. Rattled by Obito's bark, the guard panicked too. Yes. Please head in. Hurriedly, he swung open the heavy door leading deep into the base. The main gate slid shut behind them with a slow, iron groan. Obito exhaled in relief. His back was soaked with sweat. For a moment, he honestly thought his heart might leap right out of his chest. Well done. Kakashi's voice murmured beside his ear. Obito froze, a little dazed. He couldn't quite believe those words had actually come from Kakashi. He turned a glance back, but Kakashi wasn't looking at him. He kept his gaze sharp, scanning their surroundings with steady vigilance. Despite himself, a subtle smile tugged at the corner of Obito's lips. They had made it in. Sunegakure's logistics base was even bigger than they had imagined. Ninja from the sand village bustled to and fro everywhere, moving with haste, their expressions grim and preoccupied. Clearly, on the front lines, Lord Minato's feint had brought enormous pressure down upon them. No one paid any attention to their unimposing squad escorting prisoners. Which way do we go? Obito asked, his voice barely above a whisper, using ventriloquism, so only they could hear him. Follow me, Kagura replied, his tone unwavering. Turn left. Go through the warehouse up ahead, the one stacked with lumber. Our target is the isolated tent behind the warehouse. That's their parts depot. His voice was calm and measured. Kagura's observation haki swept across the base like a radar, mapping out every structure in his mind. That part's warehouse was, apart from the main camp, the place with the densest concentration of chakra in the whole base. It was also the most heavily guarded. Obito led the group, following Kagura's guidance, moving through the base. They made every effort to stick to the darkest corners, careful to avoid anyone who looked like a high-ranking ninja. So far, everything was going smoothly. Just as they were about to pass through the lumber warehouse, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Hey, you up there? Stop right there. Obito's body tensed up instantly. Kagura and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Had they been discovered? Obito braced himself and turned around. He saw a man in a sand village Chunin vest, walking toward him with a frown. Which squad are you from? The Chunin demanded, his tone unfriendly. I'm... Obito's mind raced for an answer. I'm with the 3rd Recon Squad. He blurted out whatever came to mind. The 3rd Recon Squad? The Chunin's frown deepened. Never heard of it. We were reassigned from the rear earlier this morning. Obito pressed on, doing his best to sound convincing. The Chunin eyed him suspiciously, then glanced at the bedraggled prisoners trailing behind him. You caught some prisoners? Yes. Obito nodded quickly. 5 brats from a leaf. I'm about to bring them to the captain for questioning. Questioning? The Chunin let out a mocking laugh. The front lines are a mess right now. Who has time to interrogate a few kids? Just get rid of them. As he spoke, he pulled out a bloodied kunai from his pouch and strode toward Rin, who was at the end of the line. Let me take care of one for you, he said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Stop. Without thinking, Obito stepped forward, blocking his path. What do you think you're doing? The Chunin's expression darkened. This is my prisoner, Obito exclaimed anxiously. How she should be dealt with should be up to me. Your prisoner? The Chunin let out a mocking laugh. You, a fresh-faced genin whose name I've never even heard. And you dare try to snatch credit in front of me? With a sudden flick of his arm, an overwhelming force swept Obito aside. Then, raising his kunai, the Chunin struck ruthlessly toward Rin's heart. Rin's eyes widened in terror. She wanted to dodge, but her hands and feet were tightly bound by chakra threads. She was completely immobilized. At that moment, everything changed. Without warning, the chakra thread binding her snapped. At the same instant, a hand shot out from the side. With precise timing, it seized the Chunin's wrist, the one holding the kunai. It was Kagura. No one knew when he had broken free from his restraints. You. The Chunin was stunned, unable to process what was happening. He barely drew breath to shout for backup. But Kagura's grip locked on his throat like iron. A sharp, chilling crack fractured the air, the unmistakable sound of bone breaking. The Chunin collapsed instantly, lifeless. Kagura didn't even spare him a glance. Now, his command rang out low and forceful. Kakashi, Obito, Takuma, and Yakumo all broke free from their constraints in the same instant. Battle erupted in a heartbeat. Kagura and Kakashi surged forward like arrows released from taut strings, vaulting straight toward the nearby component warehouse. Meanwhile, Obito, Takuma, and Yakumo stayed behind, ready to deal with the sand ninja roused by the commotion. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, gentle fist art, 8 trigrams vacuum palm, genjutsu, mist foloe technique. Back to back, the three formed an unbreakable defensive formation. On the other side, Kagura and Kakashi had already reached the warehouse entrance. 6 sand ninja stood guard at the door, all of them looking sharp and battle-hardened. Who goes there? Catching sight of the Konoha forehead protectors racing forward, the guards drew their weapons without hesitation. Let's make this quick, Kagura said to Kakashi. Right, Kakashi nodded. Chidori. The word was barely out before blinding white lightning erupted around Kakashi's right hand, shining like a lance. The electrical crackle sounded as though 1,000 birds were crying at once, a piercing cacophony that filled the air. In a flash, his figure vanished. 6 nearly simultaneous, wet, slicing sounds broke the tension. Each guard now bore a gaping wound straight through the chest. They died so quickly, they never even saw how it happened. Kakashi reappeared behind them, shaking blood from his hand. He looked a shade paler. The Chidori was draining. Let's go in. Kagura kicked open the warehouse doors with a powerful blow. With that single kick, the entrance to the warehouse was forced open. A pungent blend of machine oil and tung oil immediately rushed out to greet them. Inside, the warehouse was crammed full of puppet parts, piled high like small mountains. Arms, thighs, heads, and all sorts of internal weapons glinting coldly in the dim light. This, right here, was the very heart of the Sand Hidden's puppet core. Kakashi. Kagura's voice was calm and composed. Guard the entrance. If anyone tries to enter, kill them. Understood. Kakashi offered no unnecessary words. He gripped his white fanged short blade in a reverse grip, standing in front of the gaping doorway like a vigilant guardian deity. He was running low on chakra. The last Raikiri had drained nearly half of his strength. But he didn't mention it. Nor did Kagura ask. From his tool pouch, he pulled out a coil of special fuses and over a dozen compact explosive tags, each one modified personally by him. He began to move quickly through the warehouse, heavy with the scent of death. Every motion he made was filled with an unsettling sense of purpose. His observation haki had already mapped out the load-bearing structure of the entire warehouse in sharp detail. There was no need to think. All he had to do was turn the blast plan in his mind into reality. The first explosive tag was placed on the thickest stone pillar to the left. The second at the beam joint. The third, the fourth, like a deadly spider weaving its web. He methodically set the threads of destruction in every corner of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, the battle had reached its boiling point. Damn it, these guys just won't quit. Obito spat out a fireball, but it was nowhere near as powerful as before, sweat beading on his brow. Obito, Takuma, and Yakumo stood back to back. They were surrounded by no less than 20 sand-hidden shinobi who had rushed to the commotion. Takuma, to your left. Yakumo's voice was urgent, rising sharply above the chaos. She had spotted a sand-hidden ninja creeping into Takuma's blind spot. Gentle fist art. Rotation. Takuma roared, his body spinning at high speed like a top, blasting away the would-be attacker, along with two others charging head-on. But a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Rotation had cost him dearly. He was on the verge of collapse. Rin hid in the protection circle they had formed. Her hands flashed through a continuous stream of seals, using healing palm again and again to close the growing wounds on the three of them. Her chakra reserves were running dangerously low as well. They were like a lone boat in a raging storm, threatened every moment with being swallowed by the flood. Inside the warehouse, Kagura was in the process of setting the last explosive charge. Sweat had begun to bead on his forehead as well. Just then, an intensely cold, murderous aura filled the air. Without any warning, it emerged from the rafters directly above him. Kagura's body froze on reflex. Without stopping to think, he rolled sideways, out of harm's way. With a chilling hiss, 3 poisoned Senbon needles whipped past, skimming his scalp and embedding themselves exactly where he'd stood a heartbeat earlier. The floorboards sizzled and corroded, leaving behind 3 small holes. Quick reflexes, kid. A hoarse voice, rough as sandpaper rubbing wood, drifted down from the rafters. There, hanging upside down like a gecko, was a scrawny man in the flak vest of a hidden sand jonin. Strapped across his back was a massive, human-shaped puppet. A puppeteer, an elite jonin rumored to be hiding out in the warehouse. Kakashi, Kagura growled in a low voice. I've got trouble over here. Got it. Kakashi's voice called out from the doorway. He wanted to help, but a squad of sand shinobi had just charged in, pinning him at the threshold. He was completely held back. Kid, sneered the jonin on the rafters, your friend's got his hands full. His hands pulled sharply, and the hulking puppet on his back lunged forward, spider-like, snapping toward Kagura. From the puppet's arms shot 6 gleaming, whirling blades. Like a miniature meat grinder on the attack. Kagura's eyes turned icy. He looked down at the explosive device in his hands, just one step away from completion. Then he looked up at the puppet, already looming over him. He made the riskiest choice. He didn't dodge. Instead, he focused every ounce of his attention on the device in his hands. He gambled. He gambled that Kakashi would take out the foes at the door and reach him before those blades shredded him to pieces. The spinning blades grew larger and larger in Kagura's pupils, close enough that he could smell the oily tang of metal and rust. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, just as the blades hung a breath away from his face. A streak of white lightning flashed, quicker than the eye could follow, and interposed itself between Kagura and the oncoming threat. It was Kakashi. Using his own body, Kakashi shielded Kagura from the puppet. His white fanged short blade clashed with the puppet's 6 spinning knives, sending a cascade of blinding sparks into the air. Hurry, Kakashi barked, forcing the words through clenched teeth. His arms shook violently, the puppet's strength far greater than he'd anticipated. All done. Kagura's voice was calm, utterly steady. He placed the completed explosive device onto the last stone pillar. He set the timer for the detonation. 30 seconds. Thanks, he said to Kakashi. Then he stood up. He drew Raiga from his waist. The puppeteer, perched up on the beam, changed expression abruptly. A wave of deadly danger washed over him. Without thinking, he manipulated his puppet, abandoning Kakashi and directing his attack toward Kagura instead. At the same time, he himself quickly retreated, moving backward with haste. Yet Kagura ignored the puppet entirely. His observation haki was locked unerringly onto the retreating form of the puppeteer himself. The ground beneath Kagura's feet suddenly caved in. His whole body shot forward like a living shadow, fast as a bullet. He sidestepped every assault the puppet hurled his way. He appeared right in front of the puppeteer. The puppeteer's eyes widened in terror. He wanted to shout for help, but all he saw was a blade, blacker than midnight, slicing through the gloom. A dull, wet sound echoed. Kagura sheathed his sword. He and the jonin brushed past each other. The jonin was still in the midst of retreating. His body froze in place. Then, slowly, his head slipped from his shoulders. That enormous puppet collapsed as well, falling apart as if its soul had fled. 10 seconds. Kagura glanced at the timer. He grabbed Kakashi, who was still staring blankly in shock. Move! Dragging the nearly exhausted genius with him, he sprinted out of the warehouse. Retreat, he barked, a sharp command to Obito and the others, still fighting desperately outside. Hearing the order, the 3 didn't hesitate. They turned and bolted. They raced for the darkness of the canyon from which they'd first come. Behind them, a tremendous explosion érupted. The warehouse burst apart. The blast wave hurled Kagura and Kakashi through the air, slamming them hard against the ground. They rolled, tumbling across the scorched earth. Flames and shards screamed overhead, filling the sky. The entire hidden sand outpost had become an inferno. Cough, cough. Kagura pushed himself upright, spitting sand from his mouth. His ears still rang with the aftermath. His observation haki swept out. Kakashi was close by, disoriented but alive. The boy's breathing was ragged, but he was not in mortal danger. Kagura sensed 4 other presences outside the ruins of the warehouse: Obito, Rin, Dijin, and Yakumo. All of them weak, battered by the ordeal, but alive. Regroup, Kagura roared, the first voice to pierce the silence after the explosion. Fall back. He rushed to Kakashi, who was still dazed, and yanked him up from the ground. Let's move. Kakashi shook his head, finally snapping out of it. He realized what was happening too. Without a single moment's pause, the two of them whirled around and dashed back toward the darkness from which they had come. Kagura, Kakashi. Obito's voice came from not far off. He was supporting Rin, whose chakra was completely spent. Takuma and Yakumo stood back to back, watching warily as Sand Shinobi burst through the flames and thick smoke. This way, Kagura's low command reached them. At last, the 6 of them regrouped. Move now. Kagura assumed command of the squad. He took the lead, driving everyone on as they fled headlong into the endless night beyond the canyon. Behind them, a relentless horde of pursuers, seething with rage and murderous intent, surged forward. And behind that, a sea of fire that set the entire night sky ablaze. They had succeeded, but they had well and truly provoked a nest of madmen. Run, run, run. That was the only thought pounding in their minds now. Takama's Byakugin and Kagura's mastery of sensory perception worked to the absolute limit. Each of them, like the most precise of radars, constantly scanning for a path, any path, that might offer their exhausted group a chance of escape. Left. Enemies incoming. Avoid them. There's a trap ahead. Climb along the cliff wall. Kagura's orders were swift, clipped, urgent. Everyone clenched their teeth and forced themselves to keep up with his pace. They had no idea how long they'd been running. No clue how far they'd gone. All they knew was this: the enemy was closing in, and their numbers were swelling. Their strength and their chakra were draining at an alarming rate. Especially Obito and Rin. The two of them were near their limits. I can't keep going. Obito faltered, nearly collapsing. Obito. Rin hurried to catch him, stopping him from falling. Hold up. Kagura issued the order to halt. All 6 of them pressed themselves into the shadow of a massive boulder, gasping for breath. Did we lose them? Obito asked, his voice ragged. Kagura shook his head, eyes closed, face grim. No, he spoke. We're surrounded. He could sense it all around them. More than 50 bloodthirsty presences, drawing closer, slowly tightening the net from every direction. They were like a pack of desperate prey, cornered with nowhere left to run. How'd they find us? Rin's voice was tinged with despair. It's the puppets. Kakashi's reply was icy. They sent out a type of scouting micro-puppet we've never seen before. From the very beginning, we never stood a chance of escaping. Everyone felt their hearts sink. So what do we do now? Obito asked. Fight our way out, Takuma suggested. There's no fighting our way out, Kagura denied. Among them, there are at least 5 jonin. And, within his sensory range, he detected an overwhelming, terrifying presence. That aura was icy, ancient, and saturated with murderous intent that made his heart thud with dread. Their top figure is here as well. Despair. A genuine, inescapable dead end. The team fell into a silence as absolute as death. Hey! Obito suddenly chuckled. He glanced over at Rin beside him. Then he looked at Kakashi. Wait, he said, I'll take responsibility for drawing them away. You all try to break out when you get a chance. What nonsense! Kakashi was the first to protest. Just you? Who would you possibly distract? Someone has to do it. Obito roared. Were we all supposed to die here together? Enough. Kagura cut off their pointless argument. He stood up. He walked to the very front of the team. He looked toward the small figure gradually emerging from the darkness. An old, very old woman. She wore the advisor's robes of the hidden sand village. But her gaze was colder than the murderous aura radiating from the puppets behind her. Chiyo, the sand's master of puppet arts. So it's just you brats. Chiyo spoke. Her voice was harsh and grating, like sandpaper. You're the ones who blew up my warehouse. Got guts, I'll give you that. She wasted no more words. She slowly lifted both her hands. Secret art. The 10 Chikamatsu puppets. 10 puppets appeared at her side, each one different in shape, each emanating an ominous aura, all painted ghostly white. Turn them all into human puppets. She pronounced their death sentence. The 10 puppets surged forward like demons unleashed from hell. Form up. Kagura barked a command. The 6 of them instinctively fell into the defensive formation most familiar to them. Battle erupted instantly. But, in truth, it wasn't a battle at all. It was nothing short of a massacre. Takuma's gentle fist strikes hit the white puppets, as effective as brushing dust from their surface. Yakumo's genjutsu, unleashed against these lifeless marionettes, had no effect at all. Kakashi's chidori, though powerful, could barely destroy one puppet. Yet in doing so, the effort would drain him so much that he'd immediately be thrown into peril. As for Obito's fire style, it was almost laughable in this situation. It took less than 3 minutes. All 6 of them were injured. Those 10 perfectly coordinated puppets had confined them, pressed them down, forcing them into a cramped space barely 10 square meters in size. It's over. Takuma coughed up blood as he spoke. His Byakugan had all but failed. His eyelids seemed too heavy to lift. Kagura stared at the hopeless scene before him. His mind was whirring furiously. They couldn't win. They couldn't escape. If they held on much longer, not 5 minutes would pass before all of them were dead. There was only one way out. Someone had to stay behind, sacrifice themselves to buy, even just a few dozen seconds for the others to escape. But who? Should it be Obito? He would choose to sacrifice himself without a second thought. But he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't even block a single puppet. Kakashi? He was powerful. But aside from Kagura himself, Kakashi was the strongest defensive fighter they had. He was their only hope of getting out, which meant there was only one answer left. Kagura glanced back at his nearly despairing teammates. Then he looked once more at Chiyo, who stood at a distance, coldly watching them as though she were enjoying a performance. Kakashi. His voice rang out suddenly. Kakashi turned to him. In a moment, I'll use my strongest technique to tear open a path. You take them and run immediately. Don't look back. Kakashi froze. And what about you? Me? Kagura smiled. He drew the Raiga blades from his waist, and in the gleam of their pitch-black steel, his face was reflected, unervingly calm. I'll cover your retreat. He looked at Kakashi and at Obito, Rin, Takuma, and Yakumo. This is an order. Go. Now. Kakashi wanted to protest. Obito tried to surge forward as well, but Kagura gave him no chance. Go. His voice rang out, cold and fierce, deeper and harsher than his young age would suggest. A wild surge of purple lightning erupted around him, not as an attack, but as a wall, an unbreakable barrier of crackling electricity. In an instant, he and his 5 teammates were completely separated. Kagura! Obito's shout disappeared into the roar of thunder. Move! Kakashi finally made the only choice he could, the most rational and the most painful. He grabbed the stunned Obito. This is an order! And dragged his unwilling friend away, both of them vanishing into the darkness without looking back. Between the intervals of thunder, Dijin cast a deep look at the figure cloaked in lightning. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted the nearly unconscious Bayun onto his back. Lin, too, wiped away her tears. The 5 of them vanished. On the battlefield, only Kagura remained, and, standing before him, was that living legend, along with 10 puppets, the silent embodiments of death. Such remarkable resolve. Chiyo gazed at him. In that case, allow me to see just how much your resolve truly weighs. She gave her fingers a subtle twitch. The 10 puppets began to move. There was no hesitation. From a very first moment, it was a strike meant to kill. 3 puppets converged, forming a triangle, sealing off Kagura's every avenue of retreat from the front. Their arms transformed into razor-sharp spinning blades, deadly wheels of steel. At the same time, 2 others descended silently from above. A thick, purple-black poison mist spewed from their mouths. Kagura did not look up. With his keen perception, he had already sensed every detail. He pushed off the ground with his toes. His body slid backward, just in time to evade the lethal encirclement of the 3 puppets ahead, and sidestepped the deadly veil of poison overhead. But before he could steady himself, 2 more puppets appeared at his flanks, as if emerging from his very shadow. Each gripped a massive metal shield. Combine! Chiyo commanded in a low tone. The 2 shields slammed inward with ferocious force, intent on flattening Kagura like a fly. This time, Kagura did not dodge, both hands gripping the Raiga blade. He murmured, "Armament Haki." In an instant, the blade was shrouded in jet-black hardening. He held the sword horizontally before him. A piercing screech split the air, the harsh scrape of metal on metal, as Raiga's blade crashed mightily against the twin shields. Kagura's body shuddered violently. The earth at his feet splintered and cracked. Yet he stood his ground. Impressive strength, Chiyo admitted with surprise. She flexed her fingers once more. The final 3 puppets sprang into action, appearing behind Kagura in a wedge formation. each one leveled a black, gaping cannon in his direction. Secret technique, flamme barrage. 3 searing pillars of fire roared forth, their heat terrifying, engulfing Kagura in an instant. When the flames cleared, all that remained was scorched, molten earth. Kagura was gone. Is he dead? Chiyo narrowed her eyes. No. He's above you. Kagura's reply was cold, like a shard of ice falling from above Chiyo's head. She realized Kagura had already appeared in midair. No one knew when. A fine layer of purple dragon scales covered his back. The deadly flames from just now hadn't even managed to burn through his clothes. It's my turn now. Kagura adjusted his posture in midair. Once again, the sword of thunder in his hand turned pitch black. Like a black meteor, he dove toward the ground, aiming straight for the 10 puppets that were spread out in formation. Yet his real targets weren't any of the puppets themselves, but the invisible chakra threads connecting them all to Chiyo. At last, Chiyo's expression shifted. She tried to command her puppets to fall back and defend her, but it was already too late. Kagura moved with blinding speed. Slash! A colossal, pitch-black blade of energy surged forth in a perfect circle, radiating out from Kagura as its center, sweeping in all directions. A series of sharp snaps filled the air, like the sound of severed strings on a koto. The once intimidating line of 10 menacing puppets were suddenly drained, as if their souls had been ripped away. They froze where they stood, motionless and lifeless. Kagura landed back on solid ground, breathing heavily. That last technique had taken a tremendous toll on him. You brat. Chiyo stared at him, her eyes burning with an almost predatory glare. You've really made me angry now. She withdrew the puppets whose chakra threads had been sliced through. From within her sleeve, she produced a brand new scroll. I meant to save this one for the White Fang of Konoha, she said, voice low. Slowly, she unfurled the scroll. This time, the illustration was not of a white puppet, but a blood-red, intimidatingly fierce human-shaped puppet. Etched into its chest was a bright crimson character, Scorpion. This was her ultimate human puppet, crafted from none other than her beloved grandson Sasori's parents, father and mother. 2 puppets emanating high-level Jonin chakra appeared on the battlefield. Kagura's face grew tense. He could sense immediately these 2 were on a completely different level from all the previous puppets. The fight began anew, but this time, there was no advantage for Kagura. These human puppets retained all the combat skill and experience they possessed in life as elite Jonin. Together, their teamwork was seamless beyond flaw. One wielded a long sword that could spit fire. The other unleashed a scroll lined with deadly poison steel wires. In a matter of moments, Kagura found himself hopelessly overwhelmed, forced to rely desperately on observation haki to evade their attacks. But the wounds on his body continued to multiply. Suddenly, he let his guard down for just an instant, and a hidden steel wire burst up from beneath the ground, piercing straight through the left side of his calf. A wave of numbing poison instantly spread through half his body. His movements faltered for a split second. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat is decided in a single instant. The flame-spewing longsword was already descending upon him. There was no way for him to dodge. In that moment, Kagura's gaze took on the ferocity of a beast cornered to its last stand, brimming with wildness and a longing for destruction. It's you. You forced me into this, he murmured to himself. A surge of intangible, terrifying pressure, oppressive and overwhelming, suddenly erupted from within him. It was not chakra, nor was it killing intent. It was something far greater, a force born from the deepest reaches of his soul, an indomitable king's will, standing above all humanity. At that very moment, Chiyo, who was controlling her human puppets, froze abruptly. She felt as though a cold, giant hand had clenched around her heart, squeezing tight. Those 2 puppets she had just sent to deliver a fatal blow to Kagura hesitated midair for the briefest heartbeat. That surge of invisible will lasted for only a fleeting instant. So short, no one could possibly react. But for Kagura, it was enough. He seized upon that split second of hesitation. His left leg, steel wires still pierced through it, suddenly erupted with a surge of powerful strength. A faint glimmer of purple dragon scales flashed across his lower leg. In the blink of an eye, with this burst of power, he forcibly shook off the paralysis brought by the poison, his body sliding half a meter backward. Boom! The flaming longsword crashed down, barely grazing the tip of his nose, slicing into the spot where he had just stood. The ground erupted with a scorched, blackened crater. Kagura knelt half-collapsed on the earth, breathing raggedly. Cold sweat and blood mingled, trickling down his temple. Just a moment ago, He had been a hair's breadth from death. How interesting. Chiyo looked at him. For the first time, the wrinkles of her aged face deepening into a look of true gravity. What was that just now? She wasn't asking about Kagura's evasive maneuver, but about that force, a presence so intense it froze both her and her puppets for an instant. That invisible energy, which made even a monster like her, a survivor from the First Shinobi World War, shuddered deep within her soul. Kagura did not answer her. His eyes, now gleaming with golden slits, bored fiercely into her. He understood. Normal fighting was over. He could not win. This old woman was simply too formidable. Her endless combat experience and those eerie, unpredictable puppets were far beyond what someone of his strength could possibly match. He wanted to survive, so he had to resort to some unconventional tactics. He had no choice. He had to wager his life. He wrenched Raiga from the sand. He summoned every last ounce of strength he had left. Then he thrust it hard into the ground, half a meter in front of himself. What are you trying to do? Chiyo eyed him warily. Kagura ignored her. He bit open his right thumb. Blood welled out. With his blood-stained fingertip, he swiftly began to inscribe an exquisitely intricate sealing pattern onto the pitch-black blade of Raiga. A sealing technique. Chiyo froze for an instant. Then she chuckled. Kid, have you lost your mind after all that beating? You really think I'll just stand here and let you finish your jutsu? She flicked her fingers. Those two blood-red human puppets, father and mother, shot forth like a pair of arrows let loose from the string, rushing toward Kagura once again. A blade, a coil of steel wire. From two cunning, deadly angles, they cut off every last route of escape. Yet Kagura didn't even spare them a glance. All his focus was consumed by the forbidden seal taking shape beneath his fingertips. It's pointless. He spoke in a low, even voice. At the very moment when the flaming sword and the web of poisoned wires were about to tear him to shreds, the sand beneath his feet, dampened with his blood, suddenly erupted, birthing a dozen chains forged from pure, dark violet chakra. Those chains, moving with serpentine life, in a heartbeat, lashed around the ankles of the father and mother puppets. Adamant and sealing chains, an imitation. It was his own incomplete version, extrapolated from Kushina's adamant and sealing chains, fused with the special attributes of his own armament aura and raging thunder dragon power. Though it possessed at most a tenth of the strength of the genuine article, it only needed to buy him a few seconds. And that was enough. What? This time, Chiyo was truly astounded. The Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains? How is this possible? She gaped as her two most powerful puppets were locked in place by those eerie violet chains, utterly unable to move. Meanwhile, Kagura finished the last stroke. He pressed his blood-soaked right hand firmly onto Raiga's hilt. He lifted his head to look at Chiyo. He laughed. The laughter was wild, almost unhinged. You're right. In the face of overwhelming power, all skill becomes meaningless. So then, let me show you the true meaning of being utterly unreasonable. Forbidden technique. Inverse form. 4 symbols seal. Modified. Boom. The entire world seemed, in that instant, to lose all sound and all light. A sphere, pitch black, the very embodiment of absolute nothingness, the size of a clenched fist. It suddenly manifested on Raiga's blade. Then, an indescribable force, terrifying and immense, erupted. A gravitational pull so overwhelming that words could never hope to capture its horror, burst forth from that black sphere. Not good. Chiyo's face changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she severed every chakra thread connecting herself to the two human puppets. Then, like a cannonball, she hurled herself backwards, retreating with desperate speed. But it was already too late. Those two puppets, who had been locked in a fierce struggle with the chains of violet-black lightning, had no chance to resist, not even the slightest. The enormous suction ripped their legs clean off, dragging them relentlessly towards the black sphere. Caught midair, the two puppets were helpless before the unseeable gravity. They were squeezed, contorted, warped. In the end, like two hapless tomatoes thrown into a juicer, they were crushed back to their rawest form, scattered pieces and wood shavings. Then, utterly consumed by the black sphere, not a trace remained, not even a shred. And it wasn't just the puppets. Nearby sand, stones, light itself. Everything was being voraciously devoured by that tiny, black sphere. Kagura knelt on one knee. With both hands, he clung desperately to the violently shaking Raiga. His whole body felt as if it would tear apart at any moment. This was the first time he used this forbidden technique, one he conceived himself. A suicidal sealing jutsu, triggered with a weapon at its core. He had used Raiga as a stand-in for his own body, making it the very heart of that all-consuming death. The black sphere lasted less than 10 seconds. Then, slowly, it faded into nothingness. The suction vanished with it. The world returned to its former, undisturbed stillness. Around Kagura, a colossal hemispherical crater, not less than 20 meters across, had appeared. Its edges were exquisitely smooth. And there, at the very center of the pit, stood Kagura with Raiga still embedded in the earth. He raised his head. His eyes met those of the old woman from Sunagakure, who stared back from 100 meters away, horror etched into her face. His wounds were severe. His energy was utterly spent. But he had won. Chiyo gazed back at him. She looked again at her two most precious puppets, now vanished without a trace. Then at the boy, still kneeling in the crater like some demonic god. On her wrinkled, withered face grew an expression whose name was fear. Kagura slowly drew his lips into a blood-streaked smile. Now, we're even. Chiyo stared at the boy, kneeling at the bottom of the crater. For the first time, that withered old face showed an expression called fear. She had lived nearly 80 years. She had witnessed 3 great ninja wars. She had seen the first Hokages would release, capable of reshaping the very land. She had also witnessed Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo, which could cleave mountains in two. But she had never seen anything as bizarre as the technique displayed moments ago. A power that defied all reason, erasing matter from existence at its very root. Kid. Her voice sounded dry and hoarse. What kind of monster are you? Kagura gave no reply. He simply leaned on Raiga, the blade still stuck in the ground, and struggled to his feet. His whole body was trembling. There wasn't a drop of energy left in him. The poison in his left leg had started to spread through his entire body. Now, combat was out of the question. Even just standing was enough to make the world spin around him. But he couldn't fall. He knew if he fell, that would be the end. Chiyo saw his exhaustion. In those cloudy old eyes of hers, that trace of fear slowly faded, replaced by something deeper, something darker, a murderous intent. Monster, she laughed. A cruel, merciless laugh. A monster like you deserves to die here. She abandoned her puppets now. From her sleeve, she drew a short blade, poisoned to a deadly shine. She would finish this with her own hands, the brat who had cost her 2 of her most precious puppets. She moved. With a speed that belied her 80 years, she closed the distance in an instant. Kagura tried to evade, but his legs wouldn't obey him. The poison had taken full effect. He could only watch, powerless, as that dagger, gleaming green with venom, drove straight toward his heart. On instinct, he raised Raiga to block. A metallic ring split the air. Raiga was knocked flying. He didn't even have the strength left to hold his sword. With a wet, sickening thrust, Chiyo's dagger plunged mercilessly into Kagura's right shoulder, pinning him thoroughly to the ground. A muffled cry of pain escaped Kagura's lips. It's not over yet. Chiyo didn't draw the blade out. Instead, she raised her other foot and drove it ruthlessly into Kagura's stomach. With a dull thud, Kagura was sent flying, rolling several times across the ground, finally coming to a stop against a boulder. A mouthful of black blood spilled from his lips. Get up. Chiyo advanced towards him, step by unforgiving step. Weren't you just so tough? She kicked him again, this time square in the face. Kagura's head slammed hard against the rock behind him. His vision blurred. His consciousness flickered, fading in and out. He felt as if he were about to die. No, I can't die. I promise Sensei. Stay alive. Go back. With every ounce of strength left in his body, he struggled to rise. But as soon as he managed to push himself halfway up, Chiyo's wooden sandal pressed down firmly onto his back. She ground her heel in with force. Crunch. He could hear the tortured wail of his own spine, buckling under the unbearable pressure. So stubborn. Chiyo smiled. Like a cockroach, no matter how hard I stomp, you just won't die. The thing I hate the most is that look in your eyes. She bent down and drew the short dagger embedded in Kagura's shoulder, then aimed the blade at his back, right over his heart. It's over, brat. She spoke coldly. Kagura lay face down on the ground, his face buried in the cold, rough sand. He could smell the iron tang of his own blood. He could feel the chill of death itself radiating from the blade poised over his back. All of his plans, all his ambitions, that foolish, desperate dream to change the future. Would it all end here? No, I refuse. I don't want to die. I haven't witnessed the fate of this world. I haven't sent every last bastard to hell with my own hands, just like they deserve. How could I die in a place like this? An inexpressible mix of bitterness and rage. Like a volcano, suppressed for 1,000 years, suddenly exploded from the depths of his soul. Just as Chiyo was about to drive that final strike, she suddenly froze. A wave of terror swept over her, a force so vast, so horrifying, that even she, a battle-hardened shinobi of the highest rank, felt her soul tremble. That force erupted from beneath her feet, from the boy sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog. It was not chakra, nor was it bloodlust. It was something higher, more primal, a presence of absolute oppression. The dominating will of a true sovereign, one who reigns over all. Boom! An invisible shockwave, black as midnight, burst from Kagura at its center and swept outward crazily in every direction. The sand and pebbles nearby lost all sense of gravity, rising and floating in midair. The Suna shinobi, who had been moving to surround them from afar, one after another, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, toppling to the ground in waves, like wheat flattened by a scythe. They didn't even know what hit them, before sinking into absolute unconsciousness. Chiyo, closest to the epicenter, bore the brunt of the impact. In her mind, it felt as if an invisible war hammer smashed upon her with full force. No longer did she see the blood-soaked battlefield before her. Instead, she was plunged into an endless, infinite, pitch-black void. And at the farthest edge of that void, a pair of colossal, merciless golden-slit eyes more immense than mountains, more blinding than the sun, stared down upon her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. There it was, a colossal, ancient thunder dragon, lurking at the very edge of time and space, its full form veiled in shadow. It was looking down on her, staring down as if she were nothing more than a tiny, insignificant ant. Chiyo's entire body froze in place. Her hand that gripped the blade trembled violently. She couldn't move. It wasn't a paralysis of the body. It was a terror that rose from the very core of her being, a fear so absolute it seemed to transcend life itself. Then, a flash of gold blazed through the scene. Minato Namikaze appeared, placing himself between Chiyo and Kagura. He glanced around at the Sannin, sprawled unconscious across the ground. Then he looked at Chiyo, standing motionless as if she'd seen a ghost, shaking uncontrollably. Finally, his gaze settled on his student, lying face down, drenched in blood, unconscious and broken. The gentle air that usually surrounded him vanished in an instant. In its place welled up a killing intent as cold and sharp as winter steel. He lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Chiyo. "What did you do?" "To my student." Minato's voice was icy. That chilling intent stabbed like a needle straight into Chiyo's already terrified, reeling mind. She snapped back to herself in a rush. The world before her cleared. The colossal, nightmarish thunder dragon lurking at the end of everything was gone. In its place now was that blood-soaked, unconscious black-haired boy, and the golden-haired young man standing guard in front of him, his entire presence screaming danger. The yellow flash. Chiyo's heart missed a beat. The hand clutching her short blade trembled, despite her will. It wasn't Minato she feared. It was the aftershock. She was haunted by the memory of that boy, by the surge of raw, unyielding willpower he unleashed in the final seconds before he lost consciousness. What in the world was that? A psychic attack? An illusion? No, it didn't feel like either. It was more like a force, crushing, fundamental, as though it poured from a higher plane of life itself. "What did you do?" Minato's voice rang out once more. "To my student." His tone remained calm. But Chiyo could sense the fury beneath the surface, wrath so immense that it could sweep the whole battlefield aside. Chiyo glanced at her subordinates, unconscious, foaming at the mouth and scattered all around. She looked back at the remains of what once was their supply base, now utterly destroyed. Lastly, her gaze lingered on the black-haired boy lying as if lifeless on the ground. She knew. She had lost a day. Utterly, completely lost. And not to the yellow flash, but to a 12-year-old brat whose very name she didn't even know. That little leaf ninja. She managed to force out the words, her throat tight. "I'll remember you." She no longer wished to fight. She knew very well that she was no longer a match for her opponent, the golden flash before her, who was now on the verge of wrath. Her chakra was almost completely spent. Her strongest puppet had been destroyed. If she kept fighting, she would very likely lose her life here today. With a sudden leap, she sprang backward. At the same time, she hurled over a dozen black smoke bombs from her sleeve. One after another, muffled booms erupted. Thick, acrid black smoke swept instantly across the entire battlefield, cloaking it entirely. Minato did not give chase. He didn't even move. All his attention was focused on the disciple sprawled at his feet, whose breathing was now so faint it was barely perceptible. As the smoke slowly dispersed, Chiyo and the remaining sand ninjas had already slipped away without a trace. Once again, The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Minato immediately released all his vigilance and murderous intent. He knelt down and gathered Kagura into his arms. "Kagura," he called out anxiously. The boy in his embrace showed no response. His body was burning hot, alarmingly so, and yet his breathing was so weak, so faint it was almost imperceptible. Without hesitation, Minato pressed his hand forward, channeling a stream of pure, life-infused chakra into Kagura's body. He began to assess Kagura's injuries. What he found made his heart sink, bit by bit. It was bad, worse than he feared. 7 bones broken throughout his body. Multiple internal organs ruptured and bleeding. The meridians in his left leg had been utterly ruined by a vicious puppet poison. Worst of all was Kagura's chakra. His chakra was completely depleted. His spirit, too, was on the verge of collapse from being overdrawn. Kagura now was like a shattered glass bottle. At any moment, he could break completely. Damn it, Minato cursed under his breath. He immediately used his own chakra to perform urgent first aid. First, he stabilized Kagura's pulse. Then, he wrapped his bleeding internal organs with chakra to slow the hemorrhaging. Finally, he attempted to force out the poison from Kagura's leg. But he failed. The puppet poison was unbelievably stubborn. Once it entered the meridians, it sank in like roots of a tree, anchoring itself. Unless someone with Lady Tsunade's legendary healing skills were here, there was simply no way to eradicate it completely. Just as Minato was breaking out in a nervous sweat, several figures came rushing over from the distance. It was Kakashi and the others. They had returned when they saw the devastated battlefield before them, and Kagura, bloodied and limp in their teacher Minato's arms, his very fate uncertain. Everyone was stunned. Kagura! Obito was the first to lose control and rush over in a frenzy. What's going on with him? How could this have happened? Rin! Minato didn't answer him. He simply issued a crisp command to the other medical ninja, whose face was as pale as his own. "Come here." "Yes." Rin snapped to attention. She knelt by Kagura's side, her hands glowing with a soft emerald light. Eating Baden technique. Pure, refined medical chakra surged into Kagura's body, mending his torn tissues. But almost immediately, Rin's expression grew just as grim as Minato's. "It's no use." Her voice trembled on the edge of tears. "The injuries are too severe. And the poison in his system, I can't neutralize it. I can only help him cling to life for now." Obito wavered at those words, his body swaying as if he might collapse. Kakashi stood silently nearby, watching the boy who, not so long ago, had seemed monstrous and invincible. Now, he lay there quietly, like a battered rag doll. Kakashi felt a heavy ache in his chest. Takuma and Yakumo were utterly speechless, their eyes swimming with tears. "The mission is over." Minato rose to his feet, his voice weary yet unwavering. He carefully lifted the unconscious Kagura onto his own back. Then, turning to the young, battle-worn team before him, he spoke gently. "Let's go home." The journey home felt endless. Minato carried the lifeless weight of Kagura across the fields of the grass country, moving as swiftly as he could. Behind him, Kakashi and the others chased desperately to keep up. None of their faces showed any relief at having survived. There was only a suffocating heaviness. They had won, but their captain was close to dying. Victory felt unbearably bitter. At their first rest stop, Rin immediately checked Kagura's body again. After a moment, a look of utter shock flickered across her perpetually pale features. "Sensei." Her voice was shaky. "Kagura, what is it?" Minato asked, anxious. "His wounds." Rin's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "They're healing on their own." Minato froze in place. He quickly reached out to examine Kagura's condition for himself. It was true. Those organs that had been ruptured inside Kagura were now, though extremely slowly, repairing themselves, stubbornly fighting to recover. Even the chakra channels in his legs, still tainted by poison, seemed to be wrapped in a surge of life force from some unknown source. The poison had not been cleansed, but it didn't spread any further. "What is this?" Minato recalled that absurd explanation that Kagura had given him. "Dragon's blood. The bloodline of an ancient mythical beast." Could it be true? Whatever the case, Minato stood up. This is not a good thing. Regenerating like that. He's burning through his own life force. We have to move faster. The team set off again. Their pace was even quicker than before, pushing themselves harder. After a day and a night, when the first rays of morning sun shone upon the gates of Konoha village, 7 utterly exhausted figures finally returned. "Hurry, medical team." The gatekeeping ninja saw the blood-soaked boy slung over Minato's back. He recognized him instantly. the hero who had made such a name for himself on Mount Kikyo. Kagura, Konoha Hospital, the best ward, the most skilled medical need, all gathered at the side of Kagura's bed. But every one of their faces was clouded with concern. It's no good. The chief of the medical corps shook his head. The injuries are simply too severe. And the poison inside him, we've never seen it before. It's a special toxin, unique to the Sans Puppet Brigade. We have no cure. The only option is to amputate his left leg. But even so, his chances of survival are less than 1 in 10. Silence settled over the room like a shroud. Obito's fists clenched so tightly they trembled. Isn't there any other way? He shouted at the chief. Unless, the chief hesitated. Unless we could bring back Lady Tsunade. Tsunade. At the mention of that name, a spark of hope flared in every heart, only to fade just as quickly. Everyone knew that legendary Sannin, ever since the death of her lover in the war, had left the village behind. She spent her days lost in gambling and drink. No one could find her. I know where she is. Minato suddenly spoke up. His voice was steady and calm, yet laced with determination. Wait here. I'll bring her back. Half an hour later, Tanzaka Town, the city that never sleeps, a den of vice and temptation. Inside its largest casino, a woman with dazzling blonde hair and a striking figure was propped with 1 foot on the table, cursing at the top of her lungs. Damn it, lost again. Hey, barkeep, bring me more sake. She was none other than one of Konoha's 3 legendary Sannin. Tsunade. She'd been drinking and gambling here for 3 days and nights. 3 days and nights of non-stop losing. Lady Tsunade. A gentle voice sounded behind her. Tsunade turned around, irritation playing on her face. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Her words got stuck in her throat. She saw Minato Namikaze. And she also saw the black-haired boy slung over his back, covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Minato. She frowned. Why are you here? Lady Tsunade. Minato spoke. Konoha needs you. My student needs you too. I have no time. Tsunade refused instantly, not even pausing to think. I've long since stopped caring about those stupid troubles back in the village. He's dying, Minato said. Then let him die. Tsunade's tone was cold as ice. What ninja doesn't die? He's a hero, Minato replied. A hero? Tsunade acted as though she'd heard a ridiculous joke. Heroes are just fools who die the fastest. His name is Kagura. Minato didn't argue with her anymore. He spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact voice. At the Battle of Kikyo Hill, he single-handedly led 60 genin and drove back an assault from 500 sand ninjas. At Canopy Bridge, he infiltrated Sand's logistics base all by himself. When he came back, he stayed behind to cover the retreat. He alone stood against Chiyo and her 10 elite puppeteers. And this year, he's only 12. Tsunade fell silent. Her brown eyes, hazy from too much sake, slowly focused. She gazed at the boy slumped unconscious on Minato's back. She was the finest medical ninja in the world. With a single glance, she immediately saw how grave the boy's injuries were. And she could tell, amid that battered, mangled body, there simmered an unyielding will to survive. Her hand trembled before she could stop it. She remembered, many years ago, she'd known someone just like this boy, drenched in blood, but still looking up at her with that foolish, ever-hopeful grin. Bring him to my lab, she finally said. Her voice was hoarse, but the unmistakable commanding aura of the legendary healer had returned. Shizu. She raised her voice toward the door. An adorable girl, clutching a little piglet, hurried in at once. Prep for surgery. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade walked up to Kagura. She extended her hand, feeling around his body. Then her brow knitted tighter. How interesting. This kid's body. What exactly is it made of? Tsunade's laboratory was tucked away in an unremarkable basement under Tanzaka Town. Yet it was more advanced than any operating room in Konoha. Kagura was laid flat on the cold surgical table. His clothes had already been cut away. Those awful, gaping wounds, some torn open to the bone, were all exposed under the shadowless lamp. Shizu. Tsunade's voice was calm and steady. Monitor the vital signs. Yes, ma'am. Shizun, the cute girl who always carried that little pig, now wore an expression of utmost professionalism. Her hands moved swiftly across the various intricate instruments. Heartbeat, 30 beats per minute. Blood pressure, continuing to drop. Body surface temperature, 41 degrees Celsius. The situation is critical. At any moment, he could go into shock and die. Minato, Kakashi, and Obito were all kept outside the operating room. They could only glance in through a small glass window, watching their comrade inside, who seemed so close to death. Every heart ached with worry. How interesting. Tsunade eyed the numbers on the monitors, those chilling digits that signaled death. Yet her face betrayed not a hint of panic. Instead, she almost seemed excited, as though she'd found a new, fascinating puzzle. To be in this state and still hanging on, this kid's will to live is monstrous. She donned her sterile gloves. Let's begin, she instructed Shizen. First step, expel the toxins. She extended her hands. A luminous emerald chakra bloomed across her palms, glowing with a vitality far richer and more concentrated than Rin's healing palm technique by 100-fold. Krizishin rebirths. No, they weren't quite at that stage yet. This was the pinnacle of medical ninjutsu. In seal, release. She carefully channeled this life-packed chakra, letting it flow into Kagura's body. She tried to envelop and purge the deadly puppet poison that had already invaded Kagura's chakra network using her own chakra. But she failed. Damn it, she cursed quietly. There's something wrong with this poison. It's evolving. She realized the secret poison from the Sand Village began to mutate rapidly once it came into contact with her healing techniques. It grew not only more corrosive, but even more stubborn. Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked anxiously. The usual methods for extracting poison are useless now. Tsunade made the call without hesitation. This thing is fighting my chakra for control of the kid's body. There's only one option left. Her eyes sharpened, blazing with resolve. We change his blood. We'll replace every drop of contaminated blood in this kid's body. And before blood loss can take him, I'll use my chakra to stimulate his bone marrow, kickstart fresh blood production. It was a treatment bordering on madness. So extreme that even Shizen was stunned into silence. This was no longer mere medicine. This was a tug-of-war with the Reaper himself. Prepare 10 packs of type A blood. Tsunade wasted no time in explaining further. She picked up a scalpel from the tray beside her. Her gaze changed completely. The legendary Lush, the notorious gambler. That woman was gone. In her place now stood the greatest medical master the shinobi world had ever known, presiding over the fate of all. The operation began. Tsunade's hands were rock steady, unwavering. Every incision she made was precise, as if measured by ruler and compass. Incise, separate, suture, transfuse. The entire procedure unfolded as smoothly as flowing water. Shizen stood by, utterly dazzled by what she witnessed. She couldn't keep up with Tsunade's relentless pace. All she could do was throw herself into the most basic support, giving everything she had. Minutes slipped by, slow and tense. Outside the operating room, Minato was a bundle of restless nerves, unable to sit still. Obito paced up and down the hallway like a headless fly, unable to settle. Kakashi leaned against the wall, unmoving, his sword held close. Yet his solitary visible eye stayed locked unblinkingly on the glowing red light above the operating room. Deep within Kagura's consciousness, there was only darkness. He felt as if he were floating in warm, lulling water. It was pleasant. He had no desire to wake. He was utterly exhausted. And then, a force surged in, fierce and frigid, seething with hate and malice. It struck his mind with irresistible power. The Nine Tails. No, not the Nine Tails. It was Chiyo. It was the chakra mark left by that old puppet mistress in battle, her lingering thread of puppet technique within his spirit. That venomous will was invading him, trying to take control, trying to turn him into a soulless shell, a mere walking corpse. Yet at that moment, Kagura's long-dormant instinct to survive flared up, blazing anew. Get out. From the depths of his soul came a voiceless, thunderous roar. A will surged forth, more forceful, more ancient, more regal than Chiyo's petty mark. The power of a king's conqueror's spirit. Faint as it was enough. Chiyo's puppet curse recoiled as if faced with its nemesis. It was pulverized in an instant. In the operating room, Tsunade suddenly paused mid-action. She had seen it. With her medical ninjutsu, she had witnessed it clearly. Within the collapsing world of Kagura's mind, a surge of golden energy erupted, brilliant and powerful, more so than anything she had seen before. It flashed and vanished. What could it be? There was no time to ponder further, for Kagura's body began to change before her eyes. His heart, nearly stilled, suddenly gave a mighty beat. Then another, and another. His body's regenerative abilities began accelerating at a rate that defied the very laws of nature. The incisions Tsunade had just made. Before she could even suture them, the wounds were healing on their own. This is... Shizen was dumbstruck, unable to find words. Tsunade herself was stunned. In decades of medicine, she had seen many bloodline limits, a parade of strange and wondrous abilities. She had even witnessed the first Hokage's legendary, almost bug-like power to heal. But she had never seen anything like the scene before her eyes. This was no longer self-healing. It was more like evolution. The child's cells seemed to be actively devouring her medical chakra, and then, in a way entirely beyond her comprehension, undergoing some kind of leap toward a higher form of life. The surgery was over. Dawn had broken. Tsunade peeled off her gloves, stained with blood. Her face was etched with exhaustion, yet her eyes gleamed with a feverish excitement. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. Lady Tsunade. Minato was the first to rush up. "How is Kagura? He'll live." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. She leaned against the wall and took a bottle of liquor from Shizun, downing a long, fierce gulp. "I've already cleansed the poison from his system. The rest of his injuries healed up on their own. All that's left is to see when he'll wake up." Everyone let out a breath of relief. But Tsunade's tone abruptly shifted. She fixed her gaze on Minato, her eyes turning grave and unwavering. "Minato, I've saved his life, but you need to tell me, your precious student, is he even human anymore?" Tsunade's words echoed down the corridor. Minato, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, Takuma, and Yakumo. In that moment, each of their hearts sank. Not human? What did she mean? Lady Tsunade. Minato was the first to gather himself. He stepped forward, shielding the small glass window, and at the same time blocking the others' prying eyes. "Kakashi." His voice was calm, but carried an irrefutable command. "Take them and return to camp for some rest." "Sensei," Kakashi began, as if wishing to object. "That's an order." Minato cut him off. Kakashi fell silent. He glanced once at his sensei's unyielding figure, then at his companions, who wore the same worried expressions. "Let's go." In the end, he chose to obey. He led a reluctant Obito and the others away. Only Minato, Tsunade, and Shizun remained in the hallway. "Now will you tell me?" Tsunade crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. "What exactly is that kid?" Minato was silent for a long time. "Lady Tsunade," he said, "before I answer that, I want to know, how is Kagura?" "He'll live," Tsunade replied bluntly. "I drag him back from death's door. The poison he suffered was complicated, a compound neurotoxin I've never once seen before. I've already helped him cleanse 90% of it through a blood exchange. The rest will have to depend on his own slow recovery. The external and internal injuries on his body are even more severe. He has 7 broken bones and 3 ruptured internal organs. If it had been anyone else, an ordinary person, these wounds would have been fatal 10 times over. But he managed to pull through, stubbornly clinging to life with a strength I can't even begin to fathom. His cellular vitality is at least 50 times greater than that of a normal human. When I was operating, his wounds were actually healing before my eyes, right there on the table. And there's more." Tsunade glanced toward the unconscious boy lying still in the operating room. Within his body, aside from chakra, there are at least 2 other unfamiliar energies that I absolutely cannot understand. One is fierce and unyielding. The other feels like the very essence of lightning. The sealing technique on his left arm is strange, too. It's neither of the leaf style nor of the Uzumaki lineage. It almost seems like something he created himself. Tsunade turned her gaze to Minato. "Minato, how do you expect me to call a 12-year-old with all this inside him? A human?" Minato fell silent again. He was well aware. In the span of a single surgery, Tsunade had already stripped away every last one of Kagura's secrets, laying them bare. He couldn't get away with his old story about a mutated bloodline limit anymore. "Lady Tsunade." He drew a deep breath. "All I can say is this. This power belongs to Kagura alone. A power that none of us can understand, much less imitate. A power that is utterly unique. I don't know where it came from. All I know is that this power, right now, is with the leaf. It belongs to our side. So," he bowed deeply to Tsunade. "I beg you, to keep this secret for him." Tsunade stared at him. "A secret?" she replied with a cold laugh. "In this village, secret is just another word for trouble. Do you really think you have what it takes to protect him? A 12-year-old monster with power like that. You really think the old men in this village will just let him be? They'll swarm him like sharks, scenting blood. They'll cut him open, experiment on him, take everything he has until there's nothing left." "I know," Minato said, his voice rough. "That's why I'm asking you for help." "You," Tsunade eyed him up and down. "And what exactly do you have to offer? Just your status as my junior?" Minato slowly lifted his head. Danzo Shimura has set his sights on him. The mocking, irreverent expression on Tsunade's face vanished in an instant. Her eyes turned every bit as cold as Minato's. That old snake again, her fist clenched tightly at her side. Memories of her lost lover, Dan, surfaced in her mind. She remembered her dear brother, Nawaki, who perished so tragically on the battlefield. Both of their deaths, she knew, were tangled with that man who forever claimed to act for the village, while hiding in the shadows. What does he want? Tsunade asked. He wants Kagura to join Root, Minato replied. Kagura refused. So he sent people to make a move on my student right here in the village. If I hadn't shown up in time, Kagura might already be lying on one of Root's operating tables. Tsunade fell silent. She reached into her pocket and lit a cigarette. She was irritated. She'd wanted nothing more than to stay out of the village's endless messes. But now, those messes had come knocking on her own door. Fine. A long moment passed before she exhaled a slow stream of smoke. I could act as if I saw nothing, but I have one condition. Name it. That brat, Tsunade said, nodding toward the operating room. From this day forward, he stays with me, until he's able to stand and walk out of here on his own. Why? Because I'm interested in his body, Tsunade said bluntly. I need to observe firsthand how this little monster, recovers from his wounds. It will be valuable for my research into creation rebirth. That was a reason no one could refuse. Minato watched her carefully. He knew this was just a pretext. Tsunade, in her own way, was giving Kagura shelter, at least for now. As long as Kagura remained under the protection of one of the Sannin, Danzo wouldn't dare lay another finger on him. Understand. Minato nodded. I'm counting on you, then. At that moment, the steady old heartbeat monitor in the operating room gave a faint, sudden fluctuation. Tsunade spun around. She saw. The young boy who'd been unconscious on the operating table now stirred. His fingers twitched. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes. A pair of dark, still dazed eyes took in the room. Tsunade stubbed out her cigarette. She walked into the operating room. She stepped up to the bedside, leaning down to look at the boy who had just clawed his way back from death's edge. You're awake, she said. Little monster. From today on, you'll be my guinea pig. Kagura looked up at Tsunade. In those deep black eyes, there wasn't a trace of the fear or uncertainty one would expect from a 12-year-old child. Only calmness, and a trace of well-concealed curiosity. All right, he finally spoke. His voice was still a little hoarse, but his reply was crisp and decisive. Tsunade paused in surprise. She hadn't expected this kid to agree so readily. She thought she'd have to spend quite a bit of effort persuading or even threatening him. Why? She blurted out instinctively. Kagura didn't answer right away. He turned his head and looked at the blond young man standing at the operating room door, worry written all over his face. Because Teacher Minato trusts you, Kagura replied. And I trust my teacher's judgment. Minato felt as if something had struck him hard in the chest. He gazed at the boy lying weakly on the hospital bed, looking as though he could slip away at any moment. He saw the clarity and unshakable trust in those young eyes. In that instant, he felt that everything he'd done for the student had been worth it. Tsunade, too, was momentarily stunned. She glanced at the young man by the door, her silly, earnest nephew whom she'd watched grow up, then looked back at the clever child lying in the hospital bed. Suddenly, she laughed. Interesting. You really are an interesting little brat. All right, then. She stretched lazily. Since you put it that way, this little lab rat, I'll gladly take. And so Kagura's life as Tsunade's guinea pig officially began. His days quickly settled into a rhythm. Mornings were spent having blood drawn by Tsunade for research. Afternoons, he read books and studied Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. At night, deep within his consciousness, he quietly practiced his haki and sealing techniques. Meanwhile, his body was recovering at a pace so astonishing that even Tsunade was left at a loss for words. That brush with death during the battle had acted like a key, completely unlocking the mysterious gate within him, belonging to the phantom beast-type Thunder Dragon Fruit. A vast, vibrant energy now coursed through every fiber of his being. His cells, his bones, his meridians, all were being reshaped and reinforced at the deepest level by this power, in ways that defied logic. Broken bones healed, growing even sturdier than before. Ruined organs, once repaired, became tougher and more resilient. Even meridians once corroded by poison were now, time and again, tempered by that lightning-imbued life force, becoming as unyielding as steel. His body was evolving. He was growing several times more powerful than he'd ever been. Tsunade saw all of this with her own eyes. Her gaze when she looked at Kagura grew brighter and brighter. No longer did she see him as just an interesting research subject. She began to treat him as a true apprentice, someone who might one day inherit her mantle. She started to teach him everything she knew, from the very basics of chakra scalpels to the intricacies of advanced in-seal techniques. Even the theories she herself had only contemplated in her mind, ideas about the creation and regeneration of life. She shared them all with Kagura without holding anything back, and Kagura absorbed every bit of knowledge as if utterly entranced. He hungrily devoured the life's work of Tsunade, the master of medical ninjutsu. The relationship between him and Tsunade grew closer and closer. So close, they seemed friends despite the difference in age, kindred spirits who saw eye to eye. Whenever Tsunade grew irritable after a failed experiment, he would quietly hand her a bottle of sake. And when sorrow filled her heart, missing those who had passed, he would simply sit by her side in silence, keeping her company. He became the only person around her, the only one to whom this seemingly powerful, yet truly lonely, woman could speak her heart. During this period, Minato-sensei and Takuma and the others came to visit him a few times as well. Their faces glowed with the joy of having survived great hardship and brimmed with boundless hope for the future. Until that day arrived. Minato, Kakashi, and Rin came together. The smiles on their faces were gone. All that remained was grief, so heavy it could not be dispelled. Obito wasn't there. A terrible feeling crashed down in Kagura's heart. A sense of foreboding crept over him. Kagura, Minato spoke. His voice was hoarse. Obito has fallen. A deafening thunderclap seemed to explode in Kagura's head. He looked at Minato-sensei, then at Kakashi, whose left eye was shrouded by thick white bandages. And finally, his gaze came to rest on Rin, who was silently weeping. He could hardly believe it. How could this be? He had changed Obito's mind. He had already planted, deep in his friend's heart, the seed, the will to live on together with his comrades. Why then? Why did the story end just like the original? After he split up, Kakashi began, his voice colder than ever before. Our squad was ambushed by the Hidden Stone during a mission. They captured Rin. Obito and I went to rescue her. We fought the enemy inside a cavern in the mountains. To protect me, Obito, he did not finish his sentence. But everyone knew what that meant. Kagura fell silent. He understood now. He could change nothing. He was nothing but a foolish clown, so sure of himself, thinking he could wrestle with fate, only to have destiny strike him down, hard across the face. The force of the story's inertia was simply too strong. So strong, it filled him with despair. I'm sorry. Kakashi suddenly bowed his head to him. If only. It's not your fault. Kagura interrupted him. It's my fault. If only he'd been stronger. Strong enough to handle Chiyo alone, effortlessly, all by himself. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have suffered such grave injuries. He wouldn't have been separated from Kakashi and the others. He would have been able to stay by their side. Would none of this have happened then? Kagura. Rin threw herself onto his bedside, weeping. Obito, right up until the very end, he kept calling your name. He said he wanted to become a hero too, a hero who could protect everyone, just like you. Kagura reached out his hand and gently placed it on Rin's head. He didn't say a word, but inside, it felt as if a knife was carving its way again and again through his heart. That night, everyone else left. Kagura lay alone in his hospital bed. He gazed at the cold, silent moon outside the window. He thought for a long, long time. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. No, this wasn't right. There had to be something different. Because he had appeared in this world. This world was already no longer the same one as before. Obito had still died. But in his heart, a seed had been planted, one that Kagura himself had sown. So when Obito was resurrected by that ancient monster who dwelled in the shadows, when Obito witnessed Rin die by Kakashi's hand with his own eyes, would he, as in the original, tumble completely into despair and hate the whole world? Maybe not. As long as there was even a sliver of change, there was still hope for a different future. Kagura slowly sat up in his hospital bed. In those deep, dark eyes of his, all confusion had vanished. Only an icy, unyielding resolve, cold and hard as steel, remained. He understood now. The reason he couldn't change anything was not because the pull of fate was too great. It was because he was still too weak to influence the fate of even his own companions. So weak, he could do nothing but watch as tragedy unfolded before him, powerless to intervene. Only strength, the strength to crush every scheme, to break every shackle of fate, was the single, unchanging truth to survival in this damned world. Never again. Kagura clenched his fist. Never again would he let anyone he wished to protect die because of his own weakness. Next time, he would change everything. In the laboratory, Kagura threw his final punch. The special steel target used to measure force now bore a fist-shaped dent half a foot deep. Spiderweb cracks radiated outward from the impact. Tsunade looked at the numbers flashing on the instruments. Her mouth twitched just slightly. Monster. That was the only word that came to her mind. Kagura withdrew his fist, flexing his arm, a limb now fully healed, even tougher than it was before. All his wounds had completely vanished. The energy within him had already been replenished. In fact, it had grown even greater than before. That brush with death, that desperate battle, was like being tempered by a storm of thunder and lightning. His body, still young, brimming with untapped potential, had been forged into an even sharper, even more dangerous weapon in human form. Lady Tsunade. Kagura dressed himself carefully. "I'm leaving now," he said. Tsunade didn't turn to look at him. She only asked in a calm, distant voice as she studied the data in her hands. "Back to the village?" "Yes." "What for?" Tsunade pressed on. "To continue serving as a tool of war for those old geezers?" "I'm a ninja of Konoha," Kagura replied, his voice steady. Tsunade let out a short, cold laugh. How foolish, that will of fire. She didn't say more. She knew there was no stopping this kid. Within him, he harbored a beast more stubborn than even a nine-tailed fox. "Take this." From a locked cabinet by her side, she retrieved a thick scroll and tossed it to Kagura. "What is this?" "My lifetime's research notes on medical ninjutsu," Tsunade answered, her tone even. "Every theory on Inseal and creation rebirth is in there. Didn't you always love to read? There's enough here to last you a lifetime." Kagura held the weighty scroll in his hands. He understood just how important it was. It was as if Tsunade had passed down her legacy to him entirely. "Why?" he asked. "No reason." Tsunade's voice carried a hint of impatience. "Let's just say it's your payment for keeping me company as my little lab rat these past weeks. Don't die out there," she added, almost as an afterthought. "I wouldn't want to lose my one-of-a-kind research sample." Kagura fell silent. He bowed deeply to Tsunade. "Thank you. Off you go." Tsunade waved him away. "Don't stand there getting in my way." Kagura didn't say another word. He turned and left. After he was gone, Shizen stepped softly into the room. "Lady Tsunade," she whispered, "you're really letting him go?" "What else?" Tsunade took a swig of sake. "Keep him here." "What?" "As my retirement companion." "But his body doesn't need me anymore," Tsunade said. "That kid, he's become his own best doctor." She gazed through the window, watching that black-clad figure disappear into the distance. Her eyes were complicated, shadowed by unspoken thoughts. Konoha. At the memorial stone, Minato stood alone before it, a bouquet of white chrysanthemums in his hands. Engraved on the cold, obsidian stone in front of him was a name he knew all too well. Obito Uchiha. "Sensei." Kagura's voice drifted to him from behind. Minato didn't turn around. "You're back." "Yes." Kagura walked up beside him. He, too, gazed at the name on the stone monument. "When did it happen?" he asked. 3 days ago, Minato replied. "The funeral is already over." "I see." Both of them fell silent. The wind drifted past. It picked up the fallen leaves scattered on the ground. "I'm sorry," Minato said suddenly. If I had been there at the time." "That wasn't your fault, Sensei," Kagura interrupted him. "It was my fault." Finally, Minato turned back. He looked at his disciple, just 12 years old, yet always carrying the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. A complicated feeling welled up inside Minato. "Let's go," Kagura said quietly. "The dead belong to the past. The living still have things they must do." Minato looked at him. "You really haven't changed at all." "Why should I change?" Kagura retorted. Minato chuckled. "You're right. There's no reason for you to change." He placed the flowers in front of the memorial stone. "Welcome home, Kagura." "Yes, Sensei," Kagura replied. "I'm back. Please, allow me to rejoin the team immediately." Kagura glanced at that name again. Obito Uchiha. His heart was very calm. He hadn't told anyone, not even Minato, but he knew. Obito wasn't dead yet. That foolish boy, always talking about becoming Hokage and protecting his friends. Right now, he was deep beneath the earth, trapped in shadows, enduring the most excruciating despair and transformation of his life. Soon, he would return to this world, under an identity that no one could have foreseen, and stir up a storm of blood and chaos. Kagura told no one, but he was sure of himself. He believed that on that day, on that blood-red night of the Nine-Tails rampage, he would pull Obito Uchiha, lost and plunged into darkness, back into the light. But first, he needed the strength to do so. Team 11 training grounds. Takuma and Yakumo were in the midst of a relentless training session. Recently, the two of them had been practicing with a kind of desperation, almost as if possessed. They refused to be the ones holding everyone back. They never wanted to see their captain forced to face death alone just to protect them. "Captain." Takuma was the first to notice the familiar figure. "You're back." Yakumo also stopped what she was doing. Her eyes sparkled with joy. "Yes." Kagura nodded. He looked at his two teammates, who were both stronger than before. "Break's over," he announced. "Today's training continues." Takuma and Yakumo exchanged a glance. They both broke into a smile. Their captain had returned. That cold, formidable, yet utterly dependable captain. He was back. Yes. The two of them answered in unison. Kagura drew Raiga. "Come on." He spoke to Tokima. "Let me see if you've been slacking off this past month." Tokima took up his gentle fist stance. There was a fire in his eyes, a fighting spirit stronger than ever before. "Captain, you'd better watch yourself." Kagura glanced at him, then looked over at Yakumo, who was nearby, laying out an illusionary barrier for them. He knew his own path ahead was still long. He wasn't there yet. He had to be faster, stronger. The third great ninja war was over. Konoha had emerged victorious. Though it was a costly win, but a win nonetheless. Minato Namikaze, as everyone expected, became the fourth Hokage. The village had entered a period of recovery after the war. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Due to his unparalleled achievements in the war, Kagura was promoted to Jonin, bypassing all the usual procedures. He was 13 this year. Aside from Kakashi Hitaki, he was the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history. A year had passed since that fateful battle at Canopy Bridge, which changed everything. In this year, Kagura's life was simple. Aside from occasionally leading his team on A-rank missions to root out remnants of enemy nations, all the rest of his time, he spent alone in the secret base deep within the Forest of Death. He was training, enduring a brutal, almost self-punishing, obsessive regimen. Though the war was over, he knew a much greater catastrophe, one that would destroy everything, was close at hand. He had to seize every moment. Tsunade and Kushina had taught him medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. He had mastered them completely. In terms of theory, across the entire ninja world, perhaps only the three legendary Sannin could rival him. His mastery in combining the Thunder Dragon Fruit's power with armament haki was growing deeper by the day. His jet-black wakizashi Raiga had become a terrifying symbol of instant, certain death in the minds of all enemy shinobi. His own strength now was approaching Kaga level. Just one final threshold remained, and that threshold was Conqueror's haki. He had to gain complete command over this kingly power in the shortest time possible. Deep within the Forest of Death, Kagura stood at the center of a clearing, eyes closed. All around him lay a dozen enormous beasts. Giant bears, ferocious tigers, wild wolves. None of them dead, just foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Their eyes were still wide with an absolute terror seared into their souls. Kagura slowly let out a breath. His complexion was a little pale. Not long ago, he had undergone another session of practicing controlled release of Conqueror's haki. His goal now was no longer just overwhelming wild beasts with sheer presence. What he sought was pinpoint control. For instance, to stun only the rabbit exactly 50 meters away, without so much as alarming the squirrel at 50.01 meters. Such training was grueling, almost cruel. The strain on his mind was staggering. But it was something he had to master. He understood well the indiscriminate, all-encompassing shockwave of Conqueror's haki, an attack against friend and foe alike, would be of little use in future battles. Only power that could be wielded with precision was true strength. Just then, a familiar presence entered his awareness. It was Minato-sensei. No, now, he ought to be called the Hokage. Kagura opened his eyes. He dismissed the barrier that guarded the area. Minato emerged from the woods, carrying a food box. He glanced at the spoils scattered on the ground. Game sprawled everywhere. A helpless smile touched his lips. "You always manage to make such a commotion. For a moment, I thought we were under enemy attack." "Sensei," Kagura nodded politely. "How many times have I told you?" Minato said, passing him the food box. "When no one's around, there's no need for formalities. Just call me Minato." Kagura accepted the food box. Inside were dishes lovingly prepared by Kushina, his sensei's wife. "Kushina asked me to bring these for you," Minato said. "She worries you're out here alone, forgetting to eat again. Please thank her for me." Kagura opened the box. Fragrant steam rose up. Truth be told, he was a little hungry. He listened as he ate, while Minato told him the latest happenings in the village. How Kakashi had joined the Umbu. How Asuma and Kurenai seemed to be in a relationship. How my guy had run 500 laps around the village on his hands. Again. All these things, the marks of peace after the war. "Oh right, Kagura." Minato seemed suddenly to remember something. "There's something I wanted you to be the first to know." A silly, utterly joyful smile lit up his face, one Kagura had never seen before. "You're gonna be a big brother." Kagura froze, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Slowly, he looked up, stared at Minato. Kushina-sensei, she's expecting? Minato nodded energetically, his smile growing even brighter. Just found out last week. The due date's around October 10th next year. October 10th. Kagura's mind exploded in a thunderclap. It was as if something inside him had blown wide open. He remembered. Clear as day. He remembered. That date. This was the day when the Nine-Tails rampage broke out in the original story. It was also the day when the great fourth Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash, and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, fell together in battle. That truly is wonderful news. Kagura set down his chopsticks. He tried his best to muster a smile of congratulations on his face. Congratulations, sensei. But inside, it felt as if a massive, ice-cold stone was wedged in his chest. The countdown had begun. All right, I won't disturb your training any longer. Minato got to his feet. I should be heading back anyway. There's a lot going on in the village these days. All right. He paused halfway out. Kagura, I have a task I'd like to entrust to you. A solo S-rank mission. S-rank? Yes. Minato nodded. You're the only one I can trust with this. Jiraiya has recently sent some vague intelligence from Amigay-Cure. He mentioned that a powerful, neutral organization made up of war orphans has appeared there. Their leader supposedly possesses the legendary Rinnegan. They call themselves the Akatsuki. Their philosophy is to end the wars of the shinobi world through peaceful means, without violence. Minato looked at Kagura. An organization, led by one who wields the Rinnegan, preaching peace. There's potentially great danger behind this. I need you to go for me. Infiltrate Amigay-Cure. Find this Akatsuki. Uncover who they really are. Understand what their true intentions are. Kagura looked at his teacher. He knew. Destiny, once again, had come knocking in the most unexpected way. Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and those who would soon move against them. Hanzo the Salamander, and Danzo Shimura. Understand. Kagura stood up. I accept this mission. Minato smiled with satisfaction. Then he left. Kagura stood alone in the empty clearing. He gazed at the bento box, the food inside, still steaming hot. But he had lost all appetite. He lifted his head, looking in the direction of Amigay-Cure. Akatsuki, Nagato's Rinnegan, and Danzo ready to make his move. All these troubles gathering at once. Kagura had accepted the mission, but he did not set out immediately. A solo S-rank infiltration was no picnic. He needed to bring himself to his absolute peak. He returned to the Forest of Death. This time, he didn't train intensively. He simply sat cross-legged in the center of a pool beneath a waterfall. He let the cold, rushing water crash over his body, and he closed his eyes. He settled his breathing, heartbeat, and chakra flow, all guiding them to the most steady and harmonious rhythm. He was restoring himself. He was also letting everything settle. He allowed the murderous intent and exhaustion from the battle at MT Kikyo to sink deep within his soul, letting them rest. He allowed the helplessness and regret over Obito's death to settle quietly inside him. He let the vast and complicated knowledge gleaned from Tsunade and Kushina find its rightful place within him. After a full day and night had passed, as the first rays of morning broke through the forest canopy, he opened his eyes. Within those pitch-black eyes, all storms and ripples had faded away. Only an endless and profound calm remained. He stood up, feeling for the first time a wellspring of strength within himself. Full to the brim, more powerful than ever. He knew, in that moment, he was ready. He had returned to the village. The first thing he did was to find his two teammates. Captain, both Takuma and Yakumo lit up with joy the moment they saw him. Are we heading out on another mission? Takuma asked. Yes. Kagura nodded. But this time it's a solo mission that might take a long time. All by yourself? Yakumo was a little worried. Don't worry. Kagura smiled reassuringly. I'll be back before you know it. He handed them each a handwritten training plan, crafted with care. While I'm gone, neither of you is allowed to slack off. Yes, sir. The two of them accepted the scrolls with earnest solemnity. Next, Kagura went to the home of the fourth Hokage. Kushina-sensei opened the door for him. Her belly was already beginning to show in a gentle curve. There was less of the lively and mischievous girl's glow on her face, and more of the tenderness of a woman soon to become a mother. You brat, so you still remember to visit me, huh? Though her lips complained, her hands spoke the truth. She pulled Kagura inside. Not only that, she quickly served him a big plate of his favorite, tricolored dumplings. Going away for a while? She asked. To where? The Hidden Rain Village. Kushina's hand, reaching for another dumpling, paused for a moment. The Hidden Rain Village. That sorrowful land, shrouded in never-ending rain. And the neighboring country to her own, now destroyed homeland, the land of whirlpools. Did Minato send you? Yes. Is the mission dangerous? It's manageable. Kushina fell silent. Quietly, she placed a few more dumplings onto Kagura's plate. Here, take this. As he was about to leave, Kushina pressed an exquisite red charm into his hand. Finely embroidered with a tiny golden spiral, it looked both delicate and strong. It's a talisman from our Uzumaki clan for safety, she said softly. I made it myself. We're close. And you have to come back alive. I will. Kagura accepted the talisman, still warm with Kushina's touch. And with that, he left Konoha. Once again, he left alone, slipping away into the night in utter silence. He disturbed no one. He sped toward the land of rain at full throttle. A sense of calm filled his heart. Kagura took stock of his current strength. His armament haki could now envelop his entire body. His observation haki was sharp enough to let him anticipate opponents' moves in most battles. The Thunder Dragon Fruit and the Thunder Pool remained his strongest trump cards. And the Flying Raijin technique. This was his ultimate escape route. On top of that, he had learned advanced medical and sealing ninjutsu from Tsunade and Kushina, skills sufficient to cope with any emergency. He was confident, even in a head-on clash with that so-called demigod, Hanzo the Salamander. Even if he couldn't win, he was certain that no one could stop him from withdrawing if he wished. This mission, for him, was not just about fulfilling his teacher's commission. There was an even more important purpose. He needed a worthy adversary, someone at Kage level, someone who could truly make him sense the threat of death. To be the very whetstone, he needed to step fully into the realm of the Kage. 2 days later, at the border between the land of fire and the land of rain, in a worn, shabby tea house, Kagura ordered a cup of tea. Then he sat by the window, quietly waiting. Before long, a towering man with a wild mane of white hair pushed the door open and strode inside. 2 pronounced red streaks ran down from the corners of his eyes. The moment he entered, he cast caution aside and immediately began flirting shamelessly with the innkeeper's daughter, who was only 16. His antics are nothing but rolling eyes and thinly veiled scorn. This was Jiraiya, and no mistake. Kagura did not move. After his advances were swiftly rebuffed by the young woman, Jiraiya at last took notice of the quiet, black-haired youth sitting in the corner. With a careless swagger, he plopped down across from Kagura. So you're the kid Minato told me about? He gave Kagura a frank once-over. Minato talks you up like you're some kind of prodigy. Let's see how much of that is true. As he spoke, he reached out suddenly, aiming to clasp Kagura's shoulder with a swift motion. He was fast, but Kagura's response was even faster. With barely a shift of his body, he neatly avoided Jiraiya's probing grasp. Oh, Jiraiya paused in surprise. Interesting. Gone was any hint of condescension. All right, he said, since Minato vouches for you, I'll trust you for now. He pulled a crumpled map from within his robe. This is a map of the Hidden Rain Village, and these are a few possible locations of that organization called Akatsuki's recent hideouts. Kagura accepted the map. Kid, Jiraiya's tone suddenly grew a shade more serious. Minato wrote in his letter that there's something special about you. That's why I'm entrusting this personal request to you. Those children from Akatsuki, they're my disciples. Kagura's hand paused on the map. Many years ago, Jiraiya's eyes turned distant, as if gazing into the past. On this very land, I came across 3 orphans of war. One of those children possessed the legendary Rinnegan. I believed he was the child of prophecy, the one foretold to bring transformation to the ninja world. I stayed behind to teach them ninjutsu for 3 years. I hoped they would use their own strength to put an end to this damned war. And indeed, that's what they tried to do. They founded Akatsuki, striving for peace not through force, but through dialogue and mutual understanding. They were gifted and idealistic. Jiraiya looked straight at Kagura. But the Hidden Rain Village isn't a place where idealism alone keeps you alive. Hanzo the Salamander, a paranoid dictator. He would never permit any force beyond his control to exist in his domain. Akatsuki has already drawn his suspicion. Your assignment is to investigate. Understood. But I ask on my own behalf, please. If you can, without blowing your cover or endangering your mission. If it's within your ability, help them. Kagura gazed at the man before him, the legendary Sannin himself. Beneath that carefree facade, he hid a deep and abiding concern for his students. Kagura knew well. Jiraiya's worry wasn't unfounded. The trap, meticulously orchestrated by Hanzo and Danzo together, aimed to annihilate Akatsuki. It was drawing near. I understand, Kagura replied, nodding. He folded up the map and stood up. Time to go, he said simply. He pushed open the tea house door and stepped outside. A cold, endless drizzle was falling. Kagura put on his white mask. Gradually, his figure melted into the gray rain. Jiraiya's students. The future Akatsuki. and the tragedy that was destined to unfold. This time, can I change anything? The rain kept falling. Kagura entered the hidden rain village. He wore the unremarkable garb of a traveler. At his waist hung a pitch-dark wakizashi. A plain, unmarked white mask concealed his face. At the village gates, the guard stopped him. "Who are you?" Their tone was wary, shut tight against outsiders. Kagura produced the forged credentials Minato had prepared for him. "Just a passing merchant," he rasped. His voice, gravelly and rough, was perfectly disguised. The guard took the papers, turning them over and over with suspicion. He once again sized up Kagura from head to toe. "Go inside." With an impatient wave of his hand, he dismissed him. Kagura stepped inside. From the very first step he took into this village, he could sense it. At least two strong, invisible auras had already locked onto him. One was brimming with curiosity and guardedness, emanating from the tallest tower in the village. The other was icy cold, radiating undisguised hostility, its source hidden within a far more fortified building. Nagato and Hanzo the salamander. Kagura ignored them. He made no effort to conceal his chakra, nor did he attempt to evade the ever-present surveillance that pressed in from all sides. He simply walked the rain-soaked streets as if he belonged there. Raindrops pattered upon the mask on his face. Each drop felt like an unblinking eye, watching. Kagura lifted his head. He gazed up at the village's tallest tower. Then, he lowered his eyes again. He didn't care who would come to him first. This time, his purpose was clear. He had come to stir up the stagnant, fetid waters of this place, to churn them until all was in turmoil. Following the map Jiraiya had given him, he made his way toward a slum at the village's edge. He stopped in front of a shabby, three-story building. Lifting his hand, he knocked on the door. The door creaked open crack. A rain ninja with a fierce gaze peered warily through the gap. "Who are you looking for?" "I seek peace," Kagura said, using the coded phrase for their meeting. The ninja paused, briefly startled. "Komein." He stepped aside to let Kagura through. Inside, the little building was worn and sparse, but clean and filled with people. Each of them wore a forehead protector with Amage Cure's symbol crossed out, just like the ninja outside. All of them looked Kagura over with unfriendly, scrutinizing eyes. Kagura paid them no mind. He was led upstairs to a room on the third floor. "The leader is waiting for you inside." Kagura pushed the door open. Inside the room stood three people. Yahiko, with his orange hair. Konan, her hair the color of water blue. And Nagato, with vivid red hair. "Who are you?" Yahiko was the first to speak. He held a kunai in his hand, his gaze sharp and intense. "Did Jiraiya-sensei send you?" Kagura looked at these three, still so young, a trace of innocence lingering on their faces. They would forge themselves into gods and angels one day. Slowly, he removed his mask, revealing a graceful, youthful face, no more than 13 years old. The three of them froze in surprise. They had not expected the face behind the mask to belong to a boy so young. "My name is Kagura. I'm a jonin from the Hidden Leaf. By order of the fourth Hokage, I've come to learn more about Akatsuki." He added softly, making his mission clear. "I was also entrusted by Master Jiraiya to come and check on his students." At the mention of Master Jiraiya's name, the tense hostility among the three eased ever so slightly. But Yahiko's gaze remained vigilant and guarded. "Did the Hokage send you here? Is Konoha trying to interfere in the affairs of our Hidden Rain village? We don't need anyone's pity or sympathy." His tone was sharp and forceful, brimming with the pride and arrogance unique to an idealist. "I'm not here to pity you," Kagura said. "Sympathy is worthless. Then why are you here?" "Master Jiraiya is deeply concerned about you," Kagura replied, sidestepping the question. "He says your ideals are truly remarkable. But the Hidden Rain village is no place for such grand ambitions. He says that Hanzo the Salamander will never accept what you stand for. Jiraiya-sensei is still as much of a warrior as ever." Yahiko managed a wry smile. "But he's overthinking this. We've already reached a preliminary agreement of cooperation with Hanzo. We're taking one step at a time, relying on our own strength to achieve peace." "Is that so?" Kagura nodded. "How many people do you have now?" he suddenly asked. "What?" Yahiko was caught off guard. "I'm asking, how many members does your Akatsuki have now? 100? 200? Where does your funding come from? Are you relying on donations from villagers moved by your ideals? Where does your intelligence come from? Are there really ninja risking their lives to pass you secret information just for the sake of peace? Do you have enough weapons? Enough medicine for your wounded?" Every one of Kagura's questions struck like a sharp blade, mercilessly piercing the seemingly invulnerable fortress of Yahiko's ideals. What are you really trying to say?" Yahiko's face flushed with anger. "What I'm trying to say is," Kagura looked directly at him. Your so-called peace is built on the most fragile sands. With just the slightest flick of Hanzo's finger, everything you have now could crumble in an instant. You're lying. Am I? Kagura sneered softly. Then let me ask you this. If Hanzo invites the three of you for peace talks to a place of his choosing, would you go? Yahiko fell silent. Because just yesterday, he had received an invitation just like that. He was planning to go, with Nagato and Conan, just as Hanzo had asked. What if it's a trap? Kagura continued. What if he's already conspired with one of Konoha's shadowy elders against you? If his true intention isn't to negotiate peace at all, but rather to steal Nagato's precious eyes? Nagato and Conan's expressions changed instantly. How do you know about these things? Yahiko asked, his voice trembling. I know a lot more than you could ever imagine, Kagura replied. I didn't come here today to talk to you about some nonsense called peace. I came to offer you all a choice that could keep you and your companions alive. He looked at the three young people before him, who were now utterly overcome by shock and confusion. I can help you to take down Hanzo, the salamander. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan all stared at him as though he were out of his mind. What did you just say? Yahiko was the first to react. His voice was tight with suspicion and anger. Help us take on Hanzo, a Konoha shinobi, out of the goodness of his heart. Aren't you allied with Hanzo? Kagura didn't argue. He simply gazed back at him calmly. That so-called alliance is nothing more than a piece of paper. He said quietly. In the face of true interests, it can be torn up at any moment. What is your real aim here? Yahiko's stare grew even colder. Or did you just want to use us to weaken Hanzo's forces? And let the leaf benefit while we're stuck in the middle? You could see it that way. Kagura nodded. He didn't deny it. Because, in part, that was the truth. We of Konoha would certainly welcome a weaker Hanzo. But he shifted his tone. I have another, more personal reason for being here. Hanzo has dealings with a certain high-ranking official in the Leaf Village. And that person happens to be my nemesis. So, he looked Yahiko straight in the eye. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's a simple truth. Yahiko fell silent. He had to admit, Kagura's explanation sounded much more credible than talk of lofty ideals like peace. But he still couldn't bring himself to fully trust him. Why should I believe a word you say? He pressed. Because I know one thing. You're all about to die, Kagura answered, merciless as a cold winter night. Yahiko's fist clenched tight. Don't get worked up. Kagura paid his anger no mind. His gaze swept past Yahiko and landed on the red-haired boy who had been silent the entire time. Nagato, isn't it? Nagato started in surprise. Then he nodded. Your eyes are extraordinary, Kagura said. Nagato nodded again, wordlessly. Jiraiya-sensei once said you were the child of prophecy. He said these eyes of yours are the eyes of a god that could bring peace to the world. But Kagura gazed at him. There was a trace of unspoken meaning in his look. Have you ever truly wondered, do these eyes really belong to you? Nagato's whole body jolted. For the first time, those purple, ripple-patterned eyes flashed with something unmistakable, shock. Your body, Kagura went on. It must be straining under the burden of these eyes, isn't it? Especially when your chakra is depleted. Isn't that when it's the hardest? You can feel it, can't you? The sensation that your very life force is being slowly siphoned away, bit by bit. Nagato's breathing grew ragged. Every word Kagura spoke struck precisely at the deepest secret within his heart, the one he had never confessed to anyone. Why you? How did you? I just know a little bit about medical ninjutsu. That's all. Kagura casually brushed off the question. He no longer looked into Nagato's eyes. Instead, his gaze drifted to Nagato's bright red hair, vivid as fresh blood. This red hair of yours. It reminds me of someone I once knew. She was the same. Her chakra reserves were astounding, and her vitality almost beyond belief. We all called her the Crimson Pepper. Nagato stood frozen for a moment. Almost unconsciously, he reached up to touch his own hair. He was an orphan. He had no idea who his parents were, nor did he know where he really came from. This was the first time he'd heard anyone mention another person who shared his peculiar traits. That person, her family name was Uzumaki, Kagura told him. She came from a country that no longer exists. The land of whirlpools. Uzumaki. Nagato felt a faint stirring inside, as if something was being gently awakened in his heart. He was sure, somehow, he had heard that surname before. Yahiko. For the first time, he spoke up on his own. His voice was rough. Maybe we could trust him. Yahiko looked into the eyes of his dearest friend. Then he glanced at Kagura, who had been calm and poised all along. So composed, he hardly seemed like a 13-year-old boy. Gradually, the feverish zeal that Yahiko had carried, born of his ideals, began to cool. He understood. Kagura wasn't lying. This boy knew everything about them, but they knew nothing about him. From the very start, this negotiation had never been on equal ground. All right. At last, he made his decision. I agree. We'll work together. A wise choice, Kagura acknowledged with a nod. Well then, he said, bring out the invitation Hanzo gave you. Let's see what kind of trap that old man has set for you all. Yahiko pulled a scroll from his cloak. Kagura took it from him and unfurled it. He glanced at its contents. The location is the canyon in Sector B3. The time is 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The condition? Only the 3 of you may go. Kagura let out a low chuckle. Just as I suspected. Exactly as I guessed. What do you mean? It means Kagura tossed the scroll back onto the table. This is nothing but an outright trap. If you really show up tomorrow, Hanzo will seize Konin right in front of Nagato. Then, he'll hand a kunai to Nagato, forcing him to choose between you and Konin, pushing him to take your life with his own hands. Yahiko's face went pale in an instant. That can't be. There's nothing impossible about it, Kagura replied calmly. The best way to destroy an idealist is to make him shatter his own ideals. And you, Yahiko, you are the very embodiment of Nagato's ideals, of Akatsuki's purpose itself. If you die, Nagato will lose all hope. Akatsuki will collapse on its own. Yahiko was speechless. He was completely shaken by the chill, almost ruthless clarity of Kagura's analysis. So what do we do now? Konin's voice trembled with worry. Refuse to go? If you don't go, you'll be openly declaring war on Hanzo. Kagura shook his head. He'll just find another excuse to come after you. So, we turn the tables. Kagura looked at the 3 of them. He wants to see a show? Let's give him a performance. A spectacle that'll bury him, along with those shadowy allies of his, once and for all. He drew a circle on the map. Tomorrow, you're going to that meeting as planned, and I'll be right here, preparing a surprise for you. Yahiko looked at Kagura, at this mysterious boy who had appeared out of nowhere. A thought crept into his mind. Maybe Jiraiya-sensei's prophecy was just a little bit off. Perhaps the one to bring change to this sorrowful land wouldn't be Nagato after all, but the strange young man before him. Someone even more monstrous than Nagato. Kagura stared at the circle on the map, a calm peace filling his heart. Yahiko's fate, Nagato's future, Jiraiya-sensei's hopes, Kushina-sama's people. This time, he would claim it all. The next day, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The canyon in Sector B3. The rain had stopped, yet the sky remained heavy and gray, pressing down until it was hard to breathe. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin arrived at the appointed place right on time. Step by step, they made their way toward the center of the canyon. Each footfall was steady, unwavering. Yahiko's hand rested quietly on the pouch at his waist, ready for any surprise. Nagato's lavender Rinnegan eyes swept calmly over everything around them, taking in even the slightest movements. Konin clutched in her arms a red paper charm, still warm from Kagura's touch. None of them wore any unnecessary expression on their faces. They had come prepared to die, yet they had also come in search of survival. At the highest cliff towering over the canyon, Kagura lay low behind a jagged rock. His observation haki had already spread wide, blanketing the entire canyon. He could sense it all. Hanzo and his hidden rain ENBU were waiting in ambush just behind the eastern cliff wall. Their auras were saturated with a chilling, murderous intent. As for Danzo and his squad of root hounds, they lurked in the westward shadows. Their presence was colder still and tinged with something utterly foul. Kagura felt it all. Beyond the canyon walls, the rest of the Akatsuki, over 100 souls brimming with fury and resolve, had also taken their positions, exactly as he had planned. Everything was ready. All that remained was the spark to set off. So you've come. Hanzo's form slowly descended from the eastern cliffside. A dozen ANBU from the hidden rain, massed against poison, followed behind him. His arrival shattered the canyon's hush, the silence breaking beneath his steps. Lord Hanzo. Yahiko bowed slightly in greeting. He played his part well, someone who still held ideals, almost naively hoping for peace. We come with sincere intentions for peace. Sincerity? Hanzo let out a low, cold chuckle. I see no sign of your sincerity. All I see is your reckless ambition. Akatsuki has grown in the hidden rain at an alarming pace. So fast, in fact, that you've begun to threaten my rule. That's hardly what I'd call sincerity. We have no wish to become your enemy, Yahiko answered, his tone honest and direct. Our goal is nothing more than ending the war and securing peace. Peace? Hanzo laughed again, the sound laced with disdain. In the shinobi world, peace is something won with overwhelming power. And you, he paused for emphasis, are still far too weak. He paused, then changed the subject. Still, There is something interesting about one among you. His eyes moved past Yahiko and fell on Nagato and his striking red hair. Those eyes, they must be the legendary Rinnegan. Such power, truly something to envy. Nagato's body tensed, just the faintest sign. That's enough. Hanzo seemed to run out of patience for further talk. No more idle conversation. I summoned you here today for a reason. I want to propose a deal. He spoke as he raised his hand. At that very moment, a dozen shadowy figures, each wearing a white mask, emerged without a sound from the shadows of the rocks to the west. Together with the rain-hidden Umbu from the east, they formed a perfect circle, completely sealing off all routes of escape for Yahiko and his companions. Root. Danzo. Yahiko felt his heart sink. Everything Kagura said was true. The two leaders of Konoha and Amagecure's dark sides had really joined forces. It seems you have more friends than I expected, Hanzo said, his voice dripping with mockery. Then, in a sudden blur, his figure vanished from where he stood. A heartbeat later, he appeared directly behind Conan. A kunai flashed like cold lightning, pressing against the pale skin of Conan's neck. Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato's faces drained of color. Everything was unfolding exactly as Kagura had foretold. Don't move. Hanzo's voice was as frigid as steel. Or else this woman will become a corpse before you can blink. His hand was steady, the kunai in his grip lethally sharp. But he hadn't accounted for everything. Just as his icy hand, brimming with killing intent, was about to touch Conan, the red Ofuda she held close to her chest gave a sudden glow. A gentle, irresistible wave of spatial power enveloped her in an instant. No. Hanzo's heart clenched with alarm. He didn't hesitate. He moved to kill. But he was already too late. Conan's figure vanished without a trace. Barely a breath later, she reappeared 100 meters away, right beside Yahiko and Nagato. The Uzumaki Flow, instant movement talisman, a life-saving charm, reworked by Kagura by fusing the Flying Thunder God's formula with Uzumaki clan sealing arts. What? Hanzo stared at his now empty hand. For the first time, the face hidden beneath his mask showed utter shock. Salamander Hanzo. Yahiko looked at him. All the respect and dreams that once lit his face now turned to ice and scorn. Are you done with your performance? Is the show over? So, I suppose negotiations have fallen apart. Hanzo's voice dropped to a deadly chill. If you refuse to drink the offered wine, then you can all stay here. Attack. He gave the order for all-out assault. The rain hidden Umbu at his back. And Danzo's root operatives. Over 40 elite shinobi in total. Pounced like a pack of starving wolves who'd scented blood, surging toward the three standing alone in the center of the canyon. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan stood back to back, their faces showing not a flicker of fear. They were waiting for that temporary ally of theirs. And just as the noose was about to close, Kagura, standing atop the cliff, made her move. He did not join the fray. Slowly, he reached out his hand. He formed an extremely simple hand seal. Seal. His low command rang out. A thunderous rumble echoed. The entire canyon began to tremble violently. On the cliffs flanking the canyon. Upon the ground. Even in the very air itself. Slip after slip of talisman paper, marked with intricate sealing scripts, materialized out of thin air. Then, all at once, they flared with light. From those talismans burst forth golden chains of chakra, each radiating sealing power. The chains didn't lash out at Yahiko and his companions. Instead, they wove swiftly around them, linking and interlacing with one another. In an instant, they formed a colossal, translucent golden cube of light. Everyone who had charged inside, rain-hidden and root shinobi alike, along with Hanzo and Danzo themselves, were all securely enclosed within. Uzumaki style, 4 directions sealing formation. A massive killing and trapping barrier, woven from hundreds of advanced sealing tags. This was the surprise Kagura had spent the entire previous night preparing for them. What's happening? It's a barrier. We can't get out. Damn it. It's a trap. Within the barrier, those assassins who had still been full of menace just moments ago instantly fell into chaos. Desperately, they unleashed every jutsu and hurled all their weapons at the golden screen of light. But it was useless. Their strikes landed harmlessly, failing even to stir a ripple. Hanzo and Danzo's faces turned grim and ashen. Hunters had become prey. Just then, all around the canyon, more figures appeared. Over 100 members of Akatsuki, each wearing a scratched-out, rain-hidden forehead protector, surrounded the golden cage with a watertight encirclement. The tide of battle, in a flash, had turned completely. From the cliff above, Kagura descended. He landed atop the barrier. Bowing his head, he looked down at those within. Hanzo, Danzo, their subordinates, all reduced to trapped prey, struggling in the jar. His gaze swept over Hanzo the Salamander's face, twisted in shock and fury, and finally settled on Danzo Shimura, skulking in the shadows, still foolishly trying to hide himself. Hanzo the Salamander. His voice wasn't loud, but it cut through to every ear in the place, clear and cold. Danzo Shimura, welcome to the grave I prepared for you. Danzo stared up at the masked boy atop the barrier. His glare was as dark and heavy as thunderclouds. This barrier, remnants of the Uzumaki clan. He muttered to himself. The centipede may be dead, but it never truly rots away. All those years ago, he'd thought that by using others as his blade and destroying the land of whirlpools, he had wiped this troublesome clan from the shinobi world once and for all. But never imagined. Today, yet again, I ran into another one of them here. And this time, it was an especially tough customer. Attack! Hanzo came to his senses as well. He let out an enraged roar. Smash this damn shell to pieces. Every rain and root ninja still alive within the barrier sprang into action. They unleashed their most powerful jutsu, furiously assaulting that seemingly thin veil of golden light. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Gale Breakthrough. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions erupted again and again inside the barrier. But it was all for nothing. Not even a ripple appeared on that golden wall of light. Kagura stood atop the barrier. He gazed down coldly at those so-called elites, caught in a struggle doomed to fail. He raised his hand. Then, with a small flick downward, begin. He spoke just 2 words. All around the gorge, more than 100 Akatsuki members, who had long been lying in wait, struck as one at that very instant. Water style, Wild Water Wave. Wind style, Wine Cutter Jutsu. Countless streams of water and blades of wind came crashing down from above. Like a death-soaked storm, they passed straight through the golden barrier, which was utterly unguarded against attacks from the outside, and pounded viciously into the barrier-turned cage below. Aya, what's happening? They're attacking us from the outside. It's a trap. We've walked right into it. The barrier instantly became a living hell. The rain and root ninjas had nowhere to run. They were battered left and right by the torrents, then shredded to pieces by wind blades. Agonized screams and wails rose and fell without pause. It was a slaughter, plain and simple. Hanzo and Danzo watched as their own men were mowed down like wheat in a field, their faces twisted with rage and despair. They threw everything they had left into the fight. Summoning jutsu, Hanzo called forth his giant salamander, Ibuse. Ibuse opened its massive jaws and spewed poisonous mist, temporarily staving off the onslaught from outside. Danzo unleashed his own most powerful wind-style technique. Wind-style, Vacuum Great Sphere. A huge, densely packed ball of wind crashed against the barrier. It managed only to make the layer of light quiver, just slightly. Then nothing. Kagura paid them no heed. He was simply waiting for the troublesome riffraff to be wiped away. 5 minutes later, silence had fallen inside the barrier. Only Hanzo, Danzo, and a handful of their most elite guards were left standing. Nearly everyone else was either defeated or dead. Kagura snapped his fingers. The golden barrier that had trapped them for so long vanished in utter silence. He dropped down from midair, landing right in front of Hanzo and Danzo. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan also approached from the other side. They and Kagura lined up, shoulder to shoulder. A tense standoff took shape. Kid, Hanzo called out to Kagura, his gaze sharp. His voice was raspy and icy cold. Who exactly are you? Who I am doesn't matter, Kagura replied, his tone calm. What matters is this. Today, both of you'll die right here. Irrigant brat. Hanzo roared, his anger flaring. He exchanged a quick look with Danzo. In an instant, the two understood each other. They would join forces to deal with the most mysterious and most dangerous youth before them. Both masters struck at once. Hanzo charged head-on, brandishing his enormous scythe. His summoned beast, Ibuse, slipped underground, ready to attack from below. Meanwhile, Danzo appeared behind Kagura. In his withered hand, unbound by bandages, he gripped a short sword crackling with wind chakra. A pincer attack, a deadly pincer launched by 2 genuine Kaga-level powerhouses. Kagura did not move. With his sharpened observation haki, he sensed every move the two made. He could even feel the giant salamander Ibuse rushing beneath his feet. His face betrayed no hint of anxiety, only a trace of anticipation. Raising his left hand, lightning, he murmured. In an instant, wild purple currents surged and engulfed his arm. He drove his fist down into the earth. A thunderous boom split the air. The ground cracked apart. Countless lightning serpents raced along the fissures, plunging deep below the surface. An agonized scream echoed from underground. The giant salamander, Ibuse, now smoking and scorched, was forced out from below, hurled onto the earth. It twitched twice, then lay still. At that very moment, Kagura drew the Raiga blade from his waist. Without turning his head, he swung his blade sharply behind him. A crisp clash rang out. The pitch-black blade of Raiga met Danzo's wind chakra-infused short sword. Danzo felt an overwhelming, incomprehensible force surge through his weapon, forcing him to stagger several steps back, completely unable to resist. Meanwhile, Hanzo's mighty scythe, powerful enough to split stone or cleave mountains, swept down toward Kagura's head. Kagura didn't bother to parry. Instead, he shifted his body just slightly, taking the blow squarely on his shoulder. A deep wound, slashing to the bone, opened on Kagura's shoulder. Blood began to pour, yet he didn't flinch, not even a furrow in his brow. Borrowing the force of Hanzo's strike, Kagura's body spun suddenly, like a top, and in his hand, the pitch-black blade Raiga. With an incredibly cunning angle, the blade stabbed straight for Hanzo's wide-open chest. Hanzo's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his body flicker technique to retreat backward, but he was already too late. The tip of Raiga's blade still managed to slice a long gash across his chest. The wound was not deep, yet a force of utter annihilation seeped into his body through the cut. It rampaged inside him, tearing life apart wherever it passed. What is? Clutching his chest, Hanzo stared at Kagura in disbelief. Kagura didn't answer him. He looked up. At some point, his black pupils had transformed into golden, vertical slits. A few clusters of dragon scales, shimmering with purple arcs of lightning, appeared on either side of his face. "Two," he said. His voice had turned low and raspy. "Want to come with me together? That's fine. Saves time." Hanzo and Danzo exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a flicker of gravity. This kid was proving far more difficult to handle than they'd anticipated. They couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. "Now," Hanzo barked. The enormous scythe in his hands whirled, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Countless explosive tags flew from his sleeves, like a swarm of crimson butterflies, cutting off all of Kagura's escape routes. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, igniting the swarm of tags. Boom! The earth-shaking blast devoured Kagura in an instant. On the other side, Danzo was not standing idle. His hands wove seals at lightning speed. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. Dozens of high-density, invisible wind blades shot straight into the heart of the explosion. As the flames and smoke faded, a massive crater appeared where Kagura had stood. He was nowhere to be seen. "Did we get him?" Hanzo scanned the surroundings warily. "No," Danzo replied, his tone frigid. "He's above you." Hanzo jerked his gaze skyward. Somehow, Kagura was already overhead, his entire body sheathed in a lustrous layer of purple dragon scales. That combined attack, powerful enough to obliterate a whole squad, hadn't even pierced his defenses. "My turn," Kagura said coldly. Raiga in his grip flickered with an ominous, inky black light. He swooped down from above, aiming straight for Hanzo's skull. Hanzo raised his scythe in defense. At the same time, Danzo lunged from the opposite side, wind release short blade stabbing for Kagura's back. In midair, Kagura twisted his body at an unimaginable angle. He abandoned his assault on Hanzo. Instead, his target shifted to Danzo. He understood. These two cunning old foxes, coordinated together, would be a nightmare to face. First, one must be eliminated, and Danzo, that traitor within the hidden leaf, is his top priority for removal. "Nagato, Yahiko, Konet," with a sharp, abrupt shout, he gave the order. "Hold off Hanzo. 30 seconds. Yes." Outside the canyon, the three young companions, who had been waiting for just such a moment, sprang into action. Shinra Tensei. Nagato was the first to charge in. An invisible force erupted from him, momentarily driving back Hanzo, who had attempted to move in and assist Danzo. Water-style, violent wave. Yahiko's attack came right on its heels. Dance of the paper. Conan's sheets of paper swept in like a blizzard, completely engulfing Hanzo. The battlefield was now split apart. At this moment, only Kagura and Danzo faced off, one-on-one. "Youngster, you're clever," Danzo acknowledged, his gaze calm and measured. "But you've chosen the wrong opponent. Wind-style, vacuum bullets." He opened his mouth and unleashed a volley. Dozens of high-pressure spheres of wind. Kagura didn't dodge. With his acute observation haki, he tracked the precise path of every single wind bullet. His body darted deftly through the gaps between them, closing the distance between himself and Danzo at lightning speed. Useless. Danzo shook his head slightly. From beneath his sleeve, his bandaged right hand moved almost imperceptibly. Kagura, through his heightened senses, picked up on an unfamiliar, dangerously intense surge of chakra emanating from Danzo. He stopped dead in his tracks. A gigantic invisible lance, conjured by wind, whistled past and barely grazed the tip of his nose. It stabbed into empty air. Oh, Danzo's eyes narrowed in surprise. You managed to dodge. Kagura met his gaze. I see calm inside. He'd never seen that technique before. So this old fox Danzo still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. There could be no more holding back. It had to end, and fast. Kagura sprang into action again, now moving at a speed far beyond before. Violent purple lightning coiled around his left hand, while his right gripped the pitch-black, lethal blade, Raiga. Lightning flash. Armament hockey. In a split second, he was in front of Danzo. The lightning from his left hand coiled like a chain, snaring Danzo's weapon. With his right, the deadly Raiga thrust mercilessly toward Danzo's heart. Danzo was old. His reflexes couldn't match Kagura's speed. He could only watch, helpless, as the black blade loomed larger and larger in his sight. With a dull, sickening sound, Raiga pierced straight through Danzo's heart. A wave of annihilating, black power burst forth from the blade. Before anyone's eyes, Danzo's body began to disintegrate at an alarming rate. It's over. Kagura drew his blade. He looked steadily at the old man, whose body had already been consumed for the most part by the destructive force of lightning. Yet he did not let his guard down one bit. His keen senses remained locked tight on his surroundings. He was waiting for that miracle, the one that was fated to occur. Danzo was dead. His body vanished completely into thin air. Not even a trace of blood left behind. But in the very next instant, his image, like the ghostly shadow of someone who had never moved at all, reappeared behind Kagura, whole and unharmed. Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. A jinjutsu capable of instantly transforming any misfortune, including death itself, into nothing but an ephemeral dream. How can it be? Danzo's voice was heavy with confusion and fear, utterly unable to comprehend what had happened. He stared at his own right arm, swathed in bandages. One of the Sharingan, blood-red and wide open just moments before, had now closed forever. He had died once. He had used up one of his rare and precious Sharingan, just to survive that child's fatal strike. But what he couldn't understand was why, after killing him, that boy showed no hint of triumph. His face held not even the slightest trace of surprise. It was as though he had always known Danzo would come back to life. The thought sent a chill straight to the depths of Danzo's soul. He watched, unsettled, as the black-haired boy slowly turned to face him, those golden, emotionless slit pupils staring back. He didn't want to fight anymore. This kid was too unsettling, with far too many secrets lurking beneath the surface, to waste another precious Sharingan. For such a boy whose background was still unknown, it simply wasn't worth it. Danzo made the only reasonable choice. Without another word, his figure abruptly leapt backward, slipping away into the dark shadows cast by the rocks. He ran. Kagura gazed in the direction where he disappeared. He didn't give chase. He knew he couldn't catch up, not now. Nor could he slay this old monster whose arm was riddled with eyes. There was a strange calm in his heart. Danzo, I'll let you go this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. When they met again, he would surely bring the blade down. He turned his gaze, looking toward the other side of the battlefield. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had already been completely overwhelmed by Hanzo's wrath. Hanzo, too, had seen it. He saw that wretched old wolf Danzo, without a shred of hesitation, abandoned him and made his own escape. Bastard! His roar burst from his throat, thick with rage and unwillingness. Hanzo's roar echoed through the canyon, his anger nearly taking physical form. Betrayed by an ally, forced into such a predicament by a mere youngster. This was the greatest humiliation in Hanzo the Salamander's entire life. Nagato. Kagura's voice was cold as ice, cutting through Hanzo's burning rage. Take them and finish off the rest of those small fry. Nagato glanced at the demigod of the hidden rain, now utterly consumed by madness, then looked at Kagura's back, calm, without the slightest ripple of emotion. He nodded. Let's go. There was not a shred of hesitation in his voice. He and Yahiko and Konan surged toward the remaining rain Umbu, who were still desperately entangled with members of the Akatsuki. Almighty push. Universal pull. The human path. The hell path. For the first time, the full, unrestrained power of the Rinnegan blossomed upon the battlefield. It was a one-sided massacre. Hanzo spared no thought for those subordinates. their deaths already sealed by fate. His eyes, cold and brimming with murderous intent, remained fixed from beginning to end on the black-haired youth before him, the one wearing a white mask. "Boy," he said, "you will pay for your arrogance." He swiftly formed a series of hand seals, summoning jutsu. With a thunderous crash, a gigantic purple salamander, large as a small mountain, materialized beneath his feet. Ibuse appeared once again. And one more thing. Hanzo reached behind and drew his signature weapon, a gigantic scythe, blade crimson as fresh blood. At the other end of the scythe snaked a long chain, wickedly barbed throughout its length. "Today, it's either your death or mine." He had unleashed his full strength. Kagura gazed at this man who had once stood atop the ninja world. He gripped the Raiga blades at his waist. "Come then," he said. The battle began. Hanzo made no move. Ibuse, beneath his feet, opened its maw, wide enough to swallow an oxhole. Poison mist, release. A dense, dark, venomous cloud gushed forth, rushing at Kagura like a raging flood unleashed. Wherever the mist touched, even the rocks of the earth sizzled and were eaten away. Kagura stood his ground, unmoved. With a light push from his toes, his whole body shot forward against the tide of poison, as if blasted from a cannon. A layer of shimmering purple dragon scales covered his form. The deadly venom, strong enough to melt steel in an instant, splattered against his armor, but left not even a pale mark. He tore through the lethal fog and appeared above Ibuse's head in a heartbeat. In his hand, the Raiga blade flashed with a streak of black light. Thunder's end. He brought the blade down in a single, decisive stroke. Ibuse's skull, tough enough to withstand most ninjutsu, was split wide open, cut as easily as tofu by the Raiga blade. A deep wound, bone laid bare. No blood flowed from the gash. There was only a swath of charred black. "Ar!" Jingfu let out a cry of agony. Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. It twitched twice, then lay motionless. "What?" Hanzo was stunned. His usually unstoppable summoning beast had been taken down in an instant. In a moment his mind wavered. Kagura had already appeared right before him. The pitch-black blade of Raiga aimed straight for his heart. Hanzo's combat experience was second to none. Without a moment's hesitation, he used the body flicker technique to retreat. At the same time, his scythe swept upward, carving a vicious arc from below, hoping to force Kagura back. But Kagura did not retreat. He allowed the blade to slash a deep, long gash across his chest. Blood gushed forth in a torrent. By taking this wound, he bought himself a mere tenth of a second. He closed the distance to Hanzo again. Raiga stabbed forward once more. A sickening, wet sound. This time, Hanzo failed to dodge. The sword plunged deep into his left shoulder. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped Hanzo's lips. Still, he did not back away. Instead, he reached out with his other hand, clamping down hard on the arm Kagura used to wield the blade. And then, Hanzo smiled. It was a cruel, savage smile. "I've got you now, brat." Suddenly, the fabric at his chest tore apart, revealing his torso covered in explosive tags. Fire style, exploding flame array. He was ready to drag Kagura to the grave with him. Kagura's gaze remained icy cold. He looked at the man before him, now crazed, no longer a demigod, but a madman. And yet, there was not the slightest trace of panic in his eyes. "Is that so?" he said softly. "Are you sure? It's really me you've caught?" Hanzo froze. The Kagura before him began to fade, dissolving like a mirage. Jinjutsu? No. Hanzo realized the truth at once. It was an afterimage, so fast that even his eyes could not track it. "Behind you." Kagura's voice, cold as death, whispered at Hanzo's back. Hanzo tried to turn, but there was no time. A fist, wreathed in wild, crackling violet lightning and blackened with armament haki, slammed into his back with crushing force. Bang! Hanzo's body rocketed forward like a cannonball. The explosive tags strapped to him were set off by the raging lightning, detonating in midair. A devastating roar of explosions engulfed him in fire and thunder. Kagura landed on the ground once more. He watched the flames still burning in the distance, not letting his guard down for even a moment. His observation haki remained tightly locked onto the heart of the inferno. As the flames finally dispersed, a silhouette emerged, charred, battered, and barely standing. It was Hanzo. He was still alive, but he, too, had suffered grave wounds. The suit of armor he had always taken such pride in was now completely shattered. The gas mask he never took off had split open with a great gash. His face was exposed at last, scarred and twisted into a savage scowl. He coughed violently. A wet, guttural sound escaped him as he hacked up a mouthful of black blood, flecked with shards of his own insides. He looked at Kagura. The pride and certainty that once shone in his eyes had vanished. All that remained was an unfathomable fear. You, who are you really? Just a passing ninja from the leaf, Kagura replied. Kagura advanced on him, deliberate step after step. Now, it's time for the game to end. Kagura moved toward Hanzo, closing the distance bit by bit. Now, it's time for the game to end. Hanzo lay, sprawled across the ground. With his one remaining arm, he struggled to prop up his battered, broken body. He looked up at the young man, looming over him, eyes cold and merciless. Hanzo let out a laugh more pitiable than weeping. End it? Ha! Ha ha ha! You're right. It should end now. But, suddenly, he leaped to his feet with a desperate burst of strength. But he didn't attack Kagura. Using the very last of his energy, he turned and bolted toward the mouth of the gorge, running with everything he had. He had to escape. He could not die, not here, not now. Ambition still burned within him. He still dreamed of uniting all the land of rain. He refused to let it all end in this forsaken place. He ran with every ounce of strength left in his failing body. The wind howled in his ears as he fled. The young man behind him was not giving chase. A faint spark of hope flickered in Hanzo's heart. Maybe he could get away. Surely that whelp was at his limit, too. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The black-haired youth still stood exactly where he had been, unmoving. He didn't pursue. Instead, Kagura slowly raised his left hand. Hanzo did not understand what he was doing, but every instinct screamed that death was at hand. He ran even faster. Kagura watched Hanzo's desperate, flailing flight. There was no surprise in his eyes. He had expected all of this. He did not chase him down. He simply raised his left hand, pressing his index and middle fingers together. Lightning, he murmured under his breath. A thread-thin, concentrated beam of violet lightning shot from his fingertips. So fine, it was thinner than a strand of hair. It made no sound, nor did it display any grand spectacle. But it was fast, onimagi and uply fast. In the blink of an eye, it crossed over 100 meters of open air. A muffled thud. Hanzo, mid-flight, felt his right leg explode into a spray of blood. Below the knee, his entire limb was instantly vaporized by that tiny bolt of lightning. Not even a scrap of flesh left behind. The wound was clean, perfectly smooth. The edges were still blackened, scorched by intense heat. Ah! A piercing, inhuman scream burst from Hanzo's throat. His body, thrown off balance, crashed heavily to the ground. He rolled over and over across the rough, gritty sand. He looked back, and he saw him. That black-haired youth was walking toward him, unhurried and steady. Once again, he stood before Hanzo. I told you. Kagura's voice was calm, almost serene. The game is over. No. A despairing roar, wild and bestial, tore itself from Hanzo. He knew now there was no escape. He stared at the youth before him, the one who was about to end his life. Within his clouded eyes, a final, frenzied spark ignited. I am Hanzo the Salamander, the demigod of the shinobi world. How could I possibly die by the hands of a nameless nobody like you? Even if I die, I'll drag you to hell with me. He pressed his palms together. He prepared to unleash his final, suicidal, forbidden jutsu. Ninja art, explosive clay, apocalypse. The colossal explosive seal he had planted by his own hand upon his abdomen suddenly blazed to life. A tidal surge of chakra, brimmed with annihilation, erupted from within him. The air itself grew stifling and hot. The ground began to tremble beneath him. His body, like an overinflated balloon, started to swell at a terrifying rate. He was about to self-destruct. But Kagura's gaze didn't waver. With his observation haki, he clearly sensed the volatile storm of energy rapidly blooming inside Hanzo. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. You won't get the chance, he declared. The tattered black cloak he wore burst apart. Exposed beneath was his well-muscled torso, inked with intricate, purple-black dragon markings. Clusters of dragon scales, glistening with arcs of violet lightning, erupted swiftly from beneath his skin. They emerged first on his arms, then his chest, and, at last, crept along his cheeks. His whole body surged, expanding. His muscles knotted and bulged. Within moments, he had shot up in height, now towering close to 2 meters. Twin formidable horns, deep purple and dragon-like, splintered from his forehead. From his back, a pair of vast, crackling dragon wings formed entirely from thunder and lightning unfurled into the air. Mythical beast transformation, thunder dragon man beast form. A presence descended, one even more terrifying, more ancient, more absolute than the conqueror's aura from before. It pressed down upon the scene. Kagura threw back his head. He unleashed a thunderous roar, a dragon's bellow so fierce and mighty it shook the very heavens. The entire canyon shuddered beneath that roar's onslaught. Hanzo, still swelling, hesitated and faltered instantly. He stared blankly at the figure before him, the boy who had now been transformed into a complete monster. His mind was a total void. Even the chakra, raging inside him, on the verge of detonating, stalled for an instant. He forgot he was about to self-destruct. Kagura gave him no time to think. His body vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he appeared right in front of Hanzo. His dragon claw, now larger than Hanzo's head and enveloped in pitch-black armament and wild, crackling violet lightning, pressed down upon the very crown of Hanzo's skull with effortless simplicity. Judgment, he declared. There was no sound, and no flash of light. There was only a force, elemental and utterly destructive, that erupted from the center of his palm. Hanzo's body went rigid. The swelling mass of his form shriveled away in the blink of an eye. He lowered his gaze. He saw his own body, dissolving little by little into infinitesimal motes, starting from his fingertips. Then those fragments vanished into thin air. He could not feel even a single trace of pain. Like dust, he was utterly wiped away. The madness and bitterness in his eyes faded, too, leaving behind nothing but the most primal terror of an unknowable power. He parted his lips, wanted to speak, but not a sound could escape. All of him disappeared, completely. Not even a trace of dust remained. Kagura lowered his hand. The dragon scales and wings covering him slowly faded away as well. The black-haired, handsome youth re-emerged from the monster's shell. He glanced at his hand, still trembling slightly. At last, he had crossed that threshold. Kagura retracted his hand, and the dragon's features faded from his body. He reverted back to that black-haired boy once more. The canyon returned to a deathly silence. Only the wind remained, and in the distance, the footsteps of Nagato and the others approaching after their own battle. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan made their way over. They gazed at the bloodied youth standing alone at the heart of the crater, then at the empty ground, barren as the surface of the moon, save for the crater itself. A shock impossible to put into words was written on all of their faces. Salamander Hanzo, the shadow that had loomed over every soul in the Hidden Rain village for decades. Gone, without even a single bone left behind. Yahi opened his mouth. He wanted to speak, but his throat was parched. Not a sound would come out. It's over. Kagura finally spoke. His voice was raw and weary. His strength was completely spent. He took a step forward, but his body faltered, and he nearly collapsed. Nagato and Konan rushed to his side in an instant. One on each side, they helped support him. Thank you. Kagura leaned against them and spoke in a low voice. It's us who should be thanking you. Yahiko walked over. He looked at Kagura. His eyes were complicated with emotion. He bowed deeply to Kagura. You saved all of us. And you saved Akatsuki as well. Kagura shook his head. I was just saving myself, he said. What do you plan to do next? He asked. Yahiko paused for a moment. He hadn't thought that far ahead. Hanzo was dead. Now, the Hidden Rain village had become an empty shell, a place without a master. Obviously, we'll take over the Hidden Rain village. A member of Akatsuki shouted excitedly from behind. Hanzo is dead. From today on, Akatsuki will be the new rulers of the Hidden Rain. Yes, we're going to build a truly peaceful nation here. Many others echoed these cries with fervor. Their faces were alight with the joy of surviving disaster and hope for the future. Only Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan remained silent. Their eyes were all fixed on Kagura. Fools! Kagura uttered the word coldly. The flames of excitement that had just been kindled were instantly snuffed out. Do you think Hanzo's death marks the end? Kagura looked at them. No, this is only the beginning. Hanzo was a delicate point of balance among the 5 great nations. That balance is gone now. What do you think the hidden stone, hidden cloud, hidden sand will do? They'll pounce on you like sharks scenting blood. They'll tear the land of rain, a small but strategically vital prize, to pieces and swallow it whole. When that happens, you won't be facing one Hanzo the salamander. You'll be facing 3, possibly 4 enemies, all more powerful than Hanzo ever was. With just the few people you have now, you wouldn't last a single day. Kagura's words were cold, and all too real. The members of Akatsuki fell silent. Then what should we do? Yahiko asked, voice dry. Leave this place, Kagura replied. Leave? Yahiko was stunned. To where? Somewhere no one can find you. Kagura turned to Nagato. Go to your homeland. My homeland? Nagato was even more confused. The land of whirlpools. Kagura spoke the name, one already nearly forgotten. That place has already been destroyed. Now it's a no man's land, belonging to no nation. There, The Uzumaki clan left their oldest and most powerful barriers and sealing arts. It's the perfect place to hide. It's also the best place for us to grow. The Uzumaki clan, Nagato murmured under his breath. That seed of doubt planted in his heart by Kagura long ago. At this very moment, it began to sprout. Who are you really? Nagato fixed his gaze on Kagura. Why do you know all of this? I'm your ally, Kagura replied, and the guide for your future. I need a force that's not only powerful enough but also loyal, one that truly belongs to me. And you need a place, not only somewhere to survive, but a land where you can realize your ideals. We're using each other, and, in doing so, completing each other. Yahiko regarded him steadily. Why should we trust you again? For this. Kagura extended his left hand. Upon his forearm, scrawled with dark violet dragon patterns. A tiny red spiral mark shimmered briefly, then vanished. It was the most basic Uzumaki clan crest, something he'd learned from Kushina, though merely an imitation, crafted from chakra. To Nagato, it was enough. Nagato stared at the image, at once familiar and foreign. In his violet Rinnegan eyes, there flickered a new emotion, one that could only be called belonging. I'll go with you, he told Kagura. Nagato, Yahiko called out, his tone urgent. I trust him, Nagato said. His voice was resolute. And I trust Jiraiya-sensei's judgment. Yahiko fell silent. He glanced at Konan, standing beside him. Konan, too, nodded in quiet affirmation. All right. At last, Yahiko came to a decision. Akatsuki will follow your lead. Kagura nodded in acknowledgement. A wise choice, he said. But the time isn't yet right. What do you mean? Yahiko asked. I need to return to Konoha and report to the Hokage, Kagura explained. I have to wrap things up here. And you'll need time yourselves, to rest, to call together all the members scattered throughout the Land of Rain. I'll give you half a month. In half a month, we regroup here. I'll personally guide you to the Land of Whirlpools then. There's only one thing I ask of you for these 2 weeks. Kagura looked Yahiko in the eye. Stay alive, and become stronger. Hanzo is gone, and Amage Cure is now a power vacuum. All the resources left behind, jutsu scrolls, money supplies. They're yours. Use them well. Yahiko nodded solemnly. Understand. Kagura offered no more words. He parted ways with the Akatsuki. Alone, he set out on the long road back to Konoha. The rain had stopped. Daybreak had come. A ray of sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds and fell upon him. His heart was calm. Hanzo was dead. Danzo had fled. The destinies of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan had been profoundly altered by him. Akatsuki, the sharpest blade of the future, was already in his grasp ahead of time. Everything was now moving in a brand new direction, one entirely to his advantage. And yet, he could not afford to relax. He looked down at his left arm, which still tingled slightly from the aftereffects. His fingers brushed the brutal wound on his chest, a scar left by Hanzo's sickle. Kage class. It still wasn't enough. Far from enough. Kagura chose not to return to Konoha right away. Instead, he found refuge in a secluded mountain range nearly 100 kilometers from the Land of Fire's border. There, he discovered a hidden cave. He stepped inside. He needed time. Time to heal. Time to recover. And time to reflect. Cross-legged, he sat down. Pain still pulsed dully from his wounds, especially the deep gash left across his chest by Hanzo's sickle. Yet he didn't begin treatment at once. He closed his eyes, allowing his mind to sink into deep contemplation. He was looking back on a battle that, since his arrival in this world, was the most perilous and exhilarating he had ever known. Hanzo and Danzo, two titans perched atop the very pinnacle of the shinobi world. Danzo, that cunning old viper, cold and decisive. Once he realized the situation was lost, he hadn't hesitated for an instant. He sacrificed a precious Sharingan eye, unleashing his Anaji to make his escape. Kagura didn't feel a trace of regret. He understood. With his current strength, if Danzo was determined to escape, it would be nearly impossible to kill him outright. The secrets that old man hid were simply too many. An arm bristling with Sharingan. Cells of the first Hokage he'd acquired by who knew what means. All these were unpredictable variables. But after this fight, Danzo no longer felt like an insurmountable threat. He was no longer to be feared, at least not in a direct confrontation. The only concern left was what new dark schemes the old fox might hatch from the shadows. And then there was Hanzo, the man once hailed as the demigod of the shinobi world. Truly formidable. His experience in battle, his mastery of poisons, all gave Kagura tremendous trouble. But in the end, he perished too, crushed by the absolute force Kagura now commanded. This battle held great significance for him. It was like a whetstone, one that took his already razor-sharp blade and honed it to an even keener edge. It was the final push that broke through his long-standing bottleneck and brought him into an entirely new realm. Kage. He could feel it. The power within his body was undergoing a fundamental transformation. He had completely awakened the potential of the phantom beast-type thunder dragon that lay dormant inside him. His body was healing itself. It was restructuring, and it was evolving. Bones that had once been broken, upon reconnecting, became even stronger and more resilient. Meridians, damaged and battered by repeated surges of lightning chakra, grew broader and tougher with every sweep. His body was becoming a more perfect vessel. A vessel strong enough to contain that alien power, one that did not belong to this world. For 3 days and 3 nights, Kagura sat quietly in the cave. After 3 days had passed, he finally opened his eyes. Every injury on his body had been mended, so perfectly that not even a scar remained. The energy within him had been fully restored as well. He rose to his feet, testing the movements of his now-changed body. He could feel it. He was stronger than he had ever been before. Yet he did not let a hint of complacency arise in his heart. For in this battle, he had also caught sight of his greatest weakness. His fighting style was far too dependent on a handful of extraordinary powers. The Thunder Dragon Fruit, the 3 kinds of Haki, seeding technique. These powers were formidable, to be sure, but they all shared a fatal flaw. Their consumption was immense. If his energy were ever depleted, or should he face an adversary who could counter his abilities, he would instantly find himself in grave danger. He lacked a most fundamental and trustworthy means of combat. He did not possess a powerful martial art that truly belonged to him. He thought of the true titans from the world of One Piece. Garp, Rayleigh, Shanks. Some wielded no devil fruit abilities at all. A few weren't even swordsmen. Yet each and every one had cultivated their physical arts and Haki to an unparalleled peak. A punch that could shatter a mountain. A kick that could split the earth. That was the true foundation upon which power was built. Kagura remembered the forbidden technique, known as the ultimate martial art in this world. The 8 gates released formation. By opening the 8 chakra gates that limit the body, one could gain, for a brief time, abilities tens of times greater than even the 5 Kage themselves. But the price for this gift was steep. Unleashing the final gate, the gate of death, meant certain doom for the user. Yet what doomed others need not be a concern for Kagura. With the continual reinforcement of the Thunder Dragon Fruit, his endurance and regenerative powers had long since surpassed those of ordinary humans. He was confident. Even if he opened the gate of death, death would not be able to claim him. What's more, the 8 gates, when combined with his 3 forms of Haki and the power of the Thunder Dragon Fruit, would result in a match made in heaven. Once the 8 gates were opened, the surge in power and speed, paired with armament Haki, would unleash terrifying potential. The possibilities surpassed even his own imagination. And there was more. The Flying Thunder God technique. It was time to move Minato-sensei's space-time ninjutsu up on the schedule. He had already learned all the theoretical knowledge about spatial sealing techniques from Kushina. All that he lacked now was a legitimate excuse, a fitting opportunity to formally seek instruction in the technique. Kagura now had a new direction for his training. He left the cave behind and returned to Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato looked at his disciple, standing before him, perfectly unharmed. He let out a deep breath, relief flooding his face. "You finally came back, you rascal. Almost thought you'd gone and died out there." "Sensei," Kagura greeted him with a respectful bow. "The mission is complete." "Let's hear it," then Minato prompted. Kagura smoothly recited the story he had painstakingly prepared. An elaborate banquet, orchestrated by Hanzo and Danzo in secret. A bloody infight, sparked by a dispute over spoils. Nagato, the Akatsuki's leader, driven to madness, unleashing a brutal, chaotic battle. In the end, Hanzo was dead. Danzo had escaped. Akatsuki shattered. The Rinnegan, its whereabouts unknown. The whole narrative fit together seamlessly. Minato listened quietly, deep in thought for a long while. "I see," he finally said. He chose to trust the story. Or perhaps, he simply had no other choice. "You've done well," he added gently. "Go home now, get some rest." "Yes, sensei." Kagura turned and left. He returned to the training grounds of Squad 11. Takuma and Yakumo were waiting for him there. "Captain." Upon seeing his return, both of them broke into genuine, heartfelt smiles. Kagura smiled as well. "I'm back." Kagura had returned to Squad 11's training field. Takuma and Yakumo were in the midst of a sparring match. When they saw Kagura appear, they both paused immediately. "Captain." Their faces were alight with joy and surprise. "You're back." "Yes," Kagura nodded. He glanced at his two teammates, noting how much stronger and more mature they'd become since their last meeting. A little of that weariness, born from scheming and lying, melted from his heart. "How have you two been?" he asked. "Great," Takuma replied, his voice brimming with pride. "We can complete A-rank missions on our own now." "Is that so?" Kagura smiled. "That's perfect. We have a mission tomorrow. A-rank. All three of us, together." "Really?" Yakumo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes." Kagura reached out and ruffled her hair. "It's been too long since we went out on a mission as a team. Go on, get ready. We meet at the village gates tomorrow morning." "Yes, sir." Takuma and Yakumo dashed off, enthusiasm in their steps. Kagura didn't head home right away. Instead, he turned and walked in another direction, toward the fourth Hokage's house. He needed to see someone before setting out. It was Master Kushina who opened the door. Her belly was now clearly rounded. On her face, there was less of a young girl's lively spirit, replaced by the gentle tenderness of soon-to-be mother. "You rascal, you still remember to come visit me, huh?" She grumbled. But even as she complained, her hands told another story. She earnestly pulled Kagura into the house. She then served him a generous plate of his favorite treat, tricolor dango. "Back from a mission?" she asked. "Yeah," Kagura nodded. "How'd it go? Was it smooth?" "It went smoothly," Kagura answered, "but it was also very troublesome." He began to recount his experience. He retold the story he had prepared, a mix of truth and fabrication, about the ideals of the Akatsuki organization, about the trap set by Hanzo the Salamander, about betrayal from a certain higher-up in Konoha, about that brutally fierce melee. He told it all with a calm demeanor. But Kushina listened with her heart pounding in her chest. When she heard Kagura mention that Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko, had fallen to protect his companions, her eyes welled up red. "Another fool," she murmured to herself. But Kagura shifted the topic. "During that battle, I met someone very special." "A special person?" "Yes," Kagura replied, "a young man with red hair." Kushina's hand, frozen mid-motion as she was handing over another dango, paused. "His hair is just like yours." Kagura looked at her intently, as brilliantly red as fire. "His name is Nagato. He possesses an enormous amount of chakra, and his vitality is astonishingly resilient. And he also has a pair of eyes spoken of in legend. The Rinnegan." Kushina was completely stunned. The dango slipped from her hand onto the table, and she didn't even notice. "Red hair. Incredible chakra. He is from the Uzumaki clan?" Her voice trembled. "I don't know." Kagura shook his head. "He's an orphan. He doesn't know his own origins. But the distinctive, unparalleled vitality he has, it's exactly the same as yours." Kushina fell silent. She just sat there, motionless. Tears, like broken pearls on a string, streamed endlessly from her beautiful, wide eyes. She cried. She cried like a child. She had thought that in this world, she was the only Uzumaki left. She had thought her clan and kin were all gone. Kagura offered no comfort. He simply sat quietly by her side, keeping her company. A long time passed. Only then did Kushina's tears finally cease. She wiped her face dry. Where is he now?" she asked anxiously. "I don't know." Kagura shook his head again. After that chaotic battle, the Akatsuki organization was disbanded. He and a girl named Konan vanished together. "But please don't worry." Kagura looked in her eyes. "As long as he's still alive, I will make sure to find him, and then I'll bring him to see you." That was a promise. "All right." Kushina nodded firmly. She gazed at the boy before her, the one who always seemed to bring her miracles. Her heart brimmed with gratitude. Kagura took his leave, but he didn't go home. Instead, he headed straight to the Hokage's office. Minato was still there, buried beneath a mountain of paperwork. When he saw Kagura enter, surprise flickered in his eyes. "What's the matter? Didn't I tell you to get some rest?" "Sensei." Kagura bowed to him. "There's something I'd like to ask of you." "Go ahead. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique." Kagura said it without hesitation. Minato's pen, poised above the paperwork, froze mid-motion. He looked up and met Kagura's gaze. "Why?" he asked. "Because I'm still not fast enough," Kagura replied. "This mission in Amage Cure made me realize where my greatest weakness lies. My destructive ability, it's formidable, but my maneuverability is lacking. When I have to face an experienced, Kaga-level opponent like Hanzo, it's hard for me to pin him down quickly and land a decisive blow. In addition, most of my techniques consume enormous amounts of energy. The Flying Thunder God technique could help me focus my limited strength at crucial moments. It can make up for my shortcomings." Kagura's analysis was calm and precise, and entirely objective. Minato studied him. "The Flying Thunder God is extremely difficult," he said. It requires not just colossal chakra reserves. Even more important is an extraordinary understanding of space and sealing techniques. I know, Kagura replied. Kushina-sensei has already taught me all of the theory behind it. All I'm missing is practical experience. Minato fell silent. He looked at his disciple, just 13 years old, yet far beyond his years in both strength and maturity. Conflicting emotions stirred within him. Pride, gratitude, and the faintest trace of worry. All right. At last, he nodded. I'll teach you. He reached for a scroll on the bookshelf behind him. It looked ancient and well-worn. This contains all of the second Hokage's research and insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. Take it home with you first. When you've fully mastered every formula and inscription within it, come back and see me again. Yes. Kagura accepted the weighty scroll. He took the scroll, the very one that contained the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique. But he did not leave immediately. Sensei, he spoke again. There is one more thing. Go ahead. I'd like to ask for the authority to choose my own missions, Kagura said. Minato was taken aback. What? I need more flexible time for my training, Kagura replied. And I need to visit places of my own choosing to investigate matters I find important. For example, Elder Danzo. His words were stark and to the point. Minato looked at him. He knew that this student of his was like a blade already drawn. Trying to put him back in a sheath was impossible now. Rather than have him act in secret on his own, it would be better to give him an identity that allowed his actions to be out in the open. Very well. Minato nodded. As the fourth Hokage, I hereby grant you the authority. From today on, you have the highest clearance to freely accept any missions ranked A or below. Thank you, Sensei. Kagura bowed respectfully. With the scroll in hand, he turned and left. He did not go home. Instead, he went straight to the Forest of Death. He could not wait to unravel the mysteries of the Flying Thunder God technique. Within his hidden base, he unrolled the scroll. The parchment was covered with the notes and diagrams left by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, detailing the intricacies of space-time ninjutsu. The complexity of these theories was enough to make any ordinary ninja's head spin. But for Kagura, they posed no difficulty. He possessed the Uzumaki clan's most advanced knowledge of sealing techniques, and a mind sharp enough to match the best supercomputers. He only needed a single read-through to grasp 70% of all the theories contained within. Immediately, he began experimenting. He drew out a custom-made trident kunai. Biting his finger, he used his own blood to inscribe his unique variant of the Flying Thunder God formula onto it. The formula resembled Minato's, but in its subtle structure, it was entirely different. He fused the second Hokage's original technique with the Uzumaki sealing arts and his own understanding of spatial theory, creating a new, simpler, and even more stable version of the technique. He plunged the kunai into a tree 10 meters away. Closing his eyes, he drew upon the chakra within his body. With his mind, he reached out to sense the spatial marker he'd etched into the kunai. And then, he activated his first ever space-time ninjutsu. In an instant, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he reappeared beneath that very tree, upside down, with his head down and feet pointing toward the sky. Bang! A muffled thud rang out. His whole body, like a carrot being yanked out of the ground, plunged headfirst into the earth. Cough, cough. Covered in dirt and dust, he pulled himself out of the soil. It seems it's not going to be that easy after all. He muttered to himself. He had failed, but there wasn't a trace of discouragement on his face. If anything, he grew even more excited. He tried again, and failed again. He kept at it, trying 100 more times. And for 100 times, he failed, until the first rays of dawn appeared. When he made his 101st attempt, he finally succeeded. He appeared, completely unscathed beneath that tree, though he stumbled a little as he landed. He did it, in the span of a single night. He had mastered what was known as the most godlike speed of all forbidden S-rank techniques in the ninja world. The technique was still rough around the edges, but he had grasped the essentials. The next morning, at the entrance to the Hidden Leaf Village, Kagura appeared on time. He looked no different from the day before. The same calm, gentle expression on his face. Takuma and Yakumo had been waiting for some time. Captain, let's go, Kagura nodded. This mission is simple. We're going to the land of hot water to escort a feudal lord to a conference. Along the way, we might run into a few petty bandits. Perfect opportunity for you two to get some real practice. The trio set out for the land of hot water. This time, Kagura didn't make a single move. He remained an observer, watching from the sidelines the whole way. On their journey, they were ambushed by 3 groups of rogue ninjas. Each attack was cleanly and efficiently dealt with by Takuma and Yakumo. Takuma's gentle fist was no longer simply what it used to be. Under Kagura's guidance, he had fused the Hyuga clan's taijutsu with the raw power of Konoha's strong fist style. His strikes now packed both penetrating force and explosive power. Yakumo's jinjutsu had also grown stronger. She could now silently cast illusions that left her enemies trapped, unable to escape. Kagura was pleased. His two teammates had truly matured. They were more than capable of handling things on their own. The mission was completed smoothly. On their way back to the village, they passed through a small town that had become bleak and desolate from years of war. In the town stood an exchange house. A sign hung at the entrance, advertising for guards. Kagura paused. "Let's go in and have a look," he said. Takuma and Yakumo were a bit puzzled, but they followed him inside. The exchange house was chaotic. A shrewd-looking merchant boss stood there, complaining loudly. "Damn it, security just keeps getting worse these days. My goods are almost impossible to ship out. Isn't there a strong ninja out there somewhere? The pay is negotiable." Kagura walked up to him. "Boss," he asked, "is there some kind of trouble going on?" The boss glanced at him. "You're ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, right?" "Yes." "Perfect." The boss responded as if he'd just seen a savior. "I have an important shipment that needs to be delivered to the land of Earth. But lately, there's been a real troublemaker lurking along the roads. He doesn't rob anyone, nor does he steal from the convoys. All he seems to care about is slaughtering people everywhere, all in the name of his so-called evil god cult. Could you help me get rid of him?" The evil god cult. Kagura's heart stirred. This was just what he'd been waiting for. "What's that guy's name?" he asked. "I think it's something like..." The boss thought for a moment. "Haydn." The boss looked at Kagura. "Haydn. That's right." The boss nodded. "That's his name. A lunatic. A madman who worships that ridiculous evil god cult." "Where is he?" Kagura asked. "No idea." The boss shook his head. "This guy moves around. No one knows for sure. But my people say he's been hanging around those abandoned mines north of town lately." "What's the reward?" 500,000 Rio, the boss replied. "As long as you get rid of him, dead or alive. It's a deal." Kagura didn't say another word. He led Takuma and Yakumo away from the exchange house. "Captain," Takuma asked, "are we really taking this job? This isn't in our mission parameters." "It is now," Kagura answered. "Why?" "Because that man is useful," Kagura said. Takuma and Yakumo pressed no further. They were used to their captain's inexplicable decisions by now. Their only job was to follow orders. The abandoned mines, roughly 10 kilometers from the town. This place was utterly deserted. Everywhere, there were derelict shafts and rusted rails. A faint, coppery scent of blood hung in the air. Kagura and his team had barely entered the mining grounds when they heard it. A shrill, manic burst of laughter, raw and unrestrained. "Ah ha ha ha! Can you feel it? This supreme agony. This is the finest possible offering for Lord Jashin." Following the racket, they tracked the sound's source. At the mouth of a cavernous mine, they found him. A silver-haired man, draped in a wide-open black robe. A strange, triangular amulet dangled from his neck. He gripped a massive, crimson, triple-bladed scythe. This was Haydn. At his feet lay 7 or 8 corpses, gutted and butchered, the remains of merchant guards. And as for the man himself, he was using a long, black spear, driving it through his own body again and again. With each thrust, a twisted, almost delighted expression of perversion flickered across his face. "Hey," Haydn noticed them as well. "What are you here for? Are you offering yourselves as sacrifices to the Lord Jashin too?" Takuma Yakumo. Kagura ignored Haydn's taunts. "You two go first. Test his limits." "Yes." Without a shred of hesitation, Takuma and Yakumo responded. Byakugan, Jinjutsu, shackling stakes. One from the left, one from the right, they charged in. In a flash, Takuma appeared before Haydn. His fingers jabbed at Haydn's vital points with relentless, rapid strikes like a barrage of rain. At the same time, Yakumo's Jinjutsu took hold. Haydn's body suddenly stiffened. It was as if countless invisible spikes nailed his feet to the ground, leaving him utterly immobile. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a heavy blow, Takuma struck Haydn right over the heart. A sickening sound tore through the silence. Haydn coughed up a mouthful of blood. His whole body sent flying backwards, crashing hard against the cliff face behind him. "Is it over?" With uncertainty etched on his face, Takuma watched the motionless figure sprawled across the ground. "No." Kagura shook her head. "It's only just begun." Slowly, Haydn climbed to his feet. A clear, sunken palm print marred his chest. Blood still dripped from the corner of his mouth. And yet he was grinning even wider than before. "Not bad. You lot actually have some skill. This pain, fantastic." Acting as though nothing had happened, he hefted his scythe once more. Takuma and Yakumo could only stare back in utter disbelief. How? Impossible? Takuma muttered under his breath. Those 64 strikes had completely destroyed Heiden's internal organs and meridians. Anyone else would have been long dead. So why was this man still standing? This is the power of Lord Jashin. Haiden threw his head back, laughing with wild abandon. I cannot die, as long as the ritual remains. As he spoke, he drew a strange pattern on the ground, a combination of a circle and a triangle. Then, extending his tongue, he slowly licked Takuma's fresh blood from his scythe. In an instant, Heiden's body transformed, its color shifting to resemble a black and white skeleton. All right, Brad. He turned to Takuma, a heartless smile twisting his features. Now, why don't we savor the feast of death together? He raised his long, black spear, aiming it straight at his own heart. Stop! At last, Kagura sprang into action. His figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared behind Haiden. He didn't attack Heiden's body. He simply, effortlessly, kicked Heiden's ankle. A sharp crack cut through the air. Haiden lost his balance, tumbling helplessly to the side, rolling out of that bizarre, blood-red ritual circle. The black and white patterns covering his body faded in an instant, his skin returning to its normal color. What? Haiden was stunned, unable to react in time. Kagura had already brought his foot down on the black spear. Haiden was poised to stab into his own body once more. With a forceful twist of his heel, the spear, crafted from a unique metal, snapped in two. You bastard! Haiden roared in fury, swinging his enormous scythe in a wide arc toward Kagura. Kagura didn't bother to dodge. He lifted his left hand, and with a casual motion of the back of his hand, blocked the mighty blow with ease. A clear metallic ring sounded. Haiden felt as though he had smashed into the hardest steel in the world. A jarring reverberation traveled up his weapon, numbing his grip to the bone, almost causing him to lose hold of his scythe. He looked intently and saw that Kagura's seemingly ordinary hand was now coated in a matte black, lightless substance. What the hell is that? Haiden was thoroughly bewildered. Kagura didn't answer. He seized Heiden's scythe, and with a tightening grip, another sharp crack. The blood-red scythe, forged from special alloy, was crushed to pieces in his bare hand. And no, impossible. Haiden stared at what had become a mound of worthless scrap, his weapon, and for the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. Now, Kagura's gaze was fixed on him. Can we finally have a proper talk? Talk to hell with you. Haiden snarled, his voice raw with fury. Abandoning his weapon, he charged at Kagura barehanded. I'm going to kill you. Kagura shook his head, utterly incorrigible. He drew the twin blades at his waist, Raiga. A streak of pitch-black light flashed by. A wet, slicing sound followed. Heiden's right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, falling to the ground. AR! Heiden's agonized scream echoed, yet he didn't retreat. With only his left hand remaining, he continued his assault on Kagura. Again, that cold blade. Another streak of black. His left arm was cut away as well. Bastard! 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 Driven to madness, Haiden hurled himself at Kagura, headlong. Kagura stepped nimbly aside, and then with a swift kick, two more slicing motions. His legs, too, were severed, separating forever from his body. Now, only one part of Haiden remained, his bare torso and a head that was still hurling curses with wild abandon. Kill me. If you got the guts, just finish me off. Kill you. Kagura crouched down before him. That would be such a waste, he remarked. A perfect immortal like you makes for the ultimate weapon of war. What are you trying to do? For the first time, Haiden sensed something was amiss. I'd like to introduce you to a new position, Kagura said with a sly smile. One that lets you savor unimaginable torment every single day, and also lets you offer the finest sacrifices to your beloved evil god, day after day. There's an organization called Akatsuki. Would you be interested? Haiden was struck speechless. Kagura paid him no further mind. From his ninja pouch, he withdrew an enormous sealing scroll. Piece by piece, he gathered Heiden's scattered limbs and still yelling head from the ground. One by one, he sealed them inside. And so, Kagura sealed Haiden away within the scroll. The head that had been screeching so viciously finally fell silent. Tokima and Yakumo came over. They stared at the patch of blood on the ground, not yet dried, then glanced at the scroll in Kagura's hand, which seemed to twitch ever so slightly. Their faces carried looks of utter bafflement. Captain, Tokima finally managed, his voice strained. That guy, is he still alive? He is, Kagura nodded. Very much so. So, what do we do now? We report back, Kagura replied. Bring what's left of Heiden's weapon as evidence. And as for this, he gave a scroll in his hand a crisp pat. Let's call it an extra trophy for this mission. Tokima and Yakumo exchanged glances. They didn't ask any more questions. The three of them made their way back to that desolate little town. They walked into the cash exchange with a faded sign swinging above the door. The merchant owner spotted their return and immediately hurried forward. How did it go? Is it done? It's done, Kagura replied, tossing what remained of Haiden's shattered scythe onto the counter. The owner picked up a fragment and inspected it closely. Well done, he declared with satisfaction. Here's your payment. From beneath the counter, he produced a heavy chest. Inside, neatly stacked, was 500,000 ryo in cash. Oh, and by the way, the owner said, as if just remembering something, you folks are quite the capable shinobi, aren't you? I have a much bigger job here if you're interested. Let's hear it, Kagura replied. It's a singular target as well, the owner continued, pulling out a slightly yellowed bounty notice from a drawer. On it was drawn a masked man, eyes glinting a sinister red. Kakazu. The boss spoke. Once, he was an elite of the hidden waterfall village. Now, he's ranked as an S-class rogue ninja. He's also the strongest bounty hunter in the underground exchange. Recently, this guy's been causing quite a stir over in the Land of Earth. He's taken out several big names, people of real importance. The feudal lord of the Land of Earth personally put a bounty on him. 30 million ryo. The boss turned his gaze to Kagura. If you can bring me his head. Tokima and Yakumo both sucked in a sharp breath. 30 million ryo. That figure was nearly equivalent to the annual military budget of a small nation. Where's he? Kagura asked. His tone was calm, as if he were inquiring about a lost pet. Not an S-class rogue ninja. I don't know, the boss replied, shaking his head. Someone of that level. His whereabouts are top secret. But I can offer you a piece of intel, though it's not exactly reliable. What kind of intel? I heard that Kakazu has a certain habit, the boss said. Every time he completes a job, he visits a secret exchange point known only to people like him, to hand over the bounty. And the nearest one to here is... He pointed at a spot on the map. A small border town in the Land of Fire. The Immortal's Bath. Kagura glanced at the name. A faint smile tugged at his lips. How much for this intel? Considering you helped me take care of Haiden, the boss replied with a grin, I'm giving it to you for free. Kagura nodded in response. Thank you. He didn't linger. He picked up the box of money and the bounty notice, then left with Tokima and Yakumo. Captain, as they walked down the road, Tokima couldn't keep it in any longer. Are we really going after that guy, Kakazu? He's an S-class rogue ninja. Just the three of us. It's not the three of us, Kagura cut him off. It's just me. What? Tokima. Yakumo. Kagura came to a stop. He regarded the two of them. Your mission is complete. Now, the two of you will return to the village immediately. Report this mission and deliver the 500,000 ryo to Master Minato. Tell him this is Team 11's first supplementary income for the village. What about you, Captain? Yakumo asked with concern. I'm going to visit an old friend, Kagura replied. An old friend with quite a price on his head. But that's an order. Kagura's tone left no room for argument. Tokima and Yakumo fell silent. They accepted the box of money. Captain, Tokima looked at him. You must come back alive. Kagura nodded. He watched as his two teammates disappeared down the road leading to Konoha. Then he turned around and set off in another direction. The Bath of Immortality. It was an odd little town. Steam drifted everywhere from the numerous hot spring inns that filled its streets. The people coming and going all had a certain look. None of them seemed like decent folks. They were all residents of the underworld. Bounty hunters, rogue shinobi, information brokers. Kagura put on his white mask. He stepped into the most rundown hot spring inn he could find. The innkeeper was an old man with one eye. He glanced at Kagura. Looking for a room? No, Kagura shook his head. He placed the Akatsuki bounty notice on the counter. I'm here looking for someone. The old man's eye flicked to the bounty notice. His expression changed. Come with me. He led Kagura through to the back courtyard of the inn. There was a large open-air hot spring. Soaking in the spring was a tall man, his entire body swathed in bandages. Beside him sat 4 enormous chests. Mr. Kakazu, the old man said respectfully. You have a visitor. Kakazu rose slowly from the hot spring. His cold, green eyes devoid of emotion landed on Kagura. Looking for me? His voice was harsh and gravelly. Boy, are you here to die? Kagura met his gaze. No, he replied. I'm here to give you money. He took out the bounty notice worth 30 million ryo and tore it cleanly in half. Your head is more trouble than it's worth. I don't want it. What I want is you. I'll pay 50 million ryo for you to work for me. Kakuzu was stunned. Then he burst out laughing, loud and unrestrained. Ha! What an interesting brat. 50 million ryo? Do you actually have that kind of money? I don't, Kagura replied, shaking his head. But, he went on, someone else does. He tossed a scroll to the ground, the same scroll he'd sealed Haiden away in. This guy, he said, "You know him, don't you?" Kakuzu's sharp green eyes flicked to the scroll on the ground, which still wriggled ever so slightly. A flicker of surprise flashed in those beast-like eyes. Haydn. Of course he knew the name. Haydn was a rising star in the underground exchange network. The madman from the cult of the evil god, rumored to possess immortality. He'd never met him in person, but he'd heard more than enough stories about that lunatic. "How did you get his things?" he asked. His tone was guarded, wary. "He's mine now," Kagura replied. "Oh." Kakuzu strode out of the hot spring. His towering frame, wrapped from head to toe in bandages, radiated an intimidating pressure. Step by step, he advanced toward Kagura. "So, does that mean you defeated him?" "You could say that." Kakuzu let out a low chuckle. "Interesting. That lunatic, he might be lacking in brains, but his immortality is a real nuisance. For you to push him this far, it seems you really do have some skill, kid." "Well then," he stopped right in front of Kagura. "Are you here to hire me?" "That's right. And who do you want me to kill?" "Not to kill anyone," Kagura shook his head. "I want you to join my organization." "An organization?" Kakuzu laughed again. "Kid, are you playing house?" "I'm only interested in money." "I know," Kagura said. 50 million Rio, just as a down payment. If you agree to join, you'll control all the finances within the organization. Every coin will be yours to manage. How does that sound?" Kakuzu's green eyes flashed suddenly. Money. That word held a fatal allure for him. But he had lived nearly a century. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. "Sounds tempting," he said. "But why should I trust you? Just because you've got Haydn, who might not even be alive? Or because you have a tongue that's barely seen as many years as I've lived? You want to hire me, Kakuzu?" His gaze turned icy cold in an instant. "Then show me if your strength is actually worth that price." He wasted no more words. He moved. His body appeared before Kagura in a lightning flash. His bandaged fist, packing the strength to shatter steel, drove hard toward Kagura's head. Kagura didn't dodge. He simply raised his right hand and caught Kakuzu's fist. A thunderous impact resounded. A powerful shockwave erupted from their clash, rippling outward in all directions. The ground around them cracked open. Kakuzu froze, staring at his own fist, caught in the other man's grip as if it were nothing at all. His eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. This kid's strength, is it actually greater than mine? Is this all you've got?" Kagura's voice was icy cold. "Old man." He abruptly clenched his 5 fingers tight. There was a sharp, unmistakable snap, the sound of bone shattering. Kakuzu's iron-hard fist was crushed to pieces in Kagura's grasp. "Ah!" Kakuzu let out a muffled groan of pain. His back suddenly split open. A monstrous heart creature, masked like a hawk and made of countless black tendrils, emerged from within his body. Wind-style, oppressive gale. A massive, high-density gust blasted forth, like an invisible wall crashing fiercely toward Kagura. Kagura released his grip. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He drew the Thunderfong blade from his waist. A jet-black, ominous arc of sword light flashed by in an instant. A wet slicing sound echoed through the air. The heart monster, still unleashing the wind technique, was instantly cleaved in two by a single stroke. It hit the ground, twitched twice, then fell completely silent. "You." Kakuzu stared at the heart he had just lost. His eyes burned red. "You're asking for death." He erupted in a violent rage. The broad, black cloak on his back burst apart. The remaining 3 heart monsters, each with a different mask, surged out. Fire style, lightning style, water style. All 3 creatures unleashed their attacks at once. Flames, lightning, and high-pressure water jets rushed from 3 different directions, completely engulfing Kagura. Kagura stood at the very heart of this elemental storm. He did not dodge. He simply closed his eyes slowly. Then he opened them again. A surge of invisible, terrifying, and overwhelming willpower exploded from within him. Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The 3 fierce monsters so menacing a moment ago were instantly pinned, as if a giant invisible hand clutched their throats. Their wild ninjutsu flickered out in an instant. Their bodies of black tendrils shook violently, overcome by fear. What is this?" Kakuzu watched, terror written clearly across his face. His eyes were filled with terror he could not comprehend. "Now." Kagura's voice was icy cold. "Am I qualified now?" Kakuzu fell silent. He quietly recalled the 3 monsters, their courage utterly shattered, back into his body. He admitted defeat. "Very good." Kagura nodded. He walked over to the scroll that sealed Haydn. He unfurled the seal. With a thump, a pile of cursing, severed limbs and torn flesh tumbled onto the floor. "Damn it! Let me out! I'll kill you for this." Haydn's head lay on the ground, howling in rage. Kakuzu watched this scene. the corner of his eye twitching faintly. Kagura paid no attention to Haiden. He crouched down and, like piecing together building blocks, reassembled Heiden's limbs and head. Then, from his ninja tools pouch, he took out a special roll of medical suturing thread. These were black threads from Kakuzu's own Earth Grudge Fear technique. He had just casually plucked it from the corpse of the wind release heart moments before. Using those black threads, he swiftly stitched Haiden back together in a matter of moments. All done. He dusted off his hands. Haiden got up from the ground. He flexed his once lost, now restored body. Then he looked at Kagura. His gaze was filled with complexity. There was anger. But even more, there was fear. You? What exactly are you? I'm your new boss, Kagura replied. And the one who can provide you with an endless supply of sacrifices. Kakuzu. Haiden. Kagura regarded the two before him. The future infamous immortal pair that would leave the entire shinobi world vexed. From today on, the two of you are partners. What? Both voiced their complaints in unison. I refuse to team up with this money-grubbing wretch. Haiden snapped. And I have no desire to work with this deranged cultist, Kakuzu retorted. That's an order, Kagura said, his tone brooking no argument. He pulled out a map. Here's your first task. Go to this location. He pointed at Amegakure on the map. Find an organization called Akatsuki. Tell them you're new members sent by Kagura. Wait for me there. I'll arrive in a week. Though both were 100 times unwilling, they still took the map. They left. Kagura watched their retreating figures fade into the distance. A faint smile curled on his lips. His foundation was taking shape bit by bit. Kakuzu and Haiden departed. Carrying Kagura's orders and their own private concerns, they headed toward Amegakure. Kagura didn't set out immediately. He turned and walked into the town, towards the largest and darkest underground intelligence exchange. Inside, the place teemed with people. Everyone hid behind cloaks and masks to conceal their identities. The air was thick with deceit and self-interest. Kagura walked all the way to the innermost counter. He tossed a heavy bag of coins onto the desk. I want to buy information. His voice was hoarse. The intelligence broker behind the counter, face obscured, nodded. What kind of information? All current S-rank rogue Nin, Kagura replied. Any data you have on shinobi with rare bloodline limits. The broker's hand paused. He lifted his head, reassessing this mysterious customer in the white mask before him. This was a big deal. That information is expensive, he said. I am aware. For all of it, packaged together, the price is 10 million ryo. Deal. Kagura tossed another bag of money onto the counter. The broker quietly accepted the payment. He reached under the counter and pulled out a black scroll. It's all in here. Kagura took the scroll from him. He unfurled it right then and there. His eyes darted quickly across the surface of the scroll. Sasori of the Red Sand, the genius puppet master from Sunagakure, an S-rank rogue ninja. Deidara, the prodigy with explosive style from Iwagakure, a potential future defector. Uchiha Itachi, the genius of Konoha, not yet turned traitor. Kisame Hashigaki, the monster of Kirigakure, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. One by one, these familiar names met his gaze. His plan was to get to each of them in advance, recruiting them all for himself, to assemble an Akatsuki that would truly be his own, unmatched in power. His eyes moved further down. He came upon several names that were specially marked. Yugo, a rare individual capable of absorbing natural energy. Suijitsu Hozuki, last of the Hozuki clan, inheritor of the secret water transformation technique. And then, Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan, the last surviving member of the Kagaya, a possessor of the Dead Bone Pulse, the clan's unique Kekiai Genkai. The information on the scroll about him was brief. Status: on the brink of death. Last seen, border of the Land of Water. Suspected to have been taken by one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Kagura rolled up the scroll and put it away. He left the exchange point. He set off at full speed toward the border of the Land of Water. He was going to find Kimimaro. And also, he would seek out the other, the one entwined with his fate, an old acquaintance. Orochimaru. 2 days later, in an ancient forest straddling the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Kagura slowed and stopped. His observation haki picked up on 2 very familiar presences. One was cold and sinister, swirling with a serpentine, sticky hunger. The other felt like a shard of icy jade, trembling at the point of shattering, radiating a sickly, near-dead aura. He had found them. Pushing aside the brush, he peered through. There stood a boy with sickly white hair, falling long and limp, quietly positioned under the ancient tree. 2 crimson dots marked his forehead. His eyes were empty, hollow, numb. This was Kimimaro Kagaya. And beside him, A pale-skinned man with long black hair and terrifying, slitted eyes was staring at the boy with a covetous, predatory gaze. "What a flawless vessel you are," he whispered. Orochimaru extended his disturbingly long tongue, giving his lips a slow lick. "The dead bone pulse. Kagaya's strongest bloodline. With you, my research can finally move to the next stage. My dream of immortality will soon." His words broke off abruptly. His pupils narrowed. He felt it. A vast, chilling presence, every bit as powerful as his own, surged toward him at an incredible speed. "Who's there?" He looked warily into the depths of the forest. A dark figure emerged from the shadows, walking neither fast nor slow. The newcomer wore a plain, unmarked white mask. "Orochimaru-sama." Kagura spoke, his voice steady and calm. "It's been a while." Orochimaru regarded him, his gaze fixed on that familiar white mask. Several names flashed rapidly through Orochimaru's mind. Root? No, none of those dogs from Root possessed a presence so overwhelming. Umbu? That didn't fit either. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice rough. "Just a passerby looking to strike a deal with you," Kagura replied. "A deal?" "Yes." Kagura's eyes drifted past Orochimaru, settling on the pale-haired youth who hadn't moved a muscle since the beginning, frozen like a lifeless puppet. He could sense it. The boy's strength was nearly gone, his life force flickering like a dying candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment. Yet behind those hollow eyes, there burned a fierce and absolute loyalty to Orochimaru, almost fanatical in its intensity. Kagura changed his mind in that instant. He knew he could not take the boy with him, at least not now, unless he took Orochimaru, the boy's one and only master, along as well. Kagura's attention returned fully to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama," he said. "Perhaps it's not the child we should be discussing, but you." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled, broad and genuinely amused. "Me? Yes," Kagura nodded. "I'm assembling a new organization, one devoted to the pursuit of all the world's truths. Your research into immortality, your forbidden jutsu development. We're very interested. Join me," Kagura continued, meeting his gaze. "I'll provide you with unlimited funding and complete freedom for your experiments." And he extended a hand. A surge of purple lightning, brimming with primal life energy, crackled and glimmered in his palm. "I can offer you research material unlike anything you've ever seen." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. Those golden, serpentine pupils now filled with greed and excitement. "Interesting. Very interesting. Your offer is quite tempting." But he looked at Kagura. "Why should I join you? Just because you hide behind a mask and play at mysteries here in the shadows?" "Because," Kagura began, "I'm stronger than you." The atmosphere around him shifted. A tremendous, terrifying, and deeply oppressive will descended. The conqueror's haki. Orochimaru's body suddenly stiffened. Shock flashed in those golden serpent eyes of his. And Kagura continued, "I can also give you the one thing you desire most. Immortality. Immortality." Those 4 words struck Orochimaru's heart like a sledgehammer. His golden eyes brimmed with greed and longing. "Are you telling the truth?" His voice came out a little hoarse. "Of course," Kagura replied. "I'll give you a laboratory that's entirely your own. Everything you could possibly wish for inside. Unlimited funds. Unlimited resources. And absolute research freedom, free from anyone's interference." Every word Kagura spoke landed perfectly on the chords of Orochimaru's ambition, whispers of temptation as precise as they were devilish. Orochimaru was moved. He was deeply tempted, but he was one of the 3 Sannin of the Hidden Leaf, one of the finest shinobi in the world. To bow before a masked child of unknown origin, his pride would not allow it. "Your offer is very tempting." Orochimaru smiled. It was a dangerous smile. "But if you want me, Orochimaru, to submit to you, you'll have to prove to me you are truly worthy." He said no more. He made his move. Shadow snake hands. A dozen jet-black, venomous serpents burst from his sleeves. Like arrows of darkness, they shot toward Kagura from all sides, fangs bared. Kagura did not move. He simply raised his left hand. Lightning. A surge of wild, purple electricity exploded from his palm. It became a net, woven entirely of lightning. The vipers that hurled themselves at the net were instantly reduced to charred, lifeless fragments. They thudded to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Seeing his first strike fail, Orochimaru quickly wove a new sign. A massive, purple serpent, thicker than a barrel, burst forth from the earth. Its gaping maw lunged at Kagura, ready to swallow him whole. Kagura didn't even spare it a glance. He simply swung a fist at the giant snake. A fist shrouded in gleaming black armament haki. Thud! A heavy, dull blow. The mighty serpent's head, powerful enough to chomp through steel, was smashed to pieces by Kagura's single punch. Its colossal body crashed down, then vanished in a swirl of white smoke. Any other tricks up your sleeve? Kagura asked, watching as Orochimaru's face darkened. Go ahead, show me everything you've got. Kusanagi sword. From Orochimaru's mouth emerged a long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. Gripping it tightly, he closed in on Kagura. With a metallic ring, Kagura drew Raiga. The jet-black blade met the edge of the Kusanagi sword. A flurry of blinding sparks exploded from their clash. Orochimaru felt a massive force surge from Kagura's blade, something he could not begin to comprehend. His hand was numb from the shock, nearly losing his grip on the Kusanagi sword. He was forced to retreat. Then he noticed a small chip had appeared on the blade of his supposedly indestructible sword. His eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It's over. Kagura offered no mercy, no second chance. In a flash, his figure vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, he was behind Orochimaru. The icy, ink-black blade of Raiga was resting neatly against Orochimaru's throat. Orochimaru froze in place. He could feel it. From the blade came an annihilating cold, a force powerful enough to erase everything. He had no doubt. One slight movement, and his head would be forever separated from his body. He had lost, utterly and completely, defeated without the slightest suspense or excuse. I've lost. He admitted it, plain and simple. I'll join you. Kagura withdrew Raiga. A wise decision, he said. He walked over to Kimimaro, who had stood there silently, still as a puppet from beginning to end. Kagura reached out his hand, allowing a gentle, life-imbued chakra to flow into Kimimaro's body. Kimimaro's face, pale as death, regained a faint flush of color moment by moment. His frail, fading body now showed signs of life again. Orochimaru watched this unfold, his eyes burning with the zeal of a scientist witnessing a miracle. This is, I told you before. Kagura met his gaze. I can grant you true immortality. Do you believe me now? Orochimaru said nothing more. He simply nodded, once with all his strength. All right, Kagura tossed him a scroll. This is a map. Take the boy and head to this place right away. He pointed at the land of rain marked on the map. Find a group called Akatsuki. Meet with their leader, Yahiko. Tell him I sent you. Understood, Orochimaru said, accepting the map. And one more thing. As if just remembering something, Kagura continued. That child named Nagato. He has a very special pair of eyes. I know you're interested. But Kagura turned his head. His black pupils had, at some point, turned into cold, golden, slit-like eyes. Those eyes. That's not something you have the privilege to touch. Put away those thoughts you shouldn't even have. Orochimaru stared at those eyes. Eyes that no longer belonged to any human. Instinctively, he swallowed hard. Otherwise, Kagura didn't finish his sentence. He simply let slip a thread of ancient, terrifying power, one that belonged to the mythical thunder dragon within him. Orochimaru's body went rigid in an instant. His own golden serpent eyes shrank down to razor-thin slits. It was as if he had suddenly come under the unwavering gaze of a supreme predator. His body, his blood, his very soul, all of them trembled uncontrollably. Every part of him screamed in warning. Run. Run now. If not, you'll die. That dreadful presence lasted for only a heartbeat. Then it vanished. Kagura reverted once more to the guise of an innocent-looking black-haired teenager. But Orochimaru no longer dared harbor any ulterior motives. He knew that boy before him had shown him mercy just now. If he'd unleashed that power from the beginning, Orochimaru doubted he'd last even a single round. Understand. He bowed his once proud head. I won't lay a hand on him. Excellent. Kagura nodded in approval. He turned and walked away. Orochimaru, carrying the unconscious Kimimaro, also withdrew. Their figures soon melted into the forest's darkness. Kagura did not linger. He too was ready to leave. But then he paused, mid-step. He spoke toward where Orochimaru had vanished. Orochimaru, one more task. From the darkness came no answer. But with his observation, Kagura sensed it. That cold, serpentine aura paused briefly. I need information, Kagura said. On Shimura Danzo. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Orochimaru's presence wavered, almost imperceptibly, but it was clear enough. Oh, a raspy, taunting voice floated from the shadows. Orochimaru's figure reappeared along the edge of the trees. His golden serpent eyes gleamed in the dark, casting an unsettling light. Danzo, that old man is not someone you can pry into casually. And you, a masked man with no clear background. What makes you interested in him? He was probing. That's not your concern, Kagura replied calmly. Your task is to provide information. Every recent activity he's undertaken. Every base route currently controls. All the secret connections he has with forces outside the village. I want every last detail. Orochimaru smiled. Hee. Quite the appetite you have, kid. Do you have any idea how much this information is worth? And how are you so sure there's a connection between us? I don't need to know, Kagura replied. I only care about the result. You have one day. Gather together all the information you have on Danzo. Send it to these coordinates. He pinned a slip of paper with the coordinates written on it to a nearby tree using a kunai. If you can't do it, or if you try any tricks, Kagura slowly turned around. At some point, his black pupils had shifted. Now, they shone golden, slit like those of a predatory beast. An overwhelming, icy pressure filled the air. You'll bear the consequences. The smile froze on Orochimaru's face. He stared into those eyes that simply couldn't belong to a human. Even for one of the legendary Sannin, that chilling aura was enough to set his heart racing with unease. He fell silent. With that, Kagura said no more. He didn't stay. He turned and left. Orochimaru remained rooted to the spot. He watched Kagura's disappearing silhouette, then glanced at the paper talisman pinned to the trunk. Within his own golden, snake-like eyes, an intense gleam of excitement and avarice flickered. This is getting more and more interesting. Kagura didn't make for the land of rain right away. Instead, he found a quiet little town on the border of the land of fire. He was waiting for the information he'd demanded. A day passed. At dusk, a slender white snake silently slithered into his room. It clutched a black scroll in its mouth. Kagura took the scroll. The snake vanished into a puff of white smoke. Orochimaru had been obedient and efficient. Kagura unsealed the scroll. Within, it contained information on Danzo. Extremely detailed. Far more than anything he'd found before in the Konoha library. It included the locations of several of Root's secret bases. Recent covert dealings between Danzo and the Sand and Rain villages. Orochimaru had even marked the precise contents and timing of transactions with Hanzo, as well as some vague speculations drawn from Orochimaru's own research about the Sharingan embedded in Danzo's arm, their possible number and origins. Kagura committed all this intel to memory. It both confirmed some of his suspicions and filled in gaps in what he knew. He stowed the scroll away. He had a new target in mind now. From his ninja pouch, he took out another map. This one showed the teleportation markers for the Flying Thunder God technique. He quickly located the point nearest to the border with the Land of Water. Then he took out a specially crafted trident-shaped kunai. He was on the move. He raced toward the marked location at full speed. Half a day later, he arrived at an abandoned watchtower on the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. He placed the Flying Thunder God kunai on the ground. Closing his eyes, he pressed his hands together to form seals. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, his figure vanished from where he stood. And in the next instant, he reappeared 1,000 miles away, in a world of ice and snow. Before him stood another identical trident-shaped kunai, quietly embedded in a rock already blanketed by snow and ice. Kagura retrieved the kunai. The biting wind, laced with snowflakes, lashed against his body. He strode toward a dilapidated town swallowed by the blizzard. He put on a white mask. He walked down the snow-covered streets. On either side, the houses stood in ruin and barely anyone passed by. Each person wore a look of numbness and suspicion. His observation haki spread across the small town. He was searching for that cold, pure aura tinged with an unmelting sadness. He found it swiftly, tucked away in one corner of the town, beneath a wooden bridge on the verge of collapse. A little black-haired boy, no more than 6 or 7 years old, was curled up there. He was wrapped in nothing but a thin, tattered cloth. His lips were frozen purple, his eyes hollow and empty. That was Haku. Kagura didn't approach at once, because he sensed it, not far off, on the rooftop of a house. Another presence, savage and murderous, brimming with power. That aura was locked tight on the little boy beneath the bridge. Zabuza Momochi. Kagura stood still. He waited for Zabuza to make the first move. Up on the rooftop, Zabuza gazed at the trembling boy below the bridge. His eyes were layered with complex emotions. From this child, he saw echoes of his own past. The same loneliness, the same rejection from this damned world. He leapt down from the rooftop. Step by step, he walked toward Haku. With every step, the snow crunched beneath his feet. Haku heard the sound. He looked up. He saw the towering, bandaged man walking toward him. Fear filled his eyes. Zabuza stopped in front of him. He looked down at this child who resembled a frightened little animal. He reached out his hand. He was ready to accept this tool. But just as his hand was about to touch Haku's shoulder, a figure appeared out of nowhere between him and the child. What do you want? Zabuza stared at the mysterious figure in front of him, the one wearing a white mask. His hand had already tightened around the hilt of the massive beheading sword slung across his back. That's what I should be asking you. Kagura's voice was icy cold. Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. A rogue ninja, rank S, fled the village after a failed attempt to assassinate the fourth Mizukage, Kagura. Zabuza's pupils contracted. Just who are you? I am someone who can offer you a chance to realize your ambition, Kagura answered. Ambition? Zabuza gave a short, disdainful laugh. I'm nothing but a beaten, wandering dog. No, Kagura shook his head. You haven't been defeated. You simply lack a sharper blade, one strong enough to cut down the entire hidden mist village. Zabuza fell silent. What are you getting at? Join me, Kagura said. I can give you that blade. I can provide you with an army powerful enough to overturn the Blood Mist village. I can supply you with endless resources and weapons. One day, Kagura looked straight at him. I will let you personally bring an end to this era of the Blood Mist, the era that Kagura himself created. Zabuza gazed back at Kagura. His eyes flickered intensely. His heart wavered. Everything that this masked man promised was exactly what he had longed for, day and night. And why should I trust you? He asked. Because Kagura willed it. A vast, terrifying, oppressive will erupted forth. Conqueror's Haki. Zabuza's body locked up. He felt an immense, invisible pressure descend. It radiated from the man behind the mask. His body trembled uncontrollably. It became hard to breathe. Is this enough? Kagura asked. Zabuza didn't reply. He sank to one knee. He chose submission. Excellent. Kagura withdrew his overwhelming presence. He tossed Zabuza a scroll. Go to this place. Find an organization named Akatsuki. Wait for me there. Zabuza took the scroll. He cast a glance at the small boy who, from start to finish, had stayed curled up in the corner, motionless with fear. What about him? I'll keep the boy, Kagura said. Zabuza did not ask further. He stood, his figure vanishing quickly into the snowy wind. Beneath the bridge, only Kagura and the frightened, shivering boy remained. Kagura removed his mask. He crouched down before the boy. He held out his hand. What's your name? He asked. Haku, the boy answered softly. Would you like to come with me? Kagura looked at Bai. He gazed at the warm hand reaching out to him. Then he glanced down at his own hands, cold, caked with grime and mud. He hesitated. His voice was barely a whisper, thin from long hunger and cold. My hands are dirty. That's all right. Kagura smiled gently. From now on, just stay with me. He took the initiative to clasp Bai's icy, small hand, lifting him out from beneath the frigid bridge. He led him into the sunlight. Kagura didn't rush to continue their journey. First, he took Bai to the largest inn in town, booked the coziest room for him, and ordered a lavish table, laden with steaming hot dishes. Bai gazed at the food before him, dishes he had only ever seen in his dreams. He didn't move. He looked to Kagura. Go ahead and eat, Kagura said. You'll never have to go hungry again. At last, Bai picked up his chopsticks. He ate slowly, but with great care. Tears fell, one after another, into his rice bowl. Kagura left him in peace. He understood. This child needed time. Time to say farewell to the despairing past. After the meal, Kagura took Bai to the best tailor in town, fitted him in fresh, warm clothes. Bai no longer looked like the little beggar from the street. He seemed transformed into a refined young master from some noble house. Let's go. Kagura ruffled his hair kindly. It's time we set off. Where are we going? Bai asked softly. To a place where you can practice in peace, Kagura replied. He didn't follow the main road any longer. He led Bai into the borderlands of the land of water, into mountains forever blanketed in snow and ice. Before reaching the Hidden Rain village, he needed to teach this child the most fundamental things. How to survive, and also how to control his power. Deep in the snowy mountains, on a wide, open plateau, Bai. Kagura watched him quietly. Do you know what sets you apart from others? Bai shook his head. There's something unique in your blood, Kagura explained. That blood gives you the power to control ice. Ice release. At the mention of those two words, Bai's body flinched instinctively. Fear flooded his eyes. He remembered his mother. It was because of this very power that his father had killed her with his own hands. Don't be afraid. Kagura knelt down, meeting Bai's gaze. Power itself has no sense of good or evil. It's the one who uses it who determines that. Your mother used it to protect you, and your father, he used it to vent his own fears. Now, I ask you, which kind of person do you want to become? Haku gazed at Kagura. He looked into those calm eyes. eyes that seemed to see straight through him. He thought for a long time. Then, with conviction, he nodded hard. I want to be someone who can protect Lady Kagura. Very good. Kagura stood up. Then from today onward, let go of your fear of it. Make it a part of you. Feel it, understand it, and learn to control it. Now, he pointed to a clearing in front of them. Try using your power to form an ice needle. Create one exactly like the sunbon I'm holding. Haku no. He followed Kagura's guidance, trying to draw forth that icy chakra within him. He failed. All he managed was a misshapen lump of ice. Again, Kagura's voice was steady, unwavering. Haku tried again. Another failure. Again. Failure. Again. Failure. Again. 2 hours later, Haku was so exhausted he could barely stand. The ground before him was littered with a strange collection of icy lumps, each one a failed attempt. But not a single one resembled a needle. I'm sorry, Lady Kagura. His voice trembled on the edge of tears. I just can't do it. It's not that you can't do it, Kagura said. It's that you're not focused enough. Your mind is distracted. There's still fear inside you. Look at me. Kagura reached out his right hand. Armament Haki. In a heartbeat, a jet black shell coated his entire hand. Haku stared in shock. Place your hand on mine, Kagura instructed. Haku hesitated a moment, but then he placed his small hand onto that cold, dark, strong hand. Now, Kagura said, close your eyes. Empty your mind. Feel only the absolute control I'm passing to you. A pure, chilling, but unwavering force emanated from Kagura's hand, flowing into Haku. It washed over his heart, cleansing away the fear and confusion. Haku's breathing slowed, became steady. His mind went completely still. That's it. Kagura let go. Try again. Haku stretched out his hand once more. This time, at his fingertips, a crystal-clear ice needle, identical to Kagura's sunbon, slowly began to take shape. It was still delicate, still fragile. But it had worked. I did it. I stared at the ice needle forming at his fingertip, eyes brimming with incredulous joy. This is only the first step, Kagura said. He stepped back more than 10 meters and drew a kunai from his belt. Now for the second step. I want you to block my kunai with your ice needle. As he spoke, his wrist flicked sharply. The kunai whistled through the air, slicing toward Bai. Bai flinched in surprise, instinctively wanting to dodge. Don't dodge. Kagura's voice rang in his ear like a thunderclap. Use your ice. Stop it. Bai gritted his teeth. He raised the hand, still holding the formative ice needle, and thrust it out to meet the rapidly approaching kunai. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. Bai, holding the still fragile needle he'd just condensed, had blocked the flying kunai. The ice needle shattered. The kunai ricocheted away. I did it. Bai stared at his unharmed hand, eyes filled with breathless wonder. Very good. Kagura nodded approvingly. Your talent is even greater than I imagined. He glanced at the darkening sky. We're running out of time, he said. I'll teach you the rest on the road. He walked up to Bai and squatted down in front of him. Get on. Lord Kagura? I said get on. Kagura's tone brooked no disobedience. We have to move faster. Bai hesitated for a moment, but dutifully climbed onto Kagura's not particularly broad back. Kagura rose to his feet. He could barely feel the weight at all. Hold on tight. He gave a curt command. In the next instant, his figure shot forward like an arrow loose from the string, trailing a long, pale streak through the wind and snow. A day later, land of rain, border. Beneath the remains of an abandoned watchtower, Kagura's chosen rendezvous point. The atmosphere was thick with tension. More than a dozen figures, each radiating a powerful and dangerous aura, stood scattered about the area. Everyone maintained a wary distance from the others, eyes sharp with suspicion. Damn it, is that brat Kagura coming or not? A silver-haired man, hefting a gargantuan scythe over his shoulder, was the first to break the silence with a burst of impatience. It was Haydn. Lord Jashin doesn't have all day to spend waiting for some tardy punk in the middle of nowhere. Shut up, Haydn. Another man, his body swathed in bandages with only a pair of green eyes visible, cut in coldly. It was Kakuzu. Mouth off one more time, and I'll rip your head off and use it as a chamber pot. What was that? Say it again, you money-grubbing codger. Haydn erupted. If you've got the guts, say it again. All right, let's just keep it down, everyone. A boy with orange hair, who had an easygoing and cheerful air about him, stepped forward to mediate. It was Yahiko. Standing beside him were Nagato and Konan. Mr. Kagura, he will come, Yahiko said. He promised us. A promise? A vow? What are those worth, really? Kakuzu let out a cold sneer. Exactly. What if that brat has been lying to us the whole time, luring all of us freaks out here just to wipe us out in one go? Haydn joined in, stirring up the crowd. He won't. Nagato suddenly spoke up. His voice was deep, but resolute. Not far away, Zabuza Momochi leaned against a great rock, cradling his massive executioner's blade, eyes closed, conserving his strength. He had no interest in their squabbles. He cared only about whether the man who had vowed to help him overthrow the hidden mist would actually show. And farther off, in a shadowed corner, Orochimaru observed the unfolding spectacle with his golden, serpentine eyes full of curious amusement. Standing motionless at his side, like a lifeless doll, was the white-haired boy, Kimimaro. How fascinating. Orochimaru flicked out his tongue and slowly licked his lips. S-rank missing Nin, bloodline limit users, and even a legendary Rinnegan among them. What is that kid really up to? He's gathered all of us here, some of the most dangerous people in the world. Doesn't he fear getting burned by his own fire? Time ticked by, second after second. The appointed hour was nearly up. Kagura still had not appeared. Even Yahiko, whose face was always steady, looked a touch anxious now. Heiden's complaints grew louder and more raucous with each passing moment. I told you so. He's run off, just like I said he would. What a waste of my time. If I ever see him again, I'll offer him up to Lord Jashin myself. And then, a calm, emotionless voice suddenly rang out behind them. Oh, well, why not start now? Haiden instantly went rigid, and everyone turned. There they saw, atop the watchtower, the black-haired boy wearing a white mask had appeared without anyone noticing. On his back, he carried another small, black-haired boy who looked no more than 6 or 7. Nobody had seen how he'd arrived, not even Nagato's Rinnegan, nor Orochimaru's senses. You! Haiden was startled and infuriated. When did you? Kagura paid him no mind. He leapt lightly from the top of the tower, landing softly in front of the gathered crowd. He set the boy from his back gently on the ground. And then, right before everyone's eyes, slowly, the white mask was taken off. Revealed beneath, there was a young, delicate face, barely 13 years old. Everyone present froze, their expressions locked in place. The kid, Kakuzu, was stunned. It's you. Even Zabuza was momentarily speechless. Haiden was so shocked that he stood there, completely dumbfounded. How is it you little brat? Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were equally astonished. They had known for some time that Kagura was young, but never imagined he could be this young. Only one person showed no such surprise. Orochimaru. He stared at Kagura's face, both familiar and strangely unfamiliar. Those golden, serpentine eyes were filled with unmasked shock. Kikyo Mountain. The boy commander who had stayed utterly composed on a battlefield drowned in blood and corpses. The monster who punched a sand village elite to death with bare hands. The prodigy highly esteemed by Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. To think that this boy was the same enigmatic masked figure who rallied forces behind the scenes, someone bold enough to play games with Orochimaru himself. They were one and the same. A 13-year-old jonin from Konoha, Kakuzu, suddenly spoke. His voice was rough, raspy. At Kikyo Mountain, he single-handedly commanded 60 genin and wiped out a 500-strong Sand Village advance unit. At Canopy Bridge, he stayed behind, covering the retreat on his own, holding his ground against Lady Chiyo, the Sandmaster. He personally sabotaged the Stone Village's underground supply lines and casually killed 36 elite Earth-style users of the Stone Village. Konoha's Black Dragon. I haven't got any of that wrong, have I? Kakuzu stared straight at Kagura. Your head is worth 50 million Ryo on the black market. Kakuzu's words plunged everyone into dead silence once more. Now, all eyes landed on Kagura with a kind of wary awe, as if he were a creature out of legend. So this was him. The same legendary prodigy from Leaf, whose name soared during the final phase of the Third Shinobi World War. Orochimaru's gaze grew even brighter. Finally, he could match the boy in front of him with the fleeting glimpse he'd caught on the battlefield at Kikyo Mountain, and with the mysterious masked figure who once crushed him effortlessly in that forest with a power beyond understanding. It was him all along. All right, Kagura said, unperturbed by the way everyone looked at him as if he were a ghost. He clapped his hands to draw attention. Seems everyone's here. Then, allow me to introduce. From today on, we are a team. A brand new Akatsuki. He walked over to stand by Haku, who still seemed a bit shy in this new company. Reaching out, he ruffled Haku's hair. Konan, he said, this child's name is Haku. He's yours to care for from now on. Konan looked at the boy standing before her, whose eyes were clear, yet held a hint of timidity. The softest part of her heart was touched ever so slightly. She nodded. Kagura then walked over to Yahiko and Nagato. He took out a scroll. It was the intelligence he had bought from the exchange, all the information on S-rank rogue ninjas and those with Kekkei Genkai. This is for you. He handed the scroll to Yahiko. The name's on it. I want them all. From today on, the task of recruiting new members is yours. I believe you two can handle it well. Yahiko looked at the scroll in his hands. Then he looked at the boy standing before him, someone several years younger than himself. He nodded earnestly. Leave it to us. Excellent. At last, Kagura looked around at everyone. I know what you're all thinking. Some of you are here for money, some for revenge, some for what you call the truth, and some of you are here simply because you have nowhere else to go. I don't care. I brought you together for one thing only, and that is power. I will give you everything you want. All I ask in return is that you give your strength to me. Now, he turned and looked east. Everyone, follow me. Where to? Kakuzu asked. Home, Kagura replied. To the headquarters that will shape our future. The land of whirlpools. The land of whirlpools. At the mention of that name, most of those present were left stunned. The land of whirlpools? Haydn was the first to shout. Isn't that place already wiped off the map? Why will we go there? Dig up graves? Or has a donkey kicked your brain? A country that's already destroyed? Zabuza's voice was icy. No tactical value, impossible to defend, and the resources are depleted. Orochimaru didn't say a word. Behind those golden, serpentine eyes, he watched Kagura with keen interest. He wanted to see what kind of game this strange boy was playing. You'll understand once we arrive. Kagura offered no explanation. He hoisted Haku onto his back once more and set off at the head of the group. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, without a moment's hesitation, followed immediately. Kakuzu fell in behind them. Zabuza, holding his massive executioner's blade, paused in thought. At last he, too, melted into the shadows and vanished. Haydn cursed a few times under his breath. Mysterious as ever. What's with all the secrecy? But in the end, he too shouldered his scythe and gave chase. Orochimaru simply smiled. Bringing Kimimaro with him, he tailed the group at his own unhurried pace, always the last in line. A group made up of S-rank rogue ninja and monsters, the most dangerous expedition party in the world. Just like that, they surged forward in grand procession, heading toward that land of ruin long forgotten by the world. 2 days later, they arrived in the land of whirlpools. The scene before them was exactly as they had imagined. Everywhere, there were crumbling walls and broken structures. Everywhere, ruins corroded by the relentless sea. A salty, damp wind carrying the scent of death filled the air. Damn it, Haydn swore again, unable to restrain himself. Kid, why the hell did you bring us here? What's your plan? There's not a single living soul left here for my sacrifices. Kakuzu cast his money-hungry gaze all around, sizing up the surroundings. His conclusion was simple. This place was utterly worthless. Don't be so hasty. Kagura was calm, unruffled. Leading the group through a vast, ruined city, he brought them to the very center of the land of whirlpools, where there stood an old shrine, half-collapsed, weathered by time. This is it, he said. He set White down gently. Then, alone, he approached the shrine's torii gate, its massive stone pillars covered in cracks. Reaching out, he pressed his hand against the cold stone. Uzumaki style, seal release, he intoned, his voice low and commanding. From his palm, a torrent of golden, refined chakra surged forth. In an instant, it spread out, enveloping the entire torii. Ancient symbols, invisible moments before, lit up across the stone in a soft, glowing script. The ground began to shake violently, a deep, thunderous rumble echoing all around. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the unremarkable shrine and the vast square before it slowly began to split apart on either side. From within, a vast, pitch-black entrance yawned open, leading deep underground. A breath of ancient air, thick with history, rushed out from the darkness below. What is this? Yahiko was utterly stunned. Welcome, Kagura turned, looking at them all. To our true stronghold, the heart of the whirlpool tides. He was the first to step inside. One after another, each lost in their own thoughts, the others followed him in. The underground world was far more expansive than any of them had imagined. A colossal stone chamber wide enough to hold thousands. Countless storage rooms, forging halls, and training quarters grouped by purpose. There was even a separate underground water source. This was no mere ruin. It was a fully equipped, gigantic underground fortress. This was the Uzumaki clan's final refuge, prepared long ago in anticipation of their destruction. Kagura explained to the group. Sadly, they never had a chance to use it. But now it belongs to us. With that, he led everyone into the largest, most spacious conference hall at the very heart of the complex. He took his place at the head of the group. He gazed at the crowd before him. Monsters, every one of them, representing the future's greatest force in the ninja world. All right, he said. Let's talk about our brand new Akatsuki. Our plans for the future. First, our organizational structure. His eyes settled on Yahiko. Yahiko, yes. From today on, you are the leader of Akatsuki. Yahiko froze, caught off guard. What? But the leader in the eyes of the world, Kagura clarified. Your ideals, your charisma, these are the greatest banner we have to rally, those who also yearn for peace, and all the living forces longing for change. We need a flag we can proudly raise beneath the sun. And you are the best choice for that. Yahiko looked at Kagura. He understood Kagura's meaning. He nodded solemnly. Understand. Kagura's gaze shifted to Nagato. Nagato. Yes. You are Akatsuki's ultimate weapon. Your Rinnegan is our strongest trump card against the 5 great nations. Your task is to train and grow stronger. I will help you truly master these eyes. Unless it's truly necessary, you don't need to take the field. Nagato nodded as well. Conan. Yes. Your responsibility is intelligence. Your dance of a shikigami is the perfect technique for reconnaissance and infiltration. You will build us an intelligence network that spans the entire ninja world. Conan answered in acknowledgement. Haku, you will now follow Conan, Kagura said, patting Haku's head. Learn how to gather information, and how to protect yourself as well. Haku nodded vigorously. Kagura turned next to the new members who had just joined. Kakazu. Yeah. You are Akatsuki's chief financial officer. I don't care what methods you use, stealing, swindling, or doing business. I want you to build us an empire of wealth rivaling entire nations, and I want it done fast. Kakuzu's green eyes sparkled. Deal. Hi. What? You'll work with Kaku. Your job is to remove any obstacles standing in the way of his money-making ventures. You're free to offer up as many sacrifices to your Jashin god as you like. A wide, toothy grin stretched across Hayden's face, bearing a set of razor-sharp teeth. I like the sound of that. Zabuza. Yes. You'll be captain of Akatsuki's newly formed Hunter Division. Your mission is to eliminate any organizations or individuals hostile to us. I'll give you the men and resources you need. Rebuild your 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. And then, with your own hands, go and turn the Bloody Mist village upside down. Zabuza's grip on his giant executioner's blade tightened further. In his eyes, the flames of vengeance began to burn. All right. At last, Kagura turned to face the man who had always carried an amused, enigmatic smile. Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are Akatsuki's chief technical advisor. Every laboratory in this base is under your control. I will give you everything you ask for. Funding, resources, and absolute freedom. You have only one task. With your expertise, make us stronger. Kimamaro's illness, Nagato's eyes, Hayden's immortality, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear. They're all your research subjects. In Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes, an intense fanaticism shone. Deal. Excellent. Kagura nodded in satisfaction. As for myself, I am Akatsuki's founder, and the ultimate decision-maker. I won't handle day-to-day management. My responsibility is to chart our grand course. Yahiko is our leader in the light. I rule from within the shadows. Now, then, he produced a scroll, inscribed with the names of every S-rank rogue ninja. This is our first major objective. Go. Bring all of these people to me, dead or alive. Kagura remained in the land of whirlpools for a full day. He ensured every detail was in place. Is everything clear? He addressed the assembled group. Yes. Yahiko spoke on behalf of them all. Very good. Kagura nodded. From this moment on, begin your respective missions. He turned to leave. Kagura-sama. A crisp voice, tinged with reluctance, called after him. It was Haku. Kagura stopped, turning back. He crouched down before the clear-eyed boy. What is it? Are you leaving? Haku asked softly. Yes. Kagura gently ruffled his hair. I have to go back. There are many matters in Konoha that need my attention. What about me? You'll remain here, Kagura said, and continue studying under Sister Conan. When you grow up, your ice release will become one of our mightiest weapons. Haku nodded, half understanding, half wondering. Kagura. Yahiko stepped over as well. You're not staying? After all, this is our new base. I can't stay here just yet, Kagura replied, standing and giving his head a shake. My identity in Konoha is still useful. And with you all here, I have no worries. As he spoke, he reached into his pouch and retrieved a specially crafted, tri-pronged kunai. He slid the kunai into the gap at the center of the meeting room's stone table. I've marked the coordinates here. If anything happens, if you run into an emergency you can't handle, shatter it. I'll return instantly. The flying thunder god technique. A flash of undisguised shock flickered in Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes. He stared at Kagura, as if he were facing some enigma he could never hope to unravel. The others, upon hearing the words flying thunder god, were equally stunned. This young man, just how many cards does he still have up his sleeve? Kagura made no further explanation. At last, he glanced over at Nagato. Nagato, yes. When I'm back next time, I'll explain the Rinnegan to you in detail. And one more thing. You're a member of the Uzumaki clan. In this base, you have full access to all sealing scrolls. Study them all. Yes. Nagato nodded solemnly. Kagura lingered no longer. He nodded to the others in farewell. Then, in the blink of an eye, his figure dissolved into an afterimage. He was gone. Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato was reading over a report freshly submitted from the intelligence division. His brows were tightly furrowed. The report was simple and to the point. Kagura, the Jonin of Team 11, disappeared from his squad during an A-rank escort mission at the border of the land of hot water. His current whereabouts unknown. He still hadn't returned. With a loud crash, Minato slammed his fist onto the desk. That kid, he's completely out of control. He knew, of course, how strong Kagura was. But he also knew just how perilous the shinobi world could be. Haiden, Kakuzu, monsters who lived with a blade at their throats, ranking S-class for a reason. And Kagura, he'd gone after them alone? This wasn't confidence. It was a death wish. Bring Hyuga Takuma and Karama Yakumo to me now. He barked the order at the ANBU waiting by the door. A few minutes later, Takuma and Yakumo stepped into the office, visibly anxious. Lord Hokage. Speak. Minato's voice was cold as ice. Where exactly did Kagura go? Takuma and Yakumo exchanged worried glances. They recounted everything that had happened that day at the exchange station. From Haiden's bounty to Kakuzu's information. Captain said he was going to meet an old friend worth a lot of money. Takuma finished. And he told us to head back first. When they were done, Minato fell silent. His face, so often gentle, rarely showed such anger. But it wasn't Takuma or Yakumo he was angry with. It was Kagura. That kid has always been the type to shoulder everything on his own, never willing to confide a single extra word to his teacher, no matter what was going on. It's infuriating. Understand, he replied. He waved his hand dismissively. You two go on now. For the time being, don't take on any mission assignments. Yes, sir. Takuma and Yakumo felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They gave a hasty bow and retreated from the office. Once again, only Minato was left in the room. He gazed out of the window at the deep blue sky. A heavy worry weighed on his heart. Kagura, you fool. Please, don't let anything happen to you. Just then, the office door was knocked on again. A member of the ANBU walked in. Hokage-sama. We just received a report from the gate guards. Jonin Kagura has returned. Minato paused for a moment. Then the tightness in his heart, which had been coiled there for so long, finally eased. But hot on its heels came a flash of anger, swift and fierce. Send him in right now. A few minutes later, Kagura stepped into the Hokage's office. He saw Minato-sensei's grim expression. He also saw the worry in his teacher's eyes that hadn't yet fully faded. Sensei. Kagura addressed him with a respectful bow. Oh, so you do remember I'm your teacher? Minato slammed his hand onto the desk and stood up. Do I mean anything to you at all? You left your team without permission. Went after 2 S-rank missing Nin all on your own. Kagura, is it that now you've made Jonin, you think you're untouchable? He was genuinely angry now. Kagura kept his silence. He simply stood there quietly, waiting for Minato to vent his frustration. Speak. Finally spent, Minato sat back down, exhausted. What exactly happened? Kagura scratched his head, giving a sheepish, awkward smile. Sensei, please don't be angry. It's just, at the exchange, I happened to hear intel on Haiden and Kaku. They had pretty high bounties. He continued, so I thought my skills aren't bad now. Wouldn't hurt to test myself against them, and maybe earn some pocket money along the way. Listening to this explanation, which was honestly so shameless it almost sounded like a bad joke, Minato was stunned. His towering anger evaporated on the spot. In its place surged a feeling of helplessness. You? He pointed at Kagura, but for the longest time couldn't manage a single word to follow. What could he say? Tell him he was wrong? But the guy had come back without a scratch. Tell him he was reckless? But there wasn't a trace of fear or regret on Kagura's face. So, what happened in the end? Minato could only ask with a sigh. We fought, Kagura replied, completely nonchalant. Those two are quite the handful. But in the end, I still managed to find an opportunity to escape. Of course, he wasn't about to reveal that he had already taken those two under his command. You got away? Minato let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It was just a fight. Nothing truly serious happened. Kagura. He looked at his student. This boy he felt both love and exasperation for. He let out a heavy sigh. Whether you're trying to test your strength or earn some extra pocket money, that's not my concern. There's only one thing you need to know. From this day forward, unless I give you permission, you're not allowed to accept any more missions. I want you to stay put in the village. You're not to go anywhere. Spend more time with Kushina. She's been feeling awfully cooped up lately. Yes, sir. Kagura nodded. He knew all too well. His teacher was putting him under a roundabout form of house arrest. Minato was afraid he'd take on some task, run off, and stir up more trouble. But Kagura didn't mind. He actually needed some quiet time to train, to sharpen his own strength. Then, Sensei, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. He got ready to turn and leave. Wait, Kagura. Minato seemed to remember something suddenly. He called out, stopping him. Wait, Kagura. Minato's voice brought him to a halt. Kagura stopped, turning back toward his teacher. He saw it then. The face of Minato, which only moments ago had been twisted with exasperation and irritation, now restored to the calm gravity one would expect of the fourth Hokage. Come back here, Minato said quietly. Sit down. Kagura sat back down in the chair. It works out that you're back now, Minato began. There are some things about the village you ought to know. Absent-mindedly, he tapped his fingers against the table. It's about the Uchiha clan. A flicker of understanding crossed Kagura's eyes. It was coming. The Third Great Ninja War. We won, Minato said slowly. The Uchiha played an irreplaceable role in the war. Their Sharingan was our trump card on the front lines against both the Stone and Cloud. There's no question about that. But his tone shifted. The war is over. Peace has returned. And old disputes, ones pushed underground by the needs of war, are resurfacing. There are murmurs in the village. Some people are afraid of the Uchiha. They fear the tremendous power the clan wields. They fear the Uchiha's pride, that sense of being apart from the heart of the village. And the Uchiha themselves, they've sensed this mistrust. They feel they've shed blood and sacrificed so much for the village. And yet, they have not received the respect and recognition they rightfully deserve. Their contributions are being deliberately forgotten. Tensions are escalating. Minato looked at Kagura. I want to change all of this. I want the Uchiha to truly become a part of this village. But I failed. The village elders and advisors harbor deep-rooted prejudice against the Uchiha. And the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku, is an extremely proud man who refuses to adapt. I'm caught in the middle. I don't know what to do anymore. He gazed at the young disciple before him, someone whose mind was, in many ways, more mature than his own. Kagura, what do you think of the Uchiha? He finally voiced the question. Kagura didn't answer right away. Scenes of the future flashed through his mind. The Naka River, that blood-soaked night. Itachi Uchiha, with those Mangekyo Sharingan, eyes streaked with tears of blood. And the fallen Fugaku Uchiha, lying in a crimson pool. Sensei, he spoke at last. They are a clan of lonely geniuses, yearning for recognition, yet unable to find a way to truly fit in. Minato was taken aback. Lonely geniuses. It was an odd way to describe them. But, strangely enough, it was perfectly accurate. Their bloodline grants them great power, and with it, a pride they are born with, Kagura continued. That pride keeps them from bowing their heads as easily as others might. It also isolates them in a world that values collective spirit and obedience. They long for the village's trust, but they are unwilling to let go of their pride and meet the village halfway. So in the end, the only thing left for them is to assert their existence, awkwardly or even rebelliously. For example, they cling tightly to their police force. It's their authority, but it's also a cage they've built around themselves. Minato listened in silence. He realized that Kagura had, in just a few words, hit upon the heart of the problem that had confounded him for so long. So what do you think should be done? He asked. It's simple, Kagura replied. Break open that cage. Draw them out from the narrow confines of the police force. Give them a stage big enough to truly show what they can do. And let them find again what it means to belong to the hidden leaf as shinobi. Ow! Promote those among them who are truly talented, who genuinely believe in the will of fire, Kagura said. Let them join the Umbu. And perhaps, a flash of determination lit his eyes. You can personally issue the order to establish a personal guard squad, one that belongs exclusively to you and answers only to your command as Hokage. Let the elite of the Uchiha be its core. With your trust as the fourth Hokage, let it be known to everyone. Uchiha are not outsiders. They're the sharpest blade in defense of the Hokage. and the most reliable shield protecting Konoha. No matter what happens. Kagura looked at Minato. The Uchiha are also part of us here in the Leaf. They are family, just like the rest of us. We can't let our family down. Family. That word was like a key. In an instant, it unlocked a long-hidden chain within Minato's heart. He remembered now. He remembered that silly, noisy boy who never stopped talking about becoming Hokage. Obito. He too was an Uchiha. In Minato's usually bright blue eyes, a light mist seemed to gather. I understand now. He stood up. He walked over to Kagura. Reaching out, he placed a hand on Kagura's shoulder. Kagura, this matter, I'm entrusting it to you. Kagura paused, surprised. Me? Yes, Minato nodded. You are a hero of the war. Among your peers, none command more respect. You don't belong to any of the great clans. Your stance is completely neutral. And most importantly, you understand them. You are the best choice to approach the Uchiha. This is the first S-rank mission I am assigning you as the 4th Hokage, Minato said, leaving no room for doubt. Understand, Kagura straightened his posture. Yes, Lord Hokage. And also, Minato spoke again. Take Kakashi with you. Kakashi. MHM, Minato nodded. His eye. Perhaps it's another key to open the hearts of the Uchiha. Understand. Kagura accepted this mission, one even more troublesome than the trip to the Hidden Ring. Kakashi and Rin haven't been doing well lately. Minato's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Obito's death hit them both far too hard. Kakashi has completely shut himself off. Other than taking on missions, he locks himself away in training all day. Rin is still working with the medical unit, but the smile on her face is gone. They both need someone who can pull them out of that shadow. Minato looked at Kagura. And you're the best person for that. Don't worry, Sensei, Kagura said. I'll help them find their way again. With that, Kagura left the Hokage's office. He didn't go to find Kakashi right away. Instead, he returned to the secret base in the Forest of Death. He needed a moment to himself, some time to sort through his thoughts, and to take stock of all the powers he now possessed. Sitting cross-legged, he reviewed everything he'd gained since arriving in this world. The mythical beast Thunder Dragon Fruit. This was the core of his power. It granted him a superhuman physique, terrifying healing abilities, and the command of lightning. But his development with it was still rudimentary. He couldn't maintain the human beast form for long. As for deeper transformations, and that legendary state known as Devil Fruit Awakening, he hadn't even found the doorway yet. His techniques were too limited. All he really had was Thunderclap and Judgment. Apart from those, he lacked truly effective ways to attack. His mind wandered to an anime from his previous life. Fairy Tail. He recalled Laxus, the lightning dragon slayer from a story. All those lightning techniques he used. The dragon's roar. The dragon's fist. The dragon halberd. Maybe there were things worth borrowing. Then there was the power of the 3 haki. He had already pushed his observation haki to the point of glimpsing brief flashes of the future. But it still wasn't steady. His armament haki could now flow outward. But true mastery, the advanced form that can destroy from within. He hadn't grasped it at all. As for Conqueror's haki, he could actively release it now. But to go further, wreathing it around his blades or fists to strike with overwhelming might, that was still a distant dream. He allowed a long sigh. If only I had someone like Kaido, someone to spar with me, to really push me. A self-mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He understood. With his current strength, he could handle almost anything this world threw at him. But there were beings at the 6 paths level ahead. And even the Otsutsuki, those who came from beyond the stars. He wasn't strong enough yet. He needed to become even stronger. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. An ultimate cheat to multiply his training speed. The multi-shadow clone jutsu. 3rd Hokage had classified it as a forbidden technique, sealing it away in a scroll. But for him now, retrieving it was hardly a challenge. Without hesitation, he used Flying Thunder God to return to the Hokage's office. Minato was momentarily startled, seeing his student reappear so soon after leaving. What is it? Sensei, Kagura said. I want to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Minato looked at him. All right. He didn't ask why. Without further words, he unlocked the secret chamber in the office and drew out the scroll that sealed away the forbidden technique. Kagura needed only a minute to memorize the technique. Anything else? Minato asked. Yes, Kagura nodded. I want to learn Sage Mode as well. Sage Mode. Minato was even more surprised. For that, you have to go to Mount Myaboku and sign a contract with the Toads. I can wait, Kagura replied. When Lord Jiraiya returns, I'll seek his guidance. Minato looked at his disciple, whose hunger for knowledge was almost frightening. He nodded. Understand. Kagura took his leave once again. He reflected on his own combat system. His strengths were clear. The Thunder Dragon fruit of the mythical beast type granted him an extraordinary physique, control over lightning, and an extraordinary healing ability. The three kinds of haki made his offense and defense nearly flawless. The Flying Thunder God made him the fastest in the shinobi world. Sealing techniques were his best tools for control. On top of that, he had mastered all manner of ninjutsu. His talent lay in his impeccable physical prowess and affinity with lightning. Therefore, the path most suited to him was to use his physical abilities and taijutsu as the core for dominant close-quarter combat, then use lightning release and other ninjutsu for ranged attacks and field control. A warrior who excels in close combat, long-range fighting, area control, and all forms of battle, a true jack of all trades. So his top priority now was to find the ultimate taijutsu, the 8 gates. Kagura didn't hesitate at all. He went straight to the third training ground. Youth means burning passion. It means sweat that never ceases. Might Guy, dressed in his signature green jumpsuit, was circling the training field, doing one-handed handstand push-ups. His movements radiated explosive power. Guy, Kagura strode over. Kagura. Guy paused, flipped upright, and stood with a flourish. What brings you here? They were classmates, though not particularly close. I want to spar with you, Kagura said. Guy froze for a moment. Then those thick brows and big eyes lit up, blazing with fierce determination. All right, he shouted, barely able to contain his excitement. Let us settle this with the sweat of our youthful spirits. The two of them stepped into the center of the training ground, facing off from a distance. Please take care of me. Guy gave Kagura a polite bow, then assumed a fierce stance, the posture of strong fist. Leaf Whirlwind. He made the first move. His speed was impressive. With a powerful, whirling kick, he aimed straight for Kagura's head. But Kagura made no effort to dodge. He simply raised his arm, blocking the attack. A dull, heavy thud echoed through the air. Guy felt as if he'd just smashed his foot against a solid iron wall. A tremendous force of recoil surged up from his leg. The shock left his entire leg numb. He staggered backward, unable to control himself, retreating several steps. What? He stared in disbelief at the black-haired youth, who stood perfectly still, utterly unfazed. This guy's body. My turn now. Kagura spoke at last. In a blur, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he appeared right in front of Kai. He threw a punch. It was slow. So slow, in fact, that Kai could easily see the entire path of his fist. And yet, he couldn't dodge. It felt as though he'd been locked in place by an invisible force, unable to move a muscle. He could only watch helplessly as that seemingly plain, ordinary fist suddenly swelled in his vision, rushing toward him. Thud! Another heavy blow landed. Kai was sent flying. Launched like a cannonball, he soared dozens of meters before finally crashing down, snapping several large trees in the process. Coming to a rough and painful stop at last, he lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. He had lost. He'd been defeated in a single move. Kagura withdrew his fist. He stepped up to stand before Kai. Your taijutsu is impressive, he said, but your body is too weak. It isn't strong enough to endure that reckless power you wield. Kai said nothing. He knew Kagura spoke the truth. Every time he used the 8 gates formation, it took a devastating toll on his body. I want to learn your 8 gates technique, Kagura said. In exchange, I can teach you how to forge a body truly capable of bearing that strength. Kai, still lying on the ground, listened to Kagura's words. His mind a complete blank. A body actually capable of withstanding the power of the 8 gates? Was such a thing really possible? He thought of his father, Might Due, the man who, though he spent his whole life as a lowly genin and endured everyone's ridicule, taught him the true meaning of youth. Kai also remembered the words his father spoke when he first taught him about the 8 gates. Kai, we lack the inherited genius of a bloodline limit, nor do we possess their sharp minds. All we have is this body, a body that bleeds, that sweats. The 8 gates is the only weapon for fools like us without talent to hold our own against prodigies. But it's dangerous. It's a double-edged sword that cuts its wielder first. So remember this. Never open it unless you truly have something to protect. And one more thing, his father finished, his tone suddenly more earnest than ever before. If one day you meet someone, a person who can see through the true nature of this power within you, and who tells you he can help ease the pain and side effects that come with it, in that case, Guy, don't hesitate. Say yes to him. Immediately. Have faith in him. And make him your lifelong friend. Because someone like that must be sent by heaven to save us fools who only know how to push blindly forward. Guy climbed back to his feet. He looked at Kagura. He gazed at the peer who had, just moments ago, sent him flying with a single punch. Those big, fiery eyes beneath thick brows were now brimming with tears. Why you? His voice trembled with emotion, choking on his words. Kagura stared back at him. He looked a little bewildered. What's up with this guy? Did I knock the sense out of him? I accept. Guy suddenly roared. He rushed over to Kagura and embraced him in a bear hug, drenched in sweat and tears. From this day on, you, Kagura, are Might Guy's lifelong best friend. Kagura froze. He was stunned by this sudden, blazing show of passion. He could feel, emanating from Guy, an emotion so pure and intense, without even a trace of selfishness. This wasn't a transaction. It was something called recognition and trust. Hey. Kagura, clearly annoyed, tried to push him away. Don't get so close. You reek of sweat. Ha. That's the scent of youth, Kagura. Guy only hugged him tighter. From now on, let's move forward, together, toward ever higher and greater goals. Kagura gave up resisting. He let out a helpless sigh. It seemed he'd just gotten himself into even more trouble than he'd had with Haydn. He looked at this honest, hot-blooded blockhead, as pure as a blank page. And he smiled. All right, he said. Let's begin right away. The two of them returned to the center of the training grounds. The 8 gates. Guy's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. Is the ultimate taijutsu, unlocking the 8 seals placed within our bodies for self-preservation. The first gate, the gate of opening. Located in the brain, it's the beginning that lifts mental limits. The second gate, the gate of rest. Also in the brain, it lets the body explode with strength far beyond its limits in an instant. The third gate, the gate of life. He shared with Kagura, without reservation, all the theory his father had passed down about the 8 gates. Every location of each gate, the method for opening each one, and the immense strain the body would endure once they were released. Kagura listened intently. As he listened, he cross-referenced what he heard with his observation haki and the advanced medical knowledge he'd learned from Tsunade, analyzing it all in depth. Within his perception, the human body was a complex system composed of countless, intricately connected chakra nodes and pathways. And what were known as the 8 gates were nothing less than the 8 most crucial master valves in this system. Under normal circumstances, all these valves remained closed. They limited the flow of chakra, but at the same time, protected the pathways from collapse under excessive energy surges. The 8 gates technique was, fundamentally, a method that relied on sheer force of will to wrench open these valves. Simple, brutal, and yet imbued with an awe-inspiring, destructive beauty. All right, that covers the theory. Guy finished speaking. Now, let me show you its power with your own eyes. He adopted a most unusual combat stance. 8 gates release. The first gate, gate of opening, open. A powerful blast of force erupted from his body in an instant. His skin flushed red in a matter of seconds. His speed and strength soared, easily doubling what they had been just moments before. The second gate, gate of rest, open. The turbulence intensified. The ground beneath his feet cracked open. The third gate, gate of life, open. A faint green chakra steam began to rise and swirl around his body. Front lotus! He roared, his voice low and fierce. Then, like a released arrow, he hurled himself toward an enormous boulder set up as a target. A thunderous crash rang out. The rock was shattered, utterly obliterated by the force of his assault. But the violent recoil and the strain on his own body sent him crashing hard onto the ground. Every muscle in him trembled uncontrollably, racked by spasms. Did you see that? He struggled to his feet, breath ragged. This is the power of the 8 gates. And this is its price. Kagura walked over. He said nothing. He simply placed a hand on Guy's shoulder. A warm, life-filled surge of purple lightning chakra flooded into Guy's body. To Guy, it was as if every torn, overstrained fiber of his being was suddenly swaddled in gentle, blissful relief. Muscles and pathways damaged from forcing open the gates actually began to heal at a breathtaking pace, faster than he thought possible. What is this? Guy was stunned. All right. Kagura withdrew his hand. Now it's my turn. He looked at Guy. The way you practice is flawed. What? The 8 gates technique is like opening the sluice gate of a dam to unleash a flood, Kagura said. But all you've ever focused on is how to open the gate. You've never stopped to consider that you should first reinforce your fragile riverbed. Riverbed? Exactly, Kagura nodded. Your body is the riverbed, and its strength simply doesn't match the wild, surging currents you're determined to set free. So every time you use the 8 gates, you're actually hurting yourself. Guy fell silent. Because, once again, Kagura was right. Now listen to me, Kagura said. The first thing is breathing. Change the way you breathe. Adopt this deeper, longer rhythm. He demonstrated for Guy, a special breathing technique he'd developed himself, inspired by the properties of the thunder dragon fruit. This breathing method allows your body to absorb the natural energy in the air to the greatest extent. It's subtle, I won't deny that. But over time, it's enough to transform your constitution. Guy followed, learning as Kagura guided him. Next is how you manage your chakra. Kagura extended a hand, pressing it lightly against Guy's abdomen. Don't just think about channeling your chakra outward. Try to circulate it within yourself, letting it flow in an endless loop. Let it continuously wash over and nourish every fiber of your muscles, every bone in your body. Imagine your body as a piece of steel that needs to be forged over and over again. Guy did as he was told. And finally, Kagura said, as he placed his hand on Guy's back, a faint, yet exceptionally pure golden energy, carrying a trace of unwavering will, flowed into Guy's body. This is a seed. Kagura's voice was low, almost reverent. A seed that will spark a deeper evolution inside you. From here on, your task is simple. Every day, nurture it, using the methods I've taught you. Let it take root and sprout within you. Until one day, you become as I am, unbreakable. Once everything was done, Kagura stepped back. Now, he said, try it once more. Just open the second gate this time. Guy looked at Kagura, steady and focused. He drew a deep breath. He adjusted his breathing and chakra flow, following Kagura's instructions. Then, first gate open. Second gate open. Powerful waves of energy erupted around him. But this time, everything felt different. Guy sensed strength. Pure, intense strength, free from any impurities. The searing pain that once threatened to tear his body apart was now cut in half. He felt better than he ever had before. It even seemed possible he might be able to open another gate right now. Stop! Kagura's voice called out at just the right moment. Guy released the 8 gates. He stood there. There was no convulsing, none of the feeble collapse he'd come to expect. He merely felt a little drained. I can feel it. His voice trembled with awe. Kagura. He raised his head and gazed at him. His eyes were filled with an irrepressible surge of pure joy. You are a true genius. No, Kagura shook his head. I'm not a genius. I'm just an ordinary guy who happens to be a bit lazier than most. Kagura. But Guy wasn't listening to him. He rushed right up in front of Kagura. He held out his thumb for Kagura to see. A dazzling, gleaming smile, brilliant as polished ivory, shone on his face. From this day forward, you are now my might Guy, my lifelong rival. From this day forward, you are now my might Guy, my lifelong rival. With that, Guy offered his signature pose toward Kagura, his thumbs up flashing with a brilliant sparkle. Kagura looked at him. He looked at this friend and rival, who had all at once appeared in his life out of nowhere. A slight headache crept in, but in that moment, a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Guy, he spoke up. HM, my dear friend, what's on your mind? You just said, I'm your lifelong rival, right? Of course. Guy nodded with fierce enthusiasm. In that case, Kagura said, doesn't a true rival lend a hand when their opponent hits rock bottom? Absolutely. Guy nodded again, as if every word was the gospel of youth. That's what true youth is all about. Very good. Kagura met his gaze. But have you forgotten? There's someone else who's more important as your lifelong rival? Guy froze. In his less than brilliant mind, the image of the person he had chased after since childhood, someone he had never quite managed to surpass, flashed before his eyes. A white-haired genius, always hidden behind a mask. Kakashi, he murmured softly to himself. He's not doing well right now, Kagura continued. Ever since Obito died, he shut himself away. That weight of guilt and darkness is about to swallow him whole. He's losing the radiance that once made him a genius. Guy fell silent. A flicker of concern broke through the constant fire blazing in his eyes. Though he and Kakashi had always been rivals, only Guy truly knew how much that solitary figure, always a step ahead of him, meant to him. Kakashi was the brightest light in his youthful journey. So, Kagura watched him closely. You are his lifelong rival. Isn't this your moment to step forward? To use those fists of burning youth and punch him awake from that cursed shadow he's trapped in. Guy's body began to tremble, not from fear, but from excitement. The kind of exhilaration that comes when your true purpose finds you. I understand now. He abruptly lifted his head. In his eyes, that flame which had nearly extinguished suddenly blazed up once more. Kagura, my dearest friend. Thank you. You woke me up. Kakashi, his youth isn't over yet. I might Guy absolutely refused to let him give up so easily. He turned to Kagura, giving a thumbs up yet again. Let's go. We'll find him right now. With the fieriest passion of our youth, we'll rekindle his heart, even if it's on the verge of freezing over. Kagura looked at him, at this man who could be ignited with just a single word, straightforward and single-minded. He smiled. "Let's go," he said. The two of them left the third training ground. "Where are we going to find him?" Guy asked. "The Umbu," Kagura replied. "Kakashi is now part of the Umbu. At this hour, if he's not at the Memorial Stone, he's surely at the Umbu training grounds, driving himself through punishing exercises." "The Umbu," Guy hesitated. "A place like that. Are we even allowed in?" "I can enter," Kagura said. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and produced a golden badge. Engraved on it was a single character, 4. It was a special access token, personally crafted by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage himself, granting the highest level of authority. Guy stared at the token. His eyes sparkled, lit up with admiration. Incredible. The two of them arrived at the hidden Old Root headquarters beneath Konoha. Now, this place had become the new Umbu base, overseen personally by the fourth Hokage. At the entrance, 2 Umbu in animal masks stood guard. Seeing Kagura and Guy, they stretched out their arms, barring the path. This is high-security Umbu territory. No outsiders allowed. Kagura didn't say a word. He simply held up the golden badge. The 2 Umbu saw the token. Their bodies suddenly tensed, freezing in place. Then in perfect unison, they dropped to one knee before Kagura. "Greetings, Hokage's special envoy." Guy gawked in astonishment from his side. It was the first time he realized that this new close friend of his stood at such a high station within the village. "Where is Kakashi Hitaki?" Kagura inquired. "Reporting, special envoy." One Umbu answered, "Captain Kakashi is currently training at the 7th training ground. Take us to him." "Yes, sir." Led by the Umbu, Kagura and Guy entered this underground world filled with coldness and suffocating tension. Along the way, they saw many masked Umbu flitting past, silent and swift. These ninjas eyed Kagura and Guy, the only 2 without masks, wary and unwelcoming. But whenever they caught sight of the golden badge in Kagura's hand, they all lowered their heads, once again in silent reverence. It was a gesture of awe. Training ground number 7. A vast, expansive underground arena. Targets of every kind were embedded all along the walls. Each target was riddled with knife gashes and the scars left by kunai. Kakashi stood alone in the very center of the open space. His torso was bare, revealing a body that, while still lean, was etched with tightly corded muscles brimming with explosive power. Sweat dripped from every inch of him. Fresh and old wounds crisscrossed his skin. He was in the midst of the most brutal combat drill. His opponents were 3 shadow clones, each one an exact copy of himself. The 3 clones showed no mercy. Every strike they launched was aimed squarely at Kakashi's vital points. Suddenly, he faltered for just a split second. One of the clones slashed deep into his thigh, with a kunai cutting to the bone. Blood welled out, staining the ground. Yet Kakashi didn't even flinch. With a swift, backhanded strike, he unleashed a Chidori, a bolt of lightning chakra. In one fluid motion, he pierced through the clone that had wounded him, and then the other 2 as well. The shadow clones vanished without a trace. Kakashi dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. His Sharingan, the eye gifted to him by Obito, was burning through his chakra reserves, ravenously drawing on his very life force. His face was as pale as paper. Kakashi, Guy could take no more. With a thunderous shout, he charged into the arena. Kakashi lifted his head. He saw the man in that ridiculous green bodysuit, brows thick and earnest. Behind Guy stood a black-haired youth with a calm, unreadable expression. "What are you 2 doing here?" Kakashi's voice was icy cold. "Kakashi," Guy stopped in front of him. "You bastard. Look at you, what have you become? Where are your youthful spirit, your burning passion?" Kakashi stared at him, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Get out." He uttered just a single word. "You want me to leave?" Guy let out a bitter chuckle, a smile so forced it was almost pained. "Fiend," he continued, "then I'll beat some sense into you first. Then I'll go." He raised his fists into a formidable stance. "Come on, Kakashi. Let's have a clash, full of fire and fury. Let us reclaim the youth we've lost." At the entrance, Kagura stood quietly. He did not enter. Instead, he turned to the Umbu who had led him there and spoke in a low voice. "Lock the door. Until those 2 settle the score, no one is allowed inside. Not even me." The Umbu hesitated for a moment. "But this is the 4th Hokage's direct order." Kagura's voice was calm, yet it carried a gravity that brooked no argument. The Umbu operative hesitated no longer. He bowed to Kagura, then turned to his companions and issued a crisp command. "Seal off the 7th training ground. No one enters or leaves without the Hokage's direct order." "Yes, sir." The heavy iron door, forged from a special alloy, began to close inch by inch. It shut with a deep, resounding clang. Inside the training ground, they were now completely shut off from the outside world. Kakashi, Guy roared. He charged forward. Leaf Hurricane. He unleashed a whip kick, arcing straight for Kakashi's head, summoning a fierce gust of wind in his wake. Kakashi slipped to the side, avoiding the blow. But he didn't retreat. He moved in as well. The kunai in his hand, black as midnight, shot toward Guy's heart. Like a lightning bolt. With precise timing, Guy blocked the strike, using the metal guard on his arm, then used that momentum to flip backward. His other leg swung from an impossible angle, aiming for Kakashi's chin. Leaf Rising Wind. Kakashi arched backward, his body nearly parallel to the ground, as he narrowly dodged that lethal kick. Planting both hands on the ground, he sprang, his legs snapping together like a pair of scissors toward Guy's neck. The two clashed in relentless rhythm. Attack met with counterattack. No flashy jutsu, only the sheer force of pure, unadulterated taijutsu. The thudding impact of flesh and bone echoed over and over. In the empty training ground, they moved at blinding speed, so fast that only blurred streaks, a blur of black and a blur of green, remained. Kakashi, Guy shouted mid-combat. You bastard. Look at yourself. Your eyes, they're dead. Your youth has died too. If Obito could see you now, he would cry. Shut up. Kakashi snarled, his voice raw and animal-like, strained with pain. You're not worthy to say his name. Without him noticing, Kakashi's Sharingan, the one that had belonged to Obito, had already awakened. Two black tomo spun slowly in the blood-red eye. Kakashi's movements grew faster, more precise. Every one of Guy's attacks, he predicted and neutralized, with the bare minimum of effort. What's the matter, Guy? Kakashi's voice was cold. Is this all your hot-blooded youth amounts to? You're too weak. He kicked Guy in the stomach. Guy went flying, tumbling across the ground in a wild roll. But almost instantly, he scrambled back to his feet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. And he laughed. That's right. That's it, Kakashi. This is exactly how it should be. Let's ignite the fading fire of our youth with an even fiercer battle. The 8 inner gates. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of rest, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. A torrent of powerful, green chakra vapor rose from his body. In an instant, his strength and speed surged to another level. Come on, Kakashi. He charged forward again. This time, it was Kakashi's turn to be at a disadvantage. Guy's attacks were simply too fast, and they struck with overwhelming force. Even with his Sharingan, able to trace Guy's every move, Kakashi's body was already struggling to keep up. With a heavy thud, caught off guard, he was struck square in the chest by Guy's punch. His entire body was sent flying backward. A ragged cough escaped him. Half kneeling on the ground, his chest throbbed with sharp pain. Not enough, Kakashi. Not nearly enough. Guy didn't let up. He was like a wild beast that knew no exhaustion. Your resolve is still lacking. Kakashi lifted his head, gazing at the thick-browed man, swathed in green steam. For the first time, a true blaze of fury lit up in those lifeless eyes. You bastard. He slowly straightened up. If you're so desperate for death, I'll grant your wish. He raised his right hand. Blinding white lightning congealed around his palm, crackling and shrieking, 1,000 piercing cries like a flock of birds. Chidori. Oh, Guy looked at that mass of raging lightning and smiled as well. That's the Kakashi I know. So be it. As your eternal rival, I'll answer you with my greatest taijutsu. Fourth gate, gate of pain, open. The green vapor thickened, so dense it caused Guy's very skin to split under the surge of energy. Fresh blood oozing from the cracks. Hidden Lotus. He braced himself for a final showdown with Kakashi. At the very instant, the blinding bolt of white lightning and the raging green tempest were about to collide. A shadow, black as midnight, appeared between them without warning. It was Kagura. He stretched out both hands, one reaching toward Kakashi's Chidori, radiant and deadly enough to split thunder. The other intercepting Guy's punch, fierce enough to shatter boulders. Have you lost your mind? Both Kakashi and Guy exclaimed in astonishment. They tried to stop themselves, but it was already too late. Kagura did not dodge. The hand he extended toward Chidori was instantly cloaked in a layer of jet black, hardened armament hockey. He seized the raging lightning with his bare hand. An ear-splitting sizzle filled the air. The harsh crackle of electricity danced wildly in his palm. It vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. His left hand, the one that met Guy's fist, was now covered with a tight layer of dragon scales, glimmering with fine arcs of violet electricity. Thud! A muffled impact. Guy's fist, powerful enough to shatter stone, struck those dragon scales. He couldn't even leave a white mark. Instead, he himself let out a low groan of pain. His entire arm was broken. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Kakashi and Guy stared in disbelief at the boy who, with hardly a hint of effort, had caught their strongest attacks. Their minds went utterly blank. Is that all? Kagura spoke at last. His voice was calm and steady. He loosened his grip. Kakashi and Guy stumbled backward, retreating several steps. You two, Kagura looked at them, are far too weak. One is trapped in the past, only ever escaping reality through self-destruction, while the other just charges ahead blindly, never learning to control his own pitiful strength. In your current state, talk of changing things is laughable. You can't even protect yourselves. His words were harsh, yet each syllable landed like a hammer, striking right at their hearts. Now, Kagura's gaze fixed on them. The warm-up is over. Your real opponent is me. Come at me. The both of you. Cool me. Both at once. Though Kagura's tone remained calm. To Kakashi and Guy, it sounded like the boldest kind of provocation. They were Konoha's top young prodigies. One heir to the legendary White Fang, the other a master of the Eight Gates technique. And now, they were being challenged, 2 against 1, by someone their own age? Kagura. Guy was the first to protest. He clutched his arm, broken as it was. You're far too arrogant. Even if Mighty Guy has only one good hand left, I can still... Enough. Kagura cut him off. You can barely stay on your feet. On what grounds do you challenge me? As he spoke, Kagura snapped his fingers. A faint purple arc of electricity shot from his fingertip. It struck Guy's knee. Guy's body went slack, his whole frame buckling involuntarily to one knee. You! Guy stared, horrified at Kagura. He realized that leg of his had gone completely numb. He'd lost all feeling in it. This is a warning, Kagura said. Next time, it won't be something as simple as paralysis. He no longer bothered with Guy, who was now incapable of fighting. Instead, his eyes shifted to the white-haired boy, who hadn't spoken a word the entire time. Kakashi, now, you're the only one left. Do you still want to fight? Kakashi didn't answer. Slowly, he raised his right hand, the one that was still trembling slightly. Lightning began to spark and gather in his palm once again. Chidori. He chose to answer with his actions. His figure blurred, transforming into a streak of white lightning. He charged straight towards Kagura. Kagura didn't move. He simply stood there, rooted to the spot, watching as that dazzling bolt of lightning swelled in his pupils, growing rapidly. The very instant the Chidori was about to pierce his heart, he moved. It was a simple motion. He reached out with his right hand, spreading his fingers wide, and in one swift move, he seized a raging ball of lightning. A harsh crackle of electricity exploded from his palm, snarling and snapping wildly. Yet, like a river disappearing into the sea, it was gone in an instant. Time seemed to freeze. Kakashi remained in his forward-leaning posture, his right hand gripped tightly by Kagura. His Chidori, sharp enough to cleave through anything, unstoppable, was crushed, completely snuffed out by Kagura's single bare hand. How is this possible? The word slipped painfully from Kakashi's lips. His mind was utterly blank. I told you already. Kagura's voice was icy cold. You're far too weak. Still gripping Kakashi's wrist, Kagura forced it downward. A sharp, sickening snap echoed through the air as bones broke. Kakashi's right arm bent backward at a grotesque angle. Arf! A howl of agony tore from Kakashi's throat. His entire body curled inward, convulsing with pain. Kagura let him go. With a swift kick, he drove his foot into Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground right beside Guy. Choking, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled, desperately trying to rise. But he failed. Step by step, Kagura walked toward them, his footsteps light and effortless. Yet every step seemed to pound directly on their hearts. Now, standing over the 2 defeated prodigies, he looked down, his gaze commanding and superior. Do you yield? Kakashi and Guy said nothing, their eyes brimming with frustration and humiliation as they stared up at him. Very well. Kagura nodded. It seems a beating isn't enough to wake you up. He spread his arms wide. If reason doesn't help us communicate, he said, then let's try a more direct approach. He seized both of them, one in each hand, hoisting Kakashi and Guy off the ground as easily as if they were chicks. Then, with a resounding crack, he smashed their heads together hard. This one is for Obito. Crack. He slammed his head once more. This time is for Rin. Thud, thud, thud. He moved like a machine, cold and emotionless. He repeated this simple and brutal motion again and again, Soon, the training ground was filled only with the dull, sickening sound of skull meeting skull, and the increasingly weak groans of pain from both men. Kagura didn't use any armament hockey. It was pure, unadulterated physical strength, crushing the arrogant pride of these two geniuses in the most ridiculous fashion. No one knew how many times their heads collided. Finally, Kagura stopped. He let go of them. Kakashi and Guy collapsed onto the ground like a pair of lifeless dogs. On each of their foreheads, an enormous lump had risen. Their eyes were glazed, empty. They had been completely knocked senseless. Kagura crouched down in front of them. Now, he asked, "Are you awake?" Neither of them answered. Kagura looked right at him. "Do you really think you're free of guilt now that Obito is gone? You really believe by hurting yourself, you can ease that burden inside? You're wrong. The more you do this, the more Obito would look down on you. He gave you his most precious eye, not so you could waste it on tears, but so you could see the truth of this world, see the road ahead, and so you could protect, on his behalf, the people he cared most about." Kagura's eyes shifted to Guy, sitting beside him. "And you, Guy, you shout about youth, about passion, every single day. Do you really think you can inspire yourself with empty words? You can't even knock sense into your best friend. What kind of so-called lifetime rival are you?" His words cut deep, each one a blade straight to their cores. Kakashi and Guy's bodies trembled ever so slightly. "Listen," Kagura's voice was icy calm. "Your lives were saved by me. From this moment on, you both answer to me. I don't care if you used to be prodigies or bottom of the class. Starting today, you have only one mission. Give everything you've got and become stronger. I personally will train you until you're able to keep up with my steps. Any objections?" Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance. On those swollen, almost unrecognizable faces, they saw a faint, long-lost glimmer of light. "None." They answered in unison. "None," Kakashi and Guy said together. Their voices were barely above a whisper, but carried a resolve unshakable. "Excellent." Kagura nodded. He didn't bother helping them up. He didn't even bother using his legendary healing jutsu, the one said to restore flesh and bone, to treat their injuries. He turned around and walked toward the door of the training ground. "Reflect on this for a while," he said. "I'll be back." He pulled open the heavy iron door and walked out without looking back. Inside the training ground, only Kakashi and Guy remained, sprawled on the ground like two wrecks, utterly exhausted. They glanced at each other. On each other's faces, swollen and bruised, barely recognizable, they caught a glimpse of a bitter smile. "Hey, Kakashi." Guy was the first to speak. His voice was hardly more than a whisper. "That guy, he really is a monster." "Yeah," Kakashi replied quietly. He stared up at the ceiling, his mind utterly blank. But then Guy gave another faint smile. "After being beaten like that, weirdly enough, I actually feel a bit more awake." "Idiot," Kakashi shot back. "Who are you calling an idiot?" "You, obviously. You." And so, the two of them lay there, trading half-hearted jabs. It was almost like being back in their academy days. Meanwhile, Kagura was making his way down the cold, stifling corridors of the MBU base. He stepped out into the sunlight of the Hidden Leaf. He headed straight for the Leaf Village Hospital. The hospital was bustling. People came and went, and the scent of antiseptic and blood hung thickly in the air, impossible to ignore. Kagura passed through it all without so much as a glance. He went directly to the intensive care unit on the 3rd floor. He stopped in front of one of the ward doors. Through the small window in the door, he peered inside. A brown-haired girl in a medic ninja uniform stood with her back to him, tending to a wounded shinobi who had lost both legs in the war. Her movements were sure and practiced. Gentle, too, but there was something mechanical about her, as if she were a doll moving without feeling. Kagura pushed open the door. Rin, hearing the noise, turned around. She was startled when she saw Kagura. "Gatoro-kun." Her voice was soft. "What brings you here?" "I came for you," Kagura said. "For me?" Rin looked puzzled. "Come with me," Kagura replied. "There are two people who need your healing." "Who?" "Kakashi and Guy." At Kakashi's name, a flicker of worry passed through Rin's eyes, usually so dim and expressionless. "What happened to them?" "They're hurt," Kagura answered. "Seriously hurt." Then let's hurry." Rin was about to put down what she was holding. "Wait." Kagura didn't move. He looked at Rin. "Rin," he said softly. "Are you all right?" Rin froze. She lowered her head. I'm fine," she said. Her voice was even quieter than before. "Is that so?" Kagura looked at her. "Then why aren't you smiling anymore?" Rin's body trembled ever so slightly. Ever since MT Kikyo, I haven't seen you smile again," Kagura said quietly. "Obito died. It's like you died with him." Rin fell silent. She bit down hard on her lip. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to overflow. "Obito didn't give his life, so you'd become like this." Kagura's voice was calm. but every word dug into Rin's heart like a needle. He did it to protect you. To protect the gentle Rin Noera, the one who laughed, cried, and cared so much for her friends. Not for you to turn into this, a lifeless shell, just going through the motions. Rin could no longer hold back. She crouched down, burying her face in her knees. Grief and pain, suppressed for so long, poured out all at once. She sobbed uncontrollably. Kagura didn't go to comfort her. He simply stood there, waiting for her to finish crying. Time passed slowly. At last, her crying faded away. Rin lifted her head. Her eyes were swollen and red. Yet in those eyes, the heavy, lifeless gloom that had always hung there seemed to have lifted just a little. "I am sorry," she spoke softly, "for making you all worry. Let's go." Kagura reached out a hand to her. "Your friends are still waiting for you." Rin looked at his hand. She hesitated for a moment, but finally placed her own hand in his. Kagura gently pulled her to her feet. Umbu Base. Training ground number 7. When Kagura returned here with Rin, Kakashi and Guy were still lying on the ground. "Kakashi, Guy." Seeing the miserable state they were in, Rin cried out in alarm. She rushed over without hesitation. "How did you two get hurt so badly? Who did this to you?" She stared at the matching lumps on their foreheads, and at their arms, twisted in bizarre angles. Her heart was filled with worry and anger. It was him. Kakashi managed to speak. His voice was barely above a whisper. He glanced at Kagura, still standing by the doorway. Rin followed his gaze. She froze. "Kagura? It was you." "Yes." Kagura nodded, admitting it. "But why?" Rin was baffled. "They both needed a little wake-up call," Kagura replied. Rin looked at Kagura, then at the two men on the ground, both managing faint, sheepish smiles. And, suddenly, she seemed to understand. She didn't ask further. She knelt beside them, and her hands began to glow with a gentle, healing green light. Healing jutsu. She first placed her hand gently on Kakashi's right arm, which had been completely fractured. A warm flow of chakra surged into him. Slowly, it began to mend the broken bones and torn muscles bit by bit. Kakashi let out a low, pained groan. "Thank you, Rin," he managed to say. "There's no need to thank me." Rin shook her head. "We're comrades, aren't we?" The treatment went on for a long while. Sweat beaded on Rin's forehead. Her chakra was being drained rapidly. But still, she didn't stop. After an hour had passed, she finally managed, barely, to piece Kakashi's arm back together. He couldn't use it with any strength yet, but at least it looked normal again. All done. She let out a relieved sigh. Then she turned to Guy, kneeling at his side to treat him the same way. Guy looked at the young girl, tending to him, and broke into a wide, grateful smile. "Sorry to trouble you, Rin-chan. It's really no trouble." Rin smiled back. Another hour went by. Guy's arm was also set and repaired. But now, Rin's chakra was completely spent. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She swayed on her feet, about to collapse. "That's enough, Rin." Kagura stepped over and caught her before she could fall. "Let me take care of the rest," he said. He strode to where Kakashi and Guy lay. He placed both his hands firmly on each of their wounds. A surge of violet, life-filled lightning chakra poured into their bodies. To Kakashi and Guy, it felt as if their pain-ridden limbs were instantly enveloped in a rush of warmth and comfort. The tiny wounds and damaged meridians left untouched by Rin's healing began to mend themselves at a miraculous pace. In less than a minute, the pain was gone, completely gone. They even felt, somehow, stronger than before they had been hurt. What is this?" The two of them were dumbfounded. "All right." Kagura withdrew his hands. "Catching up ends here." He fixed his eyes on Kakashi, Guy, and Rin. "Tomorrow, 5 a.m. Right here, your first lesson begins. If you're a single second late, you'll bear the consequences yourselves." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Kakashi and Guy at a loss for words, exchanging stricken glances. On each of their faces was an expression that looked even worse than crying. A devil. That guy's a complete devil. Kagura then escorted Rin back to the hospital. "Thank you, Kagura-kun." When they parted, Rin bowed deeply. "If it weren't for you today, I should be the one thanking you," Kagura replied. Thank you for still being willing to believe in them." Kagura looked at her. "And thank you, as well, for coming back." Lin froze in place. Then she smiled. This time, her smile was bright and genuine. MBU headquarters. Training ground number 7. The sky had yet to lighten with dawn. Kakashi and Guy appeared right on time before the cold iron gate. Their wounds had already healed, but their minds remained taut, strings wound almost to breaking. The door creaked open. Kagura stood just inside. He seemed as though he'd never left. "You're here?" he asked. "We're here," the two of them replied, stepping inside. "Very good." Kagura gave a slight nod. Then today's training begins now. He pointed to a pile of black, impossibly heavy-looking weighted vests in the corner. Put them on, he said. 2 for each of you. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance. Without a word, they walked over and donned the weights, burdens heavy enough to crush any ordinary person. First, warm up, Kagura instructed. Run 100 laps around the training field. Then, 500 one-arm push-ups. 1,000 frog jumps. If you don't finish, you don't eat. With that, he left them to it, turning away and striding to the far side of the training ground. He pressed his hands together in a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Pop, 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 pop. In a flash, 100 identical Kaguras filled the training field, wall to wall. Kakashi and Guy gaped in awe, stunned. They had never seen anything like this before. You, Kagura's true self, instructed the clones. 20 of you practice the 8 gates technique. 20 study the flying thunder god formula. 20 analyze Lady Tsunade's medical notes. 20 delve into Master Kushina's sealing arts. The rest come with me. With the final 20 clones trailing behind, he made his way to the center of the field. He and his shadow selves sat cross-legged in a circle. He stretched out his right hand. Lightning, a controlled surge of purple electricity, pulsed in his palm, still crackling dangerously, alive with destructive energy. He lifted his left hand. Armament hockey. A pitch-black, unbreakable shell covered his left arm from shoulder to fingertips. Let's begin. Slowly, he pressed the lightning-clad hand against his obsidian-shielded arm. A fierce, grating electrical shriek ripped through the air, setting teeth on edge. The smell of charred meat filled the training ground. Kagura's body shook violently, veins standing out on his face, beads of sweat as big as pearls rolling down his temples. Pain, an inhuman agony that cut to the very marrow of his bones. And yet, his body did not collapse. That warped flesh, transformed by the blood of the phantom beast. Now, at an unimaginable pace, it was frantically repairing the tissues destroyed by lightning. Destruction, regeneration, then destruction again, and again regeneration. A mad, self-inflicted cycle. His body was being forged in the roughest, most brutal way, in the fires of unyielding torment. Stronger, tougher. On the other side, Kakashi and Guy had also begun their own training from hell. 100 laps completed. Both of them lay gasping, utterly spent. 500 push-ups finished. Their arms refused to lift even a finger. 1,000 frog jumps done. They collapsed right onto the ground. Get up. Kagura's voice came, cold and unyielding. He had just finished the first round of his own tempering by lightning. He walked over and stood before the two of them. For the next part of the training, your opponent is me, he declared. Stand up. Fight me. Kakashi and Guy looked at him as if he were the devil himself. Right now, they could barely stand. How could they even fight? Kagura didn't waste another word. He lashed out, delivering a kick to each of them. Both were sent sprawling. They landed hard. Stand up, he repeated, his tone as cold as ever. Kakashi grit his teeth, using his good left hand to prop himself up, struggling inch by inch to rise. Guy, more desperate, sank his teeth into his own arm, forcing himself to feel pain, waking up those nerves already numb from exhaustion. They managed to get to their feet, albeit unsteadily, but standing nonetheless. Very good. Kagura nodded. Now then, Lesson 2 begins. The fight began. Or perhaps, it was little more than a one-sided beating. Kagura used no ninjutsu, no armament techniques, only pure physical attacks. And with them, he mercilessly crushed these two geniuses, already pushed to their very limit. Thud! Kakashi was sent flying. Thud! So was Guy. Time and again, they fell. Time and again, they forced themselves to their feet, only to be struck down once more. Too slow. Too weak. Is this frail excuse for a punch how you planned to protect your comrades? Kagura's voice was a blade, coldly, relentlessly stripping away at the last shreds of their battered pride. No one knew how much time passed. Finally, Kakashi and Guy could no longer rise. They sank into oblivion, utterly unconscious. Kagura stopped. He looked down at the two misshapen figures crumpled on the ground. There was not a hint of pity in his eyes. He dragged their broken bodies into the corner. He then began his second round of training. Day after day, time passed quietly in this way. 3 days later, EMBU, training ground number 7. HA. Might Guy shouted with a burst of energy. 6 gate of view open. A surge of blue chakra vapor, stronger than ever before, erupted from him. He struck the specially reinforced steel target before him with a punch. Boom! The steel target sank inward under the force of his blow. He only paused to catch his breath for a moment. There was not the slightest discomfort in his body. On the other side, Kakashi had also completed his training. Chidori. The lightning in his hand no longer crackled with shrill, chaotic sound. Instead, it had become a focused, concentrated slicing current. Now, he could perform the Chidori 3 times in a row within 3 seconds. And he still had half his chakra left. The Sharingan in his left eye, the one that once belonged to Obito, had evolved to 3 Tomo at last. Excellent. Kagura watched them. You've both graduated. He released all his shadow clones. A wave of exhausted fatigue and a flood of new information surged into his mind. He could now open up to the 5th gate of the 8 gates formation. The Flying Thunder God technique had also become second nature to him. Let's go, he said to Kakashi and Guy. It's time for us to handle some real business. Where to? Guy asked. The Uchiha compound, Kagura replied. There's a reason I wanted you to come along. Kagura looked at Guy. In case there's any need for physical persuasion. That's when I want you to step forward. Let them see with their own eyes how a so-called brawler, someone who only knows taijutsu, can defeat their celebrated geniuses. Maybe that'll knock their arrogance down a notch and make them see reason. Let's move out, Kagura said. The 3 of them left the Ambu base. They walked the streets of Konoha together, heading for the Uchiha clan's estate on the outskirts of the village. Kagura. Guy walked by his side, his face alight with the thrill of impending battle. Are we really going there to fight this time? Not necessarily, Kagura answered. It depends on how things go. If we can settle things with words, that would be ideal. No need for violence. But if they refuse to listen to reason, he glanced at Guy. Then we keep fighting until they're willing to sit down and talk like civilized people. Understood. Guy nodded vigorously. Kakashi walked at the rear. He said nothing, but with that uncovered eye sharper than ever, he silently took in everything around them. They arrived at the Uchiha compound. It was an enclave set apart from the rest of Konoha, walled high and guarded, standing as its own domain. At the entrance, a large building loomed ahead, adorned with an emblem of a round fan, striped in red and white. This was the headquarters of the Konoha police force. At the gates, 2 young Uchiha shinobi stood watch, dressed in the crisp uniforms of the police force. Pride was etched on their faces. So was detachment. As they saw the 3 approach, they immediately raised their arms to block the way. Halt! The Uchiha in front spoke up. There was an innate sense of superiority in his voice. This is the Konoha police force. No entry for outsiders. Kagura came to a stop. We're not outsiders, he replied. We've come by order of the 4th Hokage himself, seeking an audience with Chief Uchiha Fugaku. The Hokage? The Uchiha looked taken aback for a moment. Then he let out a cold laugh. The Hokage's orders don't apply to the police force. This is Uchiha territory. If you want in, show either the chief's or the council elder's command token. No token, no entry. Even if the Hokage himself came, we'd follow protocol. His words carried an air of arrogance, so much so that even Guy, standing to the side, couldn't take it. Hey, who do you think you're talking to like that? We're here as representatives of the Hokage. Watch your mouth. The second Uchiha broke in, his tone icy, shouting at the doors of the police force. Are you looking to get arrested for disturbing public order? Their hands rested on the hilts of their swords. In an instant, the tension in the air became tangible. Kagura, however, did not lose his composure. He drew out a gold token, flicking it toward them. Will this suffice? The leading Uchiha caught the token reflexively. He glanced at it. There, engraved, was the character signifying the 4th Hokage. His pupils contracted slightly. Still, he did not grant passage right away. Instead, he tossed the token back. A Hokage's special envoy token? Impressive, but so what? As I said, on Uchiha territory, we abide by Uchiha rules. No token, no entry for anyone. Kagura caught the token. So what you're saying is, he asked, there's nothing more to discuss? That's one way of looking at it. Very well. Kagura nodded, then took a step back. Guy. Sir. It's your turn, Kagura said. But don't kill them. Just rough them up a little. Leave them breathing. Understood. Guy let out a whoop, eager and full of fighting spirit. He strode forward and faced the 2 haughty Uchiha, flashing his signature smile. Well then, let's see what my guy can do. Come, let me see for myself just how impressive the so-called geniuses of the Uchiha clan really are. You're asking for death. Those 2 Uchiha were utterly enraged. They drew their swords. In their black pupils, 2 spinning tomo appeared, a sign of the Sharingan. Leaf-style sword technique, hazy moonlit night. 2 sharp slashes of sword light crossed, aiming for Guy. Guy didn't dodge. He didn't even blink. 8 gates, release formation. First gate, gate of opening, open. A powerful surge of energy burst from his body. His outline left a fading afterimage where he had just stood. He evaded the two sword attacks in a flash, reappearing between the two Uchiha. Leaf Hurricane. He lashed out with a kick. Thud, thud, a pair of dull impacts. Those two Uchiha prodigies, so full of themselves a moment ago, didn't even have time to react. With a well-placed kick each, Guy sent them flying. They crashed into the wall behind them, hitting it like a pair of discarded sacks. Both instantly lost consciousness. Who dares make trouble at the entrance of the police force? More Uchiha ninja surged out from inside the building, a dozen or more. Weapons were drawn in every hand, and the Sharingan flared in every eye. Perfect. Guy looked at them, eyes blazing with excitement. Let me burn bright with youth together with all of you. Second gate, gate of rest, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Green chakra steam began to rise from his body. He charged forward alone, straight toward the group of Uchiha. The fight broke out, and just as swiftly, it ended. It was a complete rout. Even though the Sharingan allowed the Uchiha to follow Guy's movements, their bodies simply couldn't keep up. Guy's speed was astonishing, his strength overwhelming. He was like a green tiger among a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, chaos followed. Thud! One Uchiha was knocked through the air. Crunch! Another had his arm broken. In less than a minute, all those fierce, elite Uchiha ninjas were sprawled on the ground. Moans and pained groans filled the air. Not a single one could stand back up. Guy stood in the middle of the fallen bodies. He slowly exhaled a breath of white-hot air. Who else wants some? He roared. No one answered. Just then, a cold, commanding voice rang out from the police force building. That's enough. A middle-aged man stepped out, dressed in a deep blue kimono embroidered with the Uchiha crest. His expression was stern and heavy. He was the head of the Uchiha clan. He was also from the Konoha military police force, the commander-in-chief. Uchiha Fugaku. Behind him followed a young, black-haired boy who looked no more than 7 or 8, yet his serious expression mirrored that of the man in front. It was Uchiha Itachi. Lord Hokage sent you all. Fugaku looked at Kagura. Just to humiliate the Uchiha clan? Kagura didn't answer him. His gaze passed over Fugaku and fell upon the calm-faced, black-haired boy. Uchiha Itachi, the one who, in time, would destroy his own clan. Clan leader Fugaku. Kagura finally spoke. I think there might be a misunderstanding between us. Our visit today isn't to shame anyone. Rather, we've come bearing a gift, something handpicked by Lord Hokage himself. A gift? Fugaku eyed Kagura coldly. I wonder, he said icily, what sort of gift Lord Hokage could possibly have for us Uchiha. This gift, Kagura replied, concerns the very future of your clan. From his robe, he produced a scroll, an official decree bearing Minato's own Hokage seal. Lord Hokage has decided to form a new squad, he announced. A special guard unit, reporting directly to the Hokage himself. Its authority surpasses even the ANBU. They'll be responsible for handling the most critical operations at the direst moments, to protect the Hokage and to safeguard the village of Konoha and the members of this elite force. Kagura looked straight at Fugaku. Will be chosen from among the Uchiha clan's most outstanding youth. Fugaku's eyes narrowed in sudden shock. Behind him, the two Uchiha elders exchanged glances. Both caught a glimpse of raw, unconcealed amazement in the other's eyes. A personal guard for the Hokage, drawn from their own bloodline. This was no ordinary offer. The title alone was enough to send the entire Uchiha clan into a frenzy. This is the sincerity of the Hokage. Kagura's voice remained calm. A real chance for the Uchiha to return to the heart of Konoha's power. And the terms? Fugaku asked. He couldn't believe opportunities like this simply fell from the sky. The terms are simple, Kagura responded. This squad will need a captain whom the Hokage can trust absolutely. And that person, Kagura indicated himself, is me. For an instant, silence claimed the meeting room. It was the hush of a graveyard, cold and absolute. Fugaku stared at Kagura. So did the two elders, their expressions shifting from shock to outrage. Absurd, one elder burst out, slamming his hand on the table as he sprang to his feet. You want an outsider to command the elite of our Uchiha clan? What is the fourth Hokage thinking? Is this supposed to be another way to humiliate us? Kagura. Fugaku's tone grew cold as well. I acknowledge the great achievements you've made during the war. But just because of that, you think you deserve to lead the Uchiha's prodigies? You're not qualified. Qualified. Kagura let out a soft laugh. In the world of shinobi, qualifications are never decided by words. They're earned by your fists. He no longer looked at Fugaku. Instead, his eyes landed on the black-haired youth, who had stood silently behind Fugaku from beginning to end, saying nothing. Uchiha, sure sway. He spoke his name. I've heard you're the strongest talent of this Uchiha generation. Shursui of the body flicker. Shursui was caught off guard for a moment. He hadn't expected the other to suddenly call his name. I'd like to spar with you, Kagura said. If I win, that will prove my qualifications. Insolence. An elder once again bellowed in fury. Who do you think you are? You dare challenge Shursui? But Fugaku raised his hand, stopping him. He looked at Kagura with a deep, inscrutable gaze. Very well, he said. I accept your challenge. Shursui. Yes, sir. Show him the might of the Uchiha. I understand, Shursui replied, nodding. He stepped into the center of the conference room. Facing Kagura, he bowed with respect. I look forward to our match. Kagura walked over as well. The two stood apart, measuring each other from a distance. Standing outside the door, Guy could feel the tense, electric atmosphere inside that threatened to explode at any moment. Are they really going to fight? He whispered to himself, barely able to contain his excitement. Be quiet, Kakashi hissed, voice low and stern. His Sharingan, marked with 3 tomo, was fixed intently on the two figures inside the room. Inside the conference room, Shursui drew his short sword. I'm coming, he announced. His figure blurred, leaving a faint afterimage in his original spot. In an instant, he appeared behind Kagura, moving with the swiftness of a shadow. The short sword in his hand was like a streak of black lightning, silent and deadly as it stabbed toward Kagura's back. Body flicker technique. Kagura didn't turn around. He simply shifted half an inch to the left. The razor edge of the blade brushed past his spine, slicing only empty air. Shursui's assault didn't pause. Circling Kagura at blinding speed, he became the eye of a storm. Countless afterimages, real and false, flickered in every corner of the room. 100 sharp arcs of sword light, slashing from all directions, seemed to swallow Kagura completely. Yet Kagura remained where he stood, not moving a muscle. His body resembled a leaf, wildly twisting in the heart of a storm. But each time a blade's edge was just about to make contact, he would evade at the last possible instant, always slipping away at an impossibly subtle angle, almost beyond belief. Every time he dodged, it seemed as though each movement was guided by the most precise calculations. Not a fraction too much, not an instant too little, just enough to slip past every strike. With every clash, Shursui found himself more and more unsettled. His famed body flicker technique, swift enough to leave any jonin bewildered, now looked like nothing more than a child's parlor trick before this boy. It was as if his opponent could foresee every single one of his attacks. Sharingan. He decided to stop holding back. In an instant, his black pupils flushed blood red. 3 tomo revolving leisurely in a crimson sea. Within his enhanced vision, Kagura's movement slowed, allowing him to clearly see the chakra flowing smoothly within Kagura's body, and even predict his next evasive maneuver. He found a flaw, a fleeting opening. Now, all his afterimages melded into one. He appeared directly before Kagura, his short blade in hand thrusting at Kagura's heart from a cunning, inescapable angle. It was the fastest, sharpest strike in his arsenal, a blow he believed no one could avoid. But Kagura didn't dodge. He watched as the blade loomed ever larger in his sights, then simply lifted his right hand. Armament hockey. In an instant, a jet-black sheath of hardened strength enveloped his hand. With an iron grip, he caught Shursui's seemingly unstoppable blade. A clear, ringing clang echoed through the air. To Shursui, it was as if his attack had struck an immovable wall of steel, the jarring impact causing his hand to go numb, almost making him lose his grip on the blade. What? Shursui was stunned. Kagura gave him no time to recover. Still holding Shursui's short sword, he yanked it abruptly forward. Shursui's body pitched involuntarily, momentum carrying him toward his foe. Kagura's other hand had already curled into a fist. He threw a punch, deliberate, unhurried. Yet Shursui couldn't evade. He was forced to watch as the fist stopped mere inches from the tip of his nose. No contact, yet an overwhelming, invisible force erupted outward from that fist. With a deafening crash, the wall behind Shursui shattered violently, leaving a massive, human-shaped hole. Shursui stood frozen, cold sweat rolling down the side of his face. He understood perfectly well. Had that punch truly landed, his head would likely have been obliterated. He had lost. Kagura lowered his fist, releasing the short sword in his grasp. He turned to face Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression had turned ashen. Now, Kagura asked, voice steady, am I qualified? Now. He fixed his gaze on the stricken Uchiha Fugaku. Am I qualified? The conference room fell into utter silence. Uchiha Fugaku said nothing in reply. He looked at the young man before him, This youth who had just defeated the Uchiha clan's strongest prodigy in a fair fight, with an expression that was almost impossibly complex. Behind him, the two elders' faces were even darker, rigid with anger. Outrageous! One of the elders, Uchiha Hokage, could no longer hold back. He slammed his palm down onto the table and shot to his feet. It was nothing but a stroke of luck that he managed to beat Shui. How dare you behave so brazenly in front of the Uchiha? Do you think the Uchiha have no one else to stand up to you? As soon as his words fell, at the door to the conference room, there was a rush of footsteps, and 7 or 8 young ninjas in Uchiha police force uniforms surged inside. They were elite Uchiha, drawn here by the commotion. Their eyes took in Shui, still sprawled on the ground and not fully recovered. Then, they fixed their burning gazes on the outsider youth standing at the center of the room, his expression calm and unruffled. Instantly, their eyes flashed crimson with rage. How dare you cause trouble on Uchiha territory? You must have a death wish. Everyone, take him down. Don't hold back. Without hesitation, all 7 or 8 of them launched into their attacks at once. Fire style, Phoenix Flame technique. Shuriken Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Uchiha style, Blazing Blade Leap. Fire-imbued shuriken and blades wreathed in flame sliced through the air from every direction, closing in to engulf Kagura entirely. Outside the door, Guy watched the scene unfold, a frantic urgency in his posture, ready to rush in. Kagura! But Kakashi caught his arm, holding him back. Don't go. His voice was cold, almost glacial. Just watch. Inside the conference room, Kagura faced the overwhelming onslaught. Yet his face betrayed not a hint of emotion. He did not even bother to draw a raiga from its sheath. He simply lifted both hands, then pressed his palms together. Suddenly, an invisible and overwhelming will, a force that exuded absolute dominion, descended upon the room. Conqueror's Haki. A crushing, thunderous force swept through the air. In that instant, the 7 or 8 fierce Uchiha elites froze in place. Their jutsu, moments away from completion, their blades, already slashing through the air, all paused, suspended in mid-motion. Terror, a depth of fear beyond comprehension, flooded their eyes. It was as if their souls were being seized tight by an enormous, invisible hand, leaving not even a spark of resistance behind. Thud, 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 one after another. It was as if all strength had left their bodies. They collapsed to the floor, foam at their lips, plunged into unconsciousness. The entire ordeal lasted less than a second. Silence reclaimed the conference room, as absolute as the grave. Only Kagura remained standing. He lowered his hands, not having moved a single step from where he stood. Fugaka stared at the bodies of his fellow clansmen, members of his own bloodline, strewn unconscious across the floor. He looked again at the young man standing there, not even out of breath. In those sharp, ever-piercing eyes, there now flickered a shade of fear. The 2 elders nearby were so frightened that they couldn't utter a single word. Only now did they understand. The boy before their eyes. He was not someone they could afford to provoke. Kagura no longer paid attention to those on the ground, now utterly harmless. His eyes returned to Uchiha Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku. He said, "Now, have I proven myself?" Fugaku fell silent. A long time passed. He closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. It was as if, in that moment, he had aged a decade. Yes. He forced out his voice heavy. Very well. Kagura nodded slightly. In that case, about the matter of the Hokage's direct guard unit. Will you agree? Fugaka did not answer right away. He looked at his son, who had stood quietly by his side all along. Uchiha Itachi. Then his gaze drifted to Uchiha Shui, who had just managed to struggle up from the ground, his face pale. Finally, his eyes fell on the young clansman lying unconscious on the floor. Within, Fugaku waged a silent war. Reason told him that agreeing was the best choice. This was Uchiha's only chance to leave their predicament and be welcomed back into the village's fold. But emotion made him feel a bitter humiliation. To let an outsider lead Uchiha's elite. It was as if the pride of the Uchiha clan was being trampled into the dirt. Father. Just then, Uchiha Itachi spoke up. His voice was youthful, but steady. I believe. Jonin Kagura is right. The Uchiha must change. We need a chance to show the village our loyalty. And we need a strong leader to guide us out of this crisis. Fugaku stared at his son. Then he looked over to Shui, who was nodding slowly in agreement. Fugaku understood. Even the 2 most outstanding young men of the clan had made their choice. What more could he, as leader, hesitate about? Very well. He drew in a deep breath. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I agreed to join the Hokage's direct guard unit. But he leveled his gaze at Kagura. I have one condition. Please, state it. This guard unit, said Fugaku, must answer solely to the Hokage. Its role is to protect the Leaf Village, not to become a tool for anyone to oppress the Uchiha. Kagura met his gaze. I promise. He spoke. This unit will fight only for the Hokage and for Konoha. Its blades will be drawn only against the village's enemies. They will never turn against our own. Very well, Fugaku nodded. In that case, I have no further questions. The Uchiha clan will fully support the formation of the guard. Thank you, clan leader. Kagura gave him a small, respectful bow. He turned around, his gaze settling on Shursui and Itachi. Shursui. Here. Itachi. Present. From this day on, Kagura announced, the two of you will serve as vice captains of this unit. You'll be responsible for the selection of personnel and the daily training. I need you to forge for me, in the shortest time possible, the sharpest spear in all of Konoha. Can you do it? Yes. Shursui and Itachi exchange a look. In each other's eyes, they glimpsed a spark, a light that had not been there in a long time. Kagura offered no further words. He nodded to Fugaku, then turned and left. Guy and Kakashi quickly followed after him. In the meeting room, only the Uchiha remained. Fugaku's gaze followed the spot where Kagura had disappeared, his expression deep and conflicted. Father, Itachi stepped up. Are you still worried? No, Fugaku shook his head. I was just thinking, the sky above Konoha might truly be changing. Kagura led Guy and Kakashi away from the Uchiha compound. Behind them, the great doors of the police force headquarters swung shut. Inside, the Uchiha clan, burdened by years of suppressed emotion. Outside, the village of Konoha, seemingly calm, yet roiling with unspoken currents beneath the surface. That's it, Guy asked, sounding reluctant. He had only just finished flattening over a dozen Uchiha. He was barely getting warmed up. It's over, Kagura replied. So where do we go now? Guy pressed. You two head back to the training grounds, Kagura instructed. Keep up with your training. What about you? I'm going to report to the Hokage. Kagura offered no further details. He gave the two a nod, and in the blink of an eye, vanished where he stood. He used Flying Thunder God to return directly to the Hokage's office. Minato was still there. The stack of documents on his desk remained undiminished. Seeing Kagura return so quickly, Minato looked surprised. How did it go? He asked. It's settled, Kagura replied. Settled. Minato's surprise only grew. Fugaku agreed? Kagura nodded. How did you do it? Minato just couldn't fathom it. That stubborn Uchiha clan leader, unyielding as a mountain of stone. How could they have agreed to such a humiliating condition so easily? It was simple, Kagura said. I defeated Uchiha Shursui in a fight. And then, while I was at it, I knocked out over a dozen of their police force elites. In the end, I almost took their conference room apart. That's when they agreed. Minato listened to Kagura's matter-of-fact recounting. He opened his mouth, but for a while, no words came out. He realized that his student's way of solving problems was always so unpredictable and so bluntly straightforward. I've already thought of a name for the guard unit, Kagura added. What is it? Shadow Guard, Kagura replied. The Hokage Shadow. To shield the Hokage and be the sharpest blade that protects Konoha. Shadow Guard, Minato echoed softly. All right, he nodded. Let's go with Shadow Guard. I'll leave the selection and training of its members entirely to you. Shursui and Itachi will assist you. Understood. There's one more thing, Minato said. About Elder Danzo. I'll handle it, Kagura answered. No, Minato shook his head. What I mean is, from now on, stay away from him. That old man is not someone you can deal with just yet. He's far more dangerous than you can imagine. Minato's tone was grave. Kagura looked at him. Sensei, understand. The report had concluded. Kagura left the Hokage's office. He didn't head straight back to the training grounds. First, he returned to his apartment, changed his clothes, and, as usual, went to the library. He spent the entire afternoon there. At dusk, he made his way, again as usual, to Training Ground 7. He practiced throwing kunai for half an hour. Then he left behind a flickering afterimage of chakra and slipped away in silence. He had done everything expected of a typical jonin of Konoha. He let his every move play out, plain as day, before those unseen eyes. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in Root's hidden base, in that dim, damp room reeking of antiseptics, Shimura Danzo sat in his chair, listening to his subordinates report. The Hokage has established a direct guard unit. A masked Root ninja reported, kneeling on one knee, his voice devoid of emotion. It has been named the Shadow Guard. Most of its members will be selected from the Uchiha clan. The captain is Kagura. Vice captains will be Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Danzo narrowed his single eye. So Minato, that brat. He moves quickly, doesn't he? Is this his way of issuing a challenge to me? Or perhaps, his fingers tapped gently on the wooden staff. Is he trying to win over the Uchiha? Foolish. Those wild and untamable Uchiha. There's no way they would truly submit to the Hokage. It's only a matter of time before they become the village's greatest threat. My lord, the root ninja spoke again. The one who delivered this message was Kagura. He went to the Uchiha compound alone, and he had a sparring match with Uchiha Shursui. What was the outcome? Danzo asked. Kagura won. Oh, Danzo sounded surprised. That blink of an eye Shursui actually lost. Yes, the ANBU replied, and according to the reports from our informants inside the Uchiha, Kagura seemed to use a type of mental shock technique we have never seen before. In an instant, he knocked out 7 or 8 Uchiha elites. Mental shock? Danzo's brow furrowed. He recalled that night in the Forest of Death. The mysterious masked man wearing white. That strange individual with an uncanny sense and terrifying power. Kagura. He whispered the name under his breath. Could it be? A sudden, uneasy thought flickered into his mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. Impossible. That masked man was powerful, yes, but his fighting style was entirely different from Kagura's, and the ages didn't match either. Keep watching him. Danzo gave his order. I want to know every single move of this Kagura boy. What he's practicing, who he meets, what he says. No detail is too small. Report everything to me. Yes, sir. The root ninja vanished. The room was once again left with only Danzo himself. He gazed out the window at the artificial sky, brilliantly lit by lamps. His eyes grew colder and colder. Namake's Minato, the Uchiha, and that increasingly unpredictable boy. Konoha's future can only rest in my hands. Shimura Danzo. ANBU base. Training ground 7. Kagura had returned. Kakashi and Guy were still there. There was no shirking, no idleness. They were pushing themselves with the most basic weight training. Sweat drenched their clothes. Yet, their eyes shone brighter than ever. You're back? Kakashi asked. Yeah. Kagura nodded. How did it go? Guy came over excitedly. All done, Kagura said. From now on, it's going to get busier. We'll need your help for the Shadow Guard selection and training. No problem, Guy replied with a hearty thump to his chest. Kakashi nodded as well. Very good. Kagura looked at them. But before that, your training still needs to continue, and it'll have to be doubled. Kakashi and Guy's faces fell in an instant. A devil. Their faces collapsed as soon as the words left her lips. A devil. Kagura didn't pay any more attention to the two men now questioning their very existence. He left the ANBU base. He returned to the apartment that, at least in name, belonged to him. He needed a proper rest. The days ahead would be busy. The next morning, in the Uchiha compound, inside a spacious room reserved for high-level clan meetings, Fugaku Uchiha sat at the head of the table. On either side of him were several Uchiha elders. Standing respectfully before him were Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Regarding the Hokage's decision to form the Shadow Guard, Fugaku spoke slowly. What are your thoughts? Shursui took a step forward. I believe this represents an opportunity, he said. An opportunity for the Uchiha to prove our worth to the village once more, and a chance to ease the growing tension between us and the villagers. Itachi said nothing, but nodded his agreement. But, snorted the elder seated to Fugaku's left, Elder Hakadai, letting an outsider become captain? It's an utter humiliation. Is our Uchiha genius truly inferior to some blonde kid no one's even heard of? Elder Hakadai, Shursui, turned to him. You witnessed Jonin Kagura's strength yourself just yesterday. I couldn't match him. Furthermore, he paused. That strange power, one that rendered over a dozen of us helpless in an instant. I have never seen anything like it. I doubt it's even ninjutsu at all. The conference room fell silent again. Everyone remembered the previous day. The black-haired youth, those golden, emotionless slit eyes, and the terrifying, oppressive aura that shook them to their very souls. Enough. Fugaku broke the silence. I've already given my word to the Hokage. There's nothing more to discuss. Shursui. Itachi. Yes, sir. I'll leave the selection of the Shadow Guard's first members to the two of you, Fugaku said. I have only one request. They must be the most elite and reliable of our young clan members. Understood. Shursui and Itachi accepted the task and withdrew. 3 days later, the Uchiha compound, Rear Mountains. A secretive, well-hidden training ground set aside for confidential drills. 20 Uchiha youths stood there. Though they looked no older than 12 or 13, their eyes gleamed with pride and confidence. Here they were. They were the very first candidate members of the Shadow Guard, carefully selected by Shursui and Itachi through round after round of rigorous screening. Now, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stood in front of them. From today onward, Shursui began, his voice grave and solemn. You are no longer just ordinary members of the Uchiha clan. You are shadow guards, the shadows that will protect the 4th Hokage and watch over the village of Konoha. Your honor is no longer something that belongs to the Uchiha alone. It now belongs to the Hokage and to the village as well. The youths straightened their backs proudly at his words. Their faces shone with a sense of accomplishment. At that very moment, 3 figures appeared at the entrance to the training grounds. Leading them was Kagura. Behind him followed Kakashi and Guy. Looks like everyone's here, Kagura said as he strode over. He gazed at these talented youngsters whose pride was tangible even from a distance. I am Kagura, he introduced himself, commander of the Shadow Guard. He gestured toward the 2 who stood beside him. These 2 are your vice commander and instructors. Hatake Kakashi. My Guy. No sooner had he finished speaking than an uproar erupted among the 20 Uchiha youths. What? He's making him the commander? You gotta be kidding. And Hatake Kakashi? The son of White Fang. My Guy? That taijutsu idiot who doesn't even know how to use ninjutsu. They're supposed to be our instructors? Is this some kind of insult to us? Their faces were flushed with fury and indignation. Even Shursui and Itachi looked rather awkward for a brief moment. Silence. Shursui called out sternly. But it had little effect. Raised from childhood with beliefs of Uchiha superiority, these prodigies would not listen. Kagura said nothing. He simply watched them quietly, waiting for the outbursts to fade. Are you finished? At last, he spoke, his voice soft but carrying clearly to every ear in the crowd. And with his words, a subtle, invisible pressure filled the air. One by one, the rowdy Uchiha boys fell silent, the overwhelming tension forcing their voices away. They found themselves oppressed by an inexplicable sense of unease. Very good, Kagura nodded. Seems you've got quite a few opinions about me and about my vice commanders. That's all right. I'm actually quite democratic by nature. So, let me give you a chance. He looked each of them square in the face. All 20 of you, come at me together. If you can so much as leave one mark on me, even a scratch, or if you can just last 10 minutes against me, I'll step down from the role of squad captain. Whoever thinks they're up for it, step right up. His words dripped with unrestrained arrogance. Yet, in that very moment, he managed to ignite the fury of every young Uchiha there. You bastard! You're underestimating the Uchiha clan way too much. 10 minutes? I'll finish you in 10 seconds. Let's all take him on. Show him what we're made of. 20 Uchiha prodigies. Not a trace of hesitation among them. They all attacked at once. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Kurun technique. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Ninjutsu and Genjutsu surged like a tidal wave, completely engulfing Kagura in the blink of an eye. From a distance, Guy watched with his heart pounding in his chest. Kagura, watch out! Kakashi, on the other hand, remained calm. More than anyone, he understood just how terrifying this man standing before them truly was. The flames faded away. The shuriken missed their mark. Kagura stood exactly where he had been, untouched. Not even the hem of his robe had shifted. With his observation haki, he had predicted every trajectory of their attacks, down to the finest detail. All those seemingly lethal strikes. Not one had ever even come close to touching him. How can this be? The 20 Uchiha youngsters stared in stunned disbelief. Shock and even a hint of fear flickered across their faces. Warm-up's over. Kagura spoke, and then his figure vanished from where he'd just stood. The next instant, he appeared right in the middle of their ranks. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Bang! An Uchiha was sent flying. Crack! Another Uchiha's arm snapped. Agonized screams echoed, one after another. Kagura used no ninjutsu, no conqueror's haki, only the purest taijutsu, his fists and feet coated in a thin layer of armament haki hardening. Ruthlessly overwhelmed these so-called prodigies. Their Sharingan could catch Kagura's movements, but their bodies simply couldn't keep up. Their Genjutsu, against Kagura's monstrous spirit, didn't make a dent. In less than 3 minutes, the 20 Uchiha elite lay sprawled out across the ground, not a single one able to rise. Kagura stood among the fallen, brushing his hands together, as if dusting off dirt that was never there. He looked at Shursui and Itachi. Well, anyone else object? Shursui and Itachi stared at Kagura, shock written all over their faces, impossible to hide. They had always known Kagura was strong, but never imagined strength on this scale. One man with only hand-to-hand combat. Utterly defeated 20 Sharingan-wielding Uchiha elites in under 3 minutes. This was beyond genius. This was monstrous. Now, Kagura looked at the two of them. Does anyone else have an objection? Sure Sway gave a wry smile. He knelt down on one knee before Kagura. Vice Captain of Shadow Guard, Uchiha Sure Sway. Greetings, Commander. Itachi followed suit, kneeling down as well. Greetings, Commander. The young Uchiha, still lying on the ground, groaning in pain, saw the clan's two strongest prodigies kneel. None of them dared voice another complaint. The look in their eyes shifted from defiance to reverence as they gazed at Kagura. Excellent. Kagura nodded slightly. He walked up to stand before Kakashi and Guy. Next, he spoke. I'll leave these rookies basic training to you. Kakashi, you'll be responsible for teaching them assassination, infiltration, and teamwork. Guy, you'll teach them taijutsu and how to break through their own limits. I want you both within 1 month to forge them into true elites. Let them forget they are Uchiha. Let them remember they are Shadow Guards. Can you do it? No problem. Guy was the first to answer, voice booming. His eyes blazed with excitement. The thought of personally drilling the Uchiha prodigies made his blood burn with passion. Kakashi also nodded. Leave it to me. Good. Kagura lingered no longer. I'll leave things here in your hands. He then spoke to Sure Sway and Itachi again. Assist the instructor's work to the best of your abilities. Yes, sir. Kagura turned around and left. He needed to report to the Hokage and to set the second stage of his plan into motion. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato watched as Kagura strode in, dust still clinging to his cloak. How did it go? He asked. It's done, Kagura replied. Again, Minato gave a helpless little smile. He couldn't help but notice. There seemed to be nothing this student couldn't handle. But Sensei, Kagura said, I have a new idea. Let's hear it. The Shadow Guard cannot be Uchiha alone, Kagura said. Oh, the Uchiha are a razor-sharp blade, Kagura explained. But a blade too sharp can cut its own wielder. And it can make others wary. We need balance. We need to bring blood from other clans into the Shadow Guard. For example, the Hyuga. Their Byakugan makes them the best scouts. Their gentle fist can complement the Uchiha's fierce power. And then the Kurama clan. Their illusion techniques can silently seize control of the battlefield. And also Aburame, Inazuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi. What I want is not a private Uchiha squad. I want a true ace unit. A team formed from all the elite clans of Konoha. Minato listened quietly. His eyes grew ever brighter. He realized something. His student always saw further than he did, and more thoroughly. I understand. He nodded. Your idea is excellent. But, he continued, convincing those proud clans to send their best young members and accept an outsider like you as their commander. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. I know, Kagura replied. That's why I need you to grant me one more authority. What authority? I want to hold a public selection tournament in the village, Kagura said. All ninja aged 12 to 16 with skills above Chunin level can participate. The final top 20 winners will earn the right to join Shadow Guard. A public selection? Minato was taken aback. Yes, Kagura nodded. Let strength speak for itself. We'll select the best in front of everyone's eyes. That way, there will be no objections. Minato looked at him. He understood Kagura's true intentions. Kagura wasn't just selecting team members. He also wanted to use this opportunity to announce the existence of the Shadow Guard to the whole of Konoha, and to declare his absolute authority as its commander. Very well. Minato smiled. Let's do as you say. 3 days from now, at the Forest of Death, the training ground used for the Chunin exams. I will be there in person to watch. Thank you, Sensei. Kagura bowed. He turned to leave. Oh, right, Minato called out to him once more. About your own team. Hyuga Takuma and Kurama Yakumo. How do you plan to arrange them? I've already chosen them in advance, Kagura answered. But they too will participate in the selection. They will earn that spot with their own strength. Not on account of my connections. Minato smiled approvingly. Go, he said. Do it boldly. The village stands behind you. Kagura left. He didn't return to his training right away. Instead, he made his way to Konoha Hospital first. He sought out a brown-haired girl who was helping in the medical corps. Rin. Gatorokun. Rin looked surprised to see him. What brings you here? There's something I'd like your help with, Kagura said. What is it? I need some medical equipment, Kagura said. And some of the highest grade nutrient solutions, along with soldier pills. What do you need those for? To give Kakashi and Guy an extra meal, Kagura replied. Their training is very intense, Kagura explained. I'm worried their bodies might not be able to handle it. Rin looked at him. She gazed at this devilish instructor. Just days ago, he'd practically beaten those two half to death. Now, he was fussing about their health like a mother hen. She smiled. Understand. she said. Leave it to me. Kagura then made his way to the Hyuga clan's compound. He sought out his teammate, who was frantically training with gentle fist techniques. Takuma. Captain, get ready, Kagura said. In 3 days, there's going to be a very interesting competition. Go sign up for it. A competition? Yes. Kagura nodded. It's an event where you can prove yourself in front of the entire village. Takuma froze for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Kagura's last stop was the Kurama clan's estate. He found the black-haired girl, lost in her painting. Yakumo. Captain. In 3 days, Kagura said, put down your sketchboard. And go show everyone just how dazzling the Kurama clan's strongest illusions can be. Yakumo looked up at him. She set down her brush. Her smile brimmed with confidence. Yes. Kagura left the Hyuga compound. He returned to the Hokage's office. Minato watched him. Everything taken care of? Yes. Kagura nodded. In 3 days, the public selection at the Forest of Death. Excellent. Minato smiled. Konoha needs new blood. And a new beginning. The news of the Shadow Guard selection spread across Konoha in no time. Like a single stone tossed into a tranquil lake. It sent ripples coursing outward. The Hokage's personal guard. Such a title carried weight. And even more allure. Countless young ninja, eager to prove themselves, yearning for the Hokage's recognition, were fired up, especially those who had lost family in war or were born to ordinary households, civilian ninjas. For them, this was the best chance to soar in a single leap. The great ninja clans responded in various ways. Some jumped at the chance, immediately nominating their finest youth to participate. Others watched from the sidelines, their attitudes ambiguous. Then there were the old, noble houses, led by the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka. They quickly picked up on the unusual undercurrents ripple beneath the surface. They sent people to ask the Hokage for details. All they received in response was a single answer. This is the will of fire. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Forest of Death. Once the site of the Chunin exams, it was a forbidden zone brimming with danger and the unknown. Today, it opened to the public once again. At the entrance to the training grounds, the crowd was immense. More than 500 young shinobi, all between 12 and 16 years of age, had gathered here. Excitement, nerves, and anticipation were written all over their faces. At the very front of the crowd, Takuma and Yakumo stood side by side. Their expressions remained calm and steady. Among the group of proud, Uchiha youths, Shursui and Itachi appeared especially composed. Kakashi and Guy stood atop the platform at the entrance, flanked by a handful of A and BU assigned to keep order. The time had come. Kagura appeared on the platform. He wore his usual, simple black combat attire, the gleaming black blade of Raiga hanging at his waist. His arrival silenced the noisy crowd in an instant. Every gaze fixed on him. This youth, not much older than themselves, already a jonin of Konoha, and the chief examiner for this election. I am Kagura, he announced. His voice wasn't loud, yet it rang clearly in every ear. Captain of the Shadow Guard, and the chief examiner for this election. I know why you're here. You crave strength, recognition, and honor. Good. The Shadow Guard can give you all of these. But his gaze slowly swept across the sea of young faces below. The Shadow Guard is no greenhouse. The Shadow Guard is a blade. The sharpest blade in the Hokage's hand. We don't want prodigies. We want warriors. The kind who can grit their teeth and complete the mission, even in the very depths of hell. So, there are no rules for this selection. Only one requirement. He gestured to the vast, mysterious forest behind him. Survive, and reach the tower at the center of the forest before sunrise tomorrow. Only the top 20 who reach the tower in the end will earn the right to join the Shadow Guard. Do you understand? Yes. A thunderous reply erupted from below. Excellent. Kagura nodded. In that case, the selection begins now, even before his words had faded. Countless figures surged forward like a tidal wave, rushing into that perilous forest. A brutal, ruleless battle royale had begun. On the high platform. Is this really okay? Kai looked at the figures disappearing into the sea of trees, his voice tinged with worry. A lot of people will die. The war has already begun. Kagura replied, his tone calm. Letting them adapt a little early might not be such a bad thing. Kakashi said nothing. He watched the depths of the forest in silence. His Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, turned slowly, thoughtfully. Within the forest, the fighting had already reached a fever pitch from the very start. Some chose to form alliances. Some preferred to act alone. Some went on a frenzied hunt, ruthlessly picking off the isolated and the weak. Others, familiar with the terrain, laid deadly traps with cunning precision. Screams and explosions rang out in a relentless succession, echoing through the woods. Tokima and Yakumo stuck together. The two of them formed a small but remarkably solid duo. Tokima's Byakugan was an unparalleled radar. He could spot every danger and every enemy well before they struck. Yakumo's Genjutsu, on the other hand, offered the finest control. She could silently and imperceptibly lure any would-be ambusher into a waking nightmare. Together, they moved forward in perfect sync, pressing steadily on toward the central tower. Their journey surprising but smooth, with every threat deftly avoided. Elsewhere, the Uchiha squad showcased their overwhelming power. Shursui and Itachi advanced left and right, sharp as dual blades. No one could last even 3 exchanges against them. The 20 Uchiha U's behind them formed the tightest of formations. Sharingan eyes flashing, fire-style jutsu unleashed, shuriken techniques razor-sharp. They moved as a single, efficient war machine, crushing every enemy daring to block their path. They advanced faster than anyone else, drawing every eye. At the center of the forest, high atop the central tower, stood Kagura. His observation haki enveloped the entire forest of death, mirroring every corner and every act unfolding below within his mind. Who had been eliminated? Who remained? Who was locked in combat? Who lurked in the shadows, preparing to strike from ambush? Nothing could slip past his perception. Kakashi and Kai joined him atop the tower, each holding a list of eliminated candidates, lists constantly being updated. 300 have already been eliminated, Kakashi said, his tone almost indifferent. And casualties? Kagura inquired. 53 seriously wounded, Kakashi reported after a glance. 7 dead. Kagura nodded. That number was a bit less than he had expected. Kai, he called, turning to the earnest, hot-blooded fool whose brow was still furrowed. Yes. Have the identities of the dead been confirmed? It's been confirmed. Kai's tone was somewhat somber. They were all civilian shinobi, with no clan background. Okay, Kagura replied with a simple acknowledgement. There was nothing more to say. War is just this cruel. The weak have no right to survive. How are things on the Uchiha side? Kai asked again. They're almost at the central area, Kakashi replied, moving very fast with almost no losses. But, he paused for a beat. It seems they've drawn some attention. Oh, it's the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. Kakashi went on. They've formed a temporary alliance. They're setting traps along the path the Uchiha are taking. Looks like they're planning to teach the Uchiha a lesson. Kagura let out a soft laugh. How interesting. Let them play their game, then. I'd like to see for myself. Are the Uchiha eyes really that formidable? Or is the brain of the Ino Shikicho trio sharper? At the heart of the forest, Shursui Uchiha stopped in his tracks. He raised a hand, signaling the group behind him a halt. What is it, Shursui? One young Uchiha asked. Shursui didn't answer. His Sharingan, already awakened to the 3rd Tomo, swept alertly across the patch of forest ahead, which looked perfectly ordinary. Itachi, he murmured. Yeah. Itachi Uchiha moved up to stand beside him. His own Sharingan, too, was active. Do you sense it? Shursui asked. There's an ambush, Itachi replied. And it's not a small group. They know what they're doing. Shursui nodded. Looks like someone's trying to put us in our place. So what now? Itachi asked. We push through. Shursui answered, his voice calm. In the face of overwhelming power, any trap is just a joke. Such was his confidence in his own strength. Everyone get ready, he called out. Target, 300 meters ahead. Charge. 20 young Uchiha, without a hint of hesitation, followed Shursui and Itachi like unsheathed blades, surging into the thicket. The moment they set foot within the forest, everything changed. The ground suddenly turned treacherously soft. Several of the Uchiha, caught off guard, found the earth give out beneath them, their bodies sinking waist-deep into a swampy trap. It's Earth-style, graveyard swamp, someone shouted in alarm. Fire-style, grand fireball technique. Shursui reacted instantly. His hands flashed through the signs. A massive fireball burst from his lips, roaring across the mire and setting the swamp, together with the surrounding trees, ablaze. The flames, for the moment, kept the bog from spreading further. But their formation had already been thrown into disarray. Watch the shadows, Itachi suddenly shouted. A black shadow, as sly as a serpent, slid silently out from the shadows of the burning trees. It slithered toward the young Uchiha, who was struggling to crawl out of the mire. Shadow imitation jutsu. In an instant, the boy lost control over his body. He could only watch, helpless, as he sank bit by bit into the swamp. Damn it! Another young Uchiha rushed to save him. But as soon as he moved, his body froze. His consciousness was violently swept from his own body by an invisible force. A foreign will seize control. Mind-body switch jutsu. The Uchiha youth now possessed. Drew a kunai. Without hesitation, he thrust the blade toward his own comrade. Blood splattered through the air. You idiot! What are you doing? Panic started to spread. Calm down. Shui roared. It's the Nara and Yamanaka clans. Use Jinjutsu. Find their real bodies. Several Uchiha adept in Jinjutsu immediately activated their Sharingan. They scanned the chaotic battlefield, searching for the jutsu user's location. Found him. One boy pointed at a large tree up ahead on the left. Over there. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Another boy quickly responded. A giant dragon of fire roared to life, storming toward the tree. The explosion split the tree apart, but the spot was empty. Only a burning straw dummy remained. Body replacement jutsu. No, Itachi. Their goal isn't a head-on fight. It's to divide us, to wear us down. He saw through their tactics. At that moment, the ground trembled again. A gigantic ball of flesh, like a falling meteorite, plummeted from the sky. It crashed into their already chaotic formation with tremendous force. Human boulder, needle Jizo. Several Uchiha youth were caught off guard. They were sent flying by the spiked, kunai-studded ball. Their formation was shattered completely. A Kimchi clan. Shui gritted his teeth. Pig, deer, butterfly. The oldest and most well-coordinated trio in the Leaf Village. They were clearly well prepared. Atop the tower, Kagura watched the spectacular ambush unfold below. His face betrayed no emotion. Looks like the Uchiha are in trouble, Guy remarked, a hint of glee in his voice. This isn't trouble. Kakashi shook his head. It's inevitable. The Sharingan is indeed powerful, but when you rely so much on sight, you forget other things. For instance, your mind. Kagura said nothing. He watched in silence. He watched as Shui and Itachi struggled desperately, unable to keep up under the flawless teamwork of the Inoshikacho trio. He watched as those Uchiha prodigies, once so proud and self-assured, were eliminated from the battlefield, one by one. Shui was formidable. His body flicker technique was pushed to its utmost limit, so fast it was almost impossible to track. His Jinjutsu, too, was powerful enough to snare most jonin in an instant. Itachi was also immensely talented. His mastery of fire-style jutsu, his shuriken skills, his unerring combat intuition, all vastly exceeded that of his peers. But they were not facing just a single opponent. They were up against a matured battle formation, a system forged through decades, even centuries, of seamless coordination. The shadow of the Nara clan always emerged when least expected, restricting their every move at critical moments. The mental techniques of the Yamanaka clan seeped in from every direction, forcing constant vigilance and splitting their concentration at all times. And then there was the Akimichi clan's human bullet tank, a force of pure, unstoppable momentum. For the first time, Shui felt truly outmatched. He realized that the speed and Jinjutsu he prided himself on, within this bizarre domain woven of shadows, minds, and crushing bodies, simply could not exert their full strength. Itachi furrowed his brow in frustration. His Sharingan allowed him to see through all of the enemy's jutsu and coordination. Yet he could not find a flaw, no weak point to attack, no gap in the enemy's unity. Their teamwork was flawless, so much so that there were no openings at all. This can't go on, Shui murmured, just loud enough for Itachi to hear. We have to break out. Itachi nodded in agreement. They exchanged a look, a silent, understanding flash between them. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The two of them unleashed their flames, sending massive fireballs roaring in the same direction. The fireballs merged in midair, becoming a single, even larger and more intense firestorm of utter destruction. With a thunderous crash, the scorching ball of fire smashed fiercely into the barrier woven of shadows and mental energy before them. The barrier trembled violently, then shattered. A gap appeared. Go! Shui barked. He and Itachi became twin streaks of black lightning, and in a blink, they burst through the breach. They did not look back. The family members still struggling valiantly behind them. They left them all behind. It was the most rational choice, and also the most merciless. The Inoshikacho trio watched the two shadowy figures vanish from sight, but they did not pursue. It wasn't their mission to wipe out every last opponent. Their goal was to teach the Uchiha a lesson. To make it clear, in Konoha, having powerful eyes alone was not enough. Atop the high tower, "It's over," Kakashi said. Kagura nodded. The Uchiha lost nearly half their people, before finally breaking through the Inoshikacho's blockade. The price was steep, but in the end it might have been worth it. At that very moment, two figures appeared at the base of the tall tower. It was Tokima and Yakumo. They had arrived as well, though they looked a bit battered. There were no serious injuries on them. Looks like you two ran into quite a bit of trouble as well. Kagura looked at them and smiled. Looks like you two ran into quite a bit of trouble as well. Kagura glanced at Tokima and Yakumo, offering a gentle smile. Tokima scratched his head sheepishly. It wasn't too bad, Captain. We just ran into some folks who were tougher to handle. Yakumo moved closer to Kagura and reported in a low voice. Together, Tokima and I took out 37 competitors in total. 5 of them were from the Uchiha clan. Kagura nodded in acknowledgement. This outcome was within his expectations. With Tokima's Byakugan and Yakumo's Genjutsu, in a battle free from rules. They were practically invincible. One might even call it cheating. You two should rest here for now, Kagura said. The selection is almost over. He lifted his head again, his gaze turning toward the depths of the forest. His observation haki had remained extended all this time. Just moments ago, when the Inoshikacho trio ambushed the Uchiha, he sensed it, farther away, in several exceedingly hidden corners. He detected a few cold, emotionless presences. Those auras were faint, but they were very familiar to Kagura. That was the scent of root. Danzo, that old schemer, clearly hadn't given up. He had sent agents to surveillance this election, perhaps with darker, more sinister objectives as well. Kagura's eyes grew cold. Kakashi he spoke up. I'll leave things here in your hands. I have a personal matter to attend to. A personal matter? Guy blinked. What kind of personal matter? Taking out the trash. Kagura tossed out the words, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from the tower's edge. Hey, Kagura, Guy started to call after him, but Kakashi stopped him. Let him go. Kakashi's tone was calm. He knows what he's doing. Somewhere in the forest, cloaked in shadow, 3 rude operatives, each wearing a white mask, clung like geckos to the trunk of a massive ancient tree. They were watching the bloody conclusion of the battle below. Target confirmed. The lead root ninja reported into the communicator, voice flat and impassive. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi have broken through successfully. Hyuga Tokima and Kurama Yakumo have also reached the central tower. Shall we proceed with the second plan? There was a pause from the other end of the communicator. Then another chilled voice came through. Not for now. Keep monitoring. Pay special attention to that kid, named Kagura. Sir suspects he might be connected to the incident in the Hidden Rain village. Understood. The root ninja cut off communication. He was just about to shift his position. Suddenly, a chill so cold it seemed to reach his very soul swept over him. A murderous intent, sharp and icy. It came from behind him without the slightest warning. He tried to turn around, but the chance was already lost. A tiny, almost inaudible sound, the whisper of a blade slipping into flesh. A jet-black dagger, utterly devoid of reflection, burst through his back. He glanced down, staring at the blade tip protruding from his chest, seeping an aura of utter annihilation. Terror, pure and unfathomable, widened his eyes. He hadn't even sensed when his assailant had appeared behind him. Kagura drew the blade, Raiga. The root ninja's body toppled from the tree like a withered leaf. And even before he hit the ground, his form began disintegrating at an alarming rate, leaving not the faintest trace of blood behind. Who's there? The other 2 root ninjas finally reacted. They faced the youth who had appeared out of nowhere, whose own features were hidden behind a stark white mask. Tension gripped their bodies at once. Their weapons flashed from their sheaths. But Kagura allowed them no time, no reprieve. His silhouette left only a blur in the air where he had stood. A heartbeat later, he was behind the 2 ninjas. Raiga already slid back into its scabbard. 2 bodies, both cleaved cleanly in half, began to fall, and, like the first, quickly decomposed into nothingness before they even hit the ground. Kagura did not spare them a single glance. His observation haki had already locked onto the next target. He moved with silent efficiency, like a harbinger, sweeping through the forest shrouded in blood and chaos, wordlessly ridding the darkest corners of all filth that tried to hide there. 5 minutes later, he emerged at the opposite edge of the woods. Here as well, 3 root ninjas lay in wait. Their mission, it seemed, was back up and retreat. Kagura didn't bother wasting words. He attacked without hesitation. The fight began in an instant, and ended even faster. 3 bodies, each dispatched with ruthless efficiency, crumpled to the forest floor. But this time, Kagura left one alive. He stepped on the chest of the last root ninja, whose limbs had been shattered and whose breath was barely a whisper. Crouching down, Kagura gazed into eyes brimming with terror and despair. Go back, he said. Tell Shimura Danzo. My patience is wearing thin. This is my last warning. Next time, it won't be just a few dogs that die. things would get far uglier than that. With those words, he stood and vanished without a trace. The root ninja, who survived by a stroke of luck, watched the direction where Kagura had vanished. His whole body was trembling violently. He felt as if he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell and back. Up on the tower, Kagura reappeared. It was as though he'd only taken a short stroll outside. There wasn't so much as a scratch on him, no sign he'd just been in a fight. All finished? Kakashi asked. Kagura nodded. Just a few troublesome flies, that's all. He didn't elaborate. His gaze shifted to the entrance of the forest. The first batch of successful candidates was already arriving. It was Shui and Itachi. Though both of them looked a little battered, the sharpness in their eyes remained unclouded. They spotted Kagura standing on top of the tower. Both nodded to him in acknowledgement. Then they entered the tower, disappearing into the shadows. More and more people began to arrive. The Inoshikicho trio showed up as well, faces bruised and swollen. There were also some civilian ninjas whose names Kagura didn't know, but their strength was evident. At last, as the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the 20th and final candidate, a boy drenched in blood, dragged himself into the tower. Time was up. Selection. Kagura's voice echoed once again. Is over. The word selection rang out from him, spreading across the vast training ground. It's finished. Below the tower, the young ninjas, some standing, some sitting, some sprawled on the ground, all raised their heads. Weariness and pain were etched on their faces, but so was a sense of survival, a relief that they had made it through. And try as they might to hide it, a spark of excitement shone in their eyes. They had done it. They were the final 20. Kagura leapt down from the tower, landing before the 20. His gaze slowly swept over their faces, each still marked by traces of youth. Congratulations, he said. You have proven, through your strength and your will, that you have earned the right to stand here. From this day forward, each of you is a member of the very first Shadow Guard. A low, irrepressible cheer rippled through the group. But Kagura's voice turned cold again. This is only the beginning. The Shadow Guard is not a place to relax. On the contrary, this will be the harshest hell you've ever experienced. Here, every ounce of your potential will be squeezed out. You will be forged into the sharpest blades, or reduced to nothing more than useless scrap. Now, does anyone want to quit? Silence. Determination lit every pair of eyes. They had fought so hard to get here. There was no way anyone would give up now. Very well. Kagura nodded. Now, I will announce the preliminary appointments for the Shadow Guards. His gaze fell upon Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi Hitaki. Mike Guy, you two will serve as vice commanders and chief instructors of the Shadow Guards. You'll be responsible for the daily training of all members, as well as tactical guidance. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances. They nodded to Kagura. Understood. Kagura then turned his attention to Shui and Itachi Uchiha. Shui Uchiha, you will be captain of the Shadow Guard's first squad. Your duties will focus on assault and assassination missions. Yes, Shui replied. Itachi Uchiha, you will be captain of the second squad. You'll oversee intelligence gathering and infiltration operations. Yes, Itachi also responded. At last, Kagura looked over to Tokima Hyuga and Yakumo Kurama. Tokima Hyuga, you will join the first squad. Yakumo Kurama, you will join the second squad. Yes, the two answered in unison. As for the remaining members, Kagura gazed at the crowd of youths before him, their faces alight with anticipation. You'll be assigned to squads based on Shusui's and Itachi's evaluations of your performance during this selection. The final squad rosters will be announced tomorrow. For now, everyone dismissed. Go back, get treatment, and rest up. Tomorrow morning at 5. Gather here on time. Your first lesson will begin then. With those words, Kagura lingered no longer. He turned and left, leaving behind a group of young hopefuls, their hearts pounding with excitement and nervousness alike. Kagura exited the forest of death and headed straight to the Hokage's office. Minato was still there. As he saw Kagura enter, he set aside his pen. It's over. Yes, Kagura nodded. And? How did it go? We chose 20, Kagura replied. Shui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, Tokima Hyuga, Yakumo Kurama, all of them made it. Inoshikicho, those 3 kids, got in too. The rest are mostly civilian shinobi, with a few from minor clans. And casualties? Minato asked. 7 dead, Kagura said evenly, and 53 seriously wounded. Minato fell silent. The number was a bit better than he'd feared, but still brutal enough. This is war, sensei, Kagura said. I know, Minato sighed. I've made the preliminary appointments for the Shadow Guards, Kagura told him, explaining about Shui and Itachi being squad captains. Kakashi and Guy as vice commanders and instructors. What do you think? Minato asked. Very good, Kagura replied. The two of them need something right now to distract them. They also need a place where they can restore their sense of self-worth. Minato nodded in agreement. You've worked hard, Kagura. This is my duty. By the way, Minato said, as if a thought had just crossed his mind, about Elder Danzo. No movement from him, Kagura replied. No movement? Minato sounded a little surprised. Right? Kagura nodded. Perhaps I scared him a bit last time. Of course, he wouldn't mention how he'd quietly taken out a few more rude operatives during the selection process. That's good, Minato said, breathing a sigh of relief. So what's your next step? He asked. Training, Kagura answered, then working with the Shadow Guard. I need to get this unit battle ready as soon as possible. Understood, Minato nodded. The village will give you its full support. If you need anything, come directly to me. Understand. Kagura prepared to leave. Kagura, Minato called after him once more. Is there anything else, sensei? Be careful, Minato said quietly. I will. Kagura left. At the same time, in Konoha Underground, Root's base, in that dark, damp room, Shimura Danzo listened as his subordinate reported. It was the Root ninja Kagura had deliberately allowed to escape. Covered in wounds, he knelt trembling on the floor. Word for word, he repeated what Kagura had said. He said this is the final warning. Next time, it won't just be a few dogs that die. His voice trailed off. A heavy silence filled the room. Danzo narrowed his single eye. He said nothing, yet the temperature inside the room seemed to plummet. After a long while, he finally spoke. Understand. His voice was calm. So, calm was chilling. You may go. Yes, sir. As if granted amnesty, the Root operative scrambled out. Once more, Danzo was left alone in the room. He gazed at the false sky beyond the window. His fingers tapped the wooden staff in idle contemplation. Kagura. It's Kagura again. That brat. He's growing too fast. Already slipping from my grasp. I have to find a way. A way to crush him completely. The next day, 5 a.m., Umbu Base, Training Ground number 7. 22 young figures appeared right on time. All of them wore identical black combat uniforms, devoid of any markings. Their faces still bore the exhaustion and scars from the previous day's selection. Yet in their eyes, there was a new, razor-sharp gleam. They were shadow guards. Kagura, Kakashi, and Guy had long been waiting there. Very good. Kagura gazed at these future blades standing before him. No one is late. It seems none of you have forgotten yesterday's selection. His gaze swept over every one of them. Even those young Uchiha who still carried traces of their clan's pride unconsciously straightened their backs. I'll say this again. Kagura's voice was icy. A shadow guard has no use for dead weight. You have 2 months. In 2 months, I'll give you another test. If you fail, get out. Is that clear? Yes, sir. 22 voices roared in unison. Good. Kagura nodded. Kakashi, Guy, they're yours now. With that, he turned and walked to the far side of the training field. He didn't look back at them again. Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance. Then they stepped before their group of fresh recruits. I am Kakashi. Kakashi spoke, his voice flat and emotionless. I'll teach you how to kill. I am Guy. Guy's voice overflowed with passion. I'll teach you how not to be killed before you can kill anyone else. And thus, the hellish training began. Kagura paid them no mind. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He formed hand seals with both hands. Multiple shadow, clone technique. In an instant, a flurry of successive bursts. 200 identical Kaguras filled half the training ground. You lot. The real Kagura issued his orders to the clones. 50 of you, go train the 8 inner gates. Your goal is to master opening the first 5 gates within 1 month. 50 more, focus on the flying thunder god technique. 1 month to master instant casting and pinpoint accuracy. Another 50, study Lady Tsunade's medical notes and Kushina Sensei's sealing scrolls. I want results. The last 50, come with me. He led this final group of 50 clones to the center of the training field. Together, they formed a circle, sitting cross-legged. He extended his right hand. Lightning, a stream of pure, violet electricity shimmered into existence in his palm. He raised his left hand. Armament hockey. A sleek, jet-black shell covered the length of his left arm. Begin. He slowly pressed his electrified right hand onto the armored left arm. A sharp, crackling sound filled the air again, harsh and unmistakable. A charred scent of grilled meat began to fill the air. Kagura's body shook fiercely. Bulging veins stood out on his face. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans slid down from his temples. Pain. A pain so deep, so inhuman, it pierced right to the marrow of his bones. And yet, his body did not collapse. His mutated cells, transformed by the bloodline of the Phantom Beast, were frantically repairing the tissue ravaged by the lightning at an astonishing speed. Destruction. Regeneration. Destruction again. Regeneration once more. A mad, self-inflicted cycle. His body was being beaten and tempered in this most brutal fashion, over and over, growing stronger, becoming more resilient. On the other side, training for the Shadow Guard was equally intense and relentless. Guy oversaw their physical conditioning. His methods were simple, ruthless, and effective. Weighted cross-country runs, limit-pushing squats, frog jumps until they were sick. With inexhaustible enthusiasm and nearly impossible standards, he relentlessly pushed each person's physical limits to the edge. Kakashi, meanwhile, was in charge of combat training. His methods were colder and deadlier. Silent assassinations, trap setting, squad assaults, and savage, lawless one-on-one fights. With the icy blade he inherited from the White Fang and Sharingan eyes belonging to Obito, he drilled into these self-proclaimed geniuses again and again. On the real battlefield, only those who survive have any right to speak of honor. The training was grueling. So grueling that even these Uchiha youths, used to lives of privilege since birth, nearly broke down multiple times. But no one quit, because they saw hope. They saw their own captain, enduring even harsher training than theirs. They saw the vice captain, also wielding the Sharingan, yet leagues stronger than any of them. And they saw the Green Beast, who fought with nothing but taijutsu, yet could easily overpower them all. Their pride was shattered, but their fighting spirit was set ablaze. They began, for the first time, to truly see themselves as members of the Shadow Guard. Not just Uchiha. Shursui and Itachi were there among them too. Their roles as vice captains did nothing to lessen their resolve. Just like everyone else, they gritted their teeth and forced themselves through every seemingly impossible task. Their abilities were also improving by leaps and bounds. Shursui's instant movement technique became swifter than ever, and there were faint signs that Itachi's Sharingan was on the verge of a breakthrough. Takuma and Yakumo didn't fall behind either. Takuma followed Guy, honing his taijutsu with relentless determination. His gentle fist technique grew ever more powerful and forceful. Yakumo studied under Kakashi, learning how to bring her illusions into the world of real assassinations and infiltration. Her gaze grew steadier, shining with growing assurance. The entire Shadow Guard was like a piece of steel being forged over and over again. Under the hammers of Kagura, Kakashi, and Guy, each with their own distinct style, the impurities were gradually stripped away, little by little, until it became sharper and ever more formidable. Konoha, underground, root base. Danzo was reviewing the latest report on the Shadow Guard training. His face betrayed no emotion, yet in his lone eye, a cold gleam flickered, growing ever more intense. Kagura, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Uchiha. What exactly is Minato planning? Does he truly wish to unite the village's strength? Or is he merely nurturing a private force loyal only to himself? His fingers tapped rapidly on his wooden staff. He was lost in thought. He was weighing his options. We can't afford to wait any longer. At last, he made up his mind. It's time to cause him some trouble. He pressed a hidden button embedded in his desk. Wordlessly, a masked root ninja materialized before him. Sir, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? Danzo inquired. We've made significant progress, the root ninja replied. The fourth Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, her due date is in October of this year. And according to the spies we've planted in the Umbu, the delivery location has tentatively been decided. It will be outside the village, at a site where the fourth Hokage himself set up the highest level defensive barriers. Danzo's lone eye gleamed. Excellent, he murmured. Keep digging. I want the exact date and location. I also want the full list of medical nin who will be in charge of the delivery, and the deployment plans for all Umbu assigned to perimeter security. Yes, sir. The root ninja vanished, soundless as he came. Once again, Danzo was alone in the room. He gazed out at the artificial sky beyond his window. A cold, sinister grin crept across his face. Minato Namikaze, did you really think that becoming Hokage meant you could do as you please? You are far too naive, and your greatest vulnerability is about to be exposed. The Nine Tails. During childbirth, the Jinchuriki seal will be at its weakest. At that moment, if just the slightest mishap were to occur, Konoha would be plunged into an unprecedented catastrophe. And as for me, Shimura Danzo, I could then, quite justifiably, step forward, clean up the mess, and seize control of everything. As for that brat Kagura, whether he lives or dies when that time comes, will depend entirely on his own luck. Forest of Death, Secret Base. Kagura let out a slow breath. He emerged from days of deep meditation, withdrawing his consciousness from its depths. All around him, wild beasts that had collapsed from his unconscious release of Conqueror's spirit were strewn across the ground. He rose to his feet. He loosened up his body. His joints made subtle cracking sounds. 9 months of rigorous training. His strength had made yet another qualitative leap. The threshold of Kage level was something he'd long since shattered. Now, he stood on an even higher plane. He waved his hand. An invisible current of air swept the dust from the ground. Over these 9 months, he would occasionally take time out and use the flying thunder god to visit the land of whirlpools. The Akatsuki, on the ruins there, had begun to lay the foundations of their own base. Yahiko had proven himself as an outstanding leader. Nagato, with the help of the Uzumaki clan sealing scrolls left behind by Kagura, grew ever more adept at controlling the power of the Rinnegan. Kakuzu, leveraging his uncanny nose for money, secured the organization's initial funding. Haiden, under Kakuzu's watch, had curbed much of his reckless behavior. Zabuza was putting together the first outlines of a hunter force. As for Orochimaru, he was utterly absorbed in the ancient Uzumaki laboratories beneath Yuzushio, and in his studies of Kimamaro's unique body. Sasori of the Red Sand. Deidara. Kisame Hashigaki. These names, destined to trouble the entire ninja world in the future, had already been brought to the land of whirlpools by Yahiko and the others through various means. The wings of Akatsuki were growing stronger. As for the Shadow Guard, they too were on the right track. Kakashi and Guy, 2 instructors with vastly different styles, had drilled those talented Uchiha, along with elite recruits from other clans who joined later, until they were toughened beyond recognition. They had completed several high-difficulty missions, personally assigned by Minato, not one failure among them. The name Shadow Guard had already begun to earn a reputation across the ninja world. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Kagura walked out of the Forest of Death. He went straight to the Hokage's office. When Minato saw him, he set aside his pen. Finished your seclusion? Kagura nodded. How do you feel? Not bad. Minato regarded him. He could sense that Kagura's presence was now even more restrained, yet also even more unfathomable. Sensei, Kagura began, the Shadow Guard's training is already starting to bear fruit. They should be capable of handling most threats. I know, Minato smiled. Kakashi and Guy have both reported as much to me. The squad you've put together is outstanding. How about Kushina? Sensei, how has she been lately? Kagura asked. At the mention of his wife, Minato's smile grew even softer. She's doing very well. It's just that she's almost due, so her emotions have been a bit up and down. She's thrown a few little tantrums here and there. But don't worry. I've reinforced the barrier around the delivery site more than 100 times already. The ambu assigned to guard the place are all people I trust the most. And on top of that, Lord Third sent his wife, Lady Biwa, to be in charge of the delivery. There won't be any problems. Minato was full of confidence in the defenses he had arranged. Kagura nodded in agreement. Sensei, he said, when the time comes, could I be there too? You? Yes, Kagura replied. I want to see the little one come into the world with my own eyes. And I can help keep watch on the outer perimeter at the same time. Of course you can. Minato smiled. After all, you're his big brother in training, aren't you? Our whole family will be together then. A family. Kagura smiled as well. He and Minato spent some more time chatting about the latest goings-on in the village. Since the foundation of Shadow Guard, relations between the Uchiha clan and the village had eased quite a bit, at least on the surface. But beneath that calm, there were still undercurrents of distrust. Danzo, too, had been keeping a low profile. Ever since the disastrous setback he suffered in Amigakure, and after Kagura had sent someone to deliver a stern warning, Danzo hadn't made any more moves behind the scenes. Root, too, seemed to have gone completely dormant. Everything felt almost too quiet. Quiet enough to give one an uneasy feeling. Kagura left the Hokage's office. He made his way to Minato Sensei's house. Kushina was sitting in the living room, knitting a tiny, cozy-looking sweater. Her belly was now quite large. Even small movements had become difficult for her. When she saw Kagura arrive, her face lit up with joy. You brat, you finally found the time to come see me. Mother, Kagura greeted her, taking a seat by her side. How have you been feeling lately? I'm doing well, Kushina answered, stroking her belly with a gentle, glowing smile. Just having a little trouble sleeping. Maybe this little one is just too lively in there. Kagura watched her closely. With his advanced observation skills, he could sense everything clearly. Inside Kushina, the 8-trigram seal was indeed showing signs of instability due to the pregnancy. The chakra of the 9 tails, filled with hatred, was slowly seeping outward. though it was better than it had been 9 months ago, during Kagura's first check. That improvement was thanks to the extra layer of sealing he had secretly added back then. But even so, the risk was still significant. Mother, Kagura said gently, let me check the seal again for you. Consider an early gift for the little one. Kagura smiled. He reached out and placed his hand gently on Kushina's rounded belly. A warm, golden chakra, brimming with sealing power, slowly flowed from his hand. He examined every node of the 8-trigram seal with meticulous care, confirmed that there was no visible damage. Then once again he pressed his own unique chakra mark, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God formula, deeper into the very core of the seal. All done, he said. He withdrew his hand. It's very stable now. That's a relief. Kushina let out a breath. Kagura stayed with her a while longer, chatting quietly. He spoke of the land of whirlpools and of Nagato. Kushina listened intently, her eyes brimming with both worry and hope. All for that clan member she'd never even met. At last, Kagura took his leave. He returned to the forest of death. There, he stood on the empty training ground. He lifted his gaze and looked up at the moon, now no longer full. The time was almost upon them. He closed his eyes, marshaling his will and strength, bringing himself into a state of absolute focus and readiness. Beneath Konoha, in the shadowed underground of the root base, in the damp, dark room, Danzo was poring over a top-secret report. The document contained in meticulous detail the precise date and location of Uzumaki Kushina's delivery, the roster of medical ninja assigned to the berth, and the full defense map for every umbu stationed outside on guard. A cold, twisted smile curled at the corner of his lips. Minato, your time has come. He pressed a button on the table. Silently, a masked root ninja appeared before him. Sir, the plan, Danzo said flatly, his words few but loaded with intention. It begins now. Yes, came the quiet reply. Overhead, the storm clouds blotted out the moon, and the air thickened with the ominous stillness before downpour. Beyond the village, inside the secret birthing chamber protected by Minato's highest-level barrier, Uzumaki Kushina's cries of pain had already echoed for hours. Sweat drenched her hair and clothes. Her strength slipped away with alarming speed. The 8-trigram seal on her abdomen, once so clear, was growing fainter with each moment. Minato never left her side. His forehead glistened with sweat. He was splitting his focus, maintaining the barrier with his chakra, while simultaneously suppressing the nine-tails chakra within Kushina as it lashed ever more violently. He was nearly at his limit. Hang in there, Kushina. The third Hokage's wife, Buwako Sarutobi, who was in charge of the delivery, called out with encouragement. Just a bit longer, almost there. Beside her stood a young medical kunoichi, Tano. Both women worked with tense urgency, making ready to deliver the child. Outside, 4 umbu, each wearing an animal mask, stood at the corners of the building, keeping vigilant watch over every angle. They were Minato's most trusted subordinates, charged with ensuring absolute security, not letting a single unauthorized soul approach. About a kilometer away, in a quiet grove of trees, Kagura sat calmly on a thick branch. His eyes were closed. His observation haki enveloped the entire area. He was aware of everything. The pain Kushina was enduring in the delivery room, Minato-sensei's life force growing weaker, the tension and vigilance of the umbu surrounding them on the outskirts. All of it was within his perception, and he sensed something else as well. Farther away, in those stretches of darkness that should have been empty, new presences appeared, ones that did not belong. Cold, brimming with malice. Serpentine auras, slithering and vile. Root. That old fox Danzo. So, he really did send people. Kagura didn't move. These low-level grunts were not his real objective. He was still waiting for the true main player to make his move. At last, a piercing newborn's cry rang out, cutting through the night. The moment had arrived. A healthy, blonde-haired baby boy, Minato, and Kushina both breathed a sigh of relief. Their faces, weary but overjoyed, lit up with the smiles of new parents. It's a boy, Biwako announced, lifting the infant and smiling warmly at Kushina. See how much he looks like Minato. Let me see. Kushina, exhausted, reached out weakly. But in that split second, everything changed. The sound of blades silently slicing through flesh. 2 faint but unmistakable strikes. Sarutobi Biwako and the kunoichi named Taji. The joy on their faces froze in an instant. In disbelief, they looked down to see the black tip of a blade suddenly protruding from their chests. There was no time even for a scream. They simply collapsed. What? Minato's face turned ash white. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash the Flying Thunder God technique. But he was already too late. A man in a swirling mask and black cloak appeared in the delivery room. No one knew when he had slipped in. In his arms was the newborn baby with golden hair. Naruto, who are you? Minato stared at him, meeting those blood-red, triple tomo, Sharingan eyes, glinting from beneath the mask's shadow. Despair settled in Minato's heart like a stone. Fourth Hokage. The masked man's voice rasped, icy and grating. Step away from the Jinchuriki, or else this child's life will last only one more minute. Damn you! Minato watched, helpless, as the infant in the masked man's arms screamed and wailed. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles popped. He dare not move, fearing for his child's safety. Back in the woods, Kagura opened his eyes. It had begun. Uchiha Bito. Without a second's hesitation, he triggered the flying Thunder God technique. In a swift blur, he instantly appeared in the delivery room. He appeared between Minato and the masked man. Kagura. Minato's face lit up with shock and delight at his sight. Give me the child. Kagura wasted no words. He reached his hand out toward the masked man. The masked man studied this unexpected intruder who'd appeared out of nowhere. A flicker of surprise flashed through his lone, exposed eye. But he didn't hesitate. He tossed the infant in his arms high into the air. At the same time, his own body began to twist and blur, becoming almost intangible. He intended to seize the moment, while Kagura and Minato were instinctively rushing to catch the child, to take control of Kushina. But he miscalculated. Kagura hadn't moved to catch the baby at all. A fleeting afterimage lingered where he stood. In truth, he was already at Kushina's bedside. Without hesitation, he scooped up the red-haired woman, still exhausted and frail after childbirth. My apologies, Sensei's wife. His voice was low and urgent. The next instant, his figure blurred and vanished again, appearing in another corner of the delivery room. Meanwhile, the airborne infant was safely caught by the quick-reacting Minato, who cradled him gently in his arms. The masked man's plan unraveled. He'd failed to seize the Jinchuriki in the first moments. His form solidified again. He looked over at the young man, holding Kushina, then at Minato, who was clutching the child. His lone eye glinted with frustration. So, a fly's managed to slip in, he muttered. No matter, he went on, voice cold and calm. The ending remains the same. His body began to distort once more, space bending around him. He intended to call upon his space-time ninjutsu to forcefully abduct Kushina. But Kagura was ready. With his keen observation haki, every shift of his enemy's coming jutsu was locked in his mind. He drew his Raiga blade. A streak of darkness, tinged with an aura of annihilation, flashed from the black sword. It chased ahead, faster than the masked man's own movement, slashing toward the masked man's phasing arm. A dull, wet sound echoed through the air. The masked man grunted in pain. His arm, caught halfway between worlds, was severed cleanly by Raiga and tumbled to the floor. The wound was charred black, but no blood flowed. What is? The masked man stared at his severed arm, then at Kagura's ominous, jet-black sword, air thick with foreboding. His eye filled with disbelief. His Mangekyo Sharingan, his power to become insubstantial, had been cut right through. Impossible. That blade of yours. No more talk. Kagura cut him off sharply. Sensei, he called out to Minato. I'll protect Kushina and Naruto. Leave them to me. You take care of him. He's got space-time ninjutsu. He's dangerous. Understood. Minato nodded. Using his flying Thunder God technique, he whisked Naruto away, sending him in a flash to the safest shelter in the village. Then all warmth faded from Minato's eyes, replaced by an icy determination. He gazed at the man in the mask, who was battered, missing an arm, and looked utterly defeated. No matter who you are, he said, you're not leaving here alive tonight. Golden light flashed. The battle commenced. The masked man dared not underestimate his opponent for even a moment. His lone Sharingan eye spun rapidly, changing patterns in a whirl of power. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed, locked in a ferocious fight. Kagura paid them no mind. Instead, his attention was on the woman in his arms, Kushina, her face ghostly pale. Hang in there, Sensei's wife. He pressed his hand against Kushina's abdomen. A surge of powerful, golden sealing chakra poured into her. As he desperately tried to reinforce the 8 trigrams seal the masked man had already half destroyed. But it was too late. Kushina's body began to tremble violently. Her eyes bled red, glowing with unnatural intensity. From her mouth escaped a scream, one so raw and tormented it no longer sounded human. A tremendous roar. A wave of chakra, blood-red and seething with hatred and destruction, hundreds of times stronger than before, exploded from her, shooting skyward, painting half the night crimson. The 9 tails. It was unleashed at last. A gigantic, flame-orange fox with 9 tails manifested above the birthing room. Its eyes, wild with cruelty and madness, glared down upon the brightly lit village below. It opened its jaws and let loose a roar so immense, so terrifying, that it seemed the very land might shatter beneath its power. The sound rolled like thunder, instantly sweeping across all of Konoha. Countless villagers, jarred from their sleep, bolted awake in terror. They stared out their windows and saw the legendary fox, bringer of ruin and disaster, looming above them. Panic spread like wildfire. Damn it! Kagura's face darkened as he watched the 9 tails tearing madly at the barrier. He knew he had failed to prevent this catastrophe. Kagura! Minato's voice rang out from the distance. He had separated from the masked man, the two apparently forming a temporary truce. For now, there was a far greater threat to confront. Teacher, hold it off for a bit. Kagura shouted to Minato. I'll handle the 9 tails. You? Minato faltered. On your own. Don't worry, sensei, Kagura replied. I know what I'm doing. Once I've dealt with it, I'll come help you. With that, he didn't hesitate. He glanced at the masked man, still struggling on the ground. Then his form blurred, shifting into a streak of violet lightning. He shot toward the raging 9 tails, cutting through the night sky in a dazzling flash. Kagura reappeared right in front of the demon fox, suspended in midair. A tiny figure stood in stark contrast to the colossal demon fox before him, a creature as enormous as a mountain. A guttural roar split the silence. The 9 tails had spotted him, its eyes, wild with violence and insanity, fixed instantly on him. A surge of chakra swelled, immense, burning with hatred and a hunger for destruction. Like a tidal wave, it crashed toward Kagura. Yet Kagura remained perfectly still. He lifted his head. He faced the most legendary of all tailed beasts. He closed his eyes for a moment, and then he opened them once more. A single thought took form. An immense, invisible will surged forth, an aura of absolute dominance, utterly suffocating. It descended upon them. Conqueror's Haki. A tremendous, thunderous force seemed to split the air. The blood-red chakra surging toward him was torn apart instantly by this overwhelming, unseen will. The mighty body of the 9 tails stiffened in an instant. Fury and madness flickered in its giant eyes, but for a fleeting moment, clarity broke through. It froze, completely caught off guard. It could feel it. From this tiny human before it, the 9 tails sensed a power that made even its own soul tremble. That was not chakra, nor was it ocular power. It was something greater, a more primal, absolute force of will. A sovereign will, reigning over all beings. Have you come to your senses? Kagura's voice was imperturbably calm. He spoke directly to the depths of the 9 tails' consciousness. The fox stared at him, its huge pupils narrowing. You? To its own surprise, it spoke in human words. Who are you? Its voice was low, rough, weighed down by the burden of ancient years. Who I'm doesn't matter, Kagura replied. What matters is this. You're free now. Free? The 9 tails hesitated for a moment. Then, a laugh rumbled from deep within its chest, mocking and furious. Free, tossed around by you damned humans like a plaything. Sealed again and again in small, cramped prisons. That's your idea of freedom? I know you hate humans, Kagura said softly. And you have every reason to. They treated you like a weapon, like a tool. They used you, feared you, and always longed to control you completely. But, he met the 9 tails' gaze. Kushina wasn't like that. She never treated you as a tool. She even considered you a friend. A friend. The 9 tails' laughter swelled, brimming with scorn. What a joke. Beasts like us and humans could never be friends. All you do is exploit us. And when you're done, you discard us without hesitation. Just like that old man did long ago, it spoke of the Sage of 6 Paths. The Sage of 6 Paths separated you all to protect you, said Kagura. It was to prevent your power from being misused by others ever again. Protect us? The 9 tails roared in fury. Then why we ended up like this again? Why must we still be sealed away? Why must we continue to be enslaved? That wasn't the sage's fault, Kagura replied. It was human greed and fear that caused this. But there are always exceptions. For example, Kushina, and Minato, and perhaps even me. Kagura looked at it. Kurama. He spoke the 9 tails' true name. For a moment, the beast's whole body stiffened. It stared at the boy before it, disbelief in its eyes. That name. It hadn't heard anyone call it that in centuries. How do you know? I told you, I know more than you think, Kagura answered. I know you tail beasts are not just simple masses of chakra. You are sentient beings with your own thoughts and emotions. You long to be understood and respected. not to be treated as tools to be wielded at will. The Ninetales fell silent. It looked at the boy before it, stared into his calm, dark eyes. In those eyes, there was no greed, no fear either, only a quiet respect, a sense of equality. It had lived for over 1,000 years. It had witnessed countless humans, the strong, the weak, the kind, the cruel. But it had never met anyone quite like this boy. He did not fear it. He did not wish to use it. It seemed he truly just wanted to have a real conversation. Even if what you say is true. After a long silence, the Ninetales finally spoke, its voice low. So what? Humans will never change. They will never cease their lust for power. And they will never truly trust us. Sooner or later, there will be another Madara, and another after that. Someone who will use us as mere tools for their own absurd ambitions. I know. Kagura nodded. That's why I am here. I intend to change all of this, Kagura said. I will create an entirely new world. A world where there's no need to treat you as weapons just to maintain the balance. A world where you can finally live in true freedom. The Ninetales gazed at him still, at this 13-year-old boy who spoke of changing the world. It almost felt laughable. And yet, a strange feeling of hope flickered somewhere deep inside. And why should I believe you? It challenged. Kagura slowly raised his right hand. An immense and terrifying presence, heavy with overwhelming force, filled the space. Once again it descended. I'm stronger than any of them. The Ninetales fixed its gaze upon him. It was silent. This time, its silence stretched on even longer. And then, it laughed. All right, it said. I'll watch and see just how far you can truly go. That massive, suffocating chakra, brimming with destruction, slowly began to draw inward, while its eyes, once wild and mad, regained a glimmer of intelligence, a trace of clarity befitting a sentient beast. But just then, without the slightest warning, a chilling force, sinister, domineering, filled with wicked intent, shot in from afar, instantly invading the Ninetales' fragile thread of regained consciousness. The Ninetales' colossal body jolted. Its eyes, which had just cleared, were once again smothered in bloody red. This time, in those blood-red eyes, a strange pattern appeared, black tomo arranged in a triad. The Sharingan. It was him, the masked man, Uchiha Obito, while the Ninetales' mind was still dazed. He seized the moment, wielding the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and forcibly bent the Ninetales to his will. With a deafening roar, a harrowing, tortured bellow, even wilder than before, the Ninetales completely lost control. It no longer cared about Kagura, turned its massive body toward the brightly lit Hidden Leaf village, and charged. Kagura watched that vast form recede into the distance, his face growing grim and pale. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He was still a step too late. The Ninetales, forced into madness by the Sharingan, unleashed another agonized, frenzied roar. Its immense body, carrying the momentum to lay waste to heaven and earth, charged headlong toward the Hidden Leaf village. Kagura fixed his gaze on the vanishing silhouette, his face clouded. Damn it, he cursed softly. He was still a step too late. Obito had succeeded in his scheme. There was no time to spare bickering with the masked man lurking in the shadows. He had only one choice: stop the Ninetales. He had to keep it from destroying the village. Kagura's form vanished from where he stood. Once again, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a sharp rush of air, he appeared directly in the Ninetales' path, planting himself firmly before the now fully berserk beast. Out of my way! The Ninetales spotted him, and in those eyes, dominated by that triple tomo pattern, burned nothing but pure, relentless destruction. It raised one gigantic claw, enough to crush mountains, and brought it crashing down at Kagura. Kagura did not flinch. He simply raised his right hand. Haki armament, a sheen of black, metal-like armor instantly spread over his entire arm, glinting coldly in the firelight. He struck back with a single punch, his diminutive fist, against that world-swallowing, mountain-shattering claw. An unevenly matched collision. Boom! A deafening crash thundered through the air. A wave of blinding white force, visible to the naked eye, erupted from the point of impact, surging madly in every direction. The surrounding trees were wrenched from the earth, roots and all. The very ground split open, huge chasms gouging the landscape. The mighty form of the Ninetales hung momentarily in midair. Its indomitable, merciless claw was forced back, shockingly, by a single, seemingly insignificant fist. A bewildered, guttural sound escaped the Ninetales. Confusion flickered in its eyes, unable to comprehend. How could such a tiny human wield such terrifying power? Kagura landed gracefully on the ground. He shook off his jet-black fist unharmed and immaculate. His eyes were cold as winter. "It seems," he said, "words alone are useless. If that's the case, then I'll just have to beat sense into you." The very air around him began to change. A surge of wild, enormous, violet lightning chakra burst forth from within him. Across his body, shimmering scales edged with purple arcs of electricity rapidly grew beneath his skin. His form expanded, his muscles swelling with raw power, and in mere seconds he shot up, nearly 2 meters tall. 2 jagged, purple-black dragon horns erupted from his forehead. From his back, a colossal pair of wings, wreathed in lightning and violet light, unfurled. This was a Chimera Beast mode, Thunder Dragon, human beast form. More ancient, more domineering than the aura of hatred and destruction radiating from the Nine Tails. An absolute presence descended. Kagura threw back his head and unleashed a roar, a dragon's cry that shattered the heavens. The Nine Tails instinctively recoiled half a step, its enormous body trembling. From this half-human, half-dragon before it, it sensed a force that even it, a being of pure chakra, found terrifying. But stripped of all reason by the power of the Sharingan, what remained was only instinct. Destruction. Tail Beast Bomb, woeful yin-yang chakra, burned in its maw, coalescing rapidly into a massive, pitch-black sphere radiating destructive energy. With a guttural snarl, the sphere hurtled forward, aiming directly at Kagura. He stood unmoved, watching the tailed beast bomb, a blast powerful enough to level a mountain. His face betrayed not a trace of emotion. He opened his mouth. Thunder Dragons. Roar. A golden torrent of lightning, even broader and more blinding than the tailed beast bomb, erupted from Kagura's mouth, blasting forward in a column of pure annihilation. In an instant, it met the onrushing black sphere. No explosion occurred, nor did they lock in stalemate. What seemed to be an utterly terrifying tailed beast ball. The very instant it collided with that golden thunderbolt, it melted away silently, like frost under the blazing sun. The golden pillar of lightning surged on, undiminished. With tremendous force, it slammed straight into Ninetails' chest. A blood-curdling, agonized roar burst from Ninetails. For the first time, its massive form was sent flying by a direct strike. Like a living mountain, it crashed through countless trees before finally skidding to a halt. A gigantic, charred hole had been blasted clean through its chest. Flesh mangled, blood dripping. One could even glimpse, within the wound, its heart pounding frantically. "It's not over yet." Kagura's voice was chillingly cold. He unfurled the thunder wings on his back, and in a flash, he appeared above Ninetails' head. His hands clenched into fists, sparks of armament hockey crackling with golden lightning coiling around them. Thunder Dragons. Collapsed fist. With a deafening crash. Blow after blow, like an unstoppable piledriver. He struck Ninetails' enormous head again and again, pounding with merciless force. Each punch landed with an earth-shaking boom, the ground itself trembling violently beneath the impact. Ninetails was stunned senseless. Its colossal body was forced into the dirt, dragged and battered by Kagura's relentless onslaught. It tried to fight back. It tried to lash with its tails, to swipe with sharp claws, to bite with its fangs. But every move was clumsy, pitiful, in the face of Kagura's impossible speed and monstrous sixth sense. It could only take the beating helplessly. In those blood-red eyes, still under the sway of the Sharingan, a flicker of fear began to surface. It was afraid. Afraid of this boy, this creature even more monstrous than itself. At long last, after who knows how many blows, the 3-tomo pattern forcibly added by the Sharingan on Ninetails' forehead started to waver, flickered uncertainly, and then shattered. Ninetails' body jerked, seizing up. Its blood-red gaze cleared, just a hint of lucidity returning. All futile resistance ceased. It looked up at the young man, still straddling its body, pounding fists poised to strike again. Then at last it spoke. "That's enough." Its voice was so weak, full of bitter defeat. I give up." Kagura halted too. He looked into the Ninetails' eyes, now restored to their natural orange-red hue. And he smiled. "See? Isn't this easier?" he said. He released his beastly transformation, returning to the black-haired boy he had been. Ninetails, too, seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, its massive form rapidly shrinking in on itself, until at last it became a small, ordinary-sized orange-red fox. It lay on the ground, gazing up at Kagura with a feeble, complicated look in its eyes. Kagura gazed at the small fox in front of him, its fur a vivid orange-red and no larger than an ordinary fox. He forced himself to quell the last remnants of anger that still simmered inside him. "Kurama," he said, "stay here, and don't wander around. I'll come back for you once I've dealt with things outside. The little fox, none other than the Nine Tails, lay sprawled on the ground, barely managing to lift its eyelids, utterly drained of energy. It gave a dismissive snort through its nose, the sound laced with disdain, but obviously lacking confidence. I go wherever I please, the fox retorted, its words stubborn yet feeble. What right does a brat like you have to boss me around? Despite the show of bravado in its voice, its body spoke a different truth, curling tightly into a ball, too frightened to make any further move. The recent beating had thoroughly cowed it. Is that so? Kagura replied, unwilling to waste any more words. He simply extended his right hand toward the small fox. An aura of jet black, icy armament haki enveloped his fist, together with a trace of newly awakened and still unstable conqueror's will. Shall we have another little talk? He suggested. The fox's furry body gave an involuntary shudder at the sight of that fist. All right, it cried, hurriedly burying its head, its tone now one of near pleading. I won't run, okay? Smart choice, Kagura said, withdrawing his fist. He spared no further attention for the now thoroughly subdued, prideful fox. Raising his head, he set his gaze upon the distant battlefield, where the thunder of explosions still echoed relentlessly. With his keen observation haki, he could sense everything with stark clarity. Teacher Minato and the masked man were still locked in fierce combat, and it seemed as though Minato was beginning to fall behind. The masked man's space-time ninjutsu was otherworldly and unpredictable, impossible to guard against. Kagura hesitated no longer. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, his figure appeared at the very edge of the battleground. He saw that Teacher Minato was struggling to catch his breath, frantically dodging Obito's sudden and bizarre attacks. Obito's body wove effortlessly between the tangible and the intangible. Minato's Rasengan and Flying Thunder God / couldn't land a single hit. On the contrary, he himself had come dangerously close to being ensnared several times by that eerie jutsu, the one capable of sucking objects into another dimension. Sensei, Kagura called out. Both Minato and the masked man froze in their tracks. Their eyes turned to the youth who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. When Minato saw Kagura, returned unharmed, joy lit up his face. Kagura, what about the Nine Tails? It's handled, Kagura replied. It won't be causing any more trouble for now. That's wonderful. Minato let out a deep breath, relieved. The masked man stared at Kagura. His single Sharingan, the Mangekyo, narrowed ever so slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected this turn of events either. Kagura had managed to subdue the rampaging Nine Tails in such a short time. Sensei, Kagura spoke up. Leave this to me. Please go back and check on Kushina. She's still weak and needs you by her side. But, Minato glanced at the masked man. This guy. Don't worry, Sensei, Kagura replied. I'll handle him. I can deal with him. Minato looked at Kagura, looked into his student's calm, confident eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he chose to trust. All right. He nodded. Be careful. With that, his figure became a streak of golden light and vanished. On the battlefield, only Kagura and the man in the swirling mask remained. They stood apart, facing one another across the silent tension that filled the air. A heavy, voiceless pressure hung between them. The masked man studied Kagura closely. He looked at that youthful, handsome face. Unbidden, memories long buried deep in his mind began to rise to the surface. Team 7. The loudmouthed underachiever who was always making a fuss. The cold, distant genius. The gentle girl who was always smiling softly. And this steady, dependable companion, always calm, always like an older brother. They'd gone on missions together, trained under Minato's guidance, fought side by side on the battlefield at Mount Kikyo. All those warm, ridiculous, faintly comical memories he thought he had forgotten. Now they surged up, unstoppable. His body trembled ever so slightly. Obito, Kagura suddenly spoke. His voice was quiet, but to the masked man's ears, it crashed like thunder. The masked man went rigid in an instant. His single Mangekyo, Sharingan, narrowing to a dangerous, needle-thin glint. You? What are you talking about? His voice was ragged, twisted with emotion. I don't know what you mean. Is that so? Kagura looked at him. Do you remember? The first time we took on a C-rank mission together? It was at the border of the Land of Waves, and we ran into those 3 rogue ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. To protect Rin, you rushed forward without a second thought, and nearly got your head taken off by one of them. In the end, it was Kakashi who saved you. You cried like a fool afterwards. The masked man's body trembled even more violently. I don't remember. His voice was trembling. And also Kagura continued. When we were retreating from Mount Kikyo, Our squad was completely surrounded by the Sans pursuit unit. It was you who used your still clumsy fire release to open a path for us. You nearly burned yourself bald in the process. But you did save every one of us. Stop, don't say any more. The masked man's voice quivered with pain. That time, Kagura looked at him. You were a true hero. I said shut up. At last, the masked man broke. He unleashed a furious, animalistic roar. His hand shot up, and with one violent motion, he tore the swirling mask from his face. Beneath, half his face was striking and handsome. The other half warped and twisted, a grotesque map of scars. And within his eyes, the eternal, blood-red swirl of hatred and agony. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Obito. He had returned. Returned in a way no one could have imagined. He was back. He stared at Kagura. His eyes blazed with a wild, crimson madness. How could you possibly know all that? How could you even recognize me? Because Kagura met his gaze. I have always been watching you. Watching me? Obito looked at Kagura. That half-handsome, half-ruined face twisted into a crazed, broken grin. What have you seen? Have you watched me being fooled by all of you like an idiot? Watch me fail, helplessly, to protect the woman I loved most. Did you see me just stand there, powerless, as Rin died at the hands of that bastard Kakashi? His voice overflowed with pain and hate, endless and raw. Kagura looked back at him. Rin didn't die, he said. Obito's smile froze. What did you say? I said, Kagura repeated, Rin Noera is still alive. Impossible. Obito screamed, hysterical. I saw it with my own eyes. Kakashi. He used his Chidori. He drove it through Rin's heart. That was a Jinjutsu, Kagura replied. A Jinjutsu? Yes, Kagura nodded. A very sophisticated illusion. One crafted by an ancient monster who spent centuries perfecting it. Designed for you, to drag you into utter darkness. Obito stared at him. His eyes fought a violent inner struggle. He didn't believe it. He refused to believe it. You're lying, he muttered. You're just like Kakashi. You're both lying to me. I'm not lying, Kagura said. Rin is at the Konoha hospital right now. You can go see for yourself. Go back. Obito let out a bitter laugh. His smile looked even more painful than crying. I can never go back, he said. There's nothing left in this world for me to hold on to. It's just a hell full of lies, betrayal, and suffering. I'm going to destroy it, and then create an entirely new world, one where only Rin exists. The Eye of the Moon plan. Kagura gazed at him, at this boy whose eyes had been completely blinded by hatred and despair. He knew there was no point in arguing with words anymore. Obito, he called out. Looks like I'll have to knock some sense into you first. Then we'll have a real talk. Knock some sense into me. Obito stared at him, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. With just you. With just me. Kagura moved. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Obito. He threw a punch. A fist clad in armament hockey. Obito didn't even hesitate. He went intangible. He was confident that no physical attack in this world could ever hurt him. But he was wrong. Kagura's punch passed straight through his phasing body, meeting no resistance, and smashed directly into his face. With a dull thud, Obito was sent flying, like a cannonball, hurtling dozens of meters away, crashing through several large trees. Before he finally skidded to a halt, he lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood. In disbelief, he reached up and touched his swollen cheek. His mind was completely blank. How was this possible? His unbeatable intangibility. How could he have been struck? Surprised, Kagura's voice rang out beside his ear. He had appeared next to Obito without a sound. That technique of yours is certainly tricky, he said, but it isn't invincible. As long as I can catch the exact moment you revert from intangible to solid, you're no different from an ordinary punching bag. Kagura lashed out with a kick, striking Obito in the stomach. With another heavy blow, Obito was thrown even farther this time, struggling, coughing. He tried to get up, but he had barely raised himself halfway before Kagura's foot slammed down on his back, pinning him hard to the ground. Obito! Kagura towered over him, looking down. You're too weak. Your Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but your body, your will, they're far too weak. You can't control these eyes at all. They're consuming you. Let go of me. Obito thrashed like a wounded beast, desperate and wild. But all his strength was nothing against Kagura's overwhelming power. All seemed so pale and powerless. Wake up, Obito. Kagura spoke. Stop living in the old monster's web of lies. Rin is still alive. Kakashi is waiting for you too. We're all waiting for you. Come home. Home. Obito's body froze. For the first time, uncertainty flickered in those hate-filled, maddened eyes of his. Just then, an ancient, gravelly voice, heavy with authority, suddenly sounded above their heads. How disappointing. Obito. Kagura and Obito both looked up. They saw an old man clad in ancient crimson armor, wielding a giant fan wreathed in flame, floating in midair. One of his eyes was old and ordinary. The other was like Nagato's, violet, etched with swirling, concentric rings. The Rinnegan, Madara Uchiha, the legendary specter who should have passed away decades ago, had manifested here before their very eyes. Kagura's heart sank. The plot had veered wildly off the path he'd foreseen. Why had this ancient monster stepped out himself? Lord, Madara. Obito stared at the figure, his gaze brimming with terror and reverence. Pathetic. Madara shot Obito a cold glance. You couldn't even deal with a naive child. I expected far too much from you. His eyes finally landed on Kagura. In that single, aged, I was a spark of curiosity and a praising glint. You're interesting, he said. You aren't a shinobi. The strength I sense within you, faint though it is fundamentally alien to this world. Who are you, really? Kagura looked at him, at this living legend, this pitiful old man used as a pawn by Black Zetsu. There was no fear in his heart, only the thrill that comes when two masters finally face each other across the board. I am, he replied, the one come to see you off. How disappointing. Obito. That ancient voice echoed in the air. Kagura looked up. He gazed at the elder floating above, clad in armor lost to time. Madara Uchiha. He wasn't the slightest bit alarmed. In fact, interest flickered visibly in his eyes. Madara Uchiha, Kagura began, weren't you supposed to have died long ago? How is it that you're still alive? Dead. Madara chuckled. Death, to me, is nothing more than a new beginning. I'm only residing in this decaying vessel for a little while longer, waiting for the right moment. He lowered his head and glanced at Obito, who was still pinned beneath Kagura's foot. There was undisguised disappointment in his eyes. He was supposed to be the one I chose for his eyes. Too bad he turned out to be useless. His gaze shifted back to Kagura. But you're an unexpected variable in all this. There's something unusual about the power you possess. What exactly are you? What I'm doesn't matter, Kagura replied. What matters is, your plan is about to end. Madara's eyes grew cold. Seems you know quite a lot. Not much, Kagura said, but enough to stop you. Stop me, Madara chuckled. Kid, do you even know who you're talking to? Just an old man with one foot in the grave, Kagura answered. His tone was calm, yet carried a clear, undisguised provocation. In fact, Kagura sounded almost excited. He'd just come out of seclusion, and had been worrying he wouldn't find a worthy opponent to test the results of his 9 months of training. Even if Madara Uchiha before him was only a shell kept alive by the demonic statue of the outer path, he was still a suitable warm-up. I hope. Kagura fixed his eyes on Madara. You won't disappoint me too much. Madara was no longer smiling. For a moment, an icy, killing intent flickered in his violet Rinnegan. How many years had it been since someone had spoken to him like this? Not since that legendary battle with Hashirama. Seems, he spoke slowly, I need to deal with this meddlesome pest first. He raised his hand, unhurriedly. Universalpul. A massive force, powerful enough to chill the heart, erupted from his palm. The ground beneath Kagura's feet fractured in an instant. His whole body was yanked, uncontrolled, toward Madara, suspended midair by that overwhelming pull. Beside him, Obito was caught up as well. Kagura didn't resist. He allowed the force to draw him close, right before Madara's face. He looked straight into that wrinkled, deathly visage. And then, with a sudden motion, Kagura raised his right hand. Armament hockey. A jet-black hardness swept over his arm in an instant. He struck out with a fist, aimed directly at Madara's heart. A flash of surprise appeared in Madara's Rinnegan. He never expected this brat would manage a counterattack in a situation like this. And at such speed, Madara tried to dodge, but the body kept alive by the demonic statue could no longer keep up with his will. He was forced to watch helplessly as that jet-black fist grew huge in his eyes, racing straight toward him. A heavy, resounding thud. Kagura's fist landed squarely on Madara's chest with unyielding force. Madara's body shot backward like a cannonball, hurled through the air. He crashed violently against the distant mountainside. His already withered frame nearly collapsed entirely on impact. A fit of violent coughing racked him. He clutched his chest, struggling for breath, before spitting out a mouthful of thick, black blood that reeked of rot. In disbelief, he stared at the young boy who had landed back on the ground. He was hurt, wounded by a snot-nosed brat who hadn't even fully grown. Kagura touched down lightly. He shook out his jet-black fist. It seems, he said, his tone calm but cutting, you really are finished. Fury contorted Madara's face. You little pest. Do you have a death wish? With both hands, he formed a rapid sequence of hand seals. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. An overwhelming wave of fire, enough to turn an entire forest to ashes, surged from his mouth. It roared toward Kagura in a blazing inferno. But Kagura did not flinch. He simply opened his mouth. Lightning dragons. Roar. A thunderous blast followed. A golden pillar of destructive lightning erupted forth. In an instant, it tore clean through the seemingly endless wall of fire with sheer dominance. That golden lightning didn't slow as it struck, slamming relentlessly into Madara. Once again, his body careened through the air. This time, his crimson armor shattered to pieces, falling away entirely. All that remained was his gaunt, almost skeletal frame, skin stretched tight over bone. Scorched arcs of electricity danced across his body, leaving smoldering black marks behind. He looked utterly miserable. How is this possible? He gazed at Kagura, eyes wide with incomprehension. The power this boy possessed. What in the world was it? Why couldn't even his Rinnegan unravel this force completely? Kagura didn't give him time to ponder. He surged forward once more, intent on capitalizing before the old man could regain his footing. He would end this here and now. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. Madara's desperate shout echoed out. From deep beneath the earth, countless thick, twisted trees erupted upwards, sprawling wildly. They wriggled menacingly toward Kagura, giant pythons hungry to devour him whole. Kagura did not waver. He drew the lightning fawn blade. Armament haki. Obliteration lightning. A streak of black, pulsating with annihilative energy, flashed in a single swift arc. The formidable wood-style creations, so tough and unyielding a moment before. At the very instant they touched that onyx blade, they simply wilted away, crumbling soundlessly to dust. The air filled with a shower of splinters, remnants of a dead forest. Kagura emerged from the wasteland of broken trees. He stopped before Madara. The pitch-black edge of Lightning Fong was pressed to Madara's throat. "It's over," Kagura declared. Madara stared back at him, eyes filled with shock and defeat. He stared into those golden, emotionless, slit pupils. He smiled. "Yes, it's over. I've lost. I never expected this. Madara Uchiha, who have dominated my whole life. To lose, of all people, at the hands of a mere child like you." His eyes suddenly took on something strange and unreadable. "But, you want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." His purple Rinnegan surged with brilliant light. A space-warping force, even stronger and more terrifying than the gravity he summoned earlier, instantly enveloped him. His body began to twist and distort, taking on a ghostly, insubstantial form, like a bubble on the verge of bursting. Kamui. No, this was not Kamui. It was some higher form of time-space jutsu, intrinsic to the Rinnegan. He was trying to escape. Kagura realized this in a heartbeat. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, Raiga, imbued with the strongest armament haki and destructive lightning he could muster. The blade came down with furious force. A slicing sound tore the air. The blade cut cleanly through Madara's neck, his form already growing faint and distorted. But there was no blood, no flesh. The strike hit nothing but empty air. Madara was gone. His ancient, sinister presence vanished without a trace. Kagura stood still. He stared at the patch of air where Madara had vanished. His brow furrowed. He got away after all. The Rinnegan's mastery over space and time, a truly troublesome power. Still, he didn't dwell on it. An old man who needed the demonic statue of the outer path just to keep himself alive. Even if he escaped, there wasn't much trouble he could stir up anymore. He sheathed Raiga. He turned. His gaze fell on Uchiha Bito, still lying dazed on the ground. Kagura sheathed his blade. He turned around. He looked straight at Obito, who remained sprawled on the ground, eyes clouded with confusion. Madara Uchiha had escaped. Using a Rinnegan time-space technique Kagura had never encountered, he wriggled free from certain death. All around them, the cliffs still bore the scars of the battle. Great gouges, craters, splintered stone. The air was thick with scorched earth and dust. Now, only Obito remained. Kagura began to move toward him, step by measured step. Each footfall crunched softly on broken rock. Obito watched him approach. His expression was an intricate mix of emotions. Shock still clung to his features, stubborn and raw. Bewilderment simmered beneath the surface. And a flicker of doubt, too faint for Obito to sense himself, quietly took root. Lord Madara, the man who'd become the pillar of his beliefs, had fled? Driven off by this young man, this former companion standing before him? How could such a thing be possible? Could the perfect world he'd envisioned with Rin be nothing more than an empty dream? He's gone. Kagura came to a halt in front of Obito. His voice was calm as it pierced through the chaos of Obito's thoughts. The spirit who's been controlling you all this time, he's gone. Now, it's your turn to make a choice. A choice. Obito stared at him, his voice hoarse. What choices do I have left? The side of his face, twisted from the recent fight, looked even more distorted. The three tomo in his Sharingan spun unconsciously. Go home, Kagura said, his tone utterly steady. Go home. Obito let out a laugh. His laughter was rough, ragged, and full of sorrow. I haven't had a home in a long time. Wasn't Konoha your home? Kagura countered. Konoha. Obito's gaze chilled in an instant, brimming with bone-deep hatred. That village, full of deception and betrayal. The village that killed Rin. Rin never died. Kagura repeated himself, his words ringing clear and certain. I told you, it was a jinjutsu. Madara crafted an illusion, manipulating you to fall into total despair. You were just a pawn, a victim of his deception. Deception? Obito looked at Kagura, eyes wild. You think I believe you? You and Kakashi, you're all working together. You're all lying to me. You want me to let go of everything. I haven't lied to you, Kagura replied, his voice unchanged, unwavering. Rin truly is alive. She's at the Konoha hospital right now. You could go back and see for yourself. Since the day you died, she's never taken on another mission. She set aside all her battle skills, becoming a medical ninja. She shuts herself away in the hospital every day, like a doll without a soul, numbly repeating her work healing the wounded. Her smile, it's vanished. She's punishing herself in her own way. Punishing herself for failing to keep you safe. Obito's body began to tremble, ever so slightly. Kagura's words were like sharp daggers, piercing the fortress of hatred Obito had built around his heart. And Kakashi, Kagura pressed on, giving Obito no room to breathe. He's just the same. He lives in endless guilt and pain. The IU entrusted to him. It's become the heaviest burden in his life. He locks himself away in the Umbu, driving himself to exhaustion every day, taking on the most perilous missions. He's trying to live on in your place. He even wants, for your sake, to fulfill your dream of becoming Hokage, though he's never once spoken of it. That's enough. Obito roared in agony. Both hands clawed into the earth, knuckles white from the strain. Stop. Don't say another word. These are all lies. It's all made up by you to deceive me, trying to shake my resolve. It may be true, or it may be false, Kagura replied. If you come back with me, you'll see for yourself, won't you? He held out his hand, palm open before him. Come with me, Obito. Return to Konoha. Go see Rin. Go see Kakashi. Go reclaim that damned, foolish youth of yours. Take it back all over again. Obito stared at that hand. He looked into those calm, dark eyes. Inside, his heart was caught in a fierce battle. Reason told him, don't believe, this is all a trap. But his emotions screamed desperately. What if it's true? Just believe. Rin, she might still be alive. Kakashi is living on for me? Memories long buried beneath hatred started surfacing uncontrollably. Sensei Minato's warm, encouraging smile. Rin's gentle words of support. Kakashi's awkward concern. And this boy before him. The reliable, unwavering figure on Mount Kikyo. With trembling, uncertainty, he lifted his one good hand. He reached toward Kagura. He was going to grasp that hand. Reach out for that glimmer of possible redemption. But then, just as his fingertips brushed the threshold of Kagura's hand, beneath his feet, the blackened earth suddenly came to life. A mass of pitch-black, formless sludge, thick and silent, rose from the depths below. There was no breath, no trace of chakra, not the faintest sense of presence. Its arrival was abrupt, unnatural. In a heartbeat, it engulfed Obito completely. What? For the first time, Kagura's face changed dramatically. Without a second thought, he triggered Flying Thunder God, trying to whisk Obito away to safety. But it was too late. The inky mass entwined with Obito merged into the ground below, silent, seamless, like a droplet vanishing into the sea. They disappeared, leaving not so much as a ripple in space. Kagura's jutsu hung useless in the air, for its target was gone. He stood there motionless, his expression dark and grim. He had let down his guard. His observation haki had been active the entire time, sweeping the area for miles. Yet somehow, he hadn't detected a thing. What was that? A plant? No, not quite. It felt more like a pure entity born from Yin chakra, possessing a consciousness all its own. A name flashed instantly across his mind. Black Zetsu, the one who hides in the depths of the shinobi world, the mastermind behind every shadowy plot, the very will of Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. So even it had come, and right under Kagura's very nose, it had taken Obito away, in a way even his keen senses had failed to predict or perceive. This is trouble, he muttered. Kagura muttered something under his breath. Things were turning out to be even more complicated than he had imagined. Although Uchiha Madara had escaped, it now seemed that he was nothing more than a pitiful pawn being used by others. Black Zetsu was still at large. The true mastermind behind the Eye of the Moon plan remained in the shadows. And now, this key figure, Obito, had fallen right into their hands. That tiny seed of doubt Kagura had managed to plant in Obito's heart just moments ago. Would Black Zetsu simply snuff it out once again? Kagura didn't know. And now, he didn't have the time to dwell on it. He glanced off into the distance, where a miniature version of the Nine Tails was still waiting for him. The Nine Tails had to be dealt with quickly, either sealed away again, or he looked again towards the direction of Konoha Village. Kushina-sensei's wife had only just had the Nine Tails ripped from her body. She was certainly in mortal danger now. He had to hurry back immediately. He cast one last look at the spot where Obito had vanished. His eyes were cold. Black Zetsu, Kagaya Otsutsuki, whatever the schemes you're weaving, next time, I won't let you succeed again. Kagura stared at the patch of empty air. Black Zetsu had taken Obito away. A massive problem had disappeared for now. But another, just as troublesome, was still waiting for him. He turned around, looking at the orange-red little fox curled up on the ground, now no larger than an ordinary fox. The Nine Tails, Kurama. He walked over. The little fox saw him approaching, and instinctively tried to shrink back even further. What are you afraid of? Kagura crouched in front of it. It's not like I'm going to eat you. The little fox didn't reply. It only looked at him with those orange eyes, filled with complex emotions. Let's go, Kagura said. I'm taking you back. Back? The little fox asked warily. Back where? Back where you belong, Kagura replied. Inside Kushina. What? The little fox's fur bristled instantly. I'm not going back. That damn cage. It took me so much effort just to get out. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to order me around? It bared its teeth at Kagura, growling in a low, threatening tone. Yet its voice betrayed a hint of weakness beneath all that bravado. Because Kagura reached out his right hand once again. His fist was wrapped in the aura of armament and conqueror's will. This. The little fox saw the fist. In an instant it wilted. It lowered its head. Going back is for your own good. And for hers too, Kagura said, his tone softening a little. Kushina is from the Uzumaki clan. Her body is the only vessel that can perfectly contain your power. If she doesn't have the nourishment of her chakra, she'll die. And besides, he looked at the little fox. You don't want to be controlled by the Sharingan ever again, do you? The little fox fell silent. The sensation of being manipulated by the Sharingan was something it never wished to endure a second time in its life. Come with me, Kagura said. Let's go back. Back to Kushina's body. I promise you this. One day, I'll grant you true freedom. A freedom where you're no longer sealed away, where you're no longer just a weapon. The little fox lifted its head. It looked at him. And why should I trust you? Because I didn't kill you just now, Kagura replied. And because I'm stronger than that masked man and that old Uchiha Madara. Once again, the little fox was quiet. A long silence passed. Then at last it slowly nodded. All right, it said. I'll go with you. But you must remember the promise you made today. Don't worry, Kagura assured it. I never break my word. He reached out his hand. The little fox hesitated for a moment. But in the end, it leapt onto his shoulder. Kagura rose to his feet. He activated the flying thunder god mark he'd left on Kushina earlier. In a blink, both boy and fox vanished from where they stood. The next instant, they reappeared in the ruined, unrecognizable secret delivery chamber. Minato was cradling the barely breathing Kushina in his arms. His face brimmed with anxiety and despair. Hiruza and Sarutobi had arrived as well, his expression equally grave. A few Anbu were hurriedly repairing the shattered barrier around them. When Kagura and the little fox appeared so suddenly, everyone was utterly stunned. "Hey, Kagura!" Minato looked at him, then at the unassuming little fox perched on his shoulder. His mind struggled to keep up. The Nine Tails. The third Hokage, meanwhile, instantly dropped into a battle stance. "Easy, Lord Third," Kagura said. "He's behaving himself now." Obligingly, the little fox yawned, as if it truly was nothing more than a harmless pet fox. "What in the world is going on?" Minato stammered. "It's a long story," Kagura replied, too pressed for time to explain. "How is Kushina, Sensei's wife?" "Not good." Minato's eyes brimmed with tears. "Her life is ebbing away. Being forcibly separated from her tailed beast, it's lethal for a Jinchuriki." "I know," Kagura nodded. That's why I brought him back. He gestured at the little fox on his shoulder. As long as we can seal him back inside her, she can't survive. Seal him again? Minato was stunned. But Kushina's body is far too weak right now. Kagura spoke for him, finishing the thought he couldn't put into words. She simply can't withstand the full Nine Tails chakra. Forcing the seal will only hasten her death. Minato fell silent. That was exactly what he feared most. So, Kagura looked at him. I might have a solution, perhaps the only one. What is it? We separate the Nine Tails. Kagura laid out his earth-shattering proposal. Separated. Both Minato and the third Hokage were stunned. Tailed beasts are essentially conglomerates of chakra, Kagura explained. In theory, they could be divided. We can use the four-symbol seal to split it into yin and yang components. We seal the relatively gentle yin half of the chakra back into Lady Kushina. That should be enough to keep her alive. As for the remaining, more violent yang half, his gaze shifted to the sleeping infant not far away, protected by a barrier Minato had set up. We seal it into Naruto. No. Minato's rejection was as swift as lightning. Absolutely not. He's my son. I cannot let him bear the burden of becoming a Jinchuriki. Sensei, Kagura looked steadily at him. This is the only way. Naruto is your and Lady Kushina's child. He carries the Uzumaki bloodline. His body, besides Lady Kushina's, is the only vessel capable of holding the Nine Tails chakra. To seal it in anyone else would only lead to their demise. And the Nine Tails' power is simply too immense. If it ever raged out of control, it could destroy the entire village. We have to seal it somewhere absolutely safe. And Naruto is that safest place. Minato was still silent, his face contorted with pain and inner turmoil. To personally make his own son a Jinchuriki, that felt even crueler than death. Suddenly, there came a low, furious growl from the tiny fox perched on Kagura's shoulder. You bastards! You want to chop me in two? No way. Absolutely not. I'm just fine as I am. How can you humans split me apart at your whim? Its fur bristled in rage. Kagura shot a glance. He didn't reply out loud, but in a manner only they could hear, his voice echoed in the little fox's mind. Settle down. That little one is the prophesied child, the reincarnation of Ashura. If you follow him, you might finally find the true freedom you've been longing for. The little fox was dumbstruck. Prophesied child? Ashura? It stared at the still sleeping, golden-haired baby. In its eyes, a tangle of emotions played out. Sensei. Kagura turned once more to Minato. We're running out of time. Kushina can't hold on much longer. You have to make a decision now. Minato looked down at his wife, whose breaths were so faint he could barely feel them. And he turned his gaze to his son, still blissfully asleep. His heart felt as if two invisible hands were tearing it apart. A long silence passed. At last, he closed his eyes, slowly and heavily. When he opened them again, all hesitation was gone. What remained was the fierce resolve of a Hokage, a husband, a father, weighted with a sorrowful determination. All right. It took all his effort just to utter that word. We'll do as you say. Let's begin. Minato looked to Kagura. He drew in a deep breath. With utmost care, he laid the sleeping baby in his arms upon the small altar that had been prepared nearby. Around the altar, complex sealing symbols had been inscribed. What do you need me to do? He asked Kagura, his voice hoarse. All I need is for you to suppress Kurama's yang chakra, Kagura replied. And then, at the end, complete the final step of the 8 trigram seal. Leave the rest to me. Minato gave a slight nod. He walked to the other side of the altar. Placing both hands on its edge, he concentrated. Golden chakra surged from within him, pouring into the sealing formula etched into the altar. It formed a strong barrier of golden light. The tiny baby was shielded within its protective embrace. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, came over as well. Minato, Kagura, he said, his expression grave. Are you sure this is the only way? There's no other choice, Lord Third, Kagura replied. Hiruzen looked from the baby to Kushina, whose breath was growing ever weaker. He let out a heavy sigh. Very well. What would you have me do? Please, you and the ANBU guard the outer perimeter, Kagura said. We can't afford any interruptions. Understood. Hiruzen nodded. With the ANBU, he withdrew from the birthing chamber. They layered the area outside with a succession of defensive barriers. Now, inside the chamber, only Kagura, Minato, Kushina, Naruto, and the tiny fox, looking as disgruntled as ever, remained. All right, Kurama. Kagura fixed her gaze on the little fox. It's your turn. Oomph. Kurama grumbled in protest. Still, obediently, the little fox padded to the center of the room. Its small body began to change. Chakra surged and shimmered. Lights danced and flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the harmless, adorable little fox, the colossal nine-tailed fox, shrouding the sky and exuding an aura of utter destruction, returned to its true form once again. This time, however, its size had diminished, a mere half of what it was before. Despite its reduced stature, the madness and rage once stoked by the Sharingan were now gone from its eyes. In their place gleamed a lucidity thick with complex emotions. Yet the overwhelming presence belonging to the strongest of all tailed beasts remained. Minato still found himself struggling to breathe under such crushing pressure. "Are you ready?" Kagura asked. "If you're going to do it, then hurry up," the Ninetales growled impatiently. "I don't have time to play these games with you." "Very well," said Kagura with a nod. He stepped up to the great beast, extending both hands before him. His fingers began moving, weaving a sequence of seals. Seals unlike any familiar sealing technique. It was as if several spiritual traditions had been violently stitched together into something new and powerful. There was the Uzumaki clan's four-symbol seal, Konoha's contract seal, and even a hint of his own Thunder Dragon fruit's power woven subtly among them. A deep hum resonated through the air. Beneath Kagura's feet, a vast golden array appeared, inscribed with swirling, intricate patterns. In a swift, vertical surge, it rose upward, swallowing the enormous form of the Ninetales in its radiant embrace. "What is this?" Minato stared at the burgeoning seal, eyes wide with shock and incomprehension. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. The Ninetales, too, sensed something was wrong. With a furious roar, it thrashed and strained. But it was already too late. The golden array had become an invisible cage, clamping tight and pinning the beast in place. Then, the seal began to shrink. Its light grew ever more brilliant. The Ninetales' form twisted and blurred as its massive chakra was forcibly torn asunder by an irresistible power. The division was stark and absolute. One half, shadowy and vast, roiled with spiritual energy, in chakra. The other, blazing and radiant, brimmed with the force of life, yang chakra. "Now, master!" Kagura cried. Minato sprang into action, forming a sequence of seals. "Seal!" he commanded, slamming the prepared four-symbol seal against the sphere of yang chakra, clamping it down, holding it in check. Meanwhile, Kagura poured all of his spiritual strength into guiding the mass of in chakra, gently floating it toward the woman on the stretcher, her breath already faint, her life slipping away. "Hang on, Sensei's wife," he urged in a low voice, watching as the dark, cold chakra sank into Kushina's body. She shuddered violently. Her hair, once faded to a sickly gray, regained its vivid, fiery red before their very eyes, as if ignited by a life force rekindled. Her breathing, so faint it was almost imperceptible, began to grow steady and strong once more. She was alive again. Minato gazed at this scene, his eyes brimming with unrestrained joy. But Kagura did not allow himself to relax. For the greatest challenge was just beginning. He turned around, looking toward the yang-natured Ninetales chakra that Minato was struggling to restrain. The yang chakra was far more violent than its in counterpart. It burned like a searing sun, always threatening to erupt at any moment, radiating a power strong enough to annihilate everything around it. "Sensei," Kagura called out, "bring Naruto to me." Minato nodded. With utmost care, he picked up the sleeping infant once more and placed him gently atop the small altar. "Are you ready?" Kagura asked. Minato drew in a deep breath. "I'm ready. Then let's begin." Kagura stretched out his hands, golden light sparking at his fingertips. The 8-trigram seal. He began inscribing a complicated sealing formula across Naruto's tiny belly, a mark that would accompany him for the rest of his life. At the same time, Minato prepared for his final task. He formed the necessary hand signs, summoning the god of death. Forbidden art, dead demon consuming seal. He had resolved to give up his own life to complete this, the most crucial step, to seal the fierce yang-nature chakra of the Ninetales entirely within his son. But, just as he was about to finish the technique, Kagura moved, with a speed swift enough to surpass even Minato's reflexes. He appeared right before Minato. He reached out, placing his palm firmly against Minato's chest. A torrent of powerful, life-charged violet lightning chakra poured into Minato's body, forcibly disrupting the forbidden art devouring his soul. "Kagura, you!" Minato was stunned. "Sensei," Kagura said, "no need to use an ox cleaver when a chicken knife will do. For a matter this small, it's far from your turn to make that sacrifice." He turned his gaze to the still writhing, blazing young nine-tails chakra. He extended his right hand. It's just half a fox, nothing more, he said confidently. Leave this to me. An immense, golden chakra, far greater and purer than before, surged from Kagura's palm. A golden chain shot forth, swiftly wrapping around the raging mass of chakra. He forcefully dragged it toward the tiny altar, toward the sleeping infant. Sel! Sel! With a low chant from Kagura, the golden chakra chain yanked the violent young nine-tails chakra into the center of the altar. On Naruto's small belly, the 8 trigrams seal blazed to life, flooding the room with blinding light. Wild, raging energy surged into the infant's tiny body. Naruto's body gave a sharp, involuntary shudder. A grimace of pain twisted across his face. But he did not cry out. He endured it all. The sealing formula slowly began to turn, its pattern shifting softly. At last, it sank beneath his skin, disappearing entirely. All that remained was a single, spiral-shaped mark. It was done. Kagura let out a long, relieved breath. He withdrew his hand. A wave of profound weakness washed over him. Just now, he had forcibly interrupted the Reaper Death Seal and completed the 8 trigrams seal all on his own. The effort had taken a tremendous toll. Kagura! Minato rushed over in alarm. He caught Kagura as the young man swayed unsteadily. Are you all right? Just now you? His eyes brimming with lingering fear and heartfelt gratitude, he looked intently at Kagura. If Kagura hadn't stepped in, he might already be dead. I'm fine, sensei. Kagura shook his head. Just a bit drained, that's all. Minato turned his gaze to the altar where Naruto lay. Seeing his son safe and sound, just sleeping more deeply than before, Minato finally allowed himself a deep sigh of relief. He hurried to Kushina's side. Color had returned to Kushina's cheeks. Her breathing, though still unconscious, had grown steady and strong. She was out of danger. Thank goodness. Minato knelt by Kushina's side, gently taking her hand in his. He could no longer hold back his tears. Silent and uncontrollable, they streamed down his cheeks. Just then, the barrier outside the birthing chamber swung open. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, strode in with several ANBU at his heels. They took in the scene at a glance. Kushina, alive. Naruto, unconscious. The fourth Hokage, still standing. And a young man, clearly exhausted but otherwise unharmed. The 9 tails gone. Did you succeed? Hiruzen's voice trembled with disbelief. Yes, Minato replied, wiping away his tears and standing up. It's done. And the 9 tails? It's been split in half, Kagura answered. The yin half is sealed once more inside Sensei's wife. The yang half inside Naruto. Hiruzen's gaze lingered on the infant resting on the altar, his expression growing complicated. You did this? He asked Kagura. Kagura and I completed it together, Kagura replied. He made sure not to claim all the credit for himself. Thank you. Both of you, Hiruzen nodded solemnly. There was no need for further questions. Now is not the time for details. Let's get Kushina and Naruto back to the village, he said. It isn't safe here. Right. Minato gently lifted Kushina into his arms. Kagura carried Naruto as they prepared to leave. Surrounded by the elite guards of the Yambu, the group quickly left behind that place steeped in blood and chaos. On the road back to the Hidden Leaf Village, a heavy silence hung over them, as though the very air was weighed down by invisible stones. Although the worst-case scenario had been averted, the 9 tails had been sealed once again. Both the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki survived the ordeal. But still, that sudden, nightmarish attack, the mysterious figure in the mask, those otherworldly, sinister Sharingan eyes, each detail hovered over their minds like a menacing black cloud, refusing to dissipate. When they finally returned to Konoha, they arrived to chaos and confusion. The earth-shattering roar of the 9 tails, and the uncanny, ominous glow of blood-red chakra piercing the sky, had already plunged the entire village into terror. Panic was spreading fast. Rumors swept through the streets like wildfire. The 9 tails has broken into the village. Run for your lives. Where's the Hokage? Where is Lord Hokage? There was no time for Minato to rest. He leaped straight onto the grand stone faces of the Hokage monument, where his powerful and commanding voice rang out over the panicked crowd, steady as a beacon. This is Minato Namikaze speaking. I'm the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Everyone, please remain calm. The 9 tails has already been sealed again. The danger has passed. His words, amplified by chakra, reached every corner of the village. Gradually, the panic began to ebb away, but uncertainty and unease remained beneath the surface. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato summoned the village's entire leadership. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The two senior advisors, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yuditane. And the ever-shadowed Danzo Shimura, whose presence was as enigmatic as ever. That, more or less, is what happened. Minato summarized the night's events in broad strokes. Of course, he kept secret the critical details. How Kagura had stopped him from using the dead demon-consuming seal, and had instead completed the 8 trigrams sealing solo. He merely stated that a mysterious man, one with the Sharingan, had attacked the birthing room and unleashed the Nine Tails. In the end, he and Kagura had joined forces to reseal the beast. Now, the Nine Tails was locked away in his own son, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto will become the new Jinchuriki, he declared. The entire office fell into a profound, breathless hush. Faces filled with shock and disbelief. Minato, Koharu Yuditane, was the first to recover, her voice sharp with disbelief. How could you make such a decision? To seal the Nine Tails inside your own son. This was the only choice. Minato cut her off, his tone firm. And the best one we had. Naruto is my son. I believe he will one day control that power. And more than that. His gaze swept across everyone assembled, steady and unwavering. I want the people of this village to see him as a hero. Not a monster. He's the hero who protected the village. A low scoff answered him from the shadows. Danzo, who had been silent all along, let out a cold snort. A hero. A Jinchuriki is just a Jinchuriki. A weapon of the village, nothing more. Hand him over to Root for proper training. That's the safest option. Danzo. Minato looked at him, his gaze icy. Naruto is my son. His future is for me to decide. It's not your place to interfere. Danzo stared back at Minato. He looked at this young, but already fully fledged fourth Hokage. He said no more. Yet the chilling glint in his single eye made clear he would never give up so easily. The meeting ended in discord with no one satisfied. Minato remained behind. Kagura stepped into the room as well. Sensei. About Danzo. Don't worry, Minato replied. I'll handle it. I won't allow him any chance to hurt Naruto. And also, he turned to look at Kagura. This time I owe you. If not for you, we're family, Sensei. Kagura interrupted him gently. Minato smiled. Yes, we're family. He reached into the drawer and took out a file. This is the report on Root's unusual activity that night. We found several Root ninja corpses near the maternity ward, though there's no concrete proof that Danzo was behind it. It's enough to serve as a warning. Kagura took the report. He glanced at it. Understand. He left the Hokage's office. He walked toward the hospital. Kushina had already awakened. Her body was still weak, but her spirit was much improved. Naruto lay peacefully at her side, sleeping soundly. Kagura watched the mother and her child. A genuine, heartfelt smile crept across his face. At least this time, they were both still alive. That was enough. He visited Kakashi, Guy, and Rin as well. After enduring the trial of Kagura's iron-fisted vow, they were not as despondent as before. Kakashi continued his missions in the ANBU, but there was life in his eyes now, a flicker of light that belonged to the living. Guy poured all his energy into training the Shadow Guard, determined to burn on with Kagura's teachings and his own youthful fire. Rin had returned to the medical corps, and a gentle smile sometimes appeared on her face again. Kagura chatted with them for a while, then departed. He returned to the forest of death. He needed to continue his training. Although he had forcefully changed the outcome of the Nine Tails incident, far greater dangers still awaited ahead. Black Zetsu, the Otsutsuki, he was still not strong enough. The Nine Tails disaster was finally over. A month had passed. Under the guidance of the fourth Hokage, Konoha Village began its orderly reconstruction. Homes that had been destroyed in the Nine Tails rampage were now being repaired. The villagers' daily lives gradually returned to normal, regaining their former peace. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil surface, a powerful, turbulent undercurrent surged relentlessly among the village's leaders. The Hokage's office. No, deeper still, inside the highest council chamber, where the senior advisors convened. Minato Namikaze sat at the head seat. His expression was weary. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat on his left, silently puffing on his pipe. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, the two advisors, were seated across from him. Their faces were clouded with concern. Danzo Shimura leaned on his cane, standing quietly in the shadows, saying nothing. Minato. Koharu was the first to break the silence. Her voice was sharp, almost cutting. About what happened a month ago. We need an explanation. Minato looked up. An explanation? The Nine Tails was successfully sealed. Kushina and Naruto are both safe and sound. The losses to our village were kept to a minimum. Isn't that the best result we could ask for? It is a very good result, Hamura joined in. So good makes us uneasy. That's not what concerns us. It's your student, Kagura. Minato's eyes turned cold. What about Kagura? He's a hero of Konoha. A hero, Koharu scoffed, her tone filled with sarcasm. A hero whom even the Hokage cannot control. Minato, you are the fourth Hokage. You're responsible for the entire village. That child's power has already far exceeded our understanding. He suppressed the Nine-Tails head-on by himself. He even interrupted your dead demon consuming seal. At this, Hiruzen's eyes twitched subtly. He used a sealing technique more advanced than the 8-trigram seal. He forcibly split the Nine-Tails. These feats, how could a 13-year-old boy manage such things? Where did he learn them? And that strange power of his, unlike chakra, what is it? We know nothing. Koharu's questions came one after another, each striking home. A person we do not understand at all, yet who possesses the power to destroy the village at a whim. Staying in Konoha, do you think any of us could sleep peacefully? Minato fell silent. He had no answer to give, for he too had no understanding. Oomph. From the shadows, Danzo finally spoke. His voice was rough, chilling. The advisor's concerns are entirely reasonable. This boy called Kagura has been a problem from the very beginning. His background is shrouded in mystery. He's a war orphan, yet his talent and strength leave even the Hokage in the dust. That alone is highly unusual. And furthermore, he tapped his wooden staff on the ground for emphasis. According to my information, this boy was notorious for his misconduct during the war. He deserted his team without permission. He openly defied the orders of Jonin commanders. He even slipped away alone to the Hidden Rain village to assassinate Hanzo of the Salamander. Minato lifted his head. Danzo, Kagura has already reported the mission against Hanzo. It was an accident. An accident? Danzo let out a grim chuckle. Some accident, indeed. Then on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, my men died outside the birthing room. Are you going to call that an accident too? Minato's expression changed instantly. Why were your men there in the first place? My people were dispatched to support the Umbu and protect the Jinchuriki. Danzo lied smoothly, his face unreadable. But they died nonetheless. They weren't killed by the Nine-Tails, nor did they fall to the masked man. They were wiped out in an instant by a power both uncanny and terrifying. That power, Danzo fixed Minato with his single, unyielding eye, is identical to what Kagura used on Mount Kikyo and in the Hidden Rain village. Minato, at the critical moment, your disciple, not only failed to defend the village, but turned that power against our own forces in the Leaf. Was he truly after? Whose side is he really on? Can you promise us an answer? Danzo's words pierced Minato's heart like a blade. They drove deep into the hearts of the two advisors as well. Danzo, that's slander. Minato shot to his feet. Kagura saved the Leaf. He saved both Kushina and me. I vouch for him as Hokage. He would never betray this village. A guarantee? Koharu regarded him coldly. Minato, what could you possibly guarantee? Will you stake your life? Or perhaps the life of your newborn son, the new Jinchuriki? Kagura's powers are far too dangerous, Hamura concluded. We can't let this go on unchecked any longer. I propose that Kagura be taken into custody immediately, that he face the strictest possible investigation, and if necessary, the Yamanaka clan's secret arts should be used to forcibly extract his memories. You dare? Minato roared in fury. Minato! Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke at last. Calm yourself. He turned to the two advisors. Koharu, Hamura. Kagura is, after all, the hero of the village. If we detain and interrogate him without solid evidence, we'll chill the hearts of every ninja. So what do you suggest? Koharu pressed, her tone sharp. Are we just supposed to let someone who could explode into a threat at any moment roam the village at will? I have a compromise. It was Danzo who spoke up again. Since the Hokage is willing to trust him, let's have him prove his loyalty. And how exactly? It's simple, Danzo replied with a thin smile. Hand the boy over to me. Let him join Root. I'll take it upon myself to train him. With Root's methods, I'll file away those unnecessary edges of his character. I'll make sure he becomes a blade, sharp and obedient to command. That's what's best for him and for the village. Absolutely not. Minato rejected the idea without hesitation. Kagura is my student. He will never join Root. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Danzo gave a shrug. Either hand him to me, or do as the advisors say. Detain and interrogate him. Take your pick. The air grew tense again. Minato looked at Danzo's face, so confident and unyielding. Then he turned to the two advisors, both unwavering in their stance. For the first time, Minato truly felt what it meant to be completely alone. That's enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the side of his pipe. Kagura can neither be detained nor handed to root. He's a hero of the leaf. That is not up for debate. But he turned to Minato. The advisor's worries aren't without merit either. His power does need to be kept in check. Sensei, Minato, Hiruzen interrupted softly, you're still too young. As Hokage, you're not only meant to protect the village. You must maintain its balance. Let me handle this. I'll go to Kagura myself and talk with him. Until then, no one else is to contact him privately. Oomph. Danzo let out a frosty grunt. Leaning on his cane, he was the first to turn and leave. Koharu and Hamura also stood and exited. Only Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi remained in the meeting room. Sensei, Minato murmured wearily. Do you suspect Kagura? It's not that I suspect him. Hiruzen shook his head. I'm afraid of him. Minato, do you remember how the first Hokage died? Minato was taken aback, left speechless. This world doesn't need a second Hashirama Senju. With that, Sarutobi too departed. Hiruzen Sarutobi left the Hokage's office. His mood was heavy. Minato remained there. From behind, his figure looked somewhat lonely. Passed down the message. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave an order to the ANBU by his side. Assemble Squad 7 and Squad 11. Stand by outside ANBU training ground number 7. Yes, the ANBU vanished. Hiruzen called out to another ANBU. You come with me. We're going to see Kagura. At ANBU training ground number 7. Kagura sat in the center of the field, bare-chested. His eyes were closed, legs crossed. All around him, the remains of 100 or more shadow clones, each drained of chakra, lay scattered. The clones dissolved into wisps of white smoke. The flood of fatigue and knowledge from this grueling training surged into his mind. Yet his face betrayed no emotion. He was in the final stage of his training. Lightning body tempering. He guided a faint, but fiercely destructive, arc of violet lightning across his own skin. Destroying. Regenerating. Destroying again. Through this nearly self-tormenting ordeal, his body only grew stronger. Suddenly, his keen senses were alerted. He perceived them. Two familiar presences were drawing close. One was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The other, an ANBU's distinctive aura. Kagura slowly let the lightning dissipate. He stood up, grabbed a nearby jacket, and draped it over his shoulders without care. He waited. A few minutes passed. The gates to the training ground swung open. Hiruzen Sarutobi, leaning on his cane, stepped inside. Behind him followed an ANBU in a mask. Lord Third. Kagura was the first to speak. His tone was calm and measured. You bring so many people to my humble training ground. Is there something you wish to discuss? Hiruzen looked at him. At this boy, only 13, yet exuding a pressure even greater than Minato's. His gaze grew complicated. Kagura. He began slowly. About the night of the Nine-Tails rampage. The council and the Hokage have reached a preliminary conclusion. Oh, Kagura raised an eyebrow. And what is that conclusion? In the village's most desperate hour, you stood up. You saved the Jinchuriki and the 4th Hokage. You also stopped the Nine-Tails from causing even greater destruction to the village. You are a hero of Konoha. That is beyond question. Hiruzen first affirmed Kagura's contribution. But his tone shifted. The power you displayed that night has also stirred some unnecessary concerns among the village's higher-ups. Is that so? Kagura's tone remained calm as ever. For example, Sarutobi gazed at him, the terrifying power you possess that can directly suppress the Nine-Tails. The bizarre sealing technique you wield, capable of interrupting the dead demon consuming seal and splitting apart tailed beasts. And something else. He paused for a moment. That ability of yours that doesn't belong to the chakra system, a mysterious, unknown power. These powers are just too strong. So powerful, in fact, that they have already exceeded what the village can comprehend or control. That's why, for the village's peace, and for your own protection as well, we'll need to place some restrictions on you. Restrictions? Kagura chuckled. What kind of restrictions? We're going to place a seal on you, said Sarutobi, jointly crafted by myself and Minato. This seal won't affect your daily life or your battles. It will only trigger passively in moments when that unknown power of yours is about to go out of control. It will temporarily suppress it. This is for your sake. And for the good of the village, too. He finished speaking, and waited for Kagura's reply. A soft laugh slipped out from Kagura as he lowered his head. Though barely audible to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the nearby ANBU, that laugh sent a chill down their spines. Sarutobi, Hiruzen. Kagura lifted his head. He no longer used the honorific form of address. On his face, the mask of politeness and warmth had vanished. In its place, cold, undisguised mockery. Are you joking with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Gatorokun. His voice darkened as well. You'd best watch your words. You are speaking to the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Hokage. Kagura laughed again. I only recognize Minato-sensei as Hokage. As for you, you're just a washed-up old man who has already stepped down. You. Behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ANBU's anger flared instantly. Weapons slid into their hands. Insolence. How dare you disrespect the third Hokage? Seize him. Over a dozen figures lunged at once. Like the swiftest hunting hawks, they came at Kagura from all directions. Kagura didn't move. He didn't even blink. Coldly, he fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen at the center. Then, he unleashed his will. A silent, overwhelming wave of pressure erupted from him, flooding the room with crushing force. Conqueror's Haki. The dozen airborne ANBU froze mid-leap. Their bodies turned to stone in an instant. Their eyes brimmed with an incomprehensible, absolute terror. It felt as though their very souls were being tightly seized by an invisible, giant hand. Not even a flicker of resistance could emerge within them. One after another. Thud, thud, thud. They each fell from midair, crashing to the ground, white foam spilling from their lips as they slipped into unconsciousness. In an instant, the entire training ground fell silent. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi remained standing. He stood alone, body trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat drenched his face. With utter shock, he stared at Kagura. You? Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kagura said, stepping slowly toward him. I do respect you, but not because of your strength, nor because you were once the Hokage. It's for one reason only. He stopped right in front of Hiruzen. You once taught Master Minato. That's all there is to it. So put away your ridiculous, foolish probing and scheming. My power belongs to me. It does not belong to Konoha, and it certainly does not belong to you. No one has the right to restrain me. Not you. Not Danzo. Not anyone in Konoha. He brushed past Hiruzen. Go back and tell them. His voice was ice cold. This is the first time, and it will also be the last. If there is ever a next time, if anyone else, blind to the truth, dares to come after me. A chilling, palpable killing intent radiated from his body. For everyone who comes, I will kill one. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood rooted to the spot. He didn't dare move an inch. He could only watch helplessly as the black-haired youth disappeared into the depths of the forest. Kagura left the training ground. Kakashi, Guy, Takuma, and Yakumo immediately followed after him. Their faces were etched with shock and unmistakable worry. Captain, Takuma said quietly, you just now with the third Hokage? We've broken all pretenses. Kagura's voice was perfectly calm. All four drew a sharp breath. To openly sever ties with Konoha's former Hokage. This was huge. Kagura, Kakashi spoke, his voice heavy. What is it you really want to do? Kagura came to a halt. He turned around, looking at the four before him. These might well be the closest comrades he had in this world. Let me ask you a question, he said. Will you stand by my side? Or with the Konoha leadership? All four were stunned. None of them had expected Kagura to ask such a question. Does it really make a difference? Guy asked in confusion. Aren't we all Leaf Village shinobi? We used to be, Kagura replied. But as of today, that may no longer be the case. What? The higher-ups in the Leaf Village won't tolerate me. Kagura's voice remained steady. They fear my power, so they want to restrict me, control me. They might even try to erase me. But I won't just sit and wait for it to happen. That's why. He looked at them, eyes unwavering. You have to make a choice. You can remain the loyal shinobi of the Leaf you've always been, or you can come with me, down a road where we could end up betraying the village, a road into the unknown. The four fell silent. The weight of the decision pressed down on all of them. I'll go with you. The first to speak was Yakumo. She stepped up by Kagura's side. It was Captain who pulled me out of that room, out of the darkness. It was you who taught me how to control the power everyone else feared. So, she met Kagura's eyes, gaze unwavering. Wherever you go, I go. And I'm coming too. Takuma stepped forward. Captain, you showed me that the Hyuga branch family could live differently. I'll go with you as well. Guy looked over at Kakashi, then flashed a broad grin. I don't really understand what you're talking about. But my father always said, a true friend can never be betrayed. You're the friend I, my Guy, have chosen. So, I'll go with you too. He took his place at Kagura's side. Only Kakashi remained. He stood rooted to the spot. He didn't move. The mask on his face covered any hint of emotion. Kakashi, Kagura called, eyes fixed on him. Understand. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, roughened with emotion. My father died because of the village's rules. My best friend died following one of those so-called missions. I don't want to lose another comrade. He looked up, revealing the blood-red Sharingan with its 3 tomo. This time, I choose my friends. He crossed over to stand at Kagura's side. Kagura looked at the 4 who had chosen him. He smiled. Excellent. Let's go then. Go where? To a place that truly belongs to us. 5 shadows slipped silently from the streets of the Leaf Village. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat with a face like thunder, shrouded in anger. Across from him sat Minato, Danzo, Koryudatane, and Hamura Mitokado. Hiruzen Sarutobi recounted everything that had just happened at Training Ground 7. He didn't hesitate to embellish his story, painting a vivid picture of Kagura's arrogance and blatant disrespect. That's exactly what he said, Sarutobi went on. He claimed he would kill anyone who dared to go after him. He also made it clear that the only Hokage he recognized was you, Minato. As for me, this old man, he said I wasn't worthy to put any limits on him at all. When he finished, a heavy silence fell over the office. Minato kept his head down, his expression hidden in shadow. Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado, on the other hand, were seething with fury. Outrageous! Koharu shouted, slamming her palm down on the desk. That brat, what is he thinking? Does he want to betray the village? Hiruzen, Hamura turned to the 3rd. Is what you're saying really true? Every word of it, Sarutobi nodded gravely. That kid even used a kind of power I've never seen before. In an instant, he knocked out all of my guards, effortlessly. Minato, Koharu snapped, turning the accusation to the 4th Hokage. This is your fine protege? This is the so-called hero you vouched for as Hokage. He's completely out of control. I propose we act at once. Issue an S-Class wanted order and end him on the spot. Exactly, Hamura agreed, pounding his fist. We cannot have an unpredictable threat like this hiding in our midst. He's even more dangerous than the Nine-Tails. Still, Minato remained silent. He only clenched his fists tighter. A low, chilling laugh broke the tension. It came from Danzo, who had yet to speak. Now you're all thinking of killing him. Danzo chuckled darkly. Too late for that. With the strength that boy has shown, and his incredible mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Tell me, who in this entire village could possibly kill him now? So what do you suggest? Koharu demanded, her patience gone. It's simple. Danzo rose to his feet. This kid dares to act so brazenly for one reason only, because Minato, you're sheltering him. His lone eye fixed unwaveringly on Minato. Minato Namikaze. As 4th Hokage, you have indulged your student and allowed him to attack a former Hokage. You flaunt your authority, defying your own advisors. You no longer deserve to sit in that seat. Danzo, what are you getting at? Minato finally looked up, his eyes blazing. My intentions are clear, Danzo replied coldly. I propose we convene an emergency Jonin Council. We need to reconsider the qualification of the 4th Hokage. I agree, Koharu said, raising her hand. So do I. Hamura followed suit. Your turn, Hiruzen, Danzo said, looking directly at the 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a slow, deliberate drag from his cigarette. He looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Disappointment filled his eyes. Hiruzen, you have truly let me down. For the sake of a single student, you're willing to gamble with the safety of this entire village. I support Danzo's proposal. Sarutobi raised his hand. 3 votes against 1. In that moment, Minato's burning heart was completely doused. He had been dismissed. Sarutobi raised his hand. 3 votes against 1. In that moment, Minato's passionate heart finally went cold. He had been dismissed. The office was silent. Only the old wall clock could be heard, its steady ticking echoing through the room. Tick, tick. Each beat pressed heavily on everyone's heart. Minato stood there. He did not move. He quietly gazed at the 4 people before him. These 4, the ones who held the highest authority in all of Konoha. Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, Danzo Shimura, and his most respected teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. On their faces were a mix of emotions. There was indifference. There was resolve. There was a barely hidden greed. And for the briefest instant, a flicker of guilt. Minato. Hiruzen finally spoke, trying to ease the tension that hung frozen in the air. You should calm down a little first. We did this also for the good of the village. Minato picked up where he left off, his voice calm and steady. A calm that one would never expect from a man just stripped to the title of Hokage. A calm that was almost unsettling. You always say that. For the good of the village. When White Fan took his own life, you said the same. During the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, when so many young lives were lost, you said the same. And now, you move to dismiss me as Hokage, hunt my student as a traitor, and still you say the same thing. His gaze slid away from Hiruzen, who dared not meet his eyes, and settled on Danzo, standing in the shadows. Elder Danzo, you must be quite pleased with yourself. Danzo, leaning on his cane, replied, I am simply correcting a mistake. Minato, you allow feelings to cloud your judgment. The Hokage's seat is not for you. Not for me. Minato let out a hollow laugh. Who is it for, then? For you. How dare you? Snapped Koharu, her voice sharp. Minato Namikaze, remember your place. You are no longer the Hokage. Is that so? Minato nodded. He undid the clasp on his white Hokage robe, the one traced with the crimson flames, and embroidered with the words, Fourth Hokage. He took off that cloak, a symbol of both honor and responsibility. Folded neatly, he placed it perfectly smooth atop the desk that belonged to the Hokage. This seat, he said, anyone who wants it can take it. He turned away, heading for the doorway. He had no desire to linger here, not even for a second longer. All he wanted now was to see his family right away, to see his wife, his son, and that one student of his. Stop right there. The voice of Danzo echoed from behind him. Who gave you permission to leave? Minato paused mid-step. He didn't look back. Where I go is hardly yours to approve. Minato. Now Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice sounded, stern and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Until the Jonin Council is formally convened. You cannot leave this place. Slowly, Minato turned, facing his teacher. Sensei, even you would hold me back. It's the rules, Hiruzen replied, averting his eyes. Is that so? Minato gazed at him. Or is it that you're afraid? Afraid I'll betray the village. Just like Kagura did? Minato, Hamura Mito Kato's voice cut in, icy and cold. We're simply doing our duty. You are an emotionally unstable former Hokage, and a shinobi who also knows the Flying Thunder God technique. At this crucial moment when Kagura, a dangerous element, has just defected, we have to restrict your movements, until we can be sure you no longer pose a threat to the village. Restrict my movements. Minato gave a laugh, cold and biting. And you think you can? You? His gaze swept across the trio of aging advisors, their combined years close to 3 centuries. Or is it you, Danzo? Or perhaps, at last he fixed his eyes on Hiruzen. Or perhaps you, Lord Third? Namikaze Minato. Koharu roared. Don't refuse our kindness and force our hand. Halt him, at her order. From the office's shadows emerged 4 masked ANBU operatives. They once answered only to the Hokage. No, now they belong to the 3rd Hokage and these council elders. They positioned themselves before Minato, short blades drawn and ready in their hands. Minato, Hiruzen sighed, don't make this harder for all of us. Stay here. That's an order. Minato looked at them. He looked at the 4 ANBU who had once been his most trusted subordinates. He looked into the eyes behind their masks, eyes filled with inner struggle and helplessness. He was utterly disappointed, utterly chilled to the core. You? He finally spoke. His voice was barely above a whisper, but his words drowned out every other sound in the room. First, you tried to control my student, because you were afraid of him. And now, you want to control me, your own hand-picked Hokage, as well. Simply because I'm strong, too. Does that frighten you as well? No one answered him. Very well. Excellent. Minato nodded. So this is your answer. This is the way of Konoha's leadership. A vast surge of golden chakra burst forth from within him. It was like a miniature sun. The whole office was swept up in this aura, radiating warmth, yet chilling with a deadly intent. The 4 ANBU, out of instinct, stepped back a pace. Their bodies began to tremble. With just you 4, Minato looked straight at them. You really think you can stop me? His hand rose, reaching toward the pouch at his waist, the one that held his Flying Thunder God kunai. Minato, what do you think you're doing? You dare to openly disobey us? Koharu cried out, her voice barking with forced authority, strained by fear. I don't want trouble. Minato drew a tri-pronged kunai. But right now, I'm going to see my family. To see my wife and my son. And I'll see my student, too. The hero of Konoha, exiled because of you. Ooh, he raised his kunai. Minato's blue eyes had lost all their former warmth. Now, they shone with frost. If you dare to block my path, go ahead, try me. If you dare, come and see what happens. His voice was quiet as a breath, but the killing intent it carried chilled the very air of the Hokage's office to freezing. The 4 ANBUs standing before him were paralyzed on the spot, their hands quivering just barely. They were most certainly afraid. Namikaze Minato. Koharu shrieked. You dare threaten the highest advisors of Konoha? Are you planning to betray your own village? Seize him. Hamura commanded harshly. Whatever happens, we will take responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes. He offered no objection. He gave silent consent. The 4 ANBU received their order. They hesitated no longer. They were shinobi of Konoha. Obedience to orders was their destiny. For shadows sprang into motion, moving all at once. Each was a top elite personally promoted by Minato himself. Their teamwork was flawless, a seamless net. Earth style, earth wall. 1 ENBU formed hand seals, and at once a heavy earthen wall slammed shut across the only exit of the office. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Another ANBU unleashed a colossal fireball from his lips, which thundered forth, swelling to fill the narrow space in an instant. They had cut off all escape routes, including the water gate. The 2 remaining ANBU moved in from the left and right, drawing poison-tipped daggers, and lunging at the golden figure on the verge of being consumed by flames. Minato did not move. He stood exactly where he was, allowing the inferno to swallow him whole. We got him. Joy surged in the hearts of the 2 ANBU. But in the very next moment, their eyes widened in shock. Within the blaze, the golden figure vanished. Watch out! Hiruzen Sarutobi's warning rang out. But it was already too late. A golden flash split through the air, appearing instantly behind the ANBU who had unleashed the jutsu. Minato's hand pressed lightly against the back of the man's neck. Rasengan, a sphere of chakra about the size of a fist, dense and focused, slammed forward. A dull impact rang out. The ANBU didn't even have time to scream. His body was hurled into the wall like a cannonball. Armor shattered, splinter by splinter. He fell unconscious on the spot. There! The remaining 3 ANBU turned instantly. But Minato's form vanished once more. He reappeared on the ceiling. Releasing his grip, he scattered over a dozen kunai, each etched with flying thunder god seals. Rainfall clinking as they landed, embedding themselves in every corner of the room. This is bad. Danzo's single eye widened in alarm. He knew. This room had become Minato Namikaze's hunting ground. Retreat, he shouted, but no one could escape. The golden flash ricocheted through the room. Thud! An Earth-style ENBU took a kick to the chin, soaring into the air. Thud! Another ENBU attacking from the left was felled by a knife edge strike to the neck, collapsing instantly. Thud! The last ENBU barely managed to lift his dagger, only to feel the icy tip of a kunai pressed against his throat. He froze, daring not to move a muscle. Minato stood before him, his cloak pristine, untouched by even a speck of ash. In the span of 10 seconds, 4 of Konoha's finest ANBU were completely neutralized. Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, his voice dry and hoarse. Enough, please. You've proven your point. No one can stand in your way. Is that so? Minato did not turn around. His gaze passed through the paralyzed ANBU, locking onto Danzo, still lurking in the shadows. But I don't think that's enough. Not yet. Elder Danzo, he called. Won't you step forward? Oomph. Leaning on his cane, Danzo emerged from the darkness. As expected from the 4th Hokage, he said, your skills are truly impressive. But a cold glint flashed in his single eye. Based on what you've shown, you're not leaving this room. Is that so? Take him. Danzo's voice was frigid. All around the office, silent shapes emerged upon the solid walls, over a dozen masked figures in white. Root, Danzo's most elite death squad. They've been lying in wait here all along. Namikaze Minato. Danzo's tone was icy. In respect for your time as Hokage, surrender now, and I'll let you live. Minato smiled. With just them, let's give it a try then. In that instant, a dozen dark figures sprang into motion. They moved with a chill and lethality that far surpassed the 4 ANBU from before. They didn't bother with jutsu. Instead, they unsheathed daggers gleaming with deadly poison. Closing in from every direction, they formed a formation designed for a certain kill. They lunged toward Minato. Minato moved as well. Once more, his golden flash blazed in the room. Sharp metallic clashes rang out continuously. Minato's golden silhouette darted through the web of flashing blades, a dance upon the edge of death. With each sudden flicker, he took one of Root's ninjas with him. One by one, dark shapes dropped to the floor. No screams, no agony, only silence and death. Danzo's expression twisted darker with each fallen man. Useless, he spat. He could wait no longer. Danzo leapt into the fray himself. He appeared behind Minato. Wind-style, vacuum bullet. He parted his lips and unleashed a high-pressure wind sphere. Minato sensed the murderous intent at his back. He moved to teleport away with the Flying Thunder God technique. But in that instant, a more powerful presence, a presence achingly familiar, erupted into action. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Hiruzen Sarutobi made his move. He seized on a fractional pause as Minato dodged. From the earth, a colossal dragon of mud erupted, sealing off every path of retreat. With a sickening rip, Minato twisted out of the way of Hiruzen's dragon. But he couldn't escape Danzo's wind projectile entirely. A deep gash, bone visible, tore across his left arm. Blood began to flow. Minato, Hiruzen called out, his voice thick with emotion. His eyes were full of conflict. Sensei, Minato stared at the wound on his arm. Then he looked up at the one who had once been his revered teacher, now standing in his way. A heart already numb with chill was stung once again. So even you've turned against me? Minato. Hiruzen raised his adamant staff. I'm a shinobi of a leaf. I cannot let you leave this place. Is that so? Minato bowed his head. Understand. Seize him. Danzo roared. He and Hiruzen, one on the left and one on the right, charged forward once again. The remaining root ninja moved to flank them, coordinating their assault. Minato found himself driven into a desperate corner. He glanced at the wound on his arm, blood still trickling down. Then, he looked at his teacher, whose face was set in grim determination. He smiled, but it was a sorrowful smile, filled with pain. Sensei, he called out, is this your will of fire? Minato, I have learned my lesson. Minato didn't meet his teacher's eyes again. From his ninja pouch, he took out his last kunai, but he didn't throw it at anyone. He simply tossed it toward the office door, long since sealed shut with an earthen barrier. No. Hiruzen felt the dread rising. Stop him, Danzo shouted, finally realizing Minato's intent. Wind release, vacuum great sphere, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The two unleashed their strongest jutsu in unison, desperate to block Minato. But it was already too late. A golden flash flared in the office, one final burst of light. And then nothing. Silence. A tremendous blast sounded. The office doors exploded into splinters. Hiruzen and Danzo rushed outside, hearts racing. But the corridor was empty. Only a tri-pronged kunai still quivered, embedded in the wall. Danzo slammed his fist against the wall in rage. Damn it. Lock down the village. Now, I want an S-rank warrant for his capture. He can't have gotten far. It's no use. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, speaking in a voice heavy with exhaustion. He's already gone. What do you mean? Danzo demanded. His flying Raijin formula, Hiruzen said, eyeing the kunai. Long ago he scattered them across the entire land of fire. If he wants to leave, there's no one in this world who can stop him now. At that moment, some dozens of kilometers beyond Konoha's walls, within a secret safe house hidden behind a waterfall, Kushina clung tightly to a sleeping Naruto, waiting anxiously, breath held. A sudden golden flash of light shimmered before her. Minato, she called, hope breaking through as she leapt to her feet. But then she saw the wound on his arm, and his plain Jonin uniform. You're hurt. What about your Hokage robes? What happened? Minato didn't answer. He moved to her quietly, and wrapped his arms around his wife and his son. Let's go, Kushina, he said. Let's leave this place. Leave? But where will we go? Kushina was left stunned, unsure. I don't know. Minato gazed out through the cave mouth at the unfamiliar sky beyond. To a place where we can find peace. To a place where we truly belong. To a place that we can finally call home. Kushina leaned against the cold, rough stone wall of the cave. She held Naruto tightly in her arms. Her gaze lingered on her husband's face. Minato. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. What happened? Where's your ceremonial cloak? And the injury on your arm? Minato lowered his head. He clenched his fists. Kushina. He struggled to find the words. They've removed me from office. Kushina stared at him in disbelief. Removed? Who? My teacher, Minato said, his voice full of pain, and Danzo, together with the elder advisors. They held an emergency meeting. They accused me of indulging Kagura. They said I was unfit to remain Hokage. What? Fury flashed in Kushina's violet eyes. Those bastards. How dare they? You're the hero who saved this village. Kagura as well. He was the one who drove off that masked man. He suppressed the Nine Tails. He saved every single one of us. What right do they have? They're afraid, Minato replied. They're afraid of Kagura's power. Afraid of a force they can neither understand nor control. So now they want to hem him in, to place him under their thumb. Lord Third even went to negotiate with Kagura in person. But it broke down. Kagura left with his companions. After that, they pinned all the blame on me. They even want to put me under house arrest. Kushina listened to it all. Her body trembled, shaking with rage. Those vile, ungrateful scoundrels. So that's how they treat the heroes of Konoha? This is what you deserve after everything. Minato, let's go. Let's leave this rotten village behind. Let's find Kagura. Minato nodded. That's what I want too. I'm tired. Tired of these endless political games. All I want is to protect you both. To keep my family safe. Minato helped Kushina to her feet. He took Naruto in his arms. Suddenly, his expression changed. This is bad. What's happening? They're here. Minato's voice was heavy. A lot of them. They're outside. Outside the cave. A dozen masked figures emerged silently, surrounding the waterfall with practiced stealth. They were members of the ANBU and the Root Division. They sealed off every possible exit. Fourth Hokage. At the head, a masked ANBU with a fox face stepped forward. Lord Third and the Council of Elders have an order for you. Please, you and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must come back with us at once and submit to an investigation. Minato cradled Naruto in his arms. Slowly, he walked toward the mouth of the cave. He gazed upon those who were once his most trusted subordinates. His eyes were cold, chillingly so. Get out of my way. Lord Fourth, the ANBU captain lowered his head. Please don't make this harder for us. This is an order. An order? Minato let out a little laugh. Is this Danzo's order? Or does it come from Lord Hiruzen himself? The ANBU captain didn't answer. But behind him, the Root Ninja in their white masks had already drawn their short blades. So, there's nothing left to discuss then. Minato sighed. He handed Naruto to Kushina. Hold on to him tight. He reached into his ninja pouch and took out a flying Thunder God kunai. Grab onto me. I'm going to use the jutsu. Minato. Kushina looked at him. My body. She could feel it. Her body was too weak. With the nine tails removed, and with only the yang chakra resealed, she was utterly fragile now. She couldn't possibly withstand the fierce spatial passage of the flying Thunder God technique. I don't think I can make it. Minato's body tensed. He'd forgotten what Kushina had just endured. Take Naruto and go. Suddenly, Kushina summoned every last shred of her strength and pressed their child back into Minato's arms. Minato, listen to me. Take Naruto and go alone. They can't stop you. Don't worry about me. What are you saying? Minato roared. How could I possibly abandon you? If you take Naruto, I'll only hold you back. Kushina cried out, tears streaming down her face. My chakra is gone. I'd only drag you both down. Take him and go. Hurry. I'm the Hokage's wife. I'm the Jinchuriki. If I must die, then let it be for something. Don't let him die here too. No. Minato clutched Naruto tightly in his arms. He looked into Kushina's eyes, saw her unyielding resolve. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart by knives. Attack. Outside, the ANBU captain didn't hesitate any longer. He issued the order for an all-out assault. A dozen figures surged toward the cave entrance, all at once. Despair engulfed Minato. Holding Naruto close, he shielded Kushina with his own body. He braced himself for one final, desperate stand. At that very moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere inside the cave. Right before Minato and Kushina. Kagura. Minato recognized the newcomer at once. Sensei, Lady Kushina. Don't worry. Kagura didn't turn around. He stepped forward and stood before Kushina. Kagura. Madam Kushina. Kagura interrupted her. He reached out his hand, placing it gently on Kushina's shoulder. My apologies. A surge of warmth, brimming with an immense and vibrant life force, flowed from his palm. It was not chakra. It was something far more pure, a vitality born from the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon that ran within him. In an instant, this life force enveloped Kushina, cradling her fragile and battered meridians. This power will temporarily protect your body, Kagura said quietly. It should be enough for you to withstand a single space-time jump. Kushina could feel the unbearable weakness that threatened to tear her apart, momentarily quelled by the gentle strength now coursing through her. She nodded. That's done. Kagura turned around. Calmly, he faced the masked ninja of the Umbu and the Root, who had just rushed into the room. You're really slow, he remarked. The shinobi halted for a brief moment when they saw Kagura. Kagura, so you really are here. Give yourself up, traitor. Traitor? Kagura's lips curved into a faint smile. So it seems, that old man, Hiruzen Sarutobi, never did listen to a word I said. He lifted his hand slowly. If he dares to send you after me again, it means only one thing. To him, you're nothing but disposable tools. Enough of this. Take him down. The Umbu captain shouted, voice echoing with authority. A dozen figures leapt forward in unison, rushing at Kagura once again. Kagura didn't move. He simply watched them, his gaze cold and unflinching. Then, he unleashed his will. A thunderous, invisible pressure, enormous and overwhelming, descended upon the room. Conqueror's Haki. The root ninja at the front froze in their tracks. Terror, inexplicable and absolute, filled their eyes. They even forgot their training. They couldn't make a single hand sign. One by one, bodies crumpled to the ground, as if cut down like ripened wheat in a field. Foam bubbled from their mouths. They fell unconscious in an instant. The captain who led them was no different. Though he was an elite jonin and managed to stay conscious, he collapsed to his knees. His body trembled uncontrollably. He didn't even have the courage to lift his head. "My mood is very poor right now," Kagura said, taking slow, measured steps toward him. "For the sake of my teacher's wife, I'll let you all live this time." He stopped in front of the Umbu captain. "Get out. Go back and tell Hiruzen Sarutobi and Shimura Danzo as well. If it happens again, this won't be a warning. It will be a massacre." I understand," the captain replied, his voice shaking with fear. Kagura paid him no further attention. He turned away. He walked back to where Minato and Kushina were standing. The two of them had been utterly stunned by what had just unfolded before their eyes. "Kagura, Sensei's wife," Kagura said quietly. "Let's go. I'll take you to a place you can truly call home." He reached out his hands. One rested on Minato's shoulder. The other touched Kushina's. "Hold on tight." At that very moment, outside the cave, a new surge of presences could be felt. Minato, Kagura, stop right there. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, along with the two advisor elders, had finally arrived. They caught sight of the cave, the ground littered with the fallen elite Umbu. And standing there, preparing to spirit away both the Hokage and the Jinchuriki, was that young man. "Kagura," Hiruzen roared, his voice thunderous. "Is this it? You really mean to betray the village? Minato Namikaze, are you going to go along with this? This is treason against Konoha." Minato looked at his former mentor, whose face now twisted with rage. Inside, he felt nothing but a cold void. Kagura only smiled. He glanced back at the infuriated Konoha elders, who seemed beside themselves with desperation. "Treason? No, it was you who betrayed us first." He didn't allow them another word. Activating the flying thunder god technique, golden light danced and mingled with violet lightning. And in a flash, 3 figures, along with the sleeping infant, vanished without a trace. All that remained was the Umbu captain, still kneeling on the floor. The unconscious Aroti operatives sprawled everywhere, and several Konoha higher-ups left standing there, faces ashen and grim. The flicker of golden and violet light blinked swiftly through the underground stronghold at the heart of the whirlpool. Kagura, Minato, Kushina, and the sleeping baby appeared in the center of a cold, cavernous hall. Kagura supported Minato as he regained his balance. Minato clutched the barely conscious Kushina and their son Naruto tightly in his arms. Kushina's body was terribly weak. She leaned against Minato's chest, her face pale as snow. This place. Minato's eyes scanned the surroundings with wary vigilance. He saw unfamiliar walls built from giant slabs of stone. Ancient markings, the Uzumaki clan's ominous runes, were etched everywhere. "Kagura, this place is it? Orochimaru." Kagura didn't answer him. Instead, he shouted into the depths of the empty, shadowy base, his voice echoing down the long, vacant corridors. "Come out now." When Minato heard that name, his eyes narrowed to slits. Orochimaru. He immediately placed himself in front of Kushina and Naruto, shielding them, ready for a fight. A harsh, unsettling laugh slithered out from the darkness. "Kukuku." And there, from within the shadows of a laboratory, that pale face of Orochimaru slowly emerged into view. He wore a black robe adorned with the red clouds of the Akatsuki. "Gato-rakun, you really do know how to order people around, don't you? I was just in the middle of studying that fascinating white-haired brat." He stepped forward. When he caught sight of the blond man standing behind Kagura, his golden, snake-like eyes glimmered for a moment. Oh, if it isn't the 4th Hokage himself. What an unexpected guest. His gaze then fell upon the red-haired woman in Minato's arms, her breath faint and fragile, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. "Judging by the state you're in, you both look positively miserable." Finally, his eyes settled on the sleeping infant. "And there's a new one." "Enough." Kagura cut him off. "Your only job right now is to save Kushina-sensei." The tailed beast was forcefully extracted from her, but I managed to seal half of it back inside. Her body is in utter chaos. I want you to heal her. to make sure she survives. Is that an order? Orochimaru said with a sly smile. If you like, you can understand it that way. Kagura met his gaze steadily. Their eyes locked, an unspoken tension sparking in the air. After a few seconds, Orochimaru shrugged. Very well. A dying body from the Uzumaki clan, and a rare specimen that just underwent a split with a tail beast. Now that is a research subject I can't pass up. Follow me, 4th Hokage. My laboratory is the cleanest room in the entire base. He turned, ready to lead the way. Kagura, Captain. Hurried footsteps echoed from a nearby passage. Kakashi, Guy, Takuma, and Yakumo appeared. They had all been sent here earlier by Kagura using the flying Raijin. You finally made it back, Guy shouted at the top of his lungs. You, Kakashi, started to grumble. But then they all saw Minato and Kushina behind Kagura. Sensei, Aunt Kushina. The four of them were stunned. Their eyes widened further when they saw Minato's bloodied arm and Kushina's face, pale as a ghost, barely clinging to consciousness. Sensei, you're hurt. Aunt Kushina, what happened to you? Kagura. Kakashi was the first to recover his wits. What on earth happened? Did something happen to the leaf? Minato was equally shocked to see them. Kakashi? Guy? Takuma, Yakumo? What are you all doing here? Kagura brought you here too? His eyes darted to Orochimaru, who was just about to lead the way. Caution instantly overtook him. Kagura, what exactly is going on? What is this place? Why is Orochimaru here? Sensei. Kagura finally spoke. This isn't the time to discuss that. Sensei's wife, her body can't hold out much longer. She must receive treatment immediately. And you as well. You need your wounds tended to. He cast a glance at the S-rank rogue ninjas lurking nearby. Kakadu, Haiden, and Zabuza had all stepped out of their respective rooms, drawn by the commotion. They watched the newcomers with unfriendly eyes. Kakuzu, Haiden, Zabuza, Kagura addressed them coldly. Get back to your rooms. No one is to step out of this hall without my permission. Although the three S-rank rogues looked rather displeased, they obeyed and melted back into the shadows. Only then did Kagura turn again to Minato. Sensei, please calm down. You are safe here. This is the land of whirlpools. Our new home. Kakashi Guy. Yes. Stay with Sensei and his wife. Escort them to Orochimaru's lab. Don't let anything happen to them. When she's stable, I'll explain everything. Minato studied Kagura. This disciple of his, only 13, already issuing orders to S-rank ninjas without batting an eye. His heart brimmed with questions. But in the end, he chose to trust. All right. He nodded. I'll wait for you. Cradling Kushina and Naruto, he followed Orochimaru deeper into the base. Kakashi and Guy hurried after him. Takuma and Yakumo stayed behind. Captain, Yakumo whispered. Kanoa really? Kagura nodded. We can't go back, not for now. For more people enter the hall. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. And Haku. They were all visibly delighted to see Kagura. Especially Haku, who almost rushed forward, eyes shining with joy. Lord Kagura, are you leaving again soon? Kagura rested his hand on Haku's head. I'll be staying here for the next few days. He turned to Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Kagura, you're back. Yahiko greeted him with a smile. That man just now was he? The 4th Hokage of Konoha, Kagura replied. Yahiko's smile froze. And he and his family, from today, they're new members of the Akatsuki. Kagura added. What? Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan all stared at him in shock. What on earth is going on? Yahiko blurted out, puzzled. There's been an unexpected turn, Kagura said. Let's go. To the conference room. I need to call an emergency meeting with everyone. Akatsuki's secret conference room. A long table, carved from ancient stone. Kagura took the seat at the head of the table. Shiro stood by Kagura's side. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, Haiden, and Zabuza all sat along both sides of the table. First of all, Kagura began to speak. I have severed all ties with Konoha. The upper echelons of Konoha tried to manipulate me and the 4th Hokage. We resisted and fought our way out. So, from this day forward, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and their child, Naruto Namikaze, along with Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Takuma Hyuga, and Yakumo Kurama, are now members of Akatsuki. Not only that, they are our most trusted companions. I don't care what grudges you may have held against Konoha in the past. Here, they're my family. If anyone even thinks about betraying them or causing them harm. His gaze swept over Kaku, Haiden, and Zabuza. The consequences. I'm sure you all know exactly what they would be. Those 3 notorious rogue ninja dropped their heads, unable to meet his piercing stare. Yahiko, here. What about the others? Kagura asked. Sasori of the Red Sand. Datara. Kisame Hashigaki. Where are they? Yahiko responded. Kagura. None of the three are at the base today. They're all out on missions. Shouldn't be long until they're back. Sasori went to the Land of Wind. Said he had some artifacts to reclaim. Datara headed for the Land of Earth, planning to leave Iwabikure a spectacular farewell present. As for Kisame, he traveled to the Land of Water, investigating recent moves inside Kirigakure. I see. Kagura nodded. Good. Make sure they all return as soon as possible. The base is about to start operating in earnest. The room fell silent. Everyone there wordlessly absorbing the shock of Kagura's news. The Hokage had turned rogue. Akatsuki now had the addition of several of Konoha's top elite. Kakuzu suddenly broke the silence. His green eyes fixed on Kagura. Leader, he used a different title this time. The plan sounds solid, but there's just one practical issue. We're broke. Haydn, caught by surprise, blurted out. Huh? You old fossil, what are you talking about? I said we're out of money. Kakuzu repeated himself, his tone icy cold. The startup funds you gave us were spent long ago. He looked at Kagura. Yahiko and the others need money for recruiting new members. Zabuza is rebuilding his hunting squad. That means buying weapons and information. This base may be big, but it still needs regular upkeep and repairs. All of it takes money. And he glanced toward the conference room doors. The biggest bottomless pit is Orochimaru. His laboratory burns through funds at an astronomical rate every single day. And those rare experimental materials he wants. Each one fetches a king's ransom on the black market. And then there's that boy, Kimimaro. The medicine that keeps him alive might as well be made of gold. It's just as costly. These past 2 weeks, Haydn and I risked our lives scraping together some bounty money. It's not even enough to cover a week's worth of Orochimaru's experiments. If this keeps up in less than a month, we'll be reduced to scraping by on air. Kakuzu finished. Hey, old man, quit your bitching already. Haydn shouted, fed up. If we're broke, then let's just go take what we need. Lord Jashin will show us the way. Take, you say? Kakuzu responded with a cold laugh. You think money is that easy to grab? We're smack in the middle of the 5 great nations here. Any big move we make is liable to bring down unwanted heat. So what do you suggest? Enough. Kagura spoke at last. He rapped his knuckles on the table. Every eye turned to him. Kagura looked at Kakuzu and smiled. No money, huh? Good. Very good. Kakuzu froze. What do you mean by that? This time when I came back, Kagura said, besides bringing everyone along, I also happened to pick up a few local specialties. He reached into his ninja toolkit and pulled out several scrolls. He tossed them onto the table. Yahiko eyed the scrolls. Are these Konoha mission scrolls? No, Kagura shook his head. Not missions. They're ledgers. He slid one of the scrolls towards Kaku. Go on, take a look. With suspicion, Kakuzu opened the scroll. One glance, and his usually calm green eyes suddenly lit up. Land of Fire, Black Iron Trading Company. Ostensibly the largest arms dealer around, but behind the scenes, secretly funneling money to a group called Root. Annual turnover, 300 million Ryo? Kakuzu's breath caught. This is not just one. Kagura slid a few more scrolls across the table. This one is from the Shiraishi Trading House. They control half of the food trade in the Land of Fire. They're also Danzo's purse. This one is from Kazumigatani, a hidden, illegal, rare metals mine in the mountains. Danzo's private armory. And then there's the Sleepless City, the largest underground casino in the Land of Fire. Danzo's money laundering operation. Kagura looked straight at Kakuzu. Every person, every organization listed here, they're all connected to Shimura Danzo. All of this money is dirty. So, I need you to go out there and bring this dirty money back. Let's turn it into Akatsuki's clean funds. Kakuzu stared at the scrolls spread across the table. His hands were trembling. It wasn't fear. It was a rush of pure excitement. These weren't just ledgers. They were treasure maps, each one. How much money are we talking about here? His voice trembled with anticipation. No idea. Kagura shook his head. Maybe several billion? Could be even more. Tens of billions, perhaps. I don't care. He fixed his gaze on Kakuzu. All that matters to me is whether you can consume it all. I don't care how you do it. Assassination, robbery, or even uprooting them entirely. And I don't care how much chaos you stir up. If you turn the entire Land of Fire upside down, so be it. As for Danzo and the higher-ups of Konoha, I'll take care of them for you. A wild laugh burst from Haydn. Turn the Land of Fire upside down? Now, that's my kind of mission. Finally, some real carnage. The blood of those heretics will surely please Lord Jashin. Zabuza licked his lips, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A bunch of wealthy merchants. Sounds dull, but their money's no joke. You've got a deal. Kakuzu gathered up all the scrolls. As long as the money's good, forget the land of fire. I'd loot all 5 great nations just the same. Excellent, said Kagura, rising to his feet. He looked around at everyone present. Yahiko, here, bring Sasori, Deidara, and Kisame back as soon as possible. Tell them, the days of petty jobs are over. From today, Akatsuki will grow quickly. We will become a force in a ninja world that cannot be ignored. First, every name on this list, recruit them all, no matter the cost. Second, turn the land of whirlpools into a steel fortress that surpasses even Konoha. Thirdly, use every means at your disposal to wipe out any enemy who dares stand in our way. Don't be afraid of causing trouble, even if it means tearing the sky apart. No matter what happens, I will take responsibility for all of it. He paused for a moment. His gaze swept over every member present. A powerful confidence radiated from him, filling the room. If you ever face an enemy even you can't defeat, crush the special kunai I've left for you, or simply call my name. I will come, no matter where I am. I will arrive immediately, and then I'll let them see what price one pays for crossing Akatsuki. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, even Kakuzu, Haiden, and Zabuza, their expressions all changed. From this 13-year-old boy before them, they felt a kind of absolute charisma that inspired their loyalty, a presence they would willingly follow. Is everything clear? Kagura asked. Yes. Everyone stood up, responding in unison. Excellent. Meeting adjourned. Excellent. Meeting adjourned. Kakuzu was the first to get to his feet, already impatient to return to his account books. Haiden, grumbling and muttering, slung his scythe over his shoulder and followed him out. The others also returned to their own areas, each with a new sense of purpose. Nagato, Kagura called out. The red-haired boy, who was about to leave with Yahiko and Konan, stopped in his tracks. You stay for a moment. Yahiko and Konan paused as well, looking at Kagura with puzzled expressions. You two stay as well, Kagura said. There are some things you should all hear together. The door to the conference room closed, leaving only the 4 of them inside. Kagura, Yahiko asked, is there something else? Nagato. Kagura didn't answer Yahiko. He looked directly at Nagato. I mentioned this back in Amage Cure. Your hair, your chakra. I once met someone. She was just like you. Nagato's body trembled slightly. He looked up at Kagura. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki, Kagura said. She's my master's wife. She was also the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. Kagura paused for a moment. She belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Just like you. Nagato's breath caught in his chest. An overwhelming shock filled the purple Rinnegan eyes. The Uzumaki clan. He murmured to himself. He was an orphan. He had never known who his parents were, nor did he know where he truly came from. This mystery had haunted him for his entire life. And now, in a single, offhand remark, Kagura had revealed it all. Am I really? Yes, Kagura nodded. Your red hair, that enormous, almost frightening vitality, and your extraordinary, innate gift for the art of sealing. These are all the most telling traits of the Uzumaki clan. You are one of them. Nagato fell silent. He simply bowed his head, his whole body trembling ever so slightly. Konan stepped forward and took his hand. Her eyes brimmed with tears of joy for him. Yahiko gave his shoulder a hearty pat. This is wonderful. Nagato, you're not alone anymore. You have family now. Where is she now? Nagato looked up, his voice hoarse. She's right here in this base, Kagura replied. Here. Both Yahiko and Konan were stunned. Yes. Kagura nodded. She is one of the family members I brought back this time. She was gravely injured when a Nine-Tails was forcibly extracted from her body. She's recuperating now in Orochimaru's laboratory. I've already told her everything about you. She's very emotional. She believes she was the last Uzumaki left in this world. All this time, she's longed to meet you. Kagura looked at Nagato. Now, do you want to see her? Nagato didn't answer. He suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with urgent anticipation as he stared at Kagura. Let's go. Kagura smiled. Yahiko, Konan, you come along too. The 4 of them left the conference room. They passed through the central hall, making their way towards the deepest sector of the base, where the medical and laboratory facilities were. The corridors of the base were long and hushed. Only the echo of their footsteps filled the silence. Kagura, Yahiko finally spoke up, unable to hold back. That 4th Hokage? He was my teacher, Kagura replied, and the person I respect most. So, is he our enemy too? No. Kagura shook her head. He's nothing like those elders in Konoha. He too is a victim of this political struggle. He's in the same position we're in now. He's also an S-rank rogue ninja wanted by Konoha. Yahiko fell silent. This revelation hit him almost as hard as Nagato finding his own clan. Even the shadow of Konoha could be betrayed by his own village. So, what kind of peace were they really fighting for? At last, they reached the entrance to the laboratory. There were two people standing at the entrance. Kakashi and Guy. They were in charge of guarding this place. Kagura. Kakashi saw them and nodded. Guy, you're here too. Yahiko greeted Guy. Oh, Yahiko. Guy gave a hearty thumbs up. Are your flames of youth burning bright here as well? Kagura ignored Guy. He looked at Kakashi. How are Sensei and Sensei's wife doing? Orochimaru just came out. Kakashi replied, his voice as calm as ever. He said the situation is stable for now. Minato-sensei is with her inside. All right. Kagura nodded. Let's go in and take a look. Who are they? Kakashi glanced at Nagato and the others. My guests, Kagura replied. They're also Kushina-sensei's family. Kakashi paused in surprise. His eyes lingered on Nagato's striking red hair, just like Aunt Kushina's. In that instant, he understood. He stepped aside. Kagura pushed open the laboratory door. A strong scent of medicine filled the room. All sorts of strange instruments quietly hummed and clicked. Kushina lay on the clean bed at the back. Her face was still pale as snow, but her breathing was much steadier than before. Minato said a hip bedside. He held Kushina's hand, eyes closed, as if he were resting. At the sound of the door, he opened his eyes. Kagura. He saw Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan following behind Kagura. And he froze. You all. Sensei, Kagura said. I brought them to see Sensei's wife. Kushina. Minato gently shook his wife's shoulder. Kagura is here. And your guests. Slowly, Kushina opened her eyes. Her gaze was still a bit unfocused. Kagura. Her voice was barely above a whisper. But her gaze moved past Kagura, coming to rest on the red-haired boy standing motionless behind him. Nagato looked back at her. He took in her vivid crimson hair, so much like his own. His breath caught in his chest. Kushina's eyes opened wide in shock. Her once dull violet pupils flooded instantly with disbelief and confusion. You're here. Struggling, she tried to sit up. Don't move. Minato quickly pressed her down. You're still far too weak. Minato. Kushina clutched her husband's hand so hard her nails dug into his skin. He's... Nagato could hold back no longer. He stepped past Yahiko, moving one careful step after another toward the bedside. He gazed at the frail woman lying on a hospital bed. He didn't know what to say. He simply knelt down slowly. His voice trembled. My name is Nagato. Kushina looked at him. She saw his vivid red hair, so close to her. Tears slid uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Uzumaki. With all her remaining strength, she raised her trembling hand. Are you part of the Uzumaki clan too? Nagato didn't answer. He simply bowed his head deeply to the floor. I don't know. He choked on his words. I'm an orphan. I never knew who my parents were. I've never known where my home is. But he lifted his head, gazed at Kushina. When I saw your hair, I knew. I'm not alone. That's wonderful. Kushina couldn't hold back any longer. She broke down, crying loudly. She wept like a child. That's wonderful. She grabbed Nagato's hand tightly. I'm not the last one. I still have clanmates. I still have family. Minato watched the scene unfold. His eyes grew red as well. He gently embraced his wife. Yahiko and Konan stood behind. Their faces were streaked with tears too. They felt true happiness for their dear friend. Kagura stood by the doorway. He didn't come in. He watched quietly. Watched this long, overdue reunion, 10 years in the making. He turned away, closed the door softly behind him, leaving the space for them. Kakashi and Guy still stood outside. They, too, heard the sounds of crying from within. Kagura, Kakashi asked, are you all right? I'm fine. Kagura leaned against the wall. It's just a long-awaited reunion, that's all. A long time passed. The door opened. Yahiko and Konan stepped out. Their eyes were red and puffy. Kagura, Yahiko said, thank you. Kagura nodded slightly. Nagato followed them out. The look on his face was nothing like it had been before he went in. The heavy, stifling presence that always seemed to weigh on him, born from carrying the burden of the Rinnegan, had faded away a great deal. In its place was a sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and a deep, peaceful certainty, as if he had finally found his roots. He walked up to Kagura, met his gaze. Kagura. Yeah. Thank you. I already told you. There's no need to thank me. No, Nagato shook his head. Thank you for bringing me home. Kagura leaned against the wall. He looked at the joyful figures of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, their backs brimming with happiness. A long, slow breath eased from his chest. Nagato had found his foundation. At last, the heart that he had kept tightly suppressed was finally set free. This meant the man who, in the original story, was crushed repeatedly by despair and pain, who ultimately dragged the world into the hell of pain, would not emerge in this world. Kagura lingered no longer. He turned and walked toward another side of the base. It was time to have a thorough conversation with his other companions. Half an hour later, in the heart of the Uzumaki sanctuary, within a hidden meeting room of the underground fortress, Kagura took the seat at the head of the table. Seated before him were 5 people: Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Takuma Hyuga, Yakumo Kurama. All 5 of them watched him with puzzled eyes. They needed answers. Answers about this mysterious underground stronghold. About the S-rank rogue ninja outside. About Orochimaru. About everything that had happened. Minato spoke up first. Kagura, I believe you owe us a full explanation. His voice was gentle, but carried an unmistakable weight. An explanation about this vast, unimaginable underground stronghold. About those terrifyingly powerful, infamous S-rank rogue ninja from the hidden village's blacklist. About why the organization Akatsuki and one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, were appearing here so openly. And, more than anything, an explanation for it all. Kagura met Minato's gaze. He nodded. Understand. He looked directly at Minato. In his black eyes was a calm far beyond his years. He began to speak. He spoke in detail about the Uzumaki clan and the land of whirlpools, about their tragic history, about how this underground fortress was the last refuge of the Uzumaki clan, about how Nagato was a survivor, the last orphan of the Uzumaki. He didn't leave out a single detail. This place is safe, Kagura declared. It's also the only home we have for the future. What about those people outside? Kakashi asked. I brought them here, Kagura replied. They're members of the Akatsuki. They're also the core force we have to stand against the entire shinobi world. Akatsuki. Minato frowned. You joined the organization that Master Jiraiya talked about, the one that preaches peace? No, Kagura shook his head. I created a new Akatsuki, one that answers only to me and exists solely for our goals. They're incredibly powerful, but I have each of them firmly under control through various means. There's no need to worry that they'll do anything to harm us or Konoha. What about Orochimaru? Kakashi pressed on. He's our technical advisor, replied Kagura. His pursuit of immortality and research into forbidden techniques are precisely what we need right now. He's under my surveillance. He wouldn't dare cause any trouble. Kagura's explanations were thorough and undeniably persuasive. Yet Minato still couldn't ease his heart completely. That night, during the Nine Tails attack, he voiced the final, most crucial question. The man in the swirling mask. The one who broke through the leaf's barriers with ease, who controlled the Nine Tails, who nearly killed Kushina and Naruto. Minato's voice began to tremble. He drew a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Who is he, really? Kagura gazed at him. His eyes seemed to deepen, turning grave. Sensei, he said, are you ready for the answer? Minato fell silent. He already sensed that what he was about to hear was a truth he might not be able to bear. Go ahead, he said slowly. No matter what it is, I can take it. Kagura nodded. The man in the swirling mask. The one who attacked the delivery room, unleashed the Nine Tails and fought against you. He is Obito Uchiha. A thunderclap of truth crashed overhead. In that instant, it struck down upon them all. Minato, Kakashi, Guy, Takuma, and Yakumo. 5 people, utterly stunned. Their minds went blank. No way. Kakashi was the first to cry out. He leapt to his feet, his eyes brimming with anguish and disbelief. Obito, he's dead. I saw it with my own eyes. He was crushed under those rocks. He didn't die. Kagura cut him off. He was saved by Madara Uchiha. Then Madara clouded his mind with Jinjutsu, lied to him, controlled him, turned him into a pawn. A pawn, Kakashi murmured, his face etched with grief and confusion. How could this be? Kagura turned to Minato. Sensei, the one who battled you using space-time jutsu. He was Obito. Minato closed his eyes. He remembered. He remembered that shape-shifting, ethereal figure in the fight. He remembered the pair of Sharingan, blood-red, lurking behind a masked shadow. His body trembled ever so slightly. It was not anger. It was pain. Why? He forced the words past his lips, his voice full of endless sorrow. Why did he end up like this? For Rin, Kagura replied. He fell under Madara's illusion. Madara made him believe that Rin was already dead, and that it was Kakashi who killed her. So, he's been blinded by hatred. He wants to destroy this world. Minato listened to Kagura's explanation. He buried his head in his hands. Inside, he was shattered completely. He no longer knew whom he ought to blame. Should he hate Uchiha Madara, the one who deceived his student? Or should he blame Uchiha Obito, whose heart was consumed by vengeance? Or perhaps, should he hate himself, powerless and unable to protect anyone at all? Then, and now, Kakashi asked, his voice hoarse and trembling. Where is he? Where did he go? He was taken away by another of Madara's accomplices, Kagura replied. That's the true mastermind hiding in the shadows. But Kagura's gaze swept over Kakashi and Minato. A trace of unwavering determination flashed through his coal black eyes. I won't give up on him. He's our comrade. He's family to us. He's only lost his way, that's all. I will bring him back. I'll bring him back to Rin's side. I'll bring him home, to all of us. Kakashi looked at Kagura. All the distrust and suspicion he once felt for Kagura faded away completely. What took their place was utter trust, and a hope he hadn't felt for a long, long time. I'm coming with you, Kakashi said, standing up. I'm going to bring him back. And me, Guy, silent until now, burst to his feet, the fire rekindled in his eyes. Youth cannot exist without a rival. Count me in. Minato surveyed the friends before him, brought back together through his own student's resolve. A smile broke across his face, calm and relieved. All right. He wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. We'll do it together. We'll bring him home. All right. Again, Minato brushed away his tears. We'll do it together. We'll bring him home. Kagura looked at Minato, Kakashi, and Guy, and in the genuine, heartfelt emotion they showed for a missing comrade, he saw something, the most precious treasure of the Leaf Village. Sensei, Kagura spoke at last. He refused to let Minato dwell any deeper in sorrow. Instead, he steered their thoughts to the heart of the matter. Let's talk now about what truly matters. The Leaf Village. Minato steadied himself, his emotions subdued. He looked at his student, his eyes filled with solemnity and searching. Sensei, what do you now think of the Leaf? Kagura asked directly. Do you still have any faith in the higher-ups, in your own teacher, the third Hokage? You have to understand. It was they who forced you and Lady Kushina to flee your home with Naruto. Pain spread across Minato's face. He loved Konoha with all his heart. He held the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, in the highest regard. Yet reality had dealt him the cruelest blow. It was the people closest to him who had driven him to become a rogue ninja. His heart ached, filled with a deep sense of injustice. Minato drew a long, trembling breath, his voice raw. I don't know. Slowly, he shook his head. I don't know if I can ever return to the village I love so much. I don't even know if the will of fire I've always believed in still exists at all. I've been stripped of the title of Hokage. Kushina nearly lost her life because of it. All of this began from their fear of power and their indulgence of Danzo. I can't forgive them, but his fist came down hard on the stone table. I also can't stand by and watch Konoha fall into chaos. Nor can I be the cause of even greater harm to the village. Sensei, Kagura spoke, her tone steady and unwavering. I understand all your concerns, but we won't bring catastrophe to Konoha. We're going back. Kagura's declaration sent a shock through everyone present. Go back, Kakashi asked in confusion. His Sharingan flickered rapidly. We're all rogues now. How can we even go back? Are you saying we should fight our way back as enemies? Guy's disbelief was clear in his voice. His excitement barely contained. We return with dignity, Kagura replied. We don't slink back home like beaten dogs, sneaking in the shadows. But, she paused. Her gaze sharpened, cold and resolute. There's only one true enemy standing in our way. Shimura Danzo. He is the cancer festering in Konoha. And this cancer must be cut out. Only when Danzo is dead can we truly return. If he remains, no matter how we go back, as long as Danzo lives, he'll plot against us from the shadows. He's like a poisoned thorn lodged in the very heart of Konoha. If he's not removed, Konoha will continue to rot from within. Kagura locked eyes with Minato. This time, when we return, our main goal is clear. With the swiftest and most decisive blow, we will excise this cancer. And then, we reclaim your rightful title as Hokage, out in the open for all to see. Kagura's words struck the room like a clap of thunder. Every heart trembled with the enormity of her resolve. Minato, long struggling beneath the weight of his emotions, found his breath coming in heavy bursts. Taking back the Hokage's seat, the idea sounded nothing short of reckless. This was almost tantamount to declaring war on the Hidden Leaf. Kagura, Minato called out, his voice hoarse. If you do this, it will only bring greater calamity to the leaf. We cannot go down this path. Sensei, please rest assured, Kagura replied. I'll keep the chaos to a minimum. You know my abilities? I will return with overwhelming strength. I will kill Danzo, that old hound, right before everyone's eyes. I want everyone present to witness it. It's a show of force. This way, no one will dare stand in our way when we come back. At the same time, it will establish authority. In a short while, every questioning voice will fade away. And at that moment, your presence will be essential, Sensei. You need to set the record straight. Retrace the entire course of events. Let everyone see how a war hero like yourself was betrayed by those in power. Lay everything out, every detail. For the villagers to hear. Minato and his students all found it hard to believe. A public execution of the Leaf's high command. How unbelievably bold. Danzo is the cancer of the Leaf, Kagura repeated, voice firm. Only with his death can the village truly prosper. Minato continued to hesitate. After all, he was the Hokage. To take such an extreme step against his own village was not something he could accept easily. Kagura knew he had to press harder. He needed to use the harshest truth to shatter the last bit of Minato's scruples. Sensei. Kagura's tone grew heavy. At the moment, both Sensei's wife and Naruto are safe. But what about the future? Can you truly guarantee Danzo won't harm Sensei's wife or Naruto again? Can you promise he won't persecute others in the village, people like us? He is a madman, through and through. Ambition has devoured every part of him. Would you really let someone so capable of harming the village at any time continue to lurk in the shadows of the Leaf, unpunished? And there's more. Kagura revealed a shocking secret about Danzo. Danzo's right arm and his right eye, both have been implanted with Sharingan. All of those eyes came from the Uchiha clan. He is the Uchiha's most insidious and dangerous enemy. A stunned silence thundered through the room. Every person present was completely shaken. Kakashi's one good eye flew wide in disbelief. Even the left one, hidden beneath his forehead protector, pulsed with anger. Images of Obito flashed through his mind. He thought of the comrade who had entrusted him with an eye. Danzo, how dare it? Kakashi forced the words through clenched teeth. His voice burned with uncontrollable fury. Takuma and Yakumo were stunned as well. The Sharingan. It was one of the most formidable bloodline limits in the Hidden Leaf. And yet, Danzo had chosen to arm himself with it in such a grotesque way. Minato's fury was even greater. His blue eyes blazed with an irrepressible anger. He muttered under his breath, Danzo, how dare he? How dare he betray the village like this? Betray the Uchiha clan in such a way? Would you really allow Danzo to keep scheming about Naruto, to turn him into another weapon? Kagura pressed. To make Naruto his next experiment? And when that time comes, what will you do then? Images flashed through Minato's mind. Being ambushed by Danzo's operatives the previous night, Kushina, pale and barely clinging to life in his arms. Then another thought struck him. What if Danzo turned his sights on Naruto, who was still an infant lying in his crib? His anger, instantly, erupted into a roaring blaze. His body trembled ever so slightly. That long-suppressed rage and frustration, emotions only a Hokage could carry, at this moment finally broke free. Minato's body kept trembling. His wrath and sense of helpless injustice, buried deep for so long, exploded in full force. He didn't speak again. He simply lifted his head, slowly. Gone was his usual gentle smile from his clear blue eyes. Now, they glinted with the sharp edge of resolve, cold and unwavering as a blade. He fixed his gaze on Kagura. Understand. Kagura. Minato's voice was low, yet it carried immense strength. His blue eyes bore into Kagura's, searching for a final confirmation. You're right. Danzo, he's no longer a shinobi of the Leaf. He's a cancer. He's a traitor who abandoned the will of fire for his own selfish gain. For Kushina, for Naruto, for the future of the Leaf, I will make the decision a Hokage must make. I agree to your plan. Minato made his final decision. Kakashi, Gai, Takuma, and Yakumo all stood in solemn respect. In their teacher, they saw a phoenix reborn, an indomitable will that could never be broken. Excellent. Kagura allowed a small smile to surface. Sensei, since we've decided, we need to come up with a strategy right away. Our time is short. He picked up a blank scroll from the stone table and spread it carefully on the surface. Sensei, when is the next major meeting in the village? Danzo and the third. Chances are, that's when they'll officially announce your removal as Hokage. Minato closed his eyes, thinking for a moment. In 3 days. There will be a village-wide Jonin Council in 3 days. This is the tradition of the Leaf Village. Whenever there are major changes among the village leadership, or whenever critical decisions are at hand, all the jonin and clan heads are summoned. At the meeting, they'll openly announce the decision to dismiss me, and then elect a new Hokage. 3 days. Kagura nodded. Time is running short, but it's enough. He picked up a pen and drew a simple strategic plan on the scroll. My goal is clear. Shimura Danzo. I'm in charge of eliminating Danzo. I'll use the most direct and forceful method to make him vanish from everyone's eyes for good. Kagura looked at Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi, Guy, you two will be my vanguard. Your job is to take out all of Danzo's personal guards, as well as the core members of the Root Division. They're certain to show up at the Jonin Assembly. Yakumo, Takuma. You two are responsible for perception and control on site. Yakumo, you'll use your illusion skills, and Takuma, you'll be a Kugan for reconnaissance. Make sure none of Danzo's accomplices can escape. And, above all, ensure that no innocent people are caught up in the chaos. Kakashi answered in a low, steady voice. Understood. I'll eliminate any obstacle in your path. Guy clenched his fist. The flames of youth will burn away all evil. Yakumo and Takuma nodded solemnly. We will complete the mission. Kagura finally turned to Minato. Sensei, you are the most critical part of this entire plan. You can't take part in the early phase of the fight directly. Your task is to wait nearby, lying in wait. The moment I take down Danzo, that's when you use the Flying Thunder God technique to appear at the assembly. Your entrance needs to be utterly overwhelming. You'll have to seize control, steady everyone, and speak as the Hokage. At the same time, Kagura's eyes glimmered with unwavering conviction. You need to reveal all of Danzo's crimes before the Jonin and the clan heads. Recount the entire story, how things really happened from start to finish. Lay bare how you, the war hero, were betrayed by the very leaders of the village. Tell it all, every last detail. I'll provide you with all the evidence about Danzo, his implanted Sharingan, and those arms of his, including all the financial records of his secret funds I've collected. All of this, Kagura declared, every word ringing with conviction, will be enough for everyone to see the truth, that he's the real traitor in the Hidden Leaf, that he's the true culprit who destroyed the village's peace. Your testimony, together with my evidence, will be the final straw that silences all opposition. Minato listened closely as Kagura laid out the plan. He felt a sense of exhilaration like never before. This was a plan to completely clear his name and restore order. It was a plan to drag every hidden plot out into the sun. All right, Minato nodded. I'll gather all the statements and evidence as quickly as possible. I'll make sure every ninja in Konoha sees Danzo's true colors. I'll see to it that the will of fire is restored to the village. A confident, assured smile of triumph lit up Kagura's face. Teacher and Kakashi, Guy, Yakumo, Tokima, all of you, stir things up as much as you can. Don't hold anything back or worry about consequences. If things spiral out of control, I'll be the one to clean up the aftermath. I'll take responsibility for all of you. 3 days from now, we'll return to Konoha with our heads held high, in broad daylight. At the same time, Konoha Village, Hokage Tower underground. The High Council conference room. The atmosphere was thick and stifling. Shimura Danzo sat at the table. Across from him were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kagura Udatain, and Hamura Mitokado. They were deep in discussion over how to handle the situation with Kagura and Minato. Minato is completely out of control. Koharu's voice was sharp and piercing. He attacked the ANBU right in the Hokage's office. Then, with the Jinchuriki and his students, he fled the village. This isn't just about removing him from office anymore. We must immediately issue an S-rank wanted order. Hamura nodded in agreement. He's a much greater threat than we imagined, especially that boy Kagura. His very existence poses the gravest danger to Konoha. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe. Weariness and resignation etched deep lines on his face. The wanted order has already been issued, he said. I've announced to the entire village that, due to the fourth Hokage's indulgence of his student's treachery and his poor leadership during the Nine-Tails incident, I will resume the position of Hokage for now. Third, Danzo said, fixing him with a steely gaze, you're being too lenient. You should have publicly declared Minato a traitor. You should have nailed him to the pillar of shame. Danzo, Sarutobi replied coldly, his eyes like steel. I will not stoop to such despicable acts. Minato is my student. I'll give him a chance to come back. A chance to come back? Danzo let out a cold, mirthless laugh. He is never coming back. That brat Kagura will never let him return. Minato's already been dragged into the abyss by him. We must eliminate them completely before they can bring about even greater harm. At the Jonin conference, 3 days from now, Danzo declared, we must take a clear and uncompromising stance. announced that they are now Konoha's most wanted. And furthermore, he glanced over at Koharu and Hamura. With that strange power of Kagura's, we have to prepare for the worst. I propose that I take charge of the operation to capture and eliminate them. A look of anguish flickered across Hiruzen Tsurutobi's aged face. He knew all too well what Danzo was after. Danzo wanted to use this chance to wipe out his rivals. But at this point, he had no better choice. I agree. Both Koharu and Hamura nodded in unison. Then at the Ninja Council 3 days from now, Sarutobi gave his pipe a heavy tap. We'll announce to the whole village that Konoha is entering a state of emergency. Meanwhile, Kagura had just concluded his secret meeting with Minato, Kakashi, Gai, Takuma, and Yakumo. Without so much as a pause, he immediately summoned all the core members of the Akatsuki: Yahiko, Nagato, Konin, Kaku, Haiden, Zabuza, and Orochimaru. They all gathered in the main conference room of the underground stronghold. The atmosphere in the room was different from the last emergency meeting. This time, it was charged with tension, the weight of impending battle palpable in the air. 3 days from now, Kagura sat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over each person present. He announced the time of the operation without preamble. In 3 days, we return to Konoha. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin all looked puzzled. Kakuzu and Zabuza, on the other hand, seemed almost excited. Kagura, Yahiko asked, clearly confused, with your current status? If you go back, isn't that just walking into a trap? No, Kagura shook his head. This will be a reckoning for Konoha's darkness, but also a public seizure of power. He laid out his plan plainly and concisely. This mission will be carried out by Teacher Minato, Kakashi, Gai, Takuma, Yakumo, and myself. We have just one target: eliminate Shimura Danzo. As for all of you, Kagura turned to the members of Akatsuki. You have an even more important task. His eyes landed first on Kakuzu and Haiden. Kakuzu, you'll take Haiden and continue our money-gathering operations. Double down. No, multiply your efforts tenfold, using the ledger I gave you. I don't just want money. I want the entire underworld to know. A new, stronger, unstoppable force is closing the net. We want both wealth and reputation. I want you, in the shortest possible time, to make the treasury of the land of whirlpools the richest vault in the ninja world. Kakuzu's green eyes lit up in an instant. 10 times the amount. That would be at least tens of billions of Ryo in cash flow. Are you sure you want to make such a bold move? I'm certain, Kagura replied. Those black market merchants and nobles secretly colluding with Danzo. They're the filthiest side of Konoha. We must uproot them completely. Haiden. Kagura turned toward the fanatic cultist, hefting his massive scythe. You are to create enough chaos and panic. For every target Kakuzu sets his sights on, appear before they do. Make them hopeless, make them afraid. Let them fear us. Let them taste the consequences of angering Akatsuki. A wild, elated laughter rang out from Haiden. I love panic. I love blood. Lord Jashin is going to rejoice at my sacrifices. Zabuza. Kagura's gaze shifted to the reticent Roguenin from the hidden mist. Your hunting squad. You'll be responsible for making a public show of force within the Land of Fire. Your targets are the black market merchants secretly working with Danzo. No more holding back. Move like an unsheathed blade. Draw Danzo's attention. Make it clear, you're coming for Danzo and his root. Let him know there's a terrifying force watching from the shadows. Enrage him. Draw his attention away from Konoha. Pull him into the underworld of the Land of Fire. Zabuza licked his lips, a hungry, bloodthirsty gleam flickering in his eyes. Understood. I'll make them learn what true terror really feels like. Once more, Kagura's eyes turned to Orochimaru, the man cloaked in Akatsuki black, who watched each person through his cold, golden snake eyes. Orochimaru, continue your research, but I expect your experiments to deliver results. I will give you every resource you need. Your followers, let them accompany Kakuzu and Zabuza, moving together when necessary. They make the best test subjects and the most convenient cannon fodder. Orochimaru's lips curled into a chilling, serpentine smile. Cool. But of course, I will ensure my vessels demonstrate their full potential in real combat. At last, Kagura turned his attention to Yahiko, Konin, and Nagato. His expression grew unusually solemn. Yahiko, Konin, Nagato, you're in charge of Akatsuki's overall operation and coordination. Work closely with Kakuzu, Haiden, Zabuza, and Orochimaru. Ensure the flow of resources and the swift relay of information. You are the cornerstone of Akatsuki. But he paused. His voice grew softer. There's a mission even more important for you. One that outweighs rooting out Danzo, amassing wealth, or expanding our reach. That is, to protect Kushina-sensei and that little rascal Naruto. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan all nodded. Their faces turned grave. His gaze drifted to Haku, who stood quietly beside Conan. Vo. Kagura walked up to him. He squatted down to look Haku in the eye. You're still young. Your task is to become stronger. But before that, for now, stay at home with Conan and the others. Stick with them, and help me look after Kushina-sensei and Naruto. All right. Haku stared at Kagura. In those clear eyes, a determined light shone. Yes. He nodded vigorously. I swear I will protect Sensei and Naruto. Good. Kagura patted his head. Then he stood up. You must ensure their safety. At all costs. Once this mission is done, I'll return immediately. In the meantime, Kagura reiterated, firm as ever. If Sasori, Deidara, or Kisame return, tell them not to head out again. Have them wait for me at the base. There's an important announcement for everyone. Up to this point, Kagura's expression had turned especially solemn. There is something even more important. Yahiko caught his look and understood the gravity of what was coming. They all sensed the severity of this matter. In Nagato, Kagura fixed his gaze on the red-haired youth. When I get back, when everyone has gathered, I'll tell you everything about your Rinnegan. Nagato's body instantly went rigid. A look of shock filled those amethyst-rippled eyes. Yahiko and Conan also looked over at Nagato, worry written all over their faces. Kagura gave no further explanation. He straightened up. The tension in the conference room peaked in an instant. We understand, Yahiko answered in a low, unwavering voice. We'll watch over Sensei and Naruto, and pass along all your orders. Good. Kagura nodded. He stood tall. In 3 days, we begin across the board. We'll make all the shinobi world tremble at Akatsuki's return. Kagura rose. His gaze swept along the long table, taking in the strange army he had assembled with his own hands. Each and every one of them stood at the very summit of S-rank power, representing the mightiest the shinobi world could muster. 3 days from now, the operation begins across the board. Let all the shinobi world tremble at Akatsuki's return. With his calm, yet chilling order delivered, the meeting came to an end. The core members accepted their assignments and dispersed without delay. Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan, accompanied by Bai, made their way into the base's depths toward the medical wing. They needed to check on Kushina and Naruto. Orochimaru, on the other hand, went straight back to his own laboratory to resume his mysterious work. As for Kakuzu, Haiden, and Zabuza, these fearsome engines of carnage, there was no hesitation or wasted moment. Their missions demanded immediate action. Land of Whirlpools, underground stronghold, Kakuzu's treasury. This was a chamber carved out of massive stone, far more secure than any other place in the base, filled to the brim with stacks of money and scrolls of forbidden jutsu. Kakuzu sat at a rough wooden table, his gaze devouring the ledgers sprawled before him with unmasked greed. They contained the secret funding networks of Danzo, brought straight from Konoha by Kagura. Haiden, swinging his triple-bladed scythe over his shoulder, paced impatiently across the stone floor, its wicked tips scraping a harsh voice from the rock. Hey, Kakuzu, how long are you going to stare at those things? Haiden finally snapped. Didn't Kagura's brat tell us to go trash Danzo's operation? When are we going to start sacrificing those bastards? Kakuzu didn't so much as glance up, his emerald eyes darting over the staggering numbers. Black Iron Merchants, 300 million Rio in liquid assets. Whitestone House, monopolizing the grain trade. Annual profits of 50 million. Kazama Valley, rare metal mines. Worth, frankly, beyond calculation. Shut it, Haiden. Kakuzu's voice, roughened by excitement, split the tense air. Even sacrifices take planning, you dolt. What? You think we'll get a single coin if we just rush in? All I care about is the sacrifice. The money's your business. That is my business. Kakuzu's head snapped up, that familiar, bounty hunter's greed animating his smile. These aren't mere ledgers. They're treasure maps, each and every page, leading straight to the peak of fortune. Kagura's gift to us isn't just a vengeance hit list. Every one of these names is the fattest offering, begging to be presented to Lord Jashin. For a heartbeat, Haiden was stunned. Then he started to grin. Haha, that's how it is. We get paid and appease Jashin-sama in one go. I love it. I've always had it in for those money-grubbing merchants. Let's move. We start tonight. Kakuzu tucked away the ledgers and rose slowly from his seat. This time, we'll make all the land of fire tremble before us. With that, the two left the land of whirlpools, their shadows melting away into the night. Meanwhile, on the borders of the Land of Fire, within a secret manor, shrouded by layers of protective barriers, Zabuza silently arrived with his assassination squad. The owner of this manor was a black market merchant named Kawashima, one of Danzo's principal financial backers. A masked member of the squad held a dossier of intelligence, whispering in a low voice, "Master Zabuza, the target is inside. There are 50 ninja guards in the manor, and among them, 5 are elite shunin." Zabuza did not answer. He simply gazed coldly at the manor, his hand tightening around the handle of his executioner's blade. A chill glinted in his eyes. "Enough chatter. Pass down the order." His voice was quiet but commanding. "Move swiftly and strike hard. Leave one alive. Tell him, we are Akatsuki. We've come to make Danzo pay." "Yes, sir." Without another word, Zabuza drew the great blade from his back. His figure surged forward, a shadow gliding through the darkness toward the manor's gate. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy gates shattered to splinters. Zabuza slipped through the breach, and at once, anguished screams tore through the night. Thus, the slaughter began. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Hidden beneath Konoha village, deep in the root headquarters, the air was cold and oppressive. Shimura Danzo sat rigidly in his chair. Before him, a root ninja knelt, blood-soaked and trembling violently as he reported, "Sir, something terrible has happened. All secret outposts within the Land of Fire have been wiped out. The Iron Black Syndicate, Whitestone House, Kazamagai, they're all gone. All facility heads, they've all been executed. And every last coin has been taken. The losses, the ninja dared not continue further. Incalculable." Danzo's single eye flew wide, his bandaged face twisting with rage. "What? Who did this?" "It was an organization called Akatsuki," the ninja stammered, voice quaking. "They made it clear. They're here to settle old scores with you and with Root. They said they've come for retribution." Akatsuki, the Rinnegan. Danzo's body seized with dread. At once, he thought of the failed ambush at Amagakure, recalled how he had conspired with Hanzo the Salamander to trick and kill Yahiko, and most of all, remembered that crimson-haired youth bearing the Rinnegan. Revenge. This was their revenge. Damn it. Danzo slammed his fist down, the desk exploding into shards beneath his fury. How dare they? How dare they be so brazen? Right here in the Land of Fire. "Sir," the Root Ninja added weakly, from the battle traces left behind, "we're certain they're overwhelmingly powerful. One appears immortal. Another wields a massive executioner's blade. The Undying One, the executioner's blade, and the greedy bounty hunter. Haiden, Zabuza, Kakuzu." In an instant, Danzo matched these names to the grim news before him. How could they possibly be gathering together? Behind all of this, an image flashed uncontrollably through his mind, one he desperately wished to deny. Kagura, that Konoha brat he had repeatedly overlooked, the genius who had brazenly challenged him in Amagakure and then slipped away like a ghost. He remembered Kagura's strange power, his attempts to win over the Uchiha, and his unmistakable hostility toward Root. "It's him," Danzo muttered, his voice glacial and seething with murderous intent. "He's the one pulling the strings behind all of this. That little brat. What exactly is he planning?" He suddenly shot to his feet, deadly intent blazing from his single eye. "Pass down my orders," he instructed the Root Ninja. "The Jonin Council must begin ahead of schedule. We need to formally brand Minato Namike as a traitor as soon as possible." And then, his lips twisted into a savage grin. "Then, we'll have a little fun with that reckless brat and his Akatsuki." Beneath the Land of Whirlpools, in a concealed conference room, the air was thick with tension, so heavy it felt as though it might drip from the walls. Kagura stood before a sprawling map of the Land of Fire. Spread across the broad stone table was that same map, now marked in crimson ink, encircling dozens of Danzo's secret strongholds, most of which now bore bold, slanting lines that signaled their destruction. Minato, Kakashi, Gai, Takuma, and Yakumo sat at the table, each face grave and resolute. Danzo's far more cautious than we anticipated, Kagura began, his voice low and cold. Though Kaku, Haiden, and Zabuza's operation was a success, it made him wary. Danzo has caught on to our intentions. Turning, Kagura locked eyes with Minato. He'll almost certainly convene the Jonin Council ahead of schedule. I expect it will happen tomorrow. Minato gave a nod, his golden hair dimmed by the somber lamplight. His gaze was heavier than ever. That's right. Danzo will want to lay all our charges as quickly as possible. He'll want to secure the seat of Hokage without leaving room for doubt or dissent. So, Kagura's gaze swept across everyone present. We must act sooner than planned. Every detail of our operation must be finalized tonight. His eyes landed first on Kakashi and Guy. Kakashi, Guy, you already know something of what Danzo is hiding. But there's something even more crucial that you must learn. Kakashi and Guy both leaned forward, eyes fixed on Kagura. Danzo's arm is implanted with a large number of Sharingan, Kagura revealed. You know that much already. But with those eyes, Danzo is in command of an ultimate Uchiha ocular jutsu. This technique is called Izanagi. Kakashi's body tensed sharply. The Sharingan under his forehead protector seemed to sense the utterance of this forbidden name, sending a faint, stinging ache through him. Izanagi, he murmured, his voice raspy and dry. Guy stood frozen in confusion. What's that? It is a technique that allows the user, for a limited time, to turn all adverse outcomes, including death, into nothing more than a fleeting dream, Kagura explained, her tone cold and precise. In other words, during the period that technique is active, Danzo cannot die. As long as the Sharingan in his arm remain open, he can come back from death again and again, as many times as it takes. How is that even possible? Guy muttered, feeling a level of difficulty he'd never faced before. Then how can we even fight him? That's his trump card, Kagura replied. That's why. He looked at everyone, his tone brooking no argument. If you see Danzo fall in battle, do not let your guard down. Not for a second. He could reappear at any moment and from anywhere you least expect. However, a cold smirk traced Kagura's lips. You needn't worry about that. He's mine to handle. I have my own way to deal with him. He extended his fist toward Kakashi and Guy. The two of you, focus on your mission. Take care of those troublesome minions. I'll finish off Danzo as quickly as I can and come back to support you. Kakashi looked at Kagura. Within those calm, black eyes, he saw an almost reckless confidence, so absolute, you couldn't help but believe in it. Slowly, Kakashi nodded and lifted his hand to press his fist against Kagura's. Understood. I'll sweep away every last pawn from root. Guy clenched his fist as well, bumping it hard into the circle. Don't worry, Kagura. My burning spirit will flush those shadowy rats out from every corner. A satisfied smile spread across Kagura's face. Excellent. He turned to Takuma and Yakumo. Takuma, Yakumo, you two are the web for this operation. Your skills in sensing are key. At the site of the Jonin Convention, there will be root agents lurking everywhere. Takuma, I need you to use your Byakugan to locate them the instant the battle begins. Yakumo, I need you to use your Jinjutsu and completely paralyze them. Takuma will seek them out. Yakumo will wipe them out. You must work together, perfectly, without a single flaw. Understood. Takuma Hyuga answered with steady confidence. Mission accepted. Kurama Yakumo nodded vigorously. At last, Kagura turned to Minato. Sensei, what you need to do is rest. Restore yourself to your peak condition. Wait for my signal. What's the signal? Minato asked. Kagura smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. The loudest clap of thunder Konoha has ever heard. When that thunder strikes, you'll use the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right there at the council meeting. As the fourth Hokage, you'll reclaim everything that belongs to you. Minato looked at him, his former student, now a leader in his own right. He nodded firmly, trust shining in his eyes with complete certainty. All right, he said. Tomorrow, we'll do this together. We'll go home. Now, Kagura stood up, his presence suddenly towering, energy filling the room. Everyone, return to your quarters. Meditate. Rest. Sharpen your minds. Hone your chakra to its absolute peak. No one is allowed to falter tomorrow. Yes, came a unified response. Kagura left the meeting room and returned to the modest quarters assigned to him. He didn't rest right away. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began his final preparations. He extended his left hand while with his right, fingers pointed like a blade, gathering violet lightning, carefully etching an intricate Flying Thunder God seal into his palm. This was a spatial marker, his way to return to Konoha in a flash. He had to be certain nothing would go wrong. With the seal complete, he closed his eyes. In his mind, he rehearsed the coming clash with Danzo. Every resurrection of Izanagi, each wind-style technique's path, even the first Hokage's cells sealed in Danzo's arm. He visualized it all. He aimed to make it decisive. One strike lethal. No room for Danzo to recover or fight back. A faint purple crackle of lightning shimmered over his body. On his fist, the shadowy sheen of armored chakra flickered in and out of sight. His senses, sharpened to the utmost, seemed to pierce through stone and across seas, all the way toward the land of fire. He was waiting for the moment that would decide Konoha's future. Meanwhile, Konoha Village underground, the top council chamber. Danzo stood cloaked in shadow. In front of him stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kohor Udatain, and Hamura Mitokado. It's confirmed, Danzo said coldly. Fugaku Uchiha has notified all Jonin and clan heads. The Jonin assembly is moving up to tomorrow morning. Excellent, Sarutobi nodded, rubbing his brow wearily. Then, Kaoru, Amira, are you both prepared for tomorrow's agenda? We'll do all that we can, Koharu replied. But Minato's reputation is too great, Hamura said gravely. We'll need something stronger than the accusation of desertion. A stronger reason? Danzo smiled, a chilling, sinister smile. The reason is that Minato Namikaze openly condoned his disciple, Kagura, to attack a former Hokage, and he secretly took away the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Either one of these two offenses is enough. He cast a glance at the silent Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, are you truly determined to resume your role as Hokage? This is the will of the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi answered, his voice low and heavy. I cannot refuse. Danzo said no more. He turned and left the conference room, returning to the root base. ANBU, he bellowed. From the shadows, several root operatives dropped to one knee. Gather all our elite. Tomorrow at the Jonin Council. Seal off the venue and guarantee absolute security for the meeting. And most of all, a murderous gleam flashed in Danzo's single eye. If Minato Namikaze or Kagura appear, kill them on sight. Konohagakure, Hokage Tower. High Advisor's conference room. The Jonin Council had been convened ahead of schedule. The room was packed with every Jonin in the village, as well as the leaders of all the major clans. The atmosphere was tense to the point of suffocation. Shimura Danzo sat at the leftmost seat nearest the head of the table. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as acting Hokage, presided at the head seat. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Midokado sat on the right. Fugaku Uchiha, along with several of the Uchiha elders, occupied prominent seats at the front. Clan heads such as Hayashi Hyuga, Tsum Inazuka, and Shibi Aburame were also all present. Every face bore an expression of grave concern and confusion. All of them waited, expectant, for the top leadership to offer a clear explanation for the recent tumultuous events. Hiruzen Sarutobi very slowly tapped his pipe. His face was etched with exhaustion and frustration. Everyone, he finally spoke. His voice was hoarse. Gathering you here on such short notice is to address a grave crisis threatening our village. He glanced toward the exit of the meeting room. At the door stood nearly a dozen elite root operatives, handpicked by Danzo himself. In an instant, the air became charged with a newfound tension, nerves drawn taut like bowstrings. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, Hiruzen began to recount. The former fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, allowed his disciple Kagura to attack the village's leadership, and afterward fled with the Jinchuriki and his other disciples. His words crashed down like thunder, filling every ear in the room with a deafening shockwave. What? The fourth Hokage, the traitor? That can't be. Murmurs of disbelief erupted and swept through the assembly. Silence, barked Koharu Udatain in a piercing tone. This is the united decision of the High Advisors Council. Minato Namikaze and all his associates have already betrayed the village hidden in the leaves. Hamura Midokado picked up the thread. They are now Konoha's most wanted. Now, he turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third Hokage, please make the announcement to the entire village. The S-Class wanted order for them. Hiruzen Sarutobi closed his eyes. Slowly, he stood up. His heart was filled with anguish. He knew. He had already set foot on a path from which there was no return. I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, in the name of the Hokage, hereby declare Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, Kagura, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, Hyugatama, Kurama Yukumo, all of the above, effective immediately, are to be regarded as S-Class rogue ninja of the Leaf. His voice, amplified by chakra, echoed throughout the conference room and swept across every corner of Konoha. At the very moment this heavy, tormented verdict of betrayal fell, beyond the hidden leaf, deep within the forest of death, a violent burst of destructive violet lightning ripped through the sky, followed by a deafening, earth-shattering thunderclap. Boom! The sound tore through the heavens as if the sky itself had been ripped apart. Everyone in the conference room jolted as if struck. They could feel it, that power, both hauntingly familiar and terrifyingly new. Kagura. He had arrived. Now, Kagura's voice resounded in the minds of every comrade out on their mission. It wasn't Jinjutsu, but a momentary link between King's will and the Flying Thunder God's mark. In the conference room, Danzo's solitary eye narrowed abruptly. He realized this was the signal from that boy. Root, stand ready, he roared. But, before the last note of his shout had even left his lips, a A shadow-black figure, suddenly and wordlessly, appeared before him. Kagura. Using the Flying Thunder God's technique he'd marked on Danzo before, he materialized right in Danzo's face. His right hand, clad in pitch-black armament, seized the bandaged half of Danzo's face. Shimura Danzo. Kagura's voice was ice-cold, yet brimmed with murderous intent. Your act ends here. He allowed Danzo not a single breath to react. With iron grip still on Danzo's face, he slammed him down onto the ancient stone conference table. A tremendous crash rang out, shattering the table into fragments in the blink of an eye. Danzo's body crashed down into the wreckage, blood and flesh torn asunder. And, at the very moment Kagura struck, two more figures, one clad in black, the other in green, appeared on the far side of the conference room. Guy and Kakashi. Guy's eyes burned with green fire. He had locked onto over a dozen elite root members tasked with guarding Danzo. The fire of youth. Burn! Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. He opened the 8 gates formation, instantly surging to the third gate, the gate of life. He shot forward like a green bullet, hurtling into the group of root ninja. Leaf Hurricane. There was the heavy, sickening sound of bones breaking, one after another. The other root ninja, who hadn't even drawn their swords in time, were sent flying, battered and reeling by Guy's overwhelmingly forceful taijutsu. They couldn't even muster the slightest effective defense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi appeared silently in the corner of the conference room. He didn't make a move. His right eye, with its fully activated 3-tomo Sharingan, was open to its utmost. His targets were clear. The 2 elder advisors, Kohori Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, who were already preparing to flee. His gaze was sharp and icy, laced with killing intent. He fixed them in place, forbidding them even a single rash movement. Amidst the sudden chaos, 2 invisible yet piercingly precise senses swept through the room as well. Hyuga Takuma and Kurama Yakumo. Takuma's Byakugan instantly locked onto every root operative lurking around the conference room. Yakumo's Genjutsu followed in seamless succession. The root shinobi hidden in the shadows froze in their tracks. Their eyes went vacant, lost and unfocused. Unwittingly, they were drawn silently into Yakumo's illusory world. Inside the conference room, pandemonium reigned. Every jonin and clan leader had been stunned by this abrupt turn of events. In disbelief, they stared at the black-haired youth standing atop the stone table, then cast uneasy glances at Shimura Danzo. Now a bloodied, mangled mess felled in a single blow from Kagura. Uchiha Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi watched it all unfold. Their Sharingan spun rapidly, desperately trying to catch even a glimpse of Kagura's phantom-like movements. But it was futile. He was nowhere to be seen. Standing in the center of the stone table, Kagura slowly raised his foot. That foot, wreathed in the inky shimmer of armament hockey, came crashing down upon Danzo's still trembling chest. Shimura Danzo. His voice was frozen, emotionless. I told you, your charade is over. Your charade is over. Kagura's tone was calm and unhurried. Yet the foot, clad in that ominous dark armor, radiated an undeniable catastrophic power. Kagura, stop! Hiruzen Sarutobi bellowed in fury. Don't act rashly. Beneath the shattered stones, Danzo's one good eye, the only part of him left unscathed, was suddenly overwhelmed by a primal, unprecedented terror and despair. He could feel it. That irresistible, chilling breath of death, seeping from the foot pressing down on him, drawing out his very last hope. I must unleash Izanagi. This thought roared wildly in his mind. Yet the force of Kagura's conqueror's haki pressed upon him like an immovable mountain, crushing his will so completely that he couldn't even marshal his chakra. Move! Move, damn it! He screamed soundlessly in his heart, his single eye bloodshot and fierce. A lifetime's obsession, his shadowy vigil over Konoha, his unending ambition. Everything he had left became the final fuel for his resistance. He burned his life force and mental energy, as though trying to strike a match at 10,000 meters beneath the ocean's surface, all to resist the soul-numbing terror bearing down on him. I warned you, Kagura said, looking right at him. Do not test me again. Slowly, Kagura lifted his foot, and then brought it crashing down with full force. No. Danzo's scream tore through the room, raw and inhuman. A thunderous explosion. The very air shuddered with sound deeper and more terrifying than before. The stone table, already shattered to pieces, and even the hard stone floor beneath it. In an instant, Kagura's foot stomped a cavernous crater into both, cracks spidering outward. Danzo's body wasn't flattened. Instead, it was struck by the devastating shockwave, still crackling with the force of armament hockey. He was mercilessly pulped, a mangled mass of flesh and blood, red and white, spattered across the center of the council chamber. For a moment, time itself seemed frozen. Every jonin and clan head present stared, stunned, at that pit in the floor, and at the bloodied, flesh-smeared foot perched at its edge. Their minds went completely blank. Yuditane pointed at Kagura, her lips trembling. He killed Danzo? He actually killed a Konoha elder, right in front of us all. He's gone mad. Hamiramito Kato finally snapped out of his shock. That child, he's utterly lost his mind. Kagura, Rathal but consumed Hiruzen Sarutobi's aged face. Do you even know what you've done? You murdered Konoha's elder advisor. You're betraying the village. He seized his adamant staff, preparing to personally subdue the out-of-control monster before him. Seize him, all Umbu. This is my command. Seize the traitor, with Sarutobi's cry for full assault. The ANBU, already lying in wait, and all the jonin loyal to the third Hokage drew their weapons, rushing towards the black-haired youth still at the mouth of the crater. But four figures moved even faster. Kakashi, Guy, Takuma, Yakumo. In a flash, they appeared in front of Kagura, shielding him from all who charged his way. Kakashi, Guy, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to look at them. Are you going to betray the village with him as well? I'm sorry, third Hokage, Kakashi answered. His Sharingan, with its 3 tomo, glinted coldly as he stared at his former comrades. We're following our captain's orders. We can't let you pass. That's right. Guy also struck a fighting pose. Our youth is meant to stand alongside our closest friends. Tokima and Yakumo remained silent. Yet, one of them activated the Byakugan, while the other formed hand signs with both hands. Their stance left no room for doubt. Damn it. Hiruzen burst out, fury contorting his face. You four think you can stop all of us? Then what if you count me in as well? A hoarse, venom-laced voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the meeting room. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. There, before their eyes, stood Danzo Shimura, the man who by all rights should have been crushed into pulp. He stood there, perfectly unharmed. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Done? Danzo? How is this possible? Is it Jinjutsu? Everyone was struck down with shock. Everyone but Kagura. He lifted his foot from the deep crater in the floor. His face was utterly composed, not a hint of surprise. He said, you're back. You little brat. Danzo fixed his gaze on Kagura. In his single eye, there blazed a madness, a killing intent shaped by surviving certain death. I'll tear you limb from limb. Is that so? Kagura replied, eyes cool and steady. But before you do, don't you think you owe everyone here an explanation first? Explain what? Explain. Kagura nodded toward Danzo's bandaged right arm. How you managed to come back from the dead. And one more thing. His gaze swept across every Uchiha present. Chief Fugaku Uchiha, I believe your clan must have heard of a certain forbidden jutsu. Fugaku's brow furrowed. What kind of forbidden jutsu? One that can, for a limited time, turn every unfavorable factor against oneself into nothing more than an empty dream. Kagura said, the ultimate jinjutsu, Izanagi. Izanagi. At the mention of those 4 syllables, Fugaku, Shursui, Itachi, and every Uchiha elder present went pale in an instant. What did you know about? Not only do I know about it, Kagura interrupted, I also know the price. That the cost of this jutsu is a Sharingan, lost forever to the darkness. He looked straight at Danzo, and the old man over there. He has more than just one. What do you mean by that? Fugaku also realized that something was wrong. Kakashi, Kagura said, let him open his eyes to the truth. Understood. Kakashi moved without hesitation. Chidori. A blinding surge of lightning instantly burst from his hand. But his target was not Danzo himself. Instead, he struck at the bandages wrapped around Danzo's right arm. Danzo's face drained of color and shock. He tried to evade, but Kagura's overwhelming presence had already locked him in place, making escape impossible. No. With a tear, Kakashi's Chidori ripped through the thick layers of bandages. They split apart, piece by piece. What was revealed underneath sent chills down everyone's spine. An arm, ghostly pale, and embedded in that arm, 10 tightly shut, blood-red Sharingan stare back, grotesque and unnatural. A collective gasp filled the conference room. What is that? There's Sharingan. A dozen Sharingan eyes. Heavens above. The members of the Uchiha clan. At the very instant they saw that arm, all of them lost control. Danzo, Fugaku let out an enraged roar. You mangy old dog. What have you done to my Uchiha kin? Those eyes. Where did you get them? The Uchiha elders leapt to their feet as well. Their own blood-red Sharingan blazed, glaring daggers at Danzo. They looked as if they wanted nothing more than to tear him apart, limb from limb. Danzo, even Hiruzen Sarutobi, was dumbfounded. He stared in disbelief at his old friend of decades. You actually... Haha. Danzo swept his gaze across the faces twisted by anger and shock. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. That's right. It was me, the Uchiha. They're a clan cursed by evil itself. Their power is too dangerous to be left unchecked. Rather than letting them remain in the village, a threat that could explode at any moment, it's better that I take that power for myself. For the sake of Konoha, I alone shall wield this ultimate force. Madman, Fugaku roared. You're completely insane. From this day forward, the Uchiha clan will not rest until one of us is dead, no matter the cost. You? Face me, Danzo sneered. You're not worthy. Wood style, deep forest emergence. He slammed his hand to the ground. From beneath the floor, countless massive, twisting trees burst upward, surging out with wild abandon. In the blink of an eye, half the conference room was swallowed by the surge of living wood. Wood style, you dare covet even the power of the first Hokage? Sarutobi shook with fury, his entire body trembling. Danzo, you've gone far beyond redemption. Standing atop the forest of living wood, Danzo looked down on them all with cold disdain. None of you will leave here alive today. Is that so? Kagura fixed his gaze upon him. Have you finished saying your last words? You brat, do you really think you've won? Danzo glared at him with venom in his eyes. I have 10 lives. You can't kill me. Is that so? Kagura replied, a soft smile curling on his lips. Then let's find out. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. The Thunder Dragon's roar. A pillar of golden lightning fell from the sky, obliterating the freshly grown grove along with Danzo, reducing both to shattered fragments in an instant. Danzo was dead. One of the Sharingan eyes closed. In the next second, he appeared at the other end of the conference room. It's useless. Kagura had already reappeared before him. Thunder Dragon's crushing fist. He swung a fist. Danzo died again. A second Sharingan eye closed. Now he was on the ceiling. Thunder end. A blade of pitch-black lightning flashed by. Danzo fell once more. The third eye, the fourth, the fifth. All around the room, everyone stood frozen in place, watching this black-haired youth, moving like a death god without emotion, reaping Danzo's life again and again. Danzo, once so arrogant and boastful, was now stricken with shock and terror, until finally he crumbled into utter despair. He exhausted every trump card he had. Wood style, wind style, even a Reaper Death Seal. But before Kagura's overwhelming power, none of it meant a thing. No, please, don't kill me. The last time he resurrected, he collapsed to his knees. He was begging for his life now. Every Sharingan embedded in that arm of his had shut for good. Only the final one, in his right eye socket, remained open. I warned you, Kagura said, standing before him. This is the price you pay for crossing me. Sarutobi, save me, save me. Danzo turned desperately to Hiruzen Sarutobi, pleading one last time. Hiruzen looked back at him. His eyes were full of conflicting emotions. He wanted to move, but Kakashi and Guy blocked his path. Sorry, Lord Third, Kakashi said quietly. This is our captain's order. Now die. Kagura raised his hand. A sphere of blinding violet gold lightning coalesced in his palm. Thunderclap. It was the signal, and Danzo's final judgment. No. A thunderous roar, deafening and catastrophic, shook the entire Hidden Leaf village. Danzo's last silhouette was utterly consumed by that annihilating bolt of lightning, leaving nothing behind, not even a trace of dust. The light faded. The conference room was plunged into an eerie, deathly silence. And then, a streak of golden light. In the center of the wrecked conference room, he appeared. Minato Namikaze. He had arrived. The lightning vanished, fading into silence. The conference room was utterly still, silent as the grave. A golden flash lit up the devastated chamber. Once again, in the heart of the chaos, he stood. Minato Namikaze. He had returned. He wore the white Hokage ceremonial cloak, the cloak he was never meant to wear again. The four bold characters for fourth Hokage blazed through the lingering haze, stark and striking. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at him. Koryudatane and Hamura Midokado fixated on his figure too. Shock and rage twisted their expressions. Minato. Hiruzen's voice exploded, trembling with anger. How dare you show your face again? You traitor! Minato did not look at him. His gaze swept over all the Jonin and clan leaders present. Fugaku Uchiha, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaka Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Each face mirrored confusion and bewilderment. Everyone, Minato spoke at last. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the whispers like a blade. Today, I have returned, not as a traitor, but as the Hokage, to cleanse Konoha and set our village right. Outrageous, shrieked Koharu Yuditane. You have already been dismissed. You are no longer the Hokage. Is that so? Minato's gaze fell on her. And by what right did you strip me of my title? Do you truly think a handful of traitors, colluding with Danzo, have any authority over me? You're spouting nonsense. Hamura Mitokado jumped to his feet. We did it for the village. For the village? Minato replied, a bitter laugh escaping him. For the village, you allowed Danzo to secretly transplant the Sharingan. For the village, you turned a blind eye as he conspired with Hanzo of the Hidden Rain, betraying our loyal allies. For the village, after I sealed the Nine Tails and saved Konoha, you couldn't wait to strip away my power to imprison my family. Every word from Minato struck like a hammer. Each accusation landed heavy, shaking the room to its core. Kagura, Minato called out. Yes, sensei. Kagura stepped forward. He reached into his ninja pouch and lifted out a thick stack of scrolls, letting them thump onto the one table that still stood. What is that? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice trembled with dread. Evidence, Kagura answered. He unrolled the first scroll. This is the ledger of Danzo Shimura's secret dealings with the Black Iron Guild, the criminal underworld brokers of the Land of Fire. The transactions span a full 10 years. The sums involved, a staggering 3 billion Ryo. All of that money channeled into Root's secret coffers, funding his unspeakable, inhuman experiments. He unrolled the second scroll. This is the record of food trade between Danzo and the Baishi family. He exploited the war to hoard grain and create artificial scarcity. Then he sold military rations at outrageous prices, amassing huge profits. This led to a supply line collapse at the front lines of the Kikyo Mountain. Hundreds of Leaf Ninja perished indirectly because of his actions. And there is more. Kagura produced the final scroll. This is a research log. It details in full how Danzo aided him in forbidden jutsu experimentation, how they hunted ninja with Kekii Genkai, and Kagura looked directly at Uchiha Fugaku, how he grafted those dozens of Sharingan onto his own arm. The names of the Uchiha who were sacrificed are also recorded here. A furious eruption swept through the entire conference room. What? Danzo, he actually did such things. No wonder. That nephew of mine vanished during the war. So this is what happened. Monster! Uchiha Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharingan twisted in an instant, transforming into the unique, crystalline pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. An icy, seething chakra, thick with hatred, burst forth from him. Sarutobi, he fixed the third Hokage with an intense, burning gaze. These matters. Are you going to tell me you knew nothing about them? Hiruzen Sarutobi's body swayed. His complexion became pale as a sheet. Of course he knew. He had always known. He had merely chosen to turn a blind eye, to tacitly allow it, to indulge it. That's enough. Minato spoke up at last. He stepped into the center of the conference room. He looked at all the Jounin and clan leaders assembled. Danzo is a traitor to the Leaf. He has already been executed on the spot by Kagura. There is no doubt about this. But his eyes settled on the 3 Leaf elders, each pale as death. These 3, the third Hokage, advisor Koharu Yuditane, advisor Hamura Mitokado. They all knew about Danzo's crimes and kept them hidden, even protecting him on many occasions. During the Nine Tails attack, when a village was mired in its greatest crisis, not only did they fail to assist me, the 4th Hokage, in saving the village, they contrived in secret to wrest power away from me. They plotted to frame the hero who had saved our home. They imprisoned my wife, fresh from childbirth, and my newborn son. All this happened at the very moment Kagura and I were risking our lives to seal away the Nine Tails. Everyone, Minato looked upon them all. Do you think such people are still fit to remain among the leadership of the Leaf? Do they deserve to rule over us? Silence reigned. Heads hung low. Faces were carved with anger, with shame, and with bitter disappointment. Minato, Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to speak, but no words came out. Sensei, Sarutobi. Minato looked at him. I've always respected you. I've seen you as a father to me. But you're too lenient. Your softness and willingness to let things slide. That's what allowed someone like Danzo to become such a lawless monster. You are responsible. Minato Namikaze. Kovyudatane shrieked. How dare you? Are you putting us on trial? That's right. Kagura spoke up. He walked over to stand beside Minato, and his golden, slit-pupiled gaze swept over the three elders, each still clinging to their fading sense of control. My teacher and I are placing you on trial right now, in the name of Konoha's heroes, in the name of all the shinobi who lost their lives, even indirectly because of your actions, for all your crimes. You, halt! Hamura Mitokado barked, the threat trembling behind his bluster. Seize these two traitors. But his cry was cut short, for he realized every single jonin in the room remained still. Shikaku Nara simply sighed and closed his eyes. Fugaku Uchiha stared at the elders as if watching dead men. It's over, Minato declared. Sensei Sarutobi, Advisor Koharu, Advisor Hamura. As the fourth Hokage, I hereby announce, as of today, all your authority as Konoha's elder advisors is revoked. Every position and privilege you held is now rescinded. From this moment on, you are merely three ordinary villagers of Konoha, until the full weight of your crimes can be reviewed and reckoned with. You will remain under house arrest in your own homes. You are not to take a step outside. You wouldn't dare. Kakashi, Guy, Kagura commanded. We're here. Please escort our three seniors home. Yes, sir. Kakashi and Guy stepped forward, one on each side, and gently took hold of the two elders whose faces had faded to ashen gray. And as for Lord Third, Kagura turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'll handle it personally. Lord Third, Minato looked at him. Is there anything you'd like to say? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Minato, at the student he had once raised up to be Hokage, then deposed with his own hand, now standing again, resolute. Suddenly he smiled. It was an old, tired smile, but one full of peace. I'm an old man, he said. This village has long needed to be given over to the younger generation. Minato, you've done well. He set his pipe aside and rose to his feet. Take me away. Kagura watched him and nodded. A bloodless coup had come to pass. A reckoning long in the making was finally at hand. Faced with overwhelming strength and irrefutable evidence, it all came to an end. Minato stood once more in the position that was always rightfully his. He looked upon all the jonin present. Everyone, Konoha has been reborn. Konoha has been reborn. Minato's voice reverberated throughout the meeting room. The assembled jonin and clan chiefs fixed their eyes on him. They were still trying to process the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. Danzo was dead. He had been executed on the spot by Kagura, in a way that could only be described as an act of absolute, crushing force. The three senior advisors of Konoha had also been stripped of their powers by force. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had ruled the village for decades as the third Hokage, stepped down in silence. And so Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the man who only moments before had been branded a rogue ninja, now stood once again at the very heart of power. Everything had changed so quickly. So quickly, it left everyone breathless. Everyone, Minato called, his gaze meeting theirs. Konoha has just endured a painful betrayal. Danzo's crimes are beyond description, and the Council of Elders, through their negligence, share the blame as well. But listen, Konoha must move forward. The old order has collapsed. A new order must be established. From this day on, Minato declared, we will form an entirely new Konoha Council. A council that truly represents the will of the entire village. Open, transparent, and accountable. His eyes swept across the assembled clan chiefs. Shikaku Nara, the leader of the Nara clan, let out a weary sigh and stepped forward. Present, you will serve as the chief advisor of the new council, Minato said. You will assist me in managing the village's affairs and charting its future. What a bother, Shikaku muttered under his breath. Still, he nodded. Understood. Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku also stepped forward. His expression was hard to read, complicated. I'm here. You will represent the Uchiha clan on the council. And at the same time, Minato fixed his gaze on him. The authority of the police force will be expanded. Konoha's public order and internal discipline. They will be placed entirely in your hands. Fugaku's body trembled imperceptibly. He stared at Minato in disbelief. This was trust. Real trust. The kind the Uchiha clan had dreamed of for decades. He bowed deeply to Minato. The Uchiha clan will fulfill this duty with honor. Hayashi Hyuga, the Hyuga clan chief, also stepped forward. Present, you will represent the Hyuga clan on the council. I need your Byakugan. I need the Hyuga to become Konoha's strongest shield. Monitor every shadowy corner of the village. Hayashi nodded in response. At your command. One after another, Minato continued appointing new council members. Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, some Inazuka, and Shibi Aburame. Almost every great clan of the Leaf Village now had a seat on this newly formed council. It was an unprecedented and entirely new balance of power. A new order was taking shape in the Hidden Leaf. But Minato's tone turned icy once again. The tumor may have been cut out, but its poison still lingers within the village. Danzo's root. It must be cleansed completely. No exceptions. His gaze fell on Kagura. Kagura. Here, Kagura stepped forward. I'm leaving this to you, Minato declared. Cage guard Kakashi guy. I'm entrusting you all with full command of the village. I don't care what methods you use. Before first light, I don't want to see a single masked root ninja remaining in the leaf. Understood, Kagura replied. Cage guard. He turned back. Yes. Sure Sway and Itachi, along with 20 elite Uchiha who had been waiting outside, rushed into the room. Kakashi got, yes. Takuma Yakumo. Yes. All of you, listen to my command, Kagura addressed them. Our target is Root. He produced a map he had prepared long ago. Kakashi got, you'll lead first squad of the Cage Guard. You're in charge of bases 1 through 5. Sure Sway Itachi. You'll lead second squad. You're responsible for bases 6 through 10. Takuma Yakumo. You'll come with me. Our objective. Kagura pointed at a red dot deep under the leaf on the map. Root headquarters. Yes. Sensei. Kagura turned to look at Minato one last time. The rest is in your hands. Minato nodded. Go. With that, Kagura and his team vanished from the council room. A sweep targeting the darkest organization in the Leaf Village had begun. This was a night destined to go down in history. Beneath the Leaf Village, the ground shook with a series of thunderous crashes and anguished cries. But soon, all fell silent. Kagura, Kakashi, and Guy. These three, the very embodiment of the new generation's might in the Leaf. Along with the Cage Guard, a group of young prodigies burning with a desire to prove themselves. Their combined force was simply overwhelming. It was a clean sweep. At their lead, Kagura charged ahead. He smashed open Root headquarters' alloy door with a single blow. Like a human juggernaut, unstoppable. Everywhere he passed was thrown into chaos. Those who had been trained by Danzo to become mere machines of obedience. Faced with Kagura's unreasonable armament haki and the soul-shaking conqueror's haki, there wasn't even the slightest room for resistance. Takuma. Here. Find everyone who's still alive. Yakumo. Present. Remove the cursed marks from their minds. Kagura delivered these orders coldly. He made his way to the deepest part of the Foundation's base. There, he saw the children confined in the icy incubation chambers. Their bodies were pierced with tubes. Their gazes were vacant, numb. Kagura looked at them. He stretched out his hand. Illusion art, dawn of the heart. Yakumo stepped forward. She used her gentlest jinjutsu, one by one awakening those souls lost in darkness. Kagura also found the foreign shinobi who had been controlled by Danzo's wicked cursed tongue eradication seal. He produced the Uzumaki clan's sealing scrolls he had prepared long ago, and, one after another, lifted those vicious curse marks. By dawn, the sun rose anew, casting its rays over a village that had endured a night of upheaval. The word Foundation, along with its founder, Shimura Danzo, was completely erased. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, in a land of whirlpools, within the underground stronghold of the heart of Whirlpool, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan also received an intelligence scroll of the highest secrecy from Konoha. It was sent by Kagura. He really did it? Yahiko stared at the contents of the scroll, his voice trembling. Kagura, he actually replaced Konoha's Hokage? Nagato's Rinnegan sparkled in disbelief. He settled accounts with Danzo. He restored the fourth Hokage to power. He changed the political landscape of Konoha. Konan gazed at the intelligence scroll, a proud smile emerging on her face. I knew it. He could do it. Yahiko. Nagato stood up. Kagura has fulfilled his promise. Now, it's our turn. Send down the orders. Yahiko, too, rose to his feet. All of Akatsuki move out. Our era begins now.